Chapter 42 Beware you anger the beast. It's been 2 months and 2 weeks since Heart's Warming and it went off without a hitch, and after spending the day together we all returned home to rest. But now I was helping the mares, Stallions and Spike set up a stage for the Helping Hooves Our Hands Music Festival. I kinda forgot what it's called, so I just started calling it the festival. And the one organizing it was Applejack, much to my surprise. I was carrying a stage light across the stage so it could be lifted into the rafters later. Ash, Pinkie Pie shouted as she appeared out of nowhere, causing me to let out a startled yelp and drop the light and break it. Every pony. Pinkie, look what you made me do, I said as I began to clean up the mess. No time over here, stat. Pinkie yelled before she dragged me over to the others. What is it, Pinkie? Twilight asked. I have the most amazing news ever. It is going to totally freak your frizz, Pinkie said. Well, spill it, Pinkie, Rainbow said. It wasn't easy, in fact it was terribly difficult, but I have managed to book the biggest pony pop star in all of Equestria as the main attraction at the Helping Hands Music Festival, Pinkie said as she paced in front of us. Sapphire Shores, Applejack asked. Sapphire Shores, please. Sapphire Shores is merely the second biggest pony pop star in Equestria, Pinkie said. But I thought she still had the title of Pony of Pop, I said. She does, but it doesn't necessarily mean she's the best, darling, Rarity said. That doesn't make a lot of sense, I said. The title is shared among the best group of pop star ponies and Sapphire Shores is one of them, Rarity said. Ah, now I get it, I said. Anyway, I have booked the one, the only Countess Coloratura, Pinkie said, earning awes from most of the girls. Who the hey is Countess Coloratura? Applejack asked. Got me, I said before everyone around us gasped extremely close to our faces. Hey, personal space please. My Fritz has been freaked, Pinkie said as her mane poofed up well more than it normally is anyway. Pinkie Pie, who is this Countess Coloratura? Applejack asked as Pinkie fixed up her mane and tail. Yeah, Pinks, I'm just as lost, I said. I just told you that she's the biggest pony pop star in Equestria. How have the both of you not heard of her? Pinkie asked as she pushed us backward till we were on our backs. Pinkie, I've been here for almost 2 years now. I'm not going to know every celebrity that's mentioned, I said. Okay, that's a fair point, but what about you? Pinkie asked as she looked at Applejack. Dunno though, I did know a gal named Coloratura when I was just a filly. Wouldn't it be the funniest thing if that Coloratura and this Coloratura were the same Coloratura? Applejack said as she pushed Pinkie off us. Do you mean to tell me that you actually know Countess Coloratura? Pinkie asked. Well, I don't think it's the same pony since my friend wasn't any sorta high-valued countess, Applejack said. Do you remember her cutie mark? Pinkie asked. Sure do, it had a super bunch of musical notes that just shimmered in the light, Applejack said. You mean like this? Pinkie asked as she showed a picture of a cutie mark on her arm. The cutie mark itself was a star with colorful music notes going around it. Well, fancy that there is the very same cutie mark, Applejack said. Do you have any idea on how many hoops I had to jump through to get her to perform at the festival? Pinkie asked, only to get Applejack to shake her head. A whole lot of hoops. That pony is very demanding. Nah, Applejack said. Yeah, Pinkie replied. I completely understand we artists require certain necessities in order to do our best work, Rarity said. This is clearly some sort of misunderstanding because RARA was just as down home as me, Applejack said. RARA, everyone exclaimed except me. Oh, you're talking about your filly friend from Camp Friendship, correct? I asked. That's the one, Ash, so you don't need to be here to hear this, Applejack said. Good, I need to go clean up that spotlight that Pinkie made me drop before someone cuts themselves, I said. Oops, sorry Ash, Pinkie said before I waved it off and walked back to the stage. After I cleaned up the spotlight before I went to check the wiring that went under the stage, and as I put the last wire in place I felt something on my right knee which were still out from under the stage and someone saying hoovesies. By the time I went to check who it was, there was no one there, and all that was there was a red horseshoe shaped as a heart on the knee of my right pants leg. Hey Ash, you got hoovesies by Countess Coloratura. That means she must think you're special, Twilight said as she walked up to me and noticed the red mark. Gee, I'm honored, I said as I wiped the mark off with a cloth before I sighed and pulled myself back under the stage to make a final check on the wires. Ash, are you alright? Twilight asked. I'm sorry, Twilight, it's just Luna's mood swings and cravings have been getting worse lately, and I know it's normal, but it also means the baby could be due any day now, and I'm a little worried on how my child will see me, I said. What are you talking about, Ash? You're a great guy, Twilight said. Yeah, but will my child see me the same way? I asked, causing Twilight and I to sit in silence. Was there something you needed, TWI? Oh yeah, Countess Coloratura is about to rehearse. I just wanted to see if everything was working, Twilight said. Well, everything should be in order, but there's only one way to find out, I said as I stood up and dusted my hands off before I followed Twilight over to a spot where we could watch the rehearsal. And when I saw the Countess I was surprised on how she looked, cause Applejack described her differently. She had white fur and her mane and tail were extremely long and were both white with a purple stripe, and she wore fancy purple pop star clothing and a black veil covered her face, and before I knew it the song began. After the song everyone applauded and I could understand why both Sapphire Shores and the Countess were the leading ponies of pop. Wow, I can see why you all like her. Maybe I should listen to more pony music, I said. See what you've been missing, Twilight said. Hey yeah, I guess, but I need to go, TWI. I want to go see Pip. He said something about some event he was going to after school, I said. Okay, but we'll need you tomorrow afternoon to help with the final preparations for the concert, Twilight said. Will do, Twilight, I said before I left. I walked over to Sweet Apple Acres and I saw a small stand where all the foals were all gathered in front of Coloratura, and I saw Applejack walking over to her. Hey Applejack, how was your reunion with Coloratura? I asked. It went swell, Ash. Have you met her yet? Applejack asked. Not exactly, I said while rubbing the back of my neck. Come on, I'll introduce you then, Applejack said as she led me over to Coloratura with the cutie mark crusaders with her. Did ya see, sis, did ya see? Apple Bloom asked while Pip ran over to me, so I picked him up and placed him on my shoulders. Is this the little sister you wrote to me about, AJ? Coloratura asked. Hold on, Applejack, you wrote to Countess Coloratura about me? Apple Bloom asked in shock while the other CMC were shocked still. AJ said, "You're the best little sister ever." Apple Bloom, coloratura said, causing the CMC to stare at Applejack in shock. "Wow, you're the best, Auntie AJ," Pip said. "Oi, no love for the human, huh?" I said, causing Pip to giggle. "You and Mum are still the greatest, Dad," Pip said as he hugged my head. "Dad, gasp, you're the sixth knight," Ash Blade, coloratura said. "Is it that obvious?" I asked with a smug smile that caused both coloratura and Applejack to laugh. "It's a real honor to meet you, Sir Ash," coloratura said as she stretched out a hand for a handshake. "Please, the sir isn't necessary, just call me Ash," I said as I shook her hand. "Will do," coloratura said. "All right, now you'd best get along, little ponies," Applejack said, focusing on the other four foals. "And we best get home too, Pip. Your mum would probably want to hear about today," I said. "Right, take care, Countess coloratura," Pip said. "You too, Pipsqueak," coloratura said before we left. Pip sitting on my shoulders and enjoying the ride as we walked through the town till we arrived at the house, which was being guarded by both Holy Light and Lightning Dust. "Welcome home, sirs," the two said with small bows. "Haven't accepted the crown yet, you guys, but Pip might one day, so you can bow to him, all right," I said. "Then I suppose we can't let you in," Lightning Dust teased. "Ha, ha, Lightning, now tell me, do either of you know where Luna is?" I asked. "Painting the new foal's room again," Holy Light said. "What, I thought I told everyone not to let her do any physical activity," I said. "Hey, we're not dumb enough to know we shouldn't go up against a pregnant alicorn princess who is having severe mood swings. That's your job because you got her into this mess," Lightning Dust said. Fine, I'll go talk to her, Pip. Why don't you go entertain yourself and be ready to cover your ears," I said. "Got it," Pip said before I let him down and we walked inside. I then walked upstairs to the new foal's room. I walked inside and I saw a large white cloth on the floor to prevent stains of paint on the carpet, and I saw Luna was painting constellations on the walls that were painted midnight blue while the rest were waiting to be painted. But what caused me to panic was the fact Luna was standing on a stool. "Luna," I said calmly so I didn't spook her. Luna just gave me a grunt before she went back to work. No, that's not it," Luna growled before she covered the silver stars in midnight blue paint. "Luna, I thought we agreed that you won't do any physical activity during this stage of pregnancy, and this is the 12th time you broke it," I said. "There's no time for that, Ash. I can feel the baby is almost ready and the room isn't even close to done yet," Luna said. "Yes, I know, but you're not doing anyone any favors by overworking yourself. Okay, maybe you should take a break," I said. "We does not need a break," Luna roared in the Canterlot voice before she sent me flying with a blast of magic into a wall, luckily without breaking the wall. I shook my head to clear my senses before I saw Luna get off the stool and kneel down beside me. "Ash, I am so sorry. I don't know what came over me." "It's alright, Luna, I understand you're under a lot of stress and you're very excited and want things to be perfect. I want it too, but you need to remember many things won't go our way, but I have an idea. I'll take care of the room and you go rest, okay?" I said. "But Ash Luna started. "And I don't want you to be doing any physical activity till this is over, am I clear?" I asked. "Alright, Ash, but only because it's you," Luna said. "Thank you, Luna. I believe Pip has quite a story for you today, and also can you tell Silver Tray I'll have dinner in here?" I asked. "Alright," Luna said before she left, and I picked up a paintbrush. Screaming was the first thing I heard. I pushed my face out of the dirt I was laying in and saw I was in a swirling inferno. Buildings were burning, roars, screams, and the sounds of battle and roaring fire filled the air, and brightly lit smoke filled the sky. I stood up and saw my clothes were covered in scorch marks and my clothes were ripped in several places. Great, more memories, I thought, but then became confused when I found out could move when I wanted to. Maybe I'm just spectating this, but my body from this place has to be close. I walked through the burning town and ducked in cover when I heard a voice or saw a shadow. I couldn't recognize this place at all. Even when I was in my other memories I could remember it immediately, but this one was like it was my first time seeing it. As I neared a street I saw a platoon of Knuckleavy ride past me. I looked at where they were heading and I saw about 20 alicorns all armed and ready to fight. I was flabbergasted when I saw all those alicorns, but I pulled myself out of my staring when I saw the alicorns were getting butchered by the Knuckleavy. I ran at them with no plan in my mind whatsoever, only for something to fall in my path, then send me flying backwards and into a roof of a building, and when I looked at the thing that sent me flying I saw a massive abomination. It was 2 stories taller than a 3-storied building. The creature then let out a roar, and with great speeds it was in front of me and prepared to crush me under a fist. But the beast was sent flying, and when I looked for the source I saw 8 Draconiquas before they flew off to take on more creatures, and I took that opportunity to look around. I was in a town that looked like it stood at the edge of a cliff that went all around the town, indicating I was in a town on a rock pillar much like the Wonderbolt Academy, but there was no way to tell how high I was. Seeing enough, I jumped from the roof and ran through burning buildings and crumbling alleys, and I continued to see strange creatures and creatures I've grown accustomed to in Equestria till I reached the base of what looked like a mountain with several peaks pointing into the air, which I couldn't see earlier because of the smoke, but upon closer examination I saw the mountain was actually a towering castle. Damn, that's one hell of a sight, I thought. Suddenly I saw something out of the corner of my eye and looked, only to be forced to look away from the blinding light. The best way to describe what I was seeing was that it was like a massive star shining in the distance. Suddenly, I felt the ground shake, and when I looked back at the light I saw what I thought was the world appeared to be duplicating right in front of me, and out of the corner of my eye I saw a movement. I looked and saw the silhouette of a horse-sized unicorn that stood on all fours and had a tail like a lion, and on the unicorn's back was cloaked figure, the same one who placed me in the tree. The pair were riding towards the ledge closest to the light, but they didn't get far before it and the other world disappeared. The unicorn and rider stayed in place before they took off again. I was about to follow when I suddenly felt a blade go through my back and chest, and when the blade was pulled out I collapsed and everything went dark. Ash, wake up. I woke in a panic and in a cold sweat. I looked around and saw I was still in the new foal's room, meaning I fell asleep in here. The room was finished being painted. The walls and ceiling were painted midnight blue and the walls had constellations on them, and the ceiling had a 3D moonlight in the center, and the one who woke me up was Luna. "Luna, what is it?" I asked. "You looked like you were having a bad dream, so I woke you up," Luna said. "I see, well thank you," I said. "But I can't believe the work you've done here. All the constellations are in their proper places and are perfect, even the one you and I made," Luna said. Yeah, well, when one of your hobbies is stargazing and your mare friend controls the stars, you tend to learn a few things, I said as I stood. You did an amazing job, didn't he, little one? Luna said as she gave her belly a rub. Come on, we'd better go. I remember telling Twilight I would help with the finishing touches for the concert today, I said before I opened the door and walked out. Oh, that reminds me, I'm coming to watch the performance, Luna said. Oh, really? I asked with a smirk. Why, yes, after all, it's not physical labor, so I'll be fine, Luna said before she stuck her tongue out at me. Have I ever told you how much I love you? I asked. You could stand to mention it a few more times, Luna said as we entered the dining room. Good morning, you two. I can see you've been working hard last night, Ash Featherduster said as she gestured to the paint and my clothes. Oh yeah, you should see the room if you think this masterpiece is good, I said, causing the three of us to laugh. Hey, has anyone seen Pip? Young Master Pipsqueak left for school about an hour ago, Featherduster said. 9:15 right now, then I guess I could squeeze a quick visit to Zikora's before I'm needed at the concert, I said. Zikora's, why do you need to go there? Luna asked. That dream you woke me up from was actually a memory, Luna, one from before I was placed in the tree. I'd like to meditate on it and find out what it's about, I said. I see, are you all right? Luna asked. I'm fine, it's nothing, I won't survive, I said. Well, Ash, if you're going out, may I suggest you get into a set of clean clothes, Featherduster said. Ah, good idea. Also, can you prep an apple and cinnamon muffin to go for me, please? I asked. One apple and cinnamon muffin coming up, Feather said before I left, and Luna pulled out her phone. Forgive me if I'm prying, Your Highness, but who are you calling? Just my mother, Featherduster. She wanted me to update her on what Ash is going through, Luna said. So you're spying on him? Feather asked. Actually, I'm observing. We don't exactly know what Heartless did to him, so we're taking caution, Luna said. I see. Well, I have a muffin to bake. Would you like the usual, Princess? Feather asked. Yes, please, Luna said. Third person Pav. Ash was sitting on the still pond in the everfree forest with his legs crossed and eyes closed and hands in his lap, trying to meditate on the memory. Both Dust and Zikora were watching him meditate, but Ash wasn't getting any further in it than he liked. Your mind is full of trouble and woe now. Why exactly is that, so? Zikora asked. Zikora, these supposed memories I'm having, I'm not sure if they're real or not, and if they are real, it means my life has been a massive lie that's continued for generations, Ash said. It is hard to know what to trust, but for these memories, is it really a must? Zikora asked. If you were in my position, wouldn't you want the same answers I'm seeking? Where you come from, who you are, and why you're here? Ash asked. Your heart is in the right place, but you must beware it doesn't blow up in your face, Zikora said. Maybe I can help. All eyes turned to the sky, and we saw Faust landing on the ground on the edge of the pond. Hello, Faust, Ash said as he stood up and walked out of the pond while Zikora bowed. Please rise, Zikora, I told you no bowing unless around others, Faust said. To what pleasure do I owe you, Queen, for visiting this place of green? Zikora asked. I was informed that Ash's memories were spiking up. I wanted to see if he was all right and try and help him, Faust said. Well, my earliest memories have locked me out. I can't make sense of anything here, Ash said. Normally this is for an emergency, but for you I have a remedy, Zikora said. Then please, fair Zikora, can you help us? It may be able to tell us if these little episodes of Ash's are actual memories, Faust said, and Zikora nodded before she walked into the forest. Everyone followed Zikora to her hut and walked inside, and they inhaled the scent of burning incense, and Faust looked at the many potions and masks around the room. She then picked up a potion and smiled at the label before she put it back. This is what you need in order to see the memory. Faust turned to Zikora and saw she was holding a jar that had a gold neck and bottom and was filled with white liquid. Zikora, is that a memory potion? Faust asked in surprise, to which Zikora nodded. But I thought only alicorns can drink that, Ash said. Many ponies say you are an alicorn in disguise. Perhaps we should see if these words are lies, Zikora said. Ponies say a lot of things, Zikora, but I doubt I'm an alicorn, Ash said. In truth, Ash, you don't need to be an alicorn to drink that. You just need a strong magic resistance, which for an alicorn comes naturally, and Zikora, you do know what will happen if Ash isn't strong enough. Faust asked. I am aware of what you say, however there is no other way. Ash must think of the memory he wishes to see, and this potion will end this mystery, Zikora said. Seems easy enough, but let's hope this works, Ash said before he took a healthy swig of the potion, and he set it on the table, and a few seconds later Ash's eyes glowed white. Faust, I must ask, but why put yourself to this task? You ask Ash questions he wouldn't know the answer along with performing advanced spells to master, Zikora said. Zikora, when Heartless appeared I felt something different about him, something familiar, and that something links to Ash the more I think about it. Also, when I first met Heartless he said he wanted vengeance against me for something, and his try as hard as I might I even took a memory potion, yet it didn't work. Now the only way to actually see why Heartless is doing this is through Ash. Also, Heartless easily wiped out Ash when they first met. Ash needs to get stronger in order to save everyone, including himself, and I want to help him do just that, Faust said. Your words are noble, but remember, some actions will lead to trouble, Zikora said. I'm aware, Zikora, I'm aware, Faust said. The two were interrupted when they heard noise coming from Ash, and when they saw Ash's eyes were still glowing, he was spitting up blood. Acting immediately, Faust cut off all magic around Ash. Ash's eyes returned to normal before he collapsed. Zikora then checked Ash's pulse and found a strong rhythm, causing the pair to sigh in relief. What happened? Faust and Zikora looked and saw Ash sit up and rub his face before he looked at the blood covering his mouth and wiped it off. Why is there blood on me? Ash asked. There was a problem with the potion, but first, did you see anything? Faust asked. Yeah, it was the same memory as last night, but I didn't get any farther in it, except this time instead of a sword being plunged through me I was crushed by a catapult, I said. I see, well it appears that the potion works. The only problem is not for very long, Faust said. So what are the rumors true then? Ash asked. The potion doesn't need to be taken by an alicorn in order to work, remember, but if it did I'd say you're half alicorn, Faust said. Say half truth, oh well, but anyway let's give it another shot, maybe I'll get farther this time, Ash said as he tried to reach for the bottle only for dust to fly over block Ash's hand. Absolutely not, you almost had your brain destroyed because of that, Faust said. If you take any more you'll be knocking at death's door, Zikora said. But I have so many questions that need answered, Ash said. And they will come, Ash, but you need to wait for them to come themselves, or once your mind has healed we'll try again, Faust said. All right then, Ash said. Ash's paw. After Zecora gave me some medicine I realized the time and left for the concert with Dust, and when I arrived some guy called Spenglip ordered me to replace the machines that make the flame special effects fuel supply underneath the stage. I didn't argue despite his tone and him calling me ape, grabbed the fuel canisters and went under the stage, and as I took care of the last one I heard someone call for me. Hey Ash, ya down there. Just a moment, I called back before I made sure the canisters were in place before I made my way out from under the stage, and when I got out and stood up I looked and saw Applejack and Coloratura. But Coloratura was blushing heavily behind her veil and her eyes were wide open in shock, and Applejack was trying to stifle a laugh. I raised an eyebrow at the two before I looked down and saw I didn't have my shirt on. Oh crap, sorry, it was getting a little too warm down there for my liking. Don't sweat it, Ash, no pun intended. By the way, we need a favor, Applejack said. Sure, what's the favor? I asked as I grabbed my top and put it on. We think Rara's manager Spenglip may be abusing Rara's status as a pop star to get what he wants, Applejack said. And let me guess, you want to catch him in the act, correct? I asked. Ash, you know me so well it's a little scary, Applejack said as she punched my chest. Well, I'll be glad to help. What do you need? I asked. You know those projector sheets, we need one over the stage when I give the signal, Applejack said. But of course, I said. I flew around back and grabbed the sheet and set it off to the side before I pretended I was busy, and a little while later I saw Coloratura walk on stage. Spenglip, Spenglip, where are you, Spenglip? Coloratura called. Here I am, did you need something? Spenglip asked. Spenglip was a white furred pony with a pink puffy mane and tail and wore a blue business suit and glasses. Yes, I was considering, maybe canceling the contest for the school ponies, Coloratura said. Countess, this is wonderful, I've been waiting forever for you to cancel that pointless school pony contest, Spenglip said. You have, Coloratura asked. You do it at every charity event and it does absolutely nothing to promote the Countess Coloratura image that I built. Consider it cancelled, Pinkie Pie. Spenglip called. Yes, Spenglip, sir, Pinkie Pie said before she spat out the core of an apple, and I have to say the poor mare was a mess with the tired eyes and bits of apple and oats in her mane. We're making some adjustments to the show, follow me, Spenglip said before he walked off with Pinkie Pie in tow. Applejack then gave me the signal and I moved the screen in place and hovered in the air and waited for Spenglip to return, which wasn't long. Okay, Countess Coloratura, all taken care of. I looked at the screen and saw a recording from Twilight of Pinkie Pip and Spenglip talking about canceling the contest. You know the drill, deliver or the diva ditches your dippy charity, Spenglip said before the recording ended. I cast an angry glare at Spenglip, but I saw Pierce was by far angrier, which was rare to see from someone who grew up in Canterlot. So that's how you've been managing things? Coloratura asked. Yeah, so what's the problem? Spenglip asked. I looked back at Pierce and saw both Spike and Mac were trying to hold the unicorn back, and Pierce's eye were ablaze with fire. The problem is you've been using my name to intimidate ponies to get what you want, Coloratura said. But I work incredibly hard for you, I deserve everything I get, Spenglip said. But not because you scare ponies into thinking I won't perform for their charities, otherwise I would never do that to my fans. Which is why you should have known that I would never cancel the school ponies contest, Coloratura said. All this charity and school pony contest nonsense is just reminutes of that boring little RARA I met back in Manhattan, Spenglip said. You clearly don't understand the real me, Coloratura said as she threw back her veil. That's a joke, I made you some pony, what can you do without me? Good luck, Countess Coloratura, good luck, Spenglip said before he walked off with his nose in the air. As I watched him leave I saw Pierce had gotten loose from Spike and Mac and running for Spenglip. I flew after him and watched as Pierce punched Spenglip across the face, knocking him to the ground. I saw Spenglip was about to get up and strike back if I hadn't dived in and caught Spenglip's fist with my hand. Let go of me, Spenglip demanded. You know I don't like it when someone tries to hurt my friends, and my friend Pierce here hates it more when someone mistreats his mare friend, I said. Who cares about you two, you're just a freak and he's a no pony, Spenglip said. Pierce, hand me a rock please, I asked before Pierce placed a rock in my right hand, fit in the palm. See this rock? I asked before I crushed it with the ease of crushing a stress ball, causing Spenglip to gulp. Now start running before I break every bone in your body and let you crawl back to Manhattan, I said before I pushed Spenglip away and he ran off. I didn't need help, Ash, Pierce said when Spenglip was out of sight and earshot. And how would you have handled it if I left him to you? I asked. Well I would have, Pierce started. Exactly, you were in a moment of blind anger, you need to keep it together, I said as I walked past him and slapped him gently upside the head. You're right, I'm sorry Ash, I guess should have handled it better, Pierce said as he followed me. You are an idiot, Pierce, but a good idiot nonetheless. Hell, even I need to keep myself under control, otherwise I'll do something I'll regret later, I said. Well thanks Ash, Pierce said. Anytime, Pierce, I said as we walked on stage. Ash, we need your help, Applejack said running over to me. Whoa, slow down, what's up? I asked. We need a conductor and a small orchestra for tonight, yet we don't know any, Applejack said. Relax AJ, I think I got you covered, I said. I was sitting on a seat tuning my violin before I gazed over at Octavia, who was tuning her cello, and Fancy Pants, who was looking over the music sheet. It turns out Fancy Pants was a conductor when he was young and he seemed to enjoy doing it, and when I asked for some assistance he was delighted to help. He even called in some friends he knew in the orchestra, and even Octavia, who also knew some friends who were glad to come. Hooey Ash, you sure have some great connections, Applejack said as she walked in along with a Coloratura who was now wearing a gray sleeveless top and see-through skirt with another skirt underneath, and her mane and tail were now a dark navy blue and curly at the end. Hey, with great friends you can go anywhere, I said. Ash, thank you so much for all your help, Coloratura said. It was a pleasure, Coloratura, any friend of AJ's is a friend of mine, I said. Please call me RARA, Coloratura said. With pleasure, and RARA, that style looks way better on you, I said. Thanks Ash, Coloratura said with a small blush. Now get up there and sing with all your heart, I said before they walked off, and when I tuned back to everyone I saw them all looking at me with knowing smiles. What? Nothing, they all said in union. I then got into my position when I heard Twilight give the opening speech and readied for our cue for when RARA played. When I heard RARA sing, I swear it was like the angels themselves were singing. She wasn't bad on the piano too, but the real kicker is when the cutie mark on her shoulders lit up, sending the crowd to scream in excitement. When the music stopped, the cheers continued and I walked over to the side of the screen and looked at the stage and watched RARA. Thank you every pony. When I arrived at the Helping Hooves Music Festival, I had forgotten who I really was, but then an old friend reminded me what real friendship is about, and she told me if I was true to myself I couldn't go wrong. So I have a very special surprise for her. Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo, Pipsqueak and Rumble, come on up, RARA said before a new song began. When the song ended, the crowd cheered and Sweetie Belle levitated an instrumental triangle over to Applejack, who was pulled on stage as the song played and hit it, signaling the end of the song. There is also some other ponies here tonight who managed to help me make my performance successful. So Ash, Blade, Pinkie Pie, would you and the orchestra please make yourselves known, RARA said as the purple screen disappeared, revealing me and the rest of the orchestra while Pinkie jumped on stage and the audience cheered as we bowed. I then saw Pip run over to me and give me a hug on my leg, causing the crowd to daw at the moment, so I picked up Pipsqueak and walked down the runway to join the others. And when the cheering stopped, when Twilight stepped on stage and everyone got off while I walked back to my spot behind the curtain. Thank you RARA for your amazing performance, and now our next performer is Ash Blade, Twilight said, causing the crowd to cheer while I froze. I looked at Twilight in shock, but she just shrugged her shoulders. I then looked at my friends and saw everyone was there from the main six: the Stallions, Spike, Gilda, Trixie, the CMC, Spitfire, Fleetfoot, Vinyl and Octavia, Zecora, Fleur, Fancy Pants and Saint Blade, RARA, the Royal Family, Cadence, Shining Armor, Luna, Pip, Iris and Rage. The last one had a guilty smirk on his face, giving me a clear idea on whose butt I need to kick later. So taking a breath, I walked over to Twilight and grabbed the mic from her, causing the audience to cheer again. Well, I have to say I was unprepared for tonight, but I'm not one to back down. If you all will give me a quick second to sort something out, I'll be right back, I said as calmly as I could before I teleported off stage and took a few breaths before I thought about what to play. Then it hit me. I quickly set everything up and teleported back on stage with a guitar in hand and a calm smile. First off, thank you for your patience. Even I was surprised when Princess Twilight called my name out, but right now many of you have read about my past and thought I was lonely. Well, truth, I was, but not always. You see, I did have someone who is here with us tonight and would like him to come up on stage and share the moment with me. So would my brother Burning Rage come on up? The audience cheered while Rage gave me a shocked look and wouldn't move, so I asked the others to help him up, and once Discord threw him up, I grabbed Rage and pulled him on stage. Rage, these words should have been said long ago and it's time I said them now, I said before I began to play my guitar. As I played and sang, the audience was captivated. Even Rage sang with me, and when it ended everyone was screaming for us. I gave a smile to Rage, who returned one of his own. Encore, 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 encore. Well, Rage, shall we please the crowd? I asked. Let's, Rage said before he summoned his guitar. I turned my own guitar into an electric guitar before the next song played. When the song ended, I gave a bow along with Rage while the audience cheered before I handed the mic back to TWI and we walked off stage. Man, that was awesome. Who knew you, Suga? Rage screamed before I kicked him in the ass. Oh, what the hell? Payback for your little stunt, you weasel, I said. Fair enough, Rage said. Backstage after the festival. After I performed with Rage, I made sure the concert ran smoothly, and now I was cleaning up some equipment before I called it a night. Dude, I didn't know you could play the violin or sing like that. I turned around and I was met with Vinyl and Octavia. Hey, you two, what are you doing here? If I may ask, shouldn't you be at home? I asked. Yeah, but we figured you could use some help, Vinyl said. And we came to thank you for providing me the role as a conductor. I turned around and saw Fancy Pants, Fleur and Saint Blade. You're still here too, huh? I asked. Indeed, but we're also here for Miss Octavia, Fleur said. We heard about your dilemma at the Grand Galloping Gala and we want to give you an opportunity to put your career back on track, Fancy said. Really? But what about? Octavia started. The nobles can't do squat except deal with it, Octavia. If Fancy says he can get you back, and he can, no problem, I said. Thank you, Octavia screamed as she leapt at Fancy Pants and hugged him. It's quite all right, my dear. A talent such as yours being wasted is unacceptable, Fancy Pants said. Ash, thank you too, Octavia said as she hugged me. What did I do? I asked. You provided me a role to play in Countess Coloratura or Rara's concert. It will help me get my career on track once again, Octavia said. Hey, it was my pleasure, I said as I hugged Octavia back. Hey, it may be the alcohol, but is the world turning pink? Vinyl asked. I let go of Octavia and looked at my hands to see they were a different color, but they weren't pink, they were red. Vinyl, first off, you're still wearing your shades. Secondly, no, it's not the alcohol, everything's turning red, Octavia said. Oh, that's better, Vinyl said as she removed her shades. I looked at the sky and to my shock the moon and stars had turned blood red, giving the land its red appearance. Something's wrong, I said. Ash, that seems obvious, Octavia said. No, I mean something is wrong with Luna. The moon and stars don't turn red unless something is happening to Luna, I said. Ash, do you know what it could be? Fancy asked. I was about to answer when I hear flapping wings and hooves landing on the ground before I turn around and see both Quickshot and Nocturnal Shadow running towards me. Hey Nocturnal, Quickshot, why are you here? Where's Luna? I asked in an almost panicked tone. We're just here to tell you that. Give us a minute, Quickshot said. Sir, Luna's going into labor as we speak, Nocturnal said. What? I screamed. Congratulations, Ash, Fancy Pants said as he patted my back. I have to get to the hospital, I said. Go Ash, fly like the wind, Vinyl said as she gestured to the sky. We'll be over there as soon as we can, Octavia said. I gave everyone a nod before I spread my wings and shot into the sky. I saw the Ponyville Hospital dead ahead before I landed and skidded along the ground before I ran inside. The doctors and patients were shocked by my sudden appearance, but I couldn't give a damn as I ran over to the desk and saw Redheart was there. Redheart, where's Luna? I asked, but my answer was a scream of pain from a familiar alicorn down the corridor. I looked back at Redheart and saw her smile before she gestured down the hallway. I gave a nod to Redheart before I ran down the hallway. Following the sound of the scream, I rushed down the corridors dodging doctors, nurses and some carts and other patients till finally came to a room where I saw everyone was there. Faust walked over to me and gave me a smile before she hugged me. Faust, where is she? At this, Faust's smile turned into a worried frown before she turned to the door. She's in there, but she needs you now more than ever, Faust said. Taking a huge breath, I gave her a nod before I walked to the door and was given congratulations by everyone. Hey Ash. I turned to look at the voice and I saw it was Rage with an arm around Iris. Once you step through the doors, your life will change forever, just like with Pip, Rage said as he placed a hand on Pip's head, who had dust on his shoulder. I gave Rage a nod before I walked inside. I walked down a small hall and pushed open the double doors and saw the Moon Princess on the birth bed. She was gritting her teeth in pain and tears were sliding down her face as she tried to push the baby out. Moving past a few nurses who were helping the doctor, I came to Luna's side. Why you came, Luna said through her tearful eyes and smiles as I grip her hand. Not even the 9 circles of hell along with hell's armies would be able to keep me away from this, and I promise I won't leave your side, I said through a teary smile. The doctor keeps telling Luna to push with all she's got and Luna cries out in pain as she pushes with all her might. Luna's grip on my hand begins to shatter it, but I muscle through it along with the verbal abuse and the threats of her killing me later for doing this to her. I continue to stay strong, not just for her but our foal too, and several minutes later Luna lets out an ear-splitting scream, and as the scream dies down it's replaced by the sound of a crying foal. Luna is exhausted but she fights to stay awake to see the foal. The doctor then wraps the foal in a warm blanket and hands the child to Luna with a smile on his face. Congratulations, Your Highness, it's a colt. A colt? Luna asked in surprise. Yes, the doctor said. The foal continues to cry before Luna feeds him while I smile down at our new son with tears of joy. He had Luna's coat color and a black mane with silver tips, and his eyes were just as beautiful as his mother's. The foal's tiny little wings were wrapped by the blanket covering the colt, preventing anyone from seeing them. I continued to smile as the foal drank from Luna's breasts before Luna asks me an important question. What should we name our little star? Luna asked with tears in her eyes as the foal grips her mother's finger. After having the biggest smile I think I've ever had on my face, I pondered on what name we should give the foal till it hit me. Midnight Star, I said. Midnight Star, I love it, Luna agrees before I lean down and kiss Luna on the lips. Sir, I must ask you to leave so the princess can rest and make sure your foal is healthy, the doctor said. Of course, I'll be back as soon as you wake up, I said before I gave Luna another kiss and looked down at Midnight Star with a smile before I left. An hour and a half later. I was sitting in a lotus position on the floor in the waiting room with the others. When I stepped out of the room, Luna was in the others, avalanched me in questions. I even saw Fancy Pants, Fleur, Saint Blade, Octavia and Vinyl had made it, even Rara. They all asked me questions, but all I did was give them a smile before I sat in a chair and looked at my broken hand that was crushed by Luna, but I used my blood manipulation technique to put my hand back together. But when voices of doubt and worry plagued my mind, I got into a lotus position to calm my nerves, and when the door opened and I heard my name, I took a breath before I stood up and walked over to the doctor. How are they? I asked. They are both fine and healthy, sir, and I have to say you have to be the calmest father I've ever seen. Must be the reason why they're both calm now, the doctor said. Truth, Doc, I was scared beyond belief, I said. Well, shall we go see them? The doctor asked. Please, I said. The doctor led us down the halls and many of the staff said congratulations to me before we stepped inside. I walked over to Luna and she handed Midnight Star to me, and once I took him in my arms I turned around to face everyone. Everyone, I'd like to meet our new son Midnight Star, I announced, and once I did, Pip and the rest of the CMC pulled over a chair so they could see the foal. The main 6 and the stallions all dawed at the foal. The royals were shocked to hear the news about a male alicorn while the rest smiled. Not going to say hi to your new nephew, Rage, for shame. Rage then walked over to me and held the foal, and I saw tears in his eyes and that smile of his as he looked at his new nephew. Midnight was then passed around the room. Each one had a smile on their face, and when Midnight was handed back to me I sat on the bed with him and Luna. I was about to hand Midnight back to his mother when I saw something that rocked me to my core. My foal was smiling and looking at me, and I heard him let out a small laugh, causing everyone's in the room to look in shock. He has your smile, Luna said with tears in her eyes. That small smile my foal was giving me by far became one of the proudest moments in my life. Can you guys give me, Pip, Midnight and Luna the room for a minute? I asked. Everyone nodded before the left, leaving me to smile at the child. Hey Mum, Dad, I'm going to be the best big brother in the world for him. I'm going to play catch with him, help him ride a bike, even help him get his cutie mark, Pip said. With your will, Pip, I bet you will, I said as I placed a wing over Pip. Suddenly I hear rattling through the air vents, and I hand Midnight back to Luna and looked at the vents and saw it swing open and a canister fell out and released a tan green smoke that caused us to cough, and I began feel a little drowsy. I pulled my shirt over my face and looked around when something tackled me to the ground. I managed to see a figure in black clothing and wearing a gas mask before he pulled out a dagger and tried to stab me with it. I dodged his attack and caught his hand to stop his attack, but this guy was hitting me in the ribs with his other hand, and I was desperately trying to stop the hits while the dagger got closer and closer to my face. Suddenly the door blows inward, causing the masked pony to look at it, giving me the opportunity to grab the dagger and stab the figure in the shoulder, causing the figure to yell in pain and get off me. I tried to get to my feet, and when I looked at the figure I saw him pull the knife out before he tossed it away. The figure looked at me before it disappeared into the smoke. I then heard footsteps approach before my view went dark. Third person Pav. Ash felt like his head was on fire before he opened his eyes and looked up at a gray brick ceiling. He saw he was in a comfortable bed and sat and looked around. Glad you're up. Ash turned to the source of the voice and saw 3 metal bars going vertically and horizontally, and a door made in the same way was off to the side. On the other side of the bars was Rage, who looked like he had been sitting there for a while. Rage, what's going on? Where am I? Ash asked. Canterlot Castle Dungeons, Rage said. Okay, then why am I here? I haven't done anything wrong and I'm sure it's a misunderstanding, Ash said as he got up and walked towards the bars. You're not here because you did something, Ash. You're here so you don't do anything, Rage said. What? Ash asked. Ash, what's the last thing you remember? Rage asked. Well, I remember the concert and you signing me up for the show, and after the concert the moon and stars turned red. Oh my god, where's Luna, Pip and Midnight? Ash asked. Listen, Ash, a little while later when we left the room we heard the sounds of struggling and saw sleeping gas coming from inside. When I busted down the door I saw you were on the floor unconscious but Pip, Midnight and Luna were gone, Rage said. Rage, what are you saying? Ash asked. Ash, Luna, Pip and Midnight. They've been pawned and no one has claimed responsibility or given us any demands, Rage said. Ash backed away from the bars, his face filled with shock at what he heard, and slowly his face twisted into one of rage till suddenly he screamed. The scream echoed all throughout Canterlot and was more terrifying than the drums of war and the battle cries of your darkest fears. As Ash screamed, Rage left with his head hung low. He didn't stop walking till he reached the throne room where the main six stallions, Spike, Gilda, Trixie, Octavia, Vinyl, the Immortals, Shining, Cadence, Flurry Heart, Eris and the royal family waited. So how did he take it? Caramel asked. Well, if you couldn't tell by the blood-curdling scream, that'll give you nightmares for a month. Not well, Rage replied. I don't blame him for such a thing to happen right after his child's birth. Even I would go ballistic, Shining said as he held his wife and Philly close. Maybe we can cheer him up, Pinky said. Pinky as appreciated the effort would be. I don't think it will be enough, Rarity said. Trixie is confused. Why must Ash be locked up when his family is in trouble? Trixie asked. Trixie, do you remember what I said about the Knights of Equestria? Discord asked, but Trixie shook her head. If you're the Knights Superior they will obey you. If you're their friend they will die for you. If you're their enemy then Faust help you. What does that have to do with this? If the princesses ordered Ash to stay put, won't he listen? Ra asked, causing Rage to laugh. Ha 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 ha, oh man, that cracks me up. Ra listen, cause Discord may have forgotten to mention something, but when a loved one of the Knights of Equestria is threatened by some pony there is no crack or crevasse in any world where they can hide from them. And when they do find them no force from either heaven or hell can stop them, Rage said. Agreed, which is why Ash is in the dungeons. I don't want him to become a risk for himself and for others. We don't even know what the assailants want and we have no clues whatsoever or who they are either, Faust said. Well, we'd better figure out something soon cause Ash won't stay put forever, Applejack said. Don't worry, I made certain Ash won't be going anywhere, Faust said. Suddenly the throne room doors burst open and a guard comes running in before he kneeled to the royals. Your Majesty, news from the dungeon, but Sir Ashblade has escaped, the guard said. What, how? He can't use magic because of the anti-magic anklet on his leg and I made sure it was undetectable as well, not to mention he was in the strongest cage in the dungeons, Faust said. Well, Your Majesty, Ash was somehow able to sense where his magic was being blocked before he ripped it off with his bare hands, the guard said before he showed Faust the ruined anklet. And after he got rid of the anklet he kicked down the back wall of his cell and flew out of the castle. Faust face-palmed herself while Discord chuckled and Rage looked at Faust with a sigh. Rule 1, never tempt fate to screw things up, Faust grumbled under her breath while she placed her fingers against her forehead. Ash's paw. I opened a window into the Ponyville hospital and pulled myself inside. I checked down the hallways before I crept my way over to the room I was in when we were attacked and looked around. I went under the yellow police tape and saw the room was exactly how it was left when I was last here. I then used my Phantomize spell to have a look around and I was lucky I was in there before the time limit was up. I watched the scene from start to finish but thanks to the smoke I couldn't see much and I was about ready to leave when I looked at the masked figure and saw the blade I jabbed into his shoulder. I played the scene where I stabbed the figure and saw him toss away the dagger. I followed the dagger and saw it slide underneath the bedside table. I ended the Phantomize spell and looked under the table and saw it. I grabbed the dagger and had a look at it and saw the handle was royal purple with a golden spiral going along the grip and a golden sphere on the hilt while the cross guard was a gold disc with a sun engraved in the center but the sun's rays were actually made of swords. I then turned my eyes from the details of the blade to the blood on the blade. I then used my blood manipulation technique to find out who it belongs to. I have you now, Sunbeam, I thought. I put the dagger away for later and when I was about to leave for the window I was about to leave through the window but I heard the sound of hooves stop at the door. I turned around and looked to see Critical Eye staring at me. Ash, Critical Eye said with a nod of his head. Critical Eye, I gotta say I was not expecting you to be here, I said. It's my job to solve cases especially if it involves royalty, Critical Eye said. Oh yes, they hire the best, don't they, I said. Also sir, you have my congratulations on your child and I'm sorry to hear that we're both Princess Luna and your sons were taken from you tonight, Critical Eye. Thanks for your concern, I said. Sir, I must ask if you found anything in here and if you have to ask you to hand it over to me for examination, Critical Eye said. I can't do that, Critical Eye, this is my family that was taken and I am going to find them, I said. I understand what you're saying and how you feel sir, but you must understand I have a job to do and I want to help you, Critical Eye said. If you want to help Critical then I've got a message for you to deliver to my friends and brother. Tell them I'll call them if I need something and it's for you, Critical Eye, stay out of my way, I said before I leapt out of the window and teleported away. 4 days later. It took me a while but I found my target. I was standing outside a bar in Canterlot. It was nighttime and raining slightly and I was in my robes and wearing my disguise ring so I wouldn't be recognized by the guards. Dust was sitting on my shoulder who I picked up at my home when I was grabbing my gear. I then gestured for Dust to stay outside while I walked and I kept my hood over my face and as I looked around I received a few glances before they went back to their drinks or talking with their companion. I saw my target playing darts in the corner. He was a unicorn and wore brown pants and a white shirt and he had an orange coat and golden mane and tail. I walked over to him as he grabbed a drink but he cringed as he placed his right hand on his left shoulder. When I was close enough I coughed politely to get his attention and he turned to face me. Mind if I play a few rounds? I asked. Sure, I was looking for some competition but be warned I've got a mean toss and sharp aim, Sunbeam said. Well, let's see what's stronger, your skill or my luck and skill, I said, causing Sunbeam to crack a smile. The pair of us played a few rounds and we talked about random stuff till finally I began to bring this to an end. Say, if you don't mind me asking, where'd you get the injury? I asked. What's that? Sunbeam asked in a suspicious tone. You've been clutching it in pain for a while, I said as I gestured to the shoulder. Oh, I got it as I did something noble, Sunbeam said. I see, then you wouldn't happen to remember this, I said as I threw the dagger I found at the board scoring a bullseye and all. It took just one look at the dagger before Sunbeam pushed past me and everyone else in his way before he was out the doorway. Why do they always have to run? I teleported outside and saw Sunbeam running down the alleyway. I whistled for Dust before I teleported onto the rooftops and began my run across them. I jumped from rooftop to rooftop, dodging chimneys and skylights, all the while keeping my eyes on my target. I continued my run till we reached the lower districts and my target ran into a temple-like building. I gave the temple a quick scan for heat signatures and found only a few, about 10 or so inside. I then made my way over to the bell tower and snuck in through there with dust following me close behind. The inside was dark, but that gave me a stealthy approach to my target if I stayed in the shadows. Once I made my way down the spiraled staircase and to the second floor, I took off my ring and crept over to the railing. I peered over it and saw my prey. Sunburst was sitting at a long table along with 9 other figures, and all of them wore scarlet robes with gold trimming while hoods hid their faces. But I could see they were all unicorns and they had the same sun mark in the center of their robes. They were all surrounded by candles and the room was also filled with towering pillars, and there were also stained glass windows that showed images of Celestia raising the sun. There was a circular window at the back of the room with a picture of the sun. I then gestured to Dust to remain quiet before I climbed down the pillars so I could listen to the conversation between the figures. Brother Sunbeam, why are you here? You told us you were going to celebrate till the summer sun celebration in 3 days' time when we would complete half of our work, one of the cloaked figures said. I was discovered by some pony who had my dagger. They must have found it in the room when we kidnapped the princess and the foals, but it was only a unicorn and I lost him easily, Sunbeam said. Can you remember what this unicorn looked like? Another figure asked. Black fur and mane and tail which both had a silver stripe in it, and he had olive green eyes and also wore robes like nothing I've seen before, Sunbeam said. Robes, was there an insignia on them, anything that we could use to identify him? A figure asked. Yes, I can draw the symbol that was on his shoulder cape. Sorry, please ignore the words, I couldn't find one without them. You fool, you've doomed us all, a figure shouted as he pointed at Sunbeam. Brother, calm yourself and tell us what you know of this symbol. Another figure asked. It's the symbol, and the symbol you should fear. Look, the figure said as he pointed out the symbol of our creed. This symbol is death to anyone who is an enemy of it. It is a symbol for 3 are the knights of Equestria, and if this unicorn wears this, then we are doomed. So you are saying that the unicorn was actually the human in disguise? Sunbeam asked with sweat forming on his brow. Most likely yes, and I've seen the powers of this knight myself. When the griffins attacked, I saw the knight cut down all the griffins that stood in his path. They were like lambs to the slaughter for him, yet the griffins are the greatest warmongers on our planet, the figure said. I've also heard that he is a deity of death in disguise and that he moves like a phantom carrying fury on his wings, another said. Nonsense, these are just stories, a myth to frighten criminals. Beware the 6th night or he'll hunt you down, the sort of thing parents would tell their foals so they behave, another said. Either way we have to stop him or our entire plan would be for nothing, a cloaked figure said. Well then, how do we restrain this knight? Raise an army, a cloaked figure asked as I moved from cover to cover. As the group argued, I remembered something Altair taught me. I pulled out a feather and turned it into a blade and threw it at a spot in Sunbeam's back, causing a numbing sensation and not allowing him to scream in pain. I then moved to a different cover and waited for another moment to strike. Enough, a figure said loud enough, causing everyone to stop and look at the figure, which was presumably the leader. So he seeks to stop us, to take back the moon tyrant and filthy spawn before the appropriate time. Pure madness, the figure said as he stood up and drew his sword and held it in front of him, causing the others to do the same. Let him come, even deities can fall, the figure said before he saw Sunbeam, who wasn't standing. Why do you not join us, brother? The figure asked before Sunbeam began to stand. Is there something wrong? Sunbeam looked like he was about to stand up fully before he collapsed onto the table, revealing the feather embedded in his back to the others right as a bell rang out 9 times, meaning it was 9 o'clock. The figures then backed away from the body as if he was diseased before they looked around. He's here, a figure said. Stay on guard, brothers, the leader said. Stuff that, I'm leaving, a figure said before ran into the shadows in my direction. I silently drew Whispering Wind, and as the figure was about to pass me, I severed his head from his body and rolled the head back towards the figures, causing them to tense and look in my direction. I then signaled Dust, who was sitting on a pole, to let out a squawk, gaining the figure's attention and spook them. Luckily no one tried to harm him, and it gave me enough time to snap a figure's neck 180 degrees backwards and threw a pair of feathers into 2 other figures before I disappeared into the shadows along with Dust, allowing the remaining figures to look at the recent deaths of their allies. I then used flagpoles attached to the pillars to climb above the figures and waited for the perfect opportunity before I switched to thermal vision and jumped onto the table. And before anyone could look, I flapped my wings, extinguishing all the candles before I pulled out 3 feather blades and tossed them at 3 of the figures. Someone relight those candles now, the leader demanded. Yes sir, a figure said shakenly. I then stood up and deactivated my thermal vision and let Dust land on my shoulder just as the figure relighted the candles. As the candles illuminated the area, he jumped back and cowered in fear with his sword trembling in his grip. I could see even the leader of the group was spooked. I'll have a few questions which you both seem capable of answering, but first the important question, where is my family? I asked in a cold tone. Go to hell, the leader said. Maybe later, I said. Don't mess with me, the leader demanded. Are you going to answer me or do I have to pry the info out of you? I asked as I held out my hand. Kill him, the leader said. I jumped over the figure as he tried to cut me legs with his sword and landed behind him. Once the figure turned around, I drove my hidden blade into his neck and retracted it, letting the body fall before I turned to the leader. I'm not going to ask nicely again, I said before the leader charged at me, but I used my magic to place him in a chair and hold him there. Answer the question, where is my family? Like I said, go to hell, maybe you might see them there, the leader said before I let out a growl. I placed a hand on his chest and used my blood manipulation to heat up his blood like sombras, forcing him to scream in pain. Answer me now, where is my family? I demanded. Never, the leader said. I heated up his blood again, only made it hotter, and this went on for a few minutes, and I switched between several tactics till the leader was covered in burns, blisters and large cuts. Last chance, pal, before I make this worse, and I will not leave till I get my answers. Where is my family? I yelled. North of Foal Mountain and in between Niagara Falls, the place you seek is the Temple of the Sun, the leader wheezed. Good, next question, tell me what is the name of this little cult of yours and its purpose? I asked. We serve the true goddess of our world, Princess Celestia, and that nightmare along with the other so-called princesses are a threat to her, but that nightmare bitch, or rather nightmare moon, is the biggest threat, the leader said before I punched him across the face, knocking him to the floor. Unless you want more pain, you'll be careful on what you say in front of me. And what if Faust is she a tyrant too to you lot? I asked as I kneeled beside him. The supposed queen of Equestria is nothing more than a trick to get the mighty Celestia to give up the throne, but we the Knights of the Radiant Dawn will stop you, the leader said. How am I involved in this when Celestia is in charge of me? Why try to kill me? I asked. You sided with the nightmare and then produced your scum of a foal to take the throne and spread your tyranny across Equestria, the leader said before I broke his leg, causing more screaming. Alright then, next question, why did you kidnap my family? I asked, causing the leader to chuckle. Isn't it obvious she's going to die, become a sacrifice for her sister along with your foal, but the one you took and he will become one of us, the leader said with a laugh while I stood up. The answer disgusted me, but I turned around and began to walk away. Hey, I answered you questions, let me go. True, but who said I was going to let you live? I said before I snapped my fingers and the leader's blood heated up dramatically and I left with dust while the leader screamed to death. 2 hours later. I arrived at the location the Night of the Radiant Dawn told me about, the Temple of the Sun, which happened to remind me of the one back in my world Mexico, except there was a large doorway at the base of the temple. I was sneaking through the corridors of the temple. The walls were decorated with reds and golds and there were also statues of Celestia in each corridor you turn to. I have been in here for hours mapping out this place, being careful to avoid the guards and keeping my eyes peeled for Luna, Pip and Midnight. I came across armories, sleeping quarters and rooms with strange relics till I came to a massive square-shaped room that became circular as it went up. The room was so large you could hold an army in it, and it was so high it reached the top of the temple where a single shaft of light was coming in from the roof that lit up the entire room. Also on the roof was a massive dome with a golden sun carved into the ceiling. Reds, royal purples and gold streaked all across the room. The room and also had pillars with sun pictures capped along the top and balconies ran along the walls. I was on one of the upper levels and I saw at the back of the room there was a solid gold statue of Celestia 2.5 stories tall with her wings outstretched. The eyes were blood red rubies 3 times the size of my head and beautifully cut. But the crown on her head was not like the one Celestia wore, but instead a golden wreath with flames on it. I also saw it holding a gold bowl with black scorch marks under it, raising my suspicions on what it was used for. In front of the statue was an altar with 2 glass goblets with a golden handle and jewels embedded in it filled with a bubbling black liquid. In front of the altar was a pristine white unicorn with a silver gray mane and tail, but the mane was spiked up, yet he maintained a regal posture and his eyes were an aqua blue. He was wearing scarlet robes with the mark of the Knights of the Radiant Dawn on his chest, and the gold trimmings on his robes looked like golden flames. He was standing in front of 2 kneeling ponies, one a mare the other a stallion, who were wearing a moor that did not match the other. Do you swear to pledge your undying loyalty to serve our beloved radiant shining goddess of the sun and be prepared to die in your line of duty for her? The white unicorn asked. We swear, the 2 said in sync. Then drink and be reborn as holy knights, the unicorn said before he used his magic and levitated the goblets over to the armored ponies. The 2 ponies gulped down the strange beverage, and not too long after they both began screaming in horrifying pain. The mare threw up a ton of blood and collapsed while the stallion clenched his chest before he began swelled dramatically and exploded in a shower of blood and gore which left the white unicorn miraculously untouched. I then looked at the mare and saw her start to get up before she looked at the unicorn. Welcome to the Holy Knights, the unicorn said. What the hell is this, some twisted initiation? I asked as I looked at Dust, who only squawked in response. You're right, Dust, we need to find Luna and my sons first. We can find out what the hell this is later. Oh, I'm afraid we can't have that. I spun around to see who was behind me, only to see a fist collide into me. Chapter 43. Then it'll drown you in your own blood. Canterlot Castle, 3rd person Pav. It's been 1 week, one bucking week since my daughter, Grand Foals and Ash disappeared and you still have nothing. Faust roared at the 2 kneeling guards before her. We're trying, your majesty, but both the culprits and Ash have hidden their tracks too well, a guard said while the other gulped in fear. Maybe you're not trying hard enough. If Ash was able to discover evidence at the crime scene in only a matter of seconds, then what good are any of you? Faust demanded, causing the guards to cower. Okay, I suggest you guards had better get out now before her majesty really loses her temper, Rage said, who appeared beside the throne. The guards didn't hesitate to stand up and run through the throne room doors. Rage, if you know what's good for you, you will not do that again, Faust growled. And you need to calm down, Faust. The reason I came here is to make sure you don't accidentally tear some poor pony's head off, Rage said as Faust just gave Rage a cautious eye before she huffed and sat back against the throne. Look, I know you're worried about Luna and the others, I am too, but you remember the message that Ash gave us, that he would contact us if needed. Still, I wish Ash didn't have to go about it in such a horrible way. You saw those ponies inside that temple in the lower district, Faust said. Yeah, 6 had Ash's feather blades wedged into them. One was decapitated, another had his neck snapped, another had a blade wedged into his throat. And the last one was tortured and burned alive from the inside. No doubt the same trick Ash used on Sombra, Rage said. I can hardly imagine how the others actually took that, especially his friends. I'm just glad the media didn't find out, Faust said. Yeah, well, Ash has learned a few tricks during his life. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he planned to use them on the ones that did something like this, Rage said. How do you know that? Faust asked, looking at Rage in shock. Seriously, I have been going down to Ponyville for 2 months now to see Ash and you're telling me you didn't even notice? Rage asked. I don't constantly keep a leash on you, Rage. In fact, I was the first one to trust you, remember, Faust said. I see your point, but anyway, back to the main topic. I've been going down to see Ash cause I wanted to find out about his past long before I came in, and I gotta say it's a long history, Rage said. I see, but back up, did you say Ash picked up a few tricks? What are they exactly? Faust asked. Yeah, and it's from either being tortured or doing the torturing, Rage said. Quote. Rage, I need you to swear that no matter what, that info stays between you and me at all costs, Faust said in a serious tone. Cross my heart and hope to fly, stick a cupcake in my eye, Rage said as he did the gestures. Do you want me to put it in a blood oath too? No, the first one is enough, Faust said as she went through some paperwork. What are you looking at? Rage asked. Some reports about the preparations for the Summer Sun celebration tomorrow, Faust said. Wait, tomorrow? Wow, I've been so focused on Ash, Luna and the foals I didn't even realize, Rage said. I wouldn't blame you, Celestia said we should postpone it until those 4 are back, Faust said. I hear y'all going to the celebration just feels wrong without them there, Rage said. Suddenly a familiar crow flew in from a window and dropped a scroll with a black ribbon and silver seal on it in Faust's lap before he flew onto Rage's shoulder. A letter from Ash finally, Faust said as she opened the scroll. Well, what does it say? Rage asked as he stoked the exhausted-looking dust. There are coordinates on here and it says come prepared. Any idea what that means? Faust asked. Yeah, we'd better let everyone know. I'll head down to Ponyville while you get your kids ready. We'll meet at the station, Rage said. 2 hours later. Well, this is the place, Rage said. It's huge, Vinyl said with a whistle. And well guarded, Swift Spear said. The group was hiding at the tree line gazing at the massive structure in awe and fear as the full moon shined down above it. Luna, Ash, Pip and Midnight are here. I can sense their life signatures are inside but there's too much disturbance to know precisely where they are, Faust said. Well, we aren't going to be able to do much just by sitting here. We need a way in, Shining said. Found one, Quickshot said as he appeared from some trees to the group's left. Where? Faust asked. A rectangular hole, probably a window along the side of this place, probably on what would probably be the second floor, also least amount of guards there as well, Quickshot said. Well done, Quickshot, let's check it out, Rage said. Wait, hang on, Dreamcatcher said. What is it, Dreamcatcher? Faust asked. An open window and very little defenses there. Does anyone smell a trap? Dreamcatcher asked. I agree, you just don't heavily fortify a fortress and leave a weak point unguarded, Twilight said. It may be a trap but it's the only way in unless you want to go through the front door kicking and screaming and bring them all down on us, or if you have another plan please share with us, Rage said. We could just teleport inside, Twilight suggested. They could have put in magic sensors to detect if anyone teleports inside without permission, Rage said. Twilight opened her mouth to respond but closed it before everyone went to the left of the structure and avoided the guards till they came to the wall. Okay, I'll check it out and if it's clear I give you a signal and toss you the rope, Rage said before he climbed up the wall and towards the window. Rage disappeared inside the window for a few minutes before he dropped to the ground with the rope, and when he removed his helmet and took a breath and everyone saw his skin was as pale as a ghost. Rage, are you alright? What did you see? Faust asked. Something that will scar me for the rest of eternity. Shudder. Everyone listen, what's up there is something I would never wish upon even my darkest enemies, Rage said. I don't think I want to go up there now, Fluttershy said while cowering behind Mac. On a scale of 1 to 10 how bad would you rate it, Rage? Spitfire asked. 60, Rage said, causing everyone to gulp. It doesn't matter right now, this is our way in, so we'll need to face whatever inside that room, Faust said. Alright, but Nocturnal Shadow, Quickshot, be warned this will affect you both the most, Rage said, earning nods from the Bat Ponies. The group climbed up the rope and entered the window, and like Rage said, none of them were prepared for what they saw. They were standing in a laboratory of some kind, but what horrified them were the occupants of 6 tables, each one skinned and thin from being starved and suspended by metal restraints. Their backs were cut open and the skin was being peeled back by metal arms coming from the ceiling. Are those? Celestia began to ask. Thestral ponies, yeah, each one of them, Rage said. Holy Light walked towards a table and placed a hand on the body in sadness, only for the body to groan and shift around. Holy Buck, they're still alive, Holy Light screamed as he backed away. Swift Spear, Stormcloud, Soren, Fleetfoot and Quickshot threw up the contents of their stomachs. Fluttershy fainted along with Rarity and Octavia. Gilda and Trixie, the main 6, the rest of the stallions, Cadence and Eris were mortified, but the rest were angry, especially Nocturnal, who was about to storm out of the room and go on a killing spree if Spike didn't grab her and hold her tight. Nocturnal struggled to escape his hold till she gave up and did something no one saw. When around her she cried. Both Nocturnal and Lightning were the no-pain type in the squad, but if anything after this it showed that even the Heart of Stone type can still cry. What do we do now? Spike asked. Rage responded by drawing a knife and walking to the first table where its occupant slowly looked up at him. Rage showed the pony the knife, who nodded, seeming to understand what Rage intended. Rage then moved behind the body and sliced the nape of the pony's neck, ending the suffering before he did the same for the others, and when he finished he did a small prayer before he sheathed the knife. Let's go, Rage said before he opened a door and let everyone out. The group walked down the corridors. Celestia looked very uncomfortable when she saw the banners and statues of herself. They seem to like you, Princess, Vinyl said. Well, I don't know what's going on, but I sure as hell don't like it, especially if they like you in particular, Celestia, Discord said. Same, only more so, Celestia said. The group continued their walk down the hallways till Rage held up a hand stopping them before they looked at the end of the hallway and saw an armored figure blocking their path. The figure's faceplate was made of twisted metal thorned vines with a horn appearing out of the forehead, and on its left arm was a circular shield with thorns around the edge, and the sun mark like on the banners was on the shield. Everyone take another route, I'll deal with this, Rage said as he drew fury and hate. Rage, watch out, Eris screamed. Rage looked to his left and saw an armored hand collide to his face, sending into the wall. The figure itself wore a smooth helmet except for the horn on the forehead that had a face on the front. It saw a large sharp tooth-filled frown and thin eyes and 2 large horns on the sides of helmet. The figure's weapon was a blade that rested on its lower back. The scabbard was thick but short and there was a crossguard and handle sticking out of it. Quicker than one could blink, Rage rushed at the new opponent and drove his blades into the armor. How do y'all like that? Rage asked with a smile, only for it to disappear when the figure reached for and pulled out the blades without even a drop of blood on them. Heck, good effort but pointless, Knight of Vengeance, the figure said. Huh, Rage asked before he was slammed into a wall again, only this time he didn't get up. A good show, now shall we take care of the rest? The thorned figure asked. Indeed, the second figure said. The group minus Celestia was led into what looked like the dungeons. They heard noises coming from inside and they got louder and louder as they walked. The guards then pushed them into a large cell, and across from them they found the source of the noise. They saw 3 ponies in the cell along with a metal tub of water. One of the ponies was wearing rubber gloves and was holding another figure in the water until he was pulled up. The group saw the figure's face, who turned out to be a very familiar human. Ash, everyone screamed. Oh hey guys, glad you could make it, Ash said before he was forced back into the water. 200 watts, a large earth pony demanded, who was sitting on a stool watching Ash. The last pony in the room nodded and turned a knob on a machine that was connected to the metal tub. The pony then flicked a switch and the group watched as the tub became electrified while Ash's head was still in it. Ash's body thrashed around a bit before he was pulled back out, taking deep breaths. Ash, are you alright? Chrysalis asked. Are you kidding me? I kinda loving this. It's like getting a shot of adrenaline, Ash said. Okay, I think this place caused him to snap, Rainbow said. Get him up, the earth pony on the stool demanded as he stood up. The other two ponies grabbed Ash and stood him up and then chained him to the ceiling so he was standing up and his arms were in the air, giving the group a look at him. His wings were bound to his back and there were fresh new scars on his chest and sides and the only thing covering him were his pants. I'll be back to take care of you, the earth pony said. Take your sweet time, Burgess, I can wait, Ash said with a smile. True, but that nightmare can't along with your brat, Burgess said before he left along with the two ponies, and once they left Ash's smile fell into a frown. So how'd you get in? Ash asked. Oh, after we got your message we came here immediately, and as for how we got in, we came through a window that lead to some kind of Luna Pegasi. Morgan, Rage started. Say no more, I know the room. I entered the same way, Ash said, causing the room to go silent. And the ones who caught you, who were they? Some pony wearing a thorned faceplate helmet who had a shield and another wearing a creepy face helmet, and the both of them were unicorns, Twilight said. Oh, you must mean Jude and Golgius and Twilight. The pair of them are actually artificial alicorns, Ash said. What? The group screamed. I'll explain, Rage. Did you by any chance stab one of them? Ash asked. Yeah, it was that Golgius guy, but I wasn't able to draw any blood, Rage said. I figured as much. Only beings of high magic levels equal or higher than an alicorn, and you're still a little bit under it, Rage, Ash said. But how when I've been training hard? Rage asked. Hang on a sec, Rage, Ash said. Burgess then came back with the other two ponies, but Burgess was carrying a shiny new machete. You see this ape brain? Burgess asked as he held up the blade. Yeah, I gotta say it looks pretty. Did your girlfriend give that to you? Oh wait, that's right, you don't have one because of your ugly mug, Ash said with a cocky grin. Oh ha, 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 Ash Blade, I will miss our little sessions together, but I'm afraid this is where we part ways permanently, Burgess said. Oh, if I'm gone then who will you get to torture? Won't you be sad to see me go? Ash asked. A little, I'll admit, but I'm pretty sure you can tell by that feather on your neck that the nightmare's time is almost up, Burgess said, causing the group to look and see the necklace was halfway gone. So think of it as me sending you off early and she'll meet you again in the afterlife. Oh, don't worry, I'll be reunited with her, just not in the afterlife, Ash said, slightly losing his smile and cheery tone before he hung his head before one of the ponies then placed a bowl under Ash where his head would be. What's the bowl for? It has been requested that your head be put on display after the nightmare's death along with your unholy spawn, so why don't you make it easier on all of us and stay still and I'll make sure to make it quick and painless, Burgess said. Ash didn't move from his position as Burgess stood in front of him. Burgess then swung his blade down. But Ash stood up and kicked the blade out of Burgess's hand, causing it to wedge itself into the ceiling. Ash then used the sole of his foot and kicked Burgess in the chest, sending him flying into the far wall. The two ponies in the room rushed at Ash, but Ash used the chains to pull himself up and kicked the ponies in the face, sending them into either the wall or the bars of the cell before Ash landed on the ground. The machete then came loose and Ash used his foot to catch the blade and balance it as Burgess got up. The pair looked at each other's eyes before Ash tossed the machete upwards with his foot and kicked it at Burgess, and as the blade flew at him, Burgess shut his eyes right as the blade cut through his jawline and wedged itself into the wall behind him. Whoa, Spike yelled while the other's jaws dropped. Ash then kicked the bowl over to Burgess's body, and once the bowl stopped in front of him, the top of the head then slid off the body and fell into the bowl. Holy shit, Gilda said. Ash, it's official. You are the god of badass, Rage said. Ash then looked at the two ponies who were recovering from the attacks and went pale when they saw the still standing body. I suggest you get out of this building unless you want the same thing to happen to you, Ash said. The two ponies nodded before they left without even closing the door. Okay, what's next? Applejack asked. Caramel, can you get everyone out while I get myself out? Ash asked as he began climbing up the chains. Sure, Caramel said with a salute before he grabbed a small long wooden bench and wedged it into the lower half of the door. I'm lost, how is that supposed to help us? Thunderlane asked. These hinges are half-pin barrels and with the right strength and leverage, Caramel said as he pushed on the bench, causing the door to lift up, and Caramel rammed into the door, causing it to fall. The door will lift free. What about Ash? Octavia said before she turned to look at Ash, who had reached the roof of the cell. He then took a deep breath and let go of the chain, and once the chain became taut, it was ripped from the roof and Ash landed on his feet. Never mind. Ash grabbed the keys from Burgess's body and got rid of the cuffs before he let out a whistle, and dust flew onto Ash's shoulder while Ash tore off the bindings for his wings, allowing him to stretch them out. Ash then looked at the others and saw Applejack give Caramel a kiss as they got out of the cell just before Ash left his cell as well. How do y'all feel? Rage asked. Sore in my wings, but I can still fly now, let's get going, Ash said as he walked into a different room. Ash, do you know what's going on here? Snowdrop asked. Yeah, and I have to say these ponies are fucking nuts, Ash said from inside. How's Ash? Just what is all this and what will happen to my daughters? Faust asked. Listen, if Celestia is here then these guys won't harm her, but Luna and Midnight are the opposite, Ash said as he stepped out of the room with his weapons and top half of his robes. What do you mean, Ash? What's going to happen? Discord asked in worry. Basically they plan to offer both Luna and Midnight up as a sacrifice to Celestia at dawn of the summer sun celebration, Ash said as he checked his weapons for damages. What? The group screamed. I told ya these ponies are fucking nuts, Ash said. Ash's paw. That's pretty much everything I learned about this place since I was captured, I said as we walked down one of the many corridors. Well, it's good to know that these artificial alicorns or holy knights aren't as powerful as we thought, like some of them not being able to stay in the air forever, Chrysalis said. The ones that can still permanently fly were once Pegasi, and the ones with the amped up strength were the earth ponies, while the ones with strong magic were unicorns, I said. Sucks that some will be able to shrug off normal attacks, but at least most are still vulnerable, Rage said as he inspected an alicorn stone blade he found in an armory. True, but remember that these holy knights are stupidly strong in whatever their race was like. Faster flight for Pegasi, not to mention they all have a unique power that comes with their horns, Stormcloud said. Unique power? Twilight asked. Yeah, a different power for each holy knight like a cutie mark, I said. By the way, Ash, you never mentioned how they became holy knights, Faust said. Well, I saw 2 of them become holy knights before I got captured, but only one survived the initiation, and it was cause they drank some strange liquid, I said. Strange liquid, do you know what? Faust asked. No idea, whatever it is, it's a well-guarded secret, I said. Suddenly I heard hoof steps approaching, so I held my hand up and gestured for everyone to hide. Everyone hid on each side of the hallway, and I grabbed the handle of Whispering Wind ready to draw it. I saw shadows or ponies from around the corner, but as they came closer the shadows got smaller till it revealed Scootaloo, Sweetie Belle, Apple Bloom and Rumble, causing me to facepalm, and I could tell I wasn't the only one. This place is huge. How are we going to find every pony if we keep going in circles? Sweetie Belle asked. I don't know, I'm not the one that's leading us, Scootaloo said as she looked at Apple Bloom. Hey, we all agreed I should lead the way, Apple Bloom said. Girls, we're not going to save Pip and help anyone if we can't figure out where the dungeon is, Rumble said. If you want I can take you there, Golgius said as he appeared behind the foals. I rushed out of my hiding place, and before Golgius could see me coming I smashed my fist into his face and sent him through a wall before I looked at the foals. Uncle Ash, the foals screamed in union. What are you four doing here? I asked. We came to help you, Apple Bloom said. Consarn it, you four, how did you get here? Granny Smith is going to skin you alive, Apple Bloom, when we get home if I don't do it here, Applejack said. Yup, Mac agreed with a glare of his own. I don't care even if I'm grounded for life or whatever, there is no way we were just going to sit back and relax when a friend ours is in trouble, Apple Bloom said. Yeah, the rest of the foals shouted, taking the adults aback. Hey, you lot are going to go far in life, I said. Not if I have anything to say about it. Golgius appeared beside Twilight and was about to sever her head off with his sword, but Rage blocked the attack with his own swords and Comet rammed Golgius in the side, sending him skidding down the hallway. This guy just keeps popping in out of nowhere, can he teleport? Pinky asked. What a clever little pony you are, but no matter how many of you are, I'll send you all to Tartarus myself, Golgius said as he readied his sword. I dashed in front of Golgius and in one swift motion I punched him in the chest, sending him flying down the corridor. Time to go, I said before I led everyone down the corridors, and as we ran the first regally checked to see if Golgius was behind us or was going to jump out at a random spot until I spotted a door I was looking for that was guarded by 4 ordinary guards, causing me to draw Whispering Wind. Wind slash, I yelled as I slashed my sword horizontally, sending out a blast of wind hitting the 4 guards and causing them fall. Everyone inside. I led the group inside, which happened to be another dungeon, before I made sure to check the hallways for Golgius. I then brought the 4 unconscious guards inside the room and tossed them in a cell while the others looked around. I then used Whispering Wind to quickly stab at the ground multiple times before I sheathed it. Hey, what you doing there? I looked inside. It was Apple Bloom who spoke. Don't worry, it's just a little spell to keep old Golgius out, I said. A little spell? My purple flank didn't look like any kind of spell I've seen, Twilight said. Don't worry, it'll do the trick, I said. Is it really a good idea to be in here? There's only one way out, Pierce said. There's something in here that was taken from me, I said. Dad, is that you? Hang on, Pip, I'm coming, I said before I jogged down the access way to where I heard Pip's voice. Pip, the rest of the CMC shouted as they ran after me. Sweetie Belle, Scootaloo, Apple Bloom, Rumble, you're here too. Pip cried out. I arrived at the cell and I saw Pip looked very tired and weak. I didn't hesitate to rip the door off its hinges and grab Pip in a hug and hold him close. I then walked outside with Pip in my arms. I whispered promises about me never letting anyone harm him again. I walked over to the others who were all worried about his condition. I handed Pip to Faust and stepped out of the way so she could see if he was alright, and I saw Rage was not happy with his condition. Pip, you look like you haven't eaten for days. What happened? Rumble asked. They wouldn't give me any food until I told them what Mum and Dad were planning to do to conquer Equestria and say they were nothing but monstrous tyrants. But I don't know what they were talking about, nor did I want to say that, Pip said weakly, causing me to clench my fist. Hey Uncle Ash, that teleport guy, what do we do about him? Apple Bloom asked. From experience I'd say wait him out for now, the guy is slippery and sneaky, I said. Well, if we're going to hide maybe we should close the door, Caramel said. You do know, Caramel, that doors don't have much effect on teleporting, Comet said. Besides, Golgius could just pop up in between us right out of the blue, I said. Don't say that, Fluttershy squeaked. Suddenly I felt a presence behind me and a familiar blade appeared next to my neck. Good guess, but try behind you, Golgius said behind me with a chuckle. Good guess, try under you, I said before I turned to look at him with a cocky grin hidden behind my mask and gave him a wink. Suddenly the floor broke and Golgius fell through the hole. Wow, I didn't see that coming, Discord said. Wait, Ash, that spell from before, did you? Iris began. Cut the floor and set a trap for him. Yep, and that's not all, I said as I pointed into the hole, causing everyone to look and see Golgius was trapped in a purple glowing spider web. Paralysis web, anyone who gets caught in it will be paralyzed immediately, a handy trick when I want to set traps. But how did you know he would appear there? Twilight asked. Well, when I broke out of my cell the first few times, both Dust and I were able to sense a magic trail coming from Golgius. Even when he disappeared I soon figure out he wasn't using teleportation but perfect invisibility. Isn't that right, Golgius? I asked as I looked into the hole again. You're something, Ash, impossible to figure out but yet easy to understand, Dreamcatcher said. Well, anyway, since we've taken care of the obstacle, let's go get Celestia, I said. Why her now? Isn't Luna in danger? Rage asked. It will be dangerous once dawn approaches, and I don't know where Luna and Midnight are, but Celestia's whereabouts are close. Since I don't know where Luna and Midnight are, we'll have to search this massive place to find them before we come back here, so that will kinda be a pain in the ass, and with Celestia with us she can delay the sunrise, I said. Fair enough, Rage said. Come on, I said as I lead the pair out the door. We continued our trek through the corridors till we came to a pair of golden doors decorated with a sun in the center and 2 holy knights standing out the front. That's the room, I said. How can you tell? Shining asked, causing me to look at him with a raised eyebrow. So how do we get past those clankers? Rage asked. Got it covered, I said as loaded a dart into my phantom blade. I aimed my phantom blade at an unprotected part of one of the knight's armor and fired it. We didn't have to wait long before the holy knight I shot at drew its weapon and began to attack its partner. The pair used magic and their strength ferociously, but the holy knight I shot my dart at was the victor before he too fell over and died. Ash, was that a berserk dart you used? Faust asked. Yeah, but I don't use them too often for good reason, I said before I stepped out of our cover. I need to get myself some of those, Rage said as I opened the door. I walked inside and I saw Celestia sitting in a chair with the back facing us. I got a good look around the room and I saw it was filled with items fit for royalty and the walls were pristine white and gold. I told you I will not speak to anyone until my entire family and friends are free, Celestia said, her voice filled with anger. Really? Well, we can grant that request, I said. Celestia spun around like a whip and leapt out her chair as her siblings and mother went to embrace her. Are you all okay? Is anyone hurt? Celestia asked, only to gasp when she saw Pips, who was still in Faust's grasp. He was denied anything to eat till he told them some stupid made-up plan about Ash and Luna conquering Equestria and that they are tyrants or such, Dreamcatcher explained, causing Celestia to gasp and summon a bowl of fruit for Pip, who began to eat without hesitation before Celestia turned to me. Ash, are you all right? Celestia asked. Just a few new torture scars, nothing I can't handle, I said, causing Celestia's mane to flame up. We'll love the fire, Celestia, but just not here. Celestia then took a deep breath before her mane turned back to normal and she looked at me. Well, I'm glad you're alive, but what of Luna and Midnight? Do you know where they are? Celestia asked. Oh yeah, this you're really not going to like, Celestia. They plan to sacrifice both of them in your name, I said before I covered my ears. What? Celestia roared in the Canterlot royal voice while her mane took on the flaming look again and her eyes glowed white and metal objects around her began to melt miraculously, leaving me untouched. Moloch, I will personally see you burn for this. Wait, Moloch, I asked before I looked at Rage. That's a pretty big coincidence, Rage said, causing Celestia's anger to halt again as she looked at me in rage and confusion. Do you know Moloch? Celestia asked. That name belongs to a demon back on Earth whose specialty was child sacrifice by burning them alive, I said with a shudder. Demon seems like the right title for this bastard, Gilda said. Anyway, Celestia, I need you to delay the sunrise for a while, I said. Why? Celestia asked. Cause they plan to kill Luna and Midnight as soon as the summer sun rises, I said. The summer sun? Oh no, I completely forgot, Celestia said. Don't worry, you're not the only one, Rage said. Can you do it, Celestia? I asked. If it means to save my sister and nephew, I'll leave the world in a state of eternal night until they are safe, Celestia said. Well, I'm afraid I can't allow that. I looked at the entrance and saw a familiar thorn faceplate wearing figure. Holy Knight Jude, I said. Out of your cell again, monster, you never learn, do you? Jude asked. I can say the same about you, I just can't seem to get it into your thick head that no matter how many times you place me in a cell and throw away the key, I'll just get out again, I said. Holy Knight Jude, I order you to stand down, Celestia demanded. I appears the corruption runs deeper than I thought. I'll have to report this later, but first, Jude said as he flung his shield at my friends. I looked and saw the path the shield was flying in, so I teleported myself in front of the shield and grabbed it before I spun around using the momentum from Jude's throw and sent it flying back, causing the shield to rip off one of Jude's legs. I then teleported in front of Jude and jumped up, kneeing him in the chin and leaned back. I then used the soles of my feet to kick Jude in the chest, sending him flying out the door. While in midair, I backflipped and summoned the claw Rage gave me onto my left hand, and then I landed in a crouching position before I rushed forward and wrapped my left hand around Jude's throat as he impacted the wall. It's not a wise idea to target my friends in front of me, I said coldly as I squeezed the helmet slightly. So what will you do now? Are you going to rescue that nightmare and that brat of yours and then kill Celestia and spread your tyranny across Equestria? Jude asked. Kill Celestia and spread tyranny across Equestria with my family? Oh yeah, I remember being accused of doing that, I said. Try it, I dare you. Every single member of the Radiant Dawn and subject in Equestria would leap at the opportunity to engage in an all-out war against you demons, Jude said. If I wanted Celestia dead, Jude, I wouldn't have saved her life from real estate, I said before I crushed his head and let the body collapse. I then walked back inside and shook of the excess blood on my hand. I then walked over to a table and wiped my face with a cloth, ignoring everyone's looks before I snapped my fingers and was dressed in my armor. Let's go, we still have 2 more ponies to save, I said as I turned to the door but stopped. Oh, and Rage, you'll need these, I said as I tossed Rage a bag I pulled out of a pocket dimension, and Rage opened it and gasped. Demon souls, why are you giving me these? Rage asked. Even though we're split apart, you still require you to eat those in order to get stronger, but once you've eaten enough you won't need to eat them anymore and be able to grow stronger on your own, I said. How do you know that? Rage asked. I honestly don't know, I just know, I said. Okay, well, let's get into it then, shall we? Rage asked as he pulled out a soul. Third person POV. Ash led the group down the hallways till they arrived on a high-up balcony on the left side of the main room. The floor and several balconies were filled with members of the Radiant Dawn in hundreds of thousands. Whoa, that's a lot of bad guys, Rumble said as he peeked over the railing. Ash gave a quick nod to Dreamcatcher and she nodded back before she used a sleep spell on the foals so they wouldn't see what was going to happen before Ash peeked over the railing again. Ash saw Luna chained to the altar with an anti-magic brace on her horn, but Midnight was nowhere to be seen. Ash then did a quick scan for Midnight's life force and found it inside a shield that was covering Luna and the statue of Celestia. But it was preventing Ash from pinpointing him. Ash then looked around for the source of the shield and saw 8 unicorns keeping the shield up while standing around the altar and statue in an arch shape. They're both inside a magic shield, so I can't figure out where Midnight is exactly, but I know he's there, Ash said. Good thing that you can pass through shields then without losing your magic then, Faust said. Suddenly the white unicorn from when Ash entered this place appeared and walked down the pathway that went in between the members of the Knights of Radiant Dawn that led to the altar. Moloch, Celestia hissed. So that's the rat bag, huh? Ash said as he began to crush the stone railing with his hands. Moloch walked inside the shield and stood in front of the altar before he rubbed his throat. Brother, sisters, fellow knights. Moloch's voice boomed around the temple thanks to magically amplifying it, causing all the knights to go silent. Today is a most historic and glorious day for our noble cause, for today marks the end of the nightmare of the moon, and freeing her immortal shining majesty and placing her on the throne as queen of not just Equestria, but the whole world. All the knights in the temple room clapped and cheered, but not before Moloch raised a hand to silence them. It has been 3 years since I had received a vision of the future. A vision? Is he serious? Ash asked. Perhaps it is rare but not impossible for such a thing to happen, Faust said. As I slept I was in the temple paying homage to her immortal shining majesty who sat on the throne in all her glory, Moloch said, followed by more enthusiastic clapping, but Moloch had merely paused for dramatic effect. But then out of the darkness rose the nightmare and her 2 sons of the night with a monster of death and destruction. Everyone in the hall gasped at the words that poured from Moloch's mouth while Ash remained silent and watched with a pricing glare. This beast was unlike any seen in 1,000 years. When the nightmare tried to overthrow our queen the first time, the beast was tall and wore armor, but the helmet was too short for a creature of our world. Its wings were deformed, both feathered and webbed. Pure black flames burned the ground where it walked, its sword coated in the blood of fallen members of the Knights of the Radiant Dawn. The creature had no emotion to it, no mercy, no pity. It only had one objective: to destroy, Moloch said, causing the audience to gasp. The beast then approached me and in a voice like thunder it said, "This is your sin, now burn with it," before he struck me down. Obviously this beast served the nightmare, and he declared my sins were to serve our imperial shining majesty. And if the beast does declare me guilty of doing so, then so be it. I am guilty of serving our beloved queen. The knights then cheered for Moloch while Ash felt bile rise in his throat and he saw the others were looking at Moloch in disgust. Lord Moloch, a holy knight, spoke up. You mentioned 3 night demons. How will we stop them along with this beast you saw? Have no fear, for as you see here we have the nightmare chained to the sacrificial altar where we have spilled the blood of the disgusting Luna Pegasi for years, Moloch said, causing Luna to try and break free of the chains and lunge at Moloch, who only grinned. One of the children is not one of her blood. He was adopted by this wicked mare and the beast, and they have been secretly training him in the dark arts. The beast has even taught the boy how to take a life. The audience gasped in horror at the words while Ash looked on in shock, horror but mostly anger. Black flames flickered on Ash's left hand for a split second, which didn't go unseen by Faust, who quickly shook it off as her imagination. It is indeed horribly tragic, but in time we will prevail in helping the colt see the light once more. And as for the beast, it was captured 3 days ago and is being slowly tortured as we speak for its crimes, where we will later present its head on a pike atop our temple. As for the other son of the nightmare, Moloch said as he used his magic to make a chest which was invisible at the foot of the altar open and lifted out a brown cloth bag that squirmed in his grasp, and a cry Ash was all too familiar with reached his ears. Midnight, Ash gasped. Ash almost got up and jumped down to the ground level to slaughter each and every member of the Radiant Dawn and take back both Midnight and Luna if Rage, Shining, Discord, Mac and Spike didn't grab him and hold him still. Ash then calmed down and thanked them before he gazed over railing and kept his eyes on Luna, Midnight and Moloch. Behold, Moloch screamed, the spawn of this tail-lifting whore and deformed creature that is dared to be called the 6th Knight of Equestria. Ash tried to lunge at Moloch again, but everyone grabbed him this time and held him back despite their own anger. They all watched as Moloch ripped off the bag and held Midnight in his magic. Midnight was still wrapped in a blanket and he tried to reach out for help. His eyes were closed but tears streaked down his face. The full screams were true torture to Ash and he couldn't help but let tears run down his face. The knights jeered and hissed at Midnight, several of them making obscene gestures that made Ash want to grind their bones to dust, while others laughed at Midnight's crying and made faces mocking Midnight's fear. Oh yes, this is the disgusting unholy product who would drown the world in fear and more chaos than Discord himself could ever create, but thanks to our efforts this will never come to pass. The sun will reign supreme forever. Moloch yelled. The knights abandoned all semblance of decency and jumped up in praise of Moloch. Ash watched them in hatred and disgust for what these ponies had become. They were murderers, pawninappers, and perverse pagans. They were a dark blight upon Equestria, and Ash would take great joy in annihilating each one of them. Rage, listen and listen good. I'm going to go down there and get both Luna and Midnight out of there, Ash said. So what do we do after that? Rage asked, causing Ash to look at him, his expression hidden behind his helmet. Kill them all, Ash said darkly. I like it, Rage said. Any objections? Ash asked as he looked at everyone. Ash, Rage, Faust said, gaining the pair's attention, her face filled with anger and pulses of anger radiated off her being. Go wild, you have access to any form of magic at your disposal, and if you wish, make them suffer. My intention from the start, Ash said. Same, Rage said. Suddenly Ash heard the knights down below began to chant something. Dawn fire, dawn fire, dawn fire. Moloch raised a hand and silence filled the room before the sound of massive gears turning echoed in the walls. Suddenly the wall above the statue of Celestia split in two and retracted into the walls, revealing a massive glass window with a sun made out of frames in the center. Outside it was the starlit sky and forest, and Ash then heard movement on the other side of the room in a hole in the wall. Ash saw a contraption appear made of mirrors and lenses while metal bars held them in place. Ash then saw Moloch use his magic to place Midnight in the bowl that was being held by the statue of Celestia, and below. Ash then saw ponies placing logs of wood under the statue, and then he remembered the scorch marks on the bowl and realized what was happening. They planned to cook Midnight alive. Twilight gasped at an almost screaming level. But that is barbaric, Rarity said. I think I know how they plan to do it as well, Ash said, gaining everyone's attention. When the sun rays shine through that window and hit that contraption on the far side of the room, it will create a beam of sunlight that will light the wood up with fire. So if Celestia was back at the castle and didn't know about this, Cadence started. I would be killing my own nephew, Celestia said as she covered her mouth in shock and collapsed, threatening to spill tears. Celestia, look at me, you're not going to kill Midnight because you can stop the sunrise, okay? You just need to keep the sun under that horizon until this is over. I have faith in you, Celestia, Ash said, causing her to dry her eyes and nod at him. Lord Moloch. Ash looked over the railing and saw a guard running over to Moloch. Speak, Moloch said. Her holiness is gone, sir, and the 2 holy knights that guarded her door along with Sir Jude are all dead, sir. Also the beast and the first son of the nightmare have also disappeared along with their allies, the guard said after he kneeled to Moloch. There were gasps and shouts of worry and anger coming from the mob before Moloch regained their attention. Calm yourselves, brave knights, I am aware of this situation, but fret not, for if we kill these 2 then the spell on our beloved queen will be undone and she will enact her wrath on those who have taken her, and for that we must raise the sun ourselves, Moloch said, causing the knights to cheer. Are they for real? Vinyl asked in shock. They seem like they will if those holy knights are doing the lifting, Comet said. And like Comet said, all the holy knights in the room gathered and their horns all glowed and the moon settled below the horizon and the first rays of dawn began to appear. Celestia, Ash said. I'm trying but those holy knights' strength is too powerful, Celestia said as she gripped her head in pain. Ash looked and saw the sun appear over the horizon and a beam of light bounced off the mirrors of the reflector and a beam of light shot out of the lens and ignited the wood. Ash then leapt off the balcony as he simultaneously sent a blast of magic at the reflector destroying it while Ash shut of the magic around him and dived through the shield as if it wasn't there. It's the monster, Moloch screamed as he pointed at Ash. Kill him, kill them all. Ash flew into the bowl and he could already feel it getting warm. He found Midnight and the sight of his dad lead Midnight to reach out to him begging to be held. Ash didn't hesitate to pick up the foal and placed Midnight on his back and used his wings to make a cocoon around him to protect the foal from attacks and placed a sleeping spell on him to prevent Midnight from seeing what his father was going to do. Ash then threw a massive smoke bomb out of the bowl cutting off any vision inside the shield. Ash then leapt out of the bowl and ran to the altar where he saw Luna along with Moloch who was about to stab her with a dagger. Hey you ugly bastard, Ash said gaining his attention. Get away from my mare friend. Ash leapt over the table and delivered a kick to Moloch's face sending him flying before he drew Whispering Wind and saw the blade was coated in black fire. Ash then cut the shackles that were holding Luna to the altar. And when she sat up Ash gave her a quick hug before he went to remove the bracer on her horn but got an electric shock from it that hurt both of them. Damn it, I should have seen that coming, Ash said. Worry about my horn later, where's Midnight? Luna asked in worry. Ash turned around and unfurled his wings just enough to reveal the full Luna then grabbed the child before she hugged him close. Suddenly, Rage and the Immortals dropped in and Rage greeted Luna with a hug. Glad you're alright Luna but you'd better get to cover, things are about to get messy, Rage said. Luna nodded before she ran into the smoke armed with an alicorn stone dagger Nocturnal had given her. What's our play boss? Quickshot asked. Quickshot, take up a position on a balcony with your rifle and keep your eyes peeled, use the armor pricing alicorn stone bullets we swiped from this place and take out as many holy knights as you can. Also keep your eyes on Luna and Midnight for me, she's still a target for these creeps, we'll take care of things down here, Ash said. Yes sir, Quickshot said with a salute. Stick to mind chatter as well team, Ash said earning multiple yes sirs before Quickshot flew off. Ash then turned to what was presumably the front and in a single slash of Whispering Wind the smoke was swept away revealing the massive horde of Knights of the Radiant Dawn. Ash then raised his left hand above his head and thousands of small red orbs appeared in midair above the knights before Ash brought his arm down pointing at the Knights of the Radiant Dawn. Pain plague, Ash said. On the balcony after Moloch was sent flying. Ooh, that's going to leave one hell of a mark but I doubt Ash is done with him yet, Lightning said as she watched Moloch fly out of the shield shattering it in the process. Well that's our cue to get blood on us immortals with me, Rage said before they all leapt into the smoke. Faust, do you really think it's a wise idea for Ash to be let completely off the hook here? I'm just saying Ash may go overboard with his anger for these guys no matter how bad they deserve it, Twilight said. I can understand what you're saying but when my family is threatened this way along with innocent ponies it pushes my patience a little bit too far. Even alicorns can get angry, we all have need and wants, we're not goddesses like we're claimed to be, we're just ponies that are seen that way, Twilight sparkle, and this makes me angry above anything right now. Which is why I allowed both Rage and Ash free use here but don't worry they won't go as far as say necromancy even when angry there are still lines those two won't dare to cross, Faust said. Hey I see Luna, Gilda said as she pointed to Luna who had ran out of the smoke. Celestia, Faust started but before Faust could finish Celestia dived down to Luna and teleported back onto the balcony. Luna, the siblings cheered as they hugged her. You're all here, Luna asked with tears of joy in her eyes. Of course little one, no family member dies no matter how crazy I get, Discord said with a meaningful hug. Luna, is Midnight safe? Celestia asked. He's fine just sleeping right now but what about Pipsqueak? Luna asked. Sleeping right over there your highness along with the other 4 foals that came to rescue him, Applejack said. Sigh, I'm just glad everyone is alright, Luna said. Don't bet on it, a holy knight said as he flew at Luna only for a snake tail to grab him around the throat and began to squeeze the air out of him before the knight was brought face to face with the owner of the tail. Big mistake, Discord said as the pupils of his eyes got brighter and snapped the holy knight's neck and tossed him away. Wow, am I glad we're on the same side, Spitfire said. If you think me being angry is scary, Spitfire, then Ash would be your worst nightmare come to life, Discord said as he pointed to the smoke that disappeared in a gust of wind reveling Ash, Rage and the Immortals. But Faust gasped when she saw the black flames flickering along Ash's blade and around his hands and feet. Deathfire, Faust said causing the royals to gasp at her. Mother, are you sure? Chrysalis asked. Whoa, back up a sec, what the hey is Deathfire? Rainbow Dash asked. Deathfire isn't an ordinary fire, if you so much as touch it you die instantly but there's more, a soul is eternal and will be reborn again and again in a new life once the old one ends. But Deathfire actually ends that cycle by destroying the soul, there is no life after that, just darkness, Faust said. Okay, I'm not sure whether that's cool or downright scary, why would someone make something like that? Rainbow asked. So new souls can take their place, Faust said. Excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt but it looks like Ash is doing something, Rarity said. The group watched as the red orbs filled the air and when Ash lowered his arm so it was facing the Radiant Dawn suddenly the orbs rained down on many of the Radiant Dawn who all tried to get out of the way but stopped when nothing happened to them. Once it stopped no one said a word but Ash just snapped his fingers that echoed in the silence before several screams of pain came from the Radiant Dawn. Slashes appeared on parts of their body and blood erupted from wounds, some even began to throw up blood and some shook uncontrollably. The pain went on till they either died or it ended on its own while the group on the balcony watched as Rage, Ash and the Immortals charged at the army, no hesitation in their movement. They watched Ash particularly as he killed his opponents with the death fire, each one of them burned until nothing but a skeleton remained and then crumbled into dust. Whether it was a holy knight or regular guard they all fell to the black flames but the Immortals and Rage's luck wasn't as strong. Mac called the stallions along with Spike, Vinyl and Octavia away from the others and told them of a plan. So are we all in agreement? Mac asked. I don't know, Mac. Ash doesn't look like he needs our help. Besides, what will our Mara friends, the princesses not to mention Shining, do if we just jump in there like what you're suggesting? Pierce said. Hey, you all seem to forget we owe Ash big. Not only that they were going to find out sooner or later, so might as well make it sooner, Comet said. And we were all going to share the blame here like we agreed, Spike said. Welp, I'm down with it. How about you, Octa? Vinyl asked. Yes, I quite agree with this idea. I just pray it turns out for the better than worse, Octavia said. Don't need to ask me to do this. I was going to do it if you all weren't, Thunderlane said. I'm game as well, Soren said. Oh, why the hell not, but let's pray the Radiant Dawn kill us before our Mara friends do something worse, Caramel said. Everyone then turned to Pierce and waited his answer. Well, if you're all going and then I'll go too. Hardly fair you guys face the punishment and not me, Pierce said. Attaboy, Pierce, Thunderlane said as he placed an arm around the unicorn. Hey Faust, we have a favor to ask, Mac said. Faust rose from her seat and walked over to the group, leaving the others to watch the battle, and after a few minutes passed, a bright light goes off behind the spectating group, and before they could turn around, 9 multicolored hooded figures run past and jumped off the balcony. Some used a strange device that fired a rope from their arms and zip-lined down to the ground level, while a pair ran along the walls to get to another balcony. The rest used their wings and dropped down onto the unsuspecting knights, helping the immortals kill the knights. What the buck was that? Rainbow asked. Hey, where did Pokey and the others go? Pinky asked as she looked around, causing the others to do the same. Appears that both Octavia and Vinyl are gone as well, Luna said. Don't worry, they're all close, Faust said as she stepped onto the balcony. What do you mean, Great Aunt Faust? Cadence asked. Faust then pointed at the hooded figures, and they all watched as one in marin red and straw yellow robes draw a war hammer, while another one in dark yellow and chestnut brown robes and drew a tomahawk. The figure then planted the tomahawk into a knight's chest before he leapt over the body, pulling the tomahawk out before he stood up and drove the tomahawk upwards into the knight's chin and spun around, revealing Caramel's face to the group. Caramel then pulled the knight over his shoulder and pulled the tomahawk out and stabbed the knight in the chest. Suddenly a holy knight tried to bring a halberd down on Caramel, but he got the blunt end of a war hammer that belonged the marin red robed pony to the face instead. The figure then spun around, sending the knight flying. As the figure spun, the group saw Big Mac's face before he brought his hammer down on another member of the Radiant Dawn, crushing the head into paste on the floor, causing everyone's mouths to drop, especially Applejacks and Fluttershy's. Twilight, Shining, and Cadence watched as 2 figures fought together like brothers. One wore yellow and purple robes while another wore purple and green robes, who were revealed as Comet and Spike. Comet threw one of his daggers into the air while the knight he was fighting followed it with his eyes, while Comet stabbed the knight in the gut with his other dagger and caught the first one in a spin, stabbing the knight in the neck. Spike then used his wings to jump over Comet and shot a couple of knights with his pistols before he landed on the ground in a roll and slashed a knight in the chest with his kukri. Rainbow, Rarity, Gilda, Spitfire, and Fleetfoot's jaws could not hang any lower as they watched both Thunderlane and Soren battle holy knights and Pegasi in the air. Soren flew at a Pegasus and put his feet first and kicked the knight in the chest before he dropped onto the Pegasus. Soren then drove his dagger into the knight's throat and threw him to the ground and slashed a holy knight across the neck with his sword, while Thunderlane battled a holy knight blade to blade. The two fought fiercely until the holy knight drew a dagger and almost stabbed Thunderlane in the side of the head. Thunderlane saw the attack and moved his head backwards, avoiding the blade before he extended his hidden blade and stabbed the holy knight in the neck. Luna watched as Vinyl and Octavia ran across the walls, killing members of the Radiant Dawn who were on the balconies. The pair were like spiders and they threw knives at far-off targets, and Luna gasped when she saw Vinyl drop down onto a knight who was on a balcony below theirs. And as Vinyl was in midair, Octavia threw a knife at a mare knight who was on the same balcony as the other knight, and the knife embedded itself into the mare's neck just as Vinyl landed. She then drove her hidden blade into the knight's neck before she walked over to the gauging mare and threw her over the balcony railing. What dot hut dot hoop dot how? Twilight asked as her mane began to spring out, causing the rest of Mane 6 to back off. Okay, it's either I'm having a sick twisted dream or I just saw Soren kill 2 guys with a sword and dagger, Spitfire said as she rubbed her eyes. As much as I wish it was Spitfire, this isn't a dream, Dreamcatcher said. Sour Cold friends along with Spike plus the 2 musicians kill ponies. Rainbow asked. Close, Rainbow dash, but there's more to it than that. You see, you've been hunting them for a while now and they've saved millions of lives thanks to their training, Faust said. Hunting them? What do you mean, mother? Chrysalis asked. Can anyone see the blades on their wrists? Faust asked. Everyone looked and saw Spike drive a hidden blade upward into a knight's head through the chin before he pulled it out and brought his kukri down on a knight's shoulder, cutting through him like a knife through butter, and then his left hand turned black before it shifted into a massive blade and cut down 10 knights in one blow. Wait a second, those blades and that move, they're the shadow vigilantes, Luna said. Indeed, and each one has been well trained, but only Spike can control his shadow like that. It's quite interesting, Faust said, causing Twilight to gasp in surprise. But there's only 9 here, where are the other 4? Shining said. They are here as well, Shining Armor. I can tell you the names of 2, but I let you figure out the last 2. Both Lightning Dust and Quick Shot are also assassins that were welcomed into the Brotherhood as well, Faust said. Wait, Lightning Dust is an assassin, Lucky Mare, Gilda said as she folded her arms in a huff. I know who the last 2 are, Celestia said. All right then, Celestia, who are they then? Faust said. It's both Rage and Ash. They've been leaving little hints every time they appeared, and also the knights before them were assassins, Celestia said. You are correct, and Ash is their mentor. He's the one who trained them all in the form of combat, Faust said. But then how did Ash make himself look like a unicorn or alicorn when we saw him? Shining asked. That's the easy part. It was his ring he used in the arena in the Griffin Kingdom. We just forgot it existed, Twilight said. Very observant, Twilight, Faust said. What I want to know is why they didn't tell us in the first place. Aren't we trustworthy enough? Rainbow asked in anger. I'll let them explain that one once this is over, but for now I think I'm going to get a piece of the action too, Faust said as she summoned large golden bulky armor that had beautiful engravings on it and a long sword in one hand. Ash's paw. I just sliced a holy knight in 2 with the black fire that continued to burn on Whispering Wind. I then felt a presence behind me and spun around ready to hack whoever it was in 2, but it was Soren in his robes. Soren, what are you doing here? I asked as I stood back to back with him. What, we weren't going to let you have all the fun now, were we? Soren said. You do know you're wearing your robes. I asked as I locked myself in combat with a holy knight. I know we all figure we should come clean to help you, Soren said. Well, let's pray you're still around when road is done with ya, I said as I killed the holy knight. Yeah, and hey Ash, do you have a knife on ya? Soren asked. Here, I said as I pulled out a feather blade and handed it to Soren. What do you need it for? Oh, not much, Soren said as he aimed the feather and threw it at a knight that was sneaking up on Stormcloud, which hit the knight in the ass, causing the knight to scream in pain and for Storm to spin around and kill the knight. That's my boy Soren, you've always been a pain in the butt, I said before he flew off. A few minutes later I grabbed another knight and drove Whispering Wind into his head when I felt a chill run along my back. I turned around and to my shock I saw a holy knight wearing dark purple heavy armor and a bronze face etched into the faceplate of the helmet with breathing holes on the sides of it, and was armed with a spear and aimed at me. But between the knight and myself was a familiar mare with a buttercup yellow coat of fur and long pink mane, and her back was facing me. Fluttershy then fell into me and I carefully set her on the ground and saw a wound was in her side from the spear that was meant to stab me. Humph, the stupid bitch should have been more careful, otherwise she could have avoided that, the holy knight said in a deep voice that echoed inside his helmet. Ash, let me take care of this. I looked at the source of the voice and I saw Mac walking over to us, cracking his knuckles while the expression he had on his face would be enough to scare off 10 dragons. A face that told me not to stop him if I want to stay alive. He's all yours, Mac, I said before I teleported over to the balcony where everyone else was. Flutters, Rainbow screamed when I appeared holding the Pegasus. Pinky, you have a medical kit in your mane somewhere, I asked as I set Fluttershy down, causing Pinky to rummage around in her mane before she pulled out a med box. Holy Light, I need you over at the balcony. Did someone call? Holy Light said as he appeared. Fluttershy is wounded, she needs treatment, I said. Of course, Holy Light said as he looked at the wound. I can patch her up, no problem, she'll be fine, but what happened? Holy Knight tried to stab me from behind, but Fluttershy took the blow for me. She's a brave mare, I said. Fluttershy, Hilda said sadly as she looked at the unconscious Pegasus. Where's the bastard Holy Knight, or not I'll tear him a new one, Rainbow said as she took off, but I topped her by grabbing her tail. Let go, Ash. Kill the Jets Road, Mac has it covered, I said as I let her go. Big Mac, what can he do? Rainbow asked before the sound of something crashing into a wall appeared below us. There's your answer, I said as I went to look over the railing and saw the Holy Knight on the ground floor along with Mac, who were both in a dust cloud. All right, this is more like it, the Holy Knight said. Mac then rushed forward in a burst of speed and punched the knight in the gut, shattering the armor in that area, revealing his midsection. Impossible, how could you have crushed my armor in a single blow? Well done indeed. Is that what you expected me to say, you fool? The Holy Knight roared as he stood up straight and his abs began to grow and look tougher. This is nothing more than a tough outer shell, my flesh is my true armor, many times harder than steel. Now what will? The Holy Knight was cut off again when Mac punched him the abs again. The punch left a hole in his gut and a bulge from Mac's fist sticking out of his back, and blood squirted out of the breathing holes of the helmet and oozed from the gaps in the neck before he fell. Never, and I mean never, hurt the ones I love, Mac said to the dying Holy Knight. Will remind me to never make him angry, said an awestruck Aris. Hey Mac, you satisfied yet? I asked. Not even close, Mac replied. I just gave a nod before Mac ran off, and I turned back to the others and saw all the sleeping foals, Luna, Cadence, Snowdrop, Holy Light, Aris, and the main six were the only ones here. Hey, where did the others go? I asked. They all went to fight. Celestia was none too happy with these guys, and I think that set of some serious anger issues, Applejack said. I gazed at the battle and I saw Nocturnal and Rage were taking on an armored Moloch who was armed with a short sword, and he looked bigger in the muscle area, plus he had a pair of dark purple wings on his back, meaning he drank the strange liquid. He was also very skilled and seemed to be having no trouble crossing swords with Rage and Nocturnal. Hey Ash, why? Twilight began before I raised a hand. Can the questions wait a little longer, cause I've got a certain pony I want to get right now, I said, never taking my eyes off the battle. I extended my wings and lifted myself into the air before I flew at Moloch, and when he saw me coming it was when I punched him in the chest, shattering the chest armor and sending him flying into a wall at ground level, creating a massive dust cloud before I landed myself. I had that, you know, Rage said. Sure you did, I said with a smirk before I turned back to the dust cloud that was created by Moloch. Well, it appears the fabled knight of Equestria has decided to fight me. What an honor, Moloch's voice said from inside the dust cloud. The feeling isn't mutual, I said. Moloch then walked out of the dust cloud, revealing himself. His body was indeed larger thanks to me crushing the torso armor, leaving the armor on his arms and lower half untouched. But some black stuff was on his body, turning his fur a purple like black. The dark stuff also crawled onto his face, turning his right eye red while the other remained blue, but I didn't let it bother me. Moloch then raised an arm to try something, but I drew Whispering Wind. Only this time the black flames were gone and dashed forward and severed off Moloch's arm off and kicked Moloch in the back of the head. But Moloch regained his footing and spun around and would have severed my head in two with his short sword if I hadn't used my left arm to block the attack, but the blow knocked me back a bit. When I looked at Moloch I saw the dark stuff shift to his severed arm wound, and his severed arm reconnected with him right at the wound. So your power is regeneration, right? I asked. How very perceptive of you, it truly is a gift, this power, Moloch said. Maybe for some, Rage said as he ran at Moloch and kneed him in the face. But it can be a pain. I then ran at Moloch and made 3 deep slashes in Moloch's chest. Try again, Moloch said as the dark stuff went across the wounds, healing them. Moloch then took to the air using his wings, but I followed him. We continued to clash against each other in the air until a strong attack from each other sent us flying backwards, and when we stopped we both paused in our attack and glared at each other before we charged. I held Whispering Wind behind me and Moloch did the same, and as we passed we slashed at each other before I landed feet first on the ground with Moloch doing the same behind me. We turned to face each other while everyone stopped fighting and looked at us. It appears to be a tie, Moloch said. So it seems, I said. Suddenly the roof above received 2 slashes, one on each opposite side of the wall, leaving 2 clean cuts, causing the roof to slide off the lower half of the temple, allowing more of the dawn's light to enter. All the bystanders gasped in awe and fear at the displayed power, but honestly I couldn't care about it. Let's end this now, Moloch, I said as I twirled Whispering Wind around and pointed it at Moloch. Finally we can agree on something, Moloch said. We rushed at each other and blocked each other's attacks and skidded to a stop behind each other before I held my left hand out as if I was grabbing something and 4 pillars of rock rose out of the ground around Moloch. Crush cube, I said as I clenched my hand, causing the pillars of rock to rush at Moloch and try to crush him like he was in a trash compactor. You don't really expect this to work, do you? Moloch asked as he tried to break out, but the stone began to crush him. What the? You seem new to this, so allow me to give you a heads up on regeneration. It is fine and all, but it doesn't fully repair the damage unless your body is immortal. So basically think of it as you running on adrenaline. You're ignoring the pain despite how bad you're hurt. And how many times have you regenerated? I asked. You knew, so you set a trap, Moloch said. Now you're vulnerable to others, Moloch, Rage said as he ran at Moloch, his arms crossed in front of his face while his swords pointed behind him, and as Rage ran at Moloch, his blades lit up with fire. Rage swung his swords as he ran into the rocks, trapping Moloch, obliterating the rocks and leaving a burning X on Moloch's chest just as a burning bird rose out of the X. Rising Phoenix. Nice move, Rage, I said as I looked at him. Turning away from your opponent is a bad idea. I looked back at Moloch only to see his fist collide with the front of my helmet, sending me flying and my upper half through a wall. I shook my head and looked around the dark room my head was in and saw something I was not expecting to see. I quickly pulled myself out of the wall and saw some of my friends in Rage were fighting Moloch. I flew above the group and landed in between Moloch and Rage just as they finished an attack. Yo, hey Moloch, would you mind telling me where you found that thing? I asked as I pointed to the wall I got stuck in. What's that? Moloch asked. Come on, you heard me. I said I want to know where you got the damn thing, so you'd better spit it out already. I said calmly before I began punching Moloch rapidly before I kicked him into the wall, smashing it. When the wall crumbled and the dust settled, my friends and some of the Knights of the Radiant Dawn gasped in shock at what was inside. Their chain to the ceiling was the very same Knuckleavy I killed in the abandoned fortress when I went to recover Faust. This creature is the source of it all, Moloch said with a chuckle as he stood. Let me guess, you drank its blood. It's what gave you and the Holy Knights this much power, I said. Correct as always. Sometime this year I found this body among the ruins of an old fort and brought it here. My experiments with this creature's blood have been a blessing. All that I have accomplished has been made possible from this Knuckleavy. Although there were those that were unable to wield the power, they gave their lives for a good cause, and now with this power I can destroy you all, Moloch said as a dark tendril of the Knuckleavy's blood exploded from Moloch's hand and rushed at me. If the Knuckleavy's blood is your best chance of winning this fight, you'd best surrender now, I said as I moved to the side and let the tendril pass me before I grabbed it and yanked Moloch towards me. Cause I'm the one who killed that damn freak. I shouted as punched Moloch in the face as he came in range. The force of my punch was so strong it shot Moloch into the ground, creating a large hole so deep it was pitch black. After a few seconds I walked over to retrieve Whispering Wind, which I dropped when Moloch sent me flying before I used a wind slash to destroy the remains of the Knuckleavy. I can't believe they were using such foul magic and I couldn't even sense it, Faust said. Don't feel so bad, I didn't see it either and I should know the power signature of it, I said. Damn, check out this hole, Thunderlane said. I can feel a slight breeze coming from down there, so there must be a cave system down there, Pinky said. I'll check it out, I said as I sheathed Whispering Wind and walked over to the hole. Ash, you can't go down there alone, Celestia said. Tia, if Moloch is only using the blood of a Knuckleavy then I'll be fine, okay, I said. Celestia was about to speak when Faust placed a hand on her shoulder. Ash is right, besides we have our own mess to clean up over here, Faust said as she looked at the remaining Knights of the Radiant Dawn. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as I can, I said before I jumped into the hole. The way down was extremely long and I had to use my wings several times to slow down before I touched the ground. I then created an orb of light and found fresh hoof prints on the ground. I followed the tracks and kept my eyes peeled for Moloch, and as I walked I noticed this place was once a mine. Suddenly, I saw Moloch standing next to a wooden stand with a tray on it. My gratitude to you, Knight of Equestria, without your efforts this would never have been possible, Moloch said. Yeah, well, it's a mess that I'm going to clean up, I said. It's been tearing really seeking those capable of withstanding the blood, but I'm done with that now. This creature is far more powerful than the Knuckleavy and will serve me well, Moloch said, causing me to raise an eyebrow before I made the orb brighter to illuminate the room only to gasp at what I saw. Behind Moloch sat a massive creature. Its skin was gray and the body was thin and bony. Its eyes were empty and hollow and had 4 arms on it. But what really spooked me was I saw this thing before in my earliest memories. You're a fool if you think that beast will serve you. I looked behind me and I saw the Knights of Equestria were standing behind me. Hello you lot, I was wondering if you were going to show up, I said. Greetings Ash, I believe congratulations are in order for your son, Arno said. Thanks, also I need to have words with you 5 after we're done here, I said. So the original Knights have decided to step out of limbo and greet us, Moloch said. If you resurrect that thing you won't be able to control it, Ezio said, causing Moloch to laugh like a maniac. Resurrected, ha ha ha, far from it, I'm going to take its blood and destroy the 6th Knight along with anyone else who stands against her immortal shining majesty, Moloch said as he stabbed a syringe into the grey demon and drew out the blood. Are you out of your mind? I yelled. Now then let's see who's stronger, shall we? Moloch asked as he injected the blood into his arm. Suddenly Moloch began to scream in pain, which went on for a minute before he began to glow and got brighter and brighter until I had to look away. Ash, get out now, Corvo yelled. I was too late to heed the warning before I felt a blast of power slam into me and sent me through the dirt and rock and exploded out onto the surface where I fell to the ground hard. I let out a groan as I sat up despite the pain I'm in. Ash, I heard the others scream as they came into view. Ash, what happened? Rage asked as he helped me up. Damn, this just got a whole lot harder, Link said as he appeared beside the others. What the hell is going on here? Spitfire asked when she saw the ghosts. The introductions can wait till later, right now we have a bit of a problem, Corvo said. Uncle Corvo, what do you mean? Chrysalis asked. Suddenly the sound of footsteps came from in the dust cloud and everyone turned to see a figure walk out of the cloud. The dark energy rolling of the figure made me feel sick. I could also tell it was having an effect on the others. Suddenly, the figure walked out of the cloud to reveal a monster. The creature's lower half was black and it had feet with thin yellow claws on the ends of its toes and its upper half was a gray like blue with cracks in the chest and claws on its hands. Two upward curved horns sprouted out of its forehead and its eyes were magenta in the whites area and yellow with slitted pupils, but the face was definitely Moloch's. Don't tell me that's Moloch, Faust said with a little fear in her voice. I saw Moloch look at something and I followed his gaze and saw Luna. Quickly realizing what was happening, I leapt in front of her and held Whispering Wind out in front of me just as Moloch rushed forward with great speed, stabbing himself on the blade. But the blade couldn't pierce the skin. Moloch then backhanded me into the ground, knocking me several feet away from the group. One looked over at Luna and saw Moloch make an attempt to strike down Luna, but Celestia then used her magic to blast Moloch back. But Moloch skidded to a stop in front of the Knights of the Radiant Dawn that were backed into a group. Moloch then made a spear of black magic and tossed it at Celestia, impaling her in the leg, causing her to scream and fall over. Lord Moloch, wait, you'll kill our queen, a holy knight said. Moloch turned to the knights with an expressionless face before he raised an arm at them. Get out of there now, I yelled. Acid rain, Moloch said. Suddenly, rain appeared out of nowhere and rained down on the knights, but the substance began to make the knights melt into nothing, killing them all. Suddenly a large pillar of shadows launched Moloch high into the air and I looked to see it was Spike. Shadow launcher, Spike shouted as Moloch fell and hit the ground. Hell's Fury, Rage shouted before he plunged his swords into the ground, causing geysers of fire to shoot up from out of the ground around Moloch. Did you get him? Trixie asked. That should have caused some damage, but keep your guard up, Rage said as the smoke cleared, revealing Moloch unharmed. No way, there's not even a scratch on him, Soren said. Girls, your power, it might leave some damage, Faust said, causing the main six to nod and power up. The girls began to glow before they fired the rainbow and everyone watched as it arched into the air and descended on Moloch. Dark void, Moloch said before a large dark-colored ball appeared around him and grew, destroying the rainbow with ease and tearing up the ground as it approached the others, blowing them and me away. I recovered first and tried to stand and saw the others were unconscious. I looked and saw Moloch was walking towards Luna despite the knights doing what they can. I tried to get to my feet despite the pain and managed to do so. I then limped my way over to others and once I stood in front of them I tried to raise Whispering Wind in defense. You continue to get up even after you can see what kind of power I wield. Why? Moloch asked as the knights appeared next to me and took a stance. My entire life has been filled with nothing but pain, heartache, violence and death. If it weren't for the friendships I made all that time I would have let myself be dropped into despair. But that's when I came here and found ones that I am determined to keep by my side, friends and family that were nothing more than a dream for me, and no matter what happens, even if I have to die a million times over, I will fight to protect them. I roared just as a pulse of magic shot out, pushing back Moloch. Grass and flowers grew around the area. My body also changed like the time back on Earth when I was versing my world's twilight. My wings became larger, a rune circle appeared behind my wings, a horn grew out of my helmet's forehead and a black mane with a silver stripe in it, and it was blowing in a non-existent breeze, but it flickered like fire and grew out of the back of my helmet. The mane went around to the front of my body much like Celestia and Luna's manes. Sid has awakened, Link said. Dark void, Moloch said as another ball of dark energy appeared and came towards us. Out of instinct I raised my left hand up and a bright ball of powerful magic formed in it and grew just like Moloch's. Dark void, the two powers collided, but mine overpowered Moloch's, easily consuming him and causing him to cry out in pain. Heavenly charge, I said when after I ended the attack and lowered my arm. Ash. I turned around and saw the others and saw all their injuries have healed and they were all staring at me in shock. You guys, what happened to your injuries? I asked in shock. Some of that fire on your sword healed us as soon as you changed, Dreamcatcher said. I looked at Whispering Wind and saw she was right. Glowing white fire flickered along my blade, but suddenly I felt weak and collapsed into a kneeling position. The fire on Whispering Wind vanished and my body returned to normal. Ash, Luna cried out as she rushed to check on me. Damn, I knew it would be too much power for Ash to use. He's exhausted his mana pool, Arno said. Faust was about to ask a question when the sound of rocks moving broke the short silence. Everyone looked and saw Moloch get up and that parts of his body were smoking from burns he received from my attack. What a bother, I should have killed you as soon as you came inside this temple, Knight of Equestria, Moloch said as he began to walk forward, only for my friends to block the path. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad we're not dying anymore, but the situation hasn't improved at all, Lightning said. Stand your ground, Rage said. But Rage, we don't stand a chance against that thing, Pierce said. I looked at the others and I could hear Rage's armor clanking from him shaking and saw Moloch smile before he dashed at Rage. With newfound strength I dashed at Moloch, and as he was about to kill Rage I stopped Moloch by putting the sole of my boot to his face, and after being rattled around so much my iPod began to play a random song. Third person POV. Back off from my brother, Ash said before he kicked Moloch away from Rage and landed on the ground before he ran after him. Moloch skidded to a stop using his claws, and when he stood up Ash stood in front of him and punched him in the gut, but Moloch remained standing before he looked down at the massive dent in his torso from the blow. Moloch then fell backwards, causing the others to stare in awe. I may not be able to use any magic attacks right now, but that doesn't mean I'm out of this fight. Moloch leapt onto his feet and was about to bring his hand down on Ash, but Ash jumped over him and pulled Moloch's arm downward, receiving several breaking sounds coming from his bones before he ran around Moloch and kicked him into the air. Suddenly, Luna came flying and sent Moloch flying into a wall with a punch. Suddenly thousands of icicles flew at Moloch while he was still in the wall, and Ash turned to see it was Snowdrop with the icy horn coming out of the Wendigo crown. Icicle blizzard, Snowdrop shouted. Moloch flew out of the wall without any injuries and charged at Ash, but he was blasted into the ground by Faust, who had a crimson aura around her horn. You will never harm my family again, foul creature, Faust said. Moloch, despite everything, got up and fixed the arm I broke and then his jaw. Geez, this guy is becoming a total pain in the butt right now, Rainbow said. Well, I have an idea, Rage Faust. We're going to do the double-edged blade plan we talked about, and I want you all to go all out, Ash said, much to everyone's confusion. What, Ash? That's nuts, Rage said. Ash, are you sure? Faust asked. We're running out of options, so unless you can come up with a better one, share it, Ash said. Rage and Faust both nodded at Ash's words before they sent the message to the others. What's this? Twilight asked. Seriously, this is the plan? Fleetfoot asked. I've heard many dumb plans, but this tops it, not to mention it's risky, Soren said. When did those three come up with this? Celestia asked. This plan is crazy and I like it, Discord said as he rubbed his hands together. Fortunately I live for crazy, Iris said as she sent Rage a smile and wink. Ash, are you sure about this? Luna asked. I'll be fine, Ash said as he took off my helmet, torso and armor leaving the chainmail on. Removing the important pieces of your armor, what are you planning? Malik asked. Ash didn't answer but instead dashed at Malik and made a thrust at his head only for him to dodge and try and deliver an uppercut to Ash's chest. But Ash grabbed Malik's fist before it came in contact and flipped forward, pulling Malik into the ground before Ash punched him in the face before both Malik and Ash took a massive bolt of lightning. Lightning hammer, Stormcloud yelled, who was hovering next to a storm cloud. Malik then threw Ash off before he rose into the air and Ash stood up only to feel like he had a massive weight on him. Ash looked around to see both Iris and Discord were responsible. Gravity X60, the pair yelled. Suddenly Soren, Gilda, Rainbow Dash, Lightning Dust, Spitfire and Fleetfoot began to fly around Malik and Ash in a circle creating a tornado. As the tornado formed, Twilight, Trixie, Rage, Chrysalis, Dreamcatcher and Stormcloud began to attack with either bolts of magic, fire or lightning. Inferno Tornado, everyone yelled. Malik then blasted everything aside and dived at the group friends, but then a massive wall of shadow enveloped Malik thanks to Spike. Shadow Veil, Spike shouted. Malik burst out of the shadow and was about to kill Spike, but Ash dashed forward and grabbed Malik in a choke hold. Your fights with me, Malik, Ash said. Suddenly the Immortals pulled out their rifles and shoot the two with the destructive rounds, knocking Ash off Malik. Becoming a shield to protect the others so they can attack is commendable but foolhardy because it appears you're the only one that's sustaining any damage, Malik said. Ash then used Whispering Wind to slash at Malik hoping to hit a weak point but nothing worked. Dark Void, Malik said. The attack hit but instead of pushing Ash back he held his ground refusing to move. Don't underestimate me, Ash said before he disrupted the Dark Void and punched Malik in the chest. You'll regret it, Ash said before he grabbed him in a headlock. Damn it Ash, you'd better survive this or I'll never forgive you, Celestia thought as her eyes glowed white and a beam of sunlight descended down on Malik and Ash from the sun itself. Solar Blast. Aw crap, take cover, Rage shouted causing everyone to move back to avoid the ray of heated death. Both Malik and Ash were caught in the blast and the heat was intense and whatever chainmail that survived on Ash so far was melted while the lower half of Ash's armor miraculously held out. But that did not stop Ash from getting badly burned. Impressive Ash, Blade of the Knights of Equestria, even though you're halfway into your grave you continue to stand even knowing it's pointless to stop me so you can save the ones you care about. A pity I will destroy them after I'm done with you, Malik said. I doubt that, Faust said. Attack if you must, you'll only kill your little hero but I will endure it, Malik said. Yeah well it's worth a shot, Faust said before a shield appeared around the group and the foals were teleported inside the shield while Malik and Ash were left outside. A book then appeared in front of Faust with her cutie mark on it. The book opened and a feather quill appeared before Faust scribbled something in the book. Armageddon Bombardment. Suddenly, meteors fell from the sky and descended upon the group and once they hit a massive wall of fire rushed forward burning anything in its path and once the smoke cleared the group saw Malik still standing as if nothing happened but Ash was nowhere to be seen. Where's Ash? Luna asked in a worried tone. It appears that I am the victor. The first must thank you for helping me kill the sixth knight. It will certainly make things easier for me, Malik said as he walked towards the shield causing the others to take a stance. But Malik stopped when he heard the sound of moving rock. Everyone looked to the source and an arm so badly burned you could see its bones burst out of the ground followed by the rest of the body who happened to be Ash. Ash looked more dead than alive with similar wounds on his arm and parts of his chest instead. Well it appears you're the stubborn one aren't you? Hey Ash, is that enough? Rage asked causing Malik to raise an eyebrow. Yeah, Ash said his body became wrapped in a red glow and power radiated off him and began to flow into Whispering Wind. This is a move I've been working on for a while now called Pain Counter. It's a trick where all the magic that was inflicted on me is charged by 10 and turned into a devastating blow, Ash said causing Malik to back away. Based on the calculations on all the attacks done to Ash, chances of Malik surviving are 0.1%, Twilight said. Malik looked at Ash in fear before he extended his wings and began to fly away only to be trapped inside a magenta-colored ball created by shining armor. You can't leave the party without saying goodbye, Shining said with the same color aura as the ball of magic around his horn. Pathetic insects, why do you insist on standing against me? Malik asked as he shattered the shield in a single blow as Ash flew into the air just above Malik. You don't get it, do you, Malik? You've slaughtered many, given up everything you could have had all for an ideal that will never happen because I exist. You also threatened my family with death and drank demon blood. This is your sin, now burn with it. Ash shouted as thrusted Whispering Wind into Malik's chest and unleashed all the magic charged into it. I can't be defeated, not by the likes of you. Malik yelled in pain as the attack consumed him. The attack exploded and everyone watched as something fell out of the cloud of smoke and hit the ground, and once the cloud of dust disappeared it revealed Ash. Ash then got up as if the injuries weren't there and looked at the others who were staring at him in shock before he gave them a smile and walked over to them. So is everyone alright? Ash asked. Everyone is fine. Ash, Fluttershy is conscious and foals weren't awoken despite the racket we made, Faust said as she gestured to them. Good, Ash said before his eyes closed and passed out. Ash. Most of the group called out when they saw him collapse but let out a tired groan when they heard a gentle snore. Damn, if Ash could live through all that plus Tyrek, I don't know what the fuck will kill him, Rage said as he sat on the ground. Damn right, just what the hell is he, some kind of holy immortal being or something? Spike asked. Close, Link said. Huh, everyone asked. What are you going on about? Applejack asked. He means that Ash is both holy and unholy. The group looked around for the new voice who revealed himself as a familiar figure. Outsider, Corvo said. Hello Corvo, I see you've been busy, the outsider said. Are you watching Ash? Corvo asked. You know me so well. Yes I am, for you see he is like you, a clouded future, and I have to say I honestly thought he was done for on that last attack. My congratulations on surviving such an onslaught, the outsider said to the sleeping Ash. Outsider, why are you here? Faust demanded. Calm yourself, Faust, I'm actually here to speak to you, the outsider said. I don't need to hear anything from you, Faust said as she turned away. Even if it has to do with the fact why Heartless hates you and why Ash is this powerful and how Moloch got all that power in seconds, the outsider said, causing Faust to snap back and look at the outsider. All right, speak, Faust said. Now first let me ask, ever in your entire existence have you ever seen one being have the ability to use both death and life fire? The outsider asked. Life fire that healed our injuries. Celestia asked. The very same, and no, I never have, but what does this have to do with everything? Faust asked. Everything, Faust. No human, not even the unique ones, no matter how powerful they are, have the ability to use both of those techniques, not even one, otherwise they die immediately. The only ones that have that ability are myself, you, the black-robed figure from Ash's memories, and others you don't remember, the outsider said. So you're saying Ash isn't human? Rage asked. Exactly, the outsider said. All right, outsider, I'll bite. What exactly is Ash Blade? Faust asked, and the outsider just summoned a white glowing orb in his hand. Recognize it, Faust? The outsider asked. No, should I? Faust asked. Well, these are memories that belong to you that you tossed into the void, the outsider said. If I did that, then I probably did it for a good reason, Faust said. True, but these memories are also the key to all your questions you've asked and why you can feel something familiar about Ash but can't grasp it. Also Heartless's anger towards you, not to mention the mysterious figure in the black robes that placed Ash in the Tree of Life, the outsider said before he handed the memory to Faust. Your choice now, I know I won't be disappointed whatever happens next, the outsider said before he disappeared. Mother, are you all right? Luna asked as Faust stared at the orb. Just confused about so much, I guess, Faust said. Faust, Altair said. Yes, Faust asked, looking at the fallen warrior. You need to know that most of those memories are not fond ones, Corvo said. Do you five know what they are? Faust asked. Yes, we saw, but all we can tell you is that these are from before Equestria was created, Arno said. And that it was after the first civilization, Ezio said. Before Equestria, Faust asked. Yes, but we'll leave the decision up to you if you chose to see them again. For now, take care. Also tell Ash we're sorry for not sticking around for the chat he wanted to have with us, Link said before they vanished, and Faust stared at the orb in her hands before she looked at the others. I think it's time we get the full picture on what is happening, Faust said, receiving nods from everyone before she inserted the memory into her head. Faust's eyes glowed white for a few minutes and tears began to fall down her cheeks before her eyes returned to normal and she looked down at Ash in tears. Mother, are you all right? Celestia asked. Chapter 44, Royal Duties, and I'm a what now? Ash POV. I slowly opened my eyes and the first thing I saw was a fancy room filled with items that reminded me of Canterlot. I sat up and looked around and discovered I was in some light blue silk summer pajamas and the room was the same as the guest rooms in Canterlot Castle. I soon noticed a window that confirmed my location. Canterlot Castle, how'd I get here? I asked myself. I stood up and cracked my limbs. I then remembered the events from before I blacked out. I looked at my right hand and saw that all the destroyed flesh was whole again and not a scar was left behind either. I then noticed the zombie bite mark was also gone as well, along with the slash on my upper arm from when I first met Gilda. Odd, I said. I looked around and saw some casual clothing on a chair before I walked over to them and picked them before I walked into the bathroom to carry out my morning routine. But when I looked at the mirror above the sink, I saw something was different about my face. I walked over to it and looked into the mirror till I figured it out. The 3 scars I got from Gilda that went over my eye were gone as well, like that were never there. Okay, this is getting weird now, but I wonder, I said before I removed my top to reveal my chest was completely devoid of all the scars I got from my time as a slave and any others. I was beyond shock when I saw my chest was clear of any scaring. A thought then occurred to me, causing me to take several deep breaths. I turned around but kept my wings folded over my back and closed my eyes slowly. I moved my wings out of my line of sight from my back and opened my eyes. When I saw my back, I was beyond words at the time. Instead of seeing the mark that showed I was once a slave, I saw something else. The hell, where'd you come from? Not that I'm complaining that the old one is gone, but wow, I said. I reached around and gently placed a hand on the new mark, and for a split second I thought I saw it glow, but dispersed the thought before I went to take care of what I came in here for. I walked out of the guest room clean and fully clothed before I walked down the hallways to the dining room. I checked the time on my iPod and saw it was 8:36 in the morning, giving me some time for breakfast, and while I walked I saw plenty of castle staff around. They all gave smiles and waves and a congratulations on my families and my awakening, and I greeted everything with either a smile, a wave, or a thanks as I made my way to the dining room. The room was bare except for the chairs, table, dining cloth, and utensils on it, and I saw Perfect Serve walk in from the kitchen whistling a tune to herself. Hello, Serve, I said, causing her to shriek and almost leap out of her skin. Oh, is just Z, Ash Perfect said as she held a hand over her chest in relief. Apologizes, Serve, it wasn't my intention to startle you like that, I said. It's quite alright, but what can Z Great Perfect Serve do for you, Ash? No doubt you are here for breakfast, we. Perfect Serve asked. Spot on, Serve, I said. Just take a seat, Ash, and I will bring you your food momentarily, Perfect Serve said before she walked back inside the kitchen. Doing as I was told, I took a seat and waited for Perfect Serve to return, which wasn't too long before she set a covered plate down in front of me and removed the lid to reveal pancakes, bacon, and a mix of morning fruits along with a glass of orange juice. Thank you, Serve, I said before I dug into my food. You are most welcome, Ash, Perfect Serve said before she began to walk away. Hey, Serve, tell me, when did I arrive in Canterlot? I asked as I ate. 3 months ago, Ash. It was quite a fuss when the royal family failed to arrive for the summer sun celebration as well. Everyone was asking so many questions about what had happened. Also, the questions intensified when every pony saw your condition, but there was no comment from anyone, Perfect Serve said. I see, probably for the best too, I said, keeping my surprise of being in a coma for 3 months to myself as I placed an apple slice in my mouth. Ash, if I may, Perfect started. I know what you're going to ask, Serve, but let me be clear, it's better if no one knows what happened at all, cause if I did it would be enough to traumatize several guards, I said. When you say it like that, I guess it is for the best, and the important thing is that everyone is okay, Perfect Serve said with a small smile. Speaking of everyone, where are they? I asked. Well, I know Z Bearers along with their cold friend and friends along with Z Immortals have left for Ponyville when you arrived along with Princess Luna and your sons, but they came back here for some reason, so I believe they are around, Perfect Serve said. I gave a nod before I finished my breakfast and was about to bring up a new topic with perfect serve. But before I could utter a word, the main door to the hallway opened and I saw the royal assistant Kibitz walk in. He was an elderly unicorn stallion with a light cream coat and gray mane that went around the back of his head, making him look bald on top, and he had a splendid gray mustache and a pair of glasses that just sat comfortably on his muzzle. He was wearing a red coat and matching pants, and he had a golden pocket watch in his coat pocket. All in all, the style of his very being suited him wonderfully. I bet my right leg Rarity couldn't make a better match even if she tried. I then noticed the expression on his face was on of tiredness. Hello Kibitz, I said. Oh, greetings Master Ash, I was not aware you were up, Kibitz said. Kibitz, I've told you before, the master thing isn't necessary cause I'm not in charge, please address me as Ash, I said. I still find it improper to address my superiors in such a way, Kibitz said with his head held high, causing me to roll my eyes with a smile. Anyway Kibitz, why so tired? Normally you're full of energy, I said. Indeed I am, but today the entire schedule has been cancelled because our leaders had to introduce both Queen Faust, Prince Pipsqueak and Prince Midnight Star to the other leaders of our planet, Kibitz said. Oh, so that's the reason they came. Well, seeing as I don't have anything to do, is there some way I can help? I asked. Kibitz then looked at me with a raised eyebrow before he looked me over for a few times with a hand stroking his chin. Ah, Kibitz, is something wrong? No, in fact quite the opposite, Master Ash. You see, Princess Celestia has told me how you continue to refuse the royal title, Kibitz said. Is this true, Ash? Perfect Serve asked in surprise. Well, yeah, but Kibitz, what does this have to do with anything? I asked. Quite simple, Master Ash. If the royal family recognizes you to be worthy of the crown, then you can complete the schedule required for today, Kibitz said. So you're asking me to rule in the royal stead while they are gone? I asked. That's the civilian's way of putting it, but yes, Kibitz said plainly. I was thrown for multiple loops at the request. For many people this is a dream come true. But for me, well, I was less than enthusiastic. Ah, Kibitz, is this even allowed? Can't my brother or hell even Discord or Aris handle this? I asked. The only one besides you that's able to rule that didn't go with the proper rulers is Prince Blueblood. And I'm sure you know as well as I do that he's not the most favorite of the royal bloodline, Kibitz said with a worried look. I closed my eyes and went into deep thought about what to do. I thought about me ruling for the day and how bad I could screw up or succeed in doing a good job. I then thought about Blueblood being in charge, and to be honest, my brain refused to even think about such a thing. Well, I guess I could, and the reason I'm doing this is because both of us know that Blueblood being in charge is not a good idea, I said. Marvelous, now we must be off, we're already 4 minutes behind schedule, Kibitz said as he pulled out a long scroll. Wow, you and Twilight would totally hit it off in organizing stuff, I said. Who do you think taught Princess Twilight Sparkle? Now we must hurry, Kibitz said as he led me out of the dining room, but not before I said goodbye to Perfect Serve and thought about what I was getting myself into. An hour later. Geez, Kibitz, do the princesses and Faust do this every day? I asked as I rubbed my left temple. Yes, and with both dignity and grace, Master Ash, so I suggest you stop dragging yourself. Honestly, you're acting like Princess Luna when she tried to rule over the day, Kibitz said. No offense, Kibitz, but clearly you can't see the difference. I'm not the princesses or Faust, I'm a human being that's just started to rule a country without any lessons on what to do, I said. That may be true, but by some miracle we're perfectly on schedule. One must say I am truly impressed on how you handled that situation with the drought in Appaloosa so quickly. Normally it would take hours or days for such a thing to be sorted. How did you know about the overflowing lake just north of a rock farm belonging to a Mr. Igneous Rock and Mrs. Cloudy Quartz? Kibitz asked. Those two that you mentioned are Pinkie Pie's parents, and Pinkie Pie told me the lake was becoming dangerous for their home, so I just stepped in and helped solve two problems, I said. I see, well, it was very fortunate that you brought it up, Kibitz said. This is outrageous. Oh no, just shoot me now, I grumbled. I followed the sound of the voice and found Blueblood was yelling at a guard. Every single member of the castle staff should know that when the throne is vacant of any of the rulers excluding me, I am to be summoned to lead our fair country. Blueblood screeched. We are aware, sir, but the guard started. Then why in the name of Tartarus didn't some pony send for me? Blueblood screamed. Because I'm leading the country, I said, making our presence known. You, and what do you mean you're leading the country? Blueblood demanded. It means, Blueblood, I'm in charge of ruling the country today or until the princesses and Queen Faust return from meeting with the leaders, I said. You, a monster ruling the country, don't be absurd, you have no blood relation to royalty whatsoever, so I'm afraid your little reign as king for the day has ended. I will be taking over now, and as my first act as temporary leader is I sentence you to the dungeons for impersonating royalty, Blueblood said. I'm afraid, Blueblood, that the princesses themselves actually requested Ash to rule over today, Kibitz said. They did, Blueblood asked in shock. They did, I asked. Yes, they did. Now if you'll excuse us, this delay has thrown us 1 whole minute off schedule, Kibitz said as he walked around Blueblood. This isn't over, freak, Blueblood said. Oh, for the love of I've absolutely had it with you, Blueblood. Later today, why don't we settle this, I said. Are you challenging me to a duel? Blueblood asked with a smirk. Are you afraid? I asked, causing Blueblood to scoff. As if what threat could you possibly hold against me? Blueblood asked, causing me to move close to his face till I completely filled his vision. One that you should never tempt to anger, I growled, causing him to seat slightly before I followed Kibitz and waited till we were out of earshot. Are you sure it was a wise idea to lie to Blueblood like that? It's better to lie than leave him in charge, and I can't bring myself to clean up after him yet again, Kibitz said. I see, but you just strike me as the type that never lies like Applejack, I said. I'm not overly fond of it, mind you, Master Ash, Kibitz said. Don't worry, I know what you're talking about. Now changing the subject, may I see the schedule? I asked while Kibitz handed the scroll to me, allowing me to analyze it. Kibitz, I've noticed this a few times. There have been certain appointments that relate to the same thing. But they are in different rooms and at different times. The reason why they are at different times is because of that is when they have scheduled an appointment and is for the different rooms they were available at the time. Why, is something wrong? Kibitz asked. Yes, it seems silly for the schedule to be like this, and if it was like this with Luna, I wouldn't be surprised if it tired her out. I can only imagine how Celestia was able to keep doing this for so long, I said. Yes, well, we deal with the appointments as they come in, yes, but it allows the princesses to exercise by walking about the castle, Kibitz said. I'm afraid I don't work like that, so I think we're going to change it a bit. First off, I want every single appointment that's related to another to be forged into one and have them placed in one room at the earliest possible time after we take care of all the single appointments, I said. Master Ash, we simply can't do that now. Think of how much time it will throw off, Kibitz said. I'm not implying that you do it yourself, Kibitz. There are other ponies in the castle that can help get this done. And with you directing them, cause you know the schedule better than anyone, we can get this done quicker, I said. Kibitz looked to be in deep thought for a few minutes. I was a little nervous that he wouldn't approve till finally he nodded. Very well, Ash, we will do the schedule your way. I just hope this ends well, Kibitz said. Thank you, Kibitz. I'll work doubly hard if we fall behind schedule, but for now, what's next? I asked. Now is Princess Celestia's fencing class with Mrs. Fleur Durley, but we can skip this one, but we will need to inform Mrs. Durley of Princess Celestia's absence, Kibitz said. Fleur fencing, this I didn't expect. She must be good if she is teaching Celestia. Wait a minute, I thought. Actually, Kibitz, keep that open. I need to brush up on my fencing skills, so this will be a perfect opportunity for me. And while I'm taking care of that, you can get started on altering the schedule. Very well, Master Ash, Kibitz said before we walked off. 3 p.m. Throne room. I was sitting on the throne and I had to say the damn thing was comfortable, but I guess that was to be expected if the princesses were going to spend who knows how long on this thing. But I felt like a kid who was doing something he shouldn't be doing and was afraid of getting caught. I was currently holding day court and the nobles were shocked to see me sitting on the throne and not the princesses, and most of them demanded answers. But Kibitz explained the situation to them and they seemed to either calm down and explain their problem or leave, saying they will schedule another appointment when the princesses return. I discovered that it was not only nobles that came here but also casual civilians, and Kibitz gave me useful tips. The problems were very easy to solve, yet there were still those with selfish interests and non-important complaints. Honestly, just how stupid do these guys think I am? I wondered to myself several times when, let's say, they said they were to be given, say, a ton of bits from the royal treasury and that they were here to collect. It's like they just expect me to heed their orders like a trained dog, but I had other things to say because this wolf doesn't play ball that way. All right, Kibitz, who's next? I asked. Noble Ebony Rule the Fourth, Master Ash, Kibitz said. The main doors opened to reveal a white unicorn with a golden mane and tail and wore a blue and gold fake fur coat, and he seemed surprised to see me. Forgive me, but I thought one of our princesses would be taking an audience with me today, Ebony Rule said. The princesses have taken an unexpected leave of absence, so I have been filling the throne for today, I explained. I see. I have heard tales of your heroics. I must say it is quite an honor to meet you, Ebony Rule said with a small bow. So he's going to play it like that, huh? Butter me up before he tells me a useless complaint. Sigh. Still, I'd better hear him out in case I'm wrong. I thought. Thank you, Ebony Rule. Now tell me, why have you come? Well, for you see, Princess Celestia gave my grandfather Ebony Rule the First my great-great-granduncle's heirloom after he died. His great-great-great-grandfather before received an estate and the title of a noble for fending off a rampaging dragon single-handed from Canterlot, and what a fierce battle it was. I still have a very old painting hanging in my second living room which clearly shows how he defeats the evil dragon with his own bare hands while other ponies could only stare in awe at the heroic deed. Imagine it for a moment. A big, Ebony Rule started before I raised my hand. Ebony Rule, I am not aware on who this pony was and what he had done to serve Equestria. However, such tales are not meant to be told at this time because the hours of the day are burning fast and I have others to see. So out of great respect, stop wasting my time and get to the point, I said as I rested my mouth behind my hands which were folded in front of my face and my elbows rested on my knees as I glared at Ebony Rule, who was mimicking a fish. It took a minute for Ebony Rule to recompose himself before he spoke. Why, yes, of course, sir, my apologies. I will get straight to the point. You see, the house I inherited has lately become the scene of terrible vandalism, Ebony Rule said. Vandalism? I asked. Yes, from the orphans of Canterlot, Ebony Rule said, causing me to raise an eyebrow. The children from the Canterlot orphanage, which right next to my home, are constantly crying or screaming when they're either outside or inside. It disturbs me from having my beauty sleep in the chalk they always draw in front of my house with their chalk. Do you know what chalk does to my beautiful horseshoes? It is terrible, I tell you. We need to get rid of the orphanage as quickly as possible, destroy it and replace it with something that truly shows the glamour of our glorious. Enough, I roared in the Canterlot royal voice as I stood up in a snap and extended my wings to full extent, paralyzing Ebony Rule in fear. Let me get this straight. You come here and tell me a nice story and then request we spend a ton of bits in the destruction of an orphanage just because children are simply being children? I asked in a cold tone as I walked down the steps, keeping my glare trained on Ebony Rule. Tell me, has the property been damaged in any way? I asked as reached Ebony Rule, who shook his head in reply. Do they draw on the walls of the building or fences? Ebony Rule shook his head again. Have the children done anything that is considered against the law? And before you answer, think carefully. And no, they haven't, Ebony Rule said. Leave, I said as I turned around and folded my wings back up. But what about the noise in the chalk? Ebony Rule asked. There's a new device everyone is talking about called earplugs, and if it's not enough, try putting on some music or having sleeping tablets. And as for the chalk, no one will be able to see your hooves because of the cloak you're wearing, and if it's such a bother, go ask the kids politely to not draw on the pavement in front of your home. Now be gone with you before I turn your mane into a rainbow-colored afro. I shouted as I looked back at him, causing Ebony Rule to grip his mane and scramble out of the room. I walked up the stairs and collapsed onto the throne before I looked at Kibitz, who was staring at me. I suppose I could have handled that better. Actually, you handled that exactly how the princesses would have handled it. Seems they know how to pick the leaders, wouldn't you say? Kibitz said as he went back to the schedule. Maybe, but anyway, who's next? I asked. Actually, we're done. I am greatly impressed we managed to finish earlier than even Princess Celestia and Queen Faust, Master Ash. And I'll admit this new organization system works wonders. It will certainly help with future duties, Kibitz said. Come on, Kibitz, I was just using simple logic. I'm sure you would be able to see that if you tried, I said. Perhaps, Kibitz said. Well, anyway, I suppose I should get ready. Can you tell Blueblood that we'll meet in the training arena once I'm ready? I asked as I stood up. Ready for what? I looked at the doorway and saw all my friends from Ponyville, except Twilight, we're here along with Spitfire, Fleetfoot, Fancy Pants and Fleur. Oh hey you guys, what are you all doing here? I asked as I walked down the throne stairs to greet them. We came to visit you darling and see how you were feeling, Rarity said. Well as you can see I'm feeling great, I said. Excuse me. I turned around to see a white furred mare with a black mane done up in a bun. She wore black framed glasses and wore a gray business suit. She also had a pencil tucked behind her right ear and was holding a clipboard in her left arm. Should I place these with the others? The mare asked as she showed me a small stack of papers attached to her clipboard. Oh yes thank you Raven, and that is all for today. You two kibits, after you deliver the message get some rest and enjoy the rest of the day. I'd say you both need it, I said. Thank you Master Ash, the two said before they left. What's going on? They're treating you like you're in charge of the country or something, Thunderlane said, causing me to rub the back of my neck with a sheepish smile. Wait a second, are you in charge? Spike asked. Maybe, I said. Holy buck, Ash is the ruler of Equestria, Rainbow shouted. I know, I was surprised when I saw Ash show up instead of Celestia for her fencing lesson, Fleur said. Fleur, you do fencing? Rarity asked in surprise. I'm not just a pretty face, Rarity, a mare must always know how to take care of herself whatever the case, Fleur said. So you going to switch some rules around now that you're in charge? Soren asked. Don't get any ideas, smartass, this only for today, cause if I didn't Blueblood would be in charge, I said, causing everyone to shudder. Well glad you stepped in when you did, Fleetfoot said. Hey, it's tougher than it looks, I just hope I did a good job. Oh, I just remembered what happened after I blacked out. I asked. Not much really, except Faust received some memories from the outsider, but she wouldn't say what they were until she talked to you. The press certainly was a pain. When we got back we had to be smuggled out of Canterlot. You were in pretty bad condition so we left you here and Luna kept visiting you along with Pip and Midnight, Comet said. I see, and Fluttershy, I said, startling the Pegasus slightly, causing her to let out a cute eep. Yes Ash, Fluttershy asked, hiding behind her mane. I walked over to her and wrapped both my arms and wings around her. Thank you Flutters, you saved my life and I'm very proud on how brave you were back there and I'm honored to call you my friend, I said with a smile as I hugged the mare, and from what I could guess she was blushing like crazy before I let her go. So I assume you guys are ticked that I didn't tell about the guys Octavia, Vinyl, Quickshot, and Lightning and myself are members of the Assassin Brotherhood, so if you're going to hit me just get it over with. I closed my eyes and held my arms out bracing for the pain, only it never came. I opened any eye and saw all of them were smiling at me. Don't sweat it, Ash, Rage told why you didn't involve us and why these guys joined, although I don't like the methods I can understand the cause is reasonable, Applejack said. Besides it's kinda hot to date a guy who's an assassin, even done a little role-playing in bed, Rainbow said with seductive smile aimed at Soren. Okay, I didn't need to know that, but does this mean you guys are off the hook? I asked as I looked at the stallions. Oh, I wouldn't say that, Applejack said as she gave Caramel a look. They are being punished but not as harshly as you think, Rarity said. I see, doubt Luna's going to give me the same treatment. Oh, listen to me prattle on when I have a duel to get to, I said as I stepped around the group. A duel with who? Gilda asked. Blueblood, I'm going to put him in his place permanently, I said. Mind if we watch? I've been begging to see someone take Blueblood down a peg or two, Spitfire asked. I don't mind, I said. Gasp idea, Rarity said in a sing-song voice as she ran to the door, grabbing my arm along the way and dragging me behind. Rarity, what are you doing? I asked, managing to keep up with the fashionista. You simply can't duel in those clothes. I recommend doing it in style, Rarity said as we reached the castle's fabric room. But before I could say anything, Rarity pushed me inside and placed me on the measurement podium just as the others arrived. Now Ash, I need to take your measurements, so can you please take off your jacket and shirt? All right, I said as I removed both and let everyone get an eyeful of my chest. Whistle. Wow Ash, what happened to all your scars? Spike asked. Oh yeah, I woke up this morning and all of them were just gone, I said. I thought something was missing when I first saw you. The claw marks over your eye I gave you are gone, Gilda said. Well, I think Ash looks better without such hideous reminders of his past, Rarity said as she held the measuring tape in her magic. That's not all, check this, I said as I turned around and showed them my new mark, getting off-filled mutters from everyone. Trixie was not expecting that, Trixie said. True, it's certainly unique, Octavia said. I think it's awesome. What do you three think? Rainbow asked, looking at Lightning, Dust, Gilda and Vinyl. Yeah, damn right, that's awesome, Vinyl said. So true as Rainbow would say, that's 20% cooler, Lightning said. Any idea what it is, Ash? Gilda asked. Got me, I said. Well, as divine as that mark is compared to the old one, let's get these measurements, shall we? Rarity said before she started. Well, what do you think? Rarity asked as she circled me, studying me in my new clothes. It's very black, I said. I know you look absolutely smashing, Rarity said before she handed me a black wide circular brim hat. You sure this is appropriate for a duel? The cape seems like it will be in the way, certainly make it hard on my wings as well, I said as I put on the hat. It's supposed to be a fight in the ground, Ash, it would hardly seem fair, Rarity said. Yeah, you're right, that was a stupid thing to say, I said. Hey, shall we go? I want to see Blueblood get his flank kicked, Spike said. Yeah, I'm coming, I said. We walked down the hallway while Pinky explained how excited she was till we came to the training area. I saw my opponent was there and he was wearing what looked to be musketeer clothing decorated in gold and brown, but he wasn't wearing the feathered hat. I noticed Rarity was casting a disgusted glance at Blueblood. If it was at Blueblood or the clothes he was wearing or both, I couldn't tell. I see you brought the little tramp from the Grand Galloping Gala, Blueblood sneered. Rarity's eyes lit up with a cold piercing fire and she was about to storm right over to Blueblood and do who knows what if I didn't hold an arm out to stop her. She actually came to watch me kick your sorry flank, Blueballs, I said, causing my friends to laugh and for Blueblood to grit his teeth. Well, I hope you don't mind if I brought some company of my own to you, Blueblood said as he gestured to the viewing area and I saw a large audience of nobles. I should have known he'd try this, Fancy Pants said. No sweat, I've handled stuff like this before, I said. Good luck, Ash, Spike said. I gave him a smile before I walked into the arena while my friends went to find a place to sit. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Blueblood, it's customary for the challenged party to pick the weapon we will fight with, correct? I asked. Oh, so you do have manners? Yes, it is customary, Blueblood said. Well, please pick up a weapon, I said as I gestured to the rack of weapons. Blue Blood walked over to the rack and looked over each weapon closely and picked up a rapier. I gave a nod before I too walked over to the rack and picked up another rapier and attached the scabbard to my hip. Shall we begin? Blue Blood asked. Let's, I said as I walked over to Blue Blood and drew my sword before I gave a nod to Fleur, who pulled out a handkerchief and held it above her head. Let the match begin, Fleur shouted as she brought her arm down, beginning the duel. Blue Blood attacked first, but I parried his attack and he ran past me and I used my blade to trip him up, causing him to roll along the dirt and causing my friends to snicker. Have a nice trip, Blue Balls, I asked in an amused tone. Blue Blood only snarled before he lunged at me again. His attacks were wide and somewhat sloppy and his anger made it obvious who would win this fight. But I could also see he was no amateur. His footing, for example, was good and he at least held up his guard. I waited for a good opportunity to strike back. I then dodged left as he made a thrust and kicked his blade out of his hand. All eyes watched the blade before I caught it and held both blades in an X at Blue Blood's throat. Yield, I said. Suddenly I see Blue Blood look into my right and I turn to see one of Blue Blood's guards try to skewer me with a rapier. But I blocked the attack and moved away to see two of Blue Blood's guards were in the arena with me and Blue Blood and both were pointing rapiers at me. What kind of fair fight is this? Rainbow shouted, causing several other nobles to shout in agreement. I saw some of my friends were about to jump in and help when I held my hand out and stopped them before I tossed Blue Blood's sword back to Blue Blood. If Blue Balls wants to fight like the snake he has, then so be it. However, I'll stick to the rules now. Let's see who's better, shall we? I asked as I got into a stance. As one Blue Blood and his guards attacked, I leapt backwards and fought all three of them at once. I couldn't help but crack a smile at the thought of Rainbow's reaction to this. Soon the guard on Blue Blood's left lunged and I stepped to the left and banged the hilt of my sword on his helmet hard enough to knock him out. The guard on Blue Blood's right went with an overhead strike, but I blocked his attack and punched him in the face with my left hand, causing him to spin and fall unconscious. Blue Blood suddenly made a horizontal slash, but I slapped his hand with the blade of my rapier, causing him to drop his sword. I held my blade at Blue Blood's cheek, gently pressing it against him, and looked into Blue Blood's eyes and tilted my head to the side. In 3 quick flicks of my hand I carved an A into Blue Blood's cheek, causing him to scream and fall on his back, screaming, "It hurts." Pathetic, I said under my breath before I wiped the blood off my sword with Blue Blood's clothes. Suddenly I hear an applause come from the audience and I give a bow before I walk out of the arena and see the others. Woo Nelly Ash, when did you learn to fight like that? Applejack asked. It was sometime in the 1821. I was in Spain at the time and Fleur helped me refresh my technique, I said. Believe me, I was just as surprised when I saw Ash's swordplay, Fleur said. Ash, is this Spain the same place you learned to dance when you were with me at the masquerade party before Heart's Warming Eve? Rarity asked. Yes, and you dance beautifully, Rarity, I said in Spanish. Suddenly both Rarity and Fleur fainted dramatically into their husband's arms at my words. Wow, didn't know it was that effective. Third person POV. Oh stars above, what a trip. I was hoping we could get back after I lowered the sun, Celestia said tiredly as she walked through the doors that led into the castle. Oh no kidding, I'm not looking forward to all the work we need to catch up on, Chrysalis said. Glad I'm not, you guys, Discord said, lounging on his back in midair. You guys can deal with it tomorrow. For now, why don't we just grab something to eat? It's been a long trip, Rage suggested. Sounds like a plan. I'm starving, Twilight said. The royals walked through the hallways till they arrived at the dining room, where they saw a familiar group of friends sitting down at the table playing a few board games. What are you guys doing here? Twilight shrieked. Oh hey Egghead, how's your trip? Rainbow asked as everyone at the table looked at the newcomers. Sorry, we probably should have asked to use your table, but it's just you weren't here at the time, Fluttershy said. It's quite alright, Fluttershy, and how's your injury? Fully recovered, I hope? Faust said. Oh yes, thank you. That strange fire from Ash's sword really helped, along with Holy Light's medical skills, Fluttershy said. But the question remains, why are you all here? Dreamcatcher asked. Oh, we came to see how Ash was doing and we saw he was up and about and full of energy, Pinky said as she rolled a dice and moved her piece on the board. Ash is awake, Luna asked, causing Faust to frown. Yep, he was busier than a bee collecting nectar during spring, Applejack said. Busy how? Cadence asked. I believe I can answer that. The royals turned around and saw Kibitz walk in. Kibitz, I am so sorry we had to run out on you today, Celestia apologized. Think nothing of it, your majesty, I understand completely, but it wasn't a total loss. Ash managed to step in and take care of everything, Kibitz said. Huh, the royals asked in sync. Hang on, this is the same Ash we're talking about, right? The one who continues to reject the crown no matter how many times you ask him, right? Rage asked. The very same Master Rage, and you wouldn't. What he has been able to do, he completed not 1 but 2 days of work and finish at 3:05 p.m. Also, he fixed the schedule order so you can finish your duties earlier, Kibitz said, causing the royals to go slack-jawed. How? Celestia asked. I don't know, princess, but he adapted to everything rather quickly. It was almost like second nature to him. I am truly impressed by this one, your highnesses. You should read the notes from how Master Ash handled Ebony Rule and the other nobles who tried to play him for a fool. I do believe they won't ever try a stunt like that again after what Ash said to them. Also solved the Appaloosa drought problem in less than 5 minutes, Kibitz said, causing Faust to smile a bit and the other royals' mouths to drop. What, that takes us days to sort out? How did he? Chrysalis started. Miss Pinkamina's family had a lake nearby that was filling up with too much water at the time, endangering the owners of the land with flooding, and the resident was very close to a Pleosa, and with a little effort from Cloudsdale the water should have reached a Pleosa by 10 o'clock. Princess, Kibitz said. 2 birds with 1 stone, nicely done, Cadence said. Wowzer, Ash is so smart, Pinkie Pie said. Remind me to thank him for helping out my cousin. That drought was causing some serious problems for the townsfolk, Applejack said. What do you think made him take on the role of royalty? Iris asked. Forgive me, your majesties, but it was because I asked him to, Kibitz said. I knew it. Everyone turned to the door to see Blueblood with a furious expression on his face. Oh great, it's Prince Blueballs, Soren said, causing Rage, Shining, Discord, the group of friends and some of the royals to explode in laughter. Ha 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 ha, who came up with that one? Rage asked through his laughter on his hands and knees. Ash is the guilty party, Lightning said while hovering in midair. That's about right, Discord said between breaths for air. Nephew, what happened to your cheek? Celestia asked when she saw the red A on his cheek. That abomination of an ape did this, Blueblood shouted while pointing at his cheek. Well, you should thank him, it appears to be an improvement, Shining said, earning a light slap on his shoulder from Cadence. I knew it was you Kibitz the moment you appeared alongside that beast. You have no right to allow that thing to lead our country. It's also not fair to steal my right to rule when the princesses are elsewhere, Blueblood said. Now wait half an apple-picking minute, you know nothing of fair cause. If you did, you wouldn't have brought your guards into that duel you had earlier with Ash. And maybe you wouldn't have that A branded onto your face. The only thing fair in that duel earlier was how Ash fought against you, Applejack said as she stood up and walked over to Blueblood and pointed a finger at his face. Don't you dare point your dirty fingers at me, you country bumpkin, Blueblood said, causing the main six, Mac and Caramel, to tense up before they backed away or hid behind their seats. Applejack just gave a growl before she turned around and crouched down, and before the prince could figure out what was happening, Applejack bucked Blueblood with the force of 5 shotguns, sending him flying out the door before she stood up, dusted her hands off, and walked back to the table like nothing happened. Wow, remind me not to piss her off, Shining said. Should I send for the doctors? Kibitz asked. Leave him for now, I'd say he earned the punishment and I don't think the blow was fatal, right, Applejack? Celestia asked. Nah, I may hate him but I don't think I could bring myself to kill some pony like that. You would need to work really to get under my skin for that, Applejack said. What I want to know is how did you get Ash to try ruling the country? I've been trying to get him to agree for a while now, Luna asked. I told him I'd have to let Blueblood be in charge of the day, causing a few to shudder. I don't want to even imagine that, Rage said. Where is Dad now? Pip asked. I believe he's somewhere in the castle archives looking up ancient symbols for the one on his back, Comet said. What are you talking about? We all what his mark means, Rage said. No, not that old branding mark, that one's gone, Gilda said. Can you explain? Twilight asked. Well, when Rarity was taking some measurements of Ash for a new set of clothes, he removed his top and all of his scars were just gone. It's as if they never existed. Along with the branding mark, it also disappeared and, well, was replaced with a different mark, Spitfire said. That's weird, I didn't notice any changes on Ash before we left. Even after Faust healed his wounds, there was a lot of scarring from the damage, Rage said. Curious, I think I'll go see him myself, Luna said before she left and the others began to tell the royals about their day in person. Luna walked down the hallways and entered the archives, which was dark save for only 2 light sources. The moonlight shining in through the ceiling windows and a gentle orange glow coming from in between the shelves. Luna followed the light and found a desk lit by a single candle, and asleep at the desk was Ash, his head resting on an open book and snoring gently. Luna couldn't help but smile and brush some hair out of his face, revealing his scarless right eye. She then noticed a piece of parchment next to the book with an interesting sketch on it that showed a circle, a wing of feathers, and a skeletal wing and a cross in the center along with a strange scribble behind it. Luna took the drawing before she summoned a blanket and placed it over Ash and kissed him on the cheek and then blew out the candle before she left. Ash POV. I woke up to the sound of my iPod beeping and sat up to look at my surroundings. I recognized the room as the Canterlot Archives and immediately remembered why I was here. I then discovered a blanket over me and smiled before I went to check the alarm on my iPod and discovered something that ruined my mood. Damn it, I said as I looked at the word spelling week of solitude. It was the week that seemed to haunt this part of my life about losing my wolf family, my arm, my innocence, and my friend. I honestly didn't want to seal myself away in a room for a week and I didn't have the heart to step outside and enjoy the week. I sat in silence thinking of what to do till I came to a decision. I summoned a piece of parchment and a pen and began to write on it. Hey guys. I'm sure you're all wondering where I am at this time, and this letter is to let you know I'm okay, but today makes the beginning of the day I go into solitude. I know all of you want to help me get through this, but please understand this is something that is impossibly hard to let go of, but I am trying. I have decided to take a small trip back to Earth to finally say goodbye to Alex. For those of you who know, can you please explain it to the ones who don't? I appreciate everything you've all done to try and help me through life lately, but I need to do this. I don't know how long I will be till I come back, but know it will be within the week. I'm sure you guys can bear me being away for that long, right? Anyway, see you later. Yours sincerely, Ash Blade. P.S. Don't follow me, I need to do this on my own. I rolled up the parchment before I tied a ribbon onto it and sealed it before I left and placed it on the dining table for everyone to see. I then asked a guard if my family was in the castle, which he gave me a nod and told me where to find them. I found out all 3 were in different rooms and one by one I entered then and gave the 3 a kiss goodbye, leaving Midnight last. I looked down into the crib and saw Midnight was peacefully asleep, and for the first time I saw his wings. They were similar to mine, but the feathers had his mother's coat color. I'll be back soon, my little star, I said as I gave him a kiss and left. I teleported into Twilight's library and walked over to the book that opens the way back to my world and placed it above the machine and activated it. The portal worked like a charm, but before I stepped through I made my wings disappear just in case there were some bypasses, and I poked my head through and saw no one around before I stepped the rest of the way through. I breathed in the air, I walked around and noticed the statue had been repaired. Ash. I turned around and I saw Sunset Shimmer looking at me with a smile. Hey Sunset, I said as I walked over to her only for her to hug me. It's so good to see you, Ash, Sunset said. Likewise, I said as I hugged her back. So what are you doing here? Sunset asked as she let go of me. I'm actually here to say goodbye to someone, I said in a sad tone. Oh, I'm sorry, but it can't be. Akachi's family, they're all still alive, Sunset said. No, this goodbye is an overdue one to Alex, I said. Oh, I see, but if I may ask, why come now? Sunset asked. This is the same week he died, and normally on this week I shut myself away in solitude and refuse to come out till the week is over, I said. That's depressing, Sunset said. This week has been depressing for me for so many reasons, I said. I see, but I wish you well when you see him, Ash, Sunset said. Thanks, Sunset, heaven knows I'll need it, I said. I gotta go, but I'll try to talk to you later, and I'll let the others know you're here, Sunset said. Thanks, take care, I said as I walked off in the direction of Rosa and Jabir's place. The walk was calm and quiet, and before I knew it I arrived at the house. I walked up to the door and knocked on the door and waited. A few seconds later I was greeted by Rosa. Ash, Rosa exclaimed in surprise. Hey Rosa, I said as I embraced her in a hug which she returned before she invited me inside. Habir, Ash is here, Rosa said. Seconds later I saw Habir appear at the top of the stairs and he made his way down quickly and wrapped me in a bear hug. Ash, my friend, how has life been for you? Habir asked. Stressful, I replied before Habir set me down. Well, you don't need to be stressed here. Speaking of which, what brings you here? Rosa asked. Well, I came to say goodbye to Alex, I said, causing the pair to look at each other then to me. I know it's been a long time, but I need to get it off my chest, I said. No explanations are needed, Ash. In fact, we were going to his grave today as well along with Eli and Rebecca, and we would love to have you along, Habir said. Thank you both, I said. Suddenly there was a knock at the door and Rosa opens it to reveal the two who were surprised to see me. We exchanged greetings with each other and told the two about me joining them today before we sat down in the living room. Sash, how has everything been going with you? Eli asked. Well, I have both good news, weird news, bad news, amazing news, and angry news, I said. Start with the first one, Rebecca said. Alright, well, Faust has been adjusting well to Equestria after the friendship games and I had to fight a Knuckleavy to free her, I said, causing Eli to stare at me in shock. A Knuckleavy? You must be crazy strong to take on one of those, Eli said. Yeah, and guess what? That song we used to sing about it was stuck in my head the entire fight, I said, causing Eli to laugh. Well, it's great to hear Faust is doing well and back in the throne. What else? Rosa asked. Oh, someone unleashed the bloody zombie apocalypse on us and I got bit by one, and before I could turn Twilight created the cure and saved my ass along with another 1,000 lives, I said, causing all mouths to drop at this. I'm going to need a drink if I'm going to hear all this, Habir said as he got up and went to the kitchen. I told everyone about what happened from when I last saw them involving my encounter with Heartless. Snowdrops returned my memories along with both Midnight's birth and the incident with the Radiant Dawn. While life over there must be a roller coaster for you, Rebecca said. I can't imagine what it must have been like for you to have your family stolen from you just when you receive a new member, Rosa said. All I can say is those Radiant Dawn bastards were lucky I wasn't around. I would gladly have beaten their heads in, Habir said. Same here, Eli agreed. Thank you both. Hey, if I'm ever in a jam like that again I'll give you a call, I said. You'd better, Habir said with a smile. Ash, I have to ask, is there something different about you? Rosa asked. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it just feels that way, Eli said. Well, yeah, actually, as you can see, the scars on my eye are gone, and not only that, the other ones I got from those 4 years are gone as well, I said as I removed my top and showed them my chest. Well, it's like some kind of miracle scar remover, Rebecca said. Not only that, I said as I stood up and showed them my new mark. Damn you lucky sod, Eli said. I'm glad you no longer have that mark, Ash. It's truly a blessing for you, Rosa said. I looked at the others and saw them look at their back in sadness and felt guilty. I then went into thought before an idea came to me. All of you have your backs, face me and show me your marks, I said. Huh, they all asked me in sync. Trust me, I said. The four just shrugged at each other before they showed me their marks while I closed my eyes and took several deep breaths thinking about the white fire I summoned in the Radiant Dawn's fortress that healed my friends. When I opened my eyes I saw a white flame covering the palm of my hand. I then gently placed my hand on each of their marks and watched as the flames burned them away. I then stopped the fire before I let out an exhausted sigh and almost collapsed. Hey Ash, are you alright? Habir asked. Yeah, just that spell took a lot out of me, I said. Are you done yet, Ash? Rebecca asked. Yeah, you can look now, I said. My friends looked at each other's backs and gasped at the lack of their branding marks. It's gone, Habir said. I can't believe it, Eli said. Ash, this is truly a blessing. You must be an angel. Thank you, Rosa said as she stood up and hugged me. It was my pleasure, Rosa. I'm just glad I could help, I said as I hugged her back. As grateful as I am, Ash, and you know I hate to spoil the mood, but we should get over to the cemetery, Rebecca said. Yeah, you're right, come on, we'd better go, I said as I released Rosa. The trip to the cemetery was silent but peaceful. My four friends led me through the tombstones till we arrived at a tombstone that sat on a hill under a simple tree that was straight and thick enough to stand on its own. I looked at the tombstone and continued to stare at it in silence while the others paid their respects to our fallen friend. When it came my turn, I took the dog tags that he left with me out of the secret compartment in my arm and held them in my right hand before I walked in front of the grave. I stared at the item I watched over when I was first given them and stared at them whenever this week rolled around before I looked at the grave. I began to hear music come from somewhere in the cemetery, but I didn't mind it and revealed my wings, not caring if anyone looked. Hey Alex, I know it's been a long time since we've last seen each other, and for that I'm sorry I didn't even come to say goodbye. I won't even make an excuse, like I was still trying to accept the fact that you were dead, because there is no excuse. I should have been here to say goodbye. Hey, if you were here with me now you'd probably be saying that I'm here now and get over it and say what's needed to be said. Well, I guess the time has come to say goodbye, and I'll start with this. Goodbye my friend who was by my side through thick and thin. Goodbye my friend who was my light in darkness. Goodbye my friend who was more than a friend to me but a brother. Goodbye my friend, the one who gave his life for mine, and I hope you found peace sacrificing yourself for mine. I have wanted to say those words for so long now. They have been burned into my head, and during my time on this planet I could never understand why you saved me. But I guess I know now. You saw something in me that could lead to many great things, things that could help make worlds a better place. Now I protect a planet full of ponies that walk on two legs instead of four. Some are known as unicorns, and there are also pegasi along with unicorns that are normally known as alicorns, and I've fallen in love with an alicorn who controls the moon. I have 2 sons of my own now and plenty of friends who I'm determined to protect. The world has really gotten crazy. You'd probably be laughing at what I'm saying, thinking I'm crazy, but I think my wings are enough proof for you. Hey Alex, I haven't forgotten our promise. I'm still keeping it, and I'm doing good. I just wish you were here to see how far I've come. You have no idea how bad I miss your voice, I said as tears spilled from my eyes and the others wrapped me in a tight embrace, and once I stopped crying I nodded my thanks to the others before I looked back at the grave. I hope I've done you proud, Alex, in what I'm doing. I hope you're watching over me as I help Equestria though it's times of need. But now is the time for me to go, my friend, and the next time I'll see you I'll have more stories to tell, I said as I stepped away from the tombstone and made my wings vanish. We all looked at the grave in silence for a minute before we all left. Hey Ash, you feeling alright? Rebecca asked. Yeah, thanks for the hug as well, I needed it, I said. No problem Ash, I'm just glad we, Kabir started before he stopped and looked at something across the road. Kabir, are you alright? I asked. Oh, yeah, just fine. Listen, I just have something I need to take care of, so I'll see you all back at the house, Kabir said before he ran off. Well, that was weird, Eli said. Yeah, but this is Kabir, so I wouldn't worry about it, I said. We continued our walk till we arrived at the house and we saw a police car parked outside with an officer leaning against the driver door. Were you expecting police today, Rosa? I asked. No, Rosa said. The officer then noticed us and pushed off his car before he walked over to us, and as he walked closer I began to recognize his face. Alan, Rosa said as she went over and hugged the officer. Hello Rosa, it's good to see you, the officer called, Alan said as he hugged back. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you look familiar. Have we met? I asked. The officer then looked me over and smiled. Yes, actually I first met you when I came to break you out, Alan said. I studied his face a little more before it came flooding back. He was the officer that comforted me after Alex's death. Oh yeah, now I remember. Long time no see, I said as I held a hand out in a handshake which he accepted. Indeed, gotta say you look great, Alan said. Thanks. By the way, my name is Ash Blade, I said. I see. Name's Alan, Alan said. Alan has been keeping up to date with Jonathan Viper's whereabouts, Rosa said. Really? I asked. Yes, and I'm sorry to say, but the bastard is still floating in international waters east of here on his private yacht, Alan said. International waters? You mean those lawless parts of the ocean? I asked. Correct, so you see why we can't interfere, Alan said. I can see why you can't interfere, but I don't see why I can't, I said. Ash, what are you getting at? Rosa asked. It's time this bastard paid for what he's done, and don't tell me to stop cause I won't listen. All I need is the ship's name, I said, turning back to Alan. The Black Mamba, but I don't know how you're going to get there. The guy changes location every once in a while. You'd probably need wings to reach him now, Alan said. Got it covered, I said as I revealed my wings, causing Alan to reel back in shock. Ash, Eli started, but I didn't hear him finish because flew into the air and shot off for the international waters. The sea was quite vast. Even at my vantage point my eyes scanned the sea for the Black Mamba till I used a seeker spell and quickly found the boat. I then flew in the direction I saw the boat and soon found it surrounded by at least 6 ships. So that's the Black Mamba, huh? I guess Mr. Viper is a fan of poisonous snakes. Fitting for a slaver. It's a shame that such a beautiful ship is in his hands, I said before I flew closer. I saw a single guard wearing military clothing and a balaclava on the helicopter deck. I made sure no one was looking before I dropped on him and drove my hidden blade into his neck and summoned my assassin robes and mask before I then tossed the body overboard. I walked over to the helicopter and pulled out its joystick, cutting off escape for Viper, and tossed it into the ocean before I made my way around to the 3rd floor of the ship, being careful to avoid any guards. I then found a pair of grand doors that had gold snakes for door handles on them. I cracked open the door and peered inside and saw no one in it, so I opened the door the rest of the way and walked inside. I closed the door behind me and looked at the hallway. I was in to see 2 rows of glass containers, each one having a different type of snake inside. Man, Twilight would never be able to get past this, I said as I walked past the serpents and to the door down the hallway to another door. I walked inside and I was met with loud music and blaring lights. I looked around and found some sort of club party going on, except women were half naked and serving food and drinks. Some were even on leashes, and there were also men also half naked acting as furniture for others. So it's a slavers party, I said with disgust before I walked through the crowd, making sure not to draw any attention to myself till I located Jonathan Viper. It made it easy to see the bastard cause he was on a platform slightly higher than anyone else in the room, and he was surrounded by girls, all of them who appeared to be drugged. I made my way over to the way onto the platform only to be blocked by a guard who wasn't wearing a balaclava and had a familiar face. Sorry sir, this area is off limits, the guard said. Do I know you? I asked. I'm sorry, the guard asked. That's right, I met you at the junkyard. You were the one who gave me the mark on my back, I said, causing the guard's eyes to widen before I saw him slowly reach for a weapon. But I held my hidden blade at his throat, causing him to freeze at the sight of my weapon. Now there's no need for that. Besides, I'm not here to exact my vengeance on you. So unless you want to continue to breathe, by the end of the day you'll leave your weapons here and get off the boat and head back to shore. And do not breathe a word of my presence to anyone on your way out. I'll make myself known. Surely not a bad deal, isn't it? The guard nodded before he unclasped his utility belt and stepped to the side. I then lowered my blade and I watched him go till he was out of the room before I turned to face Jonathan. I walked over to the piece of trash, keeping my face hidden under my hood, and stood in front of him. What's this now? I thought I told that loud I was not to be disturbed, Jonathan said. Apologizes Mr. Viper for the interruption, but I needed to ask you some questions, I said. Well then, what is it, and make it quick, Jonathan said. Tell me, do you feel safe out here on your boat? I asked. But of course, if you hadn't have noticed, we're in international waters. The law can't touch us, Jonathan said. I see, but what about the one who took your arm? He must have been fierce, I said. Fierce would be a word for it. He was nothing more than a boy when he did this, but he's probably dead or in a cell right now, just as he deserves, Jonathan said. So you think there's no chance that he can make it out here, correct? I asked. Yes, now what's with all the questions about that runt anyway? Jonathan asked. Well, I'm here to tell you that the chances have changed, I said. What are you talking about? Who are you? Jonathan asked as he started to back away slowly out of fear. Come now, surely you can't forget the one who tossed a saw blade at you that managed to hack your arm off, I said as I leaned closer to Jonathan. My God, it's you, Jonathan gasped. The ghost of Christmas past, I said with a smile hidden behind my mask. Oh God, someone help, Jonathan screamed as he pushed the women aside and went for the golden gun that killed Alex, which was a revolver much like mine. However, I didn't let Jonathan get very far before I grabbed him around his throat and threw him off the platform. I grabbed Jonathan's gun just as the music to come to a screeching halt, causing all eyes to turn my way. I jumped off the platform and walked into the center of the room while Jonathan looked at me in fear. To all slavers who are basking in the joy of your fellow human's flesh, I am here to give you all a message. As of today, your days of selling and owning slaves is officially over. Now I don't know if Mr. Viper here has mentioned how he lost his arm, but I will be happy to tell you. 5 years ago I was the one who tore the saw blade out of an arena wall and tossed it at him, severing his arm from the rest of him, leaving him with a stump. Yes, I was once a slave to this pathetic waste of skin, but no longer, and I have come back to settle the score with him. As for the rest of you slavers who dare call yourselves human beings, you are to get off this ship and onto your own. But leave the poor souls you brought with you and put every slave you have on your ships onto this one. If I so much as see a slaver try to smuggle a slave out of this room, or if I find out there is still one slave on your ships, then I will kill you all regardless. I said in a dark tone. The room was silent, everyone staring at me in complete and utter silence. Someone kill him, Jonathan shouted. Suddenly I saw all the guards aim their guns at me, but I just smiled. A few seconds later bullets rang across the room. But I raised my hand and all the bullets stopped in a circle around me, causing every single one of the bullets to stop in midair, gaining shocked looks from everyone. My turn, I whispered before I flicked my hand, and the bullets were sent flying back at the guards, killing them and leaving multiple bullet holes in the walls. I will not ask again, I said as I looked at Jonathan and he was gone. I suddenly heard a door slam closed inside. Never make it easy, do they? I said before I summoned my shadow and told him what to do. My friend here is going to supervise you all and make sure you carry out my request. Oh, and be warned, he doesn't have my patience. I teleported out of the room and onto the deck that looked over the helicopter deck. I soon saw Jonathan running towards it. I then jumped onto the deck on the side of the pool without a sound. I saw Jonathan open the door of the helicopter but slammed it shut when he saw the missing joystick and gasped when he saw me. No matter where you run, you can't hide from me, Jonathan, I said as I removed my mask and hood. You stay away, you hear, Jonathan said as he tried to inch away slowly, but I pulled out his gun and shot it at the deck just before his foot could move to that spot. Alright, maybe we can come to some sort of deal. How about money? Women, you seem like the type of guy who ligak. I used my magic to grab him around his throat and threw him into the railing, interrupting his little offer. Can you bring my friend back from the dead? Then if so, I'll just break one of your legs and toss your ass in a cell, I said as I spread my wings for intimidation. Fuck you, you freak, I don't know what the hell you are, but I have contacts everywhere. They'll find your family, and any male relatives and elders will be dead. Your females will be slaves to suck cocks for the rest of their lives, Jonathan said as I kneeled down next to them. Well, I wish them the best of luck then. It will even make things easier for me to find them. But you know something, Jonathan, your so-called friends will spread what they saw here today and they will be called crazy for even saying such things. But if they're smart, they'll say nothing either way. Viper. You lost, I said before I stood up and aimed his gun at his head, causing him to start whimpering pathetically. Please don't do this, grant me mercy, Jonathan pleaded. Ask he devil that when you see him, I said as I pulled back the hammer on the gun. Also give my regards to the Reaper. Bang. The bullet went right in the center of Jonathan's forehead and the body slumped to the floor as I lowered the gun. I tucked the gun away in my belt and put my mask and hood back on before I walked away. Soon I felt a swirl of emotions take over me, causing me to lean against a wall for support before I regained my bearings and walked to the back of the ship. I saw my shadow eyeing the slaver goons. One guard was hesitant to let go of a woman, but my shadow growled at him, causing him to let her go, and she ran over to the others. Down, buddy, he's not worth becoming a chew toy, I said, causing my shadow to reconnect to my feet once again. I trust each and every slave on your ships have been placed on this one. Why yes, one of the slavers' goons said in fear at the sight of me. Good, now remember, if I find out you kept even one person on your ship or go back into the business of dealing with human cargo, I will come after all of you and send you all to a hellish grave. Am I clear? I asked, earning nods from the goons before they got off the boat and removed the gangplank. I then walked back inside and saw a large number of people just staring at me. I paid them no mind as I gathered the dead guards and placed them in a corner and walked over to a closet and found actual tables and chairs and some blankets. I then used my magic to set them all out for the people to sit down, but I saw them only looking at me in fear. Relax, you lot, I don't bite. My words didn't seem to help anyone, so I just rolled my eyes and grabbed the dead guards in my magic and teleported onto the main deck and placed them beside Jonathan's body. I then teleported back into the room where the others were and saw them wrap themselves in some blankets and sit on the chairs or on the floor. Some of them let out surprised yelps when I appeared, but I walked past them and onto the platform Jonathan was sitting on and saw the women from before who were still drugged. I was a little worried about what would happen if I didn't do something, but my thoughts were soon interrupted when I heard footsteps come up behind me. Oh, excuse me. I stood up and turned around to see a young man standing behind me. Yes, I asked. Aren't you going to give us any orders? The man asked. I realized the error of this situation was that they didn't know what was happening. No, in fact, you don't need to take orders from anyone again. You're free now, I said, causing the man to stare at me with a blank expression. We're free, do you really mean it? The man asked with tears welling up in his eyes while I just gave a smile and nodded, causing him to collapse on his knees and cry. After all this time, my prayers have been answered, thank you. The man kneeled down and was about to kiss my feet, but I stopped him and helped him stand up. There's no need for that. But if you want to thank me, we need to find a way to help these women out, I said. I was a doctor, so I'll see what I can do, the man said. Appreciated, I said before I walked down the ramp, leaving the doctor to the women. Hey you. I looked at the direction of the voice and saw another man who spoke. Yeah, what can I help you with? I asked. Just what the fuck are you? You've got wings growing out of your back, part feathered and the other webbed, so are you some kind of angel or are you a demon? The man asked. Let's just go with winged human if that helps, I said. Alright then, who are you and why are you helping us? Where are we going and what's in it for you? The men asked. Alright, first off, it's pointless to ask a masked man who he is. The second answer is because I know what it was like to be a slave. Third, you guys can go wherever you want, and lastly, I came here for vengeance on Jonathan Viper for killing my friend and mentor, I said, all of them silent at my words. Now that I have everyone's attention, I need to ask, is there anyone here who knows how to navigate on the ocean, and is there someone who knows how to steer this ship? I can drive this, a man said, raising his hand. I can navigate, a young woman said, also raising her hand. Alright, I need you both on the bridge and the closest land to us right now is west of here. If we leave now we'll be there before 3 p.m., I said. Alright, the pair said before they ran off. And if there's anyone who is injured, consult with the doctor or help him out to tend to those that need help, and if you know someone who was with you on the ship but didn't come aboard, tell me, otherwise do whatever, I said, and immediately the former slaves dispersed. I walked around helping where I could before and came to the captain's quarters, aka Jonathan's room. I walked inside and the first thing I noticed was the Templar banners hanging on the walls. Damn, if I didn't hate the bastard before, I sure hate him now. I removed my hood and mask and looked at the desk and saw letters that had "May the Father of Understanding Guide us" written on it, confirming he was a part of the Templar order. Suddenly, I felt a presence behind me and quick as a flash I spun around and extended my hidden blade. But the presence was a hooded woman who also had her own hidden blade extending from her wrist and the assassin's mark on a necklace, causing me to retract my blade and calm down. I assume you're with the Brotherhood and came to kill Viper, correct? I asked. Duh, yes, he's been on our list for some time and he has maps that show several assassin hideouts, the assassin said in a Russian accent. Well, he won't be bothering you anymore, he's dead. If you want proof, his body is on the helicopter deck, I said. Well, as long as he is dead, then that's all that matters, but now it means I'll have to search this entire room for the maps, the assassin said. Not necessarily, I said. How so? The assassin asked. Hang on, I said. I closed my eyes and whispered a spell before I opened my eyes and saw the assassin was bright yellow and I could also see her skeleton and a cone of light with the point aimed at her eyes, showing me where she was looking. I then looked around the room and saw a mechanism behind a bookcase. I ended the enchantment before I walked over to the bookcase and pulled a book out, triggering the mechanism. The bookcase swung open to reveal a massive safe a few feet taller than me and twice as wide. Voila, I said. Impressive, sharp mind and good looks, not to mention mysterious. Sean would be most jealous, the assassin said. Who? I asked. Oh, no one, just a friend of mine, the assassin said. I see, I said. Now to crack open the safe, the assassin said. I just gripped the safe door with my right hand and ripped off the door. Or we cannot waste time and do it my way, I said before I walked inside and saw a mass amount of personal items and money. I looked around for a map with assassin hideouts on it, but I noticed the assassin was constantly staring at my wings. Are my wings distracting you? I asked. Duh, it's just I've never seen wings like yours before, they are beautiful, the assassin said. Flattered, but here allow me to fix the problem, I said as I caused my wings to vanish. Oh, you don't need to hide them, the assassin said. I understand, but this I can see where I'm going and not worry about crashing into stuff, I said. Understood, the assassin said. I looked around the room once again before I spotted a world map with crosses and coordinates on it. Is this it? I asked as I picked it up and shooed it to the assassin. Duh, this is it, the assassin said as she took the map and walked outside the vault. I was about to do the same when I saw a small chest that was sitting under the map. I grabbed the chest and opened it to find an apple of Eden. I grabbed the apple and the chest before I walked out of the vault and saw the assassin I met had just burned the map. Look what I found, I said as I held out the apple. Gasp, a piece of Eden, the assassin said. Here, I said before I placed the apple back inside the chest and handed it to the assassin. You're giving it to me, why? The assassin asked. I've got 3 of these things to take care of, I don't need another, I said as I placed a finger on the box. I see, I have noticed this earlier, but your robes, they are of our Brotherhood, they are a little outdated, and are you one of us? The assassin asked. Well, yes and no. Yes, I am an assassin, but none of the members of your Assassin's Council would know of me, I said. How is that possible? The Assassin Council know of everyone in our creed, the assassin said. It's too long a story and you wouldn't believe me if I told you, I said. I see, my name is Galina Voronina, but please call me Galina, Galina said as she held her hand out to me. Name's Ashblade, but Ash is fine, I said. Well, I can't go anywhere until we dock, and by the way things are going outside, we'll reach land soon, Galina said before she began to walk away. Oh, Galina, I said as I pulled out a feather and turned it into a blade and handed it to her. A keepsake to remember me by, and if you turn it into a necklace it will become a deadly accessory to get you out of tight situations. A beautiful gift, Blagodario, thanks, Ash and Dosvedanya, goodbye, Galina said. I gave Galina a smile before I put my mask and hood back on and walked out and closed the door behind me and took an alternate route than Galina. I walked into the hulls of the ship to look around. As I explored I heard the sound of hooves on metal and I followed the sound to rectangular object covered by a brown cloth. I reached out and grabbed the cloth and pulled it down and saw a cage. But it was what was inside the cage that shocked me. It was white horse with a matching mane and a tail that looked like a lion's with a tuft of white fur on the end and tufts of white fur on her hooves, and I could tell by the soft features of her face and beautiful blue eyes she was a mare. But the reason I'm shocked me was the horn on her forehead, and at the base of her horn was a star pattern. Wow, how did you get in here? I asked as I removed my mask and hood. Typical of the mortals to ask me how I got in here when they know I can't answer them, the unicorn said in a gentle soft voice that was also bitter in tone. I was actually asking you sincerely, there's no reason to be insulting, I said as I folded my arms over my chest. The unicorn seemed shocked at my response and looked at me with widened eyes. Wait, can you understand me? The unicorn asked. Well, you are a unicorn, are you not? So I assumed you could talk, I said. So there are some who still believe in us? The unicorn asked. Well, yeah, I think so. There are little kids who believe in you, but just not many adults, I said. So why exactly are you different? The unicorn asked. I've seen a lot of things in my life, like castles sitting on the sides of a mountain. I've even fought demons and lived to tell the tale. I've even seen empires made completely out of crystal. Say a unicorn isn't that all surprising for me, no offense. Especially when I live among other unicorns including Pegasi, earth ponies, draconiquuses and alicorns, I said. Other unicorns like me perhaps, and did you say you know an alicorn and a draconiquus? I thought both were extinct, the unicorn said. Well, these 7 alicorns are certainly not extinct, nor are the 2 draconiquuses I know, and as for the unicorns, they don't look exactly like you. These guys stand on 2 hooves and have hands like a human, I said. So they did escape, knowing that is quite a relief, the unicorn said. Escape, what do you mean? I asked. It's not something I wish to remember, nor would it make for good conversation, the unicorn said. I understand I even had my own time in my life I didn't want to share, I said. The two of us sat in an uncomfortable silence for a long time till I realized the unicorn was still trapped inside the cage. Oh, you poor mare, forgive me, I should have opened the cage for you sooner, I said as I began to make my way towards the lock. Mare, I am a unicorn and you shall address me as such, mare indeed, the unicorn said in an insulted tone. Oh, sorry, I meant no offense, it's what I normally say to a female unicorn, Pegasus, Earth Pony or Alicorn when I don't know their name. But, I'll stick with unicorn, I said as I raised my hands in a defensive manner while backing off. I see, but as you can see I'm not like the others, the unicorn said. Understood, calling you a mare is insulting, got it, I said as I looked at the lock on the door. You know you should meet my friend Rarity, I think you two would totally hit it off. Hit what off? The unicorn asked. Oh, what I meant was you'd both get along rather well, I said as I raised my left fist and brought it down on the lock, bending it. I see, and who is this Rarity? The unicorn asked. She's a unicorn, she has a marshmallow white coat and indigo mane and tail with curls in them. She's a fashionista and makes some of the best designs you'd ever find in Equestria, I said as I brought my hand down on the lock, once again breaking it, allowing me to remove the lock from the door and open the cage. There we go. You're certainly strong, did you even feel that? The unicorn asked after she stepped out of the cage. This arm is made of metal, but thanks to the life spell my mare friend placed on it, I can feel with it, but no, I didn't feel any pain, I said as I pulled of the black fingerless glove that covered my left hand and rolled up the sleeve on my jacket, revealing the metal limb underneath. The unicorn seemed curious about my arm and sniffed at it. You poor thing, what happened? The unicorn asked. I guess you can say I traded it for a life, I said. I see, you must have been very brave that day, the unicorn said. Maybe, but I think a bit of stupidity was added into it as well, I said. Don't take yourself lightly, young one, I can sense there's more to you than meets the eye, the unicorn said with a smile, causing me to blush and rub the back of my head. We entered another uncomfortable silence till I thought of something. Are you hungry? I can go to the kitchen and get some food, I said before I heard a small growl come from the unicorn's stomach and her cheeks turned pink. I'll take that as a yes, but what exactly do you unicorns eat? Whatever vegetables and fruit you can find, please, the unicorn said. All right, stay here, I'll be right back, I said before I put my mask and hood back on and left. I walked into the kitchen and found a bowl full of apples, and after rummaging through the fridge I found some lettuce and carrots and brought them all back for the unicorn. She used a levitation to eat her food. If you don't mind my asking, but how did you come to be here? It was generations ago. I was wandering outside the borders of my home looking for someone important, but I was captured by a man who demanded I grant him immortality. But no unicorn can grant such a thing, so he locked me away, and each generation of his children demanded the same thing from me, the unicorn said. I see, was the one who currently held you named Jonathan Viper? I asked. That is his name, why? The unicorn said. Was his name? He's dead and by my hand, I said. Why did you kill him? The unicorn asked emotionlessly. It's a part of my past that haunts me. Jonathan Viper stole years from my life, turning me into something for his entertainment, and he killed my friend and mentor Alex, I said. I am sorry for your loss, the unicorn said. It's all right, I also came here for another goal, to free everyone that he was keeping as a slave and make sure it never happens again, I said. And how things are turning out with you letting me out of the cage and freeing me, I'd say you succeeded, the unicorn said. Yeah, I guess I did. I'm sorry to ask, but what do I call you? I asked. Amalthea, my name is Amalthea, the unicorn said. Amalthea, lovely name, my name is, I started but was cut off by a PA in the room. Land ho. Looks like we're getting off this tub, I said. Tub, I thought this was a ship, Amalthea said. It's an expression, I said as I began to leave. Might I go with you? Amalthea asked. I think it's best if you stay put for now. After all, if a unicorn or what the others see is a white mare aboard, then there's sure to be a commotion, I said. I understand, I will wait then, Amalthea said. Thank you, Amalthea, I'll be back before you know it, I said as I left. I walked onto the bridge and summoned my telescope and looked through it and saw a harbor. And at the harbor I saw flashing red and blue lights and a large crowd of people. Looks like the police are here to capture Jonathan, I said. What do we do? The man driving the ship asked. Guide the ship in, however I cannot be here, I said. But you saved us, surely you must want some reward for your efforts and the world would see you as a hero, the woman navigating said. Yet I killed plenty to save you. I took judgment into my hands. They won't see me as a hero, and if they discover my wings and abilities, I'll be treated as a lab experiment and probably study to make more of me. And that by far is the last thing the world needs, soldiers that have the same abilities as mine, I said. You're right, but what do we do about the bodies? They'll think we did it, the man said. Then just tell them a man in a mask and hood did it and saved you all, I said. But what about how you killed those guards? The man asked. If you all tell the same thing, then it's unlikely they'll put you in an asylum or anything. They'll think of it as some unexplainable trick, I said. Okay, but anyway, you'd better get ready to go. We're about to have company, the woman said as she pointed at some boats coming towards us. I gave a nod before I ran off the bridge and used my parkour skills to get to the main deck, and I ran down to the hull to reach Amalthea. Amalthea, we need to leave now. We're going to have company, I said. Climb on my back, I'll get us out of here, Amalthea said. Are you sure? I asked. Hurry, Amalthea shouted. I ran over to Amalthea and climbed on her back as requested, and when I looked at her mane I felt a memory fill my vision. It was of a crimson background and white hair waving in the wind along with a black object. Before I knew it, I heard Amalthea calling for me in the present. Are you all right? Amalthea asked in a worried tone. Yeah, I'm fine now. How do we get out? I asked. Like this, Amalthea said before her horn began to glow blue. Before I knew what was happening, both Amalthea and I fell into the ocean with a splash. We both surfaced and we saw the police boats escorting the Black Mamba to the docks. I then gestured for Amalthea to follow me and we swam to the beach hidden from the view of the docks. Once we arrived, I ran over to some bushes that hid me from view and watched as the former slaves disembarked the Black Mamba. I saw reporters were also down there trying to get a story. I also saw several officers talking to the freed people when suddenly I felt a dry and cooling sensation over my body. I turned to see Amalthea was using her magic to rid me of any water, leaving me perfectly dry. Thanks, I said. No thank you, for freeing me, Amalthea said. Hey, happy to help, I said, rubbing the back of my head. Will they be okay? Amalthea asked, looking at the docs. Who knows, some of them were badly traumatized, others were in a haze, but hopefully they'll get some help, I said. And what of you? Amalthea asked. I think I'll return to Equestria. I've done what I've needed to do and more. I bet Faust is gonna flip when she hears there are still unicorns living on Earth, I said. Did you say Faust? Amalthea asked in shock. Yeah, she's one of the 7 alicorns I mentioned. Why do you know her? I asked. Yes, I do. It's been a long time since I saw her, Amalthea said. Well, do you want to see her again? I asked. Amalthea looked off into the distance for a moment before she looked back to me. Yes, I'd love to see her again, Amalthea said. All right then, we've got a fairly long trip ahead of us, so we'd better get going, I said as I began to walk off, but I was levitated onto Amalthea's back by her magic. You navigate, I'll get us there, Amalthea said as she looked back at me. Are you sure I can walk? I said. It's no bother, Amalthea said. Well, all right, I said before Amalthea walked out from behind the bushes and in plain sight of everyone on the docks, but Amalthea just kept walking as if they weren't there. Freezze. I looked to see it was an officer aiming a gun at us, and his shout drew the attention of everyone on the docks. I heard a voice call out, "That's him," before the reporters flashed their cameras at us, spooking Amalthea, causing her to rear up. The officer then shot at me, but the bullet narrowly missed us both. Run, I shouted, causing Amalthea to run off. I held onto her mane tightly as Amalthea ran, and boy was she fast. Amalthea never stopped running. But it wasn't long before sirens from the police cars coming after us, but Amalthea still ran. A police car soon appeared and was getting close. This is the police. Pull over to the side of the road or we will open fire. What should we do? Amalthea asked. Get alongside them, I said. Amalthea did as instructed, and I summoned my sides and connected the hilts and jabbed the spear blade into a tire, causing the car to come to a screeching halt while Amalthea ran on. I then put away my sides and breathed a sigh of relief. Where did that come from? Amalthea asked. I guess now is a bad time to tell you I can use magic, I said. You can, as in real magic? Amalthea asked. Well, yeah, living in Equestria can do some pretty incredible stuff, I said. Why didn't you tell me this? Amalthea asked. It wasn't important at the time, I said. Just what more is there about you? Amalthea asked. Plenty, but it's a long story, I said. Well, we have a fair journey ahead, Amalthea said. I suppose I could, but I'll spare you the details, I said. As Amalthea carried us, I told her of my life, and as she listened, her gallop became a walk, and I gave her directions on where we needed to go, and when we arrived at town it was dark, and I told her the reason I came aboard the Black Mamba. That is quite a story. You should write a book about it, Amalthea said as she walked down the empty streets. Thanks, but story writing isn't my thing, I said. So where do we go now? Amalthea asked. Amalthea, I need to make a quick stop first to say goodbye to some friends who escaped slavery alongside me, I said. I understand where they are, Amalthea asked. I told Amalthea the directions to the house, and when we arrived I saw Ellen's car was still here. I assured Amalthea that it was all right before I dismounted and rubbed my backside from riding bareback on Amalthea. But I didn't complain to her, but instead kept my mouth shut. I then walked over to the door and knocked on it and was met Sunset Shimmer. Ash, Sunset screamed as she wrapped her arms around me. Whoa, take it easy, kiddo, I said. Ash, thank goodness you're safe, Rosa said as she led me inside. Why, what's wrong? I asked. I walked inside and saw all my former cellmates were here along with this world's main 6 and Alan and Habir, who was rewinding something on the TV. When he pressed play, it showed a woman news reporter. In other news, a slave ship known as the Black Mamba, which was once owned by Jonathan Viper, had exited international waters and docked here today. Police were already on the scene along with several civilians. But when the authorities went aboard, they discovered Jonathan Viper's body along with several dead guards in his service, along with a few dozen slaves who claimed to have been freed by a mysterious masked hero. This is the response from one of the captives who was on board when this began. Children in the audience are advised to leave the room, the reporter said before it switched to a man in his prime. Well, these bastards were sitting on all the men like furniture. We were even used as tables, and we weren't allowed to move a muscle or they'd whip us. The women weren't any better. They were forced to serve food, drinks, or were kept on leashes like pets and were being raped left and right. But then this guy, he just appears out of nowhere wearing gray robes and a hood with a mask on his face with wings growing out of his back. He grabs Viper and tosses him into the center of the room as if he was a rag doll and demands that all the slaves on the neighboring ships be placed on the one we arrived on or he would kill them all. Viper then shouts an order to kill the guy and the guards shoot at him, but the amazing thing is all the bullets just stop in midair around him and he just flicks his hand and the bullets are sent flying back to where they came from, killing the guards. Jonathan Viper then ran off and this guy just brings his shadow to life to make sure the rest of the slavers do as he said, and a few minutes later we hear a bang go off and later we see this guy walk in. Suddenly he's just making objects float around like magic and we're all scared out of our bloody minds. But after we calmed down and saw this guy wasn't a threat, he then asks us if there was something he could help us with, and he did it without complaint. It was like heaven had sent down an angel to save us when we needed it, the man said before it went back to the woman. All the captives on the ship give similar responses. However, the masked hero didn't appear on the ship when the police searched the ship. Fortunately, one of the photographers managed to get a shot at the hero before an officer opened fire at him, the woman said as a picture appeared of me on Amalthea while she was rearing backwards appeared, but I couldn't see her horn. The picture shows of the mysterious person on a rearing horse just before he fled the scene. Authorities gave chase but reported a flat tire after the figure made a sigh the pier out of thin air and punctured the tire. So the questions on everyone's minds are, who is he? Why did this man come to the aid of these people? What is he? Where is he? How did he do the things he can do, and is he a friend or foe? The woman said before the TV turned off. Well, that was something, I said. Dude, these guys know who you are now. They're going to discover Equestria, Rainbow said. Whoa, calm down. There's no solid evidence of me having wings. As for the bullet thing, they'll most likely write it off as unexplainable. And third, I'm going home tonight and closing the portal for a time till the heat dies down, so chill, everything will be fine as long as a certain officer keeps quiet, I said looking at Alan. Save your energy, Ash, I won't tell even if I should charge you for murder. Also, the office wouldn't believe me anyway, Alan said. Thank you, I said. Ash, are you okay? Rosa asked. I've felt very little regret in my life, Rosa, but I need to ask, was killing Viper the right thing to do? Because one part of me was saying kill him while the other said toss him into a cell, I said. Ash, what you did was in my opinion the right thing to do. This way he can't hurt anyone ever again, Rosa said as she placed her hands on my face, forcing her to look at her. Thanks, Rosa, I said as I hugged her. So what happens now? Eli asked. Well, it's time I head home and I'm bringing a friend with me, I said. Can I come too? I looked for the voice and saw Akachi running down the stairs to me before he gave me a hug around the waist. Akachi, I thought I told you it's bedtime, Rosa said. But then I would have missed Uncle Ash, Akachi said. Rosa, Kabir, if it's not too much trouble, can he come with me for a bit? In fact, why don't you all come and meet everyone? I said, surprising everyone. You mean come to Equestria? Oh Ash, as much as we'd love to, we can't. Akachi has school tomorrow and Rosa started. Please Rosa, just a few minutes to meet everyone including my new son and then you'll all be home before you know it, I said. Come now Rosa, it's not every day an opportunity like this is just handed to someone, Kabir said. Yeah, it sounds like quite an adventure, Rebecca said. I'm not needed till late tomorrow, Eli said. Well, I'm off duty for the rest of the night, so I guess I can come, Alan said. All of us except for me live on our own and Ma family know I can take care of myself. Besides, as long as it's short I'll be able to rise and shine the next day, no sweat, Applejack said, earning a huzz from the other girls. Please Mum, can we go? I want to see Equestria. I'll be very good for the week. I'll even do my homework without complaints, Akachi said. Well, an offer to meet the child of an old friend and for my son to actually do his homework without a fuss, what mother could say no to that, Rosa said. Fantastic, come on, we'll go tell Amalthea the news, I said before I began to lead them all outside, but I saw Sunset wasn't as enthusiastic. Sunset, I know you're a little nervous about coming back to Equestria. But you should know that when we got back the first time, the first thing Celestia asked was about your condition. Which means she forgives you for what happened. It's all ancient history now. Thanks Ash, I needed to hear that, Sunset said. Hey Ash, I almost forgot I picked these up for you today, Kabir said as he handed me a plastic bag. I took the bag and looked inside and saw the Fast and Furious collection from 1 to 7. No way you got me these. Why? I asked. I remember when Alex first told you about those and how you said you wanted to watch them when you got out and I figured I'd get you a gift, Kabir said. Damn it dude, I would have gotten you something if I knew, I said. Don't Ash, just enjoy them, Kabir said. I intend to along with some friends of mine, but we'd better go. I think my friend has waited long enough, I said before I placed the movies in a pocket dimension and let everyone outside. Once I was outside I stood next to the white unicorn causing all to gasp. Everyone, this is Amalthea, a unicorn and the one who brought me here, I said. A real unicorn and before my very eyes, Alan said in disbelief. They can see my horn too, Amalthea asked. Wait, you can talk as well, amazing, Twilight said. Darling, you look simply divine, Rarity said. I'm all amazed that you all can see me, Amalthea said. Oh, believe me, we've seen some weird things, but anyway, I'm Sunset Shimmer. I come from Equestria and was once a unicorn, Sunset said. Charmed, are you all coming with us? Amalthea asked. Yes, now let's go. I'm sure you're all eager to meet everyone, I said before I led them to the school Wondercold statue. I walked through the portal and stepped to the side to allow everyone through, but instead of walking through, they were all thrown through. Ooh, that must have hurt, I said. Oh well, that's one way to travel, Kabir said. Scream, what happened to us? Rebecca shrieked as she examined herself. Rebecca and all my friends except Amalthea had been changed when coming through the portal. Sunset Shimmer had turned back into her pony form and the main 6 had all become exact copies as the others of this world. The only difference was Twilight had her hair in a bun and wore glasses. I then looked at my friends and saw Habir, Rosa and Akachi had been turned into a family of zebra. Rebecca was a unicorn with a mane and tail that reminded me of Rosalux and a light blue coat. Eli was a dark green Pegasus with a ginger mane and tail, and finally Alan was a light brown unicorn with a black mane. Wow, you guys look great. You should consider keeping those looks, I said. Oh yeah, Rainbow Dash has got her wings, Rainbow Air pumped. As unique this body as I'd like to get back into my body, Rosa said. And I kinda need some clothes. I looked around for the voice and saw my world Spike hiding behind the mirror with only his head showing and in his dragon form. I was about to ask why he was hiding behind the mirror like that but then remembered what he said. Oh, right, sorry big guy, I said as I summoned some of my clothes and handed them to Spike. And as for the body thing, Rosa, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do, so you'll need to put up with it, but it could be worse. How? Rosa asked. You could be on 4 hooves instead of 2 and not wearing anything at all, I said, causing her to blush. So where are we now? Spike asked as he appeared from behind the mirror with the clothes on. Oh right everyone, welcome to the Castle of Friendship aka Twilight's place, I said. Wait, I live here? I mean the other me lives here, Twilight asked. Along with the other Spike asked. Yep, I said. So where do we go to meet Faust? Amalthea asked. Just up there, I said, pointing out a window at Canterlot Castle. Hang on, is that a castle on the edge of a mountain? Eli asked. Yep, now everyone gather around, I'll have us over there quickly, I said, causing the others to follow my instructions. Okay, now what? Alan asked. Most of you are going to feel a little sick, I said before I teleported us to Canterlot. Oh, you weren't kidding when you said we'd feel sick, Eli said. Don't worry, just like me, you'll get used to it, I said as I recovered my breath after teleporting so many people or ponies as the case may be. So this is Canterlot Castle? Applejack asked, looking around. Yeah, I'd give you all the grand tour of Ponyville and this place if we had time, but we'll just have to settle on meeting royalty, I said. So which room should they be in at this time of night? Rosa asked. If I had to guess, probably tending to some late night business from the stuck-up nobles, which would be in the throne room, I said. And where is that, darling? Rarity asked, causing me to gesture to the door we were outside of. Just let me go in before you guys, or it will be a little overwhelming at first, I said. All right, the group replied in union. I walked over to the door and opened it so I could look inside and saw all my friends from Ponyville were here, including most of the royals. Do you think he's okay? I know this week can be tough for him, Twilight said. The letter said he was going to say goodbye and that he'll be back within the week, Luna said, who was holding Midnight in her arms and Pip was standing by her side. Yeah, I'm sorry I had to rush off like that, I said as I walked towards the group, making my presence known and causing them all to smile at me. Oh, you're back, Rage said as he flew over to me and gave me a high five. Come on, like I'd ever leave forever, I said. Dad, Pip yelled as he ran towards me. Hey big guy, come here, I said as I crouched down and scooped him up in a hug. You were out for a while, almost 4 months, Pip said. Yeah, I needed a long nap, but anyway, I want to introduce you to some people I know, I said. Ash, don't you mean ponies? Comet asked. No, I mean people, case these guys come from Earth, I said as I looked at the door. You can come in now. Rainbow Dash is in the castle, Rainbow shouted as the doors opened with a slam. Rainbow Dash, that is very unladylike, Rarity said. Come on, let's see how fun this place is, Pinkie Pie said as she bounced in. Maybe we should go home, Fluttershy said as she peeked out from behind the door. It's alright, Sugar Cube, Applejack said as she led Fluttershy inside. Wow, nice digs, Spike said as he walked in. However, the group stopped in their tracks when they saw their doubles from here who were looking at them as if they'd been slapped. Oh, for goodness sake, these guys are from my world, they're just alternate versions of you, it's not like they'll bite, I said, but I saw both Pinkie Pies chewing on each other's tails. I stand corrected. You taste like cotton candy, one Pinkie Pie said. Gasp, you too, the other said before they hugged. Well, they're getting along, I said before I turned to Rosa, Kabir, Akachi, Eli, Rebecca and Alan. Hey you 6, come over, there's some others I want you to meet. The 5 walked over to me and I saw both groups of the main 6 were beginning to talk and get along. Ash, are those who I think they are? Rage asked. Yeah, just keep calm, alright, I said before I turned to the 5. Everyone, this is my brother Burning Rage and my first son Pipsqueak. Pipsqueak, who came up, why? Eli was interrupted when Rebecca placed a hand over his muzzle. Thank you, Rebecca, I said. Always happy to shut Eli up, Rebecca said, causing Eli to let out a muffled complaint and send a glare at Rebecca. Ash, I didn't know you had a brother, Rosa said. It's a long story really, Rage said. Well, either way, it's nice to finally meet you and this handsome devil, Rosa said, looking at Pip, who was blushing, causing Rosa to coo at him. Pip, I'd like you to meet Rosa, think of her as your aunt from my side of the family and her son and your cousin Akachi, I said as I set him on the floor. Nice to meet you, Akachi, I'm Pipsqueak, but you can call me Pip, Pip said as he held his hand out for a handshake. It's nice to meet you too, Pip, Akachi said. Why don't you two explore the room and go introduce Akachi to your aunts, I suggested. All right, Dad, Pip said before the two ran off. Such manners, how on earth did you teach him that? Rosa asked. Simple, I didn't teach him on earth, I said, causing us to chuckle, but my laughter was cut off when something hit me in the back of the head. Ow, I said before I turned around to see Celestia. What was that for? Ash, you brought too many people here, you could threaten to upset the balance, Celestia said. Would you chill, Celestia? If Sunset has been living on Earth for who knows how long and with Twilight coming and going as she pleases, I think the universe will hold together for a few minutes, I said. Even so, I don't like how you brought those girls here and these people, it's better we keep our world secret, Celestia said. Relax already, would ya? Those girls have their own secret to hide and these are the people I met when I was a slave, so you can trust them, I said. This seemed to surprise Celestia as she looked at the 6 people who were staring at us. I must apologize, I had no idea you were the ones Ash met in that dreadful place, Celestia said. Think nothing of it, Alan said. Yeah, we should have expected something like this the moment Ash invited us, Rebecca said. Celestia, I presume, Kabir said. Yes, Celestia answered before she was lifted off the ground in a bear hug. Thank you for taking care of Ash for all this time, God knows he needed it, Kabir said. You're quite welcome, Celestia said with a smile before Kabir set her down. I'm sorry about my husband, he's a hugger, Rosa said. Think nothing of it, I'm glad someone can be so open as to hug me like that, everyone else won't, so I'm glad for a complete stranger will give me a hug, Celestia said. Oh then please allow me to introduce myself, I'm Rosa, Rosa said. Rosa, I've seen and heard much of you from Ash, I'm glad he had someone like you in his life, Celestia said. Hello Princess Celestia, I'm Eli and might I say you are a gem, Eli said, causing Celestia to blush. Flatter, Celestia said. Nice to finally meet you, Celestia, I'm Rebecca, and if Eli there says or does something stupid I'll kick his butt for you, Rebecca said. Hey, Eli said. I'll keep that in mind, and you are? Celestia asked as she looked at Alan. Oh, my name is Alan, I was one of the officers that helped Ash escape, Alan said. I remember you have my thanks for comforting him after that incident, Celestia said before she looked at me while I had a smirk on my face. All right, I was wrong, they are very good people, not to mention trustworthy, you were right. And don't you forget it, I said. Hello Princess Celestia. Celestia turned around and gasped when she saw Sunset standing behind her. Sunset Shimmer, Celestia said. Princess, I just wanted to apologize for what Sunset didn't get to finish before she was wrapped in a hug. No apologizes are necessary, Sunset Shimmer, I'm just happy to see your smiling face again, Celestia said with tears in her eyes. Are you going to introduce me? I spun around and saw Luna holding Midnight and she surprised me with a kiss on the lips, causing my friends to stare. Sorry about that, Luna, but anyway, these guys are the ones I came friends with in that cell except Alan, he's one of the officers that got me out, I said when Luna and my lips separated. Everyone, this is my mare friend Luna and my son Midnight Star. It's so wonderful to meet you all in Pony, Luna said. No, the pleasure is ours, Luna, I'm so happy Ash has found love with someone, Rosa said. I'll leave you guys to get acquainted with each other better right now, I have to introduce someone to Faust, oh and Rebecca, I said. Yeah, Rebecca asked. You know how to handle Eli if he gets out of hand, I said. Hey, Eli said. Don't worry, Rebecca said with a smirk. I gave a smile before I walked over to Faust, who was crouched down and talking with Akachi. I swear she was absolute putty in one's hands when it came to foals. Having fun, I asked. Oh hello Ash, I was just talking to Akachi here, Faust said as she stood up and dusted of her dress before she faced me. I can see that, but there's someone who wants to meet you, I said. Oh, I'd better not keep them waiting then, Faust said. I lead Faust over to the doors and saw everyone was getting along well. All right, stay here, I'll bring her in, I said as we stopped before the door and I walked outside and saw Amalthea looking nervous. She's ready to see you. I don't know, it's been a long time, Amalthea said. It will only get worse if you wait any longer, I said. Amalthea gave me a nod before she trotted inside, and when Faust saw Amalthea, her eyes widened in surprise. Amalthea walked right up to Faust and looked her in the eye. All eyes were turned to Amalthea, some in surprise, others in curiosity. It's been a long time, Your Majesty, Amalthea said before she began to bow, but Faust stopped her and gave her a hug. Too long, my old friend, too long, Faust said. I gave a smile before I rejoined the others and saw Rosa holding Midnight and cooing at him. We chatted for a couple of minutes and introduced my friends from Earth to my friends of Equestria. Ash, where are your wings? Luna asked as she looked at my back. Oh right, I forgot, I said as I removed the spell and extended my wings. I gave them 2 flaps before I folded them against my back, once more drawing attention from everyone in the room. I'll never get used to the fact that you have wings, Alan said. Well, it's a fact you'll have to live with, mate, I said. Are you? I turned around and saw Amalthea looking at me in shock. Are you? Is your name Ashblade? Amalthea asked. Oh, that's right, I was interrupted before I could introduce myself. Yes, my name is Ashblade, a pleasure to meet you, Amalthea, I said. Amalthea then walked around me and stopped behind me. I felt the point of her horn touching the mark on my back. Suddenly, I felt a painful rush of magic enter my back and Amalthea walked back around in front of me. Suddenly, I felt something in my hands and I looked to see my right hand's veins were glowing white and my left arm felt hotter before it became horribly painful enough so to make me collapse to my knees screaming in pain. I looked at my left hand and saw that it turned into a red arm with sharp pointed fingers and curved spikes overlapping each other growing out of the top of the forearm that reminded me of the demons before it returned to normal. I then looked at my left arm, became white and softer than my left. It was almost angelic before it returned to normal. I then felt something trying to force its way out of my back, causing me to scream louder, and I saw everyone was looking at me in fear. Suddenly, whatever was in my back broke free, breaking my skin and most likely spilling a lot of blood. After that, the pain slowly ebbed away, and when I could move, I looked behind me on my left and saw 5 wings that were identical to my ones. And on my right was the same amount, and my hands had stopped changing. What the hell? What did you do to me? I asked as I looked at Amalthea. Amalthea then did the one thing I was not expecting her to do. She bowed to me. I'm glad to see you're alive, Your Highness, Amalthea said. What? I asked in complete shock. Ash, I heard Faust say. I turned to look at the alicorn and saw her kneeling to me as well. I think it's time I tell you a story, Faust said. Chapter 45, A Time Forgotten and a Cursed Encounter. I was standing in the Canterlot throne room with my friends from both Earth and Ponyville and the royal family. Both Faust and Amalthea, a unicorn who stands on 4 hooves instead of 2, were kneeling to me while I looked at the 4 new wings I received alongside my old ones thanks to Amalthea doing something with the new mark on my back. In total there were 10 wings growing out of my back. I honestly felt like a peacock. Ash, I think it's time I told you a story, Faust said as she stood up alongside Amalthea. This story had better answer a massive mess of questions I have, cause I'm beginning to lose my mind at the moment and I'm having slight difficulty trying to breath, I said. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I probably should have asked Faust if I should have awakened your true powers, Amalthea said. True power, Your Highness, start explaining, damn you, Rage seethed as he kept me balanced. Rage, please remain calm, and before we go any further into this we should get these 3 up to bed, Celestia said before she summoned a maid with her magic to take the foals to bed, but asking Rosa and Habir permission first for her to send Akachi to bed here, which they both agreed. Alright, I think we should start after Earth's first civilization, Faust said once the foals and maid left. Wait first, Eli asked. The civilization you guys live in is one of 4 that has existed for a long time and each one was destroyed by a solar storm, I explained. Actually there were 5, the one in between both the first civilization and the time of Hyrule. It was by far the grandest age by far out of all the others, Amalthea said. How do you know? Applejack asked. Because I was there and Ash was also born in that era, Amalthea said, causing everyone to look at me. Ash, your earliest memories are the ones of that time, Faust said. Grandest age out of the others? My memories only showed me fire, suffering, sorrow, pain and death, I said. It wasn't always like that, Ash, Faust said as she began to draw a familiar rune in midair and we were all sucked into a portal. We all landed in a large field, some of us landed on our feet, others not as fortunate. Where are we? My world's Twilight asked. Actually, Twilight, it's when, and to answer that question we are in the age of unity and peace, Faust said. So where do we go now? Sunset asked. Faust just gestured over a hill and we followed the direction and we came across a mass of unicorns, Pegasi, earth ponies. Some of them stood on 4 hooves and others stood on 2 hooves and had hands. Each one was different colored and the ones that stood on 2 hooves all had cutie marks. What's happening, mother? Luna asked. Our kingdom is relocating, Luna, Faust said as she teleported us to the side of the past. Faust walking with her subjects. She looked a little younger back then but still maintained that goddess aura about her. Once upon a time we lived in a beautiful field and made a magnificent home for ourselves. I cannot remember the name but it was beautiful. But one day a darkness fell upon us forcing us to flee and so I led what was left of us to find a new home, but the journey was long and tearing and we lost many. I had almost given up hope myself till they appeared, Faust said. They? I asked. Suddenly we heard the sound of flapping wings and both past and present. Faust turned to look at the source of the sound and I saw a pair of fully armed warriors and both had a set of wings like mine. The 2 figures in the middle looked like royalty and as they landed we got a better look at them. The male had short black hair and his deep brown eyes showed fierceness and wisdom behind them and he would be considered extremely handsome and he had most of the females giving him that dreamy look. He was dressed in gold and crimson robes, a large thick golden amulet hung around his neck and he had a regal crown on his head. And finally on the male's back were a pair of massive webbed wings and next to him was a strikingly beautiful female with white blonde hair that flowed down her back and had olive green eyes that showed a gentle and kind nature. She had all the males besides me and Rage staring at her with gaping mouths awed at her beauty. Her dress was both blue and light blue with bits of silver added to it and a dazzling crown on her head. On the female's back were a pair of pristine white feathered wings that seemed to glow in the sun's light. Please forgive our intrusion, but we're looking for the leader of your colony, the man said in a deep but gentle voice. I am the one you're looking for, past Faust spoke up. I see, my name is King Ronsier, the male said. And I am Queen Agla, it is a pleasure to meet you, Queen, the female said. Faust and its princess, I'm not married, but if I may say your wings, Faust started. Remind you of demons and angels, it's because we are, Ronsier said, causing everyone but present Faust and Amalthea to stare in shock. An angel and demon together, but that is unheard of, not to mention forbidden. How did you come together, past Faust said. We both became tired of the feud between our species and decided to abandon our place in both heaven and hell. And as fate allowed it, we met here on earth and fell in love. And not only was it us, but others followed and they too fell in love with one another, some even with humans, Alga said. Sniff, so beautiful, Pinky said with a handkerchief in her hand and tears in her eyes. So true, forbidden love is always the best kind, Rarity added, dabbing her eyes with her own handkerchief. I see, it's certainly a lovely story, but I'm afraid I drove us off topic. Why are you here? Past Faust asked. We have received numerous reports about all of you wandering inside our kingdom. Rumors said you were a conquering army, so we decided to investigate. And judging from appearance now, I'm glad to say those rumors are false, Ronsier said. I'm sorry, we didn't mean to intrude on your land, for you see we were driven out of our home by an unspoken evil and we're trying to settle down in a new place to call home, past Faust said. The two royals looked at the weary travelers in sadness before they looked at each other and smiled. Lady Faust, I believe your search has met its end. If you wish, we can offer you a piece of untouched land that's within our borders and you will still keep your title as princess if you accept, Ronsier said. Really, but what must I do in order to keep this land? Past Faust asked, causing the royals to chuckle. An everlasting peace between our kingdoms is all we ask, Alga said. Your majesties, I wouldn't have it any other way, Faust said as she began to bow. No, Lady Faust, you need not bow, we are just happy to help, and please you may call us Ronsier and Alga, all our friends do, Ronsier said. That day is one I swore I would never forget, but it appears I ended up throwing it away like it was nothing, Faust said, letting some tears fall and for her children to hug her. You must have really cared for them, I said. Indeed I did, Ash. Your parents were probably some of the best friends I could have asked for, Faust said, causing everyone to look at me in shock. I was by far in the most shock than everyone else combined to find out both my parents were an angel and a demon is seriously a lot to take in. So does this make Ash a Nephilim? Rage asked. Oh no, Nephilim were giants that roamed the earth during the early years of the fifth civilization around the same time man first appeared, Faust said. Then what is he? Comet asked, causing Faust to smile and look at me. A demonic angel, Faust said. A what angel? I asked. A demonic angel, the offspring of both demons and angels, or you're also known as heavenly demons, but personally I like demonic angel, Faust said. Okay, so what happened after that? I asked. Well, both Ronsier and Alga made good on their word and I learned about their marvels in magic which was without equal while they took us to a beautiful valley which was as beautiful or more so than our old home. It was basically a dream home and it soon came to known as Dream Valley, Faust said. Dream Valley, I haven't heard that name since we met Slendermane, I said. Oh, so he's still around, is he? I must pay him a visit and catch up with him, but back to the main topic. After we settled down in Dream Valley for a few years I met Craig, who gave me the children I have today, Faust said. Craig, Luna asked. I guess we know the name of your dad now, Luna, I said with a smile. Yes, he was everything I could have dreamed, for he was kind, smart and funny, Faust said. He sounded like an amazing guy, Soren said. He was, Faust said. Mother, do you know what happened to him? Celestia asked. No, I'm sorry to say, but I wish I did, Faust said, causing us all to go sad for a minute before Faust cleared her throat. Anyway, we're not here to talk about my past, we're here for Ashes, Faust said, causing us to pay attention to her. Alga, Ronsier, Craig, Amalthea and I became some of the best friends in that time, but before we dig any deeper you should know that demonic angels are not born the same as we are. Really, how are they born then? My world's Twilight asked. And why bring this up now? Spike asked. Faust just smiled and with a wave of her hand we were in some kind of magic laboratory, causing both Equestria and my world's Twilight's Trixie, Sunset and Celestia's eyes to widen in excitement. I looked at the room and saw a clear ball off to the side of the room. I walked over to it and saw a newborn demonic angel curled up inside of it, giving off random twitches every once in a while. So Faust, are you saying I was born inside a lab like this? I asked. Actually no, Ash, in fact you were unique, Faust said. Unique how exactly? I asked. Well, Ash, a demonic angel isn't born the same way as we are, but they still need the proper ingredients to start with, but instead of being born in a mother's womb they are grown in places like this with a constant flow of magic and life fire to stabilize both the unholy and holy magic till they can stabilize it themselves. Everyone knows holy and unholy are not surpassed. To mix example, the sperm of a demon enters an angel's womb, the sperm will be destroyed or the egg dies, Faust said. Wow, never thought I'd get an anatomy lesson while looking at a memory, Rage said as he rolled his eyes. Zip it, Rage, this is important stuff, Equestria, Twilight said, jotting down what she heard and saw. Now the reason why you are so unique, Ash, is because you're the first and only natural-born demonic angel to ever exist. Somehow, someway you were born in your mother's womb, and I forgot that demonic angels aren't immortal like their parents when they are born in a lab, but since you were born in Alga's womb the doctors confirmed that you inherited immortality like your parents, and I have to say I was over the moon when they told me about you. Literally I flew around the moon going at Mark 5, Faust said while Luna tried to hug the life out of me when she found out I was immortal. Wow, immortal, that's going to take some getting used to, I said, unsure how else to respond. Well, at least you'll be around for Luna, right man, Rage said. Hey right, so how'd it go? I asked in an unsure tone. Faust just gave another wave of her hand and the room changed to one of a delivery room. I saw past Faust was in the room along with past Amalthea, a figure standing in the shadows concealing his face from view, leading me to guess he was Craig. My mother was on the delivery bed screaming in pain and my dad sat by her side while doctors scrambled around the room. Some of the guys tried to get a closer look but I grabbed them and gave them a death look, getting them back in line. Once it was over my tiny body was still and lifeless. My dad then immediately took me in his arms and looked at me. Ronsier, my mom asked in a worried tone. It's all right my dear, my dad said before he looked back at me. Come now, my son, I know you have life left in you, but I know I can't force you to live in this world because that choice is up to you. But, if you want to see all the wonders of this place, then fight for your life, my son, and see the world through your eyes. All was silent for a moment when suddenly the whole room seemed to brighten when a tiny cry came from my lips, and as one the nurses and doctor along with Faust, Amalthea and Craig kneeled. He's decided, my mother croaked when she heard my screams. Yes, my love, he wants to live, my dad said as he brought me over to her and cradled me in her arms. So what do we name him? My mother then looked at me and smiled. Ashblade, our little one will be Ashblade, my mother said. Ashblade, I love it, my dad said. The others let out smiles of joy, but even though it felt weird to be watching my own birth, I was smiling. Truly a miracle, wasn't it? Amalthea said. No argument here, but did anyone feel that strange rush when little Ash started screaming? Discord asked. Now that you mention it, yes I did, Dreamcatcher said. It was a summoning, Faust said. A summoning for who, Faust? Rose asked. Faust just smiled, and with a wave of her hand we appeared in a field that beheld an amazing sight. Holy shit, Rage screamed when he saw the castle. Whose castle is that? I asked. It's your family's, Ash, Faust said, causing everyone to look at me, then at the castle, then me. That ain't no castle, that's a freaking empire, Caramel said. Yup, Max said in a surprised tone. I looked at both rarities and saw them spluttering gibberish, so I decided to help out. There are no words, huh? I asked. Exactly, both rarities screamed in union. So this is where the angels and demons and demonic angels lived, right? Chrysalis asked. Yes, this place was their home, and as the years went by more and more species appeared, Faust said, gesturing behind us. I turned around and saw a massive crowd of different species. There were dwarves, elves, satyrs, draconiquus, and when I flew up into the air I saw cyclops, minotaurs, dragons, even a hydra or three among the crowd, and a leviathan in the water. Basically every creature I thought was a myth or fantasy was here. That's a lot of species, but why are they all staring at the mountain like that? I asked. They're waiting for the Song of the Mountain, Faust said. Song of the Mountain, everyone asked. Suddenly the wind picked up and a sound rang through the sky almost like a bell, and then it sounded like the wind itself was singing as well. The music was so beautiful it was impossible to describe, and when it ended the crowds cheered in a sound like thunder. Nothing could create a song greater than that, such power, such gentleness, such beauty, such, Octavia said. Such awesomeness, Vinyl finished. Yes, Vinyl, such awesomeness, Octavia said. The Song of the Mountain was only to be heard on great occasions like the birth of royalty, Faust said, smirking at me. Life must have been good, hadn't it? Iris said. Yes, life was good. The angels and demons became the biggest part of this era, immortal beings protecting this world, and the mysteries of magic were quickly disappearing and new spells were being added, Faust said. I'm sensing a but in this, I said, causing Faust to frown. Indeed, everyone in the kingdom was happy when they heard that you were born, but the moment you let out your scream you drew the attention of two great forces, both heaven and hell, Faust said before she waved her hand, and we stood in an elegant throne room. Both rarities' mouths were gaped open in awe at the room's beauty, but my attention was on my mother and father sitting on a pair of thrones in the middle of the room. On my mother's side was a crib I was presumably lying in, and Faust and Amalthea were there talking to the royal couple. Suddenly, the doors burst open and a pair of the kingdom's guards are thrown in past Faust and past Amalthea took a stance, and my father drew a sword that was on his hip and stood in front of my mother, who grabbed me and held me close. I looked at the door and I saw a figure walk, and his amour was bright and golden, and he had 3 pairs of white feathered wings on his back. He had long black hair and had a roughish face. When I saw the guy, the first couldn't help but let out a growl at the guy, and Faust gave her own death glare at him and clenched her fist. Ash, what is it? Luna asked as she placed a hand on my shoulder. Every single part of my body is telling me that this guy is bad news on a massive scale, I said, keeping my gaze locked on the guy. Lucifer, my mother screamed when she saw the figure and placed me back in the crib and calmed the other 3 occupants. She then ordered the recovering guards to wait outside and close the doors, and the guards obeyed without complaint. Lucifer is in the fallen angel Lucifer, Rebecca asked. Alga, did the Lord send you down here to find that mysterious call? Lucifer said. Mysterious call, does he means when I first cried? I asked. Yes, Ash, Faust asked. A mysterious call, my mother asked. Yes, it's hard to describe, but it sent heaven into a state, and the Lord sent me down to investigate. It also appears that the Lord sent you and your friend down to help me investigate as well. Speaking of your friend, I am Lucifer. I don't believe I've seen you in heaven, Lucifer said as he held a hand out to my dad. I'm called Ronseer and I'm not from the world above, my dad said as he accepted the hand. Oh, where are you from then? Lucifer asked. Below, my dad said as he extended the 5 pairs of wings on his back. The look on Lucifer's face could not be more priceless, but soon his face turned to one of disgust and he went for the sword on his hip, but my mother stopped Lucifer. Wait, Lucifer, please don't hurt him, my mother pleaded. Alga, it's a demon of light upon this world and those they meet because they betrayed our Lord and steal innocent souls from the mortals. These creatures deserve nothing but death, Lucifer said. Lucifer, I cannot allow you to kill my husband, my mother said. Who husband? How? When? Why? Lucifer asked in complete shock, and my parents just showed him their wedding bands and my mother revealed the 10 wings on her back, shocking Lucifer more before she led him to the windows at the back of the room. Why? Because we both grew tired of the fighting between our peoples. There was no end to the conflict in sight, so we left and met on earth and fell in love, and that was over 5,000 mortal years ago, and in that time many other demons and angels have come and fell in love. Some from either fell in love with humans and some humans fell in love with the mythical creatures that live in our kingdom like Faust and her husband Craig, my mother said as she gestured to past Faust, who nodded her head. And as for how she gained 10 wings instead of 2, Lucifer, is because a few years of being together the mortals praised her and made her their queen, and I'll admit they scorned me at the beginning knowing who I am. But my beloved Alga told them if I was not to rule alongside her then she would not rule at all, thus making me their king, and the world has been at peace under our watch, Lucifer, and if you wish you can be a part of it, my dad said. We even have proof that both heaven and hell can live together in harmony, my mother said before she gracefully flew over to my crib and picked me up, and everyone else walked back over to the throne, and my mother revealed me to Lucifer. This is our son Ashblade, a being of both holy and unholy and the first naturally born demonic angel in the world so far, hopefully. My mother went into detail about how the demonic angels are born and that I was the one who let out the call as my mother talked and my father looked down at me. Lucifer slowly drew a dagger and raised it above his head preparing to kill me. All my friends gasped, but a beam of crimson broke the blade that came from past Faust's horn and past Amalthea created a shield around my mother and me. When my dad saw the hilt of the dagger, he punched Lucifer in the face, sending him flying through a pillar and skid across the floor and stop at the door. My dad, past Faust and Amalthea, then stood in front of my mother and me in a defensive stance. But Lucifer then teleported behind them and made a lunge at me and my mum, but Lucifer was met with a large shield that belonged to one of the guards who were once outside. Lucifer clutched his face, and while he was distracted, the other guard flew in and kicked Lucifer away from its colleague. Past Faust launched another spell at him, sending him flying at past Amalthea, who bucked him and sent him flying again towards my father, who caught Lucifer by the throat. When I looked at my dad, I saw his good side was gone, only to be replaced with a look of malice. His eyes were glowing completely scarlet and a red fiery aura surrounded him, entirely scaring me to my core along with everyone else beside me. He was about to get Lucifer with his sword when suddenly, "Rancier, wait," my mother cried, still holding me close. My father looked at her and his gaze softened and dropped Lucifer just as the aura disappeared and his eyes returned to normal, but he kept his sword in hand just in case. Once Lucifer was on the floor, the two guards held their spears at him. When I looked at my mother, I saw a burning anger in her eyes that unnerved me. "Lucifer, I do not know why you tried to kill my son, and I should kill you myself for doing such a thing. However, you and I have been friends for a long time and I can't ignore that, so I will allow you to leave with your life. But if you enter our kingdom again, I will not be as merciful," my mother said as the guards pulled Lucifer to his feet and began to escort him away. "It appears you've fallen from grace, Alga. Not even the Lord will forgive you for what you've done," Lucifer said. "You're wrong, Lucifer. I abandoned grace," my mother said before the doors closed, and my mother began to cry and my father and past Faust and past Amalthea comforted her. "Aw, certainly hope don't meet that jerk, otherwise he'll be tasting the bark from my apple bucking," Equestria Applejack said. "I cannot believe he had the audacity to attack Ash like that, especially in the throne room of their castle and in the parents' presence no less, my world's rarity said. "Faust, I believe a thanks are in order for saving my life. Guess that makes us square," I said. "Perhaps, but you should know Lucifer wasn't the only one after you. A demon named Lilith tried to kill you in the middle of the night. Had it not been for your father, you would have been killed then, but unfortunately Lilith escaped, but she never tried to attack you again," Faust said. "Just what is with this? Ash is both holy and unholy. That should be a sign of peace between the two, our worlds," Twilight said. "True, Twilight, but both Lucifer and other angels like him don't want peace. Instead, they'd rather obliterate every single demon than have peace, and most of the demons would agree. So the two formed a temporary truce, threatening both Alga and Rancier with war unless they agreed to have Ash killed. The bastards even threw in the offer to allow themselves to do it to make sure it was done," Faust said. "Did those two have not a single bone of shame in their bodies?" Dreamcatcher said. "Oh, that's it. Fallen angel and demon or not, if I ever meet them, I won't grant mercy to either," Habir said. I said nothing and kept my gaze on the memories around us before Faust spoke. Both Rancier and Alga were at a loss on what to do. They were both scared and unsure on what to do. But somehow word of what was going on reached the citizens below, and they gave the king and queen their vote on the matter, Faust said with a wave of her hand, and we stood in a hallway and we saw my parents and past Faust being led by a guard to a balcony where we heard screams and chanting coming from outside. And when we followed them outside, we saw the kingdom's subjects, man or beast, screaming words over and over again like, "All hail Ashblade, long live the prince, let the prince live." My parents let the tears of happiness fall from their eyes and embraced each other while they listened to the demands of the crowd. "Wow, you must have been something really special, huh, Ash?" Gilda said while she slugged me in the arm. I didn't answer the griffin but kept my gaze on the crowd. "Faust, what happened?" I asked, probably knowing the answer but didn't turn away from the crowds. The landscape suddenly became one of fire, smoke and death. The colossal monsters roamed through the burning buildings. Demonic angels and demons fought in the air alongside alicorns and draconiquises. Next to us was past Amalthea firing spells at the opposing demons and angels, and past Faust was nowhere to be seen, indicating this was Amalthea's memory. Suddenly, she ran back inside. We all followed her till we came to the throne room where we saw my parents looking down at me in my mother's arms with teary smiles on their faces. Also in the room was the figure in the black robes, but I couldn't see the face under the hood. "Your Majesties, the guards can't hold out forever. We need to get you to safety," Amalthea said. "No, Amalthea, I want you and Craig to take our son and go," my father said. "Take him and go, but what about you two?" the figure asked. "We'll distract them, but Ash can't be here once they're inside. Please take him to the safest place you know of. Everything depends on him now," my father said. "Sir, I can't. I wasn't strong enough to hold back the monsters when they breached the gates to the city. I practically doomed this place and the demonic angels," the figure said, only for my father to slap him across the face. "None of that matters, Craig. You couldn't hold the gate. Big deal, but you held it longer than anyone I know. You managed to help us evacuate most of the subjects. You've done very well," my father said. "Craig, we have faith in you. We're entrusting both you, Faust and Amalthea, to look after our son. Please, all we ask is that you do the best you can," my mother said as she handed me to Craig. "All right, I'll do what I can to watch over him," Craig said as he took me in his arms. "All right then, the both of you need to leave. They're almost here," my dad said. "Right, hop on, Craig," Amalthea said. Craig did as instructed and got on Amalthea, and with a flick of her horn we appeared at the base of the castle on the massive balcony. The balcony had what looked like a small town on it, but it wasn't much better than the one below. Buildings were burning and creatures were running rampant. Suddenly a massive light appeared in the distance like in my memory, and another world appeared before it disappeared along with the light. The two then galloped off before the memory went dark. Third-person POV. The group appeared back in the throne room before they all looked at Faust and Amalthea. The former had a look of guilt on her face. "Faust, what was that light?" Sunset asked. "That light was me. It was the day I forged Equestria when both the demons and angels came after my subjects. I was left with one option: to duplicate Earth and place it in an alternate dimension. The spell left me bedridden for weeks. At first I thought both Amalthea and Craig were in Dream Valley so they could be transported to Equestria. I even boosted the spell to save as many lives as I possibly could, and in the end I brought several species over. But to my horror there was only me and my children out of my family that made it, and I didn't even know I was pregnant with Luna at the time. The only Draconiquuses that came to Equestria with us was Discord, the rest were in the capital at the time while the battle was going on, Faust said. Mother, are you saying? Celestia began. I abandoned my best friends because I thought my duty was more important. There was not a day I didn't regret it. I shut myself away and there were several times I wanted to end my life then and there, but the one thing that always stopped me was what would happen to my children if I did. So for what was left of my family's sake I decided to remove those memories and left the throne and went into hiding with my children. I built my tower and a little while later I found Discord and raised him, and that's when the three tribes came together, and you all know the rest, Faust said with tears at the end. Everyone didn't know what to say to the crying alicorn who saw more things in life and experienced more than everyone in the room combined, and here she was crying hard in front of them. Luna walked over to her mother and used her wings to reach up and wipe away her tears before she embraced her, and one by one the siblings and Amalthea followed suit and hugged Faust. Faust, I know this may sound like me just making stuff up, but everyone who was left behind didn't blame you for this, Amalthea said. You're right, it does sound like you were making it up, Faust said with a small smile. So what happened to Lucifer? Mac asked. After the battle, God became furious. Thunder and lightning hurled across the sky for weeks as a show of his anger because God never gave instructions to have Ash killed. In fact, he supported his life hoping for peace between the two. But Lucifer screwed it up and Lucifer was banished from heaven along with the other angels who helped him, thus becoming fallen angels. Heaven then told any survivors that God didn't send any angels to go to war against us and told us of what happened, Amalthea said. But what happened to Ash's folks? Soren asked. However, Amalthea didn't answer. I just wish I could see them again so I could apologize, Faust said. Well, Ash is their son, so you can apologize to him, right, Ash? Rage said as he turned to where Ash was standing only to find air. Ash's POV. It was late and after Faust told us how Equestria was created and how she fled, I left to clear my head. Now I was sitting at the edge of a lake in the ever-free forest skipping stones along the surface of the water. Regularly a hydra, manticore, cockatrice, timberwolf or any other creature that lived here came along and all of them noticed my presence but didn't attack. Instead they bowed their heads, took a drink from the lake or left. I found it weird that great creatures were bowing to me, but I just sat still and watched the stars sparkling overhead and in the lake. Ash. I looked at the voice behind me and saw it was Faust. Hello, Faust, I said as I looked back at the lake. We both entered an uncomfortable silence, no one sure of what to say. How are you feeling? Faust asked. Confused, sad and angry, I replied, bringing about another round of silence. Ash, I know this is a lot to take in, especially like this, Faust said. Oh, it is. First off, my parents turned out to be both a demon and an angel. Secondly, I was born in a forgotten era of civilization. Third, I happen to be some kind of immortal being that is both holy and unholy, which should be impossible to mix. Finally, my entire life was stolen from me by Lucifer, the fallen angel. Yeah, it's a load to take in. I screamed. Ash, I know this is hard, but Faust started. Faust, my species is dead. My parents are likely just as dead. My whole life has been a lie and I have suffered greatly through that lie, and all because I exist. Do you have any idea how that feels to be a kingdom's destruction for just living? Let me tell you, it's not a nice feeling. The world may even be better off if I wasn't around, I said as I stood up and stood around to face her, the anger on my face clear cause I saw her backing away and her face showed fear. When I saw the fear in her eyes, I closed my eyes and turned around to face the lake again before I opened my eyes again. Faust, please just leave. I need to be alone. I heard only silence before Faust spoke again. Just so you know, your friends from Earth made it home. I saw to it personally, Faust said before I heard the flapping of her wings carrying her away. After a few hours of silence, I got a bad feeling in my body. However, no matter how I wanted to ignore it, it wouldn't go away. Giving up, I walked into the forest searching for the source of the bad feeling. The forest was extremely dark and the branches overhead didn't help. I used a light orb to find my path. Suddenly, I hear a scream that sounded familiar, causing me run to the source of the noise, and when I reached it I saw the CMC, minus Pipsqueak, along with Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon running through the trees. Not too far behind them were creatures too dark to see fully, but their eyes glowed an unnatural red light like a pair of unholy lanterns in the dark. Suddenly, I saw Apple Bloom trip over and the others stopped and were about to go back for her, but one of the beasts stood over her, causing her to scream. Seeing this, I summoned my armor and weapons and charged in. The creature didn't even see me coming as I slammed my shield into it, sending it flying through the trees while the rest of the creatures stopped and stared at me. Uncle Ash, Apple Bloom exclaimed. I'll find out why you're here later. As for now, run, I'll hold them off, I said. Uncle Ash, these ponies can't be killed. I think they're cursed, Apple Bloom said. I tilted my head to the side and made the light orb I conjured up float towards the creatures, but once I saw them in the light I wish I hadn't. They were ponies, or what was left of a pony anyway. They were mostly dark gray from dirt and grime. But I could see the rotting skin and exposed bones. Some had entrails spilling out of their body and one had an eyeball hanging from the optic nerve that was still inside the eye socket. They all seemed to be earth ponies, and yet I could also sense intelligence coming from them. Oh great, more zombies, I said sarcastically before I turned to look at the foals and made a compass and handed it to Apple Bloom. That arrow will show you the way back to Ponyville. But what about you? Scootaloo asked. I've handled this situation before, now get going, I'll be right behind you. I said, causing the foals to run while I turned to the walking corpses who were still silently staring at me. Alright motherfuckers, just what made it okay to go after my nieces and nephew like that? They had the mark, they would have ruined the party, the zombie in the center said in a raspy voice. Talking zombies, well that's a new one, I thought. I don't know what party it is you're talking about, but I can tell you one thing, that bunch aren't party crashers. I must ask you to move aside, those fillies will only curse others with their marks and we can't allow it, the pony with the hanging eyeball said. If you want them then it will be over my dead body, I said as I summoned my shotgun and blew a hole in a zombie's chest. The corpse then fell and the red glow in the eyes faded into darkness, but I didn't stop firing at them. Thanks to my last experience I knew that I shouldn't be careless around these guys. I continued to blow chunks out of the undead and some of them tried to move around me to go after the foals or to flank me. But I shot them before they could get too far. I even got a little creative, like slamming the sole of my foot into a zombie, crushing its head against a tree, and pretty soon it was over. Easiest zombies I've ever killed, I said after I sent my shotgun back to where I summoned it from. But when I looked into the forest I saw a pair of glowing golden lights staring at me, causing me to slowly place a hand on my revolver. Who's out there? The lights slowly got bigger, indicating they were approaching me. Soon I noticed the lights only came up to my thigh, and when the lights stepped into the orb's light I saw it was a filly with a gray coat and yellow mane and tail. She wore a dark checked skirt, a gray cardigan and white shirt underneath it, and was a bit taller than Apple Bloom, and the glowing lights were her eyes. Well, you don't look like a bloodhoof or a blank, so what are you? The filly asked. Well, I'm a who. Well, I thought I was a human. I honestly don't know what I am anymore, I said. Oh, the filly said. But forgive me for asking, but what's a bloodhoof and a blank, and who are you? I asked as I crouched down to the filly's level. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Ruby, and I've always been good at finding things, and a bloodhoof are the ones you just killed, Ruby said, looking at the rotted corpses. Oh, I'm sorry, I said. Sorry? Why are you sorry? They were full of evil when they were turned into those things by the blanks. Now they go out and search for others to turn into more bloody hoofs, so you just did everyone a favor, Ruby said. Oh, well, never mind then. Anyway, we'd better get you out of here. I'm sure your parents are worried, I said. Oh, don't worry, they can't hurt me anymore, Ruby said before she walked right through me. I looked behind me and saw Ruby walking away. Before I looked to the spot where I was talking to her, before I looked back at Ruby. I then got up and jogged up to her. Forgive me for asking, but I started. Yep, I'm a ghost, Ruby said with a smile, but I just gave her a nod. You're not shocked or scared? Oh, I'm surprised, but you're not the first ghost I've met. I've seen 5 others, I said. Wow, that's a lot. Most ghosts prefer not to be seen, Ruby said. I see, but these 5 were once Equestria's protectors and have been helping me save Equestria, I said. Wow, so that makes you a hero, Ruby said in awe. Hey, I guess so, I said. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, but you said you had no idea on what you were anymore. What do you mean by that? Ruby asked. Well, at first I thought I was a human. But then I found out today that I was a being called a demonic angel and that I'm the last of my kind, not to mention a prince as well, I said. Last of your kind? What happened? Ruby asked. The kingdom was destroyed because some other creatures didn't want me to be born. The kingdom my parents ruled with generous hearts was destroyed because I lived. The reason I'm not dead is because they entrusted me to a friend of theirs to hide me away someplace safe. It really hurts, I said, entering a silence before Ruby spoke. You know, if it makes you feel better, I know how you feel, Ruby said. How? I asked. Well, where I came from no one has a cutie mark. In fact, they were unheard of, but one day I heard someone had lost a gem they were going to give to their special pony. So as I was walking around I found it and gave it to him, and that's when I got my cutie mark. Since I always had a talent for finding things, Ruby said, showing me the cutie mark on her arm, which was of a magnifying glass. Wow, what happened next? I asked, interested in her story. I died, Ruby said, sucking the happiness from the atmosphere. My cutie mark ended my life. I was shocked when I heard she died because of her cutie mark. One wanted to ask how it happened but decided not to in the end. I'm sorry, I said. Don't worry about it. If anything, I'm glad it happened, Ruby said. Why, you would have had the rest of your life to live, I said. True, but honestly I think this is better. After all, a life without a cutie mark can be rather dull, Ruby said. All right, but I fail to see what this has to do with me, I said. I'm saying that you were spared for a reason. Your parents may have wanted you to get away, but I think fate removed all obstacles in your path, otherwise you should be dead. You see, someone wants you to live just like your family, so you shouldn't just give up and waste it. Fate did this to me for a purpose as well, and I know what I need to do, so you don't need to worry, Ruby said. Wow, I guess you're right, Ruby, thank you. I think you give better advice than I can, I said. No problem, Ruby said. Suddenly I hear a collection of screams up ahead, and I ran towards it with Ruby and saw 3 bloody hooves stalking towards the CMC, Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon, who were paralyzed with fear. I suddenly felt a burning hatred growing inside, but unknown to me my left hand changed into the demon arm I had when Amalthea gave me my new wings. I looked at the bloody hoof on the left and clenched my fist, and my arm lit up with a fiery dark crimson aura. Suddenly a black and red patch appeared beneath the bloody hoof, and if anyone looked they'd be able to see that the pit was made of pure evil. Suddenly, long spindly arms reached up and out of the pit and grabbed the bloody hoof before they dragged it into the pit. Once they disappeared, so too did the pit, and all eyes looked at me. Kids, stay back, I said as I drew Whispering Wind and walked towards the undead pair, ignoring the fact that one of bloody hooves was gone. You don't need to fight us, we only want friendship. If you'll allow us to stop these foals. Fro, the bloody hoof started before slashed him horizontally across his midsection. Stop them from what? You didn't finish, I said as I watched the body collapse before I turned to the last bloody hoof that was staring at me with widened deathly eyes. Just what are you? The blood hoof asked in an evil raspy, just like his comrades before I teleported behind him. My name is Ashblade and I am the last demonic angel, I said after I spread all 10 of my wings, earning gasps from the foals behind me. A demonic angel? I've never heard of your kind before, but you do look similar to a human. Also, did you say you were the last of your kind? That must be sad and lonely. Why don't you become one of us and you'll have lots of good friends to be with at the party? But first we have to stop these fillies from ruining it, the bloody hoof said. Is this guy freaking mental or just desperate, and did he even listen to a single word I just said about not letting them touch these foals? And he isn't angry that I just killed 2 of his own and he's still offering me this crap, I thought before I decided to mess with him a bit and sheathed Whispering Wind. Well, a party does sound like fun and I like making friends, I said, earning a creepy grin from the zombie and causing the foals to freak out. And as a way of saying thanks for the invitation, allow me to give you a gift. A gift? The bloody hoof asked. Yes, I said as I reached behind me and pulled out the golden revolver I got from Jonathan Viper and aimed it at the bloody hoof and pulled the hammer. My arm then lit up again and the gun changed with fire coating it. It's a trip to wherever zombies go after I kill them. I pulled the trigger and instead of a bang and a regular bullet I got an unholy scream from the gun and the ammo blew the zombie apart and whatever pieces survived the blast were on fire. After that both my arm and the gun returned to normal and I put the gun away and turned to look at the foals who were staring at me in awe before I removed my helmet. Uncle Ash, that was awesome, Sweetie Belle said. Man, you sure fooled that last one, Rumble said. Yeah, you totally showed those zombies who's boss, Scootaloo said. I've heard tales of your combat skills, but that was totally different than being told, Silver Spoon said. Your wings are just dazzling. I've never seen anything have 10 wings before, Diamond Tiara said. Yeah, Ash, you were just. Apple Bloom stopped when she saw the expression. My face was one of anger. Explain yourselves now. What were you doing in the Everfree Forest at this time of night? I asked. The foals looked at the ground in shame before Apple Bloom stepped forward. It was my fault, Uncle Ash. I told them about a time I was out with Twilight delivering some books to Zecora, and that's when I came across a filly named Apple Bloom started. Ruby, I asked. Yeah, that's it. You met her, Apple Bloom asked. I told him about the bloody hooves. I looked down and saw Ruby walk around me leg to greet everyone. Ruby, Apple Bloom said as she greeted the ghost in a hug. Apple Bloom, it's good to see you, but you shouldn't have come to see me, Ruby said before she stepped out of the hug. Oh no, and I'm paying the price for it. I just wanted you to meet the rest of the Crusaders, Apple Bloom said as she looked up at me with a sorry expression. Well, I'm always happy to see you too, my friend, but listen, whenever you want to talk to me, wait for me outside the forest and I'll come to meet. We just have to agree on a certain time to talk, Ruby said. Well, I'll let you two work it out some other time, but for right now I need to get these foals home, I said. Understood, see y'all later, Ruby said before she disappeared, and I turned to Apple Bloom. I'm in so much trouble, aren't I? Apple Bloom said. Young filly, you'll be lucky you get off with being grounded for a month, I said before I led the foals back towards Ponyville. As we walked, I looked at the foals and saw them with their heads hung in sorrow, causing me to let out a sigh. You five have no idea how lucky you are that I decided to follow my gut and explore the forest. I don't know why you got the idea to visit the forest so late, and frankly I'm not in the mood to worry about it right now, so I'm going to make a deal with you. A deal? The five asked. You tell me everything you know about the Bloodhooves and I'll keep what happened here tonight a secret, I said. Really? The five asked. On condition you lot don't go into the Everfree no later than 5 p.m. from now on, and if you break this rule I'll do something worse than what those Bloodhooves plan to do, I said. Deal, the five said in sync and in fear. But how will you explain to them why we're so late? Diamond Tiara asked. They'll tell them that you were on your way to Zecora to introduce both you and Silver Spoon to her, but you ran into a Timberwolf and bolted off the trail and got lost till I found you. Sound good? I asked. Wow, that sounds pretty convincing, Sweetie Belle said. All right, now you guys can tell me what you know about the Bloodhooves when I have time to talk, but for now I think I'd better get you home, I said. I managed to get the five foals home and told their parents, Granny Smith, my little story, and they all believed it and were glad to have them home and gave me their thanks before they asked about my wings, and I told them it was a long story. The foals got off without a hitch, and once I was done I flew home and saw no one was here and went to bed watching the starry sky through the ceiling window before I fell into a dreamless sleep. Oh man, this day was absolute hell, I said to the darkness as I sat in a large shaft of light. Tell me about it. Who's there? I asked, looking around only to see my shadow walk out of the darkness and into the light. Isn't it obvious I'm you? Well, actually I'm your shadow or subconscious, but you know me as your nightmare form, just like Nightmare Moon, my shadow said. Oh great, now I feel like a dick, I said. Your words, not mine, my shadow said. Why are you here? I asked. I'm here because you need someone to vent to since your former personality burning rage isn't here, my shadow said. Well, I guess a quiet chat is what I could use about now, especially with someone who knows where I'm coming from, I said. Glad to hear it, so shall we? My shadow said. Shall we what? I asked. Well, like you, I prefer to sit while having long talks, and this place is a little gloomy, don't you think? My shadow said. Yeah, but what makes you think I can do anything? I asked. Your head, your rules, my shadow said, causing me to rub the back of my head before I closed my eyes and thought about the place I wanted to be at this time, and when I opened my eyes we were at the beach and I was in a lounge chair in the shade of a palm tree. Ah, how pleasant, my shadow said, in another chair beside me, resting his arms behind his head. I guess we should introduce ourselves, Ashblade, I said as I held out my hand for him to shake. Call me Epsilon. Nice to finally introduce myself, Epsilon said as he shook my hand. So I presume you have something you want to talk about. I'm pretty sure you know what it is already. The fact I have both a demon and an angel for parents, also the fact I'm an immortal royal is also unsettling. There's also Bloodhooves, and then lastly there's Faust, about what happened when the kingdom was destroyed, I said. Well, let's get started then, shall we? Epsilon said as he sat up and turned to face me. It was 11 a.m. when my eyes slowly opened, but my body still felt drowsy. I was looking up at the blue sky and was just about ready to fall back to sleep. Suddenly, hear a whoosh below me, sending me into a spin and plummeting towards the ground. But I managed to straighten myself out and look around. I saw I was above Ponyville. I then remembered waking up and going for a flight around Ponyville and decided to take a short nap. But now I was fully awake and saw a blue and flaming orange blur cut through the skies. Watch it, airhead, I yelled. The blur must have heard my shout and changed course before it flew back to me while I simply folded my arms over my chest. The blur stopped in front of me to reveal Spitfire in her military clothes and aviators, and she didn't look to be in a happy mood. Who you calling airhead? Spitfire asked with a growl. You does your head so full air these says you can't hear me. I asked. You wanna dance, monkey boy? Spitfire asked, getting up in my face. The two of us stared at each other in an aggressive way till we both burst out laughing and fist bumped each other. Classic insults this time, Spitz. I asked. Hey, classics and anything are always the best, Spitfire said. No argument here, but why are you up here busting clouds? Don't you have a class? I asked. My class is the reason I'm up here. I just needed to vent my anger, Spitfire said. More wise ass stallions using bad pickup lines on you again. I asked. That, and they even do gestures of what they plan to do to me in a bed, Spitfire said. Sweet Faust, I really feel bad for you. Hey, if you like, next time something like that happens, give me a call. I'd be happy to show those punks some manners, I said. Oh my hero, such words make mares' hearts flutter, Spitfire said in a mock dramatic voice, causing us both to laugh again. Spitfire's eyes then locked on something behind me before she reached under her aviators and rubbed them before she looked again. Okay, either I'm more tired than I thought or you have more than one pair of wings, Ash. Your eyes are fine, Spitfire, there is more than one pair, I said. Spitfire then flew around me a few times, studying my wings in wonder. Damn, this is something else entirely. I mean, 5 pairs of wings, that's pretty cool. How'd it happen? Spitfire asked. Well, got a place where we can talk, it's a bit of a story, I said. Sure, we can head to the Bucking Bronco. I was planning to meet up with Fleetfoot there for a few drinks, Spitfire said. Great race, yeah, I said before I zoomed off to the Bucking Bronco. Hey, get back here, Spitfire screamed behind me. We landed outside the Bucking Bronco and walked in, and we saw Fleet sitting at the bar, and my wings seemed to draw a crowd. But I paid them no mind and led the two mares to a booth to talk and ordered us some drinks. Sash, care to tell us how you got 4 new pairs of wings? Fleetfoot asked. Yeah, I'll tell ya, but prepare your minds cause they are about to blow, I said. When I finished telling both Fleets and Spitfire, their minds looked pretty blown, and they both seemed to understand when I told them what happened to Jonathan Viper and showed them the gun. Holy damn, that must have been one seriously fucked up thing to find out about yourself, Fleetfoot said. Can't imagine what must have been going through your head when you found out about your parents like that, Spitfire said. And that wasn't the most fucked up thing I've seen, I muttered under my breath. Sorry, what was that? Spitfire asked. Oh, nothing, I said. I decided to leave out the part about the bloody hooves cause I didn't want to cause a scene, so I left it be and looked at the clock and saw it was 1 a.m. I then told the speeding angels about going to check something in the Canterlot archives, which they understood, allowing me to leave. I walked out of the Bronco and took to the air and headed straight for Canterlot. My mind was so focused on the bloody hooves I wanted to find out more about it. I soon made it to the castle and the staff seemed awed out by my wings, but I just kept walking to the archives. Once I was inside, I immediately asked the librarian for a book about legends of the Everfree Forest, and the librarian pointed me in the right direction. I found the books easily and found a place to read, and I was a few minutes into the book when I heard a commotion on the upper level. I walked up the stairs following the noise and found a unicorn mare with a turquoise coat and violet mane and tail who seemed to be insulting some pony. I then moved closer, and upon a better look I saw it was both Pip and Twilight being insulted, and judging by Twilight's expression the insults were thrown pretty hard at her. And as for you, the little runt that managed to become a prince, how you became a prince is beyond me when there are much finer choices of children in Canterlot. I guess your parents always were the pathetic type, the mare said. You're wrong, my parents are amazing and you have no idea how special my dad is, Pip said in the bravest way possible. Special? Your so-called dad is nothing more than a monster along with your whore mother. The only reason either of you are here is because of luck. I should have been Celestia's pupil, and my brother has tried to court Luna ever since she came back, only for that hairless ape to ruin it, the mare said. Ahem, I said, causing all eyes to turn to me. Twilight, can you take Pip to his mother while I have a quick chat with our new friend here? Twilight didn't respond with words, she just got Pip to follow her, and once we were alone I looked at the mare. What do you want? The mare asked, backing away slightly. Like I said, cracking my knuckles. I only want to have a chat. How you managed to not kill or severely injure Envy Quill is beyond me, Celestia said angrily as she sat on the throne with Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis and Discord on the side while my Ponyville friends were behind me. Envy would suit her character about right, I said under my breath. Oh yeah, I'm curious as to why he didn't break a leg after all the insults thrown at both Twilight and Pip, Rainbow said. Please, Rainbow Dash, even though I agree it is very uncouth for our friends and nephew to be insulted that way, we shouldn't be going around hoping for someone to beat them up, Rarity said. You see what you're doing, Ash, I know you're angry and you don't understand a lot that has happened lately. But that still doesn't give you the right to just beat up my subjects over such petty excuses, Celestia said. So what does happen? How they insulted a fellow member of royalty, not to mention family, and you're going to do nothing? You've adopted a mother's persona to look after your subjects in the first few hundred years, but you've used it for so long you're beginning to think you are their mother, I said. What are you implying, Ash? Celestia asked. I'm implying that the world is changing, Celestia. The subjects you've cared for who knows how long are not a bunch of infant foals. They are fully grown and can make their decisions if they choose to. And they need to face the consequences for their wrong decisions, not give them a scolding and hope everything turns out better. If you have a look at the Royal Guard before I came along, you would see what I'm talking about. None of them have faced combat because you always took care of the threat like a mother would protect her child, I said. Ash, I'm really struggling on what to say to you right now and my patience is wearing thin, Celestia said. Then put your words, I started before I teleported us to the training arena. Into actions. I summoned a wooden sword and shield along with a halberd and tossed it to Celestia. And just what are you planning I do with this? Celestia asked. Isn't it obvious you don't know what to say to me, so the only option left is to fight me, I said. No, I refuse to lower myself to that level, Celestia said before she dropped the halberd and began to walk away. Same old Celestia, always turning away from the big problems, just like with how you banished Dreamcatcher and Luna because you couldn't be stuffed to find another way to help them, I said, causing everyone besides Celestia to stare at me with the expression that said, are you freaking nuts or something? What did you just say? Celestia growled. Ash, I highly recommend that you stop now before she really does kill you, Discord said as he appeared on my side. You heard me, Fat Flank, you're always avoiding the major problems in life, so you figure out a way to deal with it later, I said. Faster than I could blink, Celestia rushed at me and taking a swing at me with a halberd she summoned while letting out a roar of fury, but I stepped to the side letting the halberd miss and hit the ground making it crack. I dodged again when Celestia swung at me again, and after I dodged it I went for an attack, but Celestia blocked it and I saw the halberd she was using was the same one she used when the Griffins invaded. I then pushed myself away from Celestia and summoned my weapons in a moor. I then drew Whispering Wind and my shield and blocked another strike from Celestia. But Celestia tried to stab me next, and just I stepped to the left and grabbed the halberd and pulled it upwards, causing it to slam into Celestia's face, making her angrier. Is that all the mighty Celestia can offer? Bring it, Sunbutt, I yelled, causing Celestia's mane and tail to flame up and her eyes to glow white. The battle between us was intense. Between spells were thrown at each other, forcing the group of bystanders to flee to the observation room, and at one point I lost my helmet. Now Celestia made an overstrike at me, but I stepped to the left again and slammed my shield in her face and pulled her halberd out of her hands and tossed it away. But I felt something hit me in the back of my legs, causing me to fall backwards, and Celestia wrapped a hand around my throat and slammed me into the ground, where she started smashing me in the face with her other hand. Once she was done, she grabbed me by the hair and swung me around, sending me flying into a wall. I looked at Celestia and saw her levitate her halberd and sent it flying at me. But, I pulled myself out of the wall going into a roll when I touched the ground just as the halberd impacted the wall. I looked at Celestia and saw she was still angry but was breathing heavily. I stood up and sheathed Whispering Wind in my shield before I walked over to the halberd and pulled it out of the wall. I then used my magic to grab my helmet before I walked over to Celestia and held out the weapon to her. Are you done being angry yet? I asked. What? Celestia asked, completely taken aback by my words. Celestia, when I walked into the throne room I saw you were completely stressed and having trouble coping with everything today, I said as she took the halberd. I thought I didn't show any emotion. Celestia said. Celestia, I've learned to see past the mask, so reading yours was like a book, okay, so don't bother hiding it from me. I don't know what caused this, but I can bet it was something you didn't like, so all I can say is if you need someone to vent to, whatever it is, I'm here for you and so is your family, I said, opening my arms for a hug. Celestia's eyes filled with tears before she wrapped her arms around me and cried into my shoulder while I patted her on the back, indicating her to let everything out. Listen, Celestia, I took my words too far back there, and for that I'm sorry. Alright, I know you would have done anything to help your sisters, and what you did was maybe for the best. I know you have a big heart for everything around you and that makes you a great ruler. Alright, my words were false, I said. You were being cruel to be kind basically, Celestia said as the crying slowed. Sorry, I asked as Celestia removed herself from the hug. I know why you said all that. It was because of my stubbornness and I needed the right push to help me get over it, Celestia said. Your words, not mine, Celestia, I said. So you feeling better, Tia? We looked at the others and saw them looking at us in concern. Much better, thank you, Celestia said before I slapped Celestia on the ass, causing her to let out a surprised shriek. What was that for? That was for nearly shish kebabing me to the wall, I said, causing Celestia to give me a seductive smile. You know, if you wanted to slap my ass you only needed to ask instead of making up an excuse, Celestia said, causing Soren's and Thunderlane's wings to spring up, including mine. Oh man, Ash got a wing boner, Rainbow laughed while I looked at my wings to see all of them were stiff as a board. Oh yeah, like you're any better road, I said, causing to look at her stiffened wings and for both Lightning, Gilda and Twilight to do the same while I worked to get my wings to go down. Well, I was not expecting this from my former student, Celestia said. Sorry princess, it's just what you said was, Twilight said with a massive blush. Twilight, chill, she's just bucking with you, I said as I succeeded in fixing my wings. He's right, Twilight, but I certainly wasn't expecting a wing boner from you, Ash, Celestia said. I think whatever Amalthea did to me actually hammered in the final nail for me and my wings, I said. Well, it's certainly nice to know that this body has still got it, Celestia said, pulling a sexy pose. Well, anyway, I'm glad this all turned out. I was interrupted when I saw Kibitz walk in. Greetings everyone, their highnesses Queen Faust and Princess Luna wish to speak with all of you, and Master Rage Mistress Eris, His Highness Prince Pipsqueak and Miss Starlight Glimmer are there as well. Wait, Starlight Glimmer is in the very same one that stole all of your cutie marks? I asked, looking at the main six. Yes, but she's cool now, I think, Rainbow said. She is cool, Rainbow dash, I was the one that helped her, remember, Twilight said, pulling of a proud pose. When did this happen? I asked. Oh, while you were away, and it was one hell of a trip, Spike said. Maybe you can tell me after we go see what Faust wants, I said before I teleported everyone to the throne room where I saw Luna, Rage, Eris, Pipsqueak, Faust and a unicorn mare with a purple mane staring at me in surprise, and since there were no other occupants in the room I presumed she was Starlight Glimmer. Wait a second, I thought you were the 6th Knight of Equestria, Starlight Glimmer said as she looked at Rage. Technically I'm the 6th and a half Knight of Equestria, but I prefer the 7th. I am Burning Rage, Knight of Vengeance, Rage said. And I'm the 6th Knight and the Knight of Freedom, Ashblade that there is my brother, I said. Well, you're both certainly handsome, Starlight Glimmer said, causing both Luna and Eris to growl. And you must be Starlight Glimmer, the first and only pony I know that told Twilight to shut up while she was giving a lecture. Gotta say that's a feat unto itself, it's almost impossible to get her to shut up, I said. Hey, Twilight cried, causing most of the room to chuckle while Starlight blushed. I'm glad everyone's had a good laugh, but Ash, I wanted to talk to you, Faust said. About what? I asked. Well, Ash, since we discovered your heritage we were hoping you'd reconsider our offer, Luna said. The room was silent and Starlight asked about what offer we were talking about, and Twilight told her about it being a chance to become a royal in Equestria. No, I said, simply, causing everyone to let out a tear groan. How can you say no to an offer like that so casually? Starlight asked in shock. Don't bother, we've been trying to figure that out for a while, Rage said. Ash, why won't you accept the crown when you know your blood is known to be royalty? Luna asked. Is it has something to do with what I did, Ash? Faust asked. What? No, this has nothing to do with you, I said. Then why, Ash? Celestia asked. What part is it that doesn't want the crown? Dreamcatcher asked. Because I'm scared, I yelled, I'm scared of actually taking charge and somehow things will go wrong. There's also the fact my parents had made an amazing name for themselves in a kingdom where they adored them so much even as they were threatened with extinction they all voted to keep me alive and risk it. I just don't think I could go through with that again. The room was in utter silence at what I said. No one spoke, but I felt something on my leg and saw Pip hugging my leg. You know, Dad, you always told me that it's okay to be scared, but you always told me that I should face my fear, so I won't be scared anymore. Besides, you said not even my aunts and Granny Faust are perfect, so you don't need to be, Pip said. I looked down at my son and saw him look up at me and smile. I smiled back and picked him up and hugged him. He's right, and don't forget, Ash, we're all here to help you, Luna said as she and the others, except Starlight, embraced me in a hug. Thanks you guys, I guess I'll need to try it in order to see if I'm any good, I said once the hug ended and I set Pip down on the floor. Does this mean? Luna began. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna be a prince, I said, causing Luna to wrap me in a death hug. Oh, you have no idea how happy I am to hear those words, Luna cheered. Okay, can you ease up please, the new wings are still tender, also making the hug a little uncomfortable, I said, causing Luna to let go but continue to smile. Allow me to help with that, Ash, you just focus on all your wings becoming a single pair of wings, Faust said. I gave Faust a nod before I imagined all of my wings in a single pair, and one by one they disappeared, leaving behind one pair of wings. Wow, how did you know how to do that? I asked, but Faust just smiled before she extended a wing and moved it upwards, revealing 4 more wings before she folded them on her back. That makes sense. I normally show them when I'm meeting with other leaders or on special occasions, Faust said. I see. Well, certainly spectacular by the way. And Faust, what you said before about you having something to do about me not accepting the crown. Were you referring to what happened when my parents' kingdom was destroyed? I asked, causing Faust to sigh. Ash, I know there are no words that will get you to, Faust started. Faust, stop, I don't blame you for what happened, I said. What? Faust asked in surprise and shock. You weren't the one who destroyed the kingdom and you left to save thousands of lives. Amalthea even said no one blames you, and in all honesty my parents or I would have done the same thing in your position, so there's no reason to apologize, I said, causing Faust to squeeze me in a hug while a few tears streamed down her face. Ash, you have no idea how long I've wanted to hear those words, Faust said. It's quite all right, Faust, I said, hugging the mare back while everyone looked in silence. Lulu, I believe it's time to raise the moon, Celestia said. You're right, Tia, Luna said. Hang on, you two, why don't we let our newest royal do that, Faust said as she spun me around to face everyone and place her hands on my shoulders like a parent holding her child. Oh, excuse me, I asked. That sounds like an amazing idea, Luna said. Oh, disgone be good, Discord said. Now hold on, I started. Do you think he'll do better than Twilight or will it skip a day? Dreamcatcher asked. Hey, controlling those two is more difficult than it looks, Twilight said. Don't worry, Twilight, I remember when I first moved the sun. I almost made it crash into Equestria if Mother didn't help, Celestia said. Hush, Celestia, we don't want to discourage Ash, Faust said. Whoa, time out, what makes any of you think I can actually do this? I asked as I walked out of Faust's grip, causing the royals to laugh. Ash, have a look at yourself, Faust said after she stopped laughing. Faust then made a mirror appear in front of me and I felt and saw her horn touch my head and a bright light appeared covering my body, and when it disappeared I saw I was still in my Amur but my body had changed into an alicorn. My mane was the same as when I fought my world's Twilight along with Moloch. It floated on its own but flickered like fire. It was black but had a silver stripe with a matching tail. My fur was also black but my eyes were still olive green and most of the mares were staring at me with half-lidded eyes. Hubba, Luna said. I'll say, Rarity said, fanning herself. So I'm an alicorn. I know 7 alicorns and out of those 7 only 3 can bring around the night and day, I said as Faust changed me back. Actually, Ash, we all can, we just don't want to. Even Twilight can do it with her own magic, Chrysalis said. Wait, I can, Twilight asked. You see, Ash, it's not exactly impossible, Faust said. Doesn't mean it's easy, I said. Just try, Ash, Faust said. I looked around the room and saw all eyes were on me. I looked around and let out a sigh of defeat. Fine, I said. Splendid, Faust said before she teleported us to Luna's old tower balcony. All right, Ash, it's very simple. Just reach out with your magic and grasp the sun and gently lower it like a glass ball below the horizon. The connection will sever when you're done and you just need to do the same for the moon, but just lift it up a little bit and then let it do the rest. You also don't need to worry about the stars tonight. Okay, wish me luck, I said as I walked to the edge of the balcony. I then closed my eyes and took a deep breath and raised my left towards the sun. I then used my magic to grasp the sun, and when I felt my magic touch the burning light, it felt like I was holding a warm little heartbeat, but I also felt raw power in the core. My eyes snapped open and were glowing white. My right hand also became angelic and my wings had become 10 again, but the difference was the feathers were giving of a light blue glow that was comforting to any who looked. My mane also appeared as well and I was floating off the ground. I then used my left hand to push the sun below the horizon, and once it disappeared the sun cut off my connection. I looked to the other side of the sky and used my magic to feel around for the moon, and once I found it I grasped it. I felt the moon's voice whispering in my head telling me about its time spent on the other side of the world. Once I raised the moon high enough I looked to the blank dark sky, and with a wave of my hand stars filled the sky like fireflies, and as an added touch every now and again a small meteor shower zoomed across the sky. I gave a smile and suddenly felt tired. I felt my feet touch the ground and began to close my eyes and fall backwards only to feel myself land in someone's arms. I opened my eyes to see Luna smiling down at me before she kissed me on the lips. How'd I do? I asked. You did wonderfully, Ash, just look, Luna said, gesturing to the night sky. I looked to see the stars were brighter than normal and the meteors were all different colored. So how'd it feel, Ash? Celestia asked. It was like nothing I've felt before. Both the sun and moon felt so, I started. Alive, yes, we feel the same thing every time we do this, Celestia said. I've never seen the sky look so breathtaking before, Rarity said. Wow, look at them comets fly, it's like a night rainbow, Applejack said, causing me to laugh. Was it something, I said? Applejack, my little comet trick pales in comparison to that of my world's aurora borealis. Now that's a night rainbow. It happens when the sun is at just the right level and a glacier is in the right position. The colors will dance across the sky. But sadly this only happens in the north and it's a rare sight, but it's worth seeing. Some people even say they can even see stories and spirits passing through the colors, I said. Wow, sounds like quite a show, but doesn't the Crystal Empire do the same thing when the ponies are really happy? Twilight asked. Yes, but even that pales to Earth's one. I will admit the one here is nice, but it only shows 3 colors, I said. But didn't you say it's rare for ours? You just need to make an empire happy, Rainbow said. Just goes to show how you fail to see that rare things are the best things in life, I said. Well, I'm sure it's a sight to behold, Ash, but I recommend you rest. After all, we have much to talk about tomorrow, Faust said as I closed my eyes to sleep. Chapter 46, Virtual Reality Training and Vacation. I opened my eyes and saw I was back in my bedroom and Luna had her arms around my waist while her head was snuggling into my chest while she had her beautiful smile on her face. I managed to loosen her grip on me and gave her a kiss before I went to go tend to my morning duties before I had breakfast checked on midnight and took Pip to school. Now I was on my way over to the Everfree Castle to have a word with the 5 knights. I went into the assassin HQ and looked around. All right, you 5, I know you're here and we need to talk, I said to the empty room. I didn't have to wait long before the knights appeared and both Ezio and Altair were sitting down having a game of chess. Ah, greetings, Ash. I take it you want to have that chat that we didn't get to because of the incident at hand last time, correct? Corvo asked. Damn right, and I want answers to my questions. You and I all met sometime in one of my past lives, for example Link. I'm sure Zelda, hell even Midna mentioned who I was when Zant attacked Hyrule Castle. Also Corvo and I met when he was still serving Empress Jasmine, and yet for some stupid reason none of you mentioned it to me. Why is that? I asked as I folded my arms over my chest with a glare aimed at the five. Would you believe us if we told you we didn't recognize you at first? Arno asked. What do you think? I asked, keeping up my stern glare. The knights then looked at each other before they nodded in sync. All right Ash, you win. In fact, I did see a picture of you on your tomb that Princess Zelda herself had built in your honor for your heroism and sacrifice, Link said. And as you know, you and I trained together in Dunwall, Corvo said. And the rest of us saw you within the Brotherhood, Ezio said, gesturing to both himself and the other master assassins. So you all know where you saw me, which is good, but that doesn't answer my question, I said. No it doesn't, but we can't tell you why, Link said. Can't or won't? I asked with my temper rising. We were ordered not to say, Arno said. And who was the one who ordered it? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Can't say that either, Arno said, causing me to let out an irritated groan. But he said that you will see him again soon. This caused me to look at the knights quizzically before I responded. So you're saying I know this guy? I asked. He said he knows you but you don't know him personally, Ezio said. Great sigh. Changing the subject, how are we with the Templars? I asked. Link waved his hand over the board and the pieces began to change. The white pieces became miniature statues of myself and the rest of the Brotherhood. Then black pieces either became broken statues of dead targets while the rest remained the same with red Templar crosses etched into them. So far no one, not even the Templars, know who the Grand Master. The only thing we do know is that he goes by GMB, Link said. The G and M must stand for Grand Master. We're only missing the last initial to the name, I said. Indeed, but I believe we can help you see. For an organization this big you'll need a second in command, and for a partnership like that to work you need absolute trust, Altair said. So you're saying I need to find the Queen of the Order to learn the identity of the king, I said, picking up the Queen piece. Exactly, Arno said. Great, I'll ask the next Templar I see, and then, I said, breaking the Queen and letting the two pieces fall to the board. Also the demons have been keeping quiet lately, almost too quiet. I agree, but if I may say Ash, you need to take a break, Link said. I know, but I still have much to do, and who knows when the demons will strike. Not only that, but Heartless is out as well and he beat me as if I was nothing. I need to be training to become stronger, I said. Ash, even the greatest warriors need time for rest and relaxation. I recommend the island the royal family normally go to when they need a break, Corvo said. Wait, island, and I assume you lot have been there? I asked, earning nods from the ghosts before I had to think about the suggestion. Well, I have been saying I've needed a break from everything and the school is having a small holiday, so I guess it sounds like an idea. Great, you'd better tell your friends as well so you all enjoy it. I'm certain the royals won't mind the extra company. Just mention it to them first, Link said. Hey, will do, and thanks for the suggestion, I said. Now you better get over to Canterlot. Faust and Amalthea wish to discuss something with you, Altair said, and as if on cue I got a text from Faust saying I was needed in Canterlot. Well, better not keep them waiting later, I said before the knights left, and I left for Canterlot. Canterlot Castle Throne Room. I pushed open the doors to the throne room and walked inside and saw everyone was there, including Spitfire, Fleetfoot, Fancy Pants, Fleur along with Saint Blade. There was also Cadence and Shining Armor with Flurry Heart in his arms, and all eyes were on Spike and Twilight. Come on Spike, this is important. I need to know how you're using shadow magic. It's for science, Twilight said. I told you, Twilight, forget it. I've shown you once already. You don't need to see it again, Spike said, trying to stay as far away from Twilight as possible. Spike, I need more data readings and I'm not taking no for an answer, Twilight said. TWI, stop harassing my student already. If he said no, then you need to accept it, I said, interrupting the two, causing Spike to sigh in relief while Twilight stared at me. Wait, your student? Twilight asked. Duh, I taught all the stallions except Rage how to use weapons, and Spike had a natural ability to use magic, which he was worried about it going out of control. Since I had the ability to use shadows, I thought I might help him, I said as made the shadow claws like Epsilon had appear on my hands. Well, if he can use magic, then you should leave it to me, Twilight said. TWI, have you ever used shadow magic? I asked. Well, no, Twilight said. Have you ever read how to use it? I asked. No, Twilight said. Have you even made shadow puppets with your magic? I asked. No, TWI said. Then you best leave his lessons to me, TWI. Besides, Spike doesn't want to be a damn test subject for you to study on, I said. But this is important information, Twilight said. And if something interesting happens, I'll let you know, but for now stop hassling him, I said, causing Twilight to cross her arms over her chest with a cute pout on her face. I do believe you were summoned here for a reason, Ash. You just let me worry about that Epsilon, I thought before I looked at the others. So why'd you call me over, Faust? Apologizes Ash, but since you got your little upgrade, I decided to test your abilities, so we knew your limits, Faust said. Upgrade? What are you talking about? Cadence asked. I simply showed off the extra wings, causing everyone who hasn't seen them to gasp except for Snowdrop. What's everyone looking at? Snowdrop asked. I walked over to the Pegasus and helped her feel my wings, causing her to understand. 10 wings, that's incredible, Snowdrop said. Not to mention insane. I know Faust has the same amount of wings, but why do you have that many? Shining asked. Didn't anyone explain to these guys my origins? I asked, causing everyone to shake their heads. Here, I'll break it down for them. Ash is a member of a forgotten species known as demonic angels who are offspring of both demons and angels. Ash isn't only any ordinary demonic angel, he's royalty, but when he was born other demons and other angels threatened Ash's kingdom with war unless he was killed. Since the kingdom refused, they were destroyed, leaving Ash as the last of his kind, Rage said, causing Fancy, Fleur, Shining, Cadence and Snowdrop to stare at me in shock. Well, that pretty much sums it up, I said. Last of your kind? Oh, that's horrible, Cadence said. I'll get over it, it'll be hard, but I'll get over it, I said. By Jove, an entire kingdom destroyed because of your existence. I can hardly imagine such a thing for you, Ash, Fancy said, placing a hand on my shoulder. The concern is appreciated, Fancy Pants. Now you said you wanted to test the limits of my abilities. I asked as I looked out Faust. Indeed, Amalthea wanted to see if all your abilities had returned when she activated your powers, Faust said. All right then, how do we do this then? I asked. Suddenly we were all teleported to the training arena. All right Ash, can you lie down so I can perform a spell on you, Faust said. A spell? I asked. Oh right, it's a spell that will transport your mind to a made-up area to fight numerous opponents and throw hazard situations at you that could possibly happen in that area. This is supposed to test your reaction time and instincts, and we'll be viewing it all on that screen, Faust said as a magical screen appeared out of nowhere hovering above the ground. So you're saying this spell will bring my mind into a virtual world where I'll have to fight enemies, and to add a challenge, a random hazard will appear where I have to use my skills to survive, correct? I asked. That's one way of putting it, Faust said. Sweet, you hear that, Rage? Virtual reality training, I said. Sick, I'm going to need to try this spell after you, Rage said. All right Ash, if you could lie down we'll get started, Faust said before I did as instructed. Oh, and before you go Ash, some of your abilities like wings or magic will be taken in certain arenas just so it's not too easy for you. So don't panic, there also your opponents will be very lifelike, not like mindless dummy. I'll fill you in on more once you're in. Got it, phew, all right then, let's do this, I said before I closed my eyes and felt Faust's hand on my forehead and the charge of her magic. Third person POV. The group watched the screen and saw it come to life and saw Ash in his armor with his weapons. Ash then tested his magic and managed to produce a small flame before he snuffed it out, and he then tested his wings and saw they were gone. Okay, scratch wings off the list, but at least everything else works, Ash said before he looked around and saw he was in what looked like a massive storage room with metal walls. Strange, this place looks familiar. Ash, can you hear me? Faust asked. Yep, loud and clear, Ash said. Good cause, first wave is coming, Faust said. Suddenly a massive door opens and a large group of troops walked in white armor, and when they saw Ash they raised their rifles at him, acting like they weren't expecting to see him. Wait a second, those look like ODSTs, Luna said. ODST, what is that? Chrysalis asked. They're a unit of troops from a game one know of that specialize in dropping behind enemy lines in special metal pods that drop from orbit above a planet. They're known as either the Orbital Drop Shock Troopers, ODST for short, or are more commonly known as the Helljumpers, Luna said. Helljumpers, huh, must be pretty good soldiers then, Rainbow said. They're the best non-modified humans in the game, Luna said. Maybe, but I can't help but feel I've seen these guys before, but not in the game you're talking about, Luna, Rage said. Hate to break up the conversation, but permission to attack? Ash asked. Oh sorry Ash, and yes anyone, there is a target, Faust said. Great, Ash said before he ran at the troops with a burst of speed. The soldiers tried to shoot Ash, but Ash simply dodged the incoming bullets, and he saw 10 of them were lined up in a row, and in one swing Ash hit them all in the face, knocking them all off their feet and skidded to a stop. Suddenly, a rocket whizzed by Ash and he turned to see a soldier with a rocket launcher, but as he shot another rocket Ash pulled out his first gun and shot the rocket, causing it to blow up everyone in the blast radius. Ash then took out Whispering Wind and spun around before he slashed at the troops, sending a small hurricane at them. Hurricane slash, Ash shouted as the hurricane cut the troopers apart. Those ODSTs aren't very impressive, Luna, are you sure they're the best? Iris asked. They're the best non-modified human, I never said they were the absolute best, that title goes to the super soldiers known in the game as Spartans, Luna said. Spartans, what's the difference between the game Spartans and the historical Spartans from Ash's world, Twilight asked. The Spartans in the game are genetically modified to do the impossible, they also wear a lot more armor than the ancient Spartans that weighs up to 1,000 pounds, Luna said. Whoa Nelly, must be really hard to be moving around in armor like that, Applejack said. Well Ash seems to be having no trouble, Faust said as she looked back at Ash and saw him move around as if his armor was weighing nothing. You mean Ash's armor weighs the same as the Spartans Luna's talking about? Spike asked. I've seen the armor Ash is wearing from the knights, they said that some of it was made out of metal from the first civilization. Other metals from their time were also combined with the armor and forged with the metal from the first civilization that make the armor almost indestructible. But the weight became a problem, so no one was able to use it till Ash showed up, Faust said. Wow, so he's one in a million that can use that, Caramel said. Everyone watched as Ash mopped up the rest of the troops before he looked around. Suddenly, Gatling gun turrets appeared out of the walls, floors and ceilings, but before they fired the world stopped. Alright Ash, for this I want you to put up a magic bubble shield similar to shining armors and shoot the turrets, Faust said. But doesn't the shield work both ways? Ash asked. He's right, he can't attack back, it's pretty much a stalemate till those things run out of ammo or Ash runs out of steam, Shining said. That's up to you to figure out, Ash, this is part of your training, Faust said. Suddenly the guns whirled to life and started shooting at Ash, but Ash quickly put up a gray-colored bubble shield. Now let's see if this part of him is working, Amalthea said. Epsilon, I need some help here, got any ideas? Ash thought. I already know what you're asking, Ash, and no, you can't modify this shield to a one-way shield, Epsilon said. So now what, roll over them? Ash thought. No, Faust said, we have to shoot them, but I have a different solution, Epsilon said. Alright, what do you have in mind? Ash asked in thought. Preform a link between us and I'll be able to make a small hole in the shield allowing you to shoot the turrets and also close the shield quick enough so no bullets shoot back at you, Epsilon said. Are you sure about this? Those things are shooting about 500 rounds a second, Ash thought. You handle your aiming, I'll focus on the calculating, and every second to you is about 3 minutes to me, Epsilon said. Alright Epsilon, I'm gonna trust you, Ash thought before he gave Epsilon a small portion of control. Ash's left eye glowed blue, you could see it through the top gap in the helmet, and Ash pulled out his first gun and shot it at a turret. In true to Epsilon's word, the shield opened a small hole allowing the magic bolt to pass through and hit the turret, and not one of the turret's bullets hit Ash. Ash then pulled out the golden revolver he took from Jonathan and turned before he shot all the remaining turrets before he twirled both guns on his fingers and holstered them, and his eye went back to normal. Whoa, Wild West shootout right there, Rage said. Most impressive, but I wonder where he got that second gun from, Celestia said. How'd he do that? A one-way shield is impossible to make, Twilight said. You are correct, Twilight, a one-way shield is impossible to preform, but you weren't looking close enough, Faust said before she rewinded the screen and zoomed in on the edge of the shield and showed the shield opening a hole to allow the magic bullet to pass through it. Wow, that has got to give Ash a mental strain if he's repeatedly doing all that, Shining said. It would if Ash didn't have the necessary tool to help him, Amalthea said. And what's that? Twilight asked. The same thing Rage once was an active subconscious, Amalthea said. You mean Ash has another voice running around inside his head right now? Rage asked. Why Rage is that jealousy I detect, Discord asked. What? No, it's just Rage started. Relax Rage, we all know what you mean, but anyway, Ash's subconscious is a vital thing for a demonic angel. It helps manage their magic abilities. And if necessary, give off reminders, offer advice and support, kinda like a sibling. They are also used to assist in combat situations like with what you've just seen, Amalthea said. Wow, that's quite something, Spitfire said. Hang on, how is it Rage needed demon souls to separate from Ash? Twilight asked. It wasn't a necessary thing. Ash could have forced Rage out whenever he wanted, he just didn't know how to do it. The only other way for a subconscious to separate from one's body is to gain enough power to force the connection to sever, but when a subconscious separates, it cannot sustain itself, nor do they have a soul of their own to keep it together. So the subconscious would either go rouge or destroy itself, Amalthea said. Well, that explains why me and Rage were in so much pain when he ate Sombra's soul, Ash said. And I'm lucky either of those two things didn't happen, Rage said. True, I have a theory it's because of something in Equestria's atmosphere that protected you, Rage. However, we've never had a naturally born demonic angel like Ash before him. So we have no actual idea on what it may be, Amalthea said. Makes sense, but do you think it's possible I get my own subconscious like Ash? Rage asked. Why do you want to know? Amalthea asked. I think it may be cool if I did, also kinda handy, Rage shrugged. We'll look into it, Rage, but I can't promise anything, Amalthea said. Rage, if it is possible, I wouldn't suggest it. They have a habit of bad timing, Ash said. Can't be any worse than what you've been, Ash. Rage snickered. Hilarious. Now is there anything else you have for me in here, Faust? Ash asked. Oh right, sorry Ash, now let's see how you handle this next opponent, Faust said. Bring it, Ash said. The door opened again, revealing a lone figure in black armor with a large orange visor on the helmet. The figure then walked in and punched the palm of their hand and cracked its neck. What is that? Rainbow asked. That is a Spartan from the game one mentioned, Luna said. That's no ordinary Spartan, Luna, that's Tex. Rage shouted. Who? Everyone asked. Faust, what the hell is Agent Tex doing in there? Rage shouted. I didn't put this Tex in the world Ash is in, it's all part of Ash's mind on what he's seen or thought of, Faust said. Oh great, if I had to guess, Ash is ultimately screwed, Rage said. I heard that, Rage, Ash said. Before anyone could do anything, Tex managed to run up to Ash and wrap their legs around Ash's head and lean backwards, hoisting Ash in the air before he was thrown across the room. Ash then bounced off the floor and then into a wall, leaving a massive dent in it. Ooh, Spike cringed as Ash climbed out of the dent and rushed off to face Tex again. Damn, that guy has some skills, Soren said. Soren, that he is a she, alright. Tex is a girl, Rage said. A girl, all the males screamed. And just what is wrong with Tex being a girl? Fleetfoot asked in an irritated tone. Yeah, can't a girl have awesome moves? Rainbow asked with a nasty glare. Most of the females were casting glares at the males who were sweating nervously except Rage, who was continuing to watch Ash along with Faust and Amalthea. Rage, help, Thunderlane pleaded. You lot dug that grave and I'd have to be crazy to interfere, Rage said. Alright you lot, let's get back to this, shall we? Faust said, causing the females to back off. Rage, how do you know Tex is a girl? Pierce asked. She's from a YouTube series called Red vs. Blue, it's really fun to watch, she even has a song about her. Speaking of. Hey Ash, you mind if I play that song you know? On your knees, Rage asked. Go ahead, Ash said before he ducked below one of Tex's punches and hit her back in the gut, pushing her back a bit. Rage walked over to Ash's real body and took out the iPod and scrolled through some of the songs. What ya up to now, Rage? Gilda asked. Tex has a song about her which is luck so happens Ash has on his iPod, Rage said before he played the song. Alright, now this a jam I can fight too, Lightning said. Ditto, Vinyl said. So how tough is Tex? Spike asked. She could be considered Ash's equal, difference is she doesn't have wings or magic and she the gender opposite, Rage said. Ash's POV. I managed to block a kick from Tex with a kick of my own before I grabbed her leg and swung her around and tossed her into a wall and got into a stance while she got back up. I gotta hand it to ya, you're pretty good, everyone else I fought has never lasted this long, Tex said. Well maybe you're not taking me seriously then, I said. Both Tex and I charged at each other and exchanged awesome combat moves at each other, managing to knock the other down, but we both just kept getting back up. The fight lasted for a while and both Tex and I had pushed ourselves away from each other, and when that happened we both silently stared at each other, both of us sizing up the other. Is that song that's playing supposed to flatter me? Tex asked, listening to the song Rage was playing in the outside world. Wait, she noticed that. Damn, they're more lifelike than I thought. Suddenly a bang went off behind me and a bullet whizzed past my head, leaving a vapor trail. I calmly turned around and saw 7 other Spartans, all in different color armor. Some were the similar model like Tex's while others were different, and the one with the smoking barrel was the one with the white armor. Damn, missed him, the soldier said with a British accent who I knew is Wyoming. Oh great, all the freelancers are here, I thought. The hell you lot, back off, this is my fight, Texas said as she walked up next to me. We've got orders to fight, Texas, besides if you had got this motherfucker he would be dead by now, a Spartan in aqua armor and thin visor said, who I managed to guess was Carolina. Certainly doesn't look like much, a Spartan in brownish green said, who I identified as York, and alongside him was a white and orange Spartan with a dome visor who I identified as Maine, who let out a growl of agreement. I bet it's luck that he's lasted for so long, Carolina said. I rolled my eyes and decided to end the conversation myself. I punched Tex in the side of the helmet, sending her flying through a wall before I cracked my knuckles and addressed the new arrivals, most of who in my opinion were surprised at what I did. As much as I'd love to stick around and chat, my limbs are starting to ache from not doing anything, so can we speed this along? I said. Looks like we got a wise ass here, a magenta and yellow striped Spartan said, who I knew is South Dakota. I've got this, a purple and yellow striped Spartan said as he aimed a sniper rifle at me. I knew this Spartan to be North Dakota. North fired 2 shots at me and I moved to the side of the first one and managed to catch the second before I threw it back at the same speed, hitting the rifle out of North's hands. Are you fucking kidding me? He caught that and tossed it back as if his arm was the rifle. A cobalt and yellow striped Spartan exclaimed, who I knew as Washington. It doesn't matter, this punk thinks he can talk on all of us. Well, he's dead wrong, Carolina said. Then what are you waiting for, me to die of boredom? I asked in a mocking tone. Ash, watch your left, Epsilon warned. I leaned backward, narrowly avoiding a fist, and backwards cartwheeled away from the attacker to a safe distance and saw it was Tex. Back on your feet, huh? I asked. What, you didn't miss me? Tex asked in a mock hurtful tone. Actually, I was beginning to miss you only because that lot can't seem to shut up and fight except for Scary over there. He seems pretty quiet, I said. Maine let out a growl before he took a brute shot off his back. Maine ran at me and jumped into the air before he brought the blade of the brute shot onto me, but I stepped backward avoiding the blade and was about to kick him in the face, but I momentarily forgot that the brute shot was both a blade and a gun and was painfully reminded of the fact when Maine unloaded a round into my face, knocking me into the air and onto a metal storage crate. Brute shot is a dual-purpose weapon, gotta make a permanent mental note for that, I said. Maybe you shouldn't have. Oh, what's the word? Tick them off, Epsilon said. Epsilon, that comment wasn't necessary, I thought. Suddenly Carolina appeared above me, intending to pound me in the face with her fists, but I just used my legs to kick her off before she could land that hit. I then rolled off the crate and into a kneeling position. Ash, I recommend you dig into the ground right now, Epsilon said. Okay, not sure why you want that to be done, I said as I used blood manipulation on my feet to hook into the ground and punch through the floor and grab the edge of the hole for extra grip. We got him. I looked up to see most of the freelancers were aiming their weapons at me along with some more of their freelancer soldiers. Epsilon, we've got a lot of guns aimed at us, I thought. Just keep hanging on, Ash, Epsilon said. All right, Buster, how'd you get on board and who do you work for? You don't seem like a rebel, Carolina said as she walked up behind me and aimed a pistol at me. I believe that part can wait, but for now you'd better hang on, I said, causing everyone to tilt their heads at me. Suddenly something busted up a wall in an explosion, and the next thing I know everything is getting sucked out of the room through the new hole except me because I anchored myself to the ground. I then saw a door and made my way over to it as quickly and carefully as possible. I managed to open the door and get in before I closed it and took a breather from the massive vacuum. Okay, didn't expect that, but where am I? I asked no one in particular. Hang on, I'll get a window, Epsilon said. Suddenly a row of shutters opened, revealing the endless void that is space. Space. We're in outer space, I said. Actually, we are on a spacecraft of some kind, Epsilon said. No reason to be technical, but anyway, what the hey was that back there? I asked, gesturing to the door we walked out of. Suddenly the craft we were on began to shake and a massive ship appeared in the window with words Mother of Invention on it. I believe that answers your question, Epsilon said. Yep, but how'd you know also with those window shutters? I asked. Your magic is compatible with technology, Ash. I simply hacked into the controls and sonar and voila, Epsilon said. Wow, so you're like some kinda AI. That's made of magic, I asked. That's one way to put it, Epsilon said. Cool, now you mind taking care of our guests outside while I take care of the ones inside, do you? I asked. Not at all, Ash, Epsilon said. Great, keep me updated on the situation, I said. I ran down the hallways killing any of the soldiers in my way and found my way to the second level of a vehicle hangar. Okay, Faust, I started only to see the freelancers come in through the massive hangar door. Well, they're persistent, I'll give them that. Better take care of this lot, I'll keep the other ship busy, Epsilon said. Alright then, now how to fight these guys, I thought. How about some tunes, Ash? Rage asked. You know what, Rage, why not, I said. Got one in particular, Rage asked. Surprise me, but play it on my mark, I said. Right, Rage said. I jumped over the railing and walked calmly over to the recovering freelancer agents. Well, look who's alive, Tex said when she saw me. Now who is missing who? I asked. How the fuck are you alive? That armor doesn't look like it's an airtight, not to mention it looks medieval, South Dakota said. All true, but I crawled my way to a doorway and used it as an airlock, I said. You don't want to know how we got back? York asked. Not really a priority on my list of things I need to know, I said. Can it the lot of you? What I want to know is how the hell you knew that was coming. Carolina said. Hacked into the sonar while we were having our brawl, saw that ship coming and warnings went off about this ship being locked on, I said. Impressive, and believe me, it takes a lot for me to be impressed, Tex said. Oh, I'll believe it. You seem to strike me as the hard to please type, no offense, I said. None taken, Tex said. Hey, are we here to chit-chat or kick this fucker's ass? South Dakota screamed. For the record, bitch, I do have a name, it's Ashblade, I said. I don't care what your name is, I'm still gonna kick your ass. South screamed. Well, what are you waiting for, a fancy invitation? I asked. Suddenly the world stopped and I heard Faust's voice. Alright, Ash, it's time you learned a duplication spell. This will allow you to create a mass of clones that will inflict as much damage as you can, however they can't fly or use magic of their own, Faust said. Understood, and Rage Mark, I said before the world started up again and a song I haven't heard in a while played. I charged at the freelancers and as Tex drew a knife and tried to stab me in the side, I jumped over her and placed my feet on Maine's chest, causing him to fall on his back and skid across the floor while I stood on top of him. As both Maine and I skidded across the floor, I pulled out both my guns and shot at the freelancers, but they all dodged my shots. I then turned around and backflipped off Maine and kicked him into York, and while they were distracted I duplicated myself into 8 and waited for the freelancers to look at me again. Okay, I think Maine hit me in the head harder than I thought because I'm seeing 8 of that Ash guy, York said, holding his head. You are seeing thing, mate, and I'm glad. I was afraid I was losing my marbles, Wyoming said. Maine let out a growl as he looked at me and my doubles and slammed his fist on the ground before he charged. But an Ash on my left stepped up, and as Maine went to punch him, the Ash duplicate caught his fist and forced Maine to his knees and stared into his visor before he kicked him with the sole of his boot right back at the freelancers. Okay, so what now? North Dakota asked. We do what we do best, Carolina said before she and Tex charged at me. I decided to enter the fight with the ash that kicked Maine, who went after Tex while I went after Carolina, and the rest of me went after the other freelancers. Both Carolina and I were fighting each other hard. I could see she was skilled, but Carolina was relying on anger too much. She then drew a knife, but I extended a hidden blade and blocked the attack. What? Carolina said in surprise. I retracted my hidden blade and gripped Carolina's hand that held the knife and kicked her once in the chest and face before I spun her around and tossed her into a wall. Suddenly, something hit me in the side of my head, sending me flying across the floor. I picked myself up and saw it was Tex. I then looked at my duplicate and saw he was getting back up. I called him back and was about to stand up, only something was aimed at the back of my head. Don't move, dickface. I finally had enough, and before the guy behind me could pull the trigger, I drew Whispering Wind and slashed the guy and 10 others who were with him before I turned back to Tex. I then saw a rocket launcher next to my foot and stomped on it, tossing it into the air before I caught it by the trigger and aimed it at Tex. I locked onto her and fired a rocket, but Tex ran away from it and made twists and turns, but the rocket remained on her tail till she started running at me. Should have seen that coming, I said as I dropped the launcher and I ran at Tex, and as Tex prepped herself for a punch, I moved my head to the left to avoid the punch. I grabbed Tex's arm and swung her around and threw her at the rocket, which hit her and blew her into a crate. Ouch. Ash, I hate to bother your fight, but we're about to have a problem, Epsilon said. What kind of problem? I asked in thought. Suddenly everything started to float off the ground just as a duplicate finished off the last freelancer. Okay, Epsilon, what's going on? I asked in thought as I used blood manipulation to anchor myself to the floor. The enemy ship managed to destroy the artificial gravity generator, also take out an engine, Epsilon said. Any good news? I asked in thought. That was the good news. The bad news is the bridge is out, took a major hit, and we're heading straight for a planet, Epsilon said. Can't you do anything to alter our course? I asked in thought. Not quickly enough, you need to evac, Epsilon said. Alright, how far is the nearest drop pod? I asked in thought. Not close enough, but you can always take a Pelican, Epsilon said. Well, I've always wanted to pilot one of those, I thought before I began to make my way over to a Pelican, but stopped when I looked at the freelancers. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Only if you choose to regret it, Epsilon said. I wrapped the freelancers in my magic and brought them over to the Pelican and strapped them in before I made my way over to the cockpit and started up the machine. Epsilon then helped me learn the controls, and before I knew it we were off. I managed to fly the Pelican out of the hangar and into a meteor field, being careful not to crash into anything as I flew towards the planet. Once we made it through the atmosphere, I saw the ground below was a snowy terrain and I saw a massive ice ledge and decided to land there. Okay, now where's the switch for the landing gear? I asked, looking around the cockpit. Lever on your left, Epsilon said. Aw, thanks, Epsilon, I said in thought before I pulled the lever, but bold red writing appeared on a screen. Warning, landing gear jammed. Epsilon, I thought. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do there, Ash, Epsilon said. Great, anyone who's awake back there, I'd hang on to your stomachs, I yelled. I then brought the Pelican in for a belly landing, but the ship hit something, sending the Pelican into a barrel roll, which ended with the ship in an upright position. But we skidded across the snow and pulled of a 180 turn before we stopped. Not my best landing, but at least I'm not dead, so plus there, but I'd better check on the others, I said as I got out of the cockpit and stumbled into the back part of the ship because of the rough landing and my senses were a little out of whack. I then saw all the freelancers were still breathing, causing me to let out a sigh of relief before I opened the door and walked out into the icy winds and removed my helmet before taking a deep breath. Suddenly, something hit me in the back, knocking me into the snow, and I slowly turned over to see Tex standing behind me. That was for punching through a wall, jackass, Tex said. Yeah, I should have figured you were going to do that sooner or later, I said before I got up. Suddenly, I hear a growl and look to see Maine jump over Tex and try to hack me in two with his brute shot, but I leapt backwards, avoiding the blade, and fired 6 shots at me, knocking me onto the ground. I was also caused to skid backwards across the snow, but I sat up and saw all the other freelancers were awake and ready to kill me. Okay, Buster, what the hell are we doing here? Carolina said. It's Ash, alright, use it, and why you lot are here is because I saved your asses, so a little gratitude would be appreciated, I said. Yeah, likely story, South Dakota said. I simply pointed to the sky behind them and saw a massive ship with the word Ragnarok painted on it. The ship flew over us and crashed into a mountain, leaving a hellish explosion in the wake. You were saying, I said, giving South a raised eyebrow look. Alright then, why save us then? Carolina asked. I dunno, I just decided to, I said. What's the catch? North asked. None, I said, but the freelancers' silence told me they weren't convinced. I mean it, there's absolutely nothing you can offer me. No secret files, Carolina asked. No strange but awesome technology, Washington asked. None of my knock-knock jokes, Wyoming asked. No, I said. Then why were you on that ship in the first place? York asked. 'Cause I was bored, I shrugged. You were bored, Carolina asked, lowering her weapon slightly. Yeah, I had nothing to do, so I decided to look around, and then your guys began to shoot at me, so a simple misunderstanding, I half lied. Wow, now I feel like a dick, Washington said. Where did learn how to fight like that anyway? You managed to beat us in text, South said. Let's just say I had plenty of time to learn, I said. Nice moves, sharp wit, too awesome to care attitude, and it doesn't help that he's good looking. I'd say he's my kinda man, Tex said. Whoa, is it just me, or did Tex just say she liked someone? York said. I know it, it's weird, North said. As flattered as I am, Tex, I've actually already got someone I love, but anyway, I need to cut this talk short, I said before I used my magic to grab my helmet and pull it towards me and caught it in my hand, startling the others before I put it on. Cut the talk short, hold on, you're not leaving until after you answer some more questions, Carolina said, raising her weapon at me again. Catch me if you can then, I said before I ran away from the group. One heard gunfire behind me, but I didn't stop running. Once I made it to the ledge, I leapt off in a leap of faith style and fell into the gorge below. Faust, I think it's time to go. And just like that, a portal opened up beneath me and I fell in. I opened my eyes and sat up and rubbed my eyes, only for something to hit me in the side of the head, and I looked to see it was Luna with a scary, angry look on her face. What was that for? I asked. Why was that Tex flirting with you? Luna asked in an angry tone. How would I know that Tex was gonna flirt with me? Faust did mention that this training session was very lifelike, I said as I stood up. It's true Luna, that was my fault and I'm sorry, I guess I'll have to modify the spell a bit, Faust said. But still that shit was crazy going against all the freelancers like that, you're nuts, Rage said. Why spare them, they were your enemies, so why not kill them and get it over with? Gilda said. Sometimes Gilda, even your greatest allies will first meet you as your worst enemies. I learned that a long time ago in the American Civil War, I said. Wow, how much conflict have you been in over your life? Caramel asked. Too much, I said. Well, I guess I can forgive you this time, just be sure it don't happen again, Luna said. I'll try, and if a lady or mare does try to flirt with me I'll just say sorry, I've already got the most beautiful mare by my side, I said before I wrapped an arm around Luna and kissed her on the end of her muzzle. Daw, you two are so adorable together, Cadence said. Excuse me Ash, I wanted to ask about that golden gun you had in there, where did you get it from? Celestia asked. I released Luna and looked at the ground before I summoned the gun Celestia asked about. This belonged to Jonathan Viper, I said. You mean the guy who killed? Rage started causing me to nod. If that's the gun that killed Alex, why do you have it now? It's a reminder to never ever, no matter what, take the path Jonathan took that led him to where he is now, I said. That's a fair reason, Ash, Celestia said. And I just figured out a name for my revolvers now, I said as I summoned the other revolver into my right hand. Suddenly both my arms changed into the demon arm and angelic arm and coated both weapons in either a red or silver aura. The golden gun that had the red aura about it then had flames going along the side of the barrel and the word damnation was etched into the barrel in blood red and demons were engraved along the grip. As for the other revolver, the same thing happened, only the writing was a whitish silver and instead of the word being damnation it was salvation and angels were engraved along the grip as well, and once it was done my arms returned to normal. Salvation and damnation, suitable, Rage said. Indeed a wise choice, Ash, and I'm glad to see almost everything is working. There are still a few things I'd like to test to see if they are there. But it can wait until another time, Amalthea said. And how is your subconscious, Ash? You both seem to be working rather well, Faust said, causing Rage to let out a huff. Jealousy is not a good look on you, Rage, and yes, we do seem to work well together, just let me bring him out, I said. All right Epsilon, come on out and say hi, would ya? Suddenly a blue figure appeared in midair no bigger than my forearm. He wore the same armor as mine. Hello everyone, I am Epsilon, it is nice to meet you, Epsilon said. Forgive me if I'm not enthusiastic to meet you, after all you did almost kill me, Rage said. Rage. Iris scowled as she hit Rage in the arm. Apologies, our first meeting was not friendly, or I was still sifting through the suggestions you kept feeding to Ash's head, Epsilon said. Epsilon, don't you start, I scolded my subconscious. Epsilon, huh, as in Epsilon from Red versus Blue, Epsilon. Rage asked. His idea, not mine, I said, gesturing to the tiny figure. Epsilon, are you going to be intruding on things that are considered private between me and Ash? Luna asked. Better hope not, I said under my breath. Only if I have something of the utmost importance, otherwise I won't see or hear anything, Epsilon said. A demonic angel's subconscious is an amazing thing and are summoned when they are needed, as in combat or in need of advice or someone to talk to, Amalthea said. If that is all I am needed for, I'll take my leave, Epsilon said with a bow and left. Well, he seemed much more charming than when we first met him, Rarity said. Come on guys, knock it off, look, I know you guys are still a little jittery about Epsilon. But, I can promise you I've dealt with it, I said before I let out a yawn. Tired are we? Dreamcatcher asked with a giggle. Yeah, the knight suggested I take a vacation, I said. A vacation? Oh, that sounds like a marvelous idea. Speaking of, when was your last vacation? Rarity asked. Never been on one. I've been working to survive or do work since I could walk. I've always been pulled into combat in the end, I said. Good heavens, Ash, you need a break more than I realized, Faust said. I'll agree with Faust there, everyone needs a break now and then, Applejack said. Like you on that apple bucking season when Mac was injured, I asked, causing Applejack to blush and rub the back of her head. Yup, Mac agreed. Well, Ash, where would you like to go? I know of some great places, Cadence said. Well, the knight suggested a place that sound nice, I said. Where? Everyone asked. The royal family has a small private island that they went to get away from the royal duties, so I was thinking maybe there, I said. Oh my stars, it has been so long since we've been to that island, Luna said. Now that was paradise, Chrysalis said. Oh, I remember when we played by the beach and I made a massive wave crash down on all of you, Discord said as he laughed. Aw, good times. I remember when I gave you nightmares that night for that little stunt, you were so scared you wet the bed, Dreamcatcher said, causing Discord to grumble and everyone to laugh. It does seem to have been a long time since we've last been, Faust said. So I take it that as a yes, and do you guys want to come? I asked, looking at everyone. Why not, and everyone here can, coming along with the Foles and Granny Smith, Faust said. Seriously, Rainbow Dash asked. A few days away from Canterlot with some friends and on a private island owned by royalty, we would be crazy to pass up such an offer, Fleur said. Splendid, the more is always the merrier, Faust said. All right then, we'd all better get packing, we can take the pale horse to get there, I said. Ash, could you also please bring Zecora and the Immortals? They need this as much as you do, and we'll meet you all at Twilight's castle tomorrow at 11 o'clock sharp, Faust said. Will do, I said before I teleported back home with Luna. The next day at the Castle of Friendship, Throne Room, 10 a.m. I tell ya, doing it won't do anything than what it already does, Twilight said. I know, but it's like a giant interactive holographic table, I said. Well, this isn't like one of your games or movie, Twilight started. But when I reached out and pulled my fingers outwards, the world on the map grew, and when I brushed my hand around the edge, causing the map to spin. Looks like I prove you wrong yet again, Twilight, I chuckled. How'd you do that? Twilight asked. It's just like an iPod, only bigger, watch, I said before I zoomed in on Canterlot close enough to see ponies walking through the streets. This is incredible. Finding the exact location on where we need to go for our friendship problems will much easier, Twilight said. Well, you're WELCOW, I began before I pricked my finger on a sharp crystal. Are you alright, Ash? Luna asked as she walked inside with my other Ponyville friends in pursuit along with Spitfire and Fleetfoot. Every pony was carrying some form of baggage and like usual rarity was of course overpacked. Ah, just a little nick, nothing serious, I said before I healed the injury, and after I did I heard the familiar hum of an engine. Sounds like our ride is here. We walked outside and I saw the pale horse land and the gangplank lowered before we climbed aboard and met the rest of the group. Morning y'all, I trust the way down here wasn't too difficult, I asked as I set my bags down next to the railing. Not at all, and thanks to the schedule you helped with we barely had any appointments to cancel. We have the next 3 days to enjoy ourselves, Faust said. Can we go swimming when we get there? Apple Bloom asked in the cutest way possible. But of course we're going so we can enjoy ourselves, Faust said. Well then what are we waiting for? Get ready to cast off, I said as I walked to the wheel and dust flew onto my shoulder. The crew scrambled to their stations and the ship soon lifted into the air and Faust gave me the direction on where the island was located and we speed off. After a few minutes of flying I saw Pip playing pirates with the other CMC and an idea popped in my head, so I gave a whistle so I had the crew's attention. How about a song, lads? I said, causing the crew to cheer while a few grabbed an instrument and began to play a few songs. After the last song finished, a mare stepped up to sing in a beautiful voice. As the mare sang, Pip came up and hugged my leg. I gestured to the helmsman to take control. I then picked up Pip and held him in my arms before I walked over to the mainmast and grabbed a hook and placed Pip on my back before I pulled on a lever, launching both me and Pip upwards onto a platform. The platform gave us the perfect view of the sky and we were still within earshot of the mare's voice. I then sat down on the edge and let my feet dangle over the edge and Pip climbed off my back to sit next to me, and when the mare finished everyone gave her a round of applause. Not a bad voice on her, huh? I asked when I finished applauding the mare and looked back at Pip. True that, says I, Pip said in a pirate accent that made me smile. So how are your lessons with Zecora? Luna told me she's been taking you, I said. Really well. I was also surprised when Mom told me you're a demonic angel and that you're immortal, Pip said, causing my smile to falter before I turned to look at the horizon. Dad, are you okay? Oh yes, I'm fine, Pip, I said. Are you still sad that you're the last one? Pip asked. Wait, who told you that? I asked. Uncle Rage told me and the other Crusaders, Pip said. I see, remind me to have a little talk with Uncle Rage later. And yes, Pip, I am sad about being the last of my kind and I'm sad I didn't get a normal childhood like I'm trying to give you and your brother, but mostly I'm sad about other things, I said. Oh, Pip said. But Pip, these are things I should get over with. After all, I can't let the bad things hold me down, I said just before an idea came to mind. And I know just the thing to cheer me up. I scrolled through my songs till I found the one I wanted and pressed play. As the tune began to play, I grabbed Pip and set him on my back and climbed out across the yardarm and leapt off and dived through the clouds with Pip laughing and screaming in joy. Once we made it through the clouds, I continued to dive toward the ocean and pulled out of the dive and simply glided over the blue water. I then brushed my hand against the water and felt Pip do the same, but when the beat picked up, a familiar cyan-furred and rainbow-maned Pegasus appeared next to me with an orange and purple-maned filly riding on her big sister's back. Both had a competitive smirk on their faces and I looked back at Pip and saw him nod before I looked to the left and saw a massive cluster of rocks poking out of the sea. I pointed at the rocks and Rainbow seemed to get the idea because of her nod. We made a sharp left turn and flew into the rocks, and I focused on using my parkour reflexes to navigate and move through the rocks because when running on rooftops you need to be aware of your surroundings and last-minute changes to your path. I had to make about 3 tight squeezes and lost sight of both Rainbow and Scootaloo. Pip's grip on my clothes was the only thing telling me that he was still hanging on. Rainbow suddenly appeared below us, but she didn't seem aware of us until Scootaloo spotted us and warned Rainbow. I took this as an opportunity and added more power into my wings, causing us to zoom forward. Suddenly, I saw a large wall of rock up ahead and stopped before we hit it and went straight up. I continued to increase my speed and looked down and saw Rainbow was slowly catching up. I turned my eyes back upward and put in another burst of speed, causing both Pip and myself to burst through the blanket of cloud. After a quick look around, I saw the pale horse and flew over to it. I circled the flying ship once before I landed on the tip of the bowsprit, being mindful of Pip and where he stepped till he sat on my lap enjoying the view just as the song came to an end. 2 hours later. After Pip and I finished our time together on the bowsprit, Pip went back to play with the other CMC and Faust taught me a little about shape-shifting. It was a lot harder than it looked, and so far I could only do my hand. Faust said that's a huge achievement for a beginner, and that made me feel warm inside. Twilight was equally impressed along with Chrysalis, who offered me some pointers on the subject. Soon I heard a cry from the crow's nest. Water spouts ahead, Captain. I look out over the railing and I saw several water twisters circling about, and just looking at it indicated it would be pure suicide to go in there. All hands to your posts, stand by to alter course, I said. No, continue heading straight, Ash, Faust said. What even I have to say, that's insane, I said. The island is beyond that so-called storm, which is nothing more than a defense to scare off any unwanted pests, like the nobility, so they can't blackmail us from anything we do on the island, or so we can't be pestered, Celestia said. But what if a pilot is brave enough to enter? I asked. They'll get shaken a little, a possible lightning bolt or two to their ship before they are pushed away, Faust said. Got it, so what now? I asked. Faust gave a wave of her hand and a path opened up in the storm, allowing us to pass. There were numerous flashes of lightning around us and this made the crew a little uneasy. But once we got through we were met with more ocean, and nestled on the horizon was an island. Land ho, I yelled. I flew the ship towards the island and see a dock and make the ship descend into the water, and the ship sailed like a regular tall ship over to the island. We reached the dock and lowered the gangplank and stepped off the pale horse. Once we were all off the ship, Faust placed a charm on the pale horse that enables the pale horse to come and go between the storm, and Faust gave the crew instructions about returning in 2 days before they left. We were soon led along the beach where we saw a large white seaside mansion with a massive pool and giant waterslide, and on the top floor I saw a massive disc-shaped room overhanging the edge of the house. I don't remember the house being so modern, Faust said. That would actually be my fault, Mother. You see, when all of you were gone I needed someplace to be alone, and this place was the place that always made me smile. During the years coming here I modified it, Celestia said with a sheepish grin. Princess, this place is simply dazzling, Rarity said. Indeed, sister, this place looks amazing, Chrysalis said. Thanks, you two. Come on, I'll show you the house, Celestia said before she led us inside. The lounge room was large with black leather couches and a 1,000-inch flat-screen TV, causing Luna to get all giddy and immediately place the consoles and games she brought on a stand below. Celestia then showed us the rest of the house, which was just as amazing as the lounge room, and when we came to a set of double doors, Celestia opened them to reveal the disc-shaped room, which happened to be the master bedroom, which was absolutely amazing. The room had windows going around most of the wall and also had a waterbed. "This is probably the best room in the house," Celestia said. "Oh, I know, we're both shining and I will be sleeping," Cadence said. "Actually, Cadence, I think it's only right for both Ash and Luna to have this room. Ash was the one who suggested that we go on vacation," Faust said, causing all the others to nod in agreement. "Oh no, guys, we couldn't," I said. "Sure we can, besides you would be outvoted anyway," Luna said before she grabbed my hand and pulled me into the room. Luna's luggage was in her magic because she was carrying Midnight, while Dust, who was on my shoulder, flew onto a coat hook and looked around the room. I then took out a treat Fluttershy make and tossed one to Dust, who flew off the hook and caught the treat in his beak and flew back onto the hook. I set my bag onto the floor and used my magic to place the contents into the drawers. "The foals are going to be outside enjoying the sunshine. Do you want me to unpack your bags while you go and enjoy yourself?" I asked. "Oh honey, thank you," Luna said before she walked over and kissed me on the lips. Luna then handed me Midnight and grabbed a black bikini that had her crescent moon on both the bra and thong and walked into the bathroom, and when she came out she took Midnight and gave me a kiss. As Luna left, she swayed her hips in a hypnotic manner, gluing my eyes to her rear till it was out of sight, and once she left I snapped back to reality and began to unpack Luna's stuff. I knew how Luna had her clothes packed away, and once I was done I pulled out a pair of dark gray swimming trunks with a blue silhouette of my cutie mark on the bottom of my left shorts leg, and the cutie mark was diagonal so part of it was over edge. I smiled at Rarity's design and walked out of the mansion and saw everyone else was in their swimming gear and enjoying the sun and ocean. I looked around the beach and saw a hammock hanging from 2 palm trees and decided to go for it. As I walked over to the hammock I was soon spotted by the others. "Well, it seems like someone manages to stay fit," Spitfire said, giving me the bedroom eyes. "Weekly workout," was all I said as I continued to walk. "Damn, if that's what he's packing underneath that shirt, I wonder what's in those," Fleetfoot said, pointing at my swimming trunks. "Hey, there are foals nearby, so keep it down, would ya?" I harshly whispered. "Sash, now that you're on vacation, what do you plan to do?" Rage asked. "The one thing I never got to do in a long time, sit in a hammock, kick back and do absolutely nothing," I said as I did just that, causing Rage to chuckle. "Well, you have fun with that, but do you mind playing a song for us, something for the situation?" Rage asked. My response was a quick look through my songs and pressing play. I listened to the music and watched the others as they had fun and played in the water, and I soon drifted off to sleep. I woke up from my nap and saw that some of the others were either playing volleyball or tanning in the sun. I sat up and stretched my limbs out and walked over to the others. I saw a bottle of sunscreen next to Rarity, and an idea came to mind that was too good to pass up. I checked to see if Rarity was asleep before I grabbed the bottle and squeezed a little onto my hands and gently wrote Drama Queen on Rarity's stomach. I then wrote Sunbutt on Celestia's stomach, then Dork on Shining Armor, and Bookworm Twins on both Faust and Twilight, all in big capitalized letters, before I placed the bottle of sunscreen back next to Rarity. I then whistled over to Rainbow, Gilda, Pinkie Pie, Applejack, Lightning, Dust, Luna, Iris, Discord, Rage, Dreamcatcher, and Chrysalis, and showed them my work, which they were struggling not to burst out laughing. "Aw dude, you're really asking for it," Lightning said. "True, but I'll survive if no one rats me out, but if it does happen I'll haunt you to an early grave," I said. "Don't worry Ash, we'll keep quiet. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces," Rainbow said. "Great, but let's get back to what we were doing before these guys become suspicious," I said. The group nodded and I took a turn of holding Midnight before I walked over to the CMC and watched them build a sandcastle. I even gave some pointers to the foals. "Hey Ash, ya wanna come surfing?" I turned around and saw both Spitfire and Fleetfoot in bikinis holding blue surfboards with the Wonderbolt insignia and cutie marks on them. "Thanks you two, but I'm watching Midnight," I said as I showed them the foal, who let out a little giggle. "Besides, I don't even have a board. There are some boards in a shed next to the house and I can watch Midnight. We haven't exactly spent much time together. It's always either Celestia or Mother that hogs him," Dreamcatcher said. "Thanks Dreamcatcher, just let Luna know that you have him or she'll freak out," I said. "Don't worry Ash, I'll take good care of him," Dreamcatcher said as I handed Midnight to her. I then stood up and went to the shed that Dreamcatcher mentioned, which was blue and made of wood like a typical surfer's shack. I opened the door and saw a good amount of boards, but I found one that had a wolf silhouette in front of a full moon with a midnight blue background with stars in it. With a wave of my hand, my cutie mark was placed above the moon. I smiled at the addition before I used a spell to wax the board and walked out of the shed and over to the ocean. I saw Spitfire and Fleetfoot enjoying themselves before I tied the leg rope to my leg and turned to Vinyl. "Hey Scratch, you got an iPod speaker in your luggage?" "For sure Ash," Vinyl said before she summoned a large speaker. I then selected the song I wanted to play and tossed it to Vinyl before I looked back at the ocean. "It's been a while," I said before I set off into the water, and once I paddled out far enough I heard the song I wanted begin to play. I listened to the song as I continued to paddle over to Spitfire and Fleetfoot, who were waiting for a wave. I splashed a little water at them as I passed and saw a wave approach us. Once I was close enough I turned around and waited for the wave to meet me. Once the wave reached I popped up and began to just glide with the wave. Nothing fancy, just let the wave do the work. I looked over at Spitfire and Fleetfoot, who were smiling at me, whom I just gave them a 2-fingered salute to. As refreshing my memory on surfing I began to do a few tricks, and once I caught the next wave so did Spitfire and Fleetfoot. At first I just weaved up and down across the wave before I did a few airborne tricks, and then I moved my board next to Spitfire's and stepped on it and grabbed my board, surprising Spitfire. I then walked closer to her and gave her a small peck on the end of her muzzle, causing her to blush slightly before I jumped off her board and onto mine and surfed in the opposite direction of the other two and right into the tube of water. I looked around and relished in the feeling of being inside the wave before I made it out on the other side. I looked at the beach and saw I had an audience. I then made my board go upwards and I was soon grinding along the top of the wave before I rode down the wave. I then went back up again, only I leapt off my board and went into the blue just as the song ended. Once I recovered from jumping off my board I swam to the surface and followed the leg rope back to my board and caught a wave that took me back to shore. Dude, since when could you surf? Thunderlane asked, causing me to laugh. Thunder, I was living on Hawaii when the first surfboard was created, and when something new is created it's obvious you'd want to try it, I said. Well, the part with you getting on my board was some trick, Spitfire said. Hey, believe it or not, Spitfire, I was the only one on the island who could do that in that day, I said. Hey guys, I'm making drinks, Comet yelled from over at the tiki bar. Everyone let out their own voices of agreement before Spitfire, Fleetfoot and myself stuck our boards in the sand and walked over to the tiki bar. I watched as Comet cut up some fruits and did some fancy tricks with the knife, like tossing up a fruit and then the knife cutting the fruit into little pieces before catching the fruit in the blender glass and then the knife in his hand. He also made the blade dance along his hand as if the thing was alive. Skip to 026. Damn, now those are some skills I can learn. I look at the voice to see it was shining and the word dork was clear on his chest along with the other mares who were tanning, making it hard for me not to laugh. Well, you can have Ash to thank for that, he taught me, Comet said, keeping his eyes on his work. Really? Shining asked. Oh, it's just a skill I picked up, no big deal, I said, desperately trying not to laugh, and when I looked at the others I saw they were having the same problem. Is something wrong? Shining asked. Oh, nothing you need to worry about, dork, Discord said, causing everyone to erupt into laughter. What's so funny? Twilight asked. Oh, you lot may want to look at each other, Soren said before he burst out laughing once more. The five looked at each other and saw the words on their stomachs. Celestia and Shining turned red in embarrassment but smiled. Twilight shrieked and covered her stomach. Rarity looked ready to spill blood while Faust just smiled and laughed. Wow, you seem to be taking this well, your majesty, Swift Spear said. If I'm being honest, Swift, I actually missed being pranked by both Luna and Celestia. Sometimes I even pranked myself while I was in my tower because of how much I missed them. So I will say this, it's nice to be pranked again, Faust said, still smiling. Well, I for one am outraged, Rarity cried. Oh, relax, Rarity, you need to loosen up, I said. Loosen up, Ash, look at this. Do you have any idea how long it will take to get rid of this? Rarity screeched, pointing at the words. No, but I believe Zecora knows something that can help, I said, causing the zebra to nod. A strange elixir you must face to rid those words without a trace, Zecora said. Thank you, Zecora, Twilight said before Zecora led them inside. I suppose we should get dinner started. Granny Big Mac care to give me a hand? Applejack asked. Yup, Mac said. Let's show these folks some Apple family style cooking, Granny Smith said before she walked back into the house with her grandfoals. Third person POV. After dinner, Ash admitted and apologized to Faust, Celestia, Shining, Twilight and Rarity about him being responsible for the prank, which the latter was not happy about, and as for Twilight, she forgave him with a smile, admitting it was a good prank. The adults then put the foals to bed and now everyone went to find a way to keep themselves entertained. Both Rage and Eris were walking down a hall when they saw Cadence, Rarity, Twilight, Fleur, Celestia, Dreamcatcher, Chrysalis, and Snowdrop leaning into the master bedroom door. Oh, what are you mares doing? Rage asked. Cadence responded by placing a finger on her lips and pointed at the door. Once everything was quiet, the sounds of moans of pleasure coming from Luna and grunts from Ash came from inside the room. Hold on, have you lot been eavesdropping on Ash and Luna's private session? Rage asked in whispered shock. My sisters along with Snowdrop are just making sure Ash is treating Luna right, and as a little bonus we get to hear some juicy moments between the two, Celestia said. I'm surprised the rest of you are listening, Eris said. Well, I love a bit of gossip every now and again, Rarity said. Do you both want to listen? Cadence asked. Both Rage and Eris looked at one another before their cheeks turned red from remembering Ash walking in on them that one time and shook their heads. Oh no thanks, unlike you I don't want to be meddling in both Luna's Ash's life, Rage said. And I'd rather spend 1,000 years in Tartarus than incur both Ash and Luna's wrath, thanks so no, Eris said before they walked away. You know they're right, we shouldn't be snooping like this. Luna seems happy with her stallion, or in this case man, and we all know some of Ash's entire background. And yet after everything he's been through he still has a heart of gold, and where if it was anyone else they would either be changed or dead, Snowdrop said. Snowdrop is right, besides those two are our friends and I don't want to risk jeopardizing that, Fleur said as she stood up next to Snowdrop. Well, we won't stop you, but this is absolutely too good to miss, Cadence said before the two walked away. As the group tried to listen in on the conversation inside, they leaned on the door too much, which caused it to open, and this caused the mares to come tumbling, and once they all pushed off the floor they saw both Ash and Luna on the floor. But Ash wore a black and silver kimono and had his hands on Luna's back and between her wings, and Luna wore a midnight blue and black kimono and was resting on her stomach in front of Ash. Luna had a glare aimed at the mares while Ash seemed surprised before he became annoyed. I thought it was unladylike to be eavesdropping, Rarity, Ash said in an annoyed tone, causing Rarity to let out a nervous chuckle. Just what exactly was so interesting to you idiots about me getting a massage from my stallion friend, or in this case boyfriend? Luna asked before she stood up alongside Ash. You were getting a massage? Twilight asked. Drat, that took away all the fun, Cadence said under her breath. Yeah, what did you think we were doing? Ash asked. Well, we kinda, Chrysalis started, but Ash raised his hand with his eyes closed. Never mind, I actually don't want to know, but as for you Celestia, Twilight and Rarity, I wasn't expecting you three to get me back by listening through doors, Ash said as he lowered his hand and opened his eyes. Well Ash, we were, Celestia started. Zip it tia, I was expecting my three older sisters to be more mature than I am, but apparently you proved me wrong, Luna said. Luna may be the youngest of her siblings, but as she glared down at the intruders it made them feel really small, and the glare sent from Ash did not help. In fact, it made them want to hide in the corner of a room. Suddenly, the sound of midnight crying broke the glares from both Luna and Ash, and Luna let out a tired sigh. But Ash placed a hand on her shoulder and gave her a kiss on the side of her muzzle before he gave her a smile and got off the bed and walked to the door and looked at the mares. I'll deal with you lot later, but right now I have to go calm Midnight, Ash said before he walked past the group who was still on the floor to go take care of Midnight. The mares then turned back to Luna, who had hard neutral look aimed at them, and they were all sitting in an awkward silence. So how was the massage Ash was giving you? Rarity asked, trying to break the ice. It was great. I know Ash may not look like a masseur, but his fingers are amazing, just as good if not better than the spa in Ponyville. And it doesn't hurt that he uses soothing magic on the tips of his fingers when he's rubbing me down, Luna said, causing her wings to twitch and the mares to blush. Well, I'm sorry we interrupted, Chrysalis said. You know, maybe you should let Ash do all of you, Luna said. Huh, the mares asked. Now the decision is up to Ash, however, so don't expect much, Luna said. But what about the situation with us? Dreamcatcher started. Don't worry, after all we didn't say anything of importance, but I'm still not happy on what you did, and if I see you attempt this again then there will be trouble, Luna growled, causing the mares to nod and leave the room and wait for what tomorrow will bring. Chapter 47 Artifacts and Unexpected Visitors. I woke up and shifted around and felt the bed move beneath me. I placed my hand on the surface below me and felt it sink slightly. Memories then flowed into my head about everyone being on vacation, which caused me to smile, but I tried to sit up, but something prevented me from doing it. I then saw Luna was lying on top of me. I smiled at the mare and relaxed into the bed and placed an arm under her bust and gently pulled her close, stayed in place, and soon felt Luna stir. I looked at her and saw her let out the cutest little yawn imaginable. Her eyes fluttered open and I simply smiled at her. Good morning, beautiful, sleep well? I asked. Better after the massage, thank you for that, Luna said. Always a pleasure, I said before we nuzzled each other's noses against one another. So you want to get up? I think I'll rest here for a little longer till you're done with the bathroom, dear, Luna said. I understand, I said. Luna got off me and I climbed out of bed and I noticed I was wearing a pair of gray cotton pajama pants but no top. I then went to complete my morning duties and got changed into a pair of khaki shorts and shoes before I checked on midnight and walked into the kitchen to make myself a bowl of cereal. When I walked in I saw a few of my friends sitting around enjoying themselves, and once I finished my breakfast I walked outside and saw most of the CMC looking at Apple Bloom play with a hula hoop. Hey you guys, I said. Hey Uncle Ash, I'm just showing the guys some loopy hoop tricks that I can still do after my cutie pox fiasco, Apple Bloom said. Loopy hoop, where I'm from we call it a hula hoop, I said. Really, do you think you can show us some tricks? Apple Bloom asked, causing the other Crusaders to cheer in agreement. Well, I know only one, I'm afraid, but I can show you, I said before Apple Bloom handed the hoop to me. Once I had the hoop sitting comfortably on my hips I swung my hips around, managing to keep the hoop from falling. After a while I then let the hoop lower to my feet and removed my left foot and made the hoop spin on my right foot, and every time the hoop passed my left foot would touch the ground. Hoop and hop, that's a hard one, Apple Bloom said. Hey, that kinda looks like fun. I turned around and saw I had a bit of an audience. Oh hey guys, here to watch? I asked as I kicked the hula hoop into the air in front of me and caught it. Actually participate, Twilight said. Whoa, who said I wanted to do that? Gilda asked. Yeah, Lightning agreed. Oh come on, you two, don't knock it till you try it, Rainbow said. Fine, the two groaned. Well, I don't know how this'll work cause there's only one hoop here, I said. Pass it around and we'll each have a turn, and if we want to show off a trick, Faust said. That's a great idea, Apple Bloom said. Alright then, why don't you start us off, Cadence, I said before tossed the hoop to Cadence. Cadence caught the hoop before she looked at Shining Armor and the both nodded to each other. Cadence placed the hoop on her hoof and Shining placed a leg in the hoop and the both began to spin it around. As they did I selected a song on my iPod that seemed to somewhat fit our situation. When Cadence and Shining Armor finished they passed it on to someone else, then someone else, and so on until it came back to me. As I began to spin the hula hoop around, Luna appeared in front of me and inside the hula hoop with her back facing me. She then gave me a wink before she too griped the hula hoop. I understood what she was planning and we both spun the hula hoop around, then our hips keeping the hula hoop going, which awed the others. We even did the hoop and hop. We both spun the hoop on our inside legs, and when one of us touched the floor the other would lift their feet, hooves up to avoid it. At first we failed at both attempts, but we continued till we got it right. Oh, excuse me, Ash, Rarity asked once the sun ended. Yeah, Rarity, what is it? I asked. Well, Luna told us your skills at a massage and I was wondering if you would be so kind as to give me one. Rarity asked. I raised an eyebrow at Rarity's request before I looked at Luna, who gave a shrug that meant, it's your decision, causing me to give a nod. Well, I guess I could, but I don't think I'm better than Aloe and Lotus, I said. That's not what Luna said, Celestia said. And sometimes Luna exaggerates, I said, causing Luna to poke her tongue out at me playfully. Is it alright if I also have a massage? I want to see how good you are, Fleur said. Well, I don't see why not. Anyone who is interested in a massage, I'll do it in the lounge room, I said before I went inside. Third person POV. Luna walked into the kitchen to get a drink while Ash massaged Rarity, Fleur, Cadence, Faust, and Celestia. Luna saw Zecora was making a cereal of oats and apples. Luna then realized she didn't know too much about the zebra except that she was teaching her son about meditation and that Ash considers her a friend. And with all this in mind she decided to strike up a conversation. Good morning, Zecora, Luna said. Luna of the night, I must say you look a happy sight, Zecora said. Yes, Zecora, I am. How are you so far today? Luna asked. Rested and calm and glad to say not in harm, Zecora said. So I see, Luna said with a smile as she made her drink and sat at bench facing the rhyming zebra. Zecora, I'm curious to know, but how is it you met Ash? Young Ash and I met many moons ago when I was out collecting ingredients from a small meadow. I was on my way back home, but I was followed. A cockatrice leapt from the trees, leaving with unease. The creature stared into my eyes. I feared I was to be paralyzed. But a flash of gray saved the day and carried the cockatrice away into the trees. I looked at the bush where the gray smear disappeared and heard sounds of great distortion and fear. I peered through the leaves, shocked at what to see, but a wolf of fur and gray was quite a sight to my day. The beast was feasting upon its prey till it turned and looked my way. It then sat on its hind legs and stared, but I will admit I was a little scared. The beast was about to leave. I gave it my thanks before it could flee. But what I did not expect was quite an effect. The wolf returned my words with some of his own, and that is when I offered him some food at my home. We learned each other's names and learned much from each other that day, Zecora said. Ash has a habit of appearing when he's needed, Luna said with a smile. Luna, so brave and bold. Something has been troubling me, so, Zecora said. What is it, Zecora? Luna asked. I'm just confused about us being on vacation, but shouldn't you be worried about the nation? Zecora asked, causing Luna to chuckle. Fred not, Zecora. If there was a problem we would be notified immediately, and we're more here for Ash than anything, Luna said. Could you please answer why so? Zecora asked. Well, since Ash found out about who he really is, he's been stressed and tired even if he isn't showing it, Luna said. Just what is this mystery about Ash's history? Zecora asked. You mean no one told you he's a demonic angel, causing Zecora to gasp in absolute shock? Zecora, what is it? Stories passed from eons long ago about creatures of might made out of dark and light cities at peace, homes filled with life, a time before Equestria came to its height, Zecora said. You know about the demonic angels? Luna asked in whispered shock. Legends at most of glory to boast, where they protected the land perfected and grand, Zecora said. To think such legends existed after all this time, Luna said. It's quite a shock to learn these stories are not a crock, Zecora said. Help, Luna, you. Luna sprang into action when she heard Ash cry for help from the lounge room, and when she arrived she saw Rarity, Fleur, Cadence and Faust were all struggling to stay awake. But her face turned red in both anger and a little arousal when she saw Celestia holding Ash's head in her enormous bust. Tia, release Ash this instant, Luna demanded. Ah, come on, Lulu, can I please have a turn on your stallion? I've heard some great rumors from Spitfire, Celestia said. Damn it, Tia, I should have known better than to let Ash massage you, Luna said before she marched over to Celestia and yanked Ash out of her firm grasp. Oh, you're no fun, I just wanted half an hour, Celestia whined. Celestia, you and I both know your urges are stronger than the rest of ours. Half an hour could mean a day, Luna said. Are you implying I'm a slut? Celestia asked with a raised eyebrow. No, I'm implying you should keep your hands to yourself when around Ash, or else, Luna said before she helped Ash stand up and walked him out of the room. But she kept a murderous glare locked on Celestia. Are you all right, Ash? Apart from almost dying from Celestia's bosom, I'm doing great, Ash said as he took a few deep breaths. I'm sorry about that, I should have warned you about her urges when a male touches her in that way, Luna said. Guess that explains the whole molestia thing when your last heat cycle came around, I said, causing her to blush. Well, ahem, her feelings have always been stronger out of the rest of us, Luna said. Yeah, I understand now, I'm going to have a little fun, I said. Are you sure you're all right? Luna asked with worry. If the demons haven't killed me, I doubt your sister could too, I laughed as I walked out of the house. Ash's POV. After I tried the water slide with the foals, I did a little water skiing with Pinkie Pie, only I was the boat and had to pull Pinkie across the water, and now I was walking around the beach till it led me to small green forest. The trees weren't that thick and were spaced out a bit more than the everfree forest, so I could see where I was going. I walked inside and looked around, and when I made it out, I was on a small cove looking out at the ocean, but also in the cove was a wrecked ship. It looked old, like it had been abandoned for a very long time, and not to mention the ship was enormous. Now how the hell did I miss you as we arrived? I asked myself. I looked at the name that was on a rotting plaque on the bow of the ship and saw the words "The Fortune Seeker" carved into it. With a name like that, I assume you used to be a treasure ship, I said as I walked towards the giant of a wreck. I walked over to the ship, and as I stepped into the water I saw a few gold coins and skeletons from every species partly buried in the sand. I found a massive opening in the ship's side and walked in and saw there were decayed bodies all over the place. Some had swords and, to my surprise, flintlock pistols, and it looked like they murdered each other, probably over the treasure. I walked through the ship, having to take several detours because of blocked passageways, and once I made it to the ship where it was split in half, I noticed a lot of scorch marks around the edge, indicating the ship's gunpowder storage was once here, but now it's been blown to cinders. Suddenly, I felt something on my shoulder and I turned to see a skeletal hand. Thinking quickly, I ducked down and swung my legs underneath my opponent, knocking them off their feet, and summoned Whispering Wind and drew it. I was ready to face my foe, but the only thing I saw was a large hole in the floor and Lightning Dust laughing her head off. Lightning Dust, I roared. Oh man, I wish I had a camera, I'd label that Rage's funniest fail, Lightning Dust said. Wait, Rage, I asked. I'm here too, Ash, I heard Rage's voice come from the hole. I should have known it was you, Rage, but why are you both here? I asked with an annoyed tone and sheathed Whispering Wind. We saw you leave and decided to see what's up, and then you led us to this beauty, Rage said as he climbed out of the hole. Yeah, we found all kinds of neat stuff, Lightning said, holding up a large bag which clanked when it moved, so I assumed it was filled with treasure. Well, anyway, I'm gonna check the other side of the wreck, I said before I flew off. I flew over to one of the lower decks of the ship, but as I landed I tripped over a loose board and landed face first on the floor. I then heard a loud clang sound, and when I lifted my head I saw my left arm was stuck in a bear trap that was hidden beneath the deck. One of the benefits of a metal arm, but I should probably put on my armor just in case there are more traps, I said before I summoned my armor, walked down the hallway. My walk led me further down. I noticed there weren't any skeletons here, which confused me greatly. I then stepped on a panel and leapt backwards before two walls with spikes on them slammed together and would have crushed me if I hadn't have dodged. I then walked on and soon arrived in the cargo hold, which was absolutely filled with treasure, and the rest was water. There was so much treasure here it would make Griffin and Dragon Kings green with envy. I then saw a stairway that went upwards along the wall of the doorway. Okay, now I'm lost. Why set traps up on this side of the ship for this treasure when there's so much on the other half? I asked myself. I found a staircase that went upward and followed it, being careful to not set off any traps till it led me to the main deck. I walked along till I came to a hatch and opened it before and immediately fell backwards to avoid the volley of arrows that were flung at me. Might I suggest you take more caution, Epsilon said. Gee, thanks, I'll remember that for next time I'm exploring ancient shipwrecks. Speaking of, why am I even here? I asked. Because you got curious, and when you saw the first trap you became even more curious, Epsilon said. Yeah, when you set traps it normally means there's something aboard, but I just thought it was the treasure in the hold, I said. If that's the case and you said this yourself, why not rig the other part of the ship, Epsilon said. True, it just doesn't add up. What's more special than the treasure on the other half than on this half? I asked. I climbed the old ladder down and followed the dimly lit corridor till I arrived at a large rectangular-like room. I grabbed my shield off my back and walked forward only to once again trigger a panel. Suddenly, crossbows appeared out of the walls and started launching razor-sharp discs at me, so I dodged and used my shield to block the attacks. I then pulled out Salvation and shot the crossbows, preventing more discs from being shot at me. Once it was over, I looked at the other end of the room and saw a pair of fancy doors which would presumably lead me to the captain's quarters. I walked over to the door and saw the letters C and A etched into a door and I reached for the door. But, as soon as I touched it something grabbed my leg and dragged me backwards. I looked to see a small hatch in the stairs had opened up and I was heading for it, so I quickly grabbed one of my sides and dug into the edge of the opening and managed to stop. I then looked down and saw my feet was still attached to something which was on the other end of a rope and the rope was heading into the ocean that had flooded into the ship. I then used my free hand to draw damnation and shot the rope before I pulled myself up and undid the rope that was still attached to my foot. Okay, no one goes to this much trouble to booby trap something like this unless there is something they don't want being found, I said as I stood up and walked back over to the door. I carefully opened the door and put my shield first, and when nothing happened I opened it the rest of the way and saw the room was like a library with charts and maps all over the place along with a few chests here and there. And at the desk in the center of the room was a pony skeleton wearing a feathered tricorn hat and dark purple coat. Its left hand was griping a sawtooth cutlass which was resting on the desk, and in his right hand was a bronze metal ball with lines, circles and markings etched into it. There was also a sheet of parchment sandwiched between the skeletal hand and the ball. Now why are you so special? The captain decided to guard you himself even in death. You certainly don't look like a piece of Eden, that's for sure, I said as I walked towards the desk and kept my eyes on the ball. I moved the captain's hand and picked up the piece of parchment and unfolded it to see a letter. To the traveler, treasure hunter who is reading this. I suppose a congratulations is in order for dodging my traps and getting this far. You may or may not have heard of me and my great adventures, but that doesn't matter anymore. I'm sure you're wondering what happened here and why my precious ship the Fortune Seeker had run aground. It was a warm summer day in the pre-classical era, a time of great minds working on new magic spells like Stars World the Bearded. The Fortune Seeker left shore 2 days ago and we were hit by one of the fiercest storms imaginable. Many of the crew believed the treasures we took from our previous destination were the cause of the storm, that we were being punished by Faust Almighty for what we had done. Many of the crew tried to throw the treasure overboard praying that she would show us mercy, while others refused to allow even one coin to be tossed and were ready to fight to the death to keep it. After the storm we found ourselves grounded on the rocks just offshore of an uninhabited island. We were there for days trying to figure out a solution to get back to Equestria. Many suggested we build rafts to escape and come back for the treasure, another time others refused to leave without the gold. I tried my best to maintain order but failed, and when the rafts were built the crew argued on whether we should bring the treasure or not. Soon fighting broke out and my crew killed each other over what to do with the mass fortune we found. As the fighting went on I escaped to the stern half of the ship, afraid of what my crew would do to me if I stayed, and I didn't have the heart to kill the crew that was so dear to me, a crew that I loved as if they were my own no matter what species. It wasn't long before I heard the terrific boom of the powder storage going up in smoke, and after the conflict settled I saw there were some that survived, but the way they had become they were like feral animals. I quickly set up traps throughout the second half of the ship in hopes of putting the remainders of my crew out of their misery and to scare off anyone else who will come after this cursed gold. As I am writing this I'm breathing in my last moments, so whoever you are, do me a favor and leave whatever's left of me like this. Take my books, my charts, my maps, my ring, it's no good to me anymore, and anything in this room, but please leave my trusty sword and desk along with anything inside its drawers. Also a warning to you, the treasures on the ship are cursed, it destroyed the one thing that was most important to us, our friendship, and whatever you do don't follow my trail, don't follow the obsession I had since I was a colt, that path will only lead you to ruin. This ball in my grasp should have been all the proof I needed to convince me that place was real, and yet it wasn't enough. I guess Celestia was right, and if she is reading this all I can say is, I'm sorry. Signed. C.A. I breathed out a sigh and looked at the skeleton before I gave a silent prayer and looked around the room. I walked over to a shelf and saw books about ancient civilizations. I even saw one about the fortress of Talakan the girls mentioned when they teamed up with Daring Do. I even found the captain's journal but decided to read it later. With a little magic I grabbed all the books and unopened chests and placed them all in a pocket dimension. I then grabbed the captain's final letter and the ball on the table and gave it a once over before I placed the ball into the pocket dimension. I then noticed the ring on the captain's finger and I thought it would be best to leave it, but then I remembered the letter said I could take it and that he had no need for it any longer. I then walked back over to the captain and slid the ring off his finger and gave it a quick examination, noticing numbers on it. Now what are you? I asked as I looked at the ring before I looked back at the dead captain and touched a finger to my head and lowered it to the captain in farewell before I stepped out of the room and across the corridor. Suddenly, the exit was covered in iron bars and a loud slow ticking sound echoed around the room. Another trick, captain, why not? I was enjoying the other traps. I fired a blast of magic at the bars but it had no effect, meaning it was made of anti-magic metal. I then tried teleporting but it appears I entered an anti-teleportation field. I looked for another possible exit and only saw the hatch in the stairs, causing me to cast an uncertain look before I climbed in and saw an opening in the wall just above the water. I climbed in and ran along the corridor and run down some stairs and saw the corridor was partly flooded. But I didn't let that stop me. I ran through the water, avoiding any obstacles in my path as the ticking went on. Suddenly, a giant eel smashed through the wall and grabbed my right arm in its jaws. I repeatedly punched the eel in the face, forcing it to let go and retreat back into the hole. I then continued to run along the corridor till I made it to a staircase that went upward, and at the end of the staircase I saw sunlight. I scrambled up the stairs and flew out of the ship, and not too long later I heard a massive boom and an intense heat, that force of wind that blew me out of the sky and into the ocean. Once I recovered I noticed I was sinking fast because of my armor. I removed it with my magic and made a break for the surface, and I almost made it out when something grabbed me by the foot. I looked down and saw about 10 giant eels swimming towards me while one was wrapped around my leg and tried to drag me down. I summoned damnation again and shot at the eel, managing to hit and kill it before I made a rush for the surface again. I broke to the surface and scrambled over to a rock that was above sea level and climbed on it and rested on my back, taking a few deep breaths of air. Suddenly, I hear shrieking and looked to see it was the eels again. I aimed damnation at them and shot two, killing them while one slithered up behind me, but before I could do anything the eel prepped to lunge at me. But a flaming blur passed us by and the eel's head fell from the rest of its body, revealing a cauterized wound before the rest of the body fell. I looked for the flaming blur that saved me and saw it was rage, and both fury and hate were ablaze in fire, and his angered presence was enough to scare off the eels. When that happened, Rage sheathed his swords before he turned to me and helped me up. How is it you're constantly in trouble when I'm not around? Rage asked. Hey, you know that's not true. I'm in more trouble when you are around, I said. Ouch, that hurt. Laughs. Now do you mind explaining what happened over there? Rage asked, gesturing to the burning wreck. Booby traps galore. Turns out the captain thought the treasure was cursed, I said. How so? Rage asked. If you looked at the skeletons you'd see that they looked like they killed each other over it destroyed their friendship, I said. Damn, talk about a massacre, Rage said. Yeah, I agreed. Hey Ash, I also found something you should see, Rage said before he led me back to the more intact half of the ship. We walked into a hold where Lightning Dust was looking at a golden sword with gems embedded in it. And over to a corner of the room where Rage showed me a statue of one of the demonic angel guards that was half buried in gold. What the how'd this get here? I asked in shock. No idea, we found it like this when we were inspecting this half of the ship, Rage said as I kneeled down next to the statue and brushed a hand over it. Ash, do you think these guys somehow managed to find something that belongs to my people and looted it? It's more than likely, I said. So what now? Rage asked. I'll go over what I found in the captain's quarters. There would have to be something in his notes. But for now we'd better get back. I'm sure the others would have heard the explosion and I don't want to worry them. After all, we're supposed to be on vacation, I said. You're right, Rage said. After we grabbed Lightning we flew out of the ship and over the forest and I saw the others, except Pinky and the foals, about to enter the forest. I then told Lightning and Rage about the situation before we flew over to the group and landed in front of them. Yo guys, I said as I landed. Ash, Rage, Lightning, Dust, I'm relieved that you're all safe, Faust said as she held a hand over her chest. We heard an explosion and saw smoke on the other side of the island. We became worried so we came to see what happened, Dreamcatcher said. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to worry you, it's just there was an old wreck back there and I accidentally triggered a trap causing it to go boom, I said. A wreck here, but that can't be right, my spell should have redirected their ship, not allow it to crash here, Faust said. A shipwreck, were there ghost pirates aboard, Rainbow asked. Nope, just giant eels, I started. Old skeletons, Rage said. And a massive hoard of treasure, you'd think it was a dragon crew, Lightning added. Treasure, most of the group asked in excitement. Oh, now you've gone and done it, I said to Lightning Dust. Ash, do you know what the ship was called? Twilight asked. Yeah, it was called the Fortune Seeker, I said. What? Twilight and Celestia screamed in my face. Ash, are you certain? Celestia asked. Yeah, I take it you knew someone on board there, right? I asked. Yes, he was the captain of the ship at that time, went by the name of Compass Arrow and he was a good friend, Celestia said. I see, but everyone, it's getting late so I suggest we head back to the house and I'll show you all the wreck in the morning before we set off for home, sound fair? I asked, receiving nods of agreement. We all walked back to the house and I answered any questions the others had for me. And when we arrived back it was almost sunset and Pinky had set up a luau and gave us all Hawaiian lays. What's with the luau, Pinky? I asked as she put my lei around my neck. I wanted to kick our last night here off with a bang, and what better way than with a luau? Also it's to celebrate you not getting eaten by giant eels, Ega, Pinky said as she stuck her tongue out in disgust. I was about to ask how she knew that but stopped myself before I could utter a word and decided to just enjoy the party. Pinky created, we had dinner and talked about our day, and Rage did a Hawaiian fire dance which was amazing before Pinky got everyone's attention. Time to dance, every pony, Pinky shouted as she held up her pea pod and placed it into Vinyl's speaker. Hey, that's my speaker, Vinyl cried out. Pinky the rushed over to me and Pearson pulled us away from the table and began to tell us the moves to the dance she wanted to play. When she finished, Pierce and I shrugged and decided to go along with it. Pinky then appeared next to the speaker and pressed play on the pea pod before she appeared from in between Pierce and I. When the music played, Pinky began to dance and we followed. At first I thought the dancing was a little silly, but then Luna gripped my free hand and began to dance as well, and soon one by one everyone began to dance along with us as well. But Gilda and Lightning took a little longer to join until Rainbow grabbed them and forced them to join. When that happened, those two smiled and began to laugh and dance well until the song ended. Oh man, I never knew dancing so dorky would be so fun, Gilda admitted. True that, Lightning agreed. But that's the beauty of dancing, there is no dorky, it's either you can dance or you have no talent for dancing, Pinky said. You mean like my awesome moves? Twilight asked, causing most of the group to cringe. No offense, Twilight, but it's obvious your talent isn't dancing, I said, causing most of everyone to laugh while Twilight grumbled under her breath. And Pink's that song was clearly Jamaican, why have that song at a Hawaiian luau? Hey, who cares if the music is themed or not, a party is a party, the only necessity is to have fun, not be perfect, Pinky said. Oh, if only that rule applied at the Grand Galloping Gala, then it wouldn't be so boring, Celestia said. Hey, if the music doesn't need to be themed, I know a song that will make this party a little better, Rage said. Rage, what are you up to? I asked. Ash, remember Hot Wings? Rage asked. Oh no, Rage, I only sang to that once and that was a long time ago, I said. I know, and I also know you keep it on your iPod, and besides I'm pretty sure everyone wants to see a show, Rage said, gesturing to the group who was looking at me. Alright fine, but you're singing this time too, I said. Fine, let's do this, Rage said before I handed him my iPod and he plugged it into Vinyl's speaker and pressed play. Once the song began to play, I started to sing and lifted myself into the air when I sang the chorus, and as I continued to sing I also danced a little, and Rage also began to sing, and at the right moment in the song Fluttershy cut in and sang beautifully, and when she finished she had an embarrassed blush on her face before we ended the song. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Fluttershy said. No, Fluttershy, you actually improved it, that voice of yours is simply beautiful, I said, causing her entire face to flush red. Yeah, Auntie Fluttershy, it was amazing, Sweetie Belle said. Oh thank you, sweetie, but now I think it's bedtime for you foals, Fluttershy said. Fluttershy is right, young ones, we have a very big day tomorrow, Celestia said, causing the foals to groan. Granny Smith saw to it that the foals were sent to bed before she went to bed as well. So now what? Rage asked. I placed a finger on my chin and snapped my fingers as an idea came to my head. I've got it, you lot, head to the lounge room and I'll be right back, I said before I teleported into my room and dug into a bag and picked out all 7 Fast and Furious DVDs. Am I glad I decided to bring you lot along, I said before I teleported back into the lounge room and saw the others were there. I brought some movies along just in case we got into a situation like this. Some movies better not be anything girly and sappy, Gilda said as she folded her arms under her bust. Not my style. These movies altogether are a series filled with action, drama, romance, awesome music, and the best part, speed, I said. You had me at speed, Soren said, causing Spitfire, Fleetfoot, Rainbow, Gilda, and Lightning. I take it everyone wants to watch this? I asked. Yeah, everyone screamed. All right, everyone, empty your bladders, prep some snacks, and sit back and get ready to enjoy Fast and Furious, I said. After all 7 movies, everyone was ecstatic, and all of them pass around their own opinions on the movies before we all left for bed. Luna was leading me back to our room. She walked in first, and then I walked in and closed the door behind me and removed my top. And when I did, Luna led a full-on assault on my mouth with hers. I was clearly surprised by the kiss, and when I placed my hands on her hips, I discovered she was naked. Luna then let go of my mouth and stared at me with a dreamy look. Special reason why you want to do this? I asked as I rubbed my right hand over her cutie mark and squeezed her butt with my left. No, I just felt in the mood for a little fun, Luna said as she fiddled with my pants and boxers. Once they were gone, Luna grabbed my shoulders and pulled me towards the bed while I snapped my fingers. What was that? Luna asked. Just making sure no one can hear or interrupt us, I said before Luna fell backwards on the bed. You wanting to be the submissive one tonight, Luna? Don't bet on it, Luna said before her horn lit up and our positions were reversed. I was the one on the bed and Luna was standing over me. Clop scene. Luna then crawled onto the bed and positioned her head over my mast, which was as hard as steel. She then leaned down and began kissing it from base to the tip. She continued this a few times till my member was covered in kisses before she took the whole thing in her mouth in one go. Luna then started bobbing her head up and down, and I couldn't help but let out a small grunt every time I bottomed out in her mouth. I decided to then even the playing field and grabbed Luna's lower half with my magic and spun her around, causing Luna to let out a surprised shriek. She then gasped in surprise when I inserted my metal fingers into her and extended them to scratch her G-spot. Oh, you always know what buttons to push on a mare, Luna said with a seductive smile aimed at me. I try, I said, never ceasing on moving my fingers in Luna's quivering marehood. Luna then let out a silent scream and arched her back as her wings flared up when I placed my thumb on her clit, making her come. Luna looked to be in pure bliss, but I didn't ease up on her marehood. Luna continued to pant and moan in pleasure as I continued to explore her lower region with my fingers. It took a few minutes till she cummed again, only this time was longer than the last, making the smell of sweat and sex stronger. I retracted my fingers from Luna and brought my left hand to my face and licked the sticky substance from my fingers, and once I was done I was about looked back at Luna but gasped when I felt something soft and warm surround my cock. When I looked down I saw my dick was sandwiched between Luna's massive mounds. Luna then squeezed her breasts together, causing more pleasure to build up inside before she started rubbing her very generous bust up and down along my member. I tried to hold out but my will collapsed as she placed a kiss on the tip of my rod. I let out a sharp cry of satisfaction as I released rope after rope of my seed. Luna had opened her mouth and was trying to catch the liquid as it fell back to Icarus. Most of it landed on Luna's breasts and face, but for the little that made it into Luna's mouth she swirled it around slowly and swallowed it as if it was her favorite drink, which made my cock reharden in an instant. Luna smirked and climbed on top of me, which was difficult because of the waterbed, so I had to help steady her. And once she was above me she held one of her milk-filled jugs to my face and I gave Luna a smirk before I gently latched onto her fat erect nipple and began to suck while Luna gently placed a hand behind my head and grabbed my member and aimed it at her soaked flower. Luna then lowered herself onto me. I could feel my rod slip into the warm embrace of Luna's love canal. Luna then began to bounce on my member at a slow pace and slowly sped. I also released Luna's breast from my mouth and slapped Luna's rear with my metal hand right on her cutie mark, causing her to scream in pleasure. As Luna bounced on my tool I raised my hips to meet her as she came down, resulting in a wet slap of our bodies meeting. We continued to go faster, reaching 6 slaps per second. Luna soon clamped down on my rod and opened the floodgates while I soon followed, filling her all the way to the brim. So, care to go for a few more rounds? Luna asked, trying to catch her breath while brushing a lock of her mane that came loose during our fun behind her ear. With you, Luna, most definitely, I said, replied in a just as breathless voice. End of clop scene. I woke up to the feeling of something soft around my head and below me, and when I opened my eyes I remembered Luna and my fun together and remembered falling asleep in Luna's royal bosom when she collapsed on top of me. I carefully rolled Luna off me and winced in pain from my pelvis, but I then muscled through it, cause even though I was in pain it was worth it. I stood up and walked over to the window and opened it to get rid of the smell of Luan and my activities. When I began to walk away I heard a squawk and turned around to see Dust on the windowsill covering his face with his wing. Hey, why are you still here if you don't want to see us naked? I asked. Dust removed his wing from his face and flew over to a box of bird seed that was next to a stand and tapped his beak on said box. All right, just let me clean myself up and I'll feed you, I said before Dust left. Geez, for a bird that's supposed to feeding himself by finding bugs you're pretty lazy. I walked back over to the bed and sat behind Luna and gently stroked her mane. The stroking seemed to stir Luna. Her eyes slowly opened. She looked around and spotted me and gave me a warm smile and rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. Sorry Luna if I woke you, I said. No, it's all right, it was actually relaxing. Could you continue? Luna asked. As much as I'd love to, Luna, I need to go feed Dust and check on the foals, I said. Luna simply nodded and I helped Luna stand up and walked into the bathroom together to clean each other off, and when we were done Luna burned the liquids that remained on the sheets, leaving the sheets untouched before I grabbed the box of birdseed and walked out of the room with Luna. When we arrived at the kitchen I saw everyone was having pancakes for breakfast and Discord was juggling parts of his body as entertainment for midnight. And when I looked at Faust and Cadence they both had knowing smirks on their faces as they looked at us. Hey Ash, those movies last night were awesome, why didn't you tell us you had them? Rainbow asked. Slipped my mind, I said as I poured a bowl of birdseed for Dust. Hey Ash, you ready to take us over to the wreck you practically blew up yesterday? Thunderlane asked. Come on you guys, I haven't even had breakfast yet and you all want to go now? I asked as I grabbed some pancakes that were on a plate and left out for Luna and I. Yes, everyone besides Luna cried out. Maybe, Fluttershy said. Then why didn't all of you ask Rage to take you? He's more than capable and he knows where it is, I said, causing them all to either blush or rub the backs of their necks in embarrassment. Hey, guess we didn't think of that, Comet said. So just let Luna and I eat, then we'll all go have a look, I said as I handed Luna her plate and sat down and began to eat. Everyone gazed in awe and wonder at the colossal wreck and were excited to climb aboard. I led Celestia and Twilight to the edge of the first half of the ship where it exploded the first time and told them where I found Compass Arrow. I then showed them his last letter before I left. The two with their thoughts and both Rage and Lightning Dust showed them all the treasure-filled hold where the others began to grab as much as they could carry. As the others were busy, I walked over to the statue of the demonic angel that was still half buried in the treasure and looked at it. Ash, is that? I turned around to see it was Faust and she was looking at the statue. Apparently it is, I said. Both Faust and I sat in silence till I heard Faust speak up. Everyone, I think it's best if we let Ash decide what happens to this treasure, Faust said. Hey, why does he get to decide? Rainbow asked. Because somehow this treasure belongs to the demonic angels. The proof is on the coins in this statue, Faust said, gesturing to the statue. Curious, I picked up a coin and saw the mark on my back was printed on both sides of the coin. Whoa, but hang on, how did all of this get here? I thought Ash's kingdom was on Earth, Soren said. Indeed it was, but yet there is treasure here bearing the demonic angel mark and a statue of a demonic angel is also here, Faust said. Everyone then looked at me waiting for my answer, so letting out a sigh I stood up and began to walk out of the room. Take only what you need, I said before I walked out of the room. As I walked away I heard the sound of coins scraping against other coins and footsteps on gold. I continued to walk through the skeleton-filled hallways till I found a door that was slightly open. I walked over to the door and pushed it, but the door was stuck, and when I squeezed through the gap I knocked several crates over that were in front of the door. When I looked around the room I saw the only light source was through the ceiling domed window, which was covered in diamond-patterned bars and dust, and the walls were coved in shelves of books indicating the room was a library. I looked around and saw in the corner was a skeleton with a beard still attached to its face, and in its bony grip was a brown square-shaped case. I walked over to the skeleton and took the case and set it on a table, and when I tried to open it I discovered a keyhole and that it was locked. I looked around for a key and saw it hanging around the skeleton's neck, so carefully I grabbed at the string and pulled it over his head before I inserted the key into the lock. I then turned the key and lifted the lid, but what I saw inside did not prepare me at all, cause inside the case were both of my parents' crowns along with two others. I was shocked when I saw the crowns of my parents in the case. I didn't know what to do. Anyone in there? Out of reflex I slammed the case closed and locked it and hid the key in one of my pockets, and I looked at the door to see Twilight and Celestia squeeze in through the door. Once Twilight looked around she gasped and her wings extended to full length and she got that sparkle in her eye when she sees a new book. Oh my gosh, 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 Twilight repeated as she flew around the room. Twilight, would you calm down already? I said. Oh hello Ash, I thought someone was in here, Celestia said as she walked over to me while scanning the shelves of books. Yeah, seems our bony friend here had a love for books just as much as Miss Bookworm over there, I said, gesturing to the skeleton before looking at Twilight as she continued to fly around the room. Yes, she can be quite enthusiastic about new books, Celestia said as she watched Twilight. So Celestia, how are you holding up with Compass Arrow? I asked. I'm fine Ash, I made peace with the fact Compass was dead long ago, I just never expected him to be here of all places, Celestia said. Ah, here you all are. I looked at the door and saw Faust squeeze through it and look around the room. Hey Faust, what can we do for you? I asked. I came to let you know that the others are about to leave, Faust said. Wait a second, I've never seen this writing before. I looked at Twilight and saw she was holding a book and was looking through the pages. Let me see, I said, causing Twilight to hand me the book, and when I saw the writing on the cover I saw they were of symbols I've never seen before but could strangely understand. The history of nature magic. Sorry Ash, could you repeat that? Twilight asked. I said the history of nature magic, it's the title of the book, one said, causing Celestia and Twilight to stare in surprise at me while Faust smiled. It appears you know how to speak and read your native tongue, Ash, Faust said. Native tongue as in this is written in demonic angel? I asked. Yes, and apparently you can both speak and read it too. It's a natural reflex for demonic angels, so don't worry, it just means Amalthea unlocked that ability too, Faust said. Wow, my people have their own language, that's kinda cool, I said. And you can help me translate all these books? Oh, I simply can't wait to get started, Twilight squealed. Now slow down, Twilight, just like the treasure in the hold, these books belong to Ash's race, so it's up to him what we should do with them, Faust said. Well, I want to know more about my people, so I guess we should bring these, I said. Very well, then I'll place them in a pocket dimension and keep them there till we reach Canterlot, Faust said as all the books were wear-coated in a crimson aura. But before they could disappear, Twilight grabbed a few for translating later. Hey Ash, do you know what's in here? I looked at the voice and saw Celestia looking at the case containing the crowns. Oh no, not yet because it's locked and magic won't work because the insides are anti-magic, I lied. Oh well, there must be something important inside if it has that security, maybe there's a key around somewhere, Celestia said. Already checked, there wasn't any key here, so I'll need to try and pick the lock later, I said. Very well Ash, I suppose we should leave it to you then, Faust said. Thanks guys, I'll be sure to fill you in, I said before the mares left the room. I walked over to the case and placed a hand on it before I tucked it under my arm and left. Just south of Ponyville, 8 p.m. I was piloting the Pale Horse through the starry sky back home, and Twilight was pestering me the entire trip back about the books we found on the Fortune Seeker. I translated 2 books for her and told her that was all for now before I took a break and walked onto the bowsprit to relax for a few minutes. But suddenly, I saw a comet start to fall out of the sky, and when I saw it I got back onto the ship and looked for Luna, who was sitting a chair supervising Midnight, who was sleeping soundly. Hey Luna, is that comet supposed to be there? I asked as I pointed at the object and getting everyone's attention. No, I never scheduled a comet for tonight, Luna said, looking at the object I was pointing at. Then it must be a natural event that sometimes happens, Ash, Faust said. Suddenly I felt a massive surge of energy wash over me, and I looked at the others and saw the alicorns Draconiquuses, and Rage also felt it too. I looked around for the source and discovered it was coming from the comet. Faust, I don't think that's actually a comet anymore, I said. Me either, Ash, Faust said. I placed a tracking spell on the falling object and we all watched it land in the Everfree forest. Oh man, it just had to land in there and at night, I thought before I looked at the others. Alright, I'm going to go check it out. Hold on, Ash, I know you were able to sense the strength on that power signature. I want Rage and the elements and if necessary the immortals and a few extra guards to go with you for added security, Faust said. But, I started but was stopped when Faust raised her hand. No buts, Ash, Faust said. Sigh, understood, I said in a defeated tone. The pale horse landed in Ponyville and Faust managed to get a few guards together and the immortals grabbed their gear before I led the group into the Everfree forest. I was really hoping to avoid bringing anyone because of the bloodhooves I encountered when I discovered I was not only a demonic angel but a prince. Realizing I was getting distracted, I summoned a tracking orb into my hand and followed the red arrow in the center till it led us to the castle of the royal sisters and the arrow was pointing into the canyon. I looked into the canyon and saw a scorched trench that led into a rock wall and buried in rubble was the object that fell from the sky. I led the group down the steps and over to the object and used my magic remove the fallen rocks to get a good look at the thing. Well, it's certainly not natural, that's for sure, I said. Ash, I can sense 2 life signs in there and they're alive but weak, Rage said. Alright, Rage, let's have a look inside. Rest of you stay back. Last thing we need is for anyone getting hurt, I said before I gripped the hatch of the object and ripped it off, and when I peered inside I saw 2 humans and both unconscious. Well, I'll be damned, I said. What is it, Ash? Rage asked. They're humans and both look to be badly messed up. One of them is almost being crushed by a massive rock that's poking through the window, I said. So what do we do first, sir? Holy Light asked. Rage, help me move this thing away from the wall and so we can get these 2 out of here easier, I said. Hang on, what do we do if these guys aren't friendly? Rainbow asked. Calm down, Road, what we should be doing is show kindness instead of hostility. But if they are a danger we'll deal with it, but for now let's help them, I said. Rage and I easily managed to pull the craft away from the wall and I began to help the 2 humans out of the craft and set them on the ground a fair way away. I then noticed one was wearing a duster and a Stetson and the other didn't wear a Stetson and both the dusters were different and one of them wore armor beneath it. I then noticed that the human with the Stetson didn't have a top on and was being covered in fresh bandages instead with a few red dots on them as well that looked like bullet wounds. Just what happened to you 2? I asked. Sash, what's our play? Rage asked. We need to get them to a hospital. One of them looks absolutely riddled with bullet holes and from there we'll see what happens, I said. Suddenly I saw Swift Spear fly past the group and when I looked at the direction on where he came from I saw the Stetson wearing human had backflipped onto his feet. The guards and immortals got into a fighting stance along with the human. But he didn't last long before he coughed up a large mouthful of blood and the red dots on his bandages became bigger, causing me to give the human a worried look. Fucking wounds, the human mumbled loud enough to be heard. The human then snapped his fingers and a pair of katana appeared on his hips, causing all of the guards to brandish their weapons, and Rage both summoned and drew fury and hate while I just teleported Whispering Wind onto my back as a precaution. I then saw the human detach one of his katana from his hip and used it to hit the other human upside the head with it. The other human then shot up and swung his legs under the first human, knocking him face first into the dirt. Evo, what the fuck? Why did you do that? The downed human yelled as he got back up. You hit me in the head. I think it's only fair what you got, and don't use the whole I'm injured bullshit with me. I know you're a lot tougher than you look, so suck it up. The human called Evo said before he noticed us. Am I missing something? I may or may not have provoked them, the unknown human said. Well, we need to go, Evo said as he turned towards us and bowed. I'm terribly sorry but we can't stay here any longer and we must be going. Evo said before he saw his partner collapse to his knees, breathing heavily. Wanderer, are you okay? Why yay, we just need to get out of here. I feel like passing out, the so-called Wanderer said. I watched as Evo walked over and slung one of the Wanderer's arms over his shoulders and picked him up before he looked at us and closed his eyes and lowered his head. Until we meet again, Evo said as he looked back up and opened his eyes. And I have a feeling it will be very soon. Realizing they were about to flee, I tried to stop them but Evo managed to just jump into the air and run on it and out of the canyon. Whoa, who the buck are these guys? Rainbow asked in shock. Rage with me, everyone else fall back, we'll bring those 2 back to Canterlot when we catch them, I ordered before I flew out of the canyon with Rage just behind me. I looked around and saw the 2 running on thin air above the canopy of trees. I then landed on the ground and ran through the trees, dodging trees and roots, and kept my distance away from the 2 but not so far as to lose sight of them. The running pair stopped and Evo lifted Wanderer onto his back before they set up again, which went on for a while till I saw the pair cross the border and into the wastelands, which was nothing but miles and miles of endless sand. The pair stopped and I saw one of them look back at us but quickly turned around pretending to not see us before they ran off again. I gave Rage an order to observe only unless I said so before we followed them into the sand. The 2 humans then sat down on the ground and both Rage and I rested on our stomachs behind a dune and I masked our presence with a spell so we couldn't be detected. The 2 seemed to be talking about something but then acted like the ground was shaking. Suddenly, a stinger burst out of the sands and went to strike Wanderer, who managed to dodge the blow and placed his back against Evo's, and not a few moments later 5 scorpions burst out of the ground, each one the size of a small house, and surrounded the pair. I looked over at Rage and saw him about to draw a sword but stopped him. No, Rage, we'll intervene if those 2 are going to be dealt a final blow, but for now watch, these 2 don't have strong powers for nothing, let's observe their fighting abilities, I whispered, getting a nod from Rage. I watched the Wanderer draw both his katana and Evo pulled a blade out of nowhere and fought against the scorpions. Both of them were very skilled and their wounds seemed to barely slow them down. But, in my opinion, they were trying too hard. Suddenly, the Wanderer sheathed the katana and turned his other katana into a side with black flames flickering off the sharp edge of the blade and held it behind him, and 2 of the scorpions the Wanderer was fighting before began to charge at him. The Wanderer charged right back and landed several slashes on the scorpions but got hit once. The Wanderer jumped into the air and landed behind the scorpions before he looked at them, while the scorpions took only a step to turn around before they fell apart and began to burn in black fire. The Wanderer then started coughing up blood after he turned his side back into a sword and looked at his partner, who had leapt into the air with insane speed and came down a moment later, causing the scorpions to explode into a chunky mess. I think I'm going to like that guy, Rage said. They have skill, I said. Suddenly, I felt faint vibrations come from the human's direction and a scorpion 5 times the size of the old ones leapt out of the sand. The pair then said something to each other before Evo leapt at the massive scorpion, but apparently the scorpion was faster and swatted Evo out of the air like a bug. Evo then crashed into a sand dune while the massive scorpion then turned to the wanderer and was about to walk forward but fell. I then noticed one of its legs was missing and Evo was standing beside the severed limb, but surprisingly a new leg grew back immediately before the scorpion spun around, slammed the tail stinger into Evo, which pierced his gut. Shit, those two aren't going to last long, Ash, Rage said. Hold on, Rage, look, I said, pointing at the wanderer. The wanderer was holding his sword in front of him and the point was facing upward. Wanderer soon looked like he was about to collapse in pain, but not physical pain but emotional pain. I could feel the waves of despair, hatred and pain flowing off him, and instead of retreating the scorpion took advantage and slammed a pincer into him, sending him flying, but the wanderer got up but soon dropped his sword and collapsed to his knees. The scorpion then charged again, intending on finishing the human off, but then the human threw his head back and screamed to the heavens a name I didn't expect to hear. Luuuunnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnnn drop sand in our face. He was screaming from all the emotional pain in his body, which felt like he lost someone very dear in his life. The scorpion tried hitting the wanderer over and over again with its pincers but only succeeded in hitting the wall of energy. I then looked at Evo and saw a woman standing next to him. She had white skin and white and black clothing and a fox skull on her head and she blood-red eyes. But what confused me was the baseball-sized hole in her chest right where her heart should be. Where did she come from? I asked. No idea, but it looks like she's with them, Rage said. The women then collapsed and disappeared just as the wanderer screamed in agony, which continued to go on for a few minutes, and when he stopped and the energy dissipated, I saw the wanderer standing in the exact same place, but his appearance had changed. He had long flowing white hair, blood-red eyes, and he had black tendrils coming out of his back. But the biggest difference I noticed was the baseball-sized hole in his chest and the fox skull on top of his head like the woman. Now what's going on? I asked. The scorpion began to crush the wanderer with a pincer, but suddenly, the limb was severed by the wanderer in a split second of movement. I watched as the scorpion backed away in fear but then for some reason stopped and charged at the wanderer again. I then saw the wanderer pick up his sword and hold it to his chest, and then he twisted it to where the point faced the ground. He then said something to the scorpion as he let go in the blade and let it sink into the ground. Suddenly, several large sword blades came from the ground behind the wanderer and turned into a bright pink storm of cherry blossom petals. The petals then raced towards the scorpion, and to my surprise the beast was able to dodge the petals but not all of them. The wanderer continued his relentless attack on the scorpion, going faster and faster till the beast was an absolute bloody mess, but it still kept attacking. I watched as the wanderer shot his sword towards the scorpion before splitting into two streams and going along the sides of the beast before they connected behind the scorpion and shot towards its rear. The scorpion didn't see it coming and the streams shot into the beast and then outward, creating millions of holes in its body. The scorpion stood for a few more seconds before falling to the ground dead. I watched as the cherry blossom petals transformed back into the katana, and I saw the wanderer had blood coming from his eyes, mouth and arms. Even his bullet wounds were leaking and he then fell to the ground on his hands and knees while dripping blood. I watched as Evo rushed over to Wanderer and the two began to talk, and I was about to suggest we go over and introduce ourselves. Suddenly, a tendril launched out of the Wanderer's back and flew in a direction away from us. I then heard the sound of someone screaming, and when the tendril retracted, skewered on it was a male pony in red and white robes, and when I focused on the robes I noticed they were Templar robes. The human pair began to interrogate them, and not too long later the Templar fell limp and died before the Wanderer tossed a corpse away like a rag doll. I know the rest of you are out there, show yourselves, the Wanderer ordered, and just like that other Templars showed themselves. I looked around and saw 8 adults and what looked like a Thestral teenager, and with one of their members dead the Templars charged all except for the young Thestral. Everyone kill them, use the alicorn stone daggers, a Templar yelled. The Templars then charged at the humans, but the pair of them managed to kill them all easily, but Evo took 2 hits, which one was in the shoulder and the other in the back of his gut. I then watched the Wanderer as he fought a Templar, but when the Templar stabbed Wanderer the blade broke against his skin and Wanderer didn't look amused. Instead he flattened out his hand and stabbed him through the chest with it before he pulled it out and let the body fall. Evo then walked over to the body and searched it and held up an object to Wanderer, which was most likely the necklace. The two talked and noticed the teenager filly, and the pair walked over to her and kneeled in front of her. They then began to talk, and after a while Wanderer collapsed and Evo rushed over and began performing CPR. This is when Rage and I sprang into action, breaking the spell over us that masked our power signature. We ran over to the small group. I looked at Evo and saw him go down and the sand began to turn red with their blood, and as I ran over to Evo I saw him look at me as we arrived. Help us, please. Evo managed to get out before he passed out. I scanned both the humans and saw they had lost an incredible amount of blood. Rage, we need to get these guys some help stat, I said. Understood, but what about her? She was with the Templars, Rage said as he gestured to the Thestral teen who was looking at both me and Rage in fear. We'll take her with us, but we won't harm her. We need answers, I said. Rage nodded before he picked up Evo and placed him on his shoulder, and I picked up the Wanderer and placed him on my back, and I held my hand out to the Thestral pony. She hesitantly reached out and grabbed my hand before we teleported out of the wasteland. Author's notes. The 3 new characters are a crossover from another story that belongs to a writer called Diamond Blaze 420. To understand more, visit his story called Off Course. Chapter 48, Seeking Answers and Self-Reseration. I arrived at Canterlot Castle just outside the medical room, and I told a pair of guards to inform the princesses and anyone with them of our location. I then told to take the filly to a guest room and give her something to eat when they arrived and await further orders. Rage and I then took the 2 unconscious humans into the medical wing, and I shouted for the doctors who came running over and placed them on a pair of beds. The 2 were then rolled into another room, and once they were out of sight I asked a nurse if I could observe the treatment for safety concerns. The mare nodded before she led both me and Rage through the corridors and up some steps and into an observation room that was looking into a large room that had a single window on an angled roof. On the floor below the observation room were the two humans, each one on a bed, and doctors were rushing about trying to revive one while trying to stop the poison in the other. After a few minutes of watching the doors open to reveal all the princesses along with Applejack and Rainbow Dash. Hey you guys, where are the others? I asked. They're exhausted, so we left them in Ponyville, and Pip, Midnight, and my daughter are being looked after by Shining, Discord, and a Risk, Cadence said. I see, I said as I turned back to the scene below. So these are the two humans that fell from space? Chrysalis asked. Yeah, I said. One of them looks different from when we first saw them though, Twilight said. That their fellow with the fox skull on his head looks a lot creepier than when we first saw him. Applejack said. Believe me, Applejack, he's a lot creepier when he's awake. Those two led us into the wasteland where they were attacked by 5 scorpions. Each one as big as a house, and another that was 5 times bigger that could grow severed limbs back almost immediately. Yet those two fought them all off even in their messed up state, Rage said. Seriously? Rainbow asked. Yeah, their power levels are almost as on par as both Rage and mine. But what surprised me more is the fact that the one with the large hole in his chest took an alicorn stone dagger to the chest. But the blade broke on contact against his bare skin, I said, causing the mares to look at the human in surprise. Ash, why did either you or Rage have an alicorn stone dagger to begin with? Twilight asked. We didn't, Twilight, we just forgot to mention that those two were ambushed by Templars after they fought the scorpions. Those two killed first and asked questions later with them, I said. So are you saying they're a threat, Ash? Celestia asked. Not necessarily, there was a Thestral filly with the Templars, but they spared her and looked to have a friendly chat before they passed out, I said. And where is this filly now? Celestia asked. A guest room, I have some questions I need to be answered, and after that I'll send her home if she has one, I said before I saw Faust wave to someone out of the corner of my eye. And if she doesn't, what will happen? Twilight asked. I'm afraid to say she'll need to be put into the system and we'll have to find a family, I said, causing the mares to give off sad looks. I looked back into the room and saw Evo had come around, but the doctors had placed a white sheet over the Wanderer's body. And when that happened, Evo threw a massive fit and tried to break his restraints. But the doctors then performed a sleeping spell on him and he calmly fell asleep once more. That's going to be on my conscience, I said as I slumped into a chair. I doubt there was anything you could have done, Sugarcube, Applejack said. Well, maybe you could have used the life fire to save him, Rainbow said, causing me to rest a hand over my eyes in depression, and Rainbow cried out from getting hit by Applejack. Aren't ya supposed to be making Ash feel better? Applejack scolded. Rainbow's actually right, I did think of using it, but I wasn't strong enough to summon it and we were running out of time, I said. If you weren't strong enough, Ash, then that's the only excuse you need, but that's not important right now. You have a soul to comfort in its time of need, Faust said as she placed a hand on my shoulder. I removed my hand from my face and looked out the window to see the doctors move Evo out of the room while the doctors took the body, probably the morgue. You're right, I said as I stood up. I'm going to talk to the other human and try to learn what I can, however, I said, stopping the others as they made their way to the door. I'm going to do this on my own. The others gave me a single nod before I walked out of the observation room and over to where the doctors were taking Evo. When I arrived outside his room, they told me that I was to let him rest. With a nod, I informed them to contact me as soon as I can speak to him before I left, and after a light dinner I settled into bed with Luna in her old room. I woke up and saw Luna wasn't with me in bed, so I got up and did the usual routine before I left the room and saluted the 2 guards that were standing outside the door before I walked down the corridor. Suddenly, I hear the sound of running and I turn to see a nurse running through the hallways. Hey miss, what's the rush? I called out, getting her attention and causing her to run towards me. Oh sir Ash, I have been looking all over for you. I came to let you know that the human's injury have fully healed and awake, so if you have time you can see him, the nurse said. Excellent, and thank you for keeping me informed, I said before I ran to the hospital wing. I ran to the room and I took a breath and summoned my courage before I entered and saw Evo sitting up against the headrest and looking at the ceiling. I then politely coughed into my fist to get his attention and saw him look at me. Glad to see you're up, how are you feeling? I asked as I walked over and pulled out a chair and placed it on the ground and sat on it in reverse. It hurts, was all Evo said. I see, I said before we entered an uncomfortable silence. Look man, I know there is nothing I can say or do to cheer you up after losing someone. But please understand the doctors did everything they could and I kind of feel partly responsible for not getting him here sooner. Evo then looked at me with a piercing glare before he said, do you know why it hurts? I sat in silence, unnerved by his glare, and simply shook my head in response. It hurts because the closest friend I have had for a millennia, a friend I considered my brother, just died and I'm all alone in the universe now. I have no one, and I have no way to get back home and save everyone, Evo yelled. I sat in silence and processed his words before I let out a sigh. I wish I could help you, really I do, but what would you want me to do? I can't revive your friend save for necromancy, and trust me, that's the last thing you'll want for him. Also, no one I know of who's strong enough would have brought you here, and the others aren't as powerful enough to do that, so that must mean you came by your own means. Quite frankly, you guys just showed up on our doorstep and beat in one of my own guards for no reason, making you guys seem hostile to all of us, and yet despite this and everything I've seen, I try and save your life, I said. I know you can't bring him back, it just hurts. Plus no one brought us here, my brother didn't get the chance to set up a shield right before we teleported from our fight. Now I believe you have some questions to ask me, Evo said. Yes I do, and for now I'm going to ask simple questions, so first off, can you tell me both your name and your partner's name and where you come from? I asked. I go by many names. There's the Courier, Evo, and Evan. You don't use that last one until you gain my trust. My brother went by the Wanderer, that crazy son of a bitch, Ethan Smith, and if you were close to him, Wade, Evo said as I looked forward. We don't really remember our parents' names, seeing how we are over 1,000 years old, and we came from a planet called Ekis. Though before that we were on a planet called Earth. Ekis, and here I thought both Rage and I were the only ones here, unless that multiverse theory bullshit is actually accurate, I said. We arrived by the means of teleportation thanks to a void dweller named the Merchant. I'm however not able to give his real name or he might do something rash. And if you're wondering why he did it, he may have do it for fun. Ethan and I aren't the only ones he has sent to a version of Equestria, Evo said. Well, if he's anything like the outsider, then there's nothing I can do, I said as I let out a sigh. Yay, can't really help it, Evo said with a chuckle. So anything else of importance you want to ask? Yeah, 2 more things actually and a small request, I said. What are they? Evo asked. First is simple, I need to know what terms you were on with the princesses if you have them in your Equestria and don't lie cause I will know, I said. Well, we were pretty close to the princesses, Ethan more than me. Luna is his wife, and I was preparing to ask Twilight out, Evo said with a sigh. I see, that explains why he screamed her name before, and buddy, you won't have much luck with this Twilight, she has some pony already, I said. Well, I don't plan to stay here for long. I need to go back and save Equestria, Evo said. Which brings me to my second question, and keep in mind you don't have to answer if it's personal, but it would help me understand your problem so I can try and help. What was it you were fighting before you came here and why did they attack? I asked. We were fighting the caribou. Somehow they were able to defeat us before we teleported, and the reason why was to stop them from turning all the mares in Equestria into sex slaves, Evo said in anger. I could understand why Evo was pissed. I myself was so pissed my right arm became demonic and death fire blazed around it, making the temperature in the room plummet till ice started forming on the windows. When I looked at Evo I saw he had a look of slightly scared caution and was trying to move away from me. When I looked at my hand I snuffed out the flames and returned my arm to normal. Sorry about that, still learning to get control on that part of myself, I said. The hell was that? Evo asked in shock. Let's just say it was the devil inside of me, I said, and Evo was about to respond but was interrupted when we heard the sound of armor on hooves running down the hall and I saw some guards pass in front of the door. Trooper, where are you all off to? An alarm has gone off in the morgue, sir. We're on our way to check it out, a guard said before he ran off. Want to go check it out? Evo asked. You want to come? I asked with a smirk as I stood up. Hell yay, Evo shouted as he teleported off from the bed and next to me, similar to how both Corvo and I teleport, which Coro called Blink. Better keep up then, boy, I said as I ran out the door with Evo not too far behind. Both Evo and I ran to the morgue and along the way we met Rage and I introduced both of them to each other. When we arrived at the doors to the morgue I saw about 10 guards in front and one was trying to kick the door down. I ordered the guards to stop, which they did so immediately, and one of the guards explained there was a mare inside who refused to open the door for anyone and wanted to be left alone and that they couldn't teleport inside. I then saw Evo begin to walk towards the door and I saw some guards reach for their weapons but I signaled them to stop. Who's in there? Evo asked. Who the fuck do you think? A feminine voice yelled from the other side of the door. I don't know who you are, ma'am, but I'm about to break this door down. You can come out peacefully or they will use force, Evo said. Just go away, the mare demanded. Miss, I need you to get away from the door, I said as I summoned Whispering Wind and drew it. I don't care, go away, the mare yelled again. I gestured for Evo to move away from the door and I swung Whispering Wind at the door and a blast of wind came from the blade and sliced the door open, followed by a small dust storm. When I walked inside I sheathed Whispering Wind and saw the same woman from when Ethan Smith transformed, and next to him was a similar woman only with wings wrapped around herself. Why are there 2 of you? Evo asked. Dude, I'm not a chick, the woman with the wings yelled. Okay, just what the fuck is going on here? Rage asked. Nothing, I just came back from the dead and this is what happened to me, the woman said as she opened her wings exposing herself. I looked away from the woman and saw the guards were beginning to eyeball her and I heard her let out a girlish sheep. As you were the lot of you, I shouted, causing all the guards to snap out of their trance and leave before I looked back at the woman. She had wrapped her wings around herself once more and I looked at Evo as he stepped in front of me. Evangeline, who's this? Evo asked, causing the woman without wings to stand up in front of him. I knew you were dense but not this dense. I thought you'd be able to recognize your own brother, or should I say sister now, the woman named Evangeline said. I then noticed the winged woman, which was now known to be Ethan Smith, shiver from the cold air flowing into the room. So I summoned a brown blanket before I walked over to her and wrapped it around her and she pulled it over her before she thanked as I walked back over to Rage. Yay, Evan, don't you recognize me? Ethan asked as she stood. Ethan, but how? Evo asked in shock. Hey, don't ask me, ask her, Ethan said as she jabbed a thumb to Evangeline, causing Evo to look over to her. We used the souls he collected along with his magic and I tried to turn him back to normal using my powers, but the spell backfired and started to suck my powers from me. Though I don't know where the wings came from, Evangeline said. Well, before we continue this conversation, can we get something to eat? Dying and being resurrected made me hungry, Ethan whined. Alright, I'll take you 3 to the dining room to grab something. Rage, can you go tell the royals about our situation and tell them to meet up with us when they're able to? I asked. Sure thing, Rage said before he left. Well, let's get a move on, Ethan said as she ran over to the doorway, but I teleported in front of Ethan, causing her to stop. Can you summon some clothes, cause if so it may be a good idea unless you want a lot of ponies to be staring at you, I said as I gestured to the blanket covering her body. Oh yay, sorry, kind of forgot, Ethan said with a blush before she snapped her fingers creating a bright light. When the light died down she was wearing a pair of white jeans that had a black line going down the side along with some bandages wrapped around her breasts. She also had a white jacket over it that had black strips, causing me to give a nod of satisfaction. For the record, the name's Ashblade and you met my brother Burning Rage and now I believe some of you have some questions to be answered, I said before I turned around and gestured for them to follow me while I began to walk down to the dining room. Ash, what's your statues here? Evo asked. Basically, Protector, I'm part of a small group known as the Knights of Equestria and we are a force that handle the most serious threats in Equestria. There were 5 before me and my brother and I've been labeled as the 6th Knight of Equestria or Knight of Freedom if you prefer, I said. Okay, my question is, why did we run into Templars? And what did you do with Nightshade? Ethan asked. The Templars were a shock to me too, but they have been labeled as a terrorist group and I'm hunting them down one by one with a small team of mine for a while now. And as for Nightstreak, which I assume is the filly you were with before you died, she's fine, she's in a guest room right now, and that reminds me that I need to ask you about something later. But first I have a question, how'd you know they were Templars? 'Cause I never told you their name, I said. Well, back on Earth, a company that went by the name Ubisoft created a series of games that involved a creed of assassins that would hunt down Templars and spread free will to the weak. The game's timeline went from 75,383 BC to the Industrial period. The game's name was Assassin's Creed and I loved playing those games. Evo said. Tell me, did these assassins have a blade on their wrist like this? I asked as I summoned a hidden blade onto my right hand and extended it to show them, and I heard sounds of awe at the sight. Yeah, they did, Evo said as Ethan tried to touch the blade. Well, you should know that isn't a fantasy where I'm from, I said as I retracted the blade and lowered my arm before I sent a small shock of energy at Ethan to send a message saying lay off, which she responded with a small ow. In fact, 3 master assassins were members of the Knights of Equestria. Evangeline, what's going on with Ethan? She doesn't usually act this childish, Evo said. I think it has something to do with the fact that he is younger now. Evangeline said. How old is he now? Evo asked. About 16, Evangeline said. Well, that's nice, Evo said before he turned back to me. What's the most recent event revolving around Twilight and her friends? Well, probably Twilight and Spike getting sucked into a time portal by a mare named Starlight Glimmer who has been reformed back to good recently, I said. I don't remember that on the show, Ethan said with a finger on her chin. What show? I asked. Well, just like Assassin's Creed, there was a show created by Hasbro for little girls called My Little Pony Friendship is Magic, starring Twilight and her friends as they go on adventures and learn aspects about friendship, Evo said. Yay, but they were quadruped instead of anthro, Ethan said as she hopped onto Evo's back. At this I stopped and turned around to face them fully. I highly suggest you guys keep that information to yourselves for obvious reasons, understood, I said. Yes, sir, Ethan said as she gave me a salute before giggling. And moving on, Evangeline, right? I asked as I looked at the wingless woman. Yes, what is it you would like to know? Evangeline asked. I've been meaning to ask, but what are you and how do you just keep popping up out of nowhere? I asked as Ethan jumped off of Evo's back and onto hers. I am what I known as a hollow, a beast that consumes souls to fill in the void in their heart. And the reason I can just pop in and out is because I am a part of Ethan's soul. Evangeline said. I see that last part sounds similar to Epsilon and that first part reminds me of Rage, Ash said. How does my position remind you of Rage and who is Epsilon? Evangeline asked. To put it simply, Rage wasn't born like I was, he was once my subconscious who ate a lot of demon souls to free himself from me, and as for Epsilon, he's my current subconscious. Come on out and say hi, Epsilon, I said before the blue figure in the same armor as mine appeared next to me. Hello, Miss Evangeline, I am Epsilon. It is nice to meet someone who shares my particular situation, Epsilon said as he held a hand out to Evangeline. Evangeline accepted his hand and shook it before Ethan chimed in. Hey, don't forget Senbon Sakura and she, Ethan said. She isn't that the Japanese word for death and Senbon Sakura means thousand cherry blossoms, correct? I asked. You are correct in your assumptions. A man who was presumably Senbon Sakura materialized next to Evangeline. Glad to see my Japanese wasn't as rusty as I thought, because you see I was once a samurai for an emperor a long time ago. But that's a story for another time, I suppose. However, your name reminds me of a song Lindsay Sterling plays, I said. That seems interesting, Senbon Sakura said. What about me? Suddenly another female appears and she seems about 7 years old with both violet hair and eyes, and she is wearing a black skirt along with a tight leather jacket with a pair of red sneakers. What do you mean, what about you, little one? I asked. I wasn't being included in the conversation. Now I want to ask you question, she said with a smile. All right, shoot, I said, returning the smile with one of my own. Why are your wings different? She asked while pointing at my wings. Oh, well, to put it simply, I'm what's known as a demonic angel and my wings are proof of this. The feathers on my wings symbolize the angel inside of me, I said as I pointed to the feathers on both my wings before I pointed to the web parts on both my wings that was below the feathered parts of my wings. In the web parts they symbolize the devil in me, and the reason they're like this is because my mother was an angel and my father was a demon. She had a look of awe in her eyes as she looked at me while I smiled. Cool, she said. Glad you think so. There weren't many others who thought so when I was born, I said with a small frown. How much further are we from the dining hall? Ethan asked as her stomach rumbled. Oh, almost there, I said as I shook his head, pulling myself from my thoughts. I then led the group through the hallways till we arrived in front of the dining room door. Are we going to be meeting anyone in there? Ethan asked. Possibly the royal family, but you be meeting the head chef. Perfect, serve. I've never met anyone walk away from one of her meals unsatisfied, and rest assured she can cook meat, I said. That's great. I feel tired now, Ethan said as she fell asleep on Evangeline. Before we get in, there is blue blood, male or female here? Evan asked. A male, and if your next question is he a total ass face, then unfortunately it's a yes, I said. Well shit, I hope I don't get the pleasure of meeting him, Evo said while being sarcastic about the pleasure part. Don't worry, I know what it's like cause I have to put up with him, but I wouldn't worry, I gave him something to remind him to stay as far away from me as possible, I said, and as I began to open the doors Epsilon disappeared, and when I looked inside I saw all the royals were here along with Rage, Discord, Arisk, Shining Armor, and my foals. Along with the white and blonde maned dick of a prince. Although I could be wrong. Fusa, Ethan shouted before she looked back and forth, noticing everyone in the room looking at us. Hi, she said with a little wave before she yawned. Oh joy, the monster has brought more pea-brained apes to our land. At least 2 of them would set a fine example at being utter whores, Blueblood said, aiming his gaze at both Ethan and she. I looked to she and saw her start to cry, and I was about to go break Blueblood's legs when all of a sudden I hear the sound of a blade being drawn, and I saw Ethan standing there right beside Blueblood with Senbon Sakura in her hand. You remind me of someone I really don't want to think of right now, so be a good doggy and stay down, she said with a tone that could turn a sun to ice. Hey Blueballs, want my advice? Leave now before I do something far worse than what she has planned, I said as I thumbed towards the exit. I watched as Blueblood stormed out the room with his tail between his legs and saw Ethan Reshead Senbon Sakura and walked over to she before crouching and giving her a hug, calming her down. Ash, I don't care if he talks about me, but if he talks about the people I care about again, you better be near me, Ethan warned. Noted, but honestly there wouldn't be many that would give 2 shits about him, I said. Ash, Celestia screamed. "Ah, come off it, Celestia, you know I'm right and you heard what he said just now, and if it were up to me I would probably feed him to some scarabs," I said. "All right, Ash, that will do. Let's just please drop this topic, enjoy our breakfast, and you can introduce us to our visitors," Faust said. "As you say," I said with a sigh as I went to sit down at the table. "Finally," Ethan said, "death really makes you hungry." "I hope you haven't killed anyone when you mean death," Chrysalis said, giving Ethan a critical eye. "What she means, Chrysalis, is that when we first saw him he was both a dude and dead," I said. "Yeah, I kind of died. Hasn't been the first time though," she said as we walked over to the table and sat down on the left side. "I think I'm going to lose my appetite if we continue on with this conversation," Twilight said. "Hang on a second, you were a guy before, what the hey happened and how the buck are you alive?" Rainbow asked. "Rainbow language around foals, remember? Also I believe Evangeline can answer that one," I said as I sat at the table next to Luna. "Well, like I said before, I used the souls Ethan had collected over the years in his magic. I tried to turn him human again, but the spell backfired and started to absorb a tremendous amount of my magic. I guess it used my power and body as a template. I still have no idea where the wings came from though," Evangeline said. "Perhaps one of the souls you collected had wings and they were added to the body as an extra. A technique like this is like drawing numbers in a lottery," Faust said. "That could be a possibility, or could have been where Steelclaw scratched your face and your blood mixed with his before it went back and healed. I don't really know which one," Evan said. "Is no one going to question the fact that I collect souls?" Ethan asked. "It's not that surprising really. I could do the same thing when I was with Ash," Rage said as he ate his breakfast and Perfect Serve came out and gave us ours. "Yeah, it would be the same, but it's not. Remember when my black tendril went through that Templar?" Ethan asked. "Hard to forget," Rage said. "Well, when you heard that guy scream in agony, that was me pulling his soul out and consuming it," Ethan said as she started to eat her breakfast. "Oh great, if you keep this up I'm going to be sick," I said, trying to eat my food. "Well, change of subject. Anyone want to ask me anything?" she said. "Yeah, where'd y'all come from?" Applejack asked. "We initially came from a different universe, but we came here through the void," Evan said. "A different universe is in that multiverse crap exists?" Rage asked. "Well, yeah," Ethan said as she swallowed a mouthful of pancakes. "There are millions upon millions of different worlds out there, each one with different characteristics." I looked at Twilight and saw her eyes begin to sparkle comically, and I covered my ears to protect me from the mass of questions about to spill out of her mouth. And sooner than you expected, an endless flow of questions were asked in seconds. It was impossible to understand her, so I created a zip on her mouth and zipped Twilight's mouth closed. "Twilight, you're asking too many questions and in so little time. All right, just slow it down a few notches," I said before I unzipped her mouth and saw she had an embarrassed blush on her face. "Hey, sorry about that," Twilight said as she rubbed the back of her head. "I have a question. Where did you three come from? 'Cause I only remember 2 humans being brought into the medical wing," Dreamcatcher said as she gestured to Evangeline, Senbon and she. "These are the physical manifestations of my swords," Ethan said as she gestured to Senbon and she before she waved towards Evangeline, "and she is my hollow. She's a part of my soul." "I have one. What am I like back in your Equestria?" Shining asked. "Well, honestly, not that different. Everything looks to be the same," Ethan said before snapping her fingers and conjuring a glass of chocolate milk. "What do you mean by not that different?" Shining asked while Discord raised an eyebrow at Ethan with the glass of chocolate milk. "Okay, is Cadence your wife?" I asked as I drank the glass and not the milk. "Yes, Cadence is my wife, but what does this have to do my question?" Shining asked as Discord stared at Ethan in shock while I looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "Let me get to the point. Do you also rule the Crystal Empire along with her, and did you used to be the captain of the guard?" Ethan asked with a chuckle at Discord's reaction. Yes," Shining said. "Then the only difference I can see is that you're a mare where I'm from," Ethan said with a shrug. I immediately got the urge to laugh, and I could tell I wasn't the only one. I saw Twilight, Luna, Discord, Iris, Rage and Rainbow, and the Resistance didn't last long before we all began to laugh our heads off. "Oh man, Shining's a mare," Rage hollered. "That actually gives me some ideas for later," Cadence said seductively as she leaned in closer to Shining, causing him to gulp audibly. "Oh bro, I feel bad for you," Ethan said. "I'm so glad that I'm not you," Senbon said as he sipped some tea. "Hey Cadence," Evo said. "Yes, I'm sorry, this is embarrassing, but I'm not aware of any of your names," Cadence said. "Oh sorry, where are my manners?" Ethan said as she threw the chocolate milk behind her, causing it to shatter. "I go by the Wander, that crazy son of a bitch, and Ethan Smith this is she," Ethan said, placing a hand on top of she's head and ruffling her hair. "That's Senbon Sakura," Ethan said as pointed at him before she gestured to Evangeline. "And that's Evangeline. And I go by the Courier or Evo," Evo said. "I see, and since you come from an alternate Equestria, is there anyone here you don't know?" Cadence asked. "Yes, there is," Ethan said as he gestured to Faust, Chrysalis, Dreamcatcher and Iris. "Well, allow us to introduce ourselves. I'm Iris, goddess of chaos and daughter of discord," Iris said proudly. "I am Dreamcatcher, the princess of dreams," Dreamcatcher said. "I am Chrysalis, princess of nature," Chrysalis said. "And I am Faust, queen and creator of Equestria," Faust said, causing the new group to stare in shock. "Well, that was unexpected," I said as the shock wore off. "Now that I think about it, I distinctly remember Luna and Dreamcatcher trying to enter my dreams earlier today," Evan said. "Oh, so it was you that forced us out," Luna said. "Anyway, Evo, you were asking me a question," Cadence asked. "Oh yes, would you like to know the name of Shining's female counterpart?" Evan asked. "Oh yes please," Cadence said excitedly. "Ethan, if you would," Evan said, causing a devious smile to form on Ethan's face. "Her name was Gleaming Shield, and let me tell you, she was drop dead gorgeous," Ethan said as she rested his chin on her hands. "Be sure to remind me later to ask about the details, but for now I wish to ask a question," Cadence said. "Fire away," Ethan said. "Was there a special sumpony for you back in Equestria?" Cadence asked, also resting her chin on her hands. The smile on Ethan's face vanished as he sat back in the chair and looked at the ceiling for a few seconds. "Yea, there was," Ethan said in a monotone. "Oh, I'm sorry if it was personal," Cadence said, noticing Ethan's expression. It's not the case, Ash. You can tell them what happened before we got here if you like, Ethan said sadly. I wasn't going to say a word actually, I said. Okay, let's change the topic to a happier note. Anyone else want to ask us something, anything? Evo asked. No, I want to know what happened before you came here, Chrysalis asked in a demanding tone. Chrysalis, drop it, I said. Ash, it's important that we, Faust started but stopped when I glared at her, causing her to close her mouth while everyone went quiet. I said drop it, and if you're worried that they were a threat to the other Equestria, then I can vouch for them being friendly. Now if anyone needs me, I'm going to the training yard. Faust, I want to try that spell again, I said as I stood up and began to walk to the door. All right, Ash, Faust said before she stood up and walked over to Ash. Hey, wait up, I want to give it a shot as well, Rage said as he got up and followed us out the doors. I walked down the hallway with Faust and Rage in silence till Faust spoke. Ash, I'm sorry for pushing the subject back there. I should have known better than to mistrust your judgment, Faust said. It's all right, Faust, I know you were just curious, but you just need to trust me when I say you really don't want to know what happened, I said as we entered the training grounds. Rage and I then lied down and shut our eyes before I felt Faust's magic wash over me, and when I opened my eyes I was in a snowy pine tree forest. I tested my magic and felt my wings on my back, and I saw I was also in my assassin robes with Whispering Wind on my back. I then saw a shotgun was also on my back, and on my thighs were Salvation and Damnation. I also had both hidden blades on my wrists, and when I looked at Rage I saw he was also in his robes with Fury and Hate on his hips, and he also had a shotgun on his back and hidden blades on his wrists. How do you both feel? Faust asked around us. Not bad, so this is virtual reality, it feels like average everyday life, Rage said as he tested his body. Well duh, it's supposed to be like that, which means we'll feel pain in here too, but fortunately it won't affect our actual bodies, I said. Total relief there, Rage said. Alright Ash, Rage, your job is to take out a target, however you have to do this without being hit, Faust said. Seriously? Rage asked. Seriously, Faust said. Alright, so what are we up against? I asked. Suddenly a tree next to us is ripped apart from something flying through the trunk, causing the tree to fall. Soon the air is filled with gunfire and both Rage and I ducked behind a tree to avoid it. Who the hell is shooting at us? Rage shouted. I carefully peeked out from behind cover and saw who we were dealing with and saw people in World War II Nazi snow gear. We've got Nazis, Rage, I said. Oh well, that's great. What's next? A tiger tank? Rage asked, causing me to peek over the trunk again and see a tiger tank rolling through the trees before I looked at Rage. There's a tiger tank, isn't there? You opened your mouth, not my fault, I said before I looked over at the metal monster and saw it aim its main gun at us. Oh shit. I lunged at Rage and pulled him to the side and laid flat on the ground just as a loud boom went off from the tank that tore through the trunk of the fallen tree from where I was moments ago. Oh sweet, that seems like a very complex spell, I heard Ethan say. Oh, so you lot are here enjoying the show? I asked as I climbed up Rage. It's certainly interesting, Evo said. I think it looks fun, Ethan said. Ash, what's going on and what is that metal contraction? Luna asked. Everyone who doesn't know, welcome to World War II, and that thing is a Nazi tiger tank, heavy armor and weapons, and Rage and I need to kill someone without taking a single shot from these guys, I said. Whoa, Faust, don't you think you're setting the bar kinda high? Rainbow asked. Calm down, they can handle it, besides they'll just restart at the beginning if they're hit, Faust said. Comforting. Now who exactly do we need to kill, Faust? Rage asked. You'll know when you see him, Faust said. Great, Ash, you have a plan. Rage asked. I'll draw their attention, you flank them and take out 1 or 2 MG nests, and anyone in your way I'll take care of the tank, I said. Understood, Rage said. Hey Luna, you mind playing a song called Steel for Humans on my iPod for me? I asked. Of course, Ash, Luna said. Epsilon, I need you to get ready when we move, I said as I pulled my hood over my head and put my mask on, and Rage pulled on his hood. Understood, Ash, Epsilon said as he appeared in front of me for a moment before he disappeared. Suddenly a song began to play through the forest that began to get my blood pumping. Let's go, I shouted before I stood up and vaulted over the fallen tree and drew Salvation and Damnation. I felt Epsilon power in my left eye, and suddenly I saw yellow triangles appear above my targets, and when they were about to fire at me they would fill up with red, and the bullets were red, making them easy to detect. The whole world had slowed down enough for me to see what I was doing, while to everyone else who saw me I was moving at average speed. I ran forward and used both Damnation and Salvation to take out any of the Nazis that were either about to fire or were firing at me, dodging hundreds of bullets at the same time. I then grabbed a Nazi who was dumb enough to try and stab me with a bayonet before I tossed him to the ground. I then unloaded several magic bolts of bullets into his chest so quickly you'd think the pistol was an SMG, resulting the snow beneath the Nazi wad painted red with blood. I then did a 360-degree twirl while crouching and shooting several targets that were about to shoot. I holstered Salvation and drew Whispering Wind and sent a blast of wind at a tree, slicing it and causing the tree to fall on at least 5 Nazis. Suddenly, I saw a warning indicating the tank was about to fire, so I turned to look at it and saw it about to fire. The round blew out of the barrel. So I pointed Whispering Wind at the massive round of ammo and watched as it glided over the blade before I tilted Whispering Wind slightly. The blade hit the round of ammo, redirecting it, causing it to miss me ever so slightly. I then saw 2 Nazis in front of me and another 2 on either side of me, so I sheathed Whispering Wind and pulled out Salvation again and waited for the 4 to shoot. Once they did, I leapt into the air and twisted around, dodging all the bullets they fired before I shot the 2 Nazis in front of me while the other 2 shot each other. I landed in a kneeling position and saw a Nazi about to shoot Rage in the back, so I transformed into a wolf and ran at the Nazi and jumped on his back before I bit into his neck. Once I did, I turned back to my normal form and teleported into the branches above a small group of Nazis. I then pulled out a rope dart and threw it at a Nazi and leapt off the branch, pulling the Nazi up into the branches. As soon as I landed, I lunged at 2 Nazis and stabbed my hidden blades into their necks and rolled off them as they hit the ground. I then used my skills and hidden blades to engage in close quarters combat against the rest of the Nazis, killing them swiftly and efficiently before I saw the tank about to fire again. I lunged to the side and went into a roll right as the round fired, missing me again, and once I recovered from the dodge I saw an MG nest filled with about 10 Nazis and were about to shoot me. But before they could, I used the rope launcher and shot it at the machine gun and yanked it towards me, and once I caught it, I aimed it at the Nazis and unleashed a storm of bullets on them. I then dropped the gun and looked at the tank and saw it aim at me. Okay, I've had enough of you, I said. I teleported in front of the tank and kicked it, causing the tank's front to go upwards while the back still touched the ground. I then drew Whispering Wind and slashed at the tank, causing the air to ripple like water before I turned around and began to walk away from the tank while the main gun spun around to face me. I then began to slowly sheathe Whispering Wind as the tank began to load another round, and once I almost finished sheathing Whispering Wind, I quickly sheathed it with a snap. The tank fell apart before it exploded, raining pieces of burning metal down around me. Suddenly I was surrounded by Nazis while the commander demanded in Austrian that I surrendered. However, I just stood there staring at all of them but did nothing. The commander then ordered his troops to shoot. While I flexed the fingers on my right hand, cracking them, the Nazis aimed their rifles at me, and once the commander gave the order, the Nazis fired. But I held out my hand and all the bullets stopped around me before I flicked my hand, sending the bullets back to the Nazis, killing the ones that shot at me but leaving a small army left. The commander then gave another order to use blades on me while I reached for both Whispering Wind and my shotgun and drew them just as the Nazis charged. I used the shotgun to thin out their ranks and then used Whispering Wind if they got too close. This went on for a few minutes and I was beginning to be overwhelmed, and Epsilon suggested an idea, so as I fought I summoned as much energy as I could into me. Once I had the energy stored, it lifted me into the air and I unleashed it all with a cry of anger, causing a sphere of pure magic energy to rush out of me, turning anything close to me into embers. The Nazis further away were killed with the electric shockwave before they were sent flying, along with a ton of snow and extinguishing the tank's flames before I touched back onto the ground. I sheathed Whispering Wind and placed my shotgun on my back before I looked around and saw the commander trying to flee. But with a flick of my wings I sent a feather blade after the commander and hit him with deadly accuracy before I heard footsteps behind me and saw it was Rage. Talk about going overboard, I think you made a new clearing here, Rage said before he tossed me a German K-43 sniper rifle. What's this for? I asked. I found our target and you would not believe who it is, Rage said before he walked away. I followed Rage and he led me up a tree and climbed up with me not far behind, and when I made it to the branch Rage was sitting on, he pointed to a small town that appeared to almost be in ruins about 5 clicks northwest of our position. Under the bell tower that's almost in shambles and is ready to come down any second. It's in the center of the town, Rage said. I followed Rage's instructions and looked through the scope of the rifle, and who I saw was a massive surprise. Hitler, our target is Hitler, I asked. Looks that way, Rage said. Well, let's take him out then, I said as I checked the mag and saw it was full before I reloaded it and slid the bolt back then forth to load the bullet. I then looked down the scope and aimed for Hitler's head, but I then remembered something and I looked at the top of the tower and saw a bell. What are you doing, Ash? Rage asked. Getting a unique kill, Rage, just watch the bell tower closely, I said. I lined the crosshairs up with the rope holding the bell up before I smirked. For whom the bell tolls. I pulled the trigger and I watched the bell and saw the rope snap, causing the bell to fall from its perch and onto Hitler and bringing the bell tower down on any Germans around it. Nice kill, Ash, Rage said, giving me a thump on the back. Come on, let's get out of here, I said as I tossed the gun away and saw a portal open underneath us. I gestured for Rage to jump first, which he did in a leap of faith style, and I followed right into the white light. I sat up and let up a groan as I rubbed my head before I looked at the others and saw them staring at me in rage. So I take it you all enjoyed the show? I asked. Dude, you were untouchable, Rainbow exclaimed. That looked so much fun, Ethan said as she jumped into the air. Well, you're free to try it out, but for now I need to go brush up on a few things from my past, I said. I know what you mean, Ash, and I've had the books placed in the archives. You can go have a look if you wish. Also, I believe Amalthea is there too, Faust said. Thanks, and as for you guys, enjoy yourselves and I'll see you later, I said before I walked off. I would like to try, but before I do, can I ask a few questions about the spell, Ethan said. Who, me or Faust? I asked as I looked back at Ethan. Oh, Faust, Ethan said. I see, alright, check in with you guys later, I said before I walked out of the arena. Okay, Ethan said as I left. Chapter 49, Sunny Town. I was walking to the archives in silence and was about to open the doors when they opened inward and I saw Amalthea walk out. Hello, Amalthea, I said, gaining her attention. Oh, hello to you, Dash. I assume you're here to look at the books we found on the Fortune Seeker, correct? Amalthea asked. That's correct, I said. They're all on a shelf next to the Stars World shelf, Ash, so take your time, Amalthea said. Thanks, Amalthea, I said as I walked inside. I walked into the archives and looked around and saw the shelf Amalthea mentioned. I then walked over to the hundreds of books on the single shelf and I saw at the back against the wall was the statue of the demonic angel guard that was on the ship with the mass fortune of treasure. I looked at the shelf and picked out a random book before I placed it on a desk and sat down. Technology of the Ephosaria Kingdom, I said out loud as I read the cover. Ephosaria was the name of my home. I opened the book and began to read, which was amazing. The demonic angels were amazing when it came to combining magic and technology. I was enthralled by it all till I came to a page in the book. Maps. Unlike normal maps that are used by many and are made of paper, the maps of the demonic angels could be used to find almost anything as long as they have a sample of the object from where they came from. This object is one of the greatest objects that are created by holy, unholy magic of the demonic angels and the technology of the dwarves. The maps were proven to be extremely useful and dangerous. So as a safety precaution, a lock mechanism was placed into each map with a security number on it, so if the password for the map is forgotten, it can be recovered in the dwarf archives. The book went into how the map was made along with who made it and when it was made, even showing diagrams of the inside of it. But I was focused on the picture. I opened a portal to a pocket dimension and pulled out the orb that was in the captain's cabin and compared it to the one in the photo and saw it was exactly the same. I then thought about the map being able to take me back to the place the Fortune Seeker sailed to, and also about helping both Ethan and Evo get home, but those ideas were deflated when I remembered the lock on the map. I then got an idea and remembered the captain must have opened the map somehow and used it to find all that treasure, and he must have written it all down somewhere. I then summoned Compass Arrow's journal and looked around for the page with the lock combination. But as I neared the end of the book, one saw the last few pages were torn out, causing me to curse under my breath. I stood up and closed both books and put both the journal and ball back into the pocket dimension and put the book one picked up back in the shelf and decided to keep my discovery a secret. I then walked out of the archives and I then went in search of either Ethan or Evo, and when I saw a guard he said he saw a winged human flying towards the summit of the mountain. I gave a nod before I walked over to the window and flew above the castle, then saw a house sighting on the mountain that looked like it had everything a guy or girl would need. I gave the house a nod before I scanned it and saw the place was heavily reinforced, and I saw both Ethan and Evo in the garage, so I flew down and saw the two were placing some pretty slick cars in it with their magic. I let out a whistle. Suddenly Ethan let out a girlish shriek while Evo spun around to deliver a punch. But I caught it easily with my left hand and the force of the blow sent out a small shock wave, but I didn't even flinch and I heard Evo grunt in pain. Well, some people are paranoid, I said with a smirk. Hell yeah, we are. Now why did it hurt when I punched your left hand? Evo asked. Sorry Evo, my left arm is made of metal, I said as I removed the fingerless glove on his left hand and rolled up the sleeve to reveal a metal arm. Well damn, how'd you get that? Ethan asked. I was 13 years old when this happened. I was just walking around minding my own business when I saw a supermarket was burning like the devil himself had come to town to put on a show. I then heard a couple's child was still inside, so being both brave and stupid I charged and found the kid and rushed over to one of the front windows with him and handed him to a firefighter. But a gas bottle was lying at my foot, so I pushed both the firefighter and the child away and dove away from the bottle before it went up. But I was flung into a shelf which collapsed on top of me and my left arm was burning like crazy, causing me to scream myself to sleep. I woke up a day later with a missing arm and I was visited by the boy I saved, including his parents, which were generous enough to pay for the hospital bills and my new arm. And as an added bonus I got an iPod to go along with it, I said as I pulled out my iPod and showed it to them before I put it back in place. Whoa dude, that seems rough, Ethan said. Oh, that wasn't the hard part, it's when they connected this to me was when it was rough. I was screaming bloody murder for half an hour and I had at least half a bottle of painkillers. But that's what happens when you have thousands of volts suddenly connect to your nerve system, I said as I pulled my sleeve down and put my glove back on. Well, that seems to be an interesting experience, Ethan paused. Hey, you want to see the house? Actually, I needed the both of you to ask Nightstreak some questions regarding the second in command of the Templar Order, I said. Fine, though I've been meaning to catch up with her situation, Ethan said with a pout. Thank you, I said before I teleported us in front of Nightstreak's room and dismissed the two guards. Okay, listen, I'm going to be outside listening in and I will set up a mind link and direct you on what to ask. And I also need you to ask her about her family and where she lives. Okay, I think we can do that, Ethan said as she walked to the door with Evo following her into the room. As soon as they entered I saw Nightstreak's head shot up and looked in the direction of the noise. I then placed an eavesdropping spell on the door so I can see and hear what's going on inside. Okay, first ask her how she's feeling, I said in thought. Okay, Ethan replied in thought. Hey Nightstreak, how do you feel? Do I know you? Nightstreak asked. Well, you did meet me in the wasteland, Ethan said. Oh well, I'm doing fine, would be better if I wasn't locked in this room, Nightstreak said. Okay, tell her that she can go once she answers a few simple questions, I said in thought. Okay Nightstreak, I want you to answer a few simple questions and then we'll take you back to your parents. That sound fair? Ethan asked, to which Nightstreak nodded with a sad smile. Alright, ask her what she was doing out in the wasteland with the Templars, I said in thought. Okay, can you tell me why you were out there with those Templars? Ethan asked. They were out there to try and get rid of the newest threat brought by the princesses. They said that if I didn't go, that they would kill my family. I said that I would go and she trailed off as she started to cry. Ethan got up and wrapped her in her arms and wings and comforted Nightstreak while she cried. Shh. Ethan said while stroking Nightstreak's head. What did they do, Nightstreak? She asked. They killed my parents, she said while sobbing. Ash, you hear that? Ethan thought back. It's official, these basters have just brought hell upon their doorstep and I'm the one who's knocking before I kick down the door. I screamed and thought before he calmed myself down. Okay, ask her if she knows who the second in command is. Nightstreak, I promise you I'll get the bastard that killed you parents, Ethan said as she looked in Nightstreak's sobbing eyes and brushed her cheek with his hand. Now can you tell me who is in second command with the Templars? Her name is Branding Iron. She's second in command. Plus, Nightstreak said, whispering the last part in Ethan's ear. Ash, Ethan paused. Branding's mine. Ask her if she knows what this Branding Iron is. If she knows, but judging by her name I already know, I thought. Nightstreak, do you happen to know what Branding Iron is? She asked, pushing Nightstreak away so she could look in her eyes. Yay, I think she kidnaps ponies and sells them to get money for the Templars, Nightstreak said with a sniffle. Ethan, Evo, you are not to interfere with this and no is not an option here, am I understood? I thought in a stern tone. I understand. Judging by you voice this seems personal in some way, just let me take care of Nightstreak. Now what do you want me to ask next? She asked. I couldn't hear what she whispered when she told us what Branding Iron is. Could you get her to repeat it for me please? I asked. That's why I said she was mine. She killed Nightstreak's parents in front of her. I don't know why, but it just set me off, Ethan said mentally. I knew it would happen eventually, Evo thought. I understand why you're so angry, but I recommend you keep it under the lid, but for now could you ask her if she knew if there were any recent plans the Templars were cooking up, Ash thought. Got it, Ethan said in thought. Now do you happen to know what the Templars planned on doing next? I'm not entirely sure, but I think they were going to use some old mare's tail called the blanks, Nightstreak said. Ash, what is she talking about? Ethan asked. Okay, you two, thanks for the help. I have all I need to hear, so I need you to step outside for a moment, I thought. Ash, what is she talking about? Ethan asked. I want you both outside now, I said in a calm tone that hid any emotion in his voice while Ethan just nodded. Okay, Nightstreak, you can stay here in this guest room for the time being. I have to take care of some very important things, okay? Ethan said, to which Nightstreak nodded. She then gave her a kiss on the forehead before she got up and started to walk towards the door, and when I got there she gave Evo a nod and he nodded back before they exited the room, and when they looked at me I put on an emotionless mask. They'll talk to the princesses later on what to do with Nightstreak and see if she has any relatives, but if not she'll need to be put into the system, and thank you both for your help, I said. Okay, that seems fair, but I still want to know what she meant by that old mare's tail. Ethan said as she pointed her index finger towards me. I am interested in knowing too, Evo said. Sigh, I'm sorry you guys, but I don't have a very clear answer. However, I'll investigate this mare's tail. It's likely to be something similar to the mirror pool the girls sealed off, but I don't know for sure, I said. Well, that's fine, I'll do some research on the matter, Evo said. Well, have fun with your investigation. And if you need any backup here, Ethan said as she snapped her fingers conjuring a phone before she tossed at me. That phone right there is able to call any other phone no matter how far away you are and if there isn't any service. I'll keep it in mind, however, as much as I appreciate the help, I want you both to stay out of this, I said. Well, okay then, she said with a shrug and walking away before they both teleported elsewhere. I then used my magic to transfer all the data from my old phone to my new one before I used some shadows creep around my new phone and yank it up my sleeve and held it there. I then teleported to the relaxation room and saw Luna playing with the foals and offered to take Pip back to Ponyville while she spent time with Midnight while she was up here, to which Luna accepted. And so I lifted Pip onto my back and took off to Ponyville, and when I arrived I let Pip go off to play while I went over to Twilight's castle and knocked on the door. I waited there for several minutes before was greeted by Spike. I noticed that he had a tired goofy smile on his face and was in nothing but his boxers, but I didn't ask on why he was like this and explained that I needed a book on equestrian folklore. Once we were in the library, Spike found the book, and before I left I saw Nocturnal Shadow walk in with nothing but a blanket covering her body. I managed to put two and two together before I tussled Spike's head with a smile and wished the two well before I left with the book, promising to return it later on. I sat on a park bench and began to flick through the pages looking at the different myths and legends till I came across the page marked with the blanks. The story didn't have many details and only explains that they are cursed ponies that haunt the Everfree Forest searching for lost victims to add to their curse. The page even showed a picture of a pair of red glowing eyes glaring through the gaps of a bunch of trees, and some words were below it. Camera and picture found in Everfree Forest without an owner. With all the proof I needed and with me also seeing the creatures, I returned the book with my magic and headed to the Everfree Forest. Several hours later. The trees were all the same no matter where you looked. It was like walking around the world in just 3 steps. It was late in the afternoon and I was calmly looking around for any sign of the Bloodhooves or Templars, and soon began to notice the canopy of leaves, branches and vines had become too thick to see through. The trail in the dirt was long gone and the air around me was chilly. I summoned an orb of light and looked around. Light fog covered the ground and branches reached out for me like hands of lost souls telling me to turn back. All of this unfazed me as I walked further into the eerie dark, but the thing I couldn't stand was the silence. There was absolutely no noise whatsoever around me except for my boots landing on the dirt. I was practically a meal served up a silver platter for anything that wanted to come after me, but I kept calm and continued to walk while keeping my eyes open. Suddenly, I saw a small red gem on the ground. I picked it up and gave it a once over when suddenly images of Ruby finding this gem flashed in front of my eyes. When the images ceased, I saw my right hand had a white glow and looked angelic before it also went back to normal. I thought about what just happened for a few seconds before I decided to worry about it later before I put the gem in my pocket and continued my walk, and a little later I saw a light through the trees. I carefully walked towards the light, being cautious of what lay beyond, and when I did I was shocked at what I saw. All the silence, all the darkness, all the creepy eeriness that was in the forest disappeared as I stared at the sight of a small town before me. There were houses like those built in Ponyville. Festive paper lanterns streamed from house to house acting like stars against the thick canopy of trees. I then noticed there were a few balloons about and also a few streamers here and there, so I assumed this was some kind of celebration. I walked through the gate that went around the town and looked around. I then heard music and followed the sound to the center of town where I saw ponies having fun, dancing, playing games, or eating the various foods at the table, and a mare was serving a line of ponies with some punch. The weirdest thing I noticed about these ponies was the fact that they were all earth ponies, and before I could ponder on this I heard a voice and the sound of hooves walking towards me. Well, what do we have here? I turned to look at the voice and saw a gray stallion with a dark gray mane and tail walking up to me. He wore a white top and blue pants, walking up to me with a smile on his face. Oh hello, I'm sorry if I'm intruding, I said politely. Nonsense, you're quite welcome here. After all, it's not like we get any other visitors, the stallion said. Well, I guess it's because you guys live really deep in the Everfree, I said under my breath. Oh, where are my manners? The name's Greyhoof, celebration planner extraordinaire, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to Sunnytown, Greyhoof said as he gestured to the entire town. Thank you for your kind welcome, Greyhoof. My name is Ashblade, but please call me Ash, I said with a small bow. A real pleasure to meet you, Ash, and forgive my curiosity, but I've never seen a creature quite like you, Greyhoof said. I wouldn't expect you to, there aren't many of us, I said. And by not many I mean I'm the only one left. I see, well, you're quite welcome here. Please enjoy the party, eat, drink, dance, whatever, just have fun, Greyhoof said. I will, and thanks again, I said as Greyhoof walked away. I then walked around the town and noticed it was far smaller than Ponyville, and as I was looking around I saw a stallion who appeared to be down in the dumps. He had a faded yellowish-orange coat with what I think was a cobalt shade of blue for his mane and tail. He also had a white shirt with the same shade of blue as both his mane and tail for his jacket, and brown pants, and when I saw what looked like a problem I decided to see if I could help. Hey, are you alright? I asked as I walked over to the stallion. At first the stallion was surprised at my appearance, but he soon went back to his sad state. Yeah, it's just I lost a gift that I was supposed to give to that mare over there, the stallion said as he gestured over to a mare who had a coat as white as snow while her mane and tail were a scarlet hue and wore a dress that was a darker shade of scarlet than her mane and tail. A gift? What was it? Maybe I can help find it, I offered. That's very kind of you. It's a red gem roughly the size of your palm, the stallion said. You mean something like this? I asked as I pulled out the gem I found in the forest. That's it, that's the gem I lost, the stallion said. Well then, here you go, I said before I handed the stallion the gem. As soon as the gem fell into the stallion's hand, more images appeared in my head, images of Ruby handing the gem to the same stallion as the one I was talking to. The images then showed Ruby as she got her cutie mark before they disappeared. Are you alright? The stallion asked as my mind came back to reality and I noticed my right arm, which was angelic again, go back to normal. Why yeah, I'm fine, sorry it happens sometimes, I didn't mean to startle you if I did, I said. Don't worry about it, but anyway I have to go give this to Starlet, the stallion said. Well good luck pal, I said as we went our separate ways. I continued my walk and saw a stallion who was setting up a table, and he had a brownish-green coat and a faded orange mane and tail and was wearing a dirty brown set of pants and sherbet orange singlet. I also saw he had no cutie mark on his shoulder, and when the table was set up I saw a mare place a bowl of what looked like punch on the table. She had a leafy green coat and her mane and tail were an even deeper shade of green, and she was also wearing a light green sleeveless turtleneck shirt and dark green skirt, and I also saw her shoulder also lacked a cutie mark. Suddenly a thought just hit me. The mares and stallions of Equestria always have a certain picture on their clothes which happened to be their cutie mark. Even Rarity placed cutie marks on both mine and Rage's clothes somewhere so she could show them off, but today I wasn't wearing anything like that. I also noticed none of this town's residents had a single picture on their clothes, meaning either none of them had cutie marks or they coincidentally decided to not wear them on their clothes. Both Gladstone and Three Leaf have been together for a while now, and it always puts a smile on my face to see them together. I turned around and saw the source of the voice was Greyhoof. I also saw you help out Romeo find his gift for Starlet. I'd say you just made one very happy couple, Greyhoof said. I was just lending a hand, nothing big, I said. If I may ask, what was that with your arm when you gave Romeo the gem? Greyhoof asked. Oh, honestly I don't know myself, but I can tell you it wasn't dangerous, I said. I see. Well, I'd better get back to the party. I recommend you try the punch though, Greyhoof said. He began to walk away. And as he did I thought I saw a sinister smile on his lips, but shook the thought out of my head before I spoke to Epsilon. Hey Epsilon, what's going on with my right arm? I asked mentally. I'm not entirely sure Ash, but I believe you were seeing were images of the past, Epsilon said. That's interesting, cause I saw Ruby was giving the same gem to Romeo back there, and there's also the fact that they don't have their cutie marks, I thought. Nonetheless Ash, I would advise caution. I feel a strange force of magic around us, Epsilon said. Epsilon, keep an eye on it for me while I go ask the locals about Ruby, I thought. Understood, Epsilon said. I walked around town a little more before I heard muttering coming from a house, so I checked it out and saw a mare sitting all alone inside the house in the floor. She had her knees pressed against her chest and arms wrapped around them. Her mane and tail were a crimson red, and her mane was fairly long as it extended past her shoulders and was styled in a very wild, yet surprisingly attractive manner, while her coat was the same shade of gray as Greyhoof's. Her clothes were a pair of blue jeans and red shirt and green jacket. Like the others in this town, this pony didn't bear a cutie mark, but unlike the others who were all smiles and were having fun, this mare looked utterly miserable, and she kept mumbling something, but I couldn't hear her. I stepped forward, but as my foot hit the floor making a heavy thud against the wood, the mare lifted her head up and turned towards me, and her miserable expression changed to one of shock. Hi, I said as I raised a hand and waved to her. Who, what are, the mare began before she stood up and rushed over to me. What are you doing here? She asked, and as I was about to answer she spun me around and began to push me out the door. You have to leave now before it's too late. Sorry for barging into your home like that, it's just when I saw you like that I thought you needed some help, but I'll get out of your house, I said as I began to walk on my own out the door, but the mare kept pushing me even though we were out of the house. No, you don't understand, you have to get out of the Everfree Forest before it gets dark, the mare said. But why, this place seems welcoming and the locals seem pretty nice, I said. In the light they are, yes, but once the lights go out or the moon rises this town's true colors are shown, the mare said when the lanterns suddenly went out and the mare stopped pushing me. Listen carefully, you must pretend everything is normal, don't scream, don't panic, just remain calm. I was about to question the mare as to why I should do that, but when my eyes adjusted to the darkness I saw the town was in ruins and have been like that for more than a few millennia. I heard movement come from around a corner, and what I saw put me on edge. The figure before me had a dark coat that was completely covered in grime. I saw entrails were coming out of its chest and a single eye was hanging by its optic nerve from the eye socket. The figure's clothes were an absolute mess filled with rips and muck, but the one thing that scared the hell out of me were the eyes. Where the eyes would be on a normal pony, I only saw the same unholy glow of red from when I saved the CMC from the blood hooves. I then looked at the mare next to me, only I saw another pony with red eyes and rotting skin. However, this one appeared to be in much better condition than the other. Except she was completely whole and showed no signs of exterior decay, but she was also covered in grime and her coat was almost black. Her clothes had several holes and rips in them along with some grime, but unlike the last pony, this one had a mane and tail, but the color seemed to have faded and was like it hadn't been cared for in a long time. Under the pony's eyes appeared to be what looked like tears of blood. Once I stopped myself panic and looked at the pony in front of me, I saw she was the same mare that was pushing me. Suddenly the lights flickered back on and the village went back to the cozy welcoming village as it was when I arrived. The mare who was pushing me was also returned to her former self, and the pony that appeared from around the corner was Gladstone. Sorry about that, those lanterns like to turn off every once in a while, hope you're alright. I turned around and saw Greyhoof was walking over to me. Yeah, I'm fine, I was just surprised when the lights turned off like that, I said. Well, I'm glad to see you're alright, are you showing our guest around Mida? Greyhoof asked. Oh yeah, thought I might be able to learn about him, the mare who was now known as Mida said. Well, I'm glad to see you're making new friends, you shouldn't be spending all your time in that old house at the edge of the village, Greyhoof said. Greyhoof, I'm going to ask you to stay out of my personal life, I can make friends when I'm in the mood too, Mida snapped. Of course I'm sorry Mida, now I have to go see Gladstone and get him onto this lantern problem, Greyhoof said before he walked over to Gladstone. Come on, we have to hurry, Mida said as she began to walk towards the entrance of the town. Not wanting to be left alone in this place anymore and possibly get some answers, I walked after Mida. Mida, right, I'd be grateful if you could explain to me just what the heck is going on, I said. Alright, but just keep walking and act like nothing happened, and yes, my name is Mida, Mida said. My name's Ashblade, but call me Ash, I said. Well Ash, it's true that this town seems nice and friendly, but when the sun goes down and the night begins, Sunnytown's true face is revealed and you can't be here when that happens, Mida said. You mean like back there, but what about when the lights went out? I asked. The lanterns were installed some time ago to keep our curse at bay. We are also revealed as what we are in dark areas, so the lanterns stop the dark. But when the moon comes up regardless of the lanterns our true forms are revealed, Mida said as we arrived at the gate. Wait a second, you're cursed as in you're all cursed, then how do we break it? I asked only for Mida to bow her head. Ash, if you truly want to help then you won't try to break this curse. Please, this is our justly deserved punishment for an unforgivable sin that we committed long ago, Mida said as more tears of blood streamed down her face. Mida, they don't seem that bad after all. You didn't hurt me when the lights went out and the others could have but didn't, I said. Ash, if you stay when the night comes you may never leave again. Don't be fooled by their friendly hospitality because every pony in this town is a murderer. We're all guilty in some way and I don't want anyone else to suffer her fate or ours, Mida said as she began to sob. Mida, I started. Ash, you have to go, there's not much daylight left and it's best if you don't come back, and also be careful, there are others out there, Mida said. I looked deep into the mare's eyes and saw only truth in her words, and this only wanted me to stay and help her, but I knew she was also right in me having to leave. I wasn't prepared enough to take on a bunch of zombies like these. If my last incident with zombies was anything to go by, I was going to need backup and the correct tools for the job. Sure, I could just summon my armor and weapons, but I needed them to be prepared first. So with my thoughts gathered, I turned towards Mida and gave her a hug, earning a surprised squeak from the mare and not minding the blood tears on my jacket and neck. Thank you, my friend, I whispered before I let go and wiped away her tears. I backed away from Mida and smiled at her before I turned around and sprinted into the forest. I then summoned an orb of light and sprinted into the forest. I had only one objective in my mind right now, and that was to escape and come back stronger. I was going to get to the bottom of this mess and figure out a way to help Mida and stop the Templars. But while I was so busy thinking, I tripped over something and landed in the dirt. I picked myself up and saw the dirt move in front of me and saw something come out of the ground, and when I saw a pair of unholy red eyes I scrambled to my feet and ran. As I ran, more and more zombies kept crawling out of the ground, so I put all my speed into my legs and ran the first, then decided to call in my backup. With a simple flicker of magic my new phone slid into my hand from out of my sleeve and I called Ethan. I waited a few seconds before the phone was picked up. Yellow, Ian said. Ethan, that you? I asked while panting slightly. Yeah, it's me, what do you need? Ethan asked. I've got good news and bad news. Good news is I found a lot of information about that old mare's tail called the Blanks, I said. I'm afraid to hear the bad news, Ethan said. Bad news is I'm being chased by said old mare's tail and I'm not really hope. Whoa, I said, but failed to notice I was heading for a slope and fell down it. When I reached the bottom I let out a grunt of pain and saw my phone had landed next to me. And let me guess, you need help? Ethan asked as I picked up the phone. Yeah, also bring Rage and I need to know when you can get here, I said. Well, we are on Canterlot Mountain, Ethan paused. I'll call Rage and tell him what's happening. Our ETA will be 5 minutes, just hang tight till we get there. Suddenly an unholy spine-chilling shriek echoed through the trees from my pursuers. Better make it 2 cause these guys aren't your typical zombies, I said before I hung up. I ran through the trees and I could see the lights of the creature's eyes were drawing closer and closer. I could see a clearing up ahead and ran towards it only to feel something wrap around my left leg. But I grabbed onto a tree support myself and saw something long, thin, black, red and slimy had wrapped around my leg. I followed it and saw it was coming from a bloodhoof's mouth. You taste good, the bloodhoof said in a creepy raspy voice. If that wasn't enough to freak anyone out, I don't know what will. I summoned my armor and weapons along with a shotgun before I pulled out Whispering Wind and cut off the zombie's tongue and ran while the zombie shrieked in pain. Once I made it into the clearing I saw it was nighttime and turned around and waited for the abominations to show themselves by pulling out my shotgun and switching to the destructive blast. Slowly red glowing eyes appeared in the darkness of the trees and went all around the edge of the clearing surrounding me. Realizing I could fly I spread my wings so I could fly out of the clearing only to feel a shock of pain go through my wing and saw I had a large stick going right through my wing. Great, flying's out for now, but why does this always happen? I asked no one in particular. Suddenly a few zombies shuffled out into the clearing and I glared at them. Don't leave, all we want is friendship, a zombie said in a raspy voice. Stay with us, another said. Let's go have fun at the party, a third said. We'll protect you forever, a fourth said. Don't need it, I said as I aimed my shotgun at them and blew a group of zombies to smithereens. I then felt a presence beside me and rolled forward and was in front of a zombie. I looked up and saw the mass of dead walking flesh had opened its mouth impossibly wide, revealing a set of sharp blood-coated teeth and was about to bite down on me. But I placed the barrel of the shotgun in its mouth and flicked the switch on the shotgun to the regular blast setting and pulled the trigger, blowing the zombie's head off. Suddenly, I felt something grab my left wrist and saw it was another tongue. Come here you, I said. I then grabbed the tongue with my left hand and gave it a yank, causing the zombie it was attached to come flying at me. I then prepared my left hand and slammed it into the undead's face, sending him into the ground before I drew damnation and blew a hole in its head right between the bloodhoof's eyes. Suddenly I hear whistling coming from the air and all the zombies and I began to search for the source of the sound. When I found the source of the sound I saw it was a bright orange, and as it got closer I saw it was Rage and his swords were covered in a hellish fire. He flew into the clearing and skidded along the ground, cutting down zombies that were in his path, leaving them to burn. He then sheathed the sword and withdrew the shotgun I made him when I returned from the moon and aimed it at a group of zombies, blowing them to bits in roaring boom. How is it you always find yourself in the stupidest of situations? Rage asked with what I could feel was a smirk. I could say the same about you, remember heat season? I asked. Really, you're going to bring that up? Rage asked. Anyway, I can't fly out of here, so it means we'll need to do this the hard way, I said. Fine by me, Rage said. Both Rage and I fought fiercely against the undead horde for several minutes, but more and of the creatures kept coming out of the forest. Suddenly we feel a massive pulse of magic and I look in the direction it came from and see Ethan. Stop, Ethan yelled, causing all the zombies to surprisingly halt. Wow, nice trick, I said. Yay, it is what I specialize in, Ethan said as she floated to the ground. Geez girl, I was having fun killing these things, way to kill the mood, Rage whined. Judging from what I know in Ash's memories, Rage, these zombies are known as Bloodhooves, a less powerful version of the Blanks, Epsilon said as he appeared next to me. I get it now, it all makes sense, I said. Yes, and since they are undead, they are in my power to control, I said as I walked in front of me and Rage and looked at the Bloodhooves. What are you going on about? Cause I just figured out why the blanks are called the blanks, I said. Well, the curse that was placed on them keeps their souls bound to the body. They are undead, are the living dead also classified as zombies. As a Shinigami I can control the dead and undead, Ethan explained. Shinigami as in a god of death, I asked. Yay, pretty much, Ethan said while looking back at us before looking back towards the zombies. Can you tell me why they are called the blanks? Well, while I was in their village I noticed all of them didn't have any cutie marks adults alike, so I assume that's why they're called the blanks. So that make these guys the Bloodhooves, the blanks' little army, and I also discovered that the blanks are cursed because they committed a terrible sin of some sort, I said. I wonder what they did. Oh well, you lot get out of here, she said, making a shooing motion with her hands. What are you going to do? I asked. I'm trying to make them go away, Ethan said as she continued to do the shooing motion. Who, the zombies or us? Rage asked. The zombies. Why would I want you to go away? Ethan asked. Maybe because you wanted some private time with you undead lover, Rage said, earning a punch to his gut from Ethan. Okay, I'm sorry, bad joke. Yay, don't, Ethan said with a cold tone. I hate to be a bother, but the undead still haven't moved. Can't you just release them from this curse or something? I asked. Sorry, can't. It was done with some magic from another god. I can't mess with that, Ethan said with a shrug. But I can do this, Ethan said as she turned around and pointed her finger to the zombies. Saro, Ethan said as a small blood red beam shot from her finger and snaked its way through all the zombies, causing them to explode in a shower of gore. Nice, Rage said with a whistle. I looked down at my feet and saw a Templar necklace completely matted in grime. Hey Ethan, I said as I picked up the necklace and tossed it to her. Looks like we found out what happened to our Templars who were looking at recruiting the Bloodhooves. Dumbasses, you can't never work with the undead, Ethan said as she shook her head. Boy, what's going with those souls? Rage asked. I was confused by what Rage was talking about till looked around and saw all the souls of the zombies were floating above the destroyed bodies and they seemed to be whispering something. Suddenly they all rushed at us but avoided Rage and Ethan and flew into me, causing me to scream in pain before everything went black. Third person POV. Ash, Rage screamed as he picked Ash up from the ground. We need to get him back to the castle. Now, Ethan yelled as she ran over to Ash's side. Too far, I'll take him on my bike and get him to Ponyville Hospital, Rage said before he let out a whistle. Okay, Ethan gave a nod. What do you want me to do? Tell Luna Ash is unconscious and is at the hospital, but Ash would want us to keep quiet about the Bloodhooves and the blanks so a panic doesn't get out, so keep quiet about it, cause the last zombie incident almost cost Ash his life, Rage said as a bike came roaring into the clearing with a demonic shriek. Got it, Ethan said as she spread her wings and shot off like a bullet. Rage then loaded Ash onto his bike and shot off into the forest. The engine hollered through the trees, warning all predators to stay away. Rage kept his eyes on the path ahead of him and made sure to keep Ash centered on his back as he drove through the trees. Rage then saw the end of the forest and put on some more speed. He then drove on a route that arched out of the ground and used it as a ramp to jump into the air. And as he flew out of the forest, he saw the main six and Stallion, Spike and Gilda were there below him, and he landed on the ground behind the group. Hey guys, what's up? Rage asked as he removed his helmet. Rage, what happened in there? Twilight asked. I swear, Rage, if this some joke to wake up Ponyville, I can assure you it is not funny, Rarity said. Hey, aren't we all ignoring the elephant in the room? Like what happened to Ash? Spike said as he pointed to Ash, who was slumped on Rage's back. Before Rage could get a word in, Rainbow Dash flew over and saw the stick going through Ash's wing. What the hey, there's a stick going through Ash's wing, Rainbow said, pointing out the injury. And just what in tarnation is that in Ash Greave? Applejack asked as she pointed to a black slimy tendril that was sticking out of Ash's left greave. Applejack then walked up to Ash and grabbed the tendril and pulled it out, but the thing was long and it took about 15 pulls to get it out. Once she did, the thing started wiggling, causing everyone to freak out, and Applejack dropped it, and before anything else a flaming blade came down and cut the tendril in two before it burned. Everyone then looked at the owner of the blade to see it was Rage. I don't have time to play 20 questions with you lot right now. I have to get Ash to the hospital, Rage said as he sheathed his sword and drove off. Rage drove through the empty streets and made it to the hospital and helped Ash inside before he laid him down on a stretcher, and the doctors took him away to give him a checkup. A little while later the doctors said they didn't find anything wrong with him apart from the stick in his wing and some strange slimy black substance on his left leg, and should be up and about tomorrow. Rage then thanked the doctors and paid for the treatment, and the doctor left just as the others walked in and asked about Ash's condition, and Rage told them the same thing before Ethan and Luna walked in. Hey, I brought Luna like you asked. How's Ash holding up? She asked. He's doing good. They fixed up his wing and said it looked like Ash took a tumble, but he should be up and about by tomorrow, but they are gonna keep him here for now, Rage said. What happened to Ash? He had to be brought here, Luna asked. Do you want to tell her? Ethan asked, causing Rage to nod. Okay, I was flying over the Everfree and saw Ash tumbling down a hill. When I flew down to him he was out cold, so I called Rage to come and help me get him to the hospital. Ethan lied. You know this isn't going to work. Applejack's here, Ethan said mentally to Rage. I don't know, you looked really convincing, Rage said mentally. Well, yeah, don't look like you're lying, so I guess that's the truth, but anyway, I'm gonna hit the hay. I'm so tired I can barely think, Applejack said before she and the others left, and Luna requested the doctors to take good care of Ash, which they responded with a smile and nod before she left. You staying here? Ethan asked as she looked at Rage. Nah, I need to get back to Canterlot, Rage said as he was about to walk out but stopped when he felt his phone vibrate along with Ethan's. Rage then fished his phone out of his pocket and saw it was a text from Ash. Meet me in front of the Everfree tomorrow at 12, and if you can bring Ethan and Evo. Chapter 50, Rescue from Limbo. Ash's POV. 11 a.m. Ponyville Hospital. I woke up with a pounding headache and a few voices continued to rattle around in my head. I slowly picked myself up out of the bed and saw I was in the Ponyville Hospital. I nursed my head and got up before I looked for my clothes and saw them sitting on a chair perfectly cleaned, and when I stretched my wing I saw it was perfectly healed. I then got cleaned up and changed into my clothes before I was told my armor was already been taken home by someone and the fee for my treatment had been taken care of. I then looked at the clock and saw the time and tried to figure out what to do. I then remembered the house Ethan built on the summit of Canterlot Mountain, and he was planning on giving me a tour. So with my decision set, I walked out of the hospital and flew into the air before I turned to Canterlot and flew off. After a few minutes I landed in the driveway and walked up to the door and knocked. After about a minute waiting, the door opened to reveal Ethan. Morning, miss, I was told there was a tour on today. Mind if I participate? I said. Well, come on in, Ethan said as she motioned her hand for me to follow. Ethan led me inside and showed me the house till we reached the kitchen, and the smell of breakfast wafted into my nose, causing my stomach to growl. Sorry, hadn't had breakfast, I said. Help yourself then, there's plenty for the three of us, Ethan said as she sat down. Much appreciated. How have you been, Evo? I asked. I've been good, he said as he flipped some bacon. So anything happened while I was out cold? I asked. Yeah, Evo installed a security system along with a room to go with it, a training room, a weapons room, and a room to practice battle in, she said as she grabbed another piece of toast. I see, sounds like you guys have been busy, I said as I sat down and loaded up a plate of food and began to eat. So what are we doing today? Ethan asked as she let the toast hang from her mouth. Actually, I'm going back to Sunnytown today, I said. Why would you want to go back? Ethan asked. Well, there's a mare back there who saved me. She warned me about the curse and got me out in time, even though she was also cursed herself. She wasn't a monster like the others, she was kinder, she was more intact than the other blanks, which I found out from Epsilon while I was unconscious. The more decayed you were, the more of a monster you are. And that mare Mida was perfectly intact, I said before a flood of voices entered my head and I saw words fluttering around my vision before they cleared up. You okay? Evo asked. Yeah, fine, but anyway, back to the main topic. I'm going back today to help Mida escape that curse, maybe even find out why it was set up in the first place, and I'd like you all to come along. I've already asked Rage and he should be there soon, and if you guys came this would go along much easier, I said. Sorry, I can't, I have to work on the security systems, Evo said. I understand, and you, Ethan? I asked. Yeah, I'm good, I just have to get dressed, Ethan said as she got up and walked to the stairs. Do you want to see the fourth floor? Sorry, I need to get back and set up some toys you might like. I'll even be happy to show you how to make some of your own later if you wish, I said. Sure, I need to get ready anyways, she said as she got up and headed for the stairs. See y'all later then, I said before I placed my plate in the sink and washed it before I gave a nod to Evo for the meal and left. I walked out of the house and flew to the ever-free entrance and snapped my fingers, summoning a large duffel bag, and pulled out a few spring razors, a shotgun for Ethan, some smoke bombs for a quick escape if necessary. I then pulled out a few rope darts and finally along with some other stuff. After I checked everything, I gave a nod of satisfaction before I suddenly heard whispering and words appeared in my vision again. Kill. Burn them. Destroy them all. End their party. Make them pay. The words and voices went on in my head and I was clutching my head with both hands in pain. Ash. I spun around and saw Rage was standing behind me with on and a worried look on his face and his swords on his hips. Dude, you alright? Rage asked. Oh, yeah, just fine. Head felt like it was on fire and was being crushed in a vice, that's all, I said. Alright, I've noticed you're packing a bit of gear here, Rage said. Oh yeah, Ethan's going to join us on our trip into Sunnytown today and I would like you to join me, I said. Ash, we got out of that death trap just yesterday and you already want to go back, and you'd have to be crazier than both the Joker and Discord combined, Rage said. Rage, there's a cursed mare in there that saved my ass and I want to help save her from her curse, I said, causing Rage to stand in silence for a few moments before he sighed. Alright, when do we leave? Rage asked. Soon as Ethan gets here, I said. Did someone say my name? I looked and saw Ethan a few yards away wearing the same clothes as before, but instead of bandages she was wearing a pink sports bra and had two weapons strapped to her back that looked familiar. Well, speak of the succubus, Rage said with a laugh. Hey Ethan, nice toys you got, I said. Hey to you too, Rage. And yeah, these shotguns are from one of my favorite games, Black Ops 3. They're the Argus and the KRM 262, Ethan said after she pulled the guns off her back. Oh, that explains why those two look familiar, but also I brought you a gift, don't need to worry about reloading, and also it has 3 sets, 1 for each barrel. You've got the blast set, stun set, and destruction set, all accessible by a flick of a switch next to the trigger. Problem is the last one's blast heats up the barrel so needs a few seconds to cool down, I said as I tossed Ethan the shotgun. Ethan snapped her fingers, making the Argus disappear before she caught the gun and looked it over, turning around and inspecting it. Nice toy, Ethan said with a smirk as she placed the gun on her back. Glad you like it cause it's yours now. Also, I have some other nice things for you and I also want to give you something back that my guards confiscated off you, I said as I tossed her satchel back to her full of spring razors and other goods before I summoned a stylish belt that made Ethan's eyes light up in surprise. Whoa, cool belt, Rage said before he snatched it out of my hand only for it to hit the floor and crush the ground. The fuck, how can you wear this thing? Same way I can when I'm wearing my armor, we're both strong enough to wield it, I said as I grabbed the belt Rage was struggling to lift with ease and handed it back to Ethan. I was wondering where my belt and satchel went, she said as she put the belt on and clicked her tongue, causing the satchel to disappear before her put the belt on. I then watched as she hopped in the air a few times before giving a nod. You know, I was actually confused as to why 7 guards were carrying that thing like a sacred treasure till I held it almost weighs as much as my helmet alone, I said before summoned my helmet and tossed it to Ethan. When Ethan caught it, she was surprised by the weight on it before she tossed it back to me. Yeah, it weighs about 2 tons, she said causally. I know, but the chest plate weighs twice that or more and the rest of my armor is the same, so imagine trying to carry all that around all day, I said. Okay, we get it, you're both got the strength of gods, now can you both quit showing off and go save this zombie mare that saved Ash? Rage asked. Yeah, he's right, we're wasting daylight, come on, I said as I gestured for the others to follow. Alan's why? Ethan shouted as she ran in front of us. We walked for several minutes into the forest before I decided to strike up a conversation with Ethan. Hey Ethan, I started. Yay, Ethan said. Luna tells me that your Luna hasn't modernized herself just yet and I was wondering what your Luna is like. I asked. Oh, she still uses the royal we and the olden English. Our timeline isn't where yours is, we just got through the wedding invasion. She said with a sad look on her face. I see, Ethan, I want to make you a blood oath, I said. Why? Ethan asked. Does it matter? I asked as I cut my right hand with a hidden blade and extended it towards her. Guess it doesn't, she said as she brought her hand to her mouth and bit down on her thumb, drawing blood. Ethan, I promise you that you will be seeing your Luna again alive and well, and when I do figure out a way to get both you and Evo back, I will come along with you and help bring an end to the caribou, and I will not fall to anything until this promise is kept, I said as I gripped her hand and shook it. Got it, Ethan said as she nodded. Also, I've also been meaning to ask, but how did you become a god of death? I asked. Believe it not, it was handed to me by God. Though I never told anyone about this, during our imprisonment in stone I went to the astral plane and found this giant rock wall with a depiction of a man in a Stetson and a trench coat would be the death of everyone. Then a man came up behind me and said that I could change it. When I turned around, that man was Morgan Freeman. I asked him who he was and he said that he was God. Of course I didn't believe him, and he said that the only reason he was like was because that was my interpretation of what he looked like. We talked for a little while and he said that it was depicted that a young man from a different world would one day come to their world and kill them all. I wasn't like that and I could never kill the innocent. Ethan paused before she spoke again. No one in my Equestria knows of this prophecy because it came around before it was even created, forgotten in time as they say. So he gave me the power of death and said that I had to keep track of everyone's death and help them into the afterlife. I haven't heard from him in 150 years. Whoa, that's deep, Rage said. You know, I'm constantly told that there's a prophecy about me, but I don't know what it is, and it said I could die before it's complete, I said. I know, I said the same thing to him. Evo did too, and Ash, how is it a prophecy then? She asked. Doesn't make sense, I know, but somehow it makes sense to both the outsider and Heartless, I said. I can't stand the outsider, I hate his riddles. Now who's Heartless? Ethan asked. Don't we all? And I would have thought someone would have told you, but anyway, Heartless is a problem around here. He's the Demon King. I even had a small encounter with him which ended with him beating me as if I was a ragdoll. After I lost conscious, I promised myself to get stronger so that I won't fall that easily again, and that when both Heartless and I fight again, I will either win or take him down with me, I said. Lovely talk you guys are having, but I want to know something, Ethan. If you're a god of death, then where does the Reaper come into it? Rage asked. Are you talking about taking people's souls or my scythe? She asked. That would be the one only wears a black cloak and hood that conceals the face in darkness, Rage said. Oh, well, as a Shinigami I can break parts of my power off to go and collect the souls. And in the future don't say that all deaths wear a black cloak and hood, it's offensive. Ethan said. Ouch, sorry, Rage said with a dismissive wave. Sorry about him, he's been like that since he first got in here, I said as I tapped my head. It's fine, I'm used to it, but it was just a warning for if you meet your Grim Reaper here. Now anything you two want to ask me? She said while looking back and forth between us. Actually yeah, and this going to sound very stupid, I said. Go ahead, she said with a sigh. In your opinion, what god would both Rage and I be? I asked, but Ethan only stared at me. I know, pretty dumb thing to ask, just forget it. I watched as she brought her right hand up to her chin and started to stroke it, and Ethan was quiet for a few seconds before speaking. I can't think of one for you, Ash, but Rage, with the way you act you could be the god of vengeance, Ethan said as she placed her hands on her hips. God of Vengeance, I like that title. Goes with the other title, Knight of Vengeance, but I wish you luck on figuring out a title for Ash, cause he ain't a god or a devil. So what do you call a guy who's both? Rage asked as he ruffled the top of my head hard. Shove off, Rage, and I think the word would be deity, although I could be wrong, I said. Ethan walked in silence for a few minutes before she spoke. In all honesty, I can't think of one, Ethan said with a shrug. It's not a problem, Ethan, after all it's not very important to me, or I started before I began to look around. Do you hear that? Ethan asked. Yeah, company, I said before I turned around. All right, you lot, come on out, we know you're there. One by one the main 6+ Gilda, Celestia and Luna revealed themselves. Why were you following us? How did you know we were coming out here, and how much did you hear? Ethan asked with crossed arms. Didn't hear much, and to answer the other question, it's because you weren't honest with us yesterday, and I gotta say you're pretty decent liar. But you need to make sure your voice don't go up half an octave, Ethan, Applejack said. Now tell me why you lot followed us out here, Ethan asked. We became suspicious of your behavior when Applejack told us about you lying about what happened to Ash, Celestia said. Now come clean, why are you all out here? Twilight demanded. I looked at both Rage and Ethan and saw them looking at me before I gave a nod. Well, TWI, the reason why I was actually out here is because I heard the Templars were chasing an old mare's tail called the Blanks, I said. Oh, not this again, I keep telling Apple Bloom that the story is just a dream, Applejack said. Same with Sweetie Belle, Rarity said. Well, I came to learn that the legend is actually true, I said, causing the group to go silent. I stumbled across a place called Sunnytown, that's where the Blanks live during the day. Everything seems happy and full of smiles, but when night rolls around, well, you don't want to be there when that happens. Yay, you really don't, Ethan said. Then why are you going back, Luna asked. Because there's a mayor in that town that warned me to leave before it got ugly, even though she was also cursed. She also did the same for Apple Bloom as well, I said. Ash, curses don't exist, Twilight said. Just like ghosts, TWI, Rage said. You're gonna bring that up whenever I say something doesn't exist, Twilight asked. Yep, Rage, and I said. Do I even want to ask? Ethan said as she looked between Twilight and me. She kept saying the first nights of Equestria's ghosts weren't real, and I ended up proving Twilight wrong. But anyway, we're wasting daylight, we need to get a move on, and you guys need to go back, I said as I pointed to the new group. No way, Ash, if you're going, we're going, Gilda said, stepping forward. I looked at the others and saw they weren't backing down from their decision. Fine, but I'm only allowing you to come because we can't waste any more time here, and on our way there you lot need to work on your stealth skills cause you all clearly suck at it, I said before I turned around and began to walk further into the forest. 6:30 p.m. on a ledge overlooking sunny town. Couldn't get here any sooner, could we? Rage said. We would have if Rarity wasn't complaining about the mud every time she stepped in some and insisted that we stopped. Scoffs, I simply cannot allow myself to get my hooves dirty in front of the princesses, Rarity said. Oh Faust, women no matter what universe you go to they don't change. Ethan said with a huff. Excuse me miss, but I am a lady and a mayor at that, Rarity said. Rarity, Ethan here is actually the guy with the Stetson who crashed here with his brother and he became a chick after he resurrected himself, I said. Well, that explains his terrible sense of fashion. The only thing decent on him is that belt, Rarity said. I saw Ethan was about to show Rarity some manners, but I stopped her before I spoke. Rarity, I highly suggest you watch what you say in front of Ethan, otherwise I'll sew you muzzle shut, I said, causing the unicorn to shudder. Resurrect yourself? How in the heck can you resurrect yourself? Rainbow asked. Ethan here is basically a god, or in this case goddess of death, I said, causing the mares and Griffin to stare at Ethan in shock. I'm not bragging, Ethan said. Hey, changing the subject here, how are we supposed to see what's going on? There are too many trees in the way to see a lot, Rage said. Calm down, Rage, I can teleport us down there, no problem, but you all need to follow my directions perfectly, am I understood? I said, causing the others to nod, but Applejack raised her hand. So how do we find this mare that saved you and my sister? Applejack asked. She has a gray coat along with a red mane and tail, and when the curse takes effect she's the only one still with a mane and tail, and her coat would be lighter than the others. And speaking of the curse, it should take effect as soon as the moon comes up, I said as I looked at Luna. I'm afraid we are out of time, Ash, we have to perform our duties immediately, Luna said. Then do so, but I'm not leaving Mida here for another night, I said. Aw shoot, I kinda owe this Mida too for saving Apple Bloom, Applejack said. Well, if AJ ain't backing down then I ain't either, Rainbow said. Yeah, we handled zombies before, bring 'em on, Gilda said. We're all with you, Twilight said, earning words from agreement from the others. Rage, Ethan, you both still wanna come? I asked. We're walking right into an undead nest to save a pony and we are greatly outnumbered. I'm so in, Rage said. I'm game, Ethan said with a smirk. I gave a nod before I teleported us all behind a house in the town. I looked around the ruined town and saw a couple of blanks and bloodhooves walking in the same direction. When I looked I saw there was a party going on. Seriously, these guys are having a party again, what's the deal? I said. Did someone say party? Pinky asked before she zoomed around the corner. I managed to grab Pinky by the tail and yank her behind the wall again and held her there. Pinky, what did I say about stealth? If one of these guys so much as see you were dead, I said. Heck, oops, Pinky said. So where now, Ash? Celestia asked. I heard that Mida spends her time in front of a house in the outskirts of the village, which means there should be a path somewhere around the edge that leads into the forest, I said. You mean like that one near the party? Pinky asked. I peeked out from behind the wall with Ethan and saw she was right, a small opening in the trees with a path on the ground. Good eye, Pinky, I said as I gestured for everyone to follow me. We ran behind buildings to avoid being seen till we came to the last building before the path. I was about to look around the corner but stopped when I saw a shadow approach. I gestured for everyone to stop and I saw the shadow turn to its left away from us before I peeked out and saw Three Leaf with an empty punch bowl. Appears this year's donators were quite good, Three Leaf said. I looked at the table and saw the punch bowl was on it, and on closer inspection I saw rotting pony flesh and a few mane or tail hairs all different colored and I think a hand. Three Leaf then wringed out the flesh, causing blood to fall into the bowl before she added the hair and chopped up the hand and tossed it in as well. The sight of this was disgusting and made me furious at the mare for doing this. My right hand became demonic and death fire burned around it, and the words and voices in my head returned again, and I was about to comply to the demands and requests when I felt a hand stop me. I looked and saw it was Rage, so I breathed calmly and my arm returned to normal and the death fire dispersed before the voices and words ceased. And how is my undead bunny? I looked around the corner and saw Gladstone had arrived and he began kissing Three Leaf, but not a simple peck but a full-on tongue battle. How could I tell? The holes in the sides of their mouths showed their tongues sliding into each other's mouth. And if it wasn't bad enough, I saw their tongues go up where their eyes would be and down the other's throat. It could be considered swallowing them. I ripped myself away from the scene and covered my mouth and puked into it, and Rage also clamped a hand on my mouth. I swallowed my vomit but kept my hand over my mouth and nodded to Rage in thanks. We'd better get back to the party, I just finished the batch, Three Leaf said. I saw the two walk away, and once they were out of both sight and earshot I spat the foul taste in my mouth on the ground. That was the most disgusting thing I've ever had the horror of witnessing. I swear it's going to give me nightmares for weeks. And I won't be able to drink punch for a while after that, I said. Oh, it couldn't have been that bad, Rainbow said, but I gave her a glare. Okay, maybe it was. So shall we continue? Rage asked. Yeah, just let me get myself together first, I said as I took a breath and walked into the forest. We walked for a few minutes and I saw a dark house that had seen better days and looked abandoned. Suddenly images appeared before my head of Ruby running towards the house before it cleared up and placed a hand on my head. Ash, are you alright? Luna asked in worry. Yeah, I'm fine, I said. Are you sure we can take a break? Celestia said. I'm fine, besides there's the mare I came to rescue, I said as I gestured to Mida, who was sitting in front of the door with her head looking up at the starry sky above through a hole in the trees. Stargazing Mida. Mida then looked at me and smiled before she got up and ran over before she gave me a hug. Ash, I am so relieved that you're safe, Mida said as I returned the hug. Hey, no bloodhooves can take me down so easily, but I did have some help, I said. Who are they? Mida asked before I stepped out of the hug. Oh, allow me to introduce you, Mida. I'd like you to meet Twilight, Sparkle, Pinkie Pie, Fluttershy, Rarity, Rainbow Dash, Gilda, Applejack, Ethan, my brother Burning Rage, Princess Celestia, and finally my mare friend Princess Luna. Everyone, I'd like you all to meet Mida, I said, gesturing to everyone. Howdy, Miss Mida. I wanna thank ya for saving my little sister Apple Bloom, Applejack said. Oh, your Apple Bloom's sister. I'm sorry that she got mixed up in this, Mida said. Don't fret none, she's perfectly fine as well, made it out thanks to you, Applejack said. No offense, but I don't feel worthy of your gratitude, Miss Applejack. Wait a second, why are you all here? The curse is in effect. How's you get past everyone? Mida asked. Oh, we snuck behind the houses, Ethan said as she pointed to the houses in question. And as for why we are here, it's because we're going to get rid of this curse on you, I said. I was expecting an overjoyed expression, however Mida just bowed her head sorrowfully before she looked back up to me with bloody tears. Ash, do you know why we were cursed in the first place? Mida asked. It was for some kind of crime, yes, I asked. Yes, but do you know what we did? Mida asked. No, the book wasn't very clear on that, I said. The evidence is inside, you'll find the answers you seek there, Mida said as she pointed to the house. I walked over to the house and gestured for the others to follow, and once I reached the door I saw several kick marks on the door from either hooves or other objects like someone tried to break inside. I placed a hand on a mark and I saw Gladstone and Romeo trying to kick down the door while others watched, and Mida stood off to the side before my vision came back to normal. I then pushed open the door and it let out a groaning creak before I walked inside and let my eyes adjust to the darkness. The moonlight coming through the cracks and holes in the house showed the cottage was one room with 2 overturned beds and an overturned table. I summoned an orb of light to get a better view of the room and I saw a large blotch of stains in the corner and on the walls. I carefully walked over to the strange blotch and kneeled in front of it and saw it was black in this light. But when I brushed my hand against it and brought it up to my face, I saw the color had changed to dark shade red, causing my eyes to widen in horror. Ash, is that? Ethan said, trailing off. Blood, I said, causing the others to let out small gasps. I then noticed a trail of dried blood and followed it over to the fireplace that was on the left side of the cottage. I then kneeled in front of it and saw something mixed in with the ashes. They were scorched black with carbon residue, giving a clear sign they had been exposed to intense heat and flames. However, it seemed that a fire had not been set here in quite a while. One piece seemed a bit off to me cause it was somewhat round, so taking a deep breath I reached in and picked it up to closely examine it. I found the shape odd and saw had cracks in it and a jagged hole, but one thing about it did catch my eye though. On one side there were 2 surprisingly large perfectly shaped holes in it. Suddenly, I realized that I was holding some pony's skull and the rest of the chunks in the fireplace was the rest of the skeleton. Suddenly, the fireplace came to life with fire causing my land on my butt in surprise, and I then looked at the skull that was on the floor and saw it was still as stone. I then saw a flaming hand reach out of it and Ethan then picked up the skull and handed it to the flaming hand. I then saw it was placed where I picked it up before the flaming hand reached out to me once more. Taking a breath I held out my hand and a flaming finger touched my hand which felt warm. Suddenly, my head was filled with visions of Ruby hiding in the same corner where the bloodstains were before the door opened and the Sunny Town ponies charged in and began beating Ruby to death. When the visions ended I scrambled to my feet and away from the fireplace which had stopped burning and up against a wall, placing a hand on my racing heart. The others crowded around me, they then helped me sit down against the wall, and when I looked at Mida who was sitting on the ground looking at me in sorrow. Mida, was that our Ruby? I asked pointing to the fireplace, causing everyone to look at me in confusion except for Mida. Hang on, who's Ruby? Rainbow asked. She was my daughter, Mida said in a sad tone. Wait, that was your daughter? Twilight asked. Miss Mida, what happened here? Celestia demanded. It was a long time ago, the day was like any other and we were preparing for a party. My daughter Ruby was looking for something a friend of ours named Romeo lost who he was going to give to his love Starlet. But when she found it a mark appeared on her shoulder, Mida said. A cutie Marco, what was it? Pinkie Pie interrupted, causing us to glare at her before Mida continued. Anyway, in our village there were no cutie marks and the only time we got them was when the cutie pox struck, killing many members of the town. So to avoid contamination we sent the infected away, however when my daughter got her mark many feared that the cutie pox disease had returned. But when everyone gathered to send her away, Greyhoof then ordered to get rid of her to stop Ruby from ruining the party. Ruby fled to the house and everyone followed. Greyhoof, who is in charge of the town, ordered the door to be broken down. But it was too strong. Greyhoof then asked me for a second key and I gave it to them on condition that they wouldn't hurt her, but I was a fool for believing them. When the door unlocked they all ran in and beat her to death and Sob tossed her body in the fireplace and burned it. I could have stopped them but I was afraid, and after that Queen Faust cursed us all to this fate till we've all repented for what we had done, Mida said, earning a few gasps from the royal siblings and others while any sympathy I had for the ponies of Sunny Town was tossed into the inferno known as hell. Well, aren't you a wonderful mother, allowing your own foal to be beat _ Rainbow never got to finish before I teleported next to her and punched her in the jaw, knocking her to the ground while everyone stared at me in shock. You don't get to fucking say that, Rainbow. Imagine if you were in Mida's place and Scootaloo was in Ruby's while one of us was beating her to death, what would you do? I asked while Rainbow stared in shock. The same goes to Rarity and Sweetie Belle, Applejack and Apple Bloom, even me and my sons. The choice would be an extremely hard one to make, so don't sell it off as if it would be easy. The room was silent as everyone processed my words before I looked at Mida. You see why we deserve this punishment, Ash? Mida asked. I see why they deserve this punishment and more, but not you, Mida, cause you see I was in a similar position as you. Back in my world around 1888 London, I was a boy looking for a place to sleep when I heard a scream. I saw a woman running along with a figure chasing her, so I ran after the pair and saw the two struggling over a knife. The figure wore a mask over his face, but I knew the killer is the mass murderer Jack the Ripper. I saw a way I could help, but I couldn't move because I was scared. And in the end I saw the Ripper gut the woman and began ripping out organ after organ from her body, and I heard him laughing the entire time. Managing to pull myself together I ran, but I couldn't run from the nightmares that plagued me night after night till finally I decided to take my own life to make it stop. But before I could, I was visited by the spirit of the woman who was murdered, and 3 little words from her seemed to make everything better. Don't blame yourself. After that I woke unsure if it was a dream or reality, but I know those the words freed me from my guilt, and so I'm going to say the same thing as I'm sure Ruby would. Mida, don't blame yourself, I said. Mida then sat in silence before she looked at me with blood-tear eyes. Ash, do you really think I've done enough to be saved? Mida asked. First you saved Apple Bloom, then you saved me. Honestly, Mida, would I have bothered going out of my way to come out here to the middle of the everfree forest if you weren't? I scolded her. I guess that goes without saying, Mida said as she slowly climbed to her hooves. Okay, I'll go with you, but do you really think there's some pony out there who knows how to lift the curse? We can go see the mayor who cast it in the first place, Queen Faust herself, I said. But the queen was furious that we did such an unspeakable act. Mida panicked, clearly showing some fear when I mentioned the name. Leave that part to me, okay? I promise we can straight this out easily, I said. Very well, Mida agreed hesitantly. I then gave a nod before I looked at the fireplace and thought. Mida, would you like me to quickly make a coffin for Ruby's remains for a proper burial later? I asked. Mida seemed overjoyed and quickly nodded, and I made a coffin out of a few pieces of wood and some magic. Meanwhile, Ethan used his magic to fix the broken bones and clean them before he placed them inside the coffin, and once we were done, I placed a sun and moon rose over Ruby's skeletal ribcage and sealed the coffin. We walked out of the cottage and I led everyone to the town, and we all stopped before we left the shadow of the forest. Hey guys, you mind taking care of the coffin for me? I asked as I used my magic to set the coffin on the ground. Wait a sec, are you going out there to fight them all? Gilda asked. You're damn right I am. After what I've seen, can you honestly say I'll sit by while they celebrate day after day of them killing Ruby? I asked. Just who the hell do you think I am? I'm not sitting around while someone who doesn't deserve to be cursed is. Ethan said with a smirk that showed her canines. Same here, for something like this to happen, and as the night of vengeance I can't let this pass by unpunished, Rage said. Sai, looks like you all have your minds set. You'd better get going before I change my mind, Celestia said. Luna gave me a kiss on the lips for luck before Rage and I summoned our armor and weapons, but I held my helmet under my arm before we walked out into plain view of the party. It wasn't long before we were noticed by everyone, and they all looked nervous of all the armor and weapons we were carrying. Oh, hello again, Ash. I didn't know you were here, Greyhoof said. I was actually here to collect Mida. Not that it's any of your business, I said in a cold tone. Oh, I'm sorry for sticking my nose in your business, Greyhoof said before his muzzle fell off and he reattached it to his face. But who are your friends, and will you be joining us for the party? This is my brother Burning Rage, and this is a friend of mine called Ethan, and we were actually leaving along with Mida. And we're never coming back to this place cause we don't want to hang out with sick twisted monsters like you, I said with enough venom to kill 2 hydras. Monsters, now that's a bit harsh, Ash, Greyhoof said, genuinely shocked by my words. I believed you all earned that title when you beat an innocent filly to death. I growled. Oh, Ruby, a shame. What happened? She was cursed with the mark. It came out of nowhere, so we had to take swift action. She had the mark, so she had to go before she could ruin the party, Greyhoof said with a carefree smile that got my blood boiling. Rage let out a growl and Ethan placed his hands on she while I placed my helmet on my head as the voices and words in my head appeared. It appears that you're beyond redemption now, but before I do anything I have something to show you, I said before I aimed my right shoulder at them and used my magic to move the armor around my shoulder out of the way. I then cast a see-through spell on my sleeve revealing my cutie mark to the cursed ponies, earning cries of shock from the murders. Ash, you have the mark, Greyhoof said in shock. He's not the only one, I have one too, Rage said. He revealed his. Don't forget about me, Ethan said as she pulled her jacket down far enough to see her cutie mark. It was a black shield with a silver lining and it had 2 katanas crossed across it. I glared at Greyhoof as I put my armor back in place along with Rage, but I saw the blank's eyes get brighter in Rage. It was almost scary. Deceivers, you come into our village with that curse, Greyhoof shouted in anger while Ethan, Rage and I could only laugh. Oh, that's real funny coming from someone who's been cursed to walk the planet as an undead, I said. Well, we certainly can't let you go now. When we're done with making your new body you'll be creating new ones for your friends back there, Greyhoof said. I looked behind me and saw the others had revealed themselves before I looked back at Greyhoof. You're so proud of your parties, Greyhoof, but I've got something to say to you. This party is over, Rage, sick I said. Finally, Rage shouted before he charged in, swords blazing, but Greyhoof ran off. Go wild, Ethan, I said. With pleasure, Ethan said with a sadistic grin on her face that slightly unnerved me. I just walked forward, listened to the voices and words in my head, and summoned all the blood the pair spilled and used it to create a Gatling gun on my left arm after I selected a song on my iPod. I aimed my Gatling gun at the zombies and unleashed a hail of bullets onto them, shredding many that ran at me. Once I ran out of bullets, I tossed the gun away and saw a Bloodhoof had jumped into the air to my right. But I simply pulled out a rope dart and flung the rope end at the Bloodhoof and used my magic to tie a noose around his neck and tossed the dart over a beam of wood that was hanging from a house. I then teleported to the other side of the beam and caught the dart before I gave it a yank, hoisting the zombie into the air and dug the dart into the wall of the building. I then pulled out my sides and connected the hilts together before I swung it at a few zombies and twirled it around behind my back. I then slammed the end of the weapon onto the ground, causing all the spilled blood around me to turn into spikes and impale many Bloodhoofs and blanks. I then twisted the sides around, turning it into a double-ended sides, and tossed it into the horde, which ended up getting stuck in a wall of a house. An idea suddenly came to mind and I ran towards the building while shooting any zombies with damnation and my shotgun before I put them away and leapt onto the scythe. But instead of me bouncing off the side like a springboard, I managed to pull the whole house out of the ground and I grabbed the scythe and tossed into the mass of death. The house flew off my scythe and rolled across the town and in front of Ethan and flattened his prey, and all eyes watched as the house crashed into another house and stopped. Ethan then looked at me and made a what the hell gesture with his hands while I just shrugged. I then put my scythe away and made a pair of chainsaw blades on my arms and chainsaw chains on my legs and zoomed my way over to more of the horde. I then began to cut them apart with a grin on my face that was hidden behind my helmet. Traitor. I skidded to a stop and looked at the source of the voice and saw Romeo was the one who spoke and Starlet was next to him. You come here and pretend to be our friend, I'll be certain to gouge your eyes out, Starlet said. You know you two have a funny way of showing gratitude. When Ruby found you, little gem Romeo, you thank her by murdering her. PFFT, some friend you can call yourself, I said. Romeo and Starlet then charged at me. Romeo was faster, but I just dodged left and saw Starlet almost in front of me, but I simply raised my left leg in front of me and the chainsaw chain turned into long red spikes where Starlet impaled herself on. I then stomped my foot down, ripping her ribcage apart and severed her head from her shoulders. Bastard, you die, Romeo screamed as he tried to take a bite out of me. I moved away from Romeo as his mouth closed and I raised my right chainsaw blade into the air and brought it down on Romeo's right shoulder and cut downward to his stomach and then cut to the left, taking a massive chunk out of Romeo. I then heard someone scream and saw it was the mares and Gilda, and they were being cornered by a ton of Bloodhoofs. Suddenly my left hand became demonic and I pointed at the ground in front of the girls, and a few pits like when I first met the Bloodhoofs opened in front of them. A few Bloodhoofs ran over the pit, but many long black spindly arms grabbed them and dragged them down into the pit. You're dead. I looked behind me and saw Gladstone charging at me like an angry bull, but I simply placed my boot in front of me and saw his head connect to my boot and he managed to push me back a bit. I then used my leg act like a spring and pushed him away and onto his back before I placed a boot on his chest and drew damnation and double tapped Gladstone, one in each eye. I then noticed the others then noticed me and I was about to wave, but then they shouted at me about something behind me, and when I turned around I saw a zombie had lunged at me. Its mouth wide open and aimed at me, and out of instinct I raised my right arm and closed my eyes before I hoped this zombie wouldn't get to my flesh. But instead of a zombie's weight on me or my arm, I felt a charge of power and a blood-curdling scream and something sizzle before I opened my eyes. I saw my right arm had become angelic and a shining white glowing holy cross almost as big as I am attached to it, and behind me I saw singed bits of the zombie and the others were staring at me in shock. I then smiled at my arm before I looked at the zombies and saw them back away in fear and pain of the holy glow. I then charged into the horde and any blood hoof in my way was vaporized. Once I made it through the mass of undead, I decided to test my power. I charged some energy into my right hand again and the cross disappeared, only to leave behind a silver chakram and with ancient engravings on it that were glowing gold. Oh yeah, let's see how this flies, I said as I tossed the chakram at the blood hooves. The chakram turned white and cut through the zombies like a hot knife through butter and bounced off objects and into more blood hooves before it came back to me. I then held it to cut down any more of the undead, and once that was done I looked around and saw the remaining blood hooves were dead. I then looked at the chakram and saw it disappear before I looked at the damage it did and saw a blood hoof still moving. As I walked over to it I saw it was Grey Hoof and my chakram managed to cut him along his waist. What have you done? You killed everyone, all my friends. How can I continue the party? Grey Hoof asked as he tried to crawl away from me, but I used my foot to kick him onto his back. Easy, you can continue in hell, I said. Wait Ash, think about it, it's not too late, you and your friends could become like us, we'll protect you forever, Grey Hoof said. You know I just might become your friend Grey Hoof, I said, causing him to smile evilly. But only after you experience what you did to Ruby, and by the way Pinky holds more awesome parties than yours. Grey Hoof's smile faded as I lifted my boot and crushed his head with a single blow. Once I was done the others came over to me as I removed my helmet and spat on Grey Hoof's corpse. Trash, Ethan said with a sneer as she looked at Grey Hoof. Okay, what was that, Ash? A halo? Rage asked. Truly a powerful weapon, Ash, Celestia said. Yeah, I'm amazed on how I did all that, I said looking at my right arm. Suddenly I saw 3-Leaf jump off a roof and was onto us, but I felt something yank my shotgun off my back and saw Mida aim it at 3-Leaf. She then pulled the trigger and blew 3-Leaf out of the air with a missing head, but Mida also blew off her arm from the recoil of the shotgun. Dumb bitch, Mida said before she retrieved her arm and handed me my shotgun. Okay, I'm beginning to like her, Rainbow said. Suddenly I felt a strange sensation around me and I saw all the souls that I absorbed before with our earlier encounter with the Bloodhooves had appeared around us. But each one was in a pony form before they became Bloodhooves. Okay, what's going on, Gilda said. They're the zombies we encountered yesterday and they're the ones I obliterated, Ethan said. And each one's soul was absorbed into me yesterday, causing me to black out, and they were all whispering desires for vengeance against the Bloodhooves and the Blanks, I said. The souls then bowed to me before they faded into nothing. Woo trippy, Rage said. We'd better get out of here, the residents of the town will be back by morning, Mida said. Whoa, they'll be back as in they'll all be back when? Rage asked. Sunrise tomorrow, and only the ones that were truly cursed, meaning I'll also be dragged back here unless the curse is removed, Mida said. No worries, I can have us in Canterlot as fast as you can blink, I said before I teleported everyone to the throne room. Luckily the only ones here was the royal family and Amalthea, who all happened to jump in surprise when we appeared. Oh by Ephosaria, don't startle me like that, Faust said. Ephosaria, what does that mean, your highness? Twilight asked. It's the name of my kingdom, TWI, I said. Oh, I can see you brought someone new, although she could use a bath, Discord said as he appeared from behind Mida and gave her a whiff. Mida recoiled in surprise from Discord but then exposed herself to Faust's line of sight, and when Faust saw Mida her eyes narrowed dangerously on her. What are you doing here? Faust shouted, causing Mida to cower in fear. Hold on Faust, she's with us, listen, we were wondering if you could help lift Mida's curse, I said. Ash, I placed that curse on Sunny Town for a reason, only to be removed until the whole town has repented for what it's done. So if she's still like this, it means the town has not repented for their sin, Faust said. Look, I know, but listen, Mida here saved my life, also Applejack's sister Apple Bloom, I said, causing Faust's face to soften. I was about to speak again, but I was cut off by a new voice in the room. Please, your majesty, please undo this curse for my mommy. I then saw the source of the voice was peeping out from behind Ethan's head and saw Ruby. Ruby, is that you? Mida cried. Hi mommy, Ruby smiled as she waved. Ruby, you mind hopping off my friend's head? I asked. Sure Ash, Ruby said before she hopped onto the ground and ran through Ethan's leg and embraced Mida, who was crying. My precious daughter, I'm so sorry, Mida cried. It's alright mommy, I'm not mad at you, Ruby said. I then looked to Faust and saw her stand up and walk down the throne stairs and stopped before Mida and Ruby. With a wave of her hand and a bright light later, Mida's form changed from undead to that of the living. I can see now that you were innocent in what had happened, Mida, and for that I am sorry, can you forgive me? Faust asked with a bow. Please don't, your highness, you don't need my forgiveness, Mida said, causing Faust to straighten out. Hey Ruby, how'd you know we were here? I asked. Well, I could feel my body being moved, so I followed it here. Ruby said while she pointed to the coffin that was in Celestia's magic. You'd be glad to know that the bones have been fixed and cleaned, so it'd be like it never happened, Ethan said, making Ruby smile. Mida, tell me, are the residents of Sunny Town any closer to redemption? Faust asked. I'm afraid they haven't changed since the day you cursed the town and they were using the curse to curse others, Mida said. Gods above, what have I done? Faust said. Don't worry Faust, you couldn't have known, the question now is how do we deal with them? Rage asked. I made the curse so that if there was a stray resident they would be pulled back to the town by dawn, Faust said. Then I have the solution to your problem, I said. And what would that be, Ash? Chrysalis asked. I teleported everyone to the entrance of Sunny Town and looked at the carnage. So much death, Dreamcatcher said. Okay Ash, what's your plan? Rage asked. Easy, I moved the town elsewhere, but getting it to the destination I had in mind will be a problem, so I need you all to stay back cause I never done this before on my own. Also I've ever done one this big, I said. Everyone backed away from me and I took several deep breaths before I raised my left arm at the town and made my arm became demonic and a pit appeared in the center of the town. I then made the pit expand and the black spindly arms began to grab bodies, buildings, anything that was in its path and dragged it all into the pit. Once the town was gone the pit disappeared and I collapsed to my knees. Okay, I just exhausted my power, I said. Ash, when could you do that? Faust asked. It was a while ago but I learned today I can do a lot more. But I can't show you now, I said. I think I know what you're the god of, Ash, Ethan said with a smile. Really, then what would I be the god of? I asked. You're the god of balance. Chapter 51. Returning to Dream Valley and saying farewell. I got to my feet but I was still fairly weak. I looked at the barren clearing that once had Sunny Town in it but the only remnants that it actually existed was the fence that went around the town. Ash, I need to know, was there anything else you can do with your power? Faust asked. I'm gonna need to get back to you on that. I pretty much used up all of my magic, I said. It's alright mother, I can fill you in, Celestia said. And you wouldn't believe what Ash did, he had those blood hooves running scared, Rainbow said. Hey guys, Faust, I need to ask you something, I said. Of course Ash, Faust said. I'm going to be having a private training lesson with both Ethan and Evo, and Rage and I are going to need to borrow the world between worlds, I said. Why Ash? Faust asked. So we can learn off each other and get stronger. Think about it, both Ethan and Evo learned some new tricks from both me and Rage to defend their Equestria. And we also learned some new skills to defend our Equestria if Ethan is up to it, I said as I looked at Ethan. Yeah, I'm game though, you won't have much luck with Evo, Ethan said. There's only one way to find out, also there's a certain move I'd like to learn from him, Rage said. And that would be? Ethan asked. Remember those scorpions? He simply leapt into the air and when landed they exploded. I want him to teach me that, Rage said. Oh yeah, I guess I could get him, just hang on 1 second, she said as she pulled her phone out and I watched as she dialed on it before bringing it up to her ear. Hey, what are you doing right now? Ethan paused. Well, I don't care if it's important, get your ass down here now. Ethan yelled before she went quiet for a few seconds before speaking again. Good, get here quick, she said as she hung up her phone and placed it back in her pocket. Sorry about that, he can be an asshole sometimes. It's cool, so how long should he be? I asked. A few minutes give or take, Ethan said as she started to twirl her hair. Suddenly Evo appears with a pissed off look on his face. Well, speak of the devil, Rage said. I was this close to finishing the game, he said as he had his thumb and index finger almost centimeters apart while he looked at Ethan. Now why am I out here? Because we're going to be doing some training to prepare you for when we get you home, I said. Oh well, that's fine, where are we doing it at? Evo asked. I'll show you, and as for the rest of you, we'll see you all in about a week in Amalthea. I'm going to need to know the location of the Dwarf Kingdom back on Earth cause we're going on a little trip when we get there, I said. Hang on Ash, why do you want to go there? Amalthea asked in confusion. I'll explain it once we get back from training anyway, gotta go, I said before I teleported Rage, Evo, Ethan and myself to the den and led them to Faust's library through the orb. Alright, those of you who are new, welcome to Faust's tower inside the world between worlds, and if you're feeling a strange buzzing in your body, don't worry, it's just your body being filled with massive amounts of energy and it's trying to burn it off quickly. Sweet place, now where are we headed in here? Ethan asked. Oh, this room is just Faust's library and you should see the outside, it's practically got a room for everything you can think of, but this room is the largest, haven't even reached the top of the bookshelf yet, I said as I looked up at the black void that lead to the top of the library. Wow, Ethan said as she looked above for a few seconds before looking back at me. So are we in the world between worlds? Oh, you've been here before, have you? I asked. I think more or less I can somewhat remember it, but when I try to get a clear picture I get this sharp pain in my head, Ethan said as she rubbed the side of her head. Well, I hope you figure it out and it's a good memory, however we're here because I'm gonna help you avoid these, I said as I tossed Ethan a bullet we pulled out his chest made of a strange metal and gestured for them to follow me. Tell me, what type of metal is that? It's orichalcum, in our world it's extremely rare to find, Ethan said with a grim look. I see, it's like alicorn stone, has the same effects, only that's metal, ours is rock, but it's equally as rare, I said as I let everyone outside and let them take in the sights. Now the reason why you two are here is because you two were basically Swiss cheese with these orichalcum bullets in you. I'm gonna teach you how to avoid that. Epsilon has already given Evangeline a rundown on how to detect when someone is about to fire. Ethan, my job will be to teach you how to both block and return the bullets to their sender along with magic attacks, both by using your magic and your swords, she and Thousand Cherry Blossoms. But first I need to make sure they're up for this, so may I? Sure, just be careful, she said as she handed me the swords. I gave a nod and drew the two weapons from their scabbards and inspected them. They're both beautiful blades, but Thousand Cherry Blossom's edge is a bit dull and she's edge has been chipped. If you like I can fix them up for you, I know my way around katana and there's a forge in the tower and in just a few minutes I'll have back in perfect condition. But till then you'll need to use practice blades, I said. Sorry Ash, but those aren't ordinary blades, Ethan said with a shake of her head. I'm aware that they have living entities in them, but you gotta understand that these two are damaged, I said. No Ash, that's not what I mean. What I mean is they are a part of me, part of my soul, Ethan said. Then start taking better care of your soul. If you allow them to become in this condition you must not care for either yourself or your swords, I said in an irritated tone as I handed back she and Thousand Cherry Blossoms. Okay, I will. I never really noticed being stoned for 1,000 years and whatnot, she said as she grabbed swords creating a bright light. When the light died down the katanas looked as if they were just made. Thank you for reminding me about it. Make sure you check them every day, but I need to tell you this, your swordsmanship has been getting sloppy. I think you two spend a bit more time using magic and guns than your swords, correct? I asked. He uses guns more than I do. I only use them when necessary, Evo said. The point is you're both sloppy with your swordplay, correct? I said. Yes, Ethan and Evo said in unison. Oh come on Ash, you're acting like some big shot master swordsman, Rage said. Ash simply cast a glance at Rage before he summoned a sawtooth cutlass, causing Rage to tense up at the sight of the blade. Rage, what's wrong? Ethan asked with a confused expression. That blade belonged to the Alicorn of War. He was a bloodthirsty monster that almost brought Equestria to war with itself till Ash showed up and dueled him. Ash then banished War Sword to the Void Realm, but his blade remained behind. But it feels different somehow, Rage said. That's right, Rage. I discovered this feeling also when I caught Lightning Dust fiddling with it in the trophy room. But before I go into detail, what do you guys know of the Masamune swords? Ash asked. Nothing really. All I know is that there was a character that went by that name in Bleach. Ethan said. Well, I'm talking about reality here. Take a look at the blade and notice the pattern going along the temper line, I said as I pointed to the pattern going along the blade's temper line like those on a katana. Tell me what you see. If you can or can't see it, I wouldn't be surprised. Ethan hummed as she looked at the blade. I have no idea what I'm looking at. If you look at Thousand Cherry Blossom's temper line and compare it to this, you'll notice this one has a fiery angry pattern while yours is calmer and is in waves like many other katana. However, a temper line pattern like this one rare some or even cursed expert swordsman would be able to sense this immediately like Rage and I can, and this curse is similar to the Masamune swords. Legend has it Masamune was one of the greatest swordsmiths in Japan, but his swords had a terrible curse on them that if they are drawn they must spill the blood of someone before they can be sheathed. If that doesn't happen, the sword will take control and cause the wielder to commit mass murder or suicide, I said. Well, that's a thought, not to be rude, but can we get to the training? I'm really excited to see what you guys can do, Ethan said. Oh right, sorry about that, but anyway let's get started, I said as I rubbed my hands together. 1 week 3 months later in the world between worlds. Alright Ethan, let's try this again, I said as I gestured to the armored dummy armed with a Gatling gun and could cast orbs of blast magic. The dummy created an orb of yellow magic and launched it at Ethan, but Ethan deflected it with Shi before the dummy fired at Ethan with the Gatling gun. But Ethan used both his swords to deflect all the bullets at lightning speed. I then summoned another pair of training dummies behind Ethan and got them ready to attack. But Ethan saw this and he cut one of the bullets in half and continued to block the rest while both cut halves of the bullet sailed through the air and embedded themselves in the dummies, causing them to collapse. Ethan then held his hand out in front of him and all the bullets stopped in front of him, and once the dummy ran out of bullets Ethan sent them back, causing the first dummy to collapse. Well done Ethan, I believe that is all I can teach you, and if there's anything else you can teach me let's hear it, otherwise it's time we head back to Equestria, Ash said. All right, Ethan said with a nod. I wonder how everyone is doing, Evo asked himself. Probably the same as ever, otherwise Faust would have sent us an emergency message, so I think we're cool, Rage said. Do you want me to teach you how to walk on air? She asked. Nah, if I learned that what would be the point on my wings or parkour, I said. True that, Ethan said as she whipped the sweat from her forehead while Rage and Evo agreed. Okay, so let's get back, I need to go and stop those bastards before they get too far. Agreed, but first we need to get to Canterlot and learn the location of the Dwarf Kingdom from Amalthea, I said. Okay, let's go, Ethan said. I teleported everyone out of the world between worlds before I teleported everyone to Canterlot, where I saw the entire royal family there along with Cadence, Shining Armor and Flurry Heart. When we appeared, both Aris and Luna teleported in front of us and both hugged and kissed me in Rage. It's good to see you all again, Luna said as she nuzzled me under my chin. Sorry about that guys, but it was necessary, but anyway our work isn't done yet. I'm going to try and get Ethan and Evo home now and I need to get to the Dwarf Kingdom to do that, I said. I know where it is Ash, but if I may ask, what makes you think we'll find anything to help you? Amalthea asked. Well, this is why, I said as I pulled out the ball map and showed them, causing Faust, Celestia and Amalthea to gasp. That's compass arrows, Celestia said. Actually Celestia, that's a seeker map, it can find anything in the world and beyond as long as you have a piece of the object with you, Faust said. Exactly, I figured if I either scan the bullet that came with Ethan and Evo then it will lead us back to their Equestria. I just need the combination to open it and I'll handle the rest, I said. The royals all looked at me in silence till Faust smiled. Very well Ash, but I am coming with you, Faust said as she stood up from her throne. Huh, everyone in the room asked. You all heard, I want to see what became of the kingdom after we all left, Faust said. You know Ash, I did place a tracking device in our castle. Evo said. Wait, when did you do that? Ethan asked with a shocked expression. Hey, a day or two after the wedding invasion, Evo said with a shrug. Whatever, let's get going to that kingdom, Ethan said. Hang on, you're not going anywhere without us. I turned around and saw all my friends from Ponyville were here. What are you guys doing here? I asked. Well, before you guys left you said you'd be back in a week and you normally come back here first to see Luna when you get back from somewhere, Twilight said. Yeah dude, this place is like a magnet to ya, Pierce said. Yup, Max said. Okay, I get it, but guys, I think it would be best if you all stayed here. Faust, Amalthea, Evo, Ethan, Rage and I all have good reasons to go and we won't have to worry about walking into our doubles, I said. Actually, I think it might be a nice idea if they did come along, they'll get to see their ancestral home, Ash, maybe even rediscover some ancient techniques, Faust said. Whoa, hang on, I started. And consider that an order, Ash, you may be the child of my friends who I did serve under. But you don't have the title to order me around yet and you still have the title of Knight of Equestria, so I can still boss you around still, Faust said. Sigh, alright, does anyone want to bring anyone else while we're at it? I asked. Later, Twilight's castle. I'm actually surprised you're here, Daring Do. I thought you'd be exploring tombs or whatnot, I said as I looked at the tanned explorer. PFFT, are you kidding? A chance to go to another universe and discover ancient secrets? I'd be as crazy as Discord if I passed this up. But what have you been up to since the Knight's Tomb? I heard about the Diamond Dog Kingdom, Daring said. Yeah, that was messed up, but I want to introduce you to a couple of friends of mine, Ethan, Goddess of Death, and Evo, God of Destruction, both from an alternate Equestria, and we're trying to get them home now, I said as I gestured to the two human gods. Wow, the plot thickens, but nice to meet ya. Name's Daring Do, Daring said, holding out her hand to the pair. Nice to meet you, Daring. I'm Ethan Smith, aka the Lone Wanderer, or that crazy son of bitch, take you pick, Ethan said as she shook Daring's hand before she had let go. And I'm the courier, Evo said as he also shook her hand. There are plenty of introductions to be had, but might I suggest we do it on the way over to the Dwarf Kingdom? I asked, causing everyone to nod before I lead everyone through the mirror. Once I made it through, I tripped over something and everyone piled on top of me. Gee, why am I always the fall guy here? Hey, whose hoof is in my face? Ouch, stop pulling on my tail. Hey, that's my wing you're on. Hey, careful of my glasses. Okay everyone get off, I yelled before my wings opened throwing everyone off my back. I stood up and I saw Luna walk through the portal with Midnight in her arms and Pip holding her hand and they all looked around in wonder. They all also had human forms which made things a little easier to walk about. So this is what it's like in a human body? Luna asked. Wow, look at me, Pip exclaimed as he examined his new body. Everyone all right? I asked, causing everyone to let out a weak groan. Well, we're fine, how about you? Ethan asked. Yeah, I guess so, but anyway, can I started. Bakachi, Pip shouted. I looked at where Pip was waving and saw Rose, Javier and this world's main six come walking over to us. Hey guys, I said only for Javier to bear hug me. Oh Ash, I'm glad to see you're back to your old self, Javier said before he set me down. But why are you here along with your friends? Rose asked. Oh, we're actually trying to get these two home by taking them to the dwarf kingdom, I said as I gestured to both Ethan and Evo who gave a simple wave. Wait, dwarfs is in the little midgets with the long beards and pickaxes, Rainbow asked trying to contain her laughter. That'd be them, I said. They don't look like dwarves to me, Javier said gesturing to Ethan and Evo. Are you calling me short? Ethan yelled. Anyway, the point is we believe that the dwarves could help them find a way home because these guys live on an alternate Equestria, I said. You mean the multiverse exists? Glasses Twilight asked. Yeah, they do, and don't get her started about it, Evo said, causing Ethan to huff. So right now we need to leave because I don't know how far it is till we get there, I said. Well, why not some extra company? Rebecca and Eli could also come along, Javier suggested. Javier, Rosa screamed. Yeah, we can go on an adventure, Bakachi said. Whoa, what about everything here don't have jobs? I asked. No, work has been slow for all of us, so Eli and Rebecca came to spend a week with us and the school is on break starting today, so why not join you guys, Javier said. Javier, we just can't impose on them like this, Rosa said. No, Rosa, in fact it would be a delight to have you along. It seems our son and yours seem to have gotten along quite well, Luna said as she gestured to the two playing. And I don't think Ash has a problem with it. I was looking at Pip and that smile of his made my answer clear as crystal. Alright, what's a few more people going to hurt, I said. Great, I'll call Eli and Rebecca, Javier said as he pulled out his phone and called the two, and after a few minutes the pair arrived and I gave the introductions. Well, if there's no one else coming I can teleport us as close as I can to Dream Valley, Amalthea said. Amalthea bowed her head and her horn lit up with powerful bright light, and once she unleashed her magic we were surrounded by a bright light, and once it dispersed we were surrounded by a dead forest. Amalthea almost collapsed if not for some of my friends who helped support her. I looked around and saw the trees bark, the ground, even the sky was gray. I kneeled to the ground and scooped some dirt into my hand and lifted it up only to see ashes in my hand. What happened here? I asked after I stood and emptied my hand. The fallen angels and demons happened, they killed this place and anything in it after your kingdom fell, Ash, Amalthea said. I looked around at the deathly silent landscape and sighed. Suddenly I heard a tweet and looked up to see a bluebird sitting on one of the tree's branches. The bird then gave us a few more tweets before it flew off, while Dust, who was resting on my shoulder, gave a squawk to the bird. It appears that life will soon return to this place, Ethan said as she looked at the bluebird fly away. I guess you're right, I said as I continued to stare at the bluebird's direction. We'd best be going, Faust said. The group followed Amalthea while making sure she didn't collapse again, but I saw Chrysalis kneel on the ground and placed a hand on the ground and mumbled something, but nothing happened. Chrysalis tapped the side of her head, remembering she couldn't use magic the way she was at the moment, and walked off after the others. I then kneeled in the same position as Chrysalis and placed my hand in the same spot and closed my eyes and breathed slowly. When I opened my eyes I saw light fire flickering beneath my hand and grass and flowers had grown in a patch around me. And if that wasn't enough, a ray of sunlight had broken through the clouds warming me in the patch of green. I then stood up and ran to catch up with the others. It appears that you're more angel in your blood, Ash, Rosa said. What makes you say that? I asked. Rosa then pointed behind me and I saw patches of grass behind me in the pattern of my footprints. I then looked down to see if I had light fire on my feet, but instead I saw grass growing out of the ground before my feet touched it, making it seem like the forest wouldn't allow me to touch the ashes again. Maybe this forest isn't as dead as one would think, I said. Our group walked for about an hour and we entered a greener terrain filled with both flora and fauna. Everyone seemed to be in a bright mood as we kept walking. I then saw Rage wander off to the right, both Ethan, Evo who also saw this, and we all silently agreed on deciding to follow him. We then walked into the trees and saw Rage looking around in a small clearing with branches hanging overhead. Oh hey guys, Rage said when he notices us. Rage, what are you doing here? I asked. Sorry, I got the strange feeling of being watched, Rage said. I stayed silent and I noticed it was too quiet. It's quiet, a little too quiet, Ethan said as she looked back and forth. Stay close everyone, this probably underscore. I was interrupted when something grabbed my legs and pulled my upside down in the air while the others wound up in a net. Trap. Well, this just plain embarrassing, Rage said. Tell me about it, Evo said with a huff. Hang on, it's a simple tree snare, I'll just cut myself down and get to you guys, I said. Oh, I wouldn't recommend doing that, boyo. I looked at the source of the voice but couldn't see anything, and when I looked all around I still couldn't see anyone. Down here. I looked up down and saw about 7 men, all about 4 to 5 feet tall, each one wore thick fur clothing with armor on it, and most of them had a hell of a beard. Some had beards that went around their mouths and some of them had long hair. But they all carried weapons made for their size, so to basically put it, everything about these guys just screamed we're dwarves. Hi there, I said. Hey you call us little fellers, you're gonna have one nasty problem with your windpipe, laddie, a dwarf said holding a spear to my face. Boy, what's all that? The 7 deadly midgets, Rage laughed only to be hit in the stomach with the blunt end of the halberd. You've got a smart mouth on ya boy, would cutting of your giblets shut ya trap, the dwarf with the halberd asked. Why you cocky little, Rage started. Rage, please don't antagonize these guys, we came here to talk to them, not insult them, I said before looked back at the dwarves. Sorry about my brother, he tends to open his mouth when he's not supposed to. Oh, if that's a problem I can easily cut his tongue out, a dwarf said as he drew a dagger. Knock it off, Ragger, you said you came here to talk, but what if we dwarves are not up for talking, another dwarf said, which looked like the leader of the group. Well, maybe you'll change your mind when I show you this, I said as I pulled out the map and showed them. The leader then held his hand out to me for me to hand him the map, which I did. The dwarf then looked over the object before he glared at me. Thief, you stole this from King Ronseer and Queen Alga. You'll all pay with your blood, the dwarf said, causing the other dwarves to shout in agreement before he prepared to impale me with his spear. Lockdrum. The dwarf halted before he impaled me, and we all turned to the source of the voice to see Amalthea step through the trees. Amalthea, we thought you were dead, the dwarf named Lockdrum said. Well, that claim is false, but I was captured for quite a long time now. Would you kindly put down my friends and our prince? Amalthea asked. Prince, we only have one prince here, Amalthea, and that's Prince Lockdrum, not these smelly humans, the dwarf named Ragger said. Actually, Ragger, these four are anything but ordinary. Those two over there are a goddess of death and a god of destruction, Amalthea said, pointing to Ethan and Evo, who waved at the dwarves. The other one in the net is Burning Rage, a subconscious that obtained enough power to escape its host, and finally the one you have hanging upside down is Ashblade. The dwarves gasped in shock at the mention of my name, and Lockdrum gestured for a dwarf to stand in front of him, and Lockdrum stood on his shoulders and stared at my face at equal height. Lockdrum then gripped my face and began to inspect me from my eyes and teeth. I then had enough and spread my wings, causing Lockdrum to follow the dwarf he was standing on. I then flicked a feather at the net, causing it to fall, while I used a blast of magic to sever the rope holding me up, and I landed on my hands before I pushed to the ground and landed on my feet. I then removed the rope around my ankles before I looked at the dwarves' shocked faces. By my father's beard, it is him, Lockdrum exclaimed, causing all the dwarves to kneel. Please, all of you don't need to kneel to me, I just came here your aid for something, I said. Anything, your highness, please come, we'll escort you to Dream Valley, Lockdrum said. Amalthea led us to the others, and the dwarves then escorted us to a valley hidden in the mountains. The entrance wasn't anything fancy. But when we entered, something crashed in front of us, and when we recovered, we saw a massive magenta and green spiked dragon with green webbed wings, and by the glare he was sending us, he did not seem happy to see us. Spike. I looked at the source of the voice and saw it was Faust, and she was looking up at the massive dragon. Spike, is that you? Faust asked again. Yeah, but what's it to you? The large dragon asked. Spike, don't you recognize me? Faust asked. The only human friends I've ever had are dead, the dragon said. Faust looked herself over before she slapped herself in the side of the head and turned herself and the others from Equestria besides Sunset Shimmer back into their pony forms. She can use magic here. Note to self, find out how different Equestria and Earth magic is, I thought. The dragon's eyes widened before a smile then worked its way onto his face before he lowered his head to meet Faust at eye level. Faust then instantly hopped onto the bridge of the dragon's nose and grinned towards him. I have to say, Faust, you're certainly looking pretty good for an old nag, the dragon noted playfully while Faust frowned and narrowed her eyes on the enormous drake. You too, although I think your ego is getting too large for your head, Faust responded with a smug smirk. Oh, you cut me to the quick, Faust, the massive dragon mocked dramatically as he brought a claw to his chest. However, the wide grin on its face did little to show any kind of hurt. Not this again, Ethan said with a groan. Oh, everyone, may I present to you all my old assistant, Majesty's assistant dragon, Spike. Faust declared while motioning to the massive magenta mountain of a dragon. Any friend of Faust is a friend of mine, Magenta Spike said. Oh great, that makes 3 of them, Rage said, folding his arms over his chest. Care to elaborate on those words, the massive Spike said with a growl. What my brother is saying is that we know 3 Spikes now. First there's Equestria Spike, then Dog Spike, and now you Giant Spike, I said. Have we met? You seem familiar, the massive Spike said. I'm not sure, but maybe when I was a baby, cause you see my name is underscore. I never got to finish when something slammed into my right at amazing speeds. When I recovered, I noticed I was hurtling through the trees at rapid speeds. I looked down at my midsection and saw a figure in black armor and black feathered wings, and the figure was the one pushing me. I curled my fingers around both my hands and brought hands down on the figure and my knee into the figure's stomach at the same time, causing the figure to let out a pain-filled sound. I then grabbed the figure and threw him over me and backflipped and skidded backwards on my feet till I came to a halt. I then stood up straight and turned around and looked to where I threw the figure and waited for their next move. The figure walked out of the trees, and when he placed his hand on one, he pushed aside as if it were nothing. I then got a good look at him and saw he was wearing black and gold Roman centurion armor and tunic. His wings were large black and feathers were falling off with every movement of his wings, indicating this guy was a fallen angel. I then heard a quiet laugh before the figure raised his head, revealing a familiar face that scars my memory. Lucifer, I seethed in hatred. Oh, so you know who I am, Lucifer said. I know you tried to kill me when we first met, but what are you doing here? I asked. Humph, well, if you must know, I have a loose end to tie up, and that loose end is you, Lucifer said as he drew a mace. Are you here to fight me, Lucifer? Cause if that's the case, remember I'm not the same child you met all those millennium ago, I said. Oh, I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to kill you and your brat that you had with that alicorn, Lucifer said. You'd better be extremely careful on what you say next, Lucifer, cause when a threat is made against my family I don't show mercy, I said. Family like this one. I looked at the source of the voice and saw a woman with yellow cat-like eyes and a pair of brownish-red horns on her forehead and black hair going down to her back. Her skin was pale gray like the dead, while she wore a leather corset that left very little to the imagination, and she had a pair of brownish-red leather-webbed wings on her back. And in her arms, to my shock and anger, was Midnight sleeping peacefully. Lilith, I presume, I asked with malice in my voice. Now that's no tone of voice to use on a lady. Didn't your parents teach you better? Oh wait, giggle, they died before you could even speak, Lilith laughed. Lilith, I swear if you harm my son, the void realm will be paradise as to what I'll do to you, I said. Oh, I'm so scared, but allow me to offer you a deal. You surrender peacefully and without any funny business. I kill your brat quickly and painlessly as possible. While you have a slow and horrible death, Lilith said. Why attack my son? He is pure and innocent. He has nothing to do with this, I said. Quite the contrary, Ash, he possesses your blood, and that is something we can't allow. When I have a mission, I always carry it out right to the end, and this mission was the extermination of the demonic angels and to ensure heaven and hell would never accept peace. Both Satan, despite being the devil, isn't that bad as he's led to believe, but still pretty bad, and God have been trying to make peace between each other, and you were it. But, however, there are those that wanted to keep the fighting going, and you and the rest of your ilk were in the way of that, Lucifer said. You sick twisted evil freaks, peace would have been a better way than what you've done. Who knows what could have happened if you didn't interfere. But, instead you spilled our blood just so you can what? Entertain yourself. I shouted the last part. Shish, the baby is still sleeping, but I'm afraid we can't wait around here forever. Those pests seem to be handling all those Knuckleavi and Berserker demons I placed to slow them down rather well. So what will it be? Will you surrender or not? Lilith asked. My answer is this, I said before I let out a whistle. Dusk then swooped in from the trees and began scratching and pecking Lilith while Epsilon possessed my shadow and grabbed Midnight. Lucifer was about to attack, but I summoned my armor and weapons before I drew Whispering Wind and held it in both hands. I then teleported in between Epsilon and Lucifer and blocked his attack, much to his surprise, before I gave him a side kick to his chest, forcing him back, and punched Lilith in the face, causing her to stumble backwards. You two get Midnight out of here and back to his mother. I'll handle these two, I said before the two took off, and I turned back to Lucifer and Lilith. Filthy bird, look what it's done to my face. Lilith screamed, gesturing to the scratches and pecks on her face. You look pretty good for a $2 she demon whore, I said, causing Lilith to snarl at me. We've wasted enough time, let's just kill this one and get the child later, Lucifer said. You want him, then it will be over my dead body, I said as I held Whispering Wind beside my head while the point of the blade pointed upwards. Lucifer stuck first, but I blocked his attack easily, but Lilith was quick and used her long sharp nails to get past my armor and stab me in the back. This pattern continued. Whether one of them would attack, the other would attack me in an unprotected area despite me using a shield. However, I managed to hit them every once in a while. Also, I am able to heal myself with blood manipulation and also burned any poisons Lilith had on her nails. But the problem was that I couldn't keep it up forever. After a few minutes of fighting, I was getting exhausted while the two in front of me looked like they hadn't broken a sweat. Come on now, I thought you were surpassed to be powerful, Lucifer taunted. Could it be that he's not all that powerful as we were led to believe? Lilith said. I can still take you down, I said as I stood up straight. PFFT, if your pathetic parents couldn't beat us, then how could you? Lucifer said. What? I asked. Oh yes, your parents begged on both their hands and knees to live. It was truly pathetic sight to see them sobbing like that, Lilith said. You're lying, they were proud rulers, they would never beg to the likes of you, I said as I kept my head down. It's tragic really, those two were clinging to each other, desperate to live and find their long-lost babe, Lucifer said. Shut up, I whispered as my left hand became demonic. Oh, the look on their faces when I gave your whore mother to my minions to ravish her to their heart's contents. All the while she had a slit throat and yet she was moaning like a bitch in heat, Lilith said with an evil laugh at the end. Shut up, I said louder as the power in my left arm intensified. And the fact that your father had the pleasure to watch the entire thing while I repeatedly stabbed him over and over again was an absolute joy for me, Lucifer said. I said shut up, I roared in the loudest voice I could muster. My left arm became infused with 50 times the normal power I've ever had in my body in one go. The power was so intense trees and rocks or whatever surrounded me was ripped from the ground and the clouds above cleared, leaving behind a perfect circle. All the while a flaming tornado swirled around me made up of the purest hatred imaginable, but both Lilith and Lucifer hadn't been blown away. Instead they dug into the ground with whatever they could think of. When I slowed my power down to just show me in my armor, but my left arm was still giving off more power than anyone can handle. A powerful flaming aura surrounded me like my father's before I began walking forward towards the pair. He wasn't supposed to have this much power, Lilith shouted in fear. It doesn't matter, we just need to kill him, Lucifer said, trying to sound brave, but his voice held fear. Lilith summoned about 10 Knuckleavi and all of them charged at me, but a simple wave of my left had caused the Alicorn Slayers to slowly disintegrate into nothing, all of them screaming pain while doing so. I continued to walk forward. Lilith then summoned 2 abominations like the ones that attacked my home and the one under the Temple of the Radiant Dawn group, which were known as Berserker demons. But, I held out my hand and picked up one of the demons with my magic and crushed him into a ball so small the creature was crushed to death, and once I finished I shot him through his partner like a cannon. The last demon then collapsed to the ground dead, all the while I still kept walking. What in creation are you? Lucifer asked, causing me to stop. The area around us was heavy with silence. Suddenly white and red orbs began to fade into existence. I looked at a couple that floated in front of my face, and as I looked I heard wailing and screams. I came to realize these were souls, but just ordinary souls. There were the souls of demonic angels, and they each told me how they died while both Lucifer and Lilith never left my sight. I was enraged, and yet when I saw all the souls around me howling like lost souls being tormented over and over again when they told me they were all killed by Lucifer and Lilith. I am the one designed to keep the world in balance, I said as objects began to float in midair and my body began to change, getting bigger, and my armor warped itself to look different, and the armor turned red while parts of it had black, and my skin began to grow black scales. I am the child who was forced from its home, built for peace, I said in an extremely deep voice as my helmet disappeared while my head changed into one of a dragon with a sharp pointed muzzle, and 4 singular straight horns grew out of the back of my head, giving me the sleek appearance. My wings' feathers had also disappeared, leaving nothing but black and silver webbed wings. I am the one whose blood was demanded by both fallen angels and demons, I said as my hands changed to claws, and a pair of red spikes, one shorter than the other, grew out of my arms just above the elbows, while more spikes grew out of my forearms in a wave-like pattern for ripping and slashing. Then a long tail with silver-like spines grew out of my back between my wings, and a flaming pattern spine rested on the end of the tail. My power was also known to match both the great devil and God himself, I said as I finished my growth, which was much bigger than Tyrk when he absorbed all the magic in Equestria. And for those that will incur my wrath shall be drowned into the blackest depths of purgatory, Juggernaut Dragon. My body then let out a roar that shook the very sky itself, and when my flaming red eyes zeroed in on both Lilith and Lucifer I let out an angered snort of hatred and smoke, while the pair then summoned Berserker demons, regular demons, and fallen angels. The fallen angels and demons were nothing but pests that buzzed around me. However, unlike Tyrk, I am still just as fast when I normally move. So with both size, speed and strength as my ally, I was able to swat the fallen angels and demons out of the air with great ease. But every few I got rid of, more took their place. The fallen angels and the demons then held out a hand and runes appeared on them, and one massive rune appeared under me before a bright green light burst upwards, stinging me. But a single swipe of my hand dispersed the light, and I then flapped my monstrous wings, resulting in a miniature hurricane blowing all the pests away. I then looked ahead of me and saw the Berserker demons had transformed into a massive monster almost my height. I decided to see what my body could really do. I then planted my hands on the ground and began to summon more energy into my body from both the ground and sky. My eyes also saw all that magic flowing into me. This went on for a few minutes and parts of my body beneath my scales gave off a powerful red glow. I aimed my head at the abomination before me and all the demonic angel souls gathered around my head but stayed out of my line of fire while I opened my mouth slightly. A large ball of pure magic formed in the back of my mouth and when I was ready I looked at the massive berserker demon and once I was ready all the souls flew around my head but stayed away from my mouth and they must have read my mind cause they spoke what I was thinking. Hellgate Smasher. After that I unleashed the blast of power and a beam shot out of my mouth and through the berserker demon and kept going. But the beam began to thin out and once it did at the path the beam took exploded like a chain reaction but once the smoke cleared there wasn't much of the giant berserker demon or the mountains on the horizon behind it. There was a massive trail of ruin leading all the way here. I then felt weak, my body began to shrink. Once I was back to my pauper size the dragon shattered leaving me in my normal self and armor before I collapsed into the dirt on my stomach while my helmet fell next to me in a clatter. I stared into the empty helmet for a bit before I began to move. I sat up and retrieved my helmet before I put it on. I was about to stand up when suddenly my right leg was impaled by a bright glowing spear which burned like crazy causing me to scream in pain. But as I went to pull it out a trident made of darkness impaled itself into my right shoulder but unlike the spear this one didn't hurt as much. When I looked at my attacker I saw both Lucifer and Lilith were there holding either a spear or trident. Spears of light and tridents of darkness some of the most important tools to an angel or demon, Lucifer said as the two stepped towards me. The pair of you are like roaches hard to get rid of unless someone steps on you, I said. You know that was quite impressive. A power such as that would have been put to good use for hell but it appears this is where it ends, Lilith said as both she and Lucifer prepared to impale me with both their weapons. I don't think so. Lucifer suddenly took a mace to the face and was sent flying into a tree while Lilith was hit in both the face and stomach by both rainbow dashes and Rebecca and was sent flying but not as far. I looked at who had hit Lucifer in the face and saw Habir standing there with Lucifer's mace. Oh I am so keeping this, Habir said as he looked the mace. Hey admire that thing later help us with Ash first, Rebecca said as she came to my side. Oh right hang on Ash let's just yank this out quickly, Habir said as he went for the spear but before I could warn him he burned himself and shook his hand rapidly to try and cool it off. That's a spear of light and a trident of darkness, Faust said as she came into my field of vision. Ash tell me which one hurts most or are they about the same? What kind of question is that? They both would hurt if you're skewered by them, Earth Rainbow said. It's the spear, I said weakly. Okay Ash you need to center yourself again, clear your head and breath, Faust said. I gave Faust a slow nod before I closed my eyes and followed her words and a few seconds later the pain from the weapons disappeared. I opened my eyes and saw I was still impaled so I stood up and grabbed the weapons and ripped them from my body. I then healed my wounds before I dropped the spear and trident. They don't hurt anymore, I said. It's because your body was off center when that happens. Those types of weapons will hurt you depending on which side you give yourself over to. And since you gave into your demonic side the spear of light hurt you more, Faust said. Holy shit dude that's some power you got there, Ethan said with a smirk. Suddenly we heard a crash of trees and I turned to see Lucifer emerge from them and Lilith got up as well. How dare you strike me you pathetic creature, Lucifer yelled. And yet he's the one that sent you flying a good 30 feet so that makes you much more pathetic, I said. Enough of this, Lucifer shouted before he and Lilith charged. Suddenly something hit the ground between us and them leaving a small crater and when I looked at where the blast came from I saw 4 figures descending from the sky. Also beams of sunlight shone behind them. I thought you said you put a barrier up, Lucifer shouted. The damn halfling prince destroyed it in his last attack and even if it didn't that attack would still be very hard to miss. Lilith shouted. We need to leave, Lucifer shouted. But the pair never got the chance because a cage of bones appeared around them and a purple ethereal lock and chain surrounded the cage. What's the hurry, the fun hasn't even started. I looked at the source of the voice and saw a figure in black heavy armor and a black war-tattered cape on his back. His helmet had 2 massive horns and left his face exposed. But the only thing I could see was black and a pair of eyes staring at me and in the figure's left hand was a 2-pronged pitchfork. I saw the other figures land and one wore a toga made of scales that reached just below his knees. He had long brown hair that just touched his back and he had a fairly long beard and in the figure's hand was a golden trident. Another figure wore a white toga that reached his feet and he had long white hair and beard and the figure carried a spear sparking with electricity. I then looked at the last 2 and saw one dressed in purple, gold and silver armor and robes and he had a strange spear in his grip. The figure had short white hair and a long beard with parts of it tied into 3 braids while the rest hung loosely and an eye patch covered his left eye. Finally the last figure had a red and white robes and a yellowish gold wings but when he touched the ground the wings disappeared and turned into a golden cape that went around his body almost like a cloak. I could see a white piece of fabric hanging from the figure's belt that had a brown border and a yellow holy cross on it. The figure also carried a shield with the same design and a golden sword on his hip in the shape of a cross. And the last features of the figure was the long blonde hair and halo above his head. Still causing problems here, Lucifer and you Lilith. I thought you both would have learned your lesson by now, the angel said. Fuck you Michael the First, don't need to listen to your crap and I'm actually surprised the big shots of both Olympus, the underworld and Asgard are here, Lucifer said. Lucifer's words told me everything I needed to know about the new arrivals, all of which were big deals in mythology. The 3 big gods of Greek mythology, Zeus god of the sky and thunder, also king and father of the gods alongside his brothers Poseidon god of the sea and Hades god of the underworld. The figure with the eye patch was the Allfather Odin, king of the gods in Norse mythology, and finally Archangel Michael. I can see your mouth has not improved at all either, Lucifer, Michael said calmly. Let me out already, I have a pair of demonic angels to kill, Lucifer demanded. Luna gripped Midnight tightly for protection but I used my magic to get a grip on Lucifer's neck and lift him into the air, strangling him. Lucifer tried to flap his wings in hopes of stopping the choking but failed. I suggest you remain quiet, Lucifer, otherwise I'll tear your tongue out and stick it right where the sun don't shine, I said before I threw him to the back of the cage. I can see the temper runs in the family, Hades said before I shot him a death glare. Please brother, we're here to meet this one, not antagonize him further, Zeus said. I agree this meeting has been postponed long enough, Mihal said before he walked over to me. It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. I remained silent and gave a glare at Mihal, but my helmet prevented him from seeing it. Hello you five, it's been a while, Faust said in a casual tone and small bow. Faust, it has been a long time, still as beautiful as when we met, Odin said. Lord Odin, as hale and hearty as ever, how is Freya these days? Faust asked. Lively as ever, she'll be sorry she missed you, Odin said, stroking his beard. I'll have to catch up with her sometime after my current problem is dealt with, Faust said. So this the last demonic angel and the prince at that, Odin said as he looked at me. It's Ashblade, and don't introduce yourselves, I know who all of you are. Archangel Mihal, Zeus, father of many of the Greek gods, and his brothers Hades, god of the underworld, and Poseidon, god of the sea. And finally then there is you, the allfather of the Norse gods, Odin, I said emotionlessly. Well, this is a bit embarrassing for us, he knows our names but we didn't know his, Poseidon said. Nonetheless, it's a pleasure to meet you, Your Highness, Zeus said. Forgive me, but the feeling isn't exactly mutual, I said, causing everyone to give me a surprised look. Forgive me, Your Highness, but have we done something to offend you? Mihal asked. More so at you, Mihal, it was because of you and the other angels that Lucifer was set loose on my home in this place. My entire life here has been destroyed along with many species of creatures like the flutter ponies and my people. All of them have been wiped out because you all didn't pay attention, I said in a cold tone that made the very wind icy. I understand what you're saying, but please understand we are not warriors, we were peacekeepers, and also we WER_, Mihal started. Don't give me that crap. If you lot were peacekeepers, you all wouldn't have let Lucifer and his angels along with Lilith's demons run rampant in this place. If you aren't warriors, then why the hell are you carrying a sword around, and what were my people killed with kitchen knives? And are you telling me that after Lucifer reported back to heaven about me, he didn't even voice his own opinion against us to the Lord Almighty? I shouted. Mihal stared at me in silence for a few minutes before he bowed his head to me. You are right, Your Highness, on all accounts, and the Lord has asked me to extend his apology, Mihal said. Apology not accepted, because if he was sorry he would have come down and said it to me personally, and also Mihal sorry isn't going to bring back my family, I said with a growl. But, I felt a hand on my shoulder and saw it was Luna and Faust both looking at me with worried looks, causing me to sigh before I looked back at Mihal. However, it's not okay for me to take my anger out on you because you didn't make Lucifer go rouge like that. Please, Your Highness, we deserve your scorn and hatred for our mistakes. I understand you've been through too much over the years and no apology is good enough for that, Mihal said. Let's just forget it. You saved me the trouble of getting into a scrap with those two and my energy hasn't fully replenished yet. But, I hope they will be punished for what they almost did to my son, I said. There is no reason to be concerned about that, Your Highness. I'll see to it personally that these two will be punished, and greatly, Hades said. How badly are you going to punish them? Evo asked. I think it's best not to ask, Hades said. Hey you lot, I'm not exactly a ruler as of yet, so just call me Ashblade or Ash, I said. Very well, Ashblade and Lord Hades, before Lucifer and Lilith are handed over to you, I think it would be wise if we take them to see the Lord so he knows about this, Mihal said. Ashblade was it, Odin said, gaining my attention. That was quite a show you put on a while ago, so whenever you're in Asgard, stop by the hall, well, hold a feast in your honor. I gave a silent nod to the Allfather before the gods' archangel left with Lucifer and Lilith still in their cage, and once I looked at the others I saw this world's group was staring at the place where the others left with gaping mouths. My guess they were probably overwhelmed by the fact that they just saw a group of legends come down from the sky. I shook my head with a smile and Luna gave me a hug, which I returned. Dude, you just stood up to Archangel Mihal, that was just insane, Rage said. I just spoke my mind, but anyway I think we wasted enough time here, I said. We were inside the Dwarf Kingdom, which was hollowed out beneath the mountain, and on the way here we were flown by Giant Spike and we got an amazing view of Dream Valley. I even saw a castle with magenta walls and blue roofs and ponies that stood on four legs play around it. When I looked at Faust I saw her shed a few tears at the sight. I figured it was important to her, so I decided not to say anything. I then put on my assassin robes and hide my wings just so I didn't draw any attention. When we landed I hoped down off Spike and looked at the towering walls that were the entrance to the Dwarf Kingdom that led into the mountain. I pulled on my hood and put on my mask and took a single step forward. Excuse us, coming through. Coming through. Coming through. Coming through. Coming through. I nearly fell backwards when multicolored balls of fur rolled past me. Tell me if I'm crazy, but did those balls of fur just say something? I asked. What are they? Evo asked. They're bush woolies, Faust said with a giggle as she joined us. The so-called bush woolies then stopped in their tracks and stood up and turned around to reveal a pair of eyes and a mouth and a pair of arms. And I saw both Fluttershies were cooing the little creatures. Queen Faust, Lady Amalthea, one of the bush woolies exclaimed, causing the others to say the same thing. Hello everyone, it's good to see you again, but I've been meaning to ask, how have you all survived for so long? Faust asked. Well, after you left, Faust, the magical impact made everyone here immortal, but sadly none of us can reproduce, and before you ask about the solar storm that whipped out most of humanity and every civilization, the machine the demonic angels and dwarves made together protected us, Giant Spike said. I see, but I must look into this later, bush woolies. I'd like you to meet someone. This is Ashblade, Prince of the Demonic Angels, Faust said. The bush woolies then looked at me and I revealed one of my wings before I made it disappear, causing the bush woolies to jump up and down in excitement. You're the Prince of the Demonic Angels. Your Highness, I am so sorry I wasn't there to help you against Lucifer before, Giant Spike said. Don't sweat it, big guy. The first never got the chance to introduce myself, or it's doubtful you would have recognized me, I said. Hey, I hate to break up the love fest here, but don't we have a job to do as in get these two home? Rage asked, gesturing to both Ethan and Evo. Whoops, sorry guys, let's get this over with, so we'll see you guys around, I said as I waved at bush woolies and Giant Spike before Lochtrum led us all inside. When I saw the interior of the mountain, it was almost identical to the one in the movie The Hobbit, only this one was still inhabited by the dwarves. When we made it to the throne room, I saw it was exactly the same minus the gem and symbol on the throne. And behind the throne was a statue of my parents and me as a baby in their arms, and the statues of dwarves that went along the walls were of old dwarven kings. On our way here I did my best not to draw attention to myself, but Faust and the other alicorns were hard to miss. Once we made it to the throne, I saw a dwarf sitting on a throne with a golden and obsidian crown on his head, and the obsidian was shaped like a pair of crows with a circular emerald balanced on both their beaks. The dwarf's beard and hair was dark brown, and his robe screamed royalty, and both rarities were dazzled by it, and his face was aged but strong as well. King Jagoki, we bring guests, Lochtrum said. The king then looked at us, and his eyes lit up with surprise when he saw us. He then got up and walked over to us and hugged Faust, who had kneeled down, and hugged the dwarf back. Ah, Faust, I knew you would return one day, I just knew it, Jagoki said. Hello Jagoki, I'm so happy to see you again as well, and I would have come sooner if I knew everyone was alive, Faust said. Yes, we must talk. How about we have a feast? I'll have my best cooks fix something up, Jagoki said as he let her go. Actually, we came here because my friend here needs your help with something, Faust said as she stood up and backed up next to me and gestured for me to reveal myself. I removed my hood and mask and revealed all 10 of my wings, causing Jagoki to stumble back in surprise, and many gasps filled the room. The king then kneeled and bowed, causing everyone to do the same, and the room was filled with silence. Please Jagoki, you don't need to bow, I'm not royalty yet, but I can see you knew my parents, I said as I gestured to the statue behind the throne. Ashblade, they were by far the most dependable people I knew of, but enough of the past. What can the mighty dwarves do for you? If it's in our power, it'll be done, Jagoki said as I kneeled down to him so we were eye to eye. This should be in your power, your majesty. You see, I need to know the combination for this, I said as I showed them the map, but the look on his face showed worry. I'm not sure how to tell you this, your highness, but most of the combinations we had for these were destroyed when the fallen angels and demons attacked, Jagoki said. Most but not all, please your highness, I'm just trying to get these two home and this can help, but I need the combination for this, I said as I gestured to both Ethan and Evo. I'm sorry Ashblade, but I can't work miracles like you're asking me to, Jagoki said as he began to turn away. There's also another reason, I said, causing the king and everyone to look at me. I summoned the casket I found on the Fortune Seeker and brushed my hand over the lid, wiping off any dust. Ash, is that the same casket you found on the Fortune Seeker? Faust asked. Wait, the Fortune Seeker, the same one captained by Compass Arrow? Daring asked in shock. Yeah, but the case isn't important, what's inside is, I said as I summoned the key and inserted it into the lock and turned it. The case let out a click and I opened the lid, revealing my parents' crowns and the other 2 crowns inside. This caused Faust and some of my friends to gasp in shock before I showed it to the Jagoki, causing his eyes to widen. Your highness, 2 of these were my parents' crowns and they were in the world I am currently living in, and I believe this map somehow showed the ones on that ship where to find it. And if that's the case, this map should have in its history data where the location of these crowns were before they were on the Fortune Seeker. And maybe, just maybe, I'll find out what happened to my parents even if I just find their bodies. I just need to know. I sat in silence and felt a few tears in my eyes. I rarely cried, but that didn't mean that I couldn't, but I felt a hand wipe my eyes. When I looked, I saw Jagoki pick up the map and smile at me before he turned to everyone by the throne. I want the combination for this map found. You here. I don't care if you have to work through the night or have to think of new combinations to do it. But no one stops till this combination is found, Jagoki yelled. The dwarves nodded and the king handed it to a guard who took the map and ran off. The king then helped me stand up and handed me his closed casket. You know it's not right to see a future king cry, but come, we let us go and eat and show you around, Jagoki said as I dried my eyes with a smile and followed him. We were sitting at a table completely filled with both food and drinks. The dwarves were stuffing themselves with food and they were considerate about the ponies and served up some vegetables with food. But all the guys were also stuffing themselves except me. I just had a single serve of food on my plate and watched as the dwarves had a merry time. Some were even tossing food into others' mouths from long distances. Even I caught a couple, but I could see both Rarities and Octavia were a little repulsed by the sight. But I found it fun, and Lochtrum asked me about my adventures in Equestria and my latest fight. And then Habir hits Lucifer in the face with his own mace, sending him flying into the trees, I said, causing the dwarves to let out cheers and raise their mugs to Habir. Betcha glad he came along. Hey your highness, Bragger said. I'm glad everyone has come along if I'm being honest with myself, I said. Excuse me your highness, but what should I do with my plate? Pip asked Jagoki. Here laddie, I'll take care of it, Lochtrum said as he took his plate and tossed it to a dwarf at the far end of the room. The dwarf managed to catch the dish and began to bounce it on parts of his body like a soccer ball, and the dish was delicate as well. I was impressed by the dwarf's skills and I watched as the dish was tossed to another dwarf and it continued till they went out the door. I then noticed some dwarves were banging their utensils against each other and their feet on the floor to get a rhythm going. Oh excuse me, but won't you blunt the knives like that? Rarity asked in an almost scolding tone. Oh you hear that lads, she says, we'll blunt the knives, a dwarf said. Blunt the knives, bend the forks, a dwarf began to sing. Smash the bottles and burn the corks, another sang. Chip the glasses and crack the plots, that's what Miss Rarity Bell hates, the rest of the dwarfs sang. I got up and joined in the plate tossing, and both Rainbow Dashes, Ethan, Evo and Rage had joined in, and even Pip tossed me a few plates. This went on, and in a matter of seconds the table was spotless and everyone gave an applause to the performance while I gave a bow. Keep that up and you'll be teaching our sons bad manners, Luna said, giving me a raised eyebrow, and I noticed Midnight smiling and clapping his tiny little hands, and Pip was laughing. Easy fix, I whispered before I walked over to Pip and rested a hand on his head and gave it a quick rub. Hey Pip, I need you to promise me that you won't do what I just did, I said, causing Pip to give me a sad face and the dwarf's cheers to become silent. Unless it's here when we visit again, understood? Yes sir, Pip said with a smile, causing the dwarfs to cheer again. I looked at Luna and saw her roll her eyes with a smile and shake her head. But I gave her a kiss on top of her head and rubbed her arm before I looked at the others who were enjoying themselves. I then looked at Jagoki. He gestured me to follow him, and so I did. I followed the dwarf king down some hallways and we came to a stop on a walkway high above the city. The view was spectacular and I saw rivers made of melted gold and dwarves hard at work going places. Quite a sight, isn't it, Jagoki said. I'd have never imagined a place such as this existed, I said as I leaned against a support pillar that held the walkway to the roof. Hey, believe it or not, this place only took 50 years to start and finish, Jagoki said. 50 you say, and on your own? I find that hard to believe, I said with a smirk aimed at the king. Oh alright, we had some help from the demonic angels and cyclopes, they were a good bunch those ones. Best stonemasons you could find anywhere and a lot of your kin's magic into helping make the machinery for this place along with the metal we mine, Jagoki said. I can believe that. Hey, Your Highness, why did you ask me to follow you? I can tell it's not for my opinion on the view, I said. Indeed, I have something I think you should have, and please call me Jagoki. It feels weird if you're calling me Your Highness and I have to call you by name, Jagoki said before he led me down the walkway and down a few more corridors. We entered what looked like a gallery. I looked at the many portraits till we stopped at one that had a golden gilded frame and a red background, and me and my parents were in it. I then placed a hand on the picture and felt tears threatening to spill from my eyes. You have your mother eyes and your father's looks, you know, Jagoki said. Guess that explains why everyone says I'm devilishly handsome, I said, causing the pair of us to laugh. And his sense of humor too, Jagoki said as he began to calm down. Oh, how I miss his jokes. He often did the same thing you did back there with the plates when he dropped by. Alga often told him off saying you'd better not do that in front of the baby. Must have been trying to teach you how to be an angel. Did they always bicker about things like that? I asked. But when it came to deciding what crown you would wear, oh, that was the worst. But then Faust suggested that when you were old enough and too young to be bribed, they would let you pick. The one with all the gems was your dad's idea while your mom's was the silver band, but turns out making those crowns was a waste since they're a bit small now, Jagoki said with a sigh. Maybe not, I said. Got an idea, Ash? Jagoki asked. Yeah, is all right if I leave it here and come back for it? I asked. Of course, Ash, Jagoki said. Come on, let's head back to the dining room, I said as I led him back to the dining room and I saw the others were talking. Luna, can I hold Midnight for a bit? Luna then handed me Midnight and I sat at the table next to Pip. I then summoned the casket holding the crowns and opened the lid revealing them. Okay, Midnight, since you're the youngest you get to pick, I said to my Midnight as I held him. Midnight looked at the crowns and reached an arm out to the silver crown, which caused me to smile. I asked Pip to hold Midnight before I took the jewel crown out with both hands and placed it on Pip's head before I picked up the silver crown and placed it on Midnight's head. But Midnight let out a cute little sneeze causing the crown to fall forward onto his face, causing a few to chuckle and the mares to coo at him. Maybe a little big, but these crowns are yours now. You two and your grandparents would have wanted you to have them, I said as I fixed up Midnight's crown. Thank you, Dad, Pip said with an innocent smile. Duh, Midnight said, causing the entire room to go silent. Ash, did Midnight just say? Rage asked. Midnight said again. My entire world just froze at what had just happened. Luna was crying with joy before she scooped up Midnight and hugged him while Pip just cheered, causing everyone else to cheer alongside him. But both pinkies went ballistic, creeping out a lot of dwarfs. I stood up and embraced Luna and Midnight and Pip joined in on the hug, so I placed hand on Pip's back and pulled him closer. Milord. I looked at the source of the voice, which was a dwarf guard, and everyone calmed down. Milord, we found the combination, the dwarf said. We were in a large hexagon-shaped room and in the center was a small pillar with a purple cushion on it, and on the cushion was the map. A dwarf handed me a scroll of parchment, and when I opened it I saw the combination was for the symbols on the map. So I picked it up and pushed the buttons when suddenly the top opened, displaying a blue glowing crystal. I placed the map down on the cushion and backed away when suddenly bright lights like a swarm of fireflies flew out of the crystal and swirled around till they formed spears. There were thousands if not millions of tiny spears all over the place, and they looked like planets, gaining many oohs and ahs from the others. I then reached out and touched one and saw the word Earth appear above it and some numbers and letters after it. I then touched another orb and saw it was labeled Earth as well, but with different numbers and letters. I then touched another and received the same thing. I was confused at first till it hit me like a brick. It's a map of the multiverse, I said before I looked at the Jagoki and Faust. Are you saying that demonic angels were able to map out the multiverse? Your parents had a life before they became rulers, Ash. They explored the multiverse, mapping it as they went, Jagoki said. I was beyond words at the moment and I needed to get my head together and saw a small flat surface on the map. I pulled out the bullet that was in Ethan and made sure to clean up any blood before I placed it on the surface. The surface then lit up and the planets changed and then began to disappear, only leaving one behind. I walked over to the spear and tapped it and saw words appear over it. Equestria, X32. Looks like this is the one, you two, I said, calling over Ethan and Evo. Are you sure? Ethan asked. Most definitely, and I think I have an idea on how to get you home. But first I need to ask, can you still get in contact with the merchant that sent you to that Equestria? I asked, only for Ethan to shake his head. No, once you are sent to an Equestria he doesn't communicate with you anymore. If he did he'd be dead, Ethan said. Then it's time I asked a certain someone for a favor, however I'm not going to like this, I said as I pulled out one of the outsider's bone runes. Ash, no, making a deal with him would be like shaking hands with the devil, Faust said. You have a better idea, I asked, receiving silence from Faust. Don't worry, I'll make sure I know what I'm getting myself into. I then used my magic on the rune, causing the room to dim and become colder, and the outsider materialized before me. Hello again, Ash. I can see you have been busy as of late, challenging your would-have-been murderers and then handing them to the fates of the gods. Also, losing your temper at them is quite interesting. I doubt there are many who would even dare such a thing, the outsider said. You were always the guy to be rude in an indirect way, Ethan said as she pointed her index finger at the outsider. The outsider then looked at Ethan and then Evo, but his face remained emotionless. This is quite a surprise, Ethan, the outsider said. Wait a second, Ethan, are you another one on the outsider's interest list? I asked. Yay, pretty much. He came to me about 1005 years ago telling me that he was interested in me because he couldn't see all of my future. She said with a shrug. Wait, why is he interested in you? Same reason he also told me I had a prophesy, but I need to know what the hell it is, I said with a growl. You'll find out soon enough, but why have you summoned me? My time is precious and I have others to see, the outsider said. Me, Rage, Ethan and Evo want to travel to Equestria Universe X32 and we need your help to get there, and once we've finished, Rage and I wish to return here, no strings attached, I said. And before you say anything, outsider, you owe me one, Ethan said. Wait, he does, I asked. I remember, Ethan, so I'll grant this request, the outsider said before he snapped his fingers and disappeared and a portal opened. Wait, you guys can't go, what about the party for midnight? Pinky asked. Pinks, I need to help these guys home now, they are greatly missed by their loved ones. But Pinks, do me a favor and prep for it. That will drive me to come back quicker. Cause a party for my son's first words is a definite no for me. All right, I said. Just come back safe, Luna said before she gave me a quick kiss on the lips. I will, I promise, I said before I summoned my armor and weapons and walked through the portal with Ethan, Evo and Rage, who had also summoned his armor and weapons. We exited the portal to see we were at the train station, but I could see holes in the roof and bullet holes in walls and broken glass everywhere. I saw caribou and zebras fighting each other and posh tiger tanks rolling down the streets either shooting or running over zebras, and some buildings were burning. But to put it simply, this place reminded me of Operation Market Garden in World War II, and that was a bloodbath from hell. My God, Rage said in shock. Was it like this when you left? I asked. No, they didn't. They still had 18th century tech. Evo, check the security cameras in the garage, Ethan ordered. Evo pulled his hand up and then swiped down, creating a holographic screen that showed the security system. He then tapped on the word cameras, and a new screen popped up and showed caribou scientists in a lab working on different weapons. Shit, they got into our weapons room and our blueprints, Evo said as he moved his arm to the side, causing the screen to shatter like glass, and Ethan had looked back to the chaos once more. How long were we gone? Ethan asked. I don't know, but let's find your wife first and you can ask later, but from what I can obviously see, the caribou and zebra are fighting and the caribou are the bad guys. We kill the king, everything can go back to normal, I said. All right, let's do this, Ethan said before she turned to us. Now how do you go about this? Go in guns blazing or a stealthy approach? Rage and I looked at each other and we began to laugh our heads off. What's so funny? Ethan asked, clearly not getting the picture. Sorry, but stealth isn't exactly an option anymore, and besides we all know we want to go in hard, I said. Well, okay, fine, I was meaning to have an excuse to use this, Ethan said as she snapped her fingers and summoning an armored truck. Shotgun, Rage said quickly. Fine, I've got the gunner seat, I said. I'll drive then, Ethan said with a sigh. Where are you going to go, Evo? I'll sit in the back, he answered. We mounted the truck and I checked the ammo to see it was empty, so I snapped my fingers, turning the gun into a magic destruction crystal loaded weapon. I gave a nod and banged on the roof of the truck twice, and Ethan put the pedal to the metal. The truck took off, running over any caribou in our way, while I used the gun to put some holes in the tanks, and both Rage and Evo weren't out of the picture either. Each of them summoned a long-range weapon and shot any caribou that came in sight. We seemed to be becoming more popular by the second at how many caribou we were seeing, but Ethan kept on making sharp turns, causing me to almost hit my face on the gun. Hey, careful on the turns, Ethan, this isn't a rally car race. I called out. I know that, but would you rather get blown up? Ethan asked as she jerked the wheel as we avoided a shell from a tank that was ahead of us. I fired at the tank, causing it to explode in a shower of metal, and we turned the corner and saw the castle was dead ahead. I felt the car pick up speed and I fixed myself on the gun and shot the several barricades that stood in our path, causing the caribou to scatter. I was preoccupied in shooting the caribou before they could hit us with bazookas. I didn't notice the tiger tank roll up behind us. We were almost to the front gates when I felt the heat of an explosion on the back of the truck and we were blown into the air and at the gates. I managed to duck just in time before we crashed through it and we were sent into a barrel roll and the truck stopped on its side. Woo, thank God this thing can withstand several explosions, Ethan said as she turned the truck off. Is everybody alright? I'm alright, but in my opinion we have to be the luckiest and craziest sons of bitches to ever exist, Rage said. Head hurts but I'll live, Evo said as he rubbed his head. I twisted my ankle pretty bad, but I'll fix it up, I said as I looked at my ankle that was twisted 180 degrees around before I used blood manipulation to twist it back around with a sicking crunch. I then repaired the damage done to my leg and didn't even grimace in pain. If I ever meet the guy who invented blood manipulation, remind me to thank him big time. Okay, so we have made ourselves known. What do you want to do next? Blow in the front door and search your call, Ethan said as she opened her door and popped her head out and sat there in silence for a bit. Or maybe they take us in. When I looked through my window I saw that the truck had been surrounded by dozens of caribou. Not necessarily, I said before I teleported everyone onto a roof with a view of all the caribou in the car. Forgive me, Ethan, but I left a gift in the car for them, I said before I pushed a button causing the car to explode, killing all the caribou that stood around it. Do you think I overdid it? A simple look at the others confirmed my answer. Nah, we all said in sync. Trust me, I did the same thing when we were at the Griffin Empire before this all began. Do you think Diane knows we're here? Ethan asked. Don't forget it was a $2.2 million car, Evo mumbled. Let's just pray these guys are total morons and didn't think on it, but with the battle going on down there it's unlikely they'll keep bothering the king requesting orders. And if he has such a wall built around himself then he may think he's very safe and he can keep doing what he wants, Rage said. True, but he hasn't met us. I suggest we split up and find the prick, and if we do find him we contact each other mentally. But leave him for Ethan, but go nuts on any caribou who are with him, I said. All of us gave a nod before we teleported off to different sections of the castle. I teleported upside down on the ceiling of a hallway and ran along it, but put on my assassin robes and mask to attract less noise. When I came to a hallway filled with doors I cut the gravity spell and fell to the floor, but I spread my wings silencing my land before I hugged the wall and checked inside each room. At first I found nothing, but when I opened the door I saw a caribou raping a maid who was tied to the bed. Her uniform was in ruins and she had words drawn onto her body, but I was too far away to read them. The mare was gauged and she had tears of sadness and pain streaming down her face, and around her neck was a black collar and I saw a stump of a horn on her forehead. I had enough of what I was seeing. I pulled out damnation and flicked a switch on it, silencing the weapon when I fired it. I opened the door and walked inside. I saw the mare look at me, but I raised a finger to my mouth for silence. Look at me, you dumb whore, the caribou shouted before he grabbed the mare's face and forced her to look at him. I stood to the side of the caribou, pulled the hammer on the gun back, causing the gun to let out a loud click that got the caribou's attention. He slowly looked at me and I glared at him. Who the Tartarus are you? The caribou asked. Just a guy that's also your worst nightmare, I said, causing the caribou to laugh. Do you honestly think I'm afraid of you? I bet you don't have the balls to do it, the caribou said. Try me, I said before I pulled the trigger, putting a hole in the caribou's head. I saw the body fall before I looked at the mare and saw she was absolutely terrified of me. I extended a hidden blade to cut the bonds holding her. But the mare began to panic and looked away from me, but I walked over to her bonds and cut the rope that held her down. When the mare noticed her arm was free, she stopped panicking and looked at me while I severed the remaining bonds. Once I was done, I sheathed my hidden blade and helped the mare sit up. She then tried to find the latch for the ball gag in her mouth. But I placed a hand on hers to stop her before I took care of it, and once I was done, I removed her collar and tossed it away. Are you all right, miss? I asked. Why, yes, thank you. I thought there weren't any nice males left in the world, the mare said softly. Well, I'm actually from another universe. Really, I came here with a friend to help fix your world, I said. Really? The mare exclaimed. I would never lie about something like this, I said. The mare's tears burst forth and she grabbed the front of my robes and cried into my chest. I placed a hand on her back and rubbed it, coaxing her to let it all out. It's ending. This nightmare is truly ending, the mare sobbed. I just gave a smile before I remembered her horn. I gave a look at it and saw it was cut off. I became angry at this but decided to help this mare with her horn before I got the caribou. I gently pushed the mare backwards before I placed a finger in front of her as a one-moment gesture before my right hand had live fire on the palm. The mare was spellbound, and when I brought it close to her she didn't shy away but just gazed at it before I touched the stump of her horn with my palm. And when I pulled my hand away, a new horn grew in its place. The mare looked at her new horn in shock and tested it out. She levitating a glass and pitcher on the side of the room and poured some water into the glass before setting them down again. By Celestia, thank you. I don't know if I'll ever be able to repay you, the mare said. None of that is necessary. I just need to know where the princesses and the caribou king are, I said. The throne room, that is where they are most of the time. Do you want me to show you? The mare asked. No need, you just get somewhere safe, I said as I got off the bed and made my way over to the door. Wait, the mare said, causing me to stop and look back at her. You look like a human, like Ethan Smith, but your wings say otherwise. Could you tell me who and what you are before you leave? My name is Ashblade and I am the last demonic angel, I said with a hidden smile while the mare stared at me in shock at the word angel. I left the room and made my way down the corridors till I arrived at the throne room, and I saw it was guarded by 4 caribou, which I couldn't help but smile at how easy this would be. I grabbed a spring razor and created a shield and silencing spell on the door before I tossed the spring razor at the guards, which landed in between them. The guards looked at the spring razor curiously before they were shredded. I then casually walked over to the door and removed the enchantments I placed on it. I then turned myself into smoke and slipped through the cracks and saw the entire room was filled with caribou. I then flew up to the rafters and looked around and saw all of the main 6 were here along with Cadence, Celestia, Gleaming Shield, a mare that looked like the female version of Blueblood, Luna, and finally to my shock Nightmare Moon was also here. I saw all the mares had severed horns like the other mare I helped, and the ones with wings had brown boxes on their back and all had a collar around their necks. Some of them had red collars instead of black ones. I then looked around. I saw the bastard tyrant of a king wearing a smug smile on his face as he looked at the mares getting raped. It's hard to imagine both Ethan and Evo lost to this creep, but if they did it means I shouldn't underestimate him, I said mentally before I contacted the others. Guys, I found our target. He's in the throne room with the princesses and element bearers. Make your entrance as stealthily as you can. I'm in the rafters waiting for you, Ethan, and you'd better hurry, cause if I have to look at what is happening in here for any longer I'm going to spill blood. Read you loud and clear, Ash, Ethan thought as she blinked right next to me in the rafters. Okay, I've got an idea, but I need to ask, can you see in the dark? Anyway is fine just as long as you can see clearly, I said. Yeah, I can see in the dark. What's the plan of action? Ethan asked. Okay, I was thinking I'd cut off all light in the room and take down as many caribou while I play a song while you go down and do whatever you want to the caribou that are raping your friends. Hell, chop their dicks off for all I care, but once the song ends I'm gonna turn the lights back on, and once that happens they're gonna wish they stayed off, I said with a devious smirk hidden behind my mask. I love the plan, let's get cracking, Ethan said with a sadistic smile as wires came from her gloves and circled around her. Okay, just stay here till you see an opening. I'm gonna grab their attention, and remember, you get the easy part, one get the fun part, I said as I summoned my armor. I then used my magic to make thick sheets of shadows cover the windows, leaving only the lit torches. But none of the caribou seemed to notice the windows, so I used my magic to make shadowy bony hands reach down and try and grab the flames, snuffing them out one by one. Anyone who saw the lights disappear began to freak out slightly till there was only the chandelier left. I then gave a little puff of wind and the room went dark, and I heard a commotion of caribou trying to figure out what was going on. I then used a night vision spell on my eyes and selected a song on my iPod, but made sure to dim the light so we weren't discovered. I then pulled out a rope dart and leapt from rafter to rafter while the music echoed around the room. I then threw a rope dart downward while I was in midair before I landed on the rafter in front of me. I then jumped off the rafter and pulled the caribou up. I swung down and kicked a caribou in the chest, sending him flying before I then planted the rope into the ground and drew damnation and fired it at 2 caribou. This caused the caribou to start panicking and looking for weapons to defend themselves with, while I then drew whispering wind and began slashing caribou. I then used the blood of the caribou to make some spikes stick up from the ground, and I grabbed the closest caribou and threw him on them, causing some caribou to shoot whatever made the noise. I was having fun with the caribou. I then used damnation to shoot several more caribou. But that caused the all to turn my way and start shooting me. The movement was sudden. I took many bullets, but fortunately my armor caused the bullets to bounce off me. I then stopped all the bullets with my magic before I sent them back to the caribou who shot them. I then made my right hand become angelic and summoned my chakram, or halo blade as I like to call it. I tossed it at the caribou, slashing them before I caught it and made it disappear again before I rushed forward and stopped right in front of a caribou. I then made my left hand become demonic and tapped the caribou, causing the caribou to become engulfed in fire that revealed part of me for a few seconds before I fled back into the darkness. I then saw Ethan was taking care of the mares and was brutally tending to the caribou. But their screams reached the others and they were about to investigate the screams. But I then made the chainsaws for my wrists and legs before I raced at the caribou, using all my limbs to shred them apart with great ease. I then twirled around as I went forward, cutting apart caribou like a tornado rips through a forest. Once I was done, I kneeled on the ground with my back facing the throne and hid my wings and made the blood saws vanish just as the song ended, and I made the shadows on the windows disappear, allowing light to return to the room. All eyes then turned to me before I slowly stood up and turned to look at the ruin I brought. Well, what do we have here? Two humans interrupting our session. I can see you've been busy in a short amount of time, Diane said. I was the one who was doing most the slaughtering here. I was struggling to come up with new methods to kill, I said calmly. Well, I will admit you and your tramp have done well. For a pair of lowly humans, Diane said. Oh, and who said we were humans? I said, causing the caribou and the mares to give us confused looks. I'm gonna have your guts. I looked to my right and saw a caribou with a slash in his side from my halo blade. Brave words from a dead caribou, I said. I'm not dead yet, the caribou exclaimed with rage. You're right, it appears my watch is a few seconds fast, I said as I looked at an imaginary watch. The caribou then charged at me in rage, but he didn't make it very far because a spike made blood impaled him through his stomach and out the other side. I could see the caribou was still alive, so I made long thin spikes appear on the other side of the spike where it had gone through. I then allowed a dark smile to curve upward on my lips before I made the spike pull itself out of the caribou along with a lot of his organs before he was dumped to the floor. The spike turned back into liquid, dropping the organs with a wet splat. Now then I can see this playing field is a little uneven and I am a gentleman at heart. I'm going to remove my armor and won't use my blood manipulation on you. That way you don't have to worry about being impaled by your deceased comrade's blood, I said as I used my magic to make my armor fall off my body and hit the floor, causing it to form a spider web of cracks under its massive weight. As my armor fell off my body, I summoned my robes to cover myself with, and as I removed my helmet I pulled my hood over my head and placed my mask over my face. I then saw a caribou crawling along the floor, split in two. I then walked past the caribou and dropped my helmet on his head, crushing it as if it were a cockroach. I walked into the center of the room and stared at the Diane in silence for a few seconds. Now then, how about you, sir? And I was cut off when the caribou used their M4s on me, which were loaded with orichalcum bullets, while Diane just smiled. I was forced into a kneeling position while I tried to slow down the blood, and I saw Ethan give me a worried look. Clean this up and bring that human bitch to me. She'll make a nice new addition to my harem, Diane said. I could tell Ethan was about ready to attack, but I decided to end the facade and made all the blood I lost crawl back into my wounds while about 30 caribou surrounded me. I then charged up a lot of energy into a compressed ball and leapt into the air and unleashed it at the same time as revealing all 10 of my wings, while the energy turned all the caribou that surrounded me into ashes. I then flapped all of my wings, keeping me midair before I used my blood manipulation to push the bullets out of my body and heal the wounds, shocking everyone before I gracefully landed on the floor. Now that was just plain rude, and didn't I say I'm not exactly human, I said. A gunshot went off and the bullet whizzed past my head. I then saw where the bullet came from before I drew damnation and shot the caribou's gun right down the barrel, causing the gun to explode, killing the caribou. And while I was busy with that, a pair of caribou snuck up behind me, but I noticed them before they could use their swords. The pair ran after me while I dodged backwards. I then got an idea. I ran at a pillar in the room and the caribou followed me, but I ran a few steps up the pillar, avoiding a strike from one of the caribou's swords. I then flipped over one of the caribou and landed with a roll and kicked a caribou in the head with my left foot, making go airborne. I then spun around clockwise while drawing Whispering Wind and hacked the caribou in two before I spun around and made Whispering Wind cut along the second caribou's neck. I then rested Whispering Wind on my shoulders and looked at the caribou. At first it looked like I missed the second caribou cause his eyes were still looking around. I then reached out and flicked the caribou's forehead and the head came rolling off before the body slumped to the floor, and I looked back at the king. Last chance surrender, I said, but Diane just scowled at me before he made a gesture with his hands ordering his men to finish me off, while I just sighed and looked at Ethan. Tried to warn them. I then snapped my fingers and a metal ball appeared next to me. Raps, sick em, I said. The RAPS obeyed and charged at the charging caribou and sliced them on contact while the caribou tried to shoot it. But the spiked ball of death had reinforced armor, making hard for them, and when the caribou were on 10 the RAPS exploded, impaling its spikes into the remaining caribou. But I placed a shield around myself and helped Ethan with a shield for the mares, so we were out of danger from being hit. Once it was over I looked over to Ethan, who was sitting on top of the throne. Not bad, huh, I said as I summoned my armor back onto my body, but I grabbed my helmet and began cleaning off all the blood and brain matter on it. Yay, it was good. Now Diane, I'm going to ask you a few questions and I want you to answer them, Ethan said as she hopped down next to me. Diane just gave a cocky grin before he teleported behind us and started to run out of the room. I looked to Ethan and saw she was wearing hunting gear and had a sniper rifle in her hand. If you excuse me, I have some caribou tags to fill in before they expire, Ethan said as she walked out the room and left me with the mares. Why, that cocky little shit, sigh. Oh well, I said with a shrug as I replaced my mask and hood with my helmet. Oh, excuse me. I turned to look at the noise and saw the main six and the princesses and Nightmare Moon were staring at me. I also saw they were all nude. I felt my cheeks begin to feel warm before I looked away and summoned some clothes for them. You'd best put some clothes on, I said while keeping my back turned. I then saw the mess I created while I was here, so I used my magic to pick up the bodies along with smashed bits and blood and made a pile for it in the corner of the room, leaving the room spotless except for a few bullet holes in the walls. I then made a small flame of death fire on the tips of my index and middle finger before I flicked it at the pile of caribou, igniting it before I looked back at the others and saw they had gotten changed. When I saw Nightmare Moon, I saw she was breathtakingly beautiful without her helmet, causing me to swallow some air before I shook my head, regaining my senses before I noticed the state both Fluttershy and the female Blueblood were in. Are those two all right? I asked as I stepped towards them, only for Applejack and Rainbow Dash to block the way. Not another step closer, ya hear? Applejack demanded. Yeah, how do we know we can trust you? Rainbow Dash asked. Let's recap. First off, I take down an entire room filled with caribou. I'm also with the person that helped stop those bastards from continually raping you. And if she saw me as an enemy or an unknown guy, she wouldn't have left me all alone with you guys. And lastly, you all saw what I did to those caribou, so if I wanted to try something I would have done it. Instead of giving you clothing and cleaning up the mess of bodies I left behind and also explaining this to you, I said. My words seemed to hit the two hard. They gave each other a look before they let me pass. I then kneeled down in front of Fluttershy and looked to see the blank emotionless look on her face. Epsilon, break this down for me, I said. At once, Ash, Epsilon said in a 5-inch tall version of himself, causing the others to look in curiosity. Ash, it appears that this version of Miss Fluttershy has had her mind broken by severe sexual torture and activity. Damn caribou, if I could I'd wipe out their entire species, I growled. Actually Ash, that is possible. Your magic levels have increased exponentially today. With a trigger you'll be able to activate Juggernaut Dragon once again today, Epsilon said. Don't tempt me, Epsilon, I still have an event to get back to, remember, so focus on this. How do we help her? I said. The answer is simple, but it will be painful, Epsilon said as a screen appeared in front of me. Epsilon, aren't there any other options? I asked before getting rid of the screen. None that will work as well as this, I'm afraid, Epsilon said. Great, Sai, let's get this over with, I said. Whoa, 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 if you're going to be hurting my friend, I'm going to give you a permanent reminder, or me, Rainbow said, getting in my face. Fluttershy isn't going to be the one that's in pain, Rainbow dash, the only one who will feel the pain is the caster, I said. Oh, what? Rainbow asked. Oh, for the love of Faust, all the mental trauma Fluttershy has felt and gone through will be transferred to someone else, mainly me, because I'm casting the spell, I said. But won't you put you in the same position as her? Nightmare Moon asked. Not unless you've had a similar experience and woke up from it, I said as I placed a hand on Fluttershy's forehead and whispered the spell in Demonic Angel. Suddenly pain flowed right into my head, causing me to let out small cries of pain and walk backwards, threatening to fall over before I collapsed onto my knees. I coughed up a little blood behind my helmet, which I quickly cleaned up with my blood manipulation before I looked at Fluttershy, who looked like she was waking up from a peaceful dream. When she looked at us and saw she wasn't wearing anything, she let out her world-famous eep and tried to cover herself while blushing like crazy before I summoned some clothes for her. Fluttershy, you're back, Rainbow cried before hugging the mare. Yes, but where did I go again, if you don't mind me asking? Fluttershy asked. You were blank when the caribou did something to break your brain, Pinky said. My brain is broken, Fluttershy exclaimed. No, Pinky said. So my mind wasn't broken, Fluttershy asked. I decided to tune out of that cause I knew where it was headed and saw the female blue blood was still in her state. So I picked myself up and stumbled over to her. I then placed my hand on her forehead, yielding the same results, only a little stronger. I clutched my head, screaming in pain again, and felt the urge to throw up more blood again, this time spat out 2 handfuls of blood and land on the floor, causing the others to panic. Celestia checked on the mare while everyone else minus Nightmare Moon asked me I was alright, but my only response was me shakily rising to my feet and beginning my walk to the door. Hang on, partner, just where do you think you're going? Applejack asked, blocking my path. To go and help some more mares, I said as I began to walk around her, only for her to block my path again. In that condition, are you mad? Rarity asked. This isn't the worst condition I've been in and still have the energy to keep going, I said. Well, I'm going to ask you to sit now and recover your strength, Celestia said as she gestured to a table and a set of chairs around it. I don't recommend sitting on those chairs while I'm wearing this, I said, gesturing to my armor. Why is that? Luna asked. See for yourself, I said as I pulled off my right gauntlet and held it out to her. Luna placed her hands under the gauntlet, and once I placed it in her hands and let go, she almost buckled under the weight if she didn't drop the piece of armor. The ground beneath the armor cracked, causing everyone but me to stare wide-eyed at the armor. My point proven, so I think I'll stand, I said as I snatched my gauntlet off the ground and put it on. How can you be moving with all that weight on you? Twilight asked. Same way Ethan can, we're just strong enough to lift it, I said. Ethan, did thou say Ethan? Luna asked in shock. Ethan the Wanderer, or the crazy son of a bitch? Ethan, yeah, I know him, I said. Where is he? Luna asked. He was just in the room with us, ran after Diane, I said. Wait, are you saying that woman who was also here was Ethan? Rainbow asked before she started laughing. Do not play with us, we hath asked thou where Ethan is not a woman, Luna growled. Look, all I know is when we met he died, and yet somehow I don't know how he resurrected himself and was turned into a chick, I said. He's telling the truth, your highness, Applejack said. Very well, Luna said. Hang on a second, how did you know all of our names? Twilight asked. I know of you guys from another universe entirely. To put it simply, I'm from a similar universe, only we have a different problem than yours, I said. Another universe, this is amazing, Twilight said, scribbling my words down in a notepad. And what was your position in this Equestria? Celestia asked. Basically the same as Ethan's. I am its protector along with my brother Burning Rage, who is also here, I said. Well, we thank you for coming to our aid, Mr. Rarity started. Oh, forgive my lack of manners, my name is Ash Blade, I said as I removed my helmet and fixed up my hair so my fringe slightly covered my right eye, and when I looked at the others, I saw some were staring at me and all others had that dreamy look in their eyes, and Rarity, Celestia and Cadence were fanning themselves with burning cheeks. What, I doubt I'm that good looking. You're right, you're absolutely gorgeous, Rarity purred. I'm flattered, I said with a nervous laugh as I backed away slowly. I can imagine this handsome stud is a real hit with the mares, Celestia said, biting her lip. Well, not at first, but later on they began to warm up to me, I said, still backing away. Have you found someone? Cadence asked. Yeah, and it's a really big coincidence, I said, causing the mares to stop their advance and look at me curiously. Who? The mares asked in sync. Princess Luna, I said, causing everyone to stare at me in shock, but more so from Luna. Details now, Cadence demanded as she grabbed the front of my armor and began to shake me. I then extended my wings and launched myself backwards, managing to grip the pillar with an iron grip. Would you calm down, sheesh, it's not like I don't deal with this home, I said. Apologize, but would you be kind enough to tell us something about your relationship? Cadence asked in a nicer tone. I'll answer from up here till I'm ready to come down, I said. Fine, what is your relationship with your Luna? Is she your wife or mare friend? Cadence asked. Mare friend, but she lives with me in Ponyville because she can't stand Canterlot, I said. Well, that's something I wouldn't expect, but tell me, why do you love Luna? Celestia asked. Well, her smile, for one. Whenever I wake up I always see her smiling, and that seems to give me enough energy to get through anything, and her personality is amazing when she's doing whatever. We both have a love for drawing as well, we even made our own constellation together, I said, causing Cadence to squeal like a little filly and Celestia to smirk while Luna and Nightmare Moon both blushed. So you weren't interested in being in bed with royalty? Rainbow asked. What's that supposed to mean? I asked with a small growl. I'm just saying most stallions would take the fame and ditch the mare, Rainbow said. I leapt off the pillar and began to walk towards the cyan flyer while she stepped back. Let me get something straight with you, Skittles. I love Luna with all my heart and soul. She is beautiful, but I don't give a damn about that even if she is a princess. To me, she's just a mare that seeks love like so many others, and in case you haven't taken a good look yet, I'm no stallion, I said, empathizing the last part by poking her chest. Noted, Rainbow gulped. Besides, whenever the position was offered up to me, I flat out refused to take it, I said as I walked back to the pillar and leaned on it. Position meaning you were offered a position on the throne? Celestia asked. Many times, and each time I refused, I said, causing everyone's mouths to drop. Okay, I have to call bullcrap on that, Rainbow said. But he ain't lying, Rainbow. He's been telling us the honest truth the entire time he's been here, Applejack said. The only time I'll lie to anyone is when it's absolutely necessary or to protect someone, nothing more, nothing less, I said as I folded my arms over my chest. Truth again, Applejack said. Well then, Ashblade, you once again have our gratitude for coming to help us in our time of need, Celestia said as she was about to bow. Don't bow, Celestia, it's not necessary, I said, causing Celestia to let out a giggle. It appears you do have more humility than I thought you did, Celestia said. Excuse me, Ashblade, but this going to sound dumb, but are you a human? I only ask because of the wings on your back, Twilight said. I gave a smile and extended all 10 of my wings to show the mares who were awed at the sight before I hid 8 of them again, leaving a single pair of wings. Holy buck, that's cool, but why do you have 10 wings and only show 2? Rainbow asked. Showing others that I have 10 wings is normally used for formal meetings or combat to make myself look more intimidating. It also displays my rank among others, I said. But why are they like that? Rarity asked. They basically display my parents. My mother was an angel, I said as I pointed to the feathers on my wings before I pointed to the webbed half below them. And my father was a demon. The mares stared at me in shock when they heard what my parents wear. The looks on their faces was absolutely priceless. I was having a hard time trying to contain my laughter. If I may ask, why do you have 10 wings? Rainbow asked. Well, that's a bit of a long story, but I should tell that my species are what's called demonic angels, and the reason why I have 10 wings is because I was born into the family that ruled over the demonic angels, I said. Wait a second, you were born into royalty, then why the hell did you say you rejected it? Rainbow asked. Just let me finish, I'm not done with my story, okay, I said, causing everyone to go silent and listen. I did reject being given the title, but I didn't know I was of a royal bloodline at the time, cause you see, when a demonic angel is born, they are normally born in a lab that is used to fuse holy and unholy magic together. But I'm a special case because I'm the first and only naturally born demonic angel, and because of that my body was infused with enough power to go toe-to-toe against gods and devils. I was meant to be a symbol of peace between heaven and hell. That's quite extraordinary, Celestia said. Yeah, but we're not done with this story yet, cause you see, not all of the angels and demons believed in peace and preferred the fighting. I was almost assassinated twice, once by an angel called Lucifer and a she-demon by the name of Lilith, I said, earning several shocked looks from the mares. The two obviously failed in their attempt, but it didn't stop them. They declared war on my home and burned it to the ground, killing anyone who stood against them. But, in a last-ditch effort to save me, my parents entrusted me to the husband of Faust to hide me away. Hold on, did you say Faust? Rarity asked. Yeah, the same Faust who created Equestria, to be exact. She's living among us. We speak because of me, I said, causing the mares to stare at me in a mix of emotions. Such a tragic backstory, it reminds me of one of my favorite novels, Rarity said. Oh, it gets better. Centauri after Centauri of me living on my planet. I'm born into an era of conflict and war. The only thing I've ever been known to do is fight and survive, and all that time I believed I was a regular human. But when I came to Equestria, everything was revealed to me, turned my world on its head, I said. I can never imagine having to go through all of that, Luna said. Yeah, hard life, but not like I can complain, I said. Hey, you said you've been in worst conditions before when you helped out Fluttershy and Princess Bluebell. Would you mind telling us? Rainbow asked. That will take too long, but I can show you all if you like, I suggested, earning a nod from the mare. I then used my magic to unlatch all my torso armor and placed it down next to me before I began removing the top part of my robes. What are you doing? Twilight asked in a bit of shock while her cheeks glowed scarlet. Hush, Twilight, don't spoil the mood, Cadence said. I removed the last article of clothing on my torso, leaving it bare, and most of the mares to blush like crazy, and some of the mares with wings became stiff. Some even had surprise when they saw my left arm, but one thing was clear, they were all staring at my torso. Hey, my eyes are up here, I said as I clicked my fingers twice, getting their attention. Apologize, we just weren't expecting. Well, that, Rarity said, her cheeks still burning. Hey, I thought you said there was damage, and yet the only thing out of place is your left arm, Rainbow said. Oh, I actually gave that up to save a life, but anyway, the reason you can't see any damage is because my body has healed from it, I said. Then how can you show us? Rainbow asked. I just smiled before I used my magic and showed them my right hand. The mares watched as the skin and muscle began to burn and peel itself apart, leaving burnt flesh, muscle and bone, and it went up to my elbow. Scars appeared on my arm and over my right eye. My torso also fared no better from bullet wounds and stab wounds, also more skin peeling off my right arms. Veins then began to turn black all the way up to my head, and the tooth mark appeared again from the zombie. Also the hole in my chest from Tyrk appeared again, and this included the damage in my wings, and when I looked at the mares they were horrified at the damage. How in the hay can you still be standing after all this done to you, let alone still be alive? Applejack asked in shock. Well, all of this didn't happen to me in one go. All this damage happened when I first entered Equestria till today, I said. You, my friend, are something else, Rainbow said. If I may ask, but what did this to you? Celestia asked as she placed a hand on the edge of the hole where my heart was. Tyrk, did guy decided to piss me off after that, put me in a coma for 5 months, I said, shocking everyone. What about those veins? Why are they black? Twilight asked. Infection from this, I said, pointing at the zombie tooth mark. Some idiot unleashed the damned zombie apocalypse on the Diamond Dog Kingdom, and me and a team were sent in as a strike team to rescue survivors. I got this from a zombie while trying to save my world's Rainbow and Gilda, but before I could turn my world's Twilight made a cure for me just in the nick of time. Wait, hang on, you got bitten by a zombie dog? Just what the hell are you? Rainbow asked. I'm just me, plain and simple, I said as all the scars and damage disappeared and I put on my robes again. I made my armor disappear. I then noticed the mare still had missing horns and was about to help. When suddenly, I hear screaming and I look to see Ethan with the Diane entangled in some wire coming from Ethan's gloves. Nice catch, I said. Little bugger kept on running and he didn't really put up much of a fight. Ethan said with a pout. Oh well, question time. Ethan then flung her arm forward causing Diane to skid across the floor. I do as she says, there's no telling what either she or I will do, I said. True, now Diane, I'm going to say this once, you better tell me what I want to know or else I'm going to skin you. You've already pissed me off, don't infuriate me. Ethan said as she summoned a chair and sat in it. Why should I tell a whore like you? He screamed. Ethan sat there in silence trying to intimidate Diane just by looking at him. You will tell me or yo. Ethan didn't get to finish the sentence because she took a blast of magic to the face, but she slowly turned her head back to him with a straight face, but a moment later I saw a trail of blood coming from the top of her head. Bad move. Do you know how hard it is to get blood out of white hair? Ethan asked as she licked some of the blood that was going down her cheek. I then saw her eyes glow, which terrified Diane. Now I'm going to say this one more time. Say what I want to hear or you'll lose a limb. Tell me, how long have you been in rule? F5 years, he answered while beginning to sweat. There, was that hard enough? Now why are you fighting the zebras? Ethan asked. We tried to take their females but we failed. Now they're trying to take the ponies while killing us off. Fat chance they'll get. Diane said the answer causing me to growl. I'm going to ask you one more question and you be free to. Now when I was in the hallways I overheard some of your guards take about the zebras firing their weapon. What is this weapon? Ethan asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Diane said. Ethan moved her hand forward and used her magic to make the wires wrap around his horns. Diane seemed to catch on pretty fast as he started to thrash and shake. Wait, I'll tell you, just please don't. Sorry, but it's a little too late, Ethan said as the wire cut his right horn off causing him to scream in pain. Now tell me what their weapon is or the same will happen to the other. They saw that their weapon was something that you had a B blueprint for, he said as he huffed. This caught my attention as I tightened the wires on his other horn causing him to flinch. What blueprints were they? Ethan asked. You used up your questions, Diane said, but Ethan tightened the wires even more causing them to cut into the bone of his horn causing him to scream as she sat there with a ticked expression. Tell me or you lose this horn, Ethan threatened causing Diane to nod weakly. They said that it was some sort of powerful missile that could wipe out half the nation, Diane said as causing Ethan to freeze in fear. Ethan, is he talking about a nuke? I asked earning a small nod from Ethan. Suddenly I noticed both Rage and Evo walk in happily chatting and I saw that Rage was covered in a blood which was almost invisible against his armor. Rage, what the hell have you been up to? I asked. Bunch of caribou thought they could take me on. Bunch of wimps didn't even last a minute. I can see you lot have cleaned up in here, Rage said before he walked around and crouched down right next to Diane. So this is the sleazebag of king you've told me so much about. He's uglier than I would have thought possible and I'm surprised you haven't dropped a scarab down his throat and see what happens, Ash. Believe me, Rage, I'm really tempted to do just that, I said. Shit, I forgot, Ethan, you fill in Rage and Evo. I'm gonna help the mares out with their wings and horns. Got it, Ethan said as she walked over to Rage and Evo. I then walked over to the mares and used my demonic hand to shatter the boxes containing the mares' wings, allowing them to stretch them out. I then used life fire to restore the mares' horns. The mares were overjoyed in having their horns back and I felt a presence on my left and saw Rage. Ash, did Ethan tell you about the nukes the zebras have? Rage asked. I'm aware, but why nuke Equestria when just one is enough to level a mountain and more they'll kill everyone, I said. I suppose that is the idea, Celestia said. Celestia, what do you mean? I asked. I'm sure you've both seen the zebras and the caribou fighting in the streets, correct? Celestia asked. Yeah, Rage and I said in sync. They aren't here to help us. They had the same goals as these foul excuse for creatures, Nightmare Moon sneered. Okay, why is Nightmare Moon alive if Luna is here? Because I thought the elements would have gotten rid of her and I don't know if anyone has noticed. But she looks breathtakingly gorgeous, Rage said, causing Nightmare's cheeks to turn pink. Careful, Rage, you start complimenting her magnificent beauty then she might not want let us leave, I chuckled. No one has ever complimented me like that before, Nightmare Moon said while her cheeks got redder. Well, I think you earned it, I said with a smile. Tell me, Ash Blade, what is your opinion on the night sky? Nightmare Moon asked, causing me to chuckle a bit. The night sky has to be my favorite time of the day. The silence, the stars, the calm warm air, the full silver moon that I serenade to by howling to. There's nothing I don't love about it. I stay up as long as I can when I can and locate as many constellations as I can. And when I feel creative I make up new ones out of the stars that already exist. I even confessed my love to our world's Luna after we made our constellation together, I said, causing Cadence and Rarity to faint. And you said I need to be careful with what I say, Rage said, causing me to give him a nudge. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Let's go talk to Ethan and Evo about what to do next about these nukes, I said. Wait, thee hath helped us enough. Thou both should go back to thy own universe, Luna said. At this, Rage stopped and leaned into my ear. Ash, she's right, don't forget you still have your son's first word party to get to, Rage said. I'm aware, Rage, but don't forget our timelines are different. 1 week here could mean 30 seconds over there. We can still do this, I said before I led Rage over to Ethan and Evo. Okay, you two, what's the plan for these zebras and their nukes? We wait and see if they fire, and when they do we retaliate, Ethan said as she looked at another one of Evo's holographic screens. So what's the plan if they do? I asked before I saw Diane trying to get away. Rage. On it, Rage said before a flaming chain extended from his arm and wrapped itself around Diane's wounded leg and hoisted him into the air. Diane started to scream in pain while Rage glared at him from behind his helmet. And just where do you think Yo-Oh are going? I think he's trying to get away. Do you want to take care of him or me? Ethan asked. Gladly, Rage said. The chains then slithered up further around Diane before they began to glow white with heat, but Diane didn't scream. Diane only stared into Rage's top visor in fear. I then saw flames appear from where Rage's eyes were and I could tell his mouth was open because I saw a flaming mouth with the silhouettes of sharp teeth inside the lower visor. Rage then let out a shriek that sounded like the blood hooves before flames shot out of Rage's helmet and into Diane's eyes, and once the flames stopped Rage tossed Diane away like trash. When I looked at him, his eyes looked like they were filled with obsidian and fire, which had a bright glow, and I saw he saw still breathing. I've heard of the penance stare, but yikes, I said. Did you kill him? Rainbow asked. It wouldn't have been a punishment if I did, that would have been mercy, Rage said. Then what did you do? Celestia asked. He's basically feeling all the pain and suffering all of Equestria had endured because of his decision to come here and turn all the mares into sex slaves. One of the benefits of wielding hellfire is I can see all the sins everyone has committed in their lifetime. I can even make them feel the pain of others because of their action or decision, even make it nice and slow if I wanted to, Rage said. Nice, that's better than what I would have done. I would have just consumed his soul, though that wouldn't taste good, Ethan said just as Evo's screen turned red and started to flash, gaining Ethan's attention before she turned back around. Evo, the hell is going on? The zebras seem to have launched 2 of the nukes, Evo said as he zoomed in on the missiles. And judging by the trajectory, they seem to be heading for the east coast of Equestria. Okay, I began, but suddenly a white portal appeared in the center of the room. Is that the portal? Evo asked. That has to be it, but it can wait, first we solve this problem, I said. No, Ash, you need to go, Ethan said in a stern tone before more warning sirens went off. I can handle this, and if not here, she said as she tossed me a phone. That phone is like the other one I gave you, but it can call between universes. Now go. Ethan, there is no way I'm leaving you like this when you've got nukes on the way. I said. You two need to get back, she said as she paused and snapped her fingers and heard the sound of teleportation. There, they'll be safe in the vault. Now go, Ash, go to your son's party, I got this. Ethan gave me a forced smile before she then used her magic and pushed Rage and I into the portal. Chapter 52, Mission in Zebra Africa and a Birthday. Both Rage and I were tossed out of the portal and we skidded along the ground. I immediately got up and ran back to the portal, but it closed just before I could reach it. I stared at the empty space in silence before I let out a cry of anger and punched a wall, cracking it before I leaned my back against the wall and slid down it. Damn you, Ethan, I yelled. He did the right thing after all, Ash. We didn't need to go to their world and help them, and yet we went and did it, but this wasn't our fight, this was theirs, we just gave them support, Rage said. Yeah, I guess you're right, I just hope those two will be alright, I said as I stood up. They're gods, Ash, I'm pretty sure they can handle a few nukes, Rage as he stood as well. True, maybe I'm just being paranoid, I said. My thoughts exactly. Now come along, your son said his first words today, and there's a party being made, we don't want to miss it, Rage said. Rage walked out of the room and I grabbed the map before I followed him. We walked down the hallways and we were told by some dwarves that there was a party outside Dream Castle. Rage and I found Dream Castle and the place was filled with all kinds of fantasy creatures like trolls, sprites and a dragon or two while everyone was having a blast. Faust also introduced some friends she knew when she lived here, and as the party continued I gave a toast to both Ethan and Evo and enjoyed myself. A little while later, while I was sitting down enjoying the party, I felt a strange pulling sensation. It was like a small light tug. I looked around but no one was tugging me, but I could still feel it. I stood up and looked around and felt the tugging was pulling me away from the party, so I followed the tugging and took to the air and followed it till it led me back to the dead forest we were in earlier. I landed on the ground and let the tugging guide me till it stopped and I saw I was in a large empty clearing. The only sound around was my feet treading on ashes as I walked into the center of the clearing before I sent out a pulse of energy and found something beneath me buried in the ashes. I crouched down and cleared away the ash and discovered a small group of glowing gold and green spheres no bigger than my palm. I picked one up and scanned it, feeling life come from the sphere, indicating the sphere was an egg, and from my memory I saw this egg was hope for a supposedly extinct species. I then summoned a large satchel and placed the eggs inside of it carefully before I sent out another pulse of magic and scanned the area for more eggs, and I soon had enough for a village. But I had to carry 3 satchels, and as I was digging up the last one when I saw another egg, only this one was black and lifeless as if all of the life inside its shell had been sucked out of it. I then heard a familiar shriek I hadn't heard in a while and looked around the clearing and summoned Whispering Wind and placed a shielding spell over all 3 of the satchels. Suddenly, a large horde of creatures appeared and saw they were same creatures from the abandoned fortress where I rescued Faust. They were about half my size and skinny and had beady little yellow eyes and long ears, and they were charging at me. I then remembered they hate light, so I made my right arm become angelic and the holy cross appeared on my arm, causing the creatures to stop. I then flew upward, but the creatures also grew wings out of their backs and followed. I then saw a lot of them had also flown ahead of me and made a wall to try and stop me, so I added some speed and held the cross in front of me and smashed into the wall, incinerating some of the creatures while others were knocked out of the sky. But the creatures behind me were still following, so I charged some energy into my hand, and when I was ready I air skidded to a stop as I turned around to face the creatures. Once I was ready I unleashed a beam of holy magic on them, burning many and causing the rest to flee. Good riddance, I said. I then turned around and flew back to Dream Valley, and once I arrived I saw the others looked like they were saying goodbye. Ash, where have you been? Luna asked as I landed. I'm sorry, Luna, but something grabbed my attention that I had to check out, I said, causing Luna to nod at my words. Ash Blade. I looked around and saw Jagoki was walking over to me with the portrait of me and my family, only it was wrapped in cloth for protection. I hope you didn't plan to leave this behind, Your Highness, Jagoki said. That wasn't the plan, but thank you, and I told you to call me Ash, I said before I took the painting and hugged the Dwarf King. I hope you find the answers you seek, Ash, Jagoki said. Thank you for all your Jagoki, may your years be good ones, I said before I let go of Jagoki. The others then gathered around me and we waved goodbye before I teleported us back to Canterlot High, and when we arrived, instead of being exhausted I still felt full of energy. Ash, shouldn't you be out of energy after that? Twilight asked. Yeah, but for some reason I feel like I can do that for years and still not get tired, I said. Perhaps it's because of your hellish booster, you're full of energy, Faust said. Hellish booster? I asked. To put it simply, when you were last here you activated your eclipse breaker. Think of it as when you've broken a seal to unlock more power than you have now. The next seal you unlock will be either your hellish booster or heavenly booster. But once one is unlocked you cannot unlock the other, Faust said. So my heavenly booster is now completely dormant forever? I asked. I'm afraid so, Ash, Faust said. Dang, my mom would be disappointed, I said. Do not fear, Your Highness, the demonic booster isn't a bad thing, you can actually do a lot of good with it, Amalthea said. Hey, if my fight with Lucifer and Lilith was any indication, then yeah, I said. I'm just glad I got to hit Lucifer in the face, Kabir said as he held Lucifer's mace. Just don't go bragging to anyone about it, otherwise they'll think you're crazy, I chuckled. Noted, Kabir said. Hey Ash, Eli said. Yeah, I asked. If you're heading to find out where those crowns came from in Equestria, you'd better take us along as well, Eli said. He's right, we want to be there for you, we are like a family when you think about it, Rebecca said, causing me to smile. Yeah, I guess you guys have earned it. Alright, I'll take you, but we're not going now. I need to rest and get my head together, so I'm prepared for this, I said. This world's groups nodded in understanding before we said our goodbyes to each other and we walked through the portal, and once we were back in the library, Twilight shut down the portal. Well, that was incredible, a trip to an ancient land we once lived in and meet creatures there that are still alive after who knows how long. Ash turning into a massive dragon with incalculable amounts of power, a map of the multiverse. Is there anything else today can give us? Twilight asked. Plenty, I said. Excuse me Ash, but what is wrapped in that cloth? Octavia asked. Oh, here, I'll show you, I said. I walked over to a table and placed the portrait on it and began to unwrap it. Once I did, I heard the others awe at it before I felt a strange sensation in my shoulder and rubbed it before the sensation went away. Oh my, the detail is absolutely divine, Rarity said. Oh, look how cute baby Ash is, Fluttershy said, causing the others to snicker while I blushed. The frame is a work of art as much as the picture is. Whoever made this was talented, Celestia said. Believe it or not, Celestia, a Draconiquus, was the one who made this. He went by the name of Leonardo da Fuzzybro, Faust said, causing everyone to snicker or look at Discord and Eris in surprise. Nope, absolutely not. We Draconiquuses are known to be tricksters, not painters, Discord said, folding his arms on his chest. That's not what Mother said, Discord, Dreamcatcher said. Ahem, Faust coughed, causing the two to stop their bickering. Faust, I know this may seem strange, but I'd like this to hang in the halls of Canterlot, I said. But Ash, this belongs with you, Faust said. Faust, what good is a picture if no one can see it? If it stays in my home, no one will see it. Honestly, it's not like we get many visitors anyway. Besides, art like this is meant to be seen, I said. Giggle as always, Ash, you are right. I have it hung in the castle's gallery and the most likely place to be seen. The public are allowed to view it and also it will be well protected, Faust said. Thank you, Faust, I said as I handed the painting to Faust. Yo Ash, what's in those satchels? Cause you didn't have them when we left, Thunderlane said, gesturing to the 3 satchels I was carrying. Oh right, you guys are not going to believe this, especially you Faust and Amalthea, I said as I placed the satchels on the table carefully. I opened a flap and pulled out one of the eggs and showed the others, causing both Faust and Amalthea's eyes to widen before they backed away. Mother, what's wrong? Chrysalis asked. Ash, where did you find those? Faust asked. That dead forest we appeared in when Amalthea teleported us, I said. How many were there? Amalthea asked. A lot, but the ones here are the fortunate ones. The others, I'm sad to say, didn't make it, but I managed to grab enough for a small village, I said. Wait, hang on a second, what are you 3 talking about? Final asked. These are flutterpony eggs and these little guys are the last hope for their species. They were lucky I came along. Otherwise those damn creatures I saw when I saved Faust would have done something terrible, I said. Ash, this fantastic, but I'm a little worried as to why they haven't hatched yet, Faust said. I think I know why, cause when you created Equestria you made everyone immortal and Spike said they couldn't reproduce. It was like they were frozen in time, and when I remembered that I figured that these guys hatching was also frozen. So I thought about it and figured to help them grow we had to take them away from the time field and to here, that way we can watch over them. However, since they're still eggs and because of the world crossing, I don't know how it will affect them when they hatch because they were quadruped ponies and not well like you guys, and they also have thicker coats of fur and butterfly wings and antenna, I said. Perhaps it won't do anything, Ash, but right now we must discuss what to do with them. Faust asked. Why not leave them with Slendermane? I asked. Slendermane, do you honestly trust that thing? Rainbow asked angrily. Damn right I do, Skittles, aren't you forgetting he was the tree spirit in Dream Valley and he also lived among the flutterponies for years protecting them. He knows them better than anyone here. Also where he lives is isolated and no one will dare venture that far into the ever free to harm these creatures. Also he helped us, he didn't have to but he did, so yes I do trust him, I said as I put the egg back in the satchel. Ash is absolutely right again, Slendermane cared deeply about the flutterponies, so I second his decision. I'm just surprised he's here though, Amalthea said. Very well Amalthea, and I will take these eggs to Slendermane, it will also give us an excuse to catch up with him, Faust said. Great, I said as I got that feeling in my shoulder again and rubbed it. Something wrong with your arm, Ash? Mac asked. No idea what's going on but it's being annoying, I said before I removed my jacket and rolled up my right sleeve and looked at my arm to see my cutie mark was glowing and showed the others. That's never happened before. Suddenly I felt something grab me and begin to drag me before there was a bright light and I hit my head on something hard. What just happened? I asked as I rubbed my head and looked around and saw Twilight was looking over the map, which is what I hit my head on. Care to tell me what crawled up your skirt? Just have a look at this, Twilight said, pointing to the map. I stood up and looked at the map and saw nothing out of the ordinary till I saw my cutie mark on the edge of the map in the south. I then swiped my hand over the map and followed the mark till it came over Zebra Africa, and I saw 2 of my marks were in 2 different places. One was moving while the other was still, and when I looked for any landmarks I only saw desert. I zoomed in on the mark that stayed in place and saw what looked like a camp of some kind, and when I looked at the moving cutie mark one saw it was a convoy and it was heading towards the other mark. Okay, what's going on here? I asked. You tell me your mark is on the map, Twilight said. But I'm not an element bearer, TWI, I said. What's going on? I turned around and saw the others had come running in. Have a look at this, I said as I zoomed out and showed them the 2 marks. Ash's mark is on the map and in 2 separate locations. Okay, I think it's safe to say the map is broken, Rage said. Rage, this is harmonic crystal, it doesn't have any flaws. If it's doing this it must have a purpose, but it's only designed to be for the bearers of the elements of harmony. As for why it's doing this I don't know unless Faust started. Unless what, Faust, you're killing us over here, I said. Ash, at any point in since today and when this map appeared have you cut yourself on it? Faust asked. The question took me off guard but I gave it a thought and remembered. Now that I think about it, before we went on vacation I accidentally pricked my finger on a crystal, I said. Yeah, Ash is right, I was there when it happened, Twilight said. That explains it then, Faust said. Explains what? I asked. Ash, when you were born the doctors needed to take a blood test to make sure you were healthy, so with the aid of a blood wielder they removed a small sample of blood. It's how they discovered your immortality, but there was more, Amalthea said. More? I asked. To put it simply, Ash, there was an unknown power in your blood. It was small and hardly noticeable, and it wasn't killing or hurting you in any way, so we didn't think on it too much. But apparently that something in your blood is indeed important, Faust said. I then looked at my right arm and flexed it before I gave some thought. This isn't the first time something like this happened. When I placed my hand on the pedestal in front of the Tree of Harmony it drew my blood, and then there was the time in the Knight's Tomb my blood was a key. Also the casket that held your body, Faust, and finally when I went to help my world at the Friendship Games I cut myself on the pages of the book that links our world and a portal opened, I said. It appears your blood may be like a skeleton key to unlocking different abilities and objects, Ash, Faust said. A skeleton key? Rainbow asked. It's basically a key that can open any lock, Rainbow, Rage said. Okay, that shit is just insane, Gilda said. Language, Luna scolded while gesturing to our sons. Talk about a handy trick, Vinyl said. Yeah, no doors can hold you now, Daring said. I'd rather be careful with this, guys, this power is dangerous, I said. Agreed, but Ash, this power you have, we never got around to discovering what it can truly do, and I'd like to run a few tests on it. For good reasons, I assure you, and I will do nothing that will make you uncomfortable and will keep you in the loop if something comes up, Faust said. Well, Faust, before we go doing that, may I suggest we focus on what this all about? I said, gesturing to the map. Oh right, I'll get in contact Queen Amaris, see if anything is happening in her country, but until then I suggest you all rest, Faust said. It's been 3 days since we came home from Dream Valley, and now the main six, the Royals, Rage, myself, and the Immortals and Zecora were on a train cutting across the country of Zebrafrica. Zecora was here along with us because when I went to take Pip to his lesson with Zecora I mentioned there might be a problem in Zebrafrica, so she's coming along to check on her hometown and family. I see. Well, it is quite surprising that the old tales of the demonic angels are actually true. My mother told them to me when I was but a foal, yet even after all this time I still love the stories, Queen Amara said after Faust told her of who I am. Amara was sitting across from the princesses and her guards were standing behind her while Rage and I stood in random corners of the room in our armor and weapons along with the Immortals. The girls, minus Twilight, and Zecora were in a car near the end keeping their eyes on Flurry Heart, Midnight and Pipsqueak while we talked. I just find it incredible that the zebras still know of them. Do you have old books detailing them? Twilight asked. A few, Princess Twilight, but some we cannot decipher because that knowledge only belongs to the demonic angels. But for the ones we do know are of great battles against battles, many of them were told as bedtime stories for foals, some have named them guardians or protectors, others call them gods, Amara said. You hear that, Ash? You're a god here, Rage chuckled. Indeed, but to stand in the mere presence of the prince of such great civilization is more than one could ask for, Amara said. The words are kind, Queen Amara, and I am flattered. You and your subjects have put me and my people in such a high position, but I will say I'm anything but a god, I said. I understand, but now why exactly have you requested an audience with me, your highnesses? Amara asked. Well, to put it as simply as we can, Ash has been summoned by an enchanted map that indicates if there is a problem in our world, and Twilight started. She means to ask, has there been any trouble in your nation as of late, your highness? Faust said. Not that I can think of, except there have been a few missing ponies from random villagers, Amara said. Doesn't seem that strange, Rage said. But that's just it, we didn't think there was a problem either, but then we saw a pattern, always the same number of zebras go missing in one village every 5 months. We set up guards patrols to keep an eye out in the villagers, but ones who are doing this are crafty and always manage to get away, and those that see them and follow show up on a random doorstep the next day dead, Amara said. I looked at the royals and saw they were processing what Amara said, and as I looked away I saw one of the zebra guards look nervous, and after a while of talking the guard looked at his watch and left. But seeing a suspicious guard never sat well with me, so I followed him but kept out of his sight, and when he checked to see if anyone was following I turned invisible. We arrived in the carriage before the one the girls, Zecora and the foals were in, and saw him place a device next to the door and pushed a button before he hid it behind a curtain. With that done I revealed myself. What's that do? I asked. The guard then spun around and began to sweat like crazy at my presence and backed away slowly, but I rested a hand on salvation. I'm not going to ask again, I said. The guard then seemed to grow a backbone and pulled out a knife and ran at me, but I just sighed and stepped to the side as he tried to stab me and held my leg out, tripping him over, causing him to drop the weapon. I then grabbed him by the back of his uniform and picked him up before I used my magic to grab the device he placed and walked him into the room where the royals were and pushed him to the floor. Ash, what's the meaning of this? Celestia asked when I entered. Ask him. He planted this in the car before the one the foals, element bearers and Zecora are in when I found him, I said as I showed them the device. He's wearing the armor of honor guard, but I don't recognize him, Amara said. Neither do I, and I know everyone in the honor guard now that I think about it. I don't remember seeing him in the ranks before today, a zebra guard said. Okay pal, start explaining. Who are you and why did you place this back there? I asked. The zebra's response was him just spitting on my foot. I looked at the others and gave them a one-moment gesture before I grabbed the zebra's mane and pushed his head through a window. I then pulled him back and showing shards of glass in his face while he let out a cries of pain. Let's try that again now. What is this device for and why did you activate it? I asked as I grabbed his right forearm in my left arm. It's a transmitter. I was using it to register the royal foal's location, the zebra said. And why was it doing that? I asked. So the others could kidnap them, the zebra said before I let the words sink in. Sir, please understand it's just a job. Oh shit, Rage said. Just a job, just a job. I growled before I crushed the zebra's arm as if it was dough, forcing the zebra to scream and fall to his knees before I let go of his arm and used my other hand to wrap it around his throat and squeezed. That job involves both my sons being kidnapped and you're saying it's just a job. Boy, do want to know what happens to those that push my temper to that limit. Ash, please put him down, Faust said calmly. Doing as requested, I dropped the zebra while he whimpered in pain and held his limp arm, and the real zebra honor guards placed a cuff on one arm and attached it to a railing that went around the car. "Excuse me, your highnesses," a zebra guard said as he entered the car before us. "What is it?" Amar asked. "We are seeing vehicles approaching from the southwest," the guard said. I walked over to the broken window and saw large dust clouds approaching us. "Looks like the rest of the group are coming," I said. "What's the play, boss?" Lightning Dust asked. "I've got a few ideas," I said as I used my magic to pull the transmitter to my hand. I then gestured for the team to follow me towards the back of the train, and I placed the transmitter back where the zebra first placed it. I then got everyone out of the back cars and told the others the plan. "So we all in agreement?" I asked. "I like it simple but effective," Rage said. "Yeah, but there's a problem with the plan. No one here knows how to drive," Quickshot said. "Actually, I can," Nocturnal Shadow said. "Seriously, since when?" Stormcloud asked. "Dude, you'd be surprised what I do in my downtime," Nocturnal said. "Alright, Nocturnal drives. Quickshot, you're on the gun. Rest of you pick up a weapon, get on and shoot whatever comes into your crosshairs," I said before I summoned the Night 15 Ethan left behind for us with a mounted gun on it. "Rage summon Bone Rattler. Me and Shadow Ranger and these guys are going to tear shit up," I said. "Done," Rage said before he let out a whistle and his bike Bone Rattler materialized with a demonic shriek before him next to the Knight. I then let out my own whistle and my bike Shadow Ranger appeared on the other side of the Knight and let out a horse-like whinny. "Hello, beautiful Miss Me," I asked the bike, receiving a happy neigh from it. "Same." I climbed on the bike and realized I was too heavy while in my armor, causing massive discomfort for Shadow Ranger. I quickly snapped my fingers so I was dressed in my casual clothes with my bike jacket and helmet but kept whispering wind and my pistols on me. "Sorry about that, girl. I gotta remember that my armor is heavier than I make it look," I said as I patted the side, earning a snort from the bike. "Epsilon, I'm going to need to know when those cars get close." "Understood, Ash," Epsilon said. I then began scrolling through my songs for a song but then discovered something that has eluded me up till now, a file that read to my hero, so with that I pressed play. "Hey Ash, it's me Noah from When You Lost Your Arm. I wanted to give a present to say thanks for saving me, so I picked out a song from one of my favorite shows. It's really good for when you're going fast anyway. Thanks again, bye." I looked at the other song before I smiled and selected it before I placed my iPod into the iPod dock and the bike before I pressed play. As I hit play, Epsilon gave me a signal about the cars and the Night 15 roared to life and spun its back wheels around before it launched through the wall and out of the train car and onto another truck's driver's seat, crushing it right as the lyrics started. Rage then drove out and I wasn't far behind. I remembered the terrain was made of sand. So with but a simple thought, the shadows clinging around the tires changed them from dirt tires to sand tread tires, and I presume Rage did the same with Bone Rattler. Rage then drove to the other side of the train to take care of the other vehicles, and the Night 15 was tearing a large truck apart with its mounted gun. I then finally noticed the enemy vehicles looked a lot like the ones in the Mad Max movie Fury Road, which caused me to smirk. I was suddenly boxed in by 4 cars. The one in front of me and to my left were covered in spikes like a porcupine. I then used my magic and the chain I got from the last heat season coiled up my arm like a snake before I then flung it at the car ahead of me. The chain wrapped around the bumper and I gave it a flick and the chain lifted the car into the air before it came down on the car behind me. I then got the chain to let go of the car before both cars exploded. The 2 other cars on either side of me then tried to crush me. But I hit the brakes and dodged the attack before I was crushed and used the chain to grab the car and fling it into the other, causing both to explode. I then saw a zebra on top of what looked like a Humvee was about to shoot the quick shot, but I climbed onto the seat and Shadow Ranger slowed down and got on the Humvee's side, knowing what I was about to do before I then leapt onto the roof and grabbed the zebra gunner and threw him away. I then jumped inside and saw about 4 zebras in the car. I saw one start to pull out a gun, but I punched him in the face and that caused all the zebras minus the driver to start trying to beat me up. But I was able to handle it till one jumped on my back and pushed me into the front seat and then pulled me into the passenger seat. The driver then pulled out his gun to shoot me, but I managed to pull out a feather blade and threw it at the driver's head, killing him. I then went to push the zebra on my back into the door to throw him off, but I accidentally pushed too hard and ripped the passenger door off. The zebra on my back began to strangle me and another car drove up and the driver leaned out the window to shoot me. I then hooked my foot into the steering wheel and gave it a jerk, causing the car to go into a barrel roll. I managed to use my foot to pull myself back inside the car and elbowed the zebra on my neck in the rib, causing him to let go before I pulled myself to the driver window and noticed I was upside down. I quickly grabbed the edge of the window and pulled myself out of the window and flipped myself to land on my feet and let go of the Humvee just as it sailed overhead and I skidded to a stop while still maintaining my balance. I then watched the Humvee continue to barrel roll till it came to a stop and I gave a nod before I heard a horn behind me and saw a spiked truck coming towards me with a saw on the front. "Okay," I said with a grin. I began to walk forward and summoned my armor and began to jog and speed up till I was sprinting. I saw the saw line up with me, but when it came in contact it broke and I slammed into the truck, causing it to flip over me and crash upside down with an imprint of me in the crushed engine. "Guess I'm tougher," I said. I heard Shadow Ranger whinny as she came up next to me. I then removed my armor before I got on her and drove to catch up with the train. And when I did, I saw the Immortals and Rage were mopping up the last of the vehicles, and I then created a magic ramp that led back inside of the destroyed car. Once everyone was on board, I sent the Night 15 and Shadow Ranger home, and Rage did the same with Bone Rattler, and when that was done we walked back into the room where the others were. "And that was without a single flap of my wings," I said as fluffed my wings. "Dude, that was nuts. The one where you escaped that situation where you were inside the car was awesome. And Rage, the way you used your chains to slash through the cars like butter was awesome, and you guys, it was like you were in a tank with that thing," Rainbow exclaimed. "Truly impressive from all of you, and I have good news. We interrogated the zebra and he's a member of the group that are abducting civilians, and the base of operations is where you have described. He was also kind enough to give us some more information like guard patrol times and convoy deliveries," Amara said as she gestured to the captured zebra. "Alright then, looks like we have a mission, team," I said to the Immortals and Rage. The team and I were waiting in the sands, half buried for camouflage and to escape the heat while lighting was hidden in a desert cloud above us. We were waiting for the convoy to come past and we had set up a trap for it, but now we just had to wait. Suddenly I felt vibrations and heard an engine. I had a look and saw the convoy was approaching. All right everyone, game time, I said mentally. We watched as the first car and the cargo truck passed, but that's when Rage pressed a button that activated some road spikes that blew the tires out, causing the car to stop along with the other vehicles. The guards then went to check out the problem, but the spikes had already disappeared back into the sand. I then saw most of the guards protected the cargo truck while two inspected the tires. All right lightning, let's cut their line of sight, I said mentally. Lightning then flew close to the ground and flew in circles around us while Rage and I camouflaged her from the convoy guards. Soon sand began to pick up and with a little help from me a sandstorm rushed over the convoy and I gave the signal. The Immortals, Rage and I stood and entered the storm, but we kept our eyes open and senses sharp and I could see the faint outline of the convoy and the guards scrambling around to escape the storm. I made sure I got close to the convoy. I saw a guard was struggling against the wind. I walked up to him and when he finally noticed me it was too late because I had him in a sleeper hold and knocked him out. I saw the others were handling the guards quietly and I saw the two guards take cover in the busted car. I walked over to it and ripped off the door, surprising the two zebras before I aimed my pistols at the two. I then shot the two with stun rounds, causing them to fall asleep. I then cuffed them to the car because Amara wanted as many of these guys alive as possible alive. I then got okays from the others telling me that they have taken care of their guards and I gave the okay for Lightning to stop, which she did and the sand settled. I looked around at the scene and nodded the group and me then cuffed the zebras to the car and I made sure to cut off any communication these guys may have along with chances of escape before I placed a beacon on their car for someone to come pick them up. I then looked at the cargo truck and gestured for everyone to stack up on it and when we were ready I gestured for Rage to open the door. And when he opened them 10 mare and stallion zebras from inside jumped at Rage, causing the rest of us to pull them off him. Hey, it's alright, we're not your enemy, we're friends, we're here to help, I said as I calmed two zebras down. Who are you ponies? A stallion asked. We're an elite team in the equestrian forces known as the Immortals, I said. Immortals is in the ones from the Diamond Dog Kingdom, a mare asked. The very same, Stormcloud boasted. We are here on a mission to rescue kidnapped civilians, which is where those guys were taking you, Nocturnal said, gesturing to the group of unconscious zebras behind her. Well, you have our gratitude. Is there something we can do to help you with? The stallion asked. As we said, we're heading to the same place as those pricks were taking you, but we need you to come along so we can free more civilians, I said. Wait, go into the lion's den so to speak, a mare asked. I know you lot don't like that idea, but if we drive this there without you guys we'll be busted and won't save anyone. Besides, it's a long walk to almost anywhere out here, I said. The group of zebras then huddled together to talk before they looked at me. Very well, we will accompany you. Our trust is in your hands, the stallion said. Thank you, I said. The zebras climbed back inside along with the Immortals while Rage and I climbed into the front seats after I grabbed a zebra guard's ID tags. I then managed to shapeshift into a perfect copy of him before I then drove us all the way to their camp and Rage camouflaged himself. I then showed the ID tag and drove the truck inside the parking bay. I then climbed down from the driver's seat and was met with a single guard. Hey Zephyr, just need to go through with the search again for bugs so you know the drill, the zebra said. Of course, I said as I held my arms out while the zebra searched my body. So what happened with your escort? The zebra asked. We were being followed so they went to take care of the problem, should be back soon though, I said. I'll let them come, it's not like they can get inside with all the hostages and I don't mind living here, hell with all the milk those mares produce in their fat tits, it's enough to make my mouth water, not to mention the fact we can screw them how we please, it's what we're here for, the guard said. A breeding station, ho, you lot are so lucky I'm taking you in alive, I said mentally. Alright, just need to look in the cockpit for anything and then we can look at the new batch, the guard said before he looked inside the cockpit and looked at me again. Alright, seems you're clean. Wait, didn't the other guy look suspicious? I asked. Other guy, the guard asked. The door to the truck suddenly closed and hit the guard in the head and knocked him out before Rage revealed himself and hopped down and handed me my weapons. You know, I was really tempted to kill this guy, Rage said. I know the feeling, but you know we have to keep them alive, I said as I turned back to normal and summoned my armor and put on my weapons. I then got the others out of the back and told the captives to go hide before I led the group over to an office and saw a map showing the guard patrol routes and lunch break schedule where all the guards go on break. This made things all too easy as if they wanted us to break in. We then walked into the main area and saw 6 rectangular towers around 5 stories high with small rectangular prism wire cages stacked on top of one another. Each one was filled with one zebra, either a stallion or a mare, and all of them were naked and being treated like animals. Sweet Celestia, Swift Spear muttered. I'm getting a nasty itch to kill now, Lightning growled. I'm aware everyone feels it, I feel it too, but you know our orders are to take them alive for the Queen's punishment. Lethal force is last resort option only and that's an order, I said. Understood, sir, everyone said. Suddenly the lunch buzzer rang and all the guards left, causing me to nod. Alright Lightning Dust, Nocturnal, I need you both in the surveillance room and sabotage the cameras, keep their eyes off us. Holy Light, Swift Spear, there is a lever that electrocutes the cages to prevent riots from the prisoners, sabotage that and we don't need to worry about the prisoners getting hurt or used as leverage. Quick shot your RI in the sky, let us know if something changes. Rage, find their commander, we're going to take him in personally and alive, I said. Yeah, Rage said. Stormcloud, you and me are going to visit the mess hall and knock out some guards, I said. Yes sir, Stormcloud saluted. We each went off to complete our separate objectives. Stormcloud and I flew over to the mess hall that was in the west of the compound. I did a scan of the building indicating all of the guards were inside and I then told Stormcloud to find another opening and seal it shut before I went and did the same for another door. We also made sure the windows wouldn't open before Stormcloud returned with a salute indicating that he had finished his task. I gave a nod before I shut off the ventilation in the room and tossed in some smoke grenades that were filled with a sleeping smoke and barred the entrance again. I heard the guards shouting and desperately searching for a way out of the room and it continued until there was but silence. I then got word that the others had completed their tasks and I gave the word to start freeing the prisoners before I called in our evac. We then went to the task of opening the cages and freeing the prisoners and helped them with basically whatever they needed till the pale horse arrived. All the former prisoners were placed on the deck of ship and given proper attention, and we placed the zebra guards and zebra in charge in the holding cells of the ship. I then told the immortals and rage that if any of them tried anything they had the okay to go fuck them up, and before we knew it we arrived at the Zebra Africa capital. We unloaded the prisoners, some beaten badly, and victims, and Queen Amara gave our team medals for our heroism before we left for home, which was a quiet trip back. And when we arrived outside my place it was midnight, and the immortals, Rage and I shared a quick drink and toast. The immortals and I then disembarked the pale horse, and the ship left along with Rage, and I waved goodbye to the others before I went to bed. I woke up and saw Luna wasn't around, and when I looked at the clock I saw it was 10 a.m. so I got up, complete my morning routine, and then went to fix myself some breakfast because Silver Tray and Feather Duster weren't here. That's when I realized I was the only one in the house. I was confused about what was happening till I saw a note on the table, so I set down my breakfast and picked up the note and read it. Ash. I'm writing you this cause your presence is requested at Ponyville Park today, so when you are able to can you come over? With love. Luna. I was confused as to I was requested in Ponyville Park, but I figured I'd find out when I got there. So I finished my cereal and washed my dish before I stepped out of my home and saw it was absolutely quiet and that there were no ponies around. I was a little confused and a little worried as to what was going on, but I just calmly walked through the streets of the town. I soon got a bad feeling in my gut. The only sound was the wind blowing through the streets, which unnerved me, and when I got to the park I saw it was just as abandoned as the town. Hello, I called out. Surprise. I almost leapt 10 feet into the air when I saw the town appear out of thin air along with confetti raining down around me along with some streamers. I then saw a banner hanging above saying in big colorful letters Happy Birthday. I then saw all my friends from Equestria were here along with the main 6 from Earth. Habir, Rosa, Akachi, Eli and Rebecca were here as well. Were you surprised? Werea fast kame along 2 days ago to tell us that your birthday was today, and that got multra super mega duper excited, but Henny remembered you've never had a real birthday before on your actual birthday, and that Madame is so very sad summoned my other me decided to throw ya the best birthday party for you ever. Pinky said. Wait, my birthday is in my birthday? I asked. Of course silly, do you really think I'd allow you to miss your own birthday? Faust said. I was in shock about what was happening, that when I came back to reality everyone was pulling me to the table where I saw a massive spread of food laid out on it, and in the center was a massive cake that rivaled rainbows on her birthday-versary. Except mine had gray and blue frosting and a small statue of my cutie mark on top along with some sparklers, and all along the top of the layers were candles, and written on the sides it said Happy 10 trillionth birthday Ash. That's my age, damn, I said, feeling flustered at my words. And for a party like this Ash I had to call in some help, Pinky said. You call in some help, Pinky? That's not like you. Who's this pony that you brought to help? I asked. That would be me, my good man. I spun around and saw a tanned yellow coat and brown puffy mane and tail like Pinky's, and he had a yellow t-shirt and blue pants, and he had a cheese-filled sandwich that looked like it was being used as an accordion on his shirt, indicating it was his cutie mark. Cheese sandwich, I didn't know you were in town, I said. Howdy Ash, my cheesy sense was a tingling telling me some kind of party was going down here, and I also got a call from Pinkie Pie for some assistance, and when I heard the details I just couldn't turn this down, Cheese sandwich said. Hey, why are you standing around here for? You have a party to enjoy, Pinky said before she pushed me onto the dance floor while she got on stage and began to sing a song, and Equestria's main 6 became the backup dancers. The party went on well into the evening and I enjoyed everything about it. I was grabbed by Earth's Pinkie Pie, who had showed me variety of things that was organized for today, like a miniature roller coaster, a massive balloon of me which I knew came from Cheese sandwich. I also saw spotlights that had my cutie mark on it, and the same went with the lights. I also saw Cheese sandwich's cannon was firing ponies into a massive punch bowl willed with well punch. But I decided to stay away from that for so many reasons, and I also saw a massive ice sculpture of my cutie mark. I then saw Cheese was balancing plates on a massive wheel of rolling cheese, and I saw a massive pizza that would be twice my size, which brought up the question, how could they cook such a thing of that size? I also saw a piñata in the shape of my cutie mark, and I saw a rollerblade derby along with an ice rink probably made with the help of Snowdrop. But to put it all in short, this party was epically off the hook. I then decided to do some rollerblading. I got both Rainbow Dashes to follow, and we both put on some rollerblades, which wasn't a problem for Earth Rainbow cause the skates were shaped the same way as human skates to help support ponies. I then lined up with the 2 speedsters and we were off in a flash. I was easily beating both rainbows, and those 2 were neck and neck with each other. I skated close to the edge and held out my hands, slapping the hands of spectators as I passed. After a few laps and I crossed the finish line, I skidded to a stop and heard the crowd applaud me while my opponents finally passed, almost out of breath. Better luck next time, you two, I said. I rolled past them. I then saw Luna skating on the ice, so I decided to go and join her. I walked over to the ice rink and put on some ice skates and gently and gracefully skated my way over to Luna and watched her skate like a ballerina with her eyes closed. I then skated up behind her and gently grasped her outstretched hand and placed a hand on her waist, causing Luna to almost stumble over in surprise. But I held her carefully, and when she saw me she smiled. I then spun Luna around so she was facing me, and we just circled the rink like we were ballroom dancing. I then let go of Luna and began to skate backwards with my hands behind my back all the way around the rink, and Luna just folded her arms under her bust and gave me a smile. I continued this until I overlapped Luna and gave her a quick peck on her cheek and matched Luna's speed till I then heard the sound of someone stumble on the ice. I looked and saw it was Ruby, and she appeared to be struggling to skate. I gave Luna a one-moment gesture before I skated over to Ruby and helped her up. First time skating, kiddo? I asked. Yeah, Ruby admitted sheepishly. Okay, it's easy, just use your favored leg to push forward while you use your other leg to steer where you want to go before you switch, I said as I propelled myself forward a bit before I stopped. Now you try. Ruby did as instructed and moved forward a bit before she smiled and began to skate with me. I congratulated the ghost foal and watched her stick her tongue out in concentration before she started taking big pushes. As we skated I asked her how things have been and was glad to hear she and Mida have been doing well, and once we finished our talk I skated back over to Luna to enjoy more skating with her, and after that we had cake and enjoyed more partying till it was time to go. All my friends from Earth left back to their world, and Daring Do, Fancy Pants and his family along with Snowdrop left while the rest of us walked back to my place. When we went inside, my friends led me into the family room where the CMC, Akachi and Ruby handed me a large card that reminded me of the heart they made for Ms. Cheerily on Hearts and Hooves Day. I opened it up and had a look to see it was filled with glitter and a massive kid's drawing of me in my armor and roses by my feet. Dash Blade. Happy birthday to the hero of Equestria. From the class at Ponyville Elementary, Miss Cheerily, Ruby and Akachi. Oh, ain't that cute, Rage said as he looked over my shoulder. I then crouched down and put the card on the side before I opened my arms for hug, but the 5 foals and Ghost Filly charged at me and knocked me onto my back. But that didn't stop me from hugging them all, and when the foals had finished trying to hug the life out of me, the others gave me their gifts. Caramel told me that his decision wasn't easy cause I was a guy who had everything he needed and I couldn't agree more with him. Nonetheless, his gift was spectacular as was every other gift from the others. Hey Ash, it's time for you to open Octa's and my gift, Vinyl said. Alright, let's see what you've got for me, I said. The 2 mares then gestured for me to follow them, which I did, and they led me to the entertainment room. And when we arrived, I saw not much had changed except for the karaoke machine and 2 large speakers at the back which had a ribbon attached to it along with a card from Octavia and Vinyl. We figured this room could use something to spruce it up a bit, and what's better than karaoke? Vinyl asked. Wow, you two, I was actually looking for something for this room, but you just answered that problem, I said. The machine works with your iPod so you can sing to any song you wish, Octavia said. Oh, can we try please, the foals all begged. Now hold on you lot, this here is Ash's gift, so he shall. Applejack started before I stopped her. AJ, it's a karaoke machine, it's kinda supposed to be used in a group, besides I think these guys should have a turn before bed, I said. The foals cheered before I led them all on stage and set up the machine. The foals then agreed that it would be fillies and colts in 2 teams. We then did a coin toss and the fillies went first, and once all the girls had a mic and were ready, I found a song and pressed play. The fillies sang beautifully, especially with how Sweetie Belle was lead singer and Apple Bloom and Scootaloo were backup singers. I could tell their siblings were very proud. If the tears were any indication, the fillies then walked off stage and the colts Rumble and Pip took their place before I pressed play for another song. Everyone let out an applause for the performance and whistles, and Luna came up and hugged Pip while Thunderlane fist bumped his brother. And with that was done, Mida took the foal's bed. Oh, my turn, Pinky said after she appeared behind me. You want to sing, Pinky? I asked, causing her to nod, so I gave a shrug, handed her a mic and scrolled through the songs and found the perfect song. Pinky seemed to be having an absolute blast as she danced and sang to the song. I just smiled, and when Pinky ended the song with a wink aimed at Pierce, I swear he was about to pass out. The next pony to step up to the plate was Vinyl, and I knew the perfect song for this party mare, and as she prepped herself I looked for the song, and when I found it I waited for Vinyl to give me the okay before I hit play. I figured this song suited Vinyl well cause she normally has her headphones in, and she once told me that when that happens it's like a party is going on inside her head. The next one to come up and sing was Spitfire. I thought about what to do for her, but then a song came up and I found it easily. I figured the song would be perfect for her for too many reasons, and she also seemed to think so as well cause of how she sang. And when she finished she gave me a fist bump and I heard a teleportation spell go off behind me and I saw Discord. I gave him a mic and scowled through some songs and decided to see what Discord could do with rock music. Surprisingly, Discord really knew how to rock out, and after the song ended it was clear the audience agreed. Spike then came up, asked for a song he can sing to Nocturnal, which I nodded to him before I picked a song. After the song I could see the mares were impressed but none more so than Nocturnal and Twilight, and the next one to come up, and to my total surprise was Gilda. Knowing her I would have thought she would not take part in this. Hey Ash, mind if I try? Gilda asked. Yeah sure, I said. Cool, just make sure it's not mushy or anything, Kay, Gilda said. Giving a nod I went back over to my iPod and searched for a song for Gilda and found one that was absolutely perfect. I saw Gilda was having an absolute blast with that song and got every note right, and when she finished she gave me a fist bump at my choice, and the next one to come up was Faust. I was a little surprised to see her, and Faust seemed to want to pick out her own song out, so I didn't stop her, and once she did I looked at the song and raised an eyebrow at it but shrugged it off before I pressed play. After Faust finished everyone applauded her cause of how well she did, and I would admit that song fitted her to a T. When Faust stepped down Twilight stepped up and I selected a song for her. After Twilight came Rarity, and I had the perfect song for her considering her special talent. After Rarity finished I saw Rainbow come up, and before she could make her request I stopped here and told her that I already had her covered, and once she was ready I pressed play. When Rainbow finished in rock star pose after doing an air guitar I couldn't help but laugh at how well that song fitted her. When Rainbow came over to me she gave me a fist pump and fist bump. I then looked to see who was next and saw Celestia stepping up. She gave me a smile and grabbed a mic while I went to work on finding a song, and when I found one I pressed play. I figured this song was a pretty good one for Celestia because it shows after every tough decision in her life she came back stronger. And when she finished and the others applauded her she walked over to me and gave me a hug, which I returned. I then looked at the next customer and saw Applejack was up. Hey Ash, can y'all play a song that could get a message to Caramel telling him my love is not something to mess with, Applejack said. Has something happened? I asked. Well, I noticed he was looking at a few mares at your party, Applejack said. Okay, I think I have just the song for you, AJ, and if something is going on with Caramel, well, I can assure you it won't be happening for much longer, I said as I patted Applejack's shoulder before I gave her a gentle push onto the stage before I went to play the song I had in mind for her. After Applejack tipped her steps into me and I just smiled before I saw Fluttershy nervously make her way up to us. I gave the Pegasus a few comforting words before she accepted the mic I offered her and walked out on stage. One then scrolled through the songs and found one that suited Fluttershy well. Words wouldn't know, could not even begin to describe what everyone just heard. Fluttershy's voice was so beautiful with that song it even left Gilda speechless. The room was stuck in dead silence and Fluttershy was looking nervous. I then started clapping and the rest followed in an uproar, and Fluttershy blushed before she walked off stage. Suddenly, Iris appeared behind me, causing me to jump a little. Oops, did I scare you? Iris asked in a teasing tone. Ha, amusing, Iris, I presume you want to have a turn. I asked. Bingo, I don't suppose you have one that matches me, do you? Iris asked. Definitely just step on stage and I'll get the song ready, I said. Iris then grabbed the mic and stepped on stage while I scrolled for and found the song I had in mind. I smiled at how well the song suited Iris's personality, and when she finished she flew at me and coiled around me in a death hug. Oh, I take it how you liked the song, I said as Iris started to squeeze the air out of me. More than you know, Iris said as her grip tightened. Hey babe, can you let my brother go, he needs air. Iris then released me and I saw it was Rage. Iris then kissed Rage before she left and Rage helped me with my breathing. You alright? Rage asked. Yeah, but damn, your girl has got the powers of a 15-foot anaconda, I said. Yeah, but she only does that when she's extremely happy. But do you have a song for me? Rage asked. I believe I've got something, I said with a smile before I walked back over to the machine and scrolled through the songs till I found one. Rage seemed to be liking the song because of how well he was singing it, and when he was done everyone applauded him. He then gave me a hug before he left, and when he left I saw Chrysalis step on stage and I knew of a good song for her. Chrysalis's voice seemed to match the song perfectly. It was like she was the artist herself, and if the applause from everyone was any indication, they loved it. I then turned to see Cadence was up next. A song for the Princess of Love to sing. Oh wow, that's gonna be a sync I can already think of two, I said. Mind if I have a look at them? Cadence asked. I gave a nod before I showed her the two songs and let her pick the one she wanted, and once she was ready I pressed play. I gave Cadence a smirk and watched as she danced and sang, and the others were loving it, and after her performance I saw Dreamcatcher step on stage and I played a song for her. At first I had my doubts about this song for Dreamcatcher, but in the end she didn't seem to mind it and sang it with amazing passion. And when she finished, the next pony I saw to step up was Mida, and I knew the perfect song for her. The song seemed perfect for Mida because she was letting go of her past and starting a new life, and that made this song perfect for her. I then felt a tear in my eye as she sang, cause seeing her like this made me proud of myself, knowing I was able to help someone in that situation. When Mida stepped off stage she gave me a hug and I then saw Luna step up. That was quite a song you picked for her, Luna said. I figured it would good one for her. Thank you for noticing, I said. Well, I hope you know me as well, if not better than I know you, Luna said. You leave the song picking to me and all you need to do is sing the lyrics and have fun, I said. As Luna turned to walk away I tapped Luna on the butt, hearing a surprised squeak and seductive smile from the mare, and when I turned around I saw a tricolored object disappear from my view behind a curtain. But I ignored it before I went to select a song only for my iPod to zap me and automatically play a song. And when I saw the song in Magic Residue I knew this was Cadence's doing, and she rigged that I can't change anything till after the song. When the song finished we were all as spellbound from when Fluttershy sang. The way Luna sang every note unto itself was a must-see. Skeptical. Once the song was over Luna came up to me and woke me from my trance with a full-on kiss, and when I regained my senses I kissed her back till we broke for air. That song was amazing, but why did you pick it? Luna asked. Well, to be honest, I didn't had a certain pink alicorn come back here and rig the machine, I said. I see. Well, I must leave the birthday boy to his task while I have a certain mare to thank then kill, Luna said as she turned away and used her tail as a whip to hit my butt. When Luna left I saw the main 6 stallions come up along with shining armor. Hey Ash, we were each wanting to sing a separate song for our mare friends, Comet said. And we were wondering if you could help, Thunderlane said. Sure Caramel, you're up first, I said. Wah, but why should I go first? Caramel asked. Caramel, remember the song Applejack sung? I asked. Yeah, but what's this have to do with anything? Caramel asked. Oh Faust, you're an idiot, Comet said with a facepalm. Caramel, that song Applejack sang was directed at you cause she saw you staring at a few mares at the party, so is there something you want to tell us? I asked. What? That's not true. The only reason I was staring at those mares is because they looked familiar to me and I was trying to figure out where I've seen them before. That's it, Caramel said. I stared into Caramel's eyes and saw only truth before I gave a warm smile and patted Caramel on the shoulder. Okay Caramel, I believe you. Now let's go fix this mess up, and I have the perfect song to help do that, I said. Ash, you're a lifesaver, Caramel said before he walked on stage, and I began to play a song. I figured this song would be perfect for Caramel to sing because it tells of how he and AJ first met, and the way Caramel sang the song any doubts that Applejack had about him were wiped away if the expression on her face was anything to go by. Once Caramel finished I gestured for Soren to go up before I played another song. I figured this song would be best because it wasn't sappy, and Soren once told me that when he first saw Rainbow he felt paralyzed with awe, and if Rainbow was nodding her head to the beat which she was, it was a clear sing. She was also enjoying the song. After it finished Shining went on and I could see Cadence was anxious to hear a song from him, but I decided to play a song that will both give Cadence a message about how he feels about her along with a little revenge from me. I nodded my head along with the beat and I could see Cadence had a blush on her face, but from what I couldn't tell. But once the song ended everyone cheered, and when Luna saw me I gave a simple smirk and this caused Luna to giggle behind her hand. Shining then walked off stage and gave me a fist bump before I got Comet to go next. But he took a few deep breaths before he walked out and played a song for him. Comet sang the song well and I saw Twilight's face was scarlet, and when it ended Comet said thanks to me and Shining caught Comet's hand with his in a brotherly fashion. I then got Pierce to go next and I knew the perfect song for him to sing. Pierce totally stepped out of his comfort zone with this song but didn't seem to care, and this song suited Pinky tremendously, and when it finished Pinky had gone from her seat into Pierce's arms all in one massive leap and peppered his face in kisses. I then helped Pierce out with getting Pinky off him and helping back over to the side of the stage while Pinky took her seat. And when I set Pierce down he had a goofy grin plastered on his face before I sent Thunderlane onto the stage and picked a song. I figured Thunderlane should sing this because of how his entire self was changed when he and Rarity got together, and I can't remember a moment when those two weren't apart since then. I saw Rarity was absolutely speechless when she heard Thunder sing, and once the song ended the last one to step on stage was Mac. It took a little encouragement but he walked on stage and I played a song that will help him out. I gave Mac a warm smile and watched him sing. The song matched his voice perfectly along with the way he feels about Flutters, and when it finished I didn't even see it happen. But Fluttershy hand launched herself at Mac and was on his lips like a vampire fruit bat on an apple. Everyone was clearly surprised but how forward Fluttershy was with Mac, but no one was complaining. When the two broke the kiss, Fluttershy noticed where she was before she let out a neep shriek before she hid behind Mac, which was adorable. Mac helped Fluttershy off stage, and when I was about to turn off the machine I was pushed onto the stage and I saw Rage and the other males were smirking at me. Mac then tossed me the mic, making me understand what was happening, and so I gave in and watched Rage pick a song, and when I heard the beginning I shot the guys a glare before I took a breath and began to sing. When the song finished I looked at the others and saw their faces were in blank along with the guys. I then saw Luna fly on stage and stare at me while I got a worried feeling, but that feeling vanished when Luna grabbed me and passionately kissed me. The way she kissed me was like I haven't kissed her in 10 lifetimes, and the only thought that I could feel in my mind was best birthday ever. Chapter 53: The Return of the Prince. It has been 2 weeks since my birthday and news about my party reached all over Equestria. I think it was because the royal family attended. But now I was reading through some of the books Queen Amara gave me about the demonic angels, and it told us some fantastic legends about us, like the taming of the Leviathans and the battle with the stone giants of Thunder Mountain. I was marveled by the stories that my people had created, and I looked at the map that was sitting on a pedestal in the center of my library and gave a nod. I stood up and walked over to the map and entered the combination. Opening the map, I then pushed a button showing me the map's history and saw the one that showed me the one that showed Ethan and Evo's Equestria. I gave a silent prayer before I searched for the one before that, and I saw our Equestria getting larger till it showed the continent, and I saw a bright orange dot over the west. That's gotta be it, I said before I shut off the map and left the library and saw Luna passing by the bottom of the stairs. Luna, I need you to contact your family and my brother. Why? Luna asked. We're going to go find out why my parents' crowns were on board the Fortune Seeker, I said. Of course I'll let them know immediately, Luna said before she gave me a kiss and walked away. I then texted the main 6 along with their stallions plus Trixie and Gilda to meet me in Twilight's castle before I left. I calmly walked through town and went inside the castle and saw everyone was in the castle lobby already. I can see everyone is here, I said. Well, the girls and our cold friends were gonna spend the day together, but then you texted us, Twilight said. So why'd you ask us all here? Rainbow asked. Well, you guys remember my parents' crowns, right? I asked, causing them all to nod. I decided that it's time I found out why they're here in Equestria. So basically we're going on an adventure to a place where demonic angels probably lived. Thunderlane asked while I just nodded. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, this is gonna be so exciting. We going to see a long-lost demonic angel site, Twilight said as she bounced around like when she got her cutie mark. Settle down, TWI, we've still got to prepare for the journey, which is why I wanted to talk to all of you on who we should bring, I said. 2 days later. I was standing in the Pale Horses hangar under Canterlot with the main 6, their cold friends Spike, Gilda, Trixie, Daring Do, Kabir, Rosa, Eli, Rebecca, the Royals, Rage, Spitfire, Fleetfoot, Zecora, the Immortals, and the Foals, who Faust insisted Pip and Midnight come along despite many protests. And in the end Applejack, Rarity, Rainbow, Thunderlane, and both Cadence and Shining brought along the other CMC, and now we were all prepping to leave. Everyone then boarded the ship and we headed off. My friends from Earth were amazed with the Pale Horse, and everyone just simply enjoyed the ride. It took us about an hour long, but we were getting close to our destination. I set the Pale Horse down and we decided to leg it the rest of the way. We were walking through an old ancient forest and music softly played through the trees in a comforting way. This place feels so alive, Chrysalis said. You got that right, I said as I leapt from root to rock and swung from a branch but kept pace with the others, and the foals tried to do the same thing as I did. Look at you, Ash, you're like a little child that's looking for adventure in your parents' backyard, Kabir said as I hopped across a small stream. Actually, he's more like a wood elf exploring the forest for the first time, Amalthea laughed. Well, how can I not be, guys? I'm probably going to learn more information about my kind than I already know. If you were in my position you'd understand how huge this is for me, I said. Your enthusiasm is grown, but Ash, be careful where you stand, Zecora said. Man, you lot are beginning to sound like me when I don't want to let any of you come along, I said as I swung from a branch and onto a boulder. Suddenly the boulder shifted below me and that caused me to stumble off it and land in the dirt, much to everyone's amusement, and I couldn't help but laugh till the boulder moved again. That's when I saw the supposed boulder wasn't a boulder. It looked like a rhino, but its snout was more pointed and the creature had moss and plants growing on it, and its horn was made out of branches and flowers. I scrambled to my feet and looked at the creature in awe and saw it trudge its way over to me. Once it was close enough, it gave me a sniff and let out a groan and nuzzled its head against me, pushing me a few steps back before I gave the creature a few rubs under its chin with a smile. Once I finished, the creature then walked away into the forest. Amazing, isn't it? Faust asked. More than you think, but what was that? I asked. That was an elder rhino, one of the many creatures made by the forest, Faust said. Made by the forest? I asked. But of course, for example, timberwolves are also such creatures. They don't communicate like regular animals do, but they have a purpose to serve in forests like this one, Faust said. Wow, the world is truly a fantastic place to live. You just need to know where to look, I said with a smile. Faust, do you think we'll see any other creatures here? Fluttershy asked. More than likely, Faust said. We continued our walk through the forest, enjoying the sights, and sometimes someone would call out seeing a creature made by the forest. But the best sight was when I stepped on a dragon's snout by accident because I thought it was a hill. The dragon was made of roots and trees, but the eye looked like a normal dragon's eye. Faust told us it was a forest wing and that these guys were protectors of the forest and peaceful creatures. The forest wing stared at me for an eternity before he bowed his head and rested his head back in place and fell asleep again. After each creature we saw, I made a sketch for them to look over later. Hey Ash, do you know how long it will take for us to get to this place? Rainbow asked as I just finished my sketch of the forest wing. Oh yeah, right, it should be. I started when I heard a small sound enter my ear. I then walked forward a few paces and stopped so I could listen to the strange sound. Ash, where should this place be? Rainbow asked. Shush, I said as I listened again. What do you mean shush? Rainbow asked loudly. He means be quiet, Rainbow, Rage said. I know what it means, but I want to know, Rainbow started, but Rage held her muzzle shut. I listened carefully and the noise was actually a song, and it was clear as crystal, and it seemed strangely familiar to me along with the sound of the singer. Ash, what is it? Faust asked as she walked up next to me. Can't you hear it? I asked, causing Faust to search for the sound. Wait, I think I can hear something, Faust said. I can hear it perfectly if you're talking about a song, Ash Rage said. What song? Daring asked. I then realized the owner of the voice was that of my mother and I felt my body want to run after the song, and rather than fight against it I agreed. I dashed off into the trees as fast as my feet would carry me. The trees seemed to make a path all on their own, and when I came to a river, roots came out of the ground and made a bridge for me to cross before I reached it. The song echoed all around me, but the trees made a path for me to follow, whether it be moving boulders or shrubs, and using branches or roots to help me get around some objects. Soon I saw the end of the forest and I ran out of it, but came to a sudden stop to stare at what was before me. Shortly after, the others came along and Rainbow flew up to my left. Dude, what the hell was that all about? You trying to ditch us or something? Rainbow scolded me. I simply placed a hand on top of Rainbow's head and turned it towards the sight set before us. They're out in an extremely vast field where there was nothing but grass, a few trees, a river, mountains on the horizon, and a vast open sky that went on as far as the eye can see. Was the very same kingdom where I was born. Fosaria, I said. Wait, you know that place, Ash? Daring asked. Yeah, that place was my home. It's the place where I was born, also the kingdom I was meant to rule, I said. Wait, rule? You mean you're one of royal blood? Daring asked in shock. No one told you. I asked, only for Daring to shake her head. Sigh, surprised you haven't noticed when we were in Dream Valley. One of us would be happy to explain it to you, but first I want to have a look at that place. I then teleported everyone in front of the entrance of the lower city and looked around. I saw there were many destroyed buildings from either being burnt or crushed. But there were still those that survived the onslaught. How did this all get here? I asked. It must have happened when Equestria was created. I had the thought of this place in my head and my magic must have somehow brought it here, Faust said. I led the group inside the city and looked around and saw the marks of battle were everywhere, along with skeletons from a variety of species. The wind then picked up and I heard a door creak open, and when I looked, something inside the house caught my eye. I walked over to the house and looked inside, and what I saw brought only sadness, cause lying on the floor was a female demon and a male angel. Both of them still had flesh on them, which made them look like they died yesterday, and in between them both was a cradle with a tiny skeleton with wing bones, indicating the child was a demonic angel, and I saw the skeleton had a dagger in its chest. Ash, are you okay? I heard Luna ask. I then walked out and saw the foals wanted to look inside, but I blocked their way with my wing. When they looked up at me, I simply shook my head, and when Faust stepped up, I let her pass, and when she came out, she was wiping away a few tears. I can't believe it came down to this, Faust said while I rested against a wall. Faust, do angel and demon bodies rot at all? I asked. Apparently not, Ash, Faust said as the others looked inside. The others came back out and I walked back inside the house and wrapped the bodies in cloth with my magic, wished the family well in whatever life they have next before I rejoined the others and continued through the city. We passed through streets and saw plenty of skeletons impaled on many weapons. Some were torn in half, and the demons and angels were easy to spot because of their bodies continued refusing to decay even after millions of centuries. I saw Discord and Aris were having a moment whenever came across a fallen Draconiquus, and the same could be said for the Alicorns. I saw the foals weren't enjoying themselves as much when we were in the forest, and so I decided to fix that. I then teleported everyone up onto the castle platform, and as I suspected, there weren't any bodies about. I saw everyone's mood had changed when we saw the garden ahead of us, which had grand trees and plants growing over statues and on walls. There was a large path ahead of us, and in the center was a large rectangular decorative pool that went along the path and connected with 3 others, making a cross. At the end of each pool was a lit brazier with water pouring out all along the rim, and in the center of the pool was a beautiful fountain. It was a large pile of rocks, and surrounding it were 4 unicorns, each standing on their hind legs while water sprouted out of their horns like magic, and in between each unicorn was a leviathan head shooting massive jets of water into the air. On the rock hill and on a ledge was a statue of each creature that lived in the kingdom, each one shooting out water from a trumpet or other object they had. Finally, near the top was an alicorn, and like the unicorns below, it was shooting out water from its horn, and a dragon was coiled around the top part of the rock formation, breathing out water like the leviathans. At the top there was a statue of an angel and demon, and they appeared to be kneeling towards a demonic angel who had his wings outstretched and was attached to a pole at its feet, making it look like the demonic angel was flying. When I looked in the pool, I saw fish swimming around inside it, along with an elegant mosaic tile design at the bottom of swirls and pictures. Oh my horn, this is simply to die for, Rarity shrieked. It's absolutely beautiful, Rosa said. It is, but let's go, there is more to see, Faust said. Yeah, and I'd lead the way, but honestly I have no idea where I'm going, so Faust, would you guide us? I asked. Of course, Ash, Faust said before she led us inside. The inside of the castle was amazing. The hallways were colossal, and some were heavily damaged, and others had fading tapestries inside them. Rarity was begging me to allow her to take some home for restoration and to make a new line of clothes, causing me think about the request before I looked at the aging wall art and smiled at her before I said it was all right. I also said I'd let her pick some out later, and I also made a request that some be taken home and hung up in Canterlot. The royals were delighted to hear my request and said yes, causing Rarity to squee and give me a massive hug. Hey guys, I'm gonna head off on my own, I said. Ash, are you sure? Amalthea asked. I'll be fine, I just want to look around, I said. The group then looked at each other, and Faust gave me a smile before she led the group through the hallways, and once they were out of sight I took another hallway. The castle was quite large, and I often found a body lying in the halls. Suddenly, I found some skeletons that were wearing Roman armor. I saw a dagger in its scab lying in the middle of the floor, so I picked it up and unsheathed it and saw it was still sharp and clean. I then saw a pale face on the hilt symbolizing the black centurion Damocles. Remembering each detail of that story brought chills up my spine, and I considered leaving the dagger here, but then thought about using it as a reminder as I once did, and so I tucked the dagger away for later. I then continued down the hallways and saw great wonders and stories carved into walls. I then followed a path and up some stairs. I then saw a pair of wooden doors at the top of the stairs, and one of the doors was slightly opened. I walked up to them and gently opened the door the rest of the way and stepped inside. I then removed the bag on my back and saw the room was average sized and circular with pillars that looked like trees formed a smaller circle around the room. I also saw toys around the room along with a stained glass window of the symbol on my back, and in the center of the room was a wooden crib. Above the crib was mobile with crystal wolves and ravens on them, and that's when I realized this was my nursery. I then looked around the room and saw a brown teddy lying on the floor, so I walked over and picked it up to have a look at it and saw the stuffed bear's face was adorable. I then placed the bear in the crib before I turned and saw something that caused my heart to skip several beats. They're lying against a wall were both my parents. Both of their bodies were still perfectly intact except for the stab wounds in their chests and dried blood on their clothes. Both of them were leaning against each other and they each held the other's hand. I stared at the two and took a step forward, then another step, and as I took a third my legs gave out and I collapsed to my knees and felt tears stream down my eyes. Third person POV. I dare say this castle is more grand than in Canterlot. No offense, your highnesses, Rarity said. None taken, Rarity. If anything, I have to agree with you. This castle is truly a wonder and ours is but a pale shadow of this one, Celestia said. True that. I bet you could fit my family's entire orchid here and you'd still have lots of room, Applejack said. So Faust, where are we heading now? Twilight asked. Well, I can either show you all the echo chamber or maybe perhaps the throne room, or how about Ash's nursery? Faust smiled. Wait, Ash has a nursery? Rainbow snickered. I wouldn't laugh, Rainbow. We all had a nursery at some point in our young lives. Ash is no different, Faust said. This caused Rainbow's snickering to stop along with the looks from the others were telling her to stop. Anyway, if you just look at the room you can see a lot of love went into building it, Faust said. Oh, now this I must see. I wonder what cute little trinkets are inside, Cadence said. I take it everyone wants to see the nursery? Faust asked. Yes, everyone said. Faust led everyone down the halls and whenever point out something Faust would tell them about it before they walked up some stairs and saw the doors that led to the nursery. Faust then stopped when she heard the sound of crying coming from the room. Rage then walked inside and looked around the room and he saw Ash on his knees and crying softly. Hey Ash, don't tell me you're getting sentimental over this room, or ya? Rage joked as he walked up to Ash, but when he actually saw what Ash was crying over, his smile disappeared. Oh man. Rage then walked up beside Ash and gave a bow to the fallen king and queen before he then patted Ash on the back, then left without another word. Rage, is everything all right? Dreamcatcher asked when Rage stepped out of the room and closed the door. Not exactly, Rag said. So who's crying? Eli asked. It's Ash. He's met his parents, Rage said. Are they? Faust asked, only for Rage to bow his head. This caused everyone else to also bow their heads before Faust led them downstairs to make dinner and set up for the night. Few hours later, Ash's POV. I stepped out of the nursery with my bag in hand and dried my bloodshot eyes before I walked down the stairs. I heard voices echoing through the castle and followed them till I saw some of the group were in the throne room, and I noticed the room wasn't in perfect condition. There were fallen pillars, cracked and broken windows and almost destroyed banners, but that was about it. I then saw the others were cooking food on a transportable stove Eli brought, and when I walked in all eyes turned to me and Rosa then got up and walked up to me before she wrapped her arms around me before I returned the hug before we let go of each other. I'm just planning on having a quick wash, I said. There's a bath down the hall, then take a left, then your first right bath should then be in front of you, Faust said. I gave a simple nod to Faust before I grabbed a change of clothes and a towel along with some cleaning supplies before I followed the directions Faust said. I arrived at the door and stepped inside and saw a steam-filled twisting hallway, so I followed it and walked into a massive circular room with a large basin of water. And pouring from the ceiling and into the center of the basin was a waterfall of warm water. When I looked around the rim of the massive bath I saw grates that the water went into when it was overflowing, and at the bottom of the colossal bath was a mosaic tile design. I then removed my clothes and submerged myself in the bath and let my body soak in all the warmth. I felt a smile slightly curl its way onto my lips before I cupped my hands together and submerged them under the water before I poured it over my face. I then grabbed a washcloth and submerged it into the water before I rubbed some soap on it and began to wash myself before I felt an itch in my wing, meaning there was a feather I needed to get rid of. But it was slightly out of my reach. I was about to give up when I suddenly felt another hand on my wing and pull the feather out. I looked to see who was in the bath and I saw it was Luna with a towel wrapped around herself, and she was giving me a worried look, but I gave a warm smile and held my hand out to her to invite her into the bath. This caused Luna to smile and remove the towel before she sat down next to me and rested her head on my shoulder. Are you all right, Ash? Luna asked. Not really, but I'm trying to cope with it, I said. I'm sorry this happened to you, Ash. I wish there was some way I can help, Luna said. There's no need, Luna, just you sitting with me is more than enough, I said as I pulled her closer and nuzzled the top of her head. Oh my stars, this is a bath worthy of gods. Luna and I spun around and I saw Twilight, Pinky, Rarity, Rainbow, Applejack, Spitfire, Cadence and Celestia were in the doorway. Through the thick fog of steam I saw each one look to be ready to bathe. This caused me to scramble away from them, but I lost my footing and fell into the bath, and once I resurfaced I wiped away the water on my face and looked at the mares. Do you lot mind? I asked in an annoyed tone. Ash, Twilight shrieked with a blush. Hi Ashy, Pinky said with a wave. Oh shoot, we're so sorry Ash, we didn't know you were in here, Applejack said trying to look away. Well, maybe not all of us, Spitfire said. I don't know if any of you have noticed, but Ash and I were talking, Luna said. Who, what about? Celestia asked. Is that any of your business? I asked. What, I'm just curious, Celestia asked. I must say Ash, this bath is simply gorgeous, Rarity said. Out, Luna and I screamed in sync. Yeah, we'll go, but first I want to see what Ash is packing, Rainbow said. Same, Cadence said. The two lustful mares were about to fly over to me, but thanks to my magic both got hit by a blast of water that came from the waterfall that sent them flying into a wall. Anyone else? I asked. We're gone, Twilight said before she teleported herself and the group away. I then let out a sigh before Luna swam over to my side and hugged me. Luna then helped me wash, and once I was done I got changed and left. As I stepped outside the door I saw the mares were still here. I walked past them without a word and I saw Spitfire was at the back of the group. I watched her pass me before I used my towel as a makeshift whip and hit Spitfire in the butt, causing her to let out a yelp of pain, causing all eyes to turn to us. Touché, Spitfire said as she rubbed the spot where I hit her. I gave a snort before I walked back into the throne room and joined the others and pulled out the dagger I found today along with a silver locket on a chain that was on the other side of the room where my parents lay. I did not stop staring at them even after the mares came back from their bath and dinner had started. Hey Ash, are you going to stare at those all night or come and eat? Kabir asked, waking me from my trance. Oh, sorry, I said as I got an upsat with the group. Ash, what the hey is so special about that dagger and locket? You've been staring at them for a while, Soren said. Well, I think this locket was my mother's because it has a photo of me inside it, I said. May I? Faust asked. I handed the locket to Faust, and when she opened it, the song I heard in the forest came from the locket, and judging by the looks on the others' faces, they all could hear it as well. While the song played, no one said a word. That song, I heard it in the forest before Ash took off, Rage said after the song finished. Ash, did you hear that song as well? Faust asked. Yeah, why is that song important? I asked. To a child, yes, it was your lullaby, Faust said. No wonder why that song sounded so familiar, I said. I dare say that it was better than the one you sang for us, Mother, Discord said, but Faust just smiled and nodded. So what's so special about that dagger? Daring asked as Faust handed the locket back to me. When we separated, I came across some soldiers in old Roman Empire armor and found this among them, I said as I held up the dagger. Roman legionaries, but how could they be here when this place is far older than they are? Eli asked. It must have been Lucifer's doing. He must have opened up time portals and pulled in soldiers from across history, Amalthea said. Damn him, Kabir said. Hey Ash, does the dagger have a symbol of Damocles on it? Rage asked, causing me to show the mark on the hilt, causing Rage to nod. Wait, who's Damocles? Daring asked. Oh, just an old ghost story from my world, I said. I then looked at the others. They all had a look saying they wanted to hear it. I looked at the foals and saw they were asleep before I looked at the others again and made images in the fire to help tell the story. All right then, but remember, you all asked for it. The legend goes that there was a great Roman centurion that went by the name of Damocles. He was a revered leader in a massive army, but during a battle his cowardly generals fled, forsaking Damocles. Greatly outnumbered, Damocles was slain by his enemies, but when he arrived in the underworld he was met by Nemesis, goddess of revenge, who became enraged on how Damocles was treated. And so she granted him passage back into the land of the living, but not in the same way as he left. I said before, I made the torches flames snuff out and fire in the stove dim, so there was little light in the room. Damocles had to become a symbol of pure utter terror for his prey, and so Nemesis turned him into a vengeful spirit dressed in ghostly black centurion armor whose sole purpose was to hunt down and murder each despicable general who had abandoned him. I said as a shaft of light appeared and showed a man wearing Roman attire sleeping in a bed, but suddenly a figure in black centurion armor appeared out of the darkness. It had a ghostly pale face with black soulless eyes and blood leaking from them, and where there was supposed to be a mouth was only darkness. The figure then stabbed the man in the throat while he slept, and when he finished, the shaft of light disappeared. Suddenly a new shaft appeared in another part of the room and showed another general walk around a corner. But there was a sound of a blade slashing something echoed around the room before the general's limp arm fell into our view and the light disappeared again. Soon another light appeared and another general was backing away in fear with his sword drawn and pointing into the shadows. Soon Damocles appeared holding two swords. The two then fought, only for Damocles to break the general's sword and hold his swords in an X at the general's throat, and like a pair of scissors Damocles decapitated the general. He then stared at his kill before he slowly looked at us and the light disappeared. One by one each general fell victim to Damocles' sword, and so it was since then during that period of time a commander always carried a dagger with an image of Damocles on it. This served as a reminder to them to always look after the troops that serve under them or answer to the cold steel of the black centurion's blade. Once I finished, I made the room brighter again and I saw everyone was almost spooked senseless. Rainbow, Gilda, Daring, Spitfire, Fleetfoot and Lightning were clinging to each other, and Nocturnal was clinging to Spike, and I saw Fluttershy was using Faust's wing as protection. I can see everyone is scared, so my work is done, I said as I stood up and went to find a spot in the room to get comfortable in. Hey, I wasn't scared, Rainbow barked at me as she loosened her grip around the other so-called fearless flyers. Sure you weren't, you may deny it on the outside, but inside you were scared, Road. Besides, it's okay to be scared, I'll admit that story sends chills down to my core every time I hear it, I said. I felt like a filly again that was afraid of the dark, but this time there was no hiding, cause that thing was the dark itself, Twilight said fearfully. Damn, I had assumptions that humanity's ghost stories were frightening, but that was a bit much, Daring said. Oh, that's not the worst on humanity's fear factor. Should I tell you a lot about the nightmare on Elm Street? Eli asked. No, Kabir, Rosa, Rebecca, Rage and I shouted in sync. Is it worse? Luna asked. Luna, that story or movie if you prefer makes mine look like a kid's dream about puppy dogs and kittens, I said, causing the ones in the group from Equestria to gulp before I settled down against a still standing pillar on the left of the room. And as I got comfortable to sleep I kept wondering about why this place was so terrifying to Compass Arrow and his crew. 3:30 a.m. I couldn't sleep, there was no bad feeling nor was the pillar uncomfortable, my head just refused to rest about why Compass Arrow hid this voyage from the world and also try and settle the fact about my parents. So I sat, looked at the others and saw they were sleeping soundly before I stood up, put on my jacket and grabbed Whispering Wind and my pistols along with my new dagger. I then walked out of the room and began to patrol the castle. All the while doing so I still felt the cold feeling I had in my heart from when I first met my parents. Suddenly I heard a group of footsteps behind me, and when I stopped the footsteps continued, meaning they weren't trying to be stealthy. I turned around and I saw Habir, Eli, Rage and Daring were following me. Can't sleep? Habir asked. Not a wink, I said. It's funny, everyone here is normally able to sleep on worse conditions and yet we can't sleep here, Eli chuckled. Heh, true, Rage said. Listen Ash, I don't know you're going through, but if you need to talk to someone we're here to listen, Daring said. It's appreciated guys, thanks. Wanna walk with me? Might ease our minds, I said, receiving nods from the others. I led the group down the hallways and saw a massive gap in it that led into darkness. Must lead down into the rest of the castle, Rage said. Wanna check it out? I asked. Why not? Rage said. Wait, you mean go down there? Eli asked. What, we're the only ones here? Besides, I'm kinda the ruler of this place, so we can go wherever we want, I said. Well, it's just so dark, Kabir said. Did my story scare you too that badly? I asked jokingly. No, the pair said. Well, let's go then, Daring said before she leapt into the darkness. You still afraid because a Pegasus mare had just jumped in without a clue of knowing what's down there and while it's still dark, Rage said. Come on, otherwise we'd never hear the end of it, Kabir said before he jumped into the hole with Eli close behind. Brave lads, Rage said. Too brave, they don't have wings, I said as I rushed in after them. I dived as quickly as I could and saw the two before I grabbed the backs of their shirts and extended my wings to slow down, but the ground was too close and we were still going fast, causing the landing to be a rough one. I dropped Eli and Habir and was sent tumbling down the slope we landed on till I stopped and let out a groan. I then saw light enter the room and not too far from my face was a skull and a scorpion crawling into its mouth, causing me to scramble onto my feet and look around. But I saw nothing but rubble and skeletons, and I looked at the source of light and saw Daring with a flaming torch. That was a dumb move, jumping in without wings and not knowing how deep it was, but I gotta admit that was a gutsy move, Daring said as she helped up Eli and Habir. Whoa nasty, Rage said as he noticed the mess around us. Come on, let's see what's down here, I said as I walked into the dark while summoning an orb of light. As we explored the dark hallways, Rage accidentally activated the mechanism that sets the braziers alight. The light was still dim, but at least we could now properly see where we were going. The room was filled with scrolls sitting in rotting shelves, and when Daring tried to read one, she found out it was written in demonic angel. I then told her I'd translate it for her later. Before I heard the faintest sound of clanking metal, I gazed at where the sound was coming from, which was down a corridor. Hey Ash, you alright? Habir asked. No, I think there's something here, I said as I summoned my armor. Something here? Rage asked, resting his hands on his swords which he brought along. Come on, let's go check it out, I said before I grabbed a torch from a wall and lit it. I led the group down the hallway and kept my eyes peeled for any movement. I then felt a crunch beneath my foot and I looked down only to immediately look forward again because I saw we were standing on a pile of skulls and bones. No one look down, just keep walking, I said as I looked back at the others. But like always, everyone slowly looked down and immediately regret it. That's going to haunt my mind, Habir said. Come on, we don't want to disrespect these guys any more than we have, I said. The group then followed me, but as we walked, a bony ghost hand floated out of the fog along with several more, and the hands just run along my body as if they were curious about me. The ghostly touch was cold and I saw the others were in a similar predicament, but Eli was blowing away the hands with his breath, which took several blows to dissipate one before he started fanning and blowing the others away. The display would have caused me to laugh if I wasn't nervous about the ghostly hands, and soon the hands just simply left, causing me to let out a sigh of relief before we stepped off the bone pile. Once everyone was off, I gave a bow to the pile in respect and forgiveness before we moved on. The path was long, but I heard voices up before I heard screams echoing up ahead. I snuffed out the torch and ran over to the source of the screams, and when we made it to the spot, I saw bodies and body parts scattered around the room. I saw a door where they came in from and saw more bodies and destroyed equipment, and I saw another path that was blocked by rubble and roots coming from the ceiling. I then saw there was another path with dense smoke coming out of it. I then heard a radio crackle to life and I walked over to the radio that was attached to a body and picked it up. Commander, we have a problem down here. We lost contact with our scout team. Said something about flaming monsters. It's not confirmed, but they may be declared. Kia, a voice spoke. Sound of clanking metal. What is that? A new voice asked. Deep voice in different language speaks while metal clanks together. Sir, we're surrounded. A new voice shouts. Kill him. The first voice shouts. Sounds of gunshots and of slashing. Oh no, panting and clanking metal echoes in background. May the Father of Understanding guide me, the first voice says in fear. Static. Ash, did that guy just say Father of Understanding? Rage asked before I looked around the neck of the dead griffin and saw the Templar cross. Fucking Templars, I said as I unceremoniously dropped the radio. Oh, that's just great, now we have one massive problem, Rage said. Two, actually we don't know if what killed these guys is friend or foe, I said. So where do we go now? We have to get back up to the others, Eli said. We'll take that smoky path, it's obvious whatever is here along with the Templars came from there and went out of the large room the same way the Templars came in, I said. All right Ash, lead on, Rage said. I walked into the smoke and could smell a strange familiar scent in the air. I then searched my brain for answers till I remembered. Greek fire, I said. Greek what? Daring asked. Greek fire, otherwise known as the eternal flame. You can stamp on it, suffocate it or drench it in water, but it will never go out until everything around it is burned, I said. Damn, that's something you really want to be careful with, Daring said. I continued to lead the group through the corridors till we came to the source of all the smoke. Trees and roots grew out of the walls and ceiling, all of it burned, and alongside the crumbling corridor were bodies impaled to the wall by spears, arrows and swords, all of them horribly burned. I led the group through the mess to another corridor with red banners with the mark on my back imprinted on them still hanging from the crumbling ceiling. The path ahead almost had no light in it, but there was enough to see, so I led the group into the hallway. Suddenly, I heard voices come from a hole in the roof and I gestured for the others to stop. Did you see them? What were those things? No clue, whatever they were, they weren't normal. No shit, those things slaughtered the scouting team and half of our party. Suddenly, there was a deep muffled war cry and the sound of bones cracking before a Templar fell into the hole with an axe in his nervous system. We got movement. Contacts multiple hostiles. I then gestured for the others to run while the battle went on. None of us stopped running till we made it to the end of the hallway, and once we were there I climbed into a hole in the roof and helped the others up. We then saw we were in a 3-leveled room. A grand set of double staircases stood at the front of the room and they went around an old fountain, and another 2 more simple double staircases stood behind the first one making a triangular shape. This continued up to the top and I also saw demonic angel armor standing on small altars for display. Stunning, Daring said. You got that right, I said before I saw a table with some things on it. I walked over to the table and saw a few pieces of paper on them, so I picked them up and read through them and saw it was the missing pages from Compass Arrow's journal. When I read through them I decided to read the last page out loud to the others. I was a fool in coming here. The creature that have been picking off my men have been named the Eternal Flame Guardians, and now they are the same ones that hunt for me in the darkness of this place. It is now clear to me that this place was once the ancient kingdom for the demonic angels in the zebra stories. It is more sacred than anything we could ever encounter even after 1,000 lifetimes of searching. The materials we found here are not of this world, and my men were overjoyed when we found all the treasure we took in one single building in the lower districts of this place. We were going to move on to the castle, but we should have left when we had the chance. Because of our greed we drew the guardian's attention. But during our time in this castle I managed to learn from some of the strange texts about a vault, and I also found a casket containing the crowns of the royal family that once ruled over this place. But because of taking the last one the guardians became enraged. They used an inextinguishable blue fire to hunt us down and slaughter us. I brought on their wrath, and now many of my crew have paid the price. I should have left those crowns and taken what we could have carried, but if by some chance I do escape this place, then all records of my voyage here will remain hidden or destroyed. I do not wish others to suffer the wrath of the guardians, so whoever you are and are reading this, flee now, leave what you have taken and run. This place is not meant for the world to see, and if this meant to be my final hour, I commend my soul to Faust. May she show mercy on us for entering this holy place. Ca. What do you think he meant by vault? Rage asked. I was about to say something when I heard the sound of clanking metal come from behind us. I slowly turned around and saw it was coming from beyond the doors, which soon opened to reveal a terrifying sight. In the background, Greek fire clawed over the walls, and I saw Templars fighting figures wearing demonic angel armor, and the Templars were being massacred, and in the doorway was also a figure in demonic angel armor. Except this one had a bristles on his helmet like those on a centurion, displaying his rank among his forces. More intruders, awaken and deal with them. Protect Ephosaria, the leader said in demonic angel. I was beyond words at the moment. To see someone else speak demonic angel was not what I was expecting. Suddenly, I noticed movement in the corner of my eye and saw the armor that was on its pedestals was moving, and the ones on the upper levels had pulled out bows and arrows, and the tips of the arrows became ablaze with Greek fire. Fire, the leader ordered. Stop, I yelled in both the Canterlot voice and in demonic angel. The very force of my voice seemed to snuff out the Greek fire, and in the other room, and the flames on the arrowheads and the guardians seemed to stumble back a bit at what I did. While my voice echoed around the room, the leader then straightened itself out before it glared at me before it stepped forward, and I did the same till we stood in front of each other. Who are you and how do you know our tongue? The leader asked. I know it because I was born to it. My name is Ashblade and I am the prince of this kingdom, I said as I spread my wings and revealed all 10 of them. This earned words of shock and praise from all the guardians, and they all then kneeled to me. My lord, we await your orders, the leader guardian said as he too kneeled and placed his right fist over where his heart would be. The ones you have been slaying are an enemy to this land. However, there is a small group that consists of alicorns, draconiquuses, a few ponies and humans on the upper levels that are not to be harmed. The rest are the enemy known as the Templars that can be identified by this mark, I said before I created the Templar symbol with my magic. And what of them? The leader guardian asked, gesturing to my friends behind me. They are also with me, do not harm them, I said. By your word, my lord, it shall be done, the leading guardian said before he stood and gave my orders to the rest. Okay, what is going on? Rage asked. Looks like we just got ourselves an army, I said with a smirk. Ephosaria throne room, dawn, third person POV. The Templars had taken the entire group prisoner. The foals were being held in a corner of the room while the royals were placed in front of the throne and the others were placed in another corner of the room. The leader of the Templar group sat on one of the thrones. He was a brown-furred minotaur and he went by the name of Gorazera, and he seemed to be taking in the luxury of what was left in the room. Hey, you guys seen Ash, Rage, Daring, Kabir and Eli anywhere? Rainbow asked. They weren't around when we were caught, Twilight said. So do you think they're on their way up here to help us? Rainbow asked. Oh, they're on their way all right, but in chains. They may be causing a few difficult problems for us, but we'll soon have them, so I wouldn't count on any rescues, Gorazera said as he got off the throne and walked over to the group. Clearly you don't know Ash, ground beef, besides you only caught us while we slept, Lightning said. You look irritatingly familiar. Have we met? Gorazera asked. Name's Lightning Dust, can't say you're ringing any bells, Lightning said. Oh, that's it, I knew your grandfather Lightning Strike, he was a brave man before I killed him, Gorazera said with a laugh on the end. Lightning Dust was filled with a swirl of emotion, sadness, shock, pain, and finally hatred. She made a lunge at Gorazera, but because her hands were cuffed behind her back so she could only headbutt him in the face. Lightning was about to go in for another attack, but a pair of Templars held her in place. Worry not, little filly, I'll send you off soon to join him, Gorazera said as he pulled out a gun and aimed it right between Lightning's eyes. Everyone scrambled to try and help save Lightning, but the guards stopped them and Lightning just sat there glaring at Gorazera, ready to welcome death. Any last words? Gorazera asked. Yeah, the guy with the bow better not miss, Lightning said. Before Gorazera could ask what she was talking about, the sound of a gargled scream filled the room and everyone looked at where the sounds came from and saw a guard gripping his throat before he burned away in blue flames, leaving the arrow behind. The Templar was by a window, and when a few Templar went to check it out, they saw a figure dressed in old armor in a kneeling position on a roof. He had a bow in his hand. He then pulled 2 arrows from his quiver and placed them on his bow and drew them back. The arrow tips then lit up with blue flames before he fired them at the guards, killing 2. Shoot him, Gorazera ordered, and so the Templar guards fired at the figure, but he stood up and ran along the roof till he was out of sight. Hunt him down, it must be one of those damn knights. The guards nodded before they ran and opened the door before they ran out, but when the doors closed there were screams and a bone-chilling shriek, and 2 guards came flying into the room and skidded to a stop in front of the Gorazera, both unconscious. Suddenly, the sound of rattling came from the doors and a tall skeletal creature in armor walked into the room. The creature held a pair of weapons in its hands while another pair rested on its belt, and the skull's eye sockets had magenta pupils among the black and its teeth were sharpened to points. What in Equestria is that? Discord shouted. A Stallmaster here, Faust said in shock. The Stallmaster then looked at Gorazera and began walking over to him, but Gorazera wasn't eager to stay, so he jumped out of a broken window, but the Stallmaster followed, and just then Rage and 2 armored figures came into the room along with Daring, who also wore the same armor minus the helmet. Rage, Daring, what's going on and why is she in armor and who are those 2? Iris asked. Long story, but fill you in as soon as we can, but the 2 in the armor is Habir and Eli, Rage said as he went to free some of the group while the 2 armored figures removed their helmets, revealing Habir and Eli. Wow, Dad, you look awesome, Akachi said. Eli then got rid of Lightning's bonds, and the Pegasus then walked over to a Templar and took his sword and stormed over to the broken window. Hey, where are you going? Rage asked, causing Lightning to stop. To avenge my grandfather's death, Lightning said. Oh, very well, carry on, just ignore what I said, Rage said before he went back to freeing the others. Wait, hang on, you're not going to stop her? Twilight asked. Hang on, let me get this right, you're asking me the Night of Vengeance to stop someone from killing a guy who killed another guy who was very dear to the one who is about to murder the murderer? Rage asked. You know, Rage makes a good point, Pinkie Pie said in her usual happy tone. Lightning then flew out of the window and saw the Stallmaster was taking on about 15 Templars and winning, but soon more appeared bearing its way to Gorazera, who was shooting at the Stallmaster, but the effects were very little. The Stallmaster then unfolded a pair of arms that were crossed across its chest and drew the second pair of weapons on its belt and attacked the Templars who had charged at it by using its weapons to hit, slash, and stab. But one managed to jump on its back and the Stallmaster tried to get a hit at the Templar, but then Lightning swooped in and stabbed the Templar before she flew around the remaining Templars and charged at Gorazera from his blind spot. But Gorazera saw her coming and backhanded her into the ground. This earned a shriek of anger from the Stallmaster and it threw a Templar out of its path, and its torso then did a 360-degree spin, killing all of the surrounding Templars. The Stallmaster then walked over to Gorazera, who had pulled out a massive halberd and charged at the Stallmaster. But the Stallmaster met the halberd with one of its own weapons, causing the halberd to shatter, and it used the side of the axe to send the Minotaur into a tree. Wait, he's mine, he killed my grandfather, he's mine, Lightning said as she tried to stand up. The royals and Rage then appeared in the garden when suddenly the Stallmaster's body began to burn away in gray flames, revealing Ash in his armor. I need him alive for questioning first, Lightning, Ash said. Ash, what the hey, what's going on? Twilight asked. Rage, could you fill everyone in while Lightning and I take care of this? Ash asked, gesturing to Gorazera. Sure, Rage said before he made a bowing gesture to the others to follow him, which they did. Once the royals and Rage left, Ash crouched down so he could look Gorazera in the eyes. Okay, but I just have one single question that needs to be answered, and I expect my answer to be a good one. Where is the slaver branding iron? Ash asked. I ain't telling you shit, Gorazera said. I was hoping you'd say that, Ash said. Ash then used blood manipulation to control Gorazera blood and make lots of large spikes form under his skin, breaking muscle and bone that was in its way and causing Gorazera to scream in agony. I can think of 3,675 ways to make this as horribly painful as possible, and believe me, you don't want that, so I'll ask again, where is branding iron? Ash asked. The FF forest in the the south, there's a large camp there and out of the way from wandering eyes, Gorazera said. Thank you, Ash said as he stood up and released his grip on Gorazera's blood before he looked at Lightning. He's all yours. Thanks, Ash, Lightning said, cracking her knuckles. Wait, I told you what you wanted, Gorazera said. True, and for that I would have left you in a prison, but I never said she was going to let you live, Ash said as he gestured to Lightning. Ash's POV. After we finished with Gorazera, I saw the Eternal Flame Guardians were chasing any remnants of the Templars out of the city, which happened to only be one Templar running. Lightning, Dust, and I then took off back to the throne room where I saw Rage was finishing up telling the others about what happened. So after Ash told us the plan on how to get back here, and we found some old armor that would be able to protect these three in case we ran into some Templars, and well, you know the rest, but to put it simply, this was one hell of a night, Rage said. Incredible, I'd have never imagined that there would be constructs made of the eternal fire still walking these halls after all this time, Faust said. Suddenly the Guardian leader walked in along with two others, causing my friends to look at the doorway. My lord, it is ready, the leader said as he and the other Guardians kneeled to me. Thank you, I said in Demonic Angel. Ash, what is going on? What did he say? Rose asked. Oh, he said that the preparations for my parents' burial is ready, I said. Your parents' burial, but how'd? Rarity started. My parents gave the Guardians instructions on what their burial was to be like when I returned their last order, if you will, I said. I suppose we shouldn't keep it waiting then, Faust said. The Guardians then stood up and led us down the corridors and into the depths of the mountain itself, but to us it was just a plain long staircase, and once we reached the bottom I saw a fairly long hallway with two closed doors on either side of the hallway, and a pair of double doors sat at the end of the hallway. As we walked down, the door on the left side of the room opened and I was about to walk in when the guard gestured to the double doors. Excuse me, but why am I taking this path and they are taking another? I asked in Demonic Angel. My lord, the others are not following you because they are not the ones being coronated, the guard said with a bow. Coronated? I asked in shock. What's going on? Rage asked as if he missed something. Guard, why am I being coronated? I thought I asked for a funeral for my parents, I said. You did, my lord, but in their request they asked you to be coronated as they are laid to rest so that the kingdom will always have a king. It was to become a tradition if ever the ruler was to be laid to rest, the successor was to be coronated during the funeral, the guard said. I looked at ground in shock at what was happening. Surely you must have known this was going to happen sooner or later, Ash, I heard Faust say before I spun around to look at her. Wait, Faust, could you understand all that and you knew about this? I asked. Yes, Ash, I did, Faust said. Why didn't you say anything? I asked. Because I knew you would react like this. Remember, Ash, you did say you would accept it, Faust said. I know, it's just, well, I wasn't expecting this day to come like this, and I would have expected it to be in Canterlot, I said. Ash, we can always hold another in Canterlot to announce it to Equestria, but this is the official ceremony, Faust said. Someone care to fill us in? Applejack asked. Well, guys, it appears that today isn't only a funeral but also, I started. Ash's coronation is going to take place during the funeral, Faust said, causing everyone to gasp. A coronation during a funeral, isn't that a bit disrespectful? Twilight asked. Not unless the former king and queen wanted it that way. They wanted it to be that way so the kingdom always had a king, Faust said. But this is too soon. I had an amazing idea on royal coronation attire for Ash, Rarity said. Don't fuss, Rarity, everything would have been sorted already, but enough chatter, we have a ceremony to begin. Ash, we'll see you later. I'll be presiding over this ceremony and Amalthea can translate what I say to the others in English cause I'll be speaking in Demonic Angel, Faust said. Okay, well, this is it, I said. Luna they came up to me and gave me a kiss, and everyone gave me support by saying some words before they walked through the door, leaving me with the Guardians, which had opened the double doors and stood at full attention. I took a massive breath before I walked past the doors which had closed behind me, and when I looked ahead I saw the corridor was long and arched, and going along the walls and ceiling were framed mirrors. I then began to walk down the hallway, but as I did I began to hear music. The music was calming yet powerful, and it seemed to be guiding me down the hallway, and as I passed by the mirrors I saw myself only in different periods of time and doing a variety of things. In World War I when I fought in the trenches, or in the French Revolution when I was saving someone from the guillotine, and many other places doing completely different things, things that some would call heroic, others would call it foolhardy. But I just kept walking till I was met with a figure who was walking towards me, who at first I couldn't tell who it was, but as I got closer I saw it was myself, only my double wore different attire. He wore a silver chest plate with a pair of wolves holding up my cutie mark, along with chainmail went over his arms, chest and thighs. His metal greaves were also silver along with the gauntlets. The pauldrons had the demonic angel symbol on them, which was made of gold and silver, and the pauldrons reached halfway down on the upper arm, providing better protection. And finally on the other's back was a navy blue cape. The border had golden leaves and vines going around it, and the underside of the cape sparkled like stars in the night sky. I noticed the other me was just a mirror image, but the background behind him was completely different than mine. I then reached out with my right hand with him copying me, and when we touched one another there was a silvery aura between us. When I pushed forward I felt a warm sensation wash over my hand as it disappeared, so taking a breath and closing my eyes I walked forward. Once I opened my eyes again I saw I was wearing my mirror's clothes, and I then heard the sound of falling water, and I followed the sound till I came to a massive cavern that looked like someone hollowed out the entire mountain. Far above me I saw massive bells hang from the ceiling, and large holes were in the colossal walls allowing light to enter, and when I looked down there was only darkness. Ahead of me was a set of stairs, and on the sides were unlit braziers, and at the top of the stairs was a stone gazebo with a golden stone roof, and the 6 pillars that held up the roof were statues of demonic angels, and going around the rim of the stone column the gazebo stood on was a waterfall. Finally on either side of the stairs were the eternal flame guardians, all standing at attention, and at the top I saw everyone was waiting. I then took a breath and began my climb up the stairs, and as I passed by a brazier a guardian on either side of me pulled out an arrow and fired it at the brazier, igniting it in Greek fire, and this continued till I reached the top. I then saw Faust with her wings outstretched along with the other princesses that stood beside her, and behind them I saw a stone coffin large enough for 2 people. I then assumed it was where my parents were being laid to rest, and I could see everyone in Rarity were swooning over my new attire, and as I kneeled to Faust the song ended. Today is a day or mourning and celebration, Faust said in demonic angel, and Amalthea repeated only in English so the others understood. Today we lay the old rulers to rest, and in their place stands a new ruler, one who has braved through the suffering and pain of himself and others to stand here and led his country into a new age of peace, wisdom and prosperity. Ashblade, son of Ronseer and Agla, do you swear to lead your kingdom with the same intentions of peace as your parents once did? I swear, I said in demonic angel. Faust just smiled and looked at the pedestal in front of her, and I gazed at it also, when suddenly a few specks of light appeared out of it and floated in midair above the pedestal, and more kept rising from it till finally the dots of light formed together and created a crown. It had a thick gold band with 4 diamonds going around it, and on the left side of the crown was a webbed silver and gold wing going up in a diagonally. On the other side of the crown was a silver and gold feathered wing that was also going up diagonally, but on the front of the crown were a pair of howling wolves made of obsidian and a silver border going around them. Above the wolves, being held by silver, was the most stunning gem one could imagine that looked like the moon but with a rainbow-like aura coming off it. I saw Faust pick up the crown before she turned it around and walked around the pedestal before she placed the crown on my head. The king is home, Faust said as I stood up. I then turned around and spread out all 10 of my wings, which the feathers led of a shimmering light along with the gem on the crown from the light coming in through the hole in the cavern walls. All hail the king, all hail the king, the guardians cheered. Suddenly a strong wind blew into the cabin from the holes and created a song like a pan flute, and the bells above us began to toll, and so the fabled song of the Ephosaria mountain rang through the air, making me feel alive for the first time. Once the song ended I turned to look at the others and saw them bow to me, but I gave them all a single nod before I walked over to the coffin holding my parents. I looked inside to see them both, and they were cleaned and in a different set of clothes, and they both had their crowns I returned on their heads. Mom, Dad, I don't really know where to begin. I don't even know if I should be both angry and sad. You sacrificed both your lives to save mine, or happy and proud to have parents that would go to great lengths to save me. When I was first told about you both I wondered to myself, asking how do you become so great, so respected, so loved by many just by having a simple smile and saying a few words. I know I can never be as good as you, but I'm willing to try, and someday I hope you'll both be proud of me, I said with a few tears in my eyes. I then placed a sun and night rose in both my parents' hands and my mother's locket in her hands before I kissed them both on their foreheads before my friends then placed their own roses inside the coffin, and once finished the coffin was sealed. I then kneeled to the coffin along with the others and the guardians, and there was a minute's silence before I stood and Faust placed a hand on my shoulder. Ash, I'm sure they are already very proud of you, Faust said. Thank you, Faust, I said. Ash, your cape is absolutely stunning, and the gem, oh that gem, it is simply divine, Rarity said, gushing all over me. That is the king's gem, Rarity said, to only be found and worn by great kings, Faust said with a smirk aimed at me, causing me to rub the back of my neck. So what now? Rage asked. Hey Ash, that vault that was mentioned in Compass Arrow's notes, why don't we see what's being held inside of it? Daring suggested. A couple of the guardians were leading us through the hallways till we arrived at a set of double doors which when we opened we walked into a library that rivaled Faust's, and causing Twilight to speak in gibberish before she passed out into Comet's arms. I thought we were heading to the vault, I said in demonic angel as I looked at the guards. The vault is in here, my lord, but the secret to finding it was only known by the previous king and queen, but they left us a clue. A blooming key will open the way, the guard said. Understood, thank you, I said before the guards left and closed the door. So what's going on? Thunderlane asked. They said that a blooming key will open the way, I said. It must be some kind of marker. Ancient civilizations often had them to mark where the hid ancient treasure chambers or vaults, Daring said. Not bad, Daring. Spaniards did the same thing with a heart and 2 keys going through it. Everyone look around for a picture with a key and flowers, I said. Hey Pip, maybe we can get our cutie marks in vault hunting, Rumble said. Hey yeah, I wonder what a cutie mark like that would be like, Pip agreed. Cutie mark crusaders, vault hunters, yeah. Pip and Rumble shouted before the two ran off along with the other crusaders and Akachi, causing me to smile. Everyone then spread out and began searching, and I looked around the shelves for something, and I suspected there was some kind of book lever hidden in this massive library, but when I looked around I saw something on the floor in the center of the room. It was a large mosaic picture of a pair of roses surrounded by a black circle and 3 arrows pointed at 3 pillars of columns in the room that were up against the walls. There were pillars stacked on top of each other as they went up, forming a massive column, and I flew down to the ground pillar of one column and inspected it and saw scraping marks against the top of one of the pillars, but the pillar above had no scrapes. I then tried to push the pillar upwards, but nothing happened, so thinking it over I pushed the pillar inward and I managed to move it before it moved upwards on its own, revealing a strange switch. I then grabbed the switch and tried twisting it, but nothing happened, so I decided to pull it outward and the knob responded before I decided to give it a twist, and the knob did so till I couldn't twist it anymore. I then pushed the knob back and I then heard the sound of moving machinery echoed around the room, and I saw tiles over the roses flip over. Everyone head to a column the picture on the floor is pointing to and push the bottom pillar in, I said, causing everyone to obey and do what I asked, and the last 2 pillars went upward like mine. Okay, grab the knob before you and pull it towards it to you and twist it clockwise till it stops before pushing it back in. Everyone did as instructed and I flew into the air and I heard the sound of machinery and more tiles on the floor flipped over, and once it stopped I saw the new tiles made a new picture, which was a key wrapped in the vines of the roses. We all then waited a few seconds before the sound of machinery echoed around the room and the floor inside the circle sunk down and retracted into 3 parts, revealing a stone staircase. Nicely done, Ash, Rage said. Thanks. Oh right kids, I want you all to stay up here, I said, looking at the young foals. But why, Uncle Ash? Apple Bloom asked. I don't know what my mom and dad left down there, they could have set up some traps for all I know, so I want you lot to stay safe here, I said. Okay, the foals said. Fluttershy, do you mind taking care of them? I asked. I don't mind, Fluttershy said before Cadence and Luna hand Fluttershy Midnight and Flurry Heart. Hey Ash, are you sure we should leave Fluttershy here? Rainbow asked. She's more than capable in handling foals, also if they do get into trouble Fluttershy can use her stare, and if there's an outside force there are a pair of eternal flame guardians outside the door, I said. Point taken, Rainbow said. I then led the group down the steps, and as we walked down the stairs flames came to life on the torches and illuminated the area, and once we got to the bottom of the stairs I noticed we were in a maze of aqueducts that were designed to transport water to different parts of the castle. I then saw the key and roses symbol etched into the floor and an arrow pointing down a path. I then led the others down the path and I saw a building that reminded me of the Pantheon in Rome. I then led the others to the doors, which were monstrously huge, and before them I saw a pedestal with a metal bowl carved into it. So now what? Rage asked. That's a blood lock. It's simple. If you have the blood needed to open it, then you can enter. If not, then you might as well go home. Faust said. Well, that's not a problem for us, I said before I drew my new dagger and cut myself. I let my blood drip into the bowl and healed my wound before I saw my blood disappear, and markings on the door glowed white before they slowly opened. Flames lit up on torches flickered inside and I saw thousands of objects in the room. I walked inside and saw objects that were supposed to be legends like the Spear of Destiny. I then saw Twilight was walking over to 3 stands that had some kind of stone cover on them along with the demonic angel mark carved into them. Twilight then dug her fingers into the gap that went down the middle of the cover, and when she pulled it the cover split in 2, revealing a codex opened on a page. Sweet Celestia, it's beautiful, Twilight said. You find something, Twilight? Faust asked, causing everyone to walk over to her. It's an old codex, I said. Now those are very rare to find, Celestia said. Ash, can you translate? Twilight asked. Here we go, wake me when the boring stuff is over, Rainbow said. I had a look at the codex and read the text, which surprised me. Boring part is over, Road, you need to see this. The codex explains how the Pegasi of old were able to draw lightning into their wings to increase their speed and abilities in combat, I said. Okay, now that is not lame, Rainbow said as she zoomed next to me. I then turned a page revealing an old picture of a regular 4-hoofed pony and a pony currently living in Equestria, both in a strange armor while their wings were sparking with lightning, which caused excitement for the flyers. I then looked at the other 2 stands and walked over to one and opened it to reveal another codex. This one tells of how Earth ponies were able to use their kicks to manipulate the very air into a cannon, which was used to bring down fort walls, I said before I stepped to the side, letting Applejack, Big Mac and Swift Spear look at picture before I walked over and looked at the last one. And this one tells of how the unicorns were able to use magic to focus on multiple enemies. For example, when you're surrounded by enemy soldiers, you basically make a small dome around you, and any enemy that's in it with you, they will look like they have slowed down. But you're still moving at average speed, allowing you to inflict heavy damage, and if you also cast this spell at a fair distance away and fire a beam at them, then that bolt will hit every target in the dome. Shining and Holy Light seemed interested with this technique and came over to have a look. I smiled as I saw everyone was gazing at everything, but then I saw Daring Do was looking at a black cube-shaped box with images made of silver, and gears and cogs were all over it. The box had a fiery red ruby sitting on top with letters written in demonic angel going around it, and when I then looked at the plaque and saw the words Pandora's box written on it, I then saw Daring was about to lift the lid, but I teleported over and slammed the lid closed, causing a massive echo to reverberate around the room, causing everyone to look at me. That dot was close, I said, keeping a hand on the box. Why, what is it, Ash? Daring asked. That is Pandora's box, I said. Okay, then why can't we open it? Rainbow asked. Rainbow, you know Tartarus, right? Well, imagine this box is like that, only it's used to hold creatures far worse from Earth, I said as I activated the lock on the box. How worse are we talking about, and how many are in there? Rainbow asked. Suddenly growls and shrieks that would haunt one's nightmares for eternity echoed from the box, but there was no movement. No idea, and I'd rather not find out, but right now guys, I need to set up some ground rules. No one touches a thing unless we know it's alright to touch. If you want to know, ask either me, Faust, or Amalthea, I said. And me, Rage said. Wait, you read Demonic Angel? I asked. That and speak it, I was a part of you once, you douche, Rage said. Fair enough, but main topic again, don't touch unless we say so, I said. Everyone nodded to me before I had a look around and saw pedestals containing a variety of objects all around the room, and I noticed a very thick book sitting on a pedestal, and the plaque read the Book of Solomon. Knowing the story of such book one knew I had to stay well away from that thing, so I then looked around some more and saw a large circular pedestal and a yin and yang was carved into it. In one of the dots I saw a black teardrop-shaped gem with a dark aura around it and the other was empty and the black red seeds of harmony and disharmony. Hey everyone, have any of you wondered where the tree of harmony came from? I asked. Now that is a question I haven't asked yet, but now that you bring it up, where did it come from? Twilight asked. I simply gestured to the pedestal and let everyone have a look. I then read the rest of the details on the plaque about where the seeds came from and it said that these seeds were prototypes on a tree of balance. But the project suddenly stopped and then abandoned, and after a while the seed of harmony was placed in Faust's care. I looked at Twilight and saw she was having an overload of info given to her and everyone then started asking Faust questions, but then I saw something at the back of the room that caught my curiosity. It was an old book made of stone, so I walked over to it and saw the plaque and read it. The Book of Prophecies said to contain all the prophecies in the world, I read out loud. You find something interesting, Ash? Celestia asked. Maybe, I said as I picked up the book and opened it. I then began flicking through the stone pages and saw countless legends, some fulfilled, others yet to be done, till one prophecy caught my eye. The Battle of the Brothers of Fate. On the day of an eclipse, two twin brothers will battle in the city of the damned, one twin raised by suffering, loneliness and hardship and is balanced between all things, the other is raised by darkness, bloodshed and vengeance and is fueled by the desire to be challenged. The twins will begin their battle once the day they meet for the first time and will constantly battle till death parts one from the world. One twin will seek destruction of all things and the other will protect it, but ultimately both sides will clash and the twins will fight until the black sun reveals its light again, or the twin will destroy the world. When the light returns, the land will either prosper or die at the hands of the twins. There was a picture below carved and colored into the stone showing a pair of figures in a yin and yang. One an outline of a figure wielding a sword and shield, the other looked like a monster out of a nightmares with long spindly claws and fiery eyes, and in the background there were two armies, one was white, the other was black. The Battle of the Brothers of Fate, what do you think that is? Iris asked, who was looking over my shoulder. I don't know, but a lot of it doesn't add up. Twin brothers that haven't met before, and in this picture, the two look nothing alike. One looks like a monster and the other is just an outline of a human with a sword, shield and what look like wings, but I can't tell, I said. Not all pictures are accurate, a familiar and hated voice said. I looked up from the book and saw a figure standing in the doorway of the vault. The armor was sinister and dark, but it is how I first met him. Heartless, I said with a sneer as I put the book down on its pedestal. Hello Ashblade, or is it King Ashblade now? I watched the ceremony and I must say it gave me chills, Heartless said. Funny, I don't remember putting you on the invitation list. Now how dare you enter this place, I growled as I summoned my armor and weapons. I don't recall you making an invitation list at all and I choose to go where I wish. Well, until Faust sealed me away, Heartless said. There's only one way down here, so Heartless, if you've harmed my foals in any way, I swear, I started as I walked around some objects and the others, so I was standing in the center of the vault. Calm down, I may be your enemy, but I'm no monster. Those foals you left with that Pegasus Fluttershy, I think her name is, are unharmed, I swear, Heartless said. Your words had better be true, otherwise I won't be able to control what happens next, I said. I'll keep that in mind, and I can feel you unlocked your hellish booster, which is quite the surprise to me. But, I will say it is quite powerful, and since that's unlocked and you're here along with gaining the title King, it means you know who you are now, Heartless said. I am Ashblade, I am the last demonic angel and the rightful ruler of the Ephosaria throne. My parents were Ronseer and Agla, a devil and an angel, I said, causing Heartless to laugh. At last you've figured it out. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for you, Ashblade, son of Ronseer and Agla. But now to the reason why I am here. I require a certain book. Perhaps you've seen it, the Book of Solomon, Heartless said. You must think I'm pretty damn stupid if you think I'm just gonna let you take that, I said as I drew Whispering Wind in my shield. Oh, I honestly wanted to fight you, Ash. I wanted to test how far you've come since our last meeting, Heartless said, drawing his own sword. Like an imaginary bell went off in my head. I flew at Heartless and tried to slice him, but he blocked the attack, and the force and speed of my attack pushed us out the door, but Heartless pushed me over his head and I barrel rolled in midair and landed in a position where I had my left leg straight out and my right leg was in a kneeling position beneath me and my right hand was supporting me and my wings were spread out for intimidation. I then looked at Heartless again before I rushed at him and attacked him fiercely till we pushed each other away with our weapons. But Heartless landed on a button, causing some gears to turn, and an arrow was launched at Heartless, but he blocked the attack. And I thought that something like that only happened to me, I said. Suddenly more objects moved to either slice, dice, impale and burn started to move and kill either Heartless or me, so we were forced to dodge and fight the objects, but with the help of Epsilon I managed to do it. I then kicked Heartless off the walkway and jumped down to join him on a walkway below where the pair of us crossed blades again. I then used my magic to push him against one of the columns holding up the walkways. I then used my angelic arm to summon my halo blade and tossed it at him, but he ducked and rolled towards me and the halo blade embedded itself in the column. I then used my speed to rush at Heartless and was about to strike with an underarm attack, but Heartless blocked my sword before he had butted me in the helmet, making it ring for a couple of seconds. I tried to shake the sound from my head, and when I recovered I saw Heartless charge at me with an overhead strike, but I dodged to the left and nearly fell, but Heartless slammed himself into me, causing me to fall backwards. But I used my wings to straighten myself up and flew under the aqueduct walkway and came up on the other side where I saw Heartless looking over the edge for me. But I then made a wall of stone move along the entire walkway, and by the time Heartless saw it, the wall slammed into him and pushed him against the same column I slammed Heartless into before I rested on the walkway again, and the wall of rock broke to pieces. I am going to say I am pleased on how far you've come. My rival would need to be this strong and more, Heartless said. Hate to be a disappointment, I said as I held my angelic hand out. What are you doing? Heartless asked. Something that involves you getting out of the way before you die, I said. My halo blade had finally loosened itself from the column and came flying at Heartless, but he narrowly dodged my blow and the halo blade returned to my hand before it disappeared. Okay, I'll admit I felt the wind with that one, but why tell me to dodge? Heartless said. I'd prefer to kill you while we're facing each other. You earned that much at least, I said. HMPH, very well, I suppose I can follow that rule if you abide by it, Heartless said. Heartless then shot bolts of magic at me, but I used a secret technique that Link taught me. I swung Whispering Wind at the orbs and sent them flying back at Heartless. Some he destroyed, but some he got hit. I then teleported in front of him and tossed him into the air before I teleported next to him and used and charged some magic into my demonic arm and punched Heartless in the chest, sending him flying to the ground in front of the vault. I then flew over to him and landed just in front of him before I removed my helmet and looked at Heartless, but when he looked at me I only heard dark chuckling. Superb, you fought rather well back there and you haven't even broken a sweat. I guess you're ready for our duel, Heartless said. No Heartless, this duel is over. You lost, I said as I pointed Whispering Wind at his throat. Oh, I hate to disappoint you, but our duel is actually scheduled on the day of an eclipse just like in the prophecy, Heartless said. Again with this, what prophecy? I demanded. You still don't know, you were reading it before we fought, Heartless said. The battle of the brothers of fate, but you and I aren't twins, not even brothers, I said. Heartless then reached for his helmet and took it off, and the face I saw was not what I thought. The face in front of me was mine. The only difference was our hair color. His hair was silver with a black stripe in it. I was in so much shock at what I saw I didn't even realize I had lowered Whispering Wind till Heartless kicked me in the side of my leg, forcing it out of place and causing me to cry out in pain. How? I asked, wheezing through the pain. How is this possible? Easy. The night Lilith came to supposedly kill you was not an assassination but a kidnapping attempt. The she-demon's objective was to use your blood to create a secret army for her to conquer Earth, Heaven and Hell. But that was a bit of a bust when dear old King Ronseer stopped her, so she went with another option. The blood that was taken from you already so that it could be analyzed went missing that night when in fact it was stolen. The blood didn't make an army as Lilith had hoped, but only a small squad. However, your parents found out and destroyed it all while I survived and escaped, and Lilith became set on revenge. So she teamed up with Lucifer to destroy your kingdom and hopefully collect more of your blood, Heartless said as he got to his feet and revealed a pair of wings on his back, except these wings were webbed on the top half of the wings and feathered on the bottom. So now what? Why try and destroy Equestria? I asked. Don't worry your head about that yet, Ash, but right now I must be off. I have what I came for, Heartless said as he held up the Book of Solomon, causing my eyes to widen. And I don't think you'll mind if I take your sword too, do you? Heartless then reached down to take Whispering Wind, but it shocked him, causing him to shake the pain out of his hand and yelp a bit at the pain. Suddenly, Whispering Wind had white glowing chains wrap around the handle and blade that also reached out and wrapped around my right hand. Damn, looks like that's not coming with me now, Heartless said. Protect the king. I looked at the voice and I saw the guardians were on the aqueducts and bows and arrows in hand. I then placed a shield around me just as the arrows were set loose, but before Heartless was hit he teleported to the far side of the room. Till next time, your highness, I hope you will be at full strength, Heartless said as he disappeared. Chapter 54 Diplomatic Meeting, Blood Thieves and Coronating. I rolled onto my side and my friends ran up to me. I grabbed my leg with the dislocated joint before I snapped it back in place. I then used blood manipulation to ease the pain while the others helped me up. Geez, are you alright, Ash? Comet asked. I've been better, I said. Ash, do you know what Heartless took? Celestia asked. Yeah, that was the Book of King Solomon, I said. Wait, Solomon, I thought he was just a story from the Bible, Rebecca said. He was anything but a myth, guys. I was there to know for certainty almost every story in the Bible is true. But some are either misinterpreted or what others believed at the time, but I'm living proof of knowing what happened, I said. Alright, Ash, just what was so special about that dusty old book? Rainbow asked. The book contains 72 demon spirits that were captured by Solomon long ago, and some demons had their own legions of demons. But each demon legion is bounded to one of the demon lords, and the demon lords are bounded to the one who summoned them, and now Heartless has the book that has 72 demons imprinted in the text, I said. And if he unleashes them, he'll have a devastating army at his direct service, Faust said. Yeah, which means we need to figure out what to do about Heartless and that damn book, one said. Relax, Ash, we'll deal with that problem when it comes around, Faust said. Actually, he doesn't have it. I looked at the source of the voice and saw Rage and Vinyl were next to the doorway of the vault. What do you mean? I asked. Vinyl then pulled something out from behind her back and I saw it was the Book of Solomon. How? I asked. While you were busy with Heartless, I asked Rage which one was the book Heartless was looking for, and that's when we switched it with an old block of stone Rage summoned. He also disguised it to look like this book, Vinyl said. So that means, Celestia started. Yep, Heartless is carrying a dumb block of stone while we have the real thing, Rage said. You beautiful dumbass sneaks, I could kiss the pair of ya, I said. I don't see what's stopping you, Vinyl said with a cheeky smirk. Well done you two, but let's put that back before Heartless realizes what's happened, Faust said. No, not in the vault, I said. Why? Rage asked. Heartless is a being made out of my blood, which means he can open the lock on this door and take the book, which means we need to relocate it somewhere he won't find it, I said. I see, but who can we trust it to? Faust asked. I then went into some thought before I used my magic to grab the book before I held it out to Habir and Rosa. Habir, Rosa, I need you to take this book back to Earth and guard it no matter what. Heartless won't know where you live and probably doesn't know how to get to Earth, I said. But Ash, Rosa started. I know I'm asking much of you, but please, this book is no longer safe in Equestria. It needs to be placed out of his reach, I said. Rosa and Habir then looked at one another and nodded before they took the book from my hands. We'll watch over it, Ash, till it's ready to be brought back here, Habir said. Thank you, I said. So what about the rest of the stuff inside the vault? Would it be okay if we took that as well? I bet Pandora's box would be a bad thing to leave behind, Rainbow said. Not necessarily. Heartless could have taken several objects, but his one interest was in this book entirely. And if he knows what I know, I doubt he'll be stupid enough to unleash the terror that's in Pandora's box, I said, causing everyone to nod. Alright, let's seal this up. Excuse me, but Trixie wishes to know the name of an artifact, Trixie said. Alright, Trixie, what do you wish to see? I asked. Trixie then walked into the vault and we all followed till she stopped at a stand containing a small cup that was made of clay and copper. I then looked at the plaque. I saw it said the Holy Grail. Figures this would be here along with the Spear of Destiny, I said. What is it? Twilight asked. That is the Holy Grail, the cup Jesus himself drank from during the Last Supper and the same one that caught his blood during his crucifixion, I said, causing the humans to suddenly kneel to the cup. So what does it do? Rainbow asked. It's said to grant anyone who drinks from it eternal life, I said. Wait, eternal life, you're kidding, Spike said. Perhaps Trixie should test this, Trixie said as she went to reach for the cup. I then quickly drew Whispering Wind and held it in front of Trixie, causing her to stop her attempt and causing everyone to look at me. No one touches the cup, I said slowly and with a deep growl. Whoa, hang on, Ash, Trixie just wanted to see if the so-called legend was true, Thunderlane said. And if it was, I asked. Well, I guess I wouldn't mind having a swig, Thunderlane said. Exactly, if the legend was true, then all of you who don't have immortality would drink from it, and I can't allow that, I said. But Ash, if this can do as it claims, then it would end suffering, diseases, starvation. This needs to be studied, not locked away in the dark, Twilight said. Your heart is in the right place, TWI, but if you did do what you claim, what would happen? I asked. Absolute maddening chaos. There are many that aren't meant to live forever, TWI. Templars and assassins have been struggling over the same topic for years. The Templars continue to struggle to gain power for their own benefits of a so-called new world, and they believe they can make a difference. But the assassins have been hoarding the power and hiding it away because they know what always happens in the end. But we're not Templars, Twilight said. Doesn't matter, the fact is still the same. Objects like this aren't meant for the world, I said. Still, the legend could be false. There's no harm in finding out, Rainbow said. I then stuck Whispering Wind into the ground and extended my wings for intimidation. No one is drinking from that cup, and if someone still wants to try, they'll need to fight me in order to do so, I said with a growl. Rage, can you get some sense into his head? Twilight asked. Rage then walked over to me and drew a sword. I got ready to fight by gripping Whispering Wind's handle tighter, but Rage then stepped to my right and wedged his sword into the ground next to Whispering Wind and extended his skeletal wings. Ash is absolutely right, but wrong about having to fight just him. You'll need to go through me too, Rage said. Ah, come on, you two, Rage, Thunderlane whined. Suddenly my human friends stood by our side and many stood off to the side, not wanting to be involved. Stand down, I growled. The group standing opposite us then bowed their heads, then stepped back. I then relaxed my stance along with Rage, who then sheathed his sword. Hey Ash, Rage said. Yeah, I asked. I've been meaning to ask, but where did you say Faust got your sword from? Rage asked, and this seemed to gather everyone's attention. I never asked where it came from. Faust said she summoned some tools to help me, I said. Indeed, I only summoned items that would best suit Ash's abilities, Faust said. It's just that I found something that seems well odd, Rage said before he led me to a long rectangular pedestal. I looked the pedestal over and saw a stone imprint and top that looked a lot like my sword, and I then looked at the plaque and saw the words "The Balance Breaker Blade" written on it. That's a little weird, I said. Well, if we can't drink from the cup, it's only fair you give up your sword, Rainbow said. Rainbow, Rage growled. No, Rage, she's right, it's only fair, I said. I then held up Whispering Wind and was about to place it on the pedestal, but my hand refused to let go of the handle. I then used my other hand to help, but it was like my hand had a mind of its own. What's wrong, Ash? Rage asked. My hand won't let go of Whispering Wind, I said. Are you sure, or don't you want to let go of your precious sword? Rainbow asked. Don't be a smartass, Skittles. I admitted that it was fair, but this is serious, I growled. Oh gee, here, let me help, Rage said as he walked onto the other side of the pedestal. Rage then went to pry my fingers open, but when he touched the blade, energy shot out of the blade and sent us both flying. I managed to regain control while Rage hit the floor and hit a pedestal, and when I looked at my hand holding Whispering Wind, I saw white chains wrapped around my arm and blade. Bonding chains, I haven't seen those in a long time, Faust said. Bonding chains, I asked. Chains that bound an object to your soul, say a box or item. Only the one who is bounded to object can open or use the object. It appears Whispering Wind is now permanently attached to you now until your soul leaves your body, Faust said. Guess that explains why Heartless couldn't take it, but why would he want it? I asked. It appears that Whispering Wind is the Balance Breaker, a blade that was crafted out of only the purest metals that could be found, like star metal, orichalcum, and first civilization metal. The blade was made by the combined work of dwarves and elves and magically infused by demonic angels. It became the mightiest weapon to be created and has many legends about it, Faust said. If Whispering Wind is so mighty, how come you now know of it? I asked. I never saw the blade before or during my time with your parents, Ash. The blade has not been needed since the last incident. But back to the point, Ash, I think Whispering Wind has selected you as its one and true wielder. That's why it's bounded itself to you and why you didn't notice before now, Faust said. Wow, I said. I do believe this changes things, Rainbow. Ash can keep his sword, Luna said. I suppose it's fair, Rainbow said. We spent another night at my old home, and Daring and Twilight to pick out a few books from the library, and Faust helped Rarity pick out some tapestries from the castle. I allowed Daring, Eli, and Javier to keep the given armor before I grabbed something from my old nursery and the codexes from the vault before we said farewell to the Guardians and left. We were now returning to Canterlot, and Faust had called for a meeting at the Parliament building the day before we arrived. She even requested the kings and queens of the planet to attend. In short, it was going to be one of the most important meetings in the world, and Faust is going to announce my rise to the throne along with my people. Are you all right, Ash? Luna, as we sat in one of the 3 carriages that were driving us to Parliament, and the curtains were drawn over the windows because Faust asked for it to be done. I'm going to admit I'm as nervous as fuck. I mean, telling the world about my people and you guys giving me a royal title here is huge, I said. Don't worry, Ash, anyone would be nervous when something like this is dropped on them, Celestia smiled. If I may ask, why are we telling the country in a parliament when it could be told during day court? I asked. Informing the world of a new royal member must be told to all the leaders and diplomats that we are allied with, not in a small room where it concerns our own, Faust said. Fair enough, I said as the carriage came to a halt. Looks like we're here, Faust said. I then stepped out of the carriage and was met with a sea of flashing lights and questions. I looked and saw the immortals were busy holding everyone back. I was glad my armor and helmet were on to shield my surprised look and able to block most of the flashes. Soon I managed to hear a few words out of the hundreds gathered around shouting. Ash Blade, mind if we have a few moments of your time? Ash Blade, over here. Ashblade, what is this meeting being held for? Is it true there will be another royal sitting on the throne? Why are the leaders from DIFFERANT countries here today? Is war about to break out? I was a little shocked when the press were asking me questions instead of the other princesses who had stepped out of the carriage I was in, which they all gave me little smirks. I suppose this takes a load off your shoulders, I said sarcastically. Only the mayors had that maybe expression on their faces. I saw the others who had come with us to my old kingdom step out of their carriages and were being escorted by other guards all the way to the building. I was one of the few that was stuck in the limelight. But the immortals, wonderbolts and guards did the hard part of pushing back any reporters that were in our way and applied some rather colorful language along with a bit of force if one of them got a little too close till finally we made it inside. I then saw Fancy Pants, Fleur, Mida, Ruby and Snowdrop were here waiting for us. Your Highnesses, Fancy Pants said as he Fleur, Mida and Snowdrop bowed. Hello you four, and I trust everything in Canterlot has been quiet, Lord Fancy Pants and Mr. Lee. Faust asked. Yes, your Highness, except some nobles have been giving us a bit of trouble since we didn't allow ourselves to bend a few rules for them. I can honestly say I do not envy you anymore, Princess Celestia, but please take back your duties, Fleur begged. Fear not, Fleur, I can understand how tired you both must be after taking care of Canterlot for 3 days, but I will see to it you are rewarded for your troubles, Celestia said. Also, I'll be happy to take care of any nobles that try any funny ideas, I said. Quite sash, but forgive me for questioning your high fancy started before I heard shouting come from the door and saw it was lightning dust. And twist the ballsack till ya puke. Lightning finished screaming at some pony as she slammed the door closed behind her. I hate the press with a burning passion. And I'm sure they hate you just as much after that comment, I said, earning what was most likely a toothy smile from the Pegasus. I am glad you allowed her a place in your guards, Ash, but I recommend giving her a raise, Luna said. I'll bring it up with Celestia later, I said. Ahem, well, before I was interrupted by that rather colorful display of words, Fancy started. Cheers, Lightning said. I wish to know what this meeting is to be held for, Fancy said. This meeting is to announce Ash's right to be crowned the newest king of Equestria, Faust said, causing Fancy and Fleur's mouths to drop. AAAK King, Ash. Mid asked. The official coronation was held in Ash's old kingdom yesterday, but another will be held soon to show Ash as a royal here too, just to make it official. This is just an announcement to the world, Faust said. Your Highness, Fleur said as she Fancy, Mida, Ruby and Snowdrop began to bow. Don't you lot dare, all right, I'm your friend first and foremost, so now bowing I forbid it, I said. As the king wishes, but it's just a shock to have a king in Equestria, it's amazing, Fancy said. To think last time we saw you, so to speak, you were just the knight of Equestria, but now, a king, Snowdrop said. Oh, excuse me, but they're waiting for us, Chrysalis said. We all gave a nod before we turned to a large set of doors that were open to reveal a massive round room holding hundreds of nobles and diplomats from across this globe. I then saw the dragons were around my size and not massive and ferocious and were clothed as well, and at the back of the room where all the seats were facing a massive stand for the alicorns. I walked down the aisle all the while Luna was clinging to my arm, and I could see a few looks of envy and disgust from the Equestrian nobility. Shortly we arrived at the stand and the alicorns took their place while I stood in front with the immortals and rage while the others took their place in the front row of the Equestrian nobility. In front of each species I saw a desk with their leader sitting at it. I saw King Donclaw, Queen Amara, Queen Diamond Cutter, King Glory Slasher, the Dragon King and the Yak Prince Rutherford were all looking at me. I gave them a short bow and they all except the Dragon King, Glory Slasher and Prince Rutherford bowed back, but the later gave a nod. I thank you all for coming on such short notice. As you all know, this session was an unplanned meeting of high importance but shall be relatively short, so without further ado I am here to announce a new member of royalty will be taking its place amongst us, Faust said, casing the room to be filled with mummers till Faust raised her hand calling for silence. However, this individual was already granted a royal title when he was young and was the child of two great rulers that I considered my closest friends. But after an invasion that kingdom faded into nothing but myths and tales that are still told in Zebrafrica today, Faust said as she gestured to the zebras. The name of the species of the great kingdom were the demonic angels, a species born from both angels and demons. And if it weren't for the generosity of King Ronseer and Queen Agla, rulers of the great kingdom, we wouldn't be here today. The both of them were a demon and an angel, and their child was a demonic angel and was considered a symbol of peace and greatness, but the night of the invasion the fate of the child of the two great royals lost to time. But now after a million millennia the child been revealed, and during his time here he has been known as the Knight of Equestria. Mares and gentlecolts, I am glad to announce that Ashblade, as the prince of the demonic angels, is now here to take a seat upon the equestrian throne. The room dead was silent, everyone was dumbfounded at the words Faust spoke. I scanned the crowds and saw Queen Amara was smiling at me while others from her kingdom and other countries just stared. I was a little worried about the silence, and suddenly I heard a booing sound and I saw it was coming from some members of the equestrian nobility along with some words of disrespect and disgust. I let out a sigh and was suddenly hit by something in the helmet, which a bit of the object got into my eye and caused me to stumble back a step. I brought a hand up to my head and discovered the object was red and liquidly before I noticed the seeds and realized it was a tomato. I looked at where it came from and saw it came from a small boy wearing the clothes of nobility, and suddenly the whole room was filled with shouts of outrage, but not at me but at each other. The zebras and griffins were going for the throats of the equestrian nobles along with the diamond dogs, but other tribes were at a loss at what to do. I looked at the leaders alicorns and saw they were all at a loss for what to do, and when I looked at Faust she looked at me and gave me a nod. I then nodded in return before I flew into the air and took a deep breath and looked at the crowd. Enough from all of you, you're all behaving like children now, all of you take your seats at once. I yelled so I could be heard, and my shadow grew spread across the room, causing all eyes to look at me in fear. I then landed on the ground and continued my glare, and slowly everyone went back to their seats, but the child who threw the tomato at me was lying on the ground with his hands over his head. I then walked down the aisle and stood in front of the foal and looked at him. Young one, I said, causing the colt to look up at me, and saw he was terrified of me. Stand, I said, and the colt slowly did so. I must say you must be really brave to toss a tomato at me, but if I may ask, why did you do it? Because you're a monster, the child said with a brave and angry face. Am I, or were you told to say that? I asked. The boy said, "Your monster that should answer your question," a mare said as she sat up, but as I quickly looked at her and she froze before she sat back down. "Tell me, young one, did someone tell you to call me a monster?" I asked as I kneeled down and removed my helmet and placed it on the floor. My dad says you're a monster and he told me to throw the tomato at you," the colt said. "I see, but do you think I'm a monster?" I asked. "My dad says you're a monster, so you must be a monster," the colt said. "I can understand that that's what your father believes, but my question was, do you think I'm a monster?" I asked calmly. The colt then slowly looked at the ground before he looked at me, then the ground again before he looked back at me. "No, I think you're a hero and a great guy. You helped save our home just like you saved my mother," the colt said before he looked at me with a scared look. "Are you going to hurt me for saying you're a hero or throwing a tomato at you?" "No, but I don't want you to throw anything at anyone ever again, no matter who tells you to, and I want you to make your own decisions on what other ponies are like. But talk to them first and get to know them before you make a decision," I said before I stood up and put my helmet on. I then watched as the foal smiled and go back to his seat and I saw his mother hug him. But the stallion next to him, presumably the father, gave his child an evil eye before he looked at me with the same hatred, but I kept silent before I addressed the crowd once more. "I'm sure you all saw what has just transpired. Most of the nobility here claim me a monster, but when exactly have I given any of you a reason to call me that? Yes, I do take live, but only the lives of ones that seek to harm this land and the ones that reside in it," I said as I walked back over to the massive stand where the alicorns were. "What about Envy Quill? You hit her several times just for insulting you," a stallion shouted. "Is that all that was said?" I asked, causing everyone to sit in silence and stare at me. "Perhaps you'd all like to hear the truth of what happened. From you the only thing that will come from your mouth are lies," a mare shouted. "Are they? Then allow me to help with that," I said as I held my hand out and in a bright flash a familiar apple-shaped gem appeared floating in midair above my hand. "Behold the element of honesty." I could see many surprised faces. The main six were the most surprised. "And just what is that element supposed to do?" the mare asked. "As mentioned in its name, the element of honesty can only be used by one who is always honest, and with a little spell it can compel others to tell the truth," I said as a beam came out of the element and made a dome around me. "Whilst someone is in the dome, they cannot lie at all, and to prove this I'll need a volunteer." I looked around and I saw a griffiness rise from her seat and walk into the field. "Thank you, miss," I started. "Sky, just call me Sky, my lord," Sky said with a short bow. "Please, Sky, you need not bow to me. I just need you to answer some simple questions and lie the answer to me," I said. "Okay," Sky said. "Right, first off, what are you?" I asked. "I'm a griffiness," Sky answered with a surprised look. "Was that the answer you were going to say?" I asked. "No, I was going to say I was a dragon," Sky said. "Okay, now tell me how long it will be until your next birthday?" I asked. "A month from now," Sky answered. "Was that the answer you were going to say?" I asked. "No," Sky said. "Okay, Sky, last question that you can go back to your seat. How tall are you?" I don't know that one," Sky said. "Rough estimate then," I said. "I'm 5.6 feet tall," Sky said. "Wait, why was my answer different than what I wanted? I didn't know my height." "The element of honesty gets you to tell the truth even if you don't know the answer yourself," I said. "Whoa," Sky said. "All right, Sky, I thank you for your help. You can return to your seat. Oh, and happy birthday for when it comes around," I said before Sky went back to her seat. "Now would Miss Envy Quill, if she is present, please step up." I stood silent and waited and soon saw Envy Quill walking towards me with a nasty look on her face, and she stepped into the field. "What do you want, you ungodly animal?" Envy sneered. "Just answer my questions and we'll see what happens. I want to know why you were insulting not only my son but also Princess Twilight Sparkle." I asked only for Envy to keep her glare on me. "You might as well answer and stop making this hard on yourself." "I went there to speak my mind against Twilight Sparkle and your son, to tell them how pathetic they both are," Envy Quill said. "I also remember you were there for something else," I said. "Yes, I was," Envy said, placing a hand on her throat in surprise. "Care to tell me what else was there?" I asked only for Envy Quill to place her hands over her muzzle. "We're waiting," I said, and sure enough everyone had leaned in to hear her, but she continued to hold her muzzle shut. "Okay, I'm just going to say it because you're refusing to," I said before I looked at the crowd. "Envy Quill was sent to assassinate me." My words received a numerous amount of gasps before I snapped my fingers and summoned a curved dagger made of alicorn stone. "This blade has not been touched by anyone since I confiscated it off Envy Quill, so it can be scanned for prints. So please do us all a favor and admit to it, and I'll see to it you'll receive a lighter sentence than you should," I said. "All right, fine. Yes, I meant to kill you for stealing Luna away from my brother, and if I did that then maybe she would have gone with my brother. But when I saw Twilight Sparkle and that urchin Brad, I let my hatred get the better of myself," Envy said. "Envy Quill, I decree that a trial will be held for this serious crime, but I will honor Ash's word and give you a light sentence," Faust said before some guards came over and took both the dagger and Envy Quill away before I looked to face the crowd. "For those of you who still think of me as a monster, I ask you to stop claiming me as one and have a look in a mirror, and the pony you see that's staring back, there's your monster," I said. The room was silent once more, and so was I, till a mare of nobility I have never met or seen before stood up and cleared her voice. "Sir Ashblade, Knight of Equestria, I know my words are a tad late, and for that I apologize, but I wanted to thank you. If not for you, I doubt I would be alive if you, your brother, and your gallant team of knights, I and among other mares and females, wouldn't be standing here after the wasps kidnapped us from our homes. You have also saved many of my people from slave traders in our lands," a stallion Zebra said, who I recognized from the convoy when we were in Zebra Africa, and he was wearing formal attire like those of nobility. "And you also helped me and others before we became food for the undead," a familiar voice said, who turned out to be Rocky, and he was wearing clothes of nobility now, which got me to smile before I saw Paper Scroll stand up. "Ahem, if I may say something in response, Ashblade, you rule," Paper Scroll shouted, causing a few to laugh before he began to clap. One by one I received more words of encouragement, and the applause echoed around the room. I felt a presence next to me and saw it was Luna. I then removed my helmet and she gave me a hug and nuzzled the underside of my chin while letting out little purrs. I found her purrs adorable and so did everyone in the room before Faust got my attention by tapping me on the shoulder and I looked to see her gesturing to the Dragon Lord and Prince Rutherford. Winged man greetings, Rutherford shouted. Prince Rutherford, it is an honor to meet you at last. I've heard stories from my friends and you strength which sounds impressive. But I doubt you can hold up against me, I said with a small bow and causing my friends to gasp. Does Winged man think he's better than Yak's strength? Rutherford yelled. It is just my opinion, I said. The prince then grabbed me and picked me up before he began to try and crush me in his colossal bear hug grip, and when he put me down it was more like a slam which caused me to stumble back before I shook my head regaining my senses. I then marched up to the prince and did the same but harder, and when I slammed him down he fell into his guards, and when he recomposed himself he marched up to me. His face, from the part one could see with all the hair in the way, showed he was not happy before it turned into a smile and then laughter. Where you hide this one little pink pony? Rutherford asked, pulling me into a sidewards hug. Oh, he was stuck on the moon, but I'm sure he would have loved to come meet you sooner, Pinky said. That's for damn sure. You guys are a great bunch and I hope we get to talk again in the near future, I said. Yak's like that, but next time Yaks will be tougher than you, Rutherford said. Give it all you've got, your majesty, I'll look forward to it, I said. I can see your strength was not exaggerated and I still find it hard to believe that you were the Rouge competitor in the Griffin arena and that you won without all your current powers, the Dragon Lord said. Thank you, Lord, I started. Torch, Dragon Lord Torch, and I look forward to our future conversations, Ashblade, Torch said before he and Rutherford left. Later at Canterlot Castle. Oh man, that was one hairy session, Shining said as we walked the hallways. Hey Ash, how'd you get the element of honesty out of the Tree of Harmony? Applejack asked. Oh, this, I said as I held up the element before I crushed it, causing the others to gasp. Is just a cheap copy I made. A cheap copy? Chrysalis asked. Yep, the real element is still in the tree. I only made that one for a one-time use, but it still has the powers of the element of honesty, I said. How did you do it? Twilight asked. Oh, I had some help from a book back in Ephosaria called Studies of the Seeds of Harmony, Disharmony and the Essences They Contain, I said as I held up the book in question, and Twilight suddenly lunged at it, shouting mine. But I moved the book out of her reach and held 2 fingers at the base of her horn, stopping her from moving closer. Don't even think about it, Sparklebutt, this is one of the books I don't trust you with. Sparklebutt, why didn't I think of that? Rainbow said with a snicker, causing Twilight to grumble. Well, at least we can relax now, Soren said. No kidding, I really didn't want to get into that incident with Envy Quill, I said. I'm surprised you wanted to give her a light sentence after trying to kill ya, Applejack said. She was close to making an attempt to kill me, but she dropped the knife before she could make a move. She didn't have murder in her blood no matter how much she hates me, and when I told her to leave she ran but accidentally ran over the railing and landed on a book trolley, giving the impression I threw her off the second level when you guys came in, I said, causing the others to form O's with their mouths. Oh, that reminds me, Rage said before he decked me with a punch. The hell is wrong with you? Why didn't tell us you were almost assassinated? This is one of the reasons why I don't say stuff, cause you all get too clingy to someone when there's trouble. Besides, it's not like I haven't dealt with this problem before, I said. What do you mean? Twilight asked. Since I came back from the moon, Envy Quill was one of the 7th attempts to try and assassinate me, I said, causing everyone to gasp. 7th? How long has this been going on? Celestia asked. Ever since I got my title as Knight of Freedom, they've been getting pretty creative as well. One time they hid a lightning rune behind a tile in the bathroom at home. As soon as I turned on the water zap, a bolt of lightning sends me flying into the opposite wall and managed to stop my heart. If it weren't lightning coming in to check on the noise, I'd most likely be dead, I said, causing everyone to look at lightning. Lightning dust, why didn't you say anything? Luna asked. Don't blame her, I ordered her to stay silent, I said. Plus he's right, you guys are a bit clingy when someone is in danger, Lightning said. And for good reason, this is a life we're talking about, Twilight shouted. PFFT, let them come makes it all the more easier for me to find, I said. Where is this coming from, Ash? This isn't like you, Rosa said. What was I supposed to say? Oh, thought you all should know someone has tried to kill me, but I don't have enough evidence to accuse anyone, I said, earning a slap to the back of the head from Faust. Ashblade, this isn't something to joke about, Faust said. Who said I was joking? Alright, so maybe I should have said something, but I didn't want to run the risk of endangering you guys as well, I said. What are you talking about? Dreamcatcher said. Nothing, I said quickly before I left. I was sitting in the training yard and I was viewing a few images from my past. I was currently looking at myself during World War II flying a P-51 Mustang with a gray nose. Yo Ash, what you doing? I turned around and saw it was the main 6 along with Spitfire, Fleetfoot, Gilda, Lightning and Soren standing behind me. Just looking at some old memories when I flew in World War II, I said. Flew, Soren asked, only for me to gesture to the memory. That's you, Fleetfoot asked. That's me and the Winged Wolf, I corrected. Winged Wolf, Twilight asks. I gestured to the words on the front of the plane alongside a brown wolf with feathered wings. Well, fancy that, I guess you had a thing for wolves all the way back then, Applejack said, causing me to rub the back of my neck. I must say you were quite talented, it looks like you're dancing, Rarity said. Yeah, when I was up there it was just me, my plane, the Freedom of the Skies, and my squadron, I said. You were part of a squad, Spitfire asked. Part Chuckles, I was its leader, we were a team called the Apocalypse Bringers, I said. Fierce name, Spitfire said. Had to be, I said. Yeah, enough talk, let's get to the action already, Rainbow said. Well, I guess I can show you what we could do, I said. The view changed to one showing 4 Mustangs in AV formation inside a flying fortress of British bombers and a few other Mustangs. The others were surprised on how many planes were with us, and I then explained it was the Mustangs' job to escort the bombers halfway to their destination before turning around and allowing the bombers to continue onward. Hey Ash, we've got company 10 o'clock above us, ME-109's more than a few dozen. Roger that, Andrew, I see him, past Ash said. Holy cow, that's a lot of Germans. I know, Jeremy, and it's alright to be nervous, Flynn, make sure none of those bandits get a clean diving run, otherwise they'll shred our bombers, past Ash said. You got it, sir, Flynn said before a plane on the left of the formation flew upwards. Many other planes also flew upwards and opened fire on the Luftwaffe, destroying many of theirs, but some of ours were also lost. The rest of the escort then joined in, and soon the scene became a mess of bullets, fire and steel. Everyone watched in interest as I piloted my plane, but became curious and nervous when they saw a German plane chasing me with different markings than the others. Peter Drack, I whispered. You know him, Gilda asked. Yeah, my arch rival in the air. He was also an ace, but this is when we first met, I said. Okay, this jackass is starting to get on my nerves, past Ash said. Careful Ash, that guy's an ace, Andrew said. I'm aware of that fact, otherwise I wouldn't have lasted this long. Besides, he's not the only ace in this fight, past Ash said. Everyone watched as my past self flew through the deadly skies with both poise and grace, but Drac was still after my past self. Captain, I'm in trouble here. I got a bandit on my tail and he won't leave me alone, Jeremy shouted. Stay calm, Jeremy, we're going to play a little game of chicken, I said. Chicken, you mean that game where you run into each other and the one who pulls away is the chicken, Lightning asked. That's it, I said. Everyone continued to watch as my plane led the ace through the battlefield, and we saw another Mustang flying at my plane with a ME-109 behind it. Left, sir, Jeremy asked. You got it, past Ash said. The two Mustangs speed up on their charge and both Luftwaffe gave chase. The others began to bite their nails in anticipation. But at the last second before the two Mustangs could crash, they both turned on their sides and narrowly avoided each other. But the German planes were too late and crashed into each other, but Peter ejected before the planes crashed. Everyone then cheered and applauded them over. Hey sir, you gonna fill that German's chute full of holes? Jeremy asked as we circled Peter. No, we're better than that, let him go, past Ash said as he pulled away to continue fighting. I should have killed him when I had the chance, I said. Why, you said it yourself that you were better than that. Applejack said. True, but I didn't know at the time that he was going to become one of the most dangerous threats in the war. He was ruthless with both pilots and civilians that had no part in the war, I said. The group was silent before they saw a ME-109 appear behind my plane. These guys are persistent, I'll give them that, past Ash said. Need a hand, sir? Flynn asked. Nah, this guy deserves a reward for wanting to come up against me, so I'm gonna show him a trick, past Ash said. Past Ash then pulled back in the throttle and pulled up, causing the plane to do a tight backflip, and as soon as the ME-109 came into the crosshairs, past Ash shot at the plane, sheeting it. The plane then became a cloud of black smoke and fire before past Ash opened the throttle again, causing the flyer's jaws to drop at the move while the others cheered. Dude, sick move, Soren said. Damn right, Spitfire said. Thanks, but a Tuskegee pilot taught me that. Good kid, hell of a pilot, I said with a smile. Everyone watched the rest of the memory in wonder before the doors opened and I saw Amalthea walk in along with the rest of the immortals. Ash, is it okay if I talk to you? Amalthea asked. Sure, I said as I got up and walked over to the unicorn. Ash, Faust has requested that you're to be escorted around the castle to prevent another attempt on your life till after the coronation ceremony, Amalthea said. Excuse me, but what does Faust think I am? I don't need a bunch of babysitters, no offense guys, I said as I looked at the immortals. None taken, Nocturnal said. Look Ash, we're just trying to follow orders, Swift Spear said. Well, you don't need to follow this one. Now if anyone needs me, I'm going to take a stroll through Canterlot, I said. Before anyone could stop me, I teleported into Canterlot's market square and began to look around. The attention I got was a mix between disgust and respect. I also ran into Twilight Velvet and Nightlight and we had a quick talk before we went our separate ways. I continued my walk till I heard crying, so following the sound I found it coming from a dark alley. Being cautious, I summoned my armor and walked into the alley. I kept my eyes focused on the shadows around me before I saw movement. It was a mare with a red coat and silver mane and tail. Miss, are you all right? I asked. Who's there? The mare asked. Ashblade, Knight of Freedom, I said. Good, the mare said. Suddenly something hit me in the back of my legs, forcing me to my knees, and something wrapped around my throat, strangling me, and I soon saw darkness creep into the corners of my vision. And before anything happened, I pulled off my helmet and was met with a fist from the mare, knocking me out. 8 p.m. Canterlot Castle, third-person POV. He should have been back by now, Luna said. Luna, it's not like Ash needs a babysitter. Besides, when you, Pip, and Midnight went missing, Ash disappeared for a week trying to find you three. He didn't contact anyone till after he was captured in the temple, Rage said. Suddenly Rage got a text message, and when he looked at it, a concerned look appeared on his face. What's wrong? Luna asked. We're needed in the throne room, Rage said before he teleported himself and Luna there. All right, Faust, what's going on? This arrived just now from a patrol of guards, Faust said as she held up Ash's helmet. Rage, we need you to unlock its last recording. Rage then levitated the helmet over to himself and he activated the recording and watched as Ash spoke to a mare before he was knocked to his knees and began to be strangled from behind. In the group then saw the mare from before face Ash. Hang on a second, it was one of those unicorns that tried to become Perpersardo, Rainbow started. Peridocorns, and yes, she was one of the unicorns that stole Rainbow Dash's wings so they could turn themselves into alicorns. I believe her name was Zappity Hoof, Twilight said. Impossible, I burned all the spells for this magic personally and I declared it forbidden for future use, Faust said. Doesn't stop them from rediscovering that magic and breaking the rules, Rage said under his breath. Why do you think they want Ash? Dreamcatcher asked. They're after Ash's wings, but I can't blame them, they're almost as awesome as mine, Rainbow said, causing everyone to look at her in annoyance. I don't care about that. If they have Ash and intend to harm him in any way, I'll see to it personally that all their meals after today will be through a straw, Luna said with a cold fire in her eyes. It appears that those two are certainly a match for each other, Cadence whispered to Shining. Will, we ain't going to get far without knowing where those unicorns took Ash, Rage said as he looked inside Ash's helmet. Rage, what are you doing? Chrysalis asked. Looking for a way to find Ash, and it appears luck is with us, Rage said as he reached inside the helmet and pulled out a hair. A hair? How will that help us? Thunderlane asked. Watch, Rage said before he summoned Ash's map. Rage opened the map and placed the hair on the scanner, and the map pointed to a building in the lower district of Canterlot. That's where Ash is now, Rage said. Rage, you and your immortals shall accompany me to this building where we will bring Ash back and capture these wannabe alicorns, Luna said. All right, Rage said. The rescue team was standing outside a two-story building which looked run down and abandoned. The immortals gathered on the sides of the door. Swift Spear and Holy Light then used their magic to blow down the door before he charged in shields first. The group kept their swords at the ready, but there was no one in sight. The immortals then split to allow Luna and Rage to enter. Immortals, search the facility. Ash is definitely here, Rage said. Yes sir, the immortals said in sync before they split up. The group searched the building for anything, but there was no sign of life apart for a few rats and cockroaches. Nocturnal and Stormcloud then found a pair of doors with chains and locks on it and a few runes scribbled into the metal. Rage, I think we found something, some doors that lead to the basement. Lot of runes on the doors and chains though, Nocturnal said telepathically. Roger that, we'll link up with you in a second, Rage replied. Soon Rage, Luna and the other immortals appeared and Rage inspected the door. It appears that whoever did this wanted to keep what's inside in there. These are anti-magic runes and powerful ones that they also stop any magic from being used inside, Rage said. Can you open it? Luna asked. Too easy, Rage said before he gestured everyone to back away. Rage then stood in front of the door and kicked it down and looked around and saw tables and scientific equipment and books on them. Finally strapped to a metal chair sitting in the light of an old flickering lamp hanging low from the ceiling with the armor for his right arm scattered around him was Ash, and he was out cold. Ash, Luna screamed as she was about to run to him, but Rage stopped her. Rage then pointed to a pair of identical runes carved both above and below Ash. Sleeping runes, you step into them and you're out like a light immediately until you're pulled out, Rage said. So how do we get him out? Quickshot asked. Rage then looked around and saw a pike leaning against a wall. Rage then grabbed the pike and threw it at the rune above Ash with great strength. The pike wedged itself into the roof and caused the rune to crack before he walked over to the edge of the other rune and smashed his fist into the ground, cracking the other rune before he reached his hand in and nodded. Runes are down, give me a hand, Rage said as he began to remove the restraints on Ash and the others helped him. Is he alright? Storm asked. He's breathing, but we'd better get him back to the castle to be sure, Rage said. Once Ash was freed, Luna gathered the books and equipment in the room so she could show the others before they teleported Ash to the throne room where everyone else was waiting. Faust then suggested that he be brought to her room for an examination and no one objected, and once they arrived they were greeted by a room filled with books and a small alchemy lab and potion table. This caused Twilight's eyes to widen as giddiness, and the room had a grand set of window doors that led to a balcony. Set Ash down on the bed, Faust said, which Rage did so. Faust then began to examine Ash by checking his eyes, temperature, wings, which were all accounted for, and etc. Well, I've got good news and bad news and more good news. Good news is Ash is perfectly fine, but he's missing a lot of blood, which is why he's so pale, but fortunately I can fix that, Faust said before she walked over to the potion table and began mixing ingredients together. Lost a lot of blood, why would anyone want Ash's blood? Pierce asked. Took a lot of my blood, explains why I'm feeling dizzy. The group looked and saw Ash beginning to get up but was holding a hand on his head. Hold on Ash, you shouldn't move yet, Luna said, pushing Ash back onto the bed gently. What happened? Cause last thing I remember was that I was helping some mare, then I was attacked before I woke up here, Ash said. Well, that mare you saw was one of the unicorns that took Rainbow's wings so they could become alicorns or false alicorns anyway. Found you knocked out in a building down in the lower districts, Rage said. Damn, but why were they after me? Or just my blood is what I want to know, not like it can do much without my help, Ash said. That can wait till later, Ash, but you'd better drink this, it will help you regain your blood a lot faster, Faust said as she held a bowl out to Ash. Ash accepted the bowl before he drank its contents and everyone saw color return to his face. Thanks, Faust, Ash said. It's quite alright, Ash, but you'd best get some rest because you will need it, Faust said. Ash's POV. 2 days later. I recovered nicely after the incident and Faust insisted that the immortals become my own personal bodyguards till after the coronation, which was today. Now I was walking through the halls to my room to get ready and the immortals had formed a cube around me, which I found rather annoying. When we arrived at the room all of them were about follow me inside, but I stopped Lightning and Nocturnal. Whoa, where do you think you two are going? I asked as I gestured to the two. Inside, Nocturnal said. Not when I'm getting changed, you're not. If you're gonna be so damn persistent on guarding me, guard the door. Stormcloud and Quickshot can guard the balcony while Holy Light and Swift Spear can be in the room, I said. Gee, way to take all the fun out of it, Lightning said before the pair of female flyers stood on either side of the door and eyes straight ahead. I walked inside and Quickshot and Stormcloud walked out onto the balcony and Swift Spear and Holy Light stood in random spots in the room. I then opened a wardrobe that revealed the outfit I wore when I was being coronated in my kingdom minus the crown before I then took a breath and got changed. Well, how do I look? I asked as I spun around to look at the two guards in the room. Very gallant, sir, like a true king, Holy Light said. Hey, thanks, I said while rubbing the back of my neck. Suddenly the door burst open and both Rainbow and Lightning are sent tumbling in and come to a rest at my feet while Swift and Holy aimed their spears at the two. What are you two doing? I asked. Damn it, I was hoping to catch you while changing, Rainbow said. Sorry Ash, I tried to stop her but decided to air tackle me, Lightning said. Rainbow dash, this behavior is unacceptable in front of our soon-to-be king, Rarity scolded as she came in wearing the same dress as she wore for Twilight's coronation. May I ask why you're here, Rarity? I asked. Oh, my apologies Ash, we were on our way to get Rainbow Dash to look more presentable when we were walking by. I just wanted to come and see you in your attire before the ceremony began, but Rainbow Dash had other ideas and I must say you look fabulous, Rarity said. Thanks Rarity, and if Rainbow was 10 seconds faster she might have seen something, I said with a snicker. Aw come on dude, 10 seconds is my thing, Rainbow said as she got up and dusted herself off. I don't know what's better honestly, flying at insane speeds or getting to see Rainbow in a dress, Lightning snickered. Don't you start with me, I feel embarrassed enough as it is, Rainbow said. Besides I can always order you to wear a dress, I said. You wouldn't dare, Lightning growled. Rarity, when we get back do you think you can rustle up something for Lightning, I asked. Oh my stars, I have just the thing for you my dear, Rarity said. Ash, if you say those words I promise king or not they will be your last, Lightning growled. You're right, you're way too cute to be put in a dress, I said as I patted Lightning on the head. Rainbow then started laughing her head off while she was flying in midair, but this caused Lightning to tackle Rainbow and put her in a hold. Look, as much as I'd love to see how sharp your skills are, you three need to leave and you have a certain Pegasus to prepare, I said as I looked at Rarity. Of course Rainbow, come alone, Rarity said. See ya hot stuff, Rainbow said, giving me a wink before she left. Pervert, I shouted after the mare. Lightning then left and closed the door before I walked over to a mirror and had a look at myself. Hey guys, give me your honest opinion, do you really think I'll make a good enough king? I asked. Are you kidding me, Ash? If there was anyone in the entire world who has earned this position, it's you, Holy Light said. I'm not talking about earning it, I'm asking, do you think I'll make a good enough king? I asked again, causing the two to look at each other before looking at me. If there's one thing I know, Ash, not everyone will see you like that, but there are many that support you. This I can guarantee. You know how to make hard choices. Your left arm tells us that you put others before yourself, Swift Spear said. You're generous, you also become an inspiration for others, Ash. You're a natural leader, everything about you says that, and your wings make you look all the mightier. Godlike, if you want a description for it, Holy Light said. Godlike, how? Well, I'm anything but a god or a devil, remember I'm in between them, I said. True, but remember you're the in-between for a reason, it could have been anyone, yet it was you, Swift Spear said. I guess you're right guys, thanks, I said as I turned to face them. Hey, no problem, Ash, now come on, we have a coronation to get you to, Holy Light said as he tapped on the window signaling both Quickshot and Stormcloud to come back inside. I then walked over to the main door and the immortals then formed up around me. Before we walked out, I walked down the hallways and saw many silver banners with my cutie mark on them. Once we arrived at the doors that led to the ceremony room, I saw Faust standing outside the door. She was wearing had a quill and a different colored swirls pattern was connected to the quill, making it seem the quill was drawing on the dress. The crown she wore was the same laurel wreath she wore when she returned. But Faust wasn't alone. There were 4 identical mares that were the same ones from when Twilight had her coronation, except the only difference was that they were carrying a banner with my cutie mark on it. I also Rarity and Rainbow Dash, who was in the same dress as when Twilight was having her coronation, which caused Lightning to snicker once again before they walked inside, while Faust just smiled when she saw me. Are you ready, Ash? Faust asked. Ready as I'll ever be, I guess, I said. Very well, remember Ash, make sure you have all 10 of your wings showing just like an Ephosaria, but instead you'll enter after I give the introduction, Faust said. Geez Faust, you worry about me as if I was your own, I said, causing Faust to blush. Don't worry, I know what to do. All right then, Faust said before she turned to go inside. And Faust, I said to get her attention and causing her to look at me. Thank you for looking out for me. I saw Faust have tears in her eyes before she gave me a hug. Hey, come on, don't cry or you'll ruin your mascara. Wouldn't do if the queen came in like she just came from a funeral. I'll see you inside, Ash, Faust said before she stepped out of the hug, dried her eyes and disappeared from teleporting. I stood in silence and Swift Spear and Holy Light stood on either side of the door ready to open it. I then unveiled all 10 of my wings and took a breath before I heard Faust's voice on the other side of the doors. We have gathered here today to celebrate a great and memorable occasion, the night of freedom. Ash Blade has done some of the most extraordinary things since he arrived in our lands. Whether it be stopping a war before it began or protecting entire kingdoms from what seemed like impossible situations, he had even made our family whole once more. But nothing could prepare me for when I realized on who he really was. So it is with great pleasure and joy that I announce him as member of royalty this day. Mares, gentlecolts and visitors from across the globe and beyond, I present to you King Ash Blade, Faust said before the doors opened and I extended all of my wings before I walked in. I kept my eyes straight ahead and walked calmly among the carpet while the mares and immortals sang the same song that was sung on Twilight's coronation, but they put my name and king in the lyrics. I looked at the sides of the room and saw many faces, some I recognized like Rocky from the Diamond Dog Kingdom, the Stallion from Zebrafrica, Gilda, Fancy Pants, Fleur, Saint Blade. I also saw all my friends from Earth. I also saw magenta-colored Spike, who was shrunk down to our size, which I found out dragons could do on their own when they've matured enough, along with the dwarves Ragger, Prince Lockram and King Jagoki were here as well. I also saw Mida, Ruby, Snowdrop, Vinyl, Octavia, Daring, Spitfire and Fleetfoot were here as well, and in the front row I saw the kings and queens and princes allied with Equestria. And finally at the altar I saw all of my friends and the foals were off to the side. Once I made it to the altar I saw everyone was in the same clothing as when Twilight was being coronated. I then kneeled in front of Faust and Rage walked over carrying a cushion with my crown on it. Faust took the crown and nodded to Rage before she placed the crown on my head, and with that done I stood up and turned around and the king's gem on my head glowed brightly, illuminating my wings and causing everyone in the room to bow before me. Once that happened, Faust tapped me on the shoulder and led me over to the balcony. When I walked out I saw there were thousands and thousands of ponies and other creatures cheering for me while I just waved before I cleared my throat. First of all, I wish to thank all of you for coming to either listen, cheer or give me a compliment, and if so each one is seen and heard. For those that aren't here but are thinking about me or watching it on the TV. Again I thank you, cause when I first arrived here I thought that such a thing as me being a member of royal blood or being crowned a king was an impossibility. And that wouldn't have bothered me at all cause I had no desire to be so. But now after all I've been through I can say that I will work hard and do my very best to be the king you both want and need me to be, I said, causing the massive crowd below to cheer. Well said Ash, well said, Faust said before we walked back inside. When I walked back inside I was crushed in a group hug by the main 6 and their cold friends, and I received numerous words of congratulations from everyone before we went on with the day. After the day ended and many of the guests returned home, leaving behind my friends from Ponyville and the ones who were once enslaved like I was. But the rest had returned home, but now we were in the dining room and enjoying our meal. Hey Ash, remember when Alex told you those stories about the Lord of the Rings? Eli asked. Oh yeah, I remember, I even saw The Hobbit once or twice, I said. The Lord of the Rings? Luna asked. Oh, it's a movie back from Earth and Alex's favorite, I said. Yeah, but once you got him talking about it you couldn't shut him up. Ash found that out the hard way, Kabir said. Hey, curiosity is a curse and you all know it, I said. Ain't that the damn truth, Shining said. Hey, speaking of Ash, remember that song Alex loved, The Cat in the Moon, wasn't it? Rage asked. Yeah, I remember it. Why? I asked. Well, how about we sing it for old time's sake? I can't sing Alex's part 1, know it off by heart, Rage suggested. Oh no, 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 no Rage, you know why, I said. Rage has a point, Ash, we all know how much you loved that song and it knocked Akachi out like a light whenever he heard it, Kabir said. Please Ash, Luna said with the puppy dog eyes, and she even pulled off the ear thing my wolf siblings did. I then looked at everyone and saw they were all just staring at me with smiles on their faces. There's no way I can change your minds, can I? I asked, earning no's from everyone. Fine then. The group cheered as I stood up along with the other males that were in the cell with me and summoned some regular clothes for myself and my violin along with the proper instruments for the others to play. I began to play the violin and that's when the others began to sing, and while I played I did a small jig to make it entertaining, and judging by the others' laughter and smiles they were enjoying themselves. There was one point where the others joined in by clapping in time with the beat and singing till it ended, where we gave a bow. You guys keep that up, you'll be on Broadway, Rebecca said. I'm touched, Rebecca, and I'm exhausted from today, so I shall see you all either next time I'm on Earth or tomorrow, I said as I gave a nod and returned my violin to where I summoned it before I teleported to my room. I then began to get changed into some peas when suddenly a pair of arms snaked their way around my stomach and I saw Luna purring into my ear. She had a seductive look on her face which said that tonight was going to be long but fun. Chapter 55, Shadows from the Past. I woke up and noticed I wasn't in my usual room and saw it was Luna's old room. I then saw Luna wasn't beside me and that I was naked before I remembered our fun time together, which caused me to smile. I got up and burned the mixed liquids on the bed and went to pick out some clothing for the day. Once I did, I saw a note with my name on it on the dressing table, so I walked over and picked it up. Morning, Ash. I didn't want to wake you because of how peaceful you looked, so I let you sleep. When you're ready, come down for breakfast, and also Pip needs to be at school soon, so could you please take him while I take care of a matter here? Yours. Luna XO. I gave a smile at the letter before I put it down and went to clean myself up and get changed. Once I was done, I walked outside. I then decided to play a song on my iPod while I walked to the dining room. As I walked through the halls, I did it with a little dance and smile on my face. I gave a little nod or wave to the staff and guards that I passed, and they all smiled and did the same. I was walking past a ladder where a maid was cleaning the top of a massive painting, but she accidentally dropped her duster. I saw it falling in front of me, so I just kicked it upward with my foot before it touched the floor and caught it before I used my magic to float it back up to the mirror, earning a thank you from her before I continued on my way. The song came to an end just as I reached the dining room doors, and before I touched them they opened. I saw Blueblood stepping out. Blueblood, I said with a smile and a nod as I passed him. Freak, Blueblood said as he passed me. I simply ignored the comment and greeted everyone as I sat at the table, and Perfect Serve brought out my breakfast, which I thanked her for before I dug in and noticed everyone looking at me. Sash, why are you in a good mood? Faust asked. How can you tell? I asked. You're smiling for one. I could also hear your music from down the hall, and also you didn't insult Blueblood when he left, even when he insulted you. Faust said. Is it that obvious? I asked, receiving a nod from the ancient alicorn. Okay, yes, I am in a good mood, not sure why, but it's a good feeling. I know what you mean, Twilight said. Anyway, where are the rest of the girls and the stallions along with Cadence, Shining and Flurry Heart? I asked. Oh, they all left shortly after you. Luna and our human guests left, which is a shame. I was actually enjoying my time with Akachi, Discord said. Well, I'm glad you're getting along with them, Discord. Ever since I gave you that pocket dimension wand, you've been in a great mood. How's it working out for you, by the way? I asked. Oh, terrifically, thank you for asking. I can do so much and simply erase everything at a flick of a switch. I'd be surprised if you can actually top that, Ash, Discord said. Oh, I bet I can think of something, but what are you all doing today? I asked. Well, there isn't much to do since you modified the schedule, so we might take it easy today, but we do have some appointments that need to be completed, Celestia said. Ash, I was wondering, since we don't have much to do today, I'd like to run some simple tests on you. I've noticed you have gained an incredible growth of magic and it's been getting stronger. I'd like to look into it, Twilight said. I guess that seems fine, Twilight, but I have to get Pip to school and check in with Caramel to see if I have any work, so I talk to you later, I said as I finished and stood up. Okay, I'll be the castle lab, Twilight said. I then gave Luna a kiss and nuzzle and gave Midnight a kiss before I gestured to Pip it was time to leave. We walked to the closest balcony before Pip climbed on my back and I took off to Ponyville. I flew straight to the schoolhouse and said goodbye to Pip before I walked into town. I saw Granny Smith wearing a beard made of bees and was wearing a wide brim colorful hat, and it looked like she was talking to the bees. Granny Smith, what exactly are you doing? I asked with a short laugh as I walked over to her. Oh, hello there, Ash, I'm just collating some honey for the Zap Apple jam, Granny Smith said as she tipped a hive upside down and began to pour some honey into a jar. Zap apples, you mean it's the Zap Apple harvest? I asked. Darn tooting it is, Sunny, and speaking of which, I never got to say congratulations, Your Highness, Granny Smith said. Please, Granny, don't you start. You're like the grandmother I never had. Wouldn't feel right if I started asking you to call me Your Highness, I said. Oh, Onrent, the sweetest thing, Granny Smith said as she pinched my cheek gently. So judging by your bags, I'd say you have everything you need, I said, gesturing to Granny Smith's bags. Oh, almost. I can't seem to find any pots about, and I mean the vintage kind, Granny Smith said, causing me to think before I remembered something. Granny, I think I know how to solve your problem, I said. How, Ash? Granny asked. Follow me, I said as I picked up her bags and walked over to the forge. So what you want me here for anyhow? Granny Smith asked. Granny, you know I have a long history, right? I asked. Wahoo has a long arm, Granny Smith asked. No long history, me, I said. Oh, why didn't you say that sooner? But yes, I know there's a long history about you, Granny Smith said. Well, as luck would have it, I know how to make the so-called vintage pots you need, I said. Oh, Ash, that's mighty nice of ya, but you need the right tools and ingredients for that pot, Granny Smith said. Don't doubt me, Granny Smith, I promise I'll have the pot you need ready for you before noon, I said. Well, if you say you can do it, I'll put my faith in ya, but remember it needs to be perfect, otherwise it won't work right, Granny Smith said. You leave it to me now. You'd better get anything else you may need for the harvest and I'll see you later, I said. Very well, Ash, see you later, Granny Smith said before she picked up her bags and left. Few hours later. After making sure I remembered each detail to making this type of pots, I knew it was ready when Caramel asked me why I was being so precise with my work. I simply told him that making stuff like this was like making Zap apple jam, and he understood cause we all knew Granny Smith's story on how Ponyville was founded thanks to her and the Zap apples. Once I was done, I took it over to Sweet Apple Acers where I saw Applejack and Big Mac were hard at work on the Zap apple trees. I walked over to the house and walked inside to see Granny Smith with an Allied-styled World War II helmet on her head, and she seemed to be barking orders at a couple of glass jars. Court-martialed, Granny Smith yelled as she tossed a cracked jar into the bin. Nice toss, I said. Oh howdy Ash, what brings you here? Granny Smith asked. I have the pot I told you to make, would you like to examine it? I asked. Oh that's right, alright then let's see what you got, Granny Smith said. I handed her the pot and Granny Smith examined it closely, even bit down on it, but once she was done she started cheering and jumping around like a little filly. I take it I got it right? I asked. Darn tooting ya got it right Ash, I'm gonna come to you from now on whenever I need some new pots and pans, Granny Smith said. It was a pleasure, gave me a chance to refresh my memory and use those skills again. Besides, let's face, no one makes these things like they used to, they're all too eager to finish it and be done with it I guess, I said, causing us both to laugh. How about some of my apple pie before you go as a thank you, Granny Smith suggested. Now how can I resist that, I said. Granny Smith then rang the triangle for lunch, and not long later Mac and Applejack walked in and Granny Smith told them about the pot, which seemed to impress the two apple farmers. Once I finished having lunch, Granny Smith gave me a full pie for later before I flew off back to Canterlot. I arrived in the lab and I saw the royal family was in the room and Twilight was working on some kind of large box-like chamber almost as big as a small room. I thought these tests were going to be simple TWI, I said, announcing my presence. Oh they are Ash, this is just for protection in case things get crazy, Twilight said. Why I get the feeling they will, I said under my breath. What is that delicious smell? Iris asked. Compliments of Granny Smith for making a vintage pot for the Zap apple jam that's going to be harvested soon, I said as I placed the parcel on a table and summoned a knife and unwrapped the pie. The Zap apples, so the harvest must be soon, Faust said. Yep, you guys should stop by, I'm sure the apples wouldn't mind a bit, I said. Sign me up, but first I think I'll settle for the pie, Rage said. Help yourselves, I brought it up here because it's one of the only things that will get Twilight away from a book or test, I said. Hey, Twilight cried out as she walked up to us. Then this pie must be good then, Celestia said. I watched as the others ate and each one had a look of satisfaction on their faces. And my compliments to the chef LeBurk, Discord said as he rubbed his stomach. Discord, all the Alicorn siblings shouted. I was about to excuse myself, pardon me, Discord said. I'll pass the message along telling Granny Smith that you all loved the pie, I said. Please do Ash, Luna said. Now on to the test Ash, could you step into the chamber please, Twilight said. I did as Twilight instructed and stepped inside before I closed the door and looked around before I looked at everyone who was at the control panel. I then saw Twilight saying something into a mic but I couldn't hear her, so I raised a hand to my ear as a silent signal indicating that I couldn't hear her. Rage then pointed at something on the control panel which caused Twilight to blush with embarrassment. Sorry Ash, but can you hear me now? If you can say something we can hear you, Twilight said. I can hear you fine TWI, now remind me, what are you testing me for again? I asked. Your magic levels have been becoming stronger, I just wish to observe what you can do, so I want you to start with what you already know, Twilight said. Alright, I guess I'll start with demon abilities, but the only trick for that I know of is the demon pit, I said. I then made my arm become demonic and I opened a pit in the corner of the chamber. Yikes, those things give me the creeps, Iris said before I closed the pit. Okay, you said that was the only demon ability you know, so let's see what you can do with your angel abilities, Twilight said. I gave a simple nod before I summoned the heavenly cross onto my arm and the halo blade. Interesting Ash, I have an ability for you called the Ravage Blades, Faust said. Ravage Blades, I asked. Just summon your demon power and focus on a blade in your hand, the design will change depending on who summoned it, Faust said. I did as Faust requested and soon the blade of a double-bladed axe appeared in my hand. The blades looked like wings. In the center between the blades it had the image of a screaming skull with long fangs and a single spike coming out of the top. Not bad, I said as I swung the blade a few times before making a thrust, making it seem I was impaling someone with the spike. Alright Ash, I want to see what you can do with your Eclipse Breaker, Twilight said. Oh, I suppose you want me to unleash my hellish booster as well, I said sarcastically. What's wrong with that? Twilight asked. I can't summon my Eclipse Breaker on a whim, it just comes to me on its own. Example, my hellish booster unlocked itself from extreme amounts of anger, I said. Calm yourself Ash, just imagine it like this, imagine you have a dormant seal in your body that you can open when you feel like it, Faust said. Alright, but I can't guarantee anything, I said. I then closed my eyes and took several deep breaths before I searched for the seal, which wasn't very hard because of how much power was emitting from it. I then opened it and felt a familiar rush of energy, but when I opened my eyes I saw all my wings had revealed themselves as well as grown and the run circle had appeared. I could sense that using both life and death fire would be easier, but the mane and horn hadn't appeared. Hey Ash, where's the mane and horn? Rage asked. No idea, maybe they only appear when I'm in my armor, I said. That doesn't matter Ash, when you activate your demonic arm I want you to pull off one of the spikes, Faust said. Alright, I said. I then did as asked, but instead of it being just my forearm my entire arm changed and the shoulder had spikes on them that reminded me of Harless's armor. I then grabbed one of the spikes on my forearm and pulled one off, which I found rather easy, but suddenly the spike grew and straightened and had a red aura around it. The blade had 4 spikes made of fire that looked like they were coming from a blowtorch, coming the base of the spike making it look like a large dart. That is known as the Sin Spear, try it out on that dummy, Faust said as she summoned a straw dummy into the room. I tossed the spear at the dummy and watched it impale it before the aura disappeared and the dummy burst into a pile of burnt or burning straw. Well done Ash, now I want you to pull out multiple spikes and use Epsilon to lock onto your targets, Faust said as more dummies appeared. Epsilon, you got all that? I asked mentally. Yes Ash, Epsilon said. I gave some control to Epsilon before I grabbed a handful of spikes and noticed the first one grew back before I threw the blades into the air. I then looked at the dummy and saw targeting squares appear around them before the spikes changed and flew at them, impaling them, resulting the same thing to happen to the dummies. Fantastic, Ash. Now there is another trick for your demonic abilities and it is yours to use if you wish, Faust said. What is it? I asked. Fear manipulation, Faust said, causing Luna and Dreamcatcher to have uneasy looks. Fear manipulation? I asked. You can make yourself or summon a creature to intimidate your opponents or attack them, Faust said. Okay, well, I'm not gonna try and go over the top her, but I think I can think of something, I said. I then twirled my hand around and a red star pentagram appeared on the ground and a hellhound appeared on it. The beast reminded me of my feral form but was much bigger, as if I could ride on it, and had cracks in its body that were filled with lava. The beast then looked around and snarled at the others at the control panel and looked ready to attack. The hellhound then lunged at the others behind the glass but failed. However, the hellhound was able to crack the glass. Whoa, stand down, boy, I said as I held my hand out to the demonic dog. The hellhound then looked at me and his eyes reminded me of the blanks and blood hooves of Sunny Town, but I didn't back down. The hellhound sniffed my hand and placed its nose under my palm and I gave him a rub before I dispersed him, and I saw the others were just staring at me. Too far? I asked. No, that was nicely done, Ash. Anyway, this next one is for your holy side, Faust said. Okay, I said as I made my left arm return to normal and made my entire right arm become angelic. Now, Ash, this one will be trickier. What do you know of purification? Faust asked. It's an ability to remove all evil, correct? I asked. Indeed. Now, Ash, with your heavenly cross it will destroy all evil that touches it, including the ones that committed the evil. However, with purification you can destroy the evil without harming the body, but it will not change the pony to good, Faust said. I get it. For that you'd need to convince the pony or person to good with words, I said. Exactly. Now to practice I want you to absorb all the dark magic from this crystal using purification, Faust said as a dark crystal filled with a familiar sense of dark energy appeared in front of me. That feeling, it's Sombra's magic, I said. Yes, Ash, but there is nothing better for you to practice on, Faust said. I took a breath before I nodded to Faust and walked towards the crystal. I could feel the magic rolling off the crystal in dark waves. I then held my hand out and thought of absorbing the dark magic. A beam of bright holy power shot out of my hand, but a beam of dark power shot out of the crystal and at my beam. The two powers battled it out for dominance and I could feel the overwhelming darkness from this crystal was stronger than when I fought Sombra. But I summoned as much energy as I could and began pulling at the dark magic. The magic in the crystal then tried to fight back against me, but it failed and I soon cleansed the crystal of its darkness before I collapsed to my knees and saw all the glass that made up the room was destroyed. You know, after this I think Sombra wasn't fighting me seriously, I said. Ash, are you alright? Luna asked as she flew down and helped me up. Yeah, fine, but I think we'd better end the test here unless you want to continue, I said. No, that's all, Ash. I have a ton of data I need to go over. Thanks for your help, Ash, Twilight said. Okay then, if that's all that you lot need from me, I'll be on my way, I said. Actually, Ash, I wanted to show you something, Celestia said. Suddenly Celestia teleported everyone to the Hall of Windows. Why are we here? I asked. I wanted to show you this, Celestia said as she gestured to a window. I then looked at the window. I didn't know what to say. The window was of me, but I was wearing my coronation attire. I had all 10 wings extended and I was holding Whispering Wind out in front of me with the blade pointing down to the ground. On the right of the window was an image of my wolf self and it was curling around my leg and dust was flying around next to me on the left of the window. I also saw the sun on the left side of the picture above dust and the moon was at equal height with the sun and the sky was split down the middle with daylight on the left and night on the right. In between the sun and moon was my cutie mark and the demonic angel symbol was on the shield and the gem on the crown made the entire window sparkle and was probably the brightest part of the window, and if you looked at it you could be staring into it for hours without realizing. Wow, I said. I know I had it put in during the night and was very excited to see it when dawn came up, Celestia said. Well, I feel spoiled here, but may I ask, have the others seen it? I asked. No, I wanted you to be the first, Celestia said. Well, I know Rarity is going to use this to make a new line. I can see her face now, I said. The detail is simply divine, Twilight said in her best Rarity impersonation and pulled up a dramatic pose causing us to laugh. But still, Celestia, it's beautiful, thank you, I said. You earned it, Ash, Celestia said. I was in what looked like an old tower and looked around the room and saw a cot made out of wood, hay and a blanket. There was also a simple wooden desk with a quill and a few parchments on it. The desk also looked out a window and the landscape outside was nothing but vast, cold, snowy mountains and an endless cloud-filled sky. I then heard the creaking of a door and turned around to see a large wooden door was open ajar. I walked over to it and opened it the rest of the way and saw a staircase going down, so I walked over to it and then down the stairs and into a dark stone corridor. Suddenly a torch lit up down the hallway as if it were telling me to go that way. I walked down the hallway and over to the torch before another one lit up a little further down the corridor outside a stone arch that led down another corridor. I walked over to the torch and looked down the new corridor and saw another torch light up. This continued for a while and I was led all over the castle till a pair of torches on either side of a pair of large wooden doors lit up and I could see an eerie glow come from the bottom of the door. I then slowly walked over to the door and peeked inside. Inside I saw 8 figures standing around a rune circle and the room was lit by several candles. The figures were chanting something in an ancient tongue that tingled at the edge of my memory. I then looked at the figures and saw they were all wearing full-on armor and they had a different weapon with them. Suddenly, I saw the rune circle had aqua fire flickering in the center and spread till it reached the edge of the circle and the figures continued to chant only louder. Suddenly a bright flash filled my eyes and when I regained my sight I was in the room and the candles had been extinguished. The figures around me were the 8 figures, all of them lying on the ground surrounded by pools and splatters of blood. Suddenly I feel a terrifying presence behind me and something wraps around my throat and lifts me into the air. I am then spun around to come face to face with darkness. Suddenly, dark red eyes opened along with the burning silhouette of a mouth with sharp teeth like rages. 8 men of ancient old who sit in their keep of stone take in a child and help him grow and the boy grows strong as time moves on, the dark says in a language that I knew from that era. Quote. But the boy becomes death of the men of 8, a traitor to all including in the eyes of hate, I finished. Suddenly the darkness showed me a fort in ruins that was different than the one I saved Faust from. Once I saw the picture disappeared only to be replaced by the face in darkness before its mouth opened impossibly wide and I was tossed into the flames. I sat up in cold sweat and gripped my head to stop the pain. I then looked around and saw I was in the bedroom at my place and Luna was sound asleep beside me and both Dust and Tiberius were still asleep. I then released the breath I didn't realize I was holding before I got out of bed and poured some cold water on my face before I had a hard think about my dream. I then soon realized I felt pain in the dream and realized it was a vision. I then went into my library and picked out a book of fortresses of Equestria and found one that matched. Shardor Fortress, an ancient fort used by the ponies during the battle with the Minotaur King in 50 AD. After Discord, I said. I took the map that showed me the fortress's location and gathered my equipment before I left and walked over to the forge and sharpened Whispering Wind. I then made sure I had plenty of supplies and once I was done I saw a pair of single-handed axes that Caramel made and they looked seriously cool. I picked the two axes up and gave them a feel. I smiled at the work Caramel put into these. I decided to borrow the axes. So I wrote a note to Caramel explaining that I had the tomahawks before I made a hook on the back of my belt for the axes and flew off for Shardor. The trip took me till daybreak. When I arrived at the place the fort was old but very well made. I landed on the bridge that led inside but as I did I felt a dark chill crawling up my spine so I summoned my armor and weapons and began to walk deeper into the ancient ruins. The place had obviously seen better days. Once grand furniture was now a rotting pile of wood and once beautiful glass-stained windows were cracked or smashed and the tapestry's condition would leave Rarity horrified. All in all it was like any place in ruins that I've been to. Suddenly, I hear rattling and look to see a skeleton lumbering its way towards me with a sword and circular shield in its arms. All right Bonehead, let's make this quick, I said rubbing my hands together. The skeleton made a sloppy attempt to kill me but I just dodged the attack and punched the skeleton in the head knocking it off. The skeleton then fell apart and became a pile of bones on the floor. I then heard more sounds and saw other monsters had awakened to fight me. Well looks like I'm gonna be here for a while, I said as I drew Whispering Wind and my shield. Ponyville third-person POV. The main six were walking around Ponyville enjoying the sunshine and talking. They were on their way to grab some lunch at Sugar Cube Corner. As they were passing by the forge they suddenly heard someone shout from inside. That son of a bitch. The girls then looked at each other in confusion and saw Caramel pacing back and forth with an angry scowl on his face. Caramel, what in tarnation has got you more wound up than a rattlesnake on a bad day? Applejack asked. Ash took my tomahawks saying he needed them for something important, Caramel said. Well, if Ash needs them for something important then it must be important, Twilight said. I know that, but would it have killed him to ask me in person then just leave a note, Caramel said. Maybe it was so important he didn't have time to ask, Fluttershy suggested, stroking her mane. Maybe, Caramel said. Suddenly trumpets filled the air causing the girls to rush outside and saw the royal carriage was parked in the center of town and most of the Alicorn siblings plus Faust and Rage were there. Twilight sparkle, Celestia said when she spotted her former student. Princess Celestia, Twilight said as she walked up to the sun Alicorn. TWI, I know you like bonding time with your former mentor but we need to see Ash, it's kinda important, Rage said. Ash, no one has seen him and I doubt he's in Ponyville because we saw a note in Carmel's shop saying he had something important to do so he was borrowing a pair of small axes, Twilight said. Unusual choice of weaponry for Ash, but back to main topic, looks like Ash has already gone, Rage said. That damn fool, what give him the idea that said he had to go alone, Chrysalis said. Sister, remember what I said that this may be a personal task for Ash, Dreamcatcher said. Wait, what's going on with Ash, is there trouble? Rainbow asked. We think so. Last night Ash received a vision and it appeared to be summoning Ash somewhere, Faust said. The place looks familiar but I can't remember where it's from, Celesta said. Maybe I can identify it, Twilight suggested. The Alicorns then looked at each other before they nodded. Very well, Twilight, I'll show you, but not here. This vision, it is a dark one, Dreamcatcher said. Dreamcatcher then teleported the group into the map room of Twilight's castle where she showed them the vision Ash had. They all watched as Ash walked through the corridors following the torches. When Ash stepped into the room and looked at the figures, the group then had to cover their eyes from the blinding flash and were shocked when they saw the condition of the room and jumped when they saw the darkness. But they all became confused when they heard the darkness speak and when Ash responded to it, but Faust grimaced when she heard the unfamiliar language, and once that happened the image appeared and Twilight gasped. Shardor Fortress, it was built during the war with the Minotaur 50 years after Discord's rule, Twilight said. Well done, Twilight, Celestia said. Hey, did anyone catch what the black thing said? Cause it didn't sound friendly, Rainbow said. It's an old tongue that has not been spoken since before Equestria came to be. It is the language of the necromancers, Faust said. Necromancers, why in Equestria would something like that be in Ash's head? Applejack asked. I do not know, but I'm concerned on how Ash knows that dark tongue, Faust said, causing everyone to look at each other with worry. Well, we can't just sit here and do nothing. If that thing is telling Ash to go there, then we should too. Everyone then looked at the doorway and saw Spike and the rest of the stallions were here. What are you guys doing here? Rainbow asked. I invited them here for a little guy time, but that's when you lot showed up, Spike said. But still, we're getting off topic. We need to go help Ash if he's in trouble, Thunderlane said. No, I forbid any of you from following. If this is a necromancer we're dealing with, then I cannot allow any of you to put yourselves in danger, Celestia said. Princess Celestia, with all due respect, that is an order I'm not going to follow, Soren said, earning shocked looks from everyone. What? Celestia asked. I said I'm not following that order. Ash was right about one thing. The day you two spared against one another, we're not mindless fools. We have to make our own choices even if it gets us killed. Besides, Ash's training has prepared us for hard combat. Even if all of the royals say we can't go, it doesn't mean we're going to do as you say, cause my mind is made up, Soren said. Same with the rest of us, Pierce said. Well, if that's how you guys feel, then looks like I'm coming too, but what about you, Caramel? Rage asked. Yeah, damn right I'm coming, Caramel said as he walked over to the rest of the guys with Rage. Are you all insane? Twilight shouted. TWI, we're guys, it's kinda what we do, Rage said. Well, if they're going, so am I, Rainbow said. No, you will not, you will remain put, Celestia said. Celestia, I know that this is probably dangerous, but if it's dangerous for us, it will be for Ash as well. You gotta let us go help him, Rainbow said. Mother, please, they could be killed or worse, Celestia pleaded. Faust looked at the groups in silence before she closed her eyes with a sigh and looked at the groups again. As much as I don't like the fact all of you are going to face what may very well be a necromancer, I cannot ignore the fact that Ash may be in grave danger at this very moment, and since I won't be able to change your minds, I'll permit you to go and provide Ash support, Faust said. Yes, the guys cheered. Provided you take the bearers of harmony with you. If it is a necromancer, harmonic magic will be needed, Faust said. We understand, we'll be there and back before you know it, Twilight said. Very well, I shall open a portal to Shardor Fortress, but please be cautious, Celestia said. Faust then opened a portal and the stallions, Spike and Rage summoned their robes, armor and weapons before they all walked in through the portal, and once they did, the group were greeted by the massive crumbling fort. Everyone walked inside and saw what looked like sword slashes on the walls along with scorch marks, and there were also decaying bodies in the room. Hey, that's one of Ash's sin spears, Twilight said as she pointed at a body with one of said sin spears impaling a body through the mouth, pining the body to a rock. Damn, look at this guy, it almost looks human but mutilated in some sick way, Thunderlane said as he gestured to another body. It looks like the psychos from Ash's nightmare when he locked himself away for a week, but these guys are more, Rage started. Ugly, Rainbow asked. Terrifying, Fluttershy asked, hiding behind Mac. Disgusting, Rarity asked. Rabid and bloodthirsty, Rage said, causing everyone to gulp. So where do we go now? Comet asked. Easy, we follow the trail of death and battle Ash has left behind, Rage said as he gestured to the corridor that showed signs of battle. The group then did as suggested and followed the trail, and each dead body looked worse than the last in either appearance or how they died. They came to the edge of the fort and were walking down a hallway where one side had empty arch windows to let in natural light and one side was plain stone with torch stands attached to them. Man, these slashes on the wall and the way these guys died, they look like they were done by someone who was both sad and angry, Spike said. Since when were you an expert? Soren joked. Ash taught me. I saw the way he normally takes on his opponents and he's not clumsy enough to leave sword slash marks on the wall. He normally does that when he's using his claws like this, Spike said as he walked over to a wall and showed them the long hand-like claw marks. Ash must have used his blood claws here, and this one is defiantly from Whispering Wind, yet judging from how jagged this wound is, I say Ash rapidity slammed the blade into this guy in an almost angry way, Spike said as he gestured to a body. Spike, I'm beginning to grow concerned on what Ash is teaching you, Twilight said. I'm more worried on Ash, I mean what's going on with him to make markings like this? Spike asked. Hey Spike, up here for a second, Rage said as he gestured for Spike to come over to him, which he did. Do you know what made that? The pathway in front of them was in pieces of rubble, a massive hole in the wall where the arches once were and deep gashes in the wall opposite. Big deep claw marks that looks like something big tried to bite its way through the pillars, and the walls below have deep marks. So something big was resting here and tried to reach for Ash when he was here, Spike said. Any idea what it could have been? Rage asked. Well, the thing must have had wings to get here in. Wait a second, wings, large deep claw marks and teeth that could crush rock. I think I know what did this, Spike said in a worried tone. Suddenly a massive roar echoed around the group and knocked a few stones loose from the ceiling. Dragon, Fluttershy shouted as loud as she could, which was more like a loud whisper before she hid behind Mac and trembled like a leaf. Flutters, chill, would ya? I doubt dragons even live out this far, Rainbow said. Suddenly a great wind swept over the group and the shadow of a monstrous object flew over them. The group then saw a massive dragon, only its eyes and body had an icy blue glow and everyone could see its bones and rotted flesh and its wings were in ruins. Undead dragon, Fluttershy whispered. Who would dare defile the body of a dragon? Spike growled in hatred. What's got you all worked up? Thunderlane asked. Do you have any idea on how dishonorable it is for something like this to be done to a dragon? Dragon bodies are so sacred to us that if anyone were to rob one of our graves, then dragons won't stop till the one who committed the crime pays for what they had done, Spike said. Is this some sort of dragon code, Sugar Cube? Applejack asked. Yes, Spike said. Well, whoever did this has serious balls because that's no ordinary dragon body, that's a dragon king's body, Rage said. What? Spike screamed. Look, you see his massive wing size, it's obvious he was a dragon king once, Rage said as he pointed at the dragon's wings. That necromancer is not leaving this place alive, Spike growled before he ran towards the gap and jumped over it with a flap of his wings. Spike, wait, Rage shouted before he teleported everyone to the other side of the gap and chased after him. The chase led them through the hallways where they continued to see more bodies and battle marks, and then they heard the dragon again, only it sounded like it was fighting. Spike followed the sound and the rest followed till they came to a large circular courtyard where the dragon was and Ash was also there. The group looked through a hole in the wall and saw the two circle each other. Suddenly the dragon lunged at Ash, ready to chomp down on him, but a simple swing from Ash's sword knocked the head away like a cannon, hit the dragon instead. Ash then ran at the dragon, but the dragon used one of its claws to hit Ash and sent him flying into a wall, but Ash wasn't down yet. He immediately stood up and charged back at the dragon. But the dragon had also recovered from its blow and was about to unleash its breath on Ash, but Ash then raised his shield and the group watched as Ash was hit by a tsunami of flames. But once they stopped, they saw Ash had his shield out in front of him and it was larger before it shrank down to its normal size. The group then watched as the two opponents stared at each other when they saw Ash disappear and reappear on the dragon's left before he ran at the dragon. He then leapt at the ribcage and slashed at the glowing orb of magic inside it before he flew out of the other side and skidded to a stop while the dragon roared in pain. The dragon then collapsed to the ground, but the dragon had just enough strength and life left in it to look at Ash before it spoke in an old language. Spike, can you understand what he's saying? Rarity asked. No, he's speaking ancient dragon as far as I know, Spike whispered. The group then watched as Ash and the dragon had a brief conversation before Ash bowed his head before he placed his shield on his back and wedged Whispering Wind into the ground before he kneeled to the dragon. Once Ash kneeled, his armor disappeared and suddenly a colorful glowing wisp-like wind flowed out of the dragon and circled around Ash. Suddenly, bones lifted off the ground and shrank as they floated over to Ash, and then they attached to Ash, becoming armor. Finally, the skull of the dragon shrunk and floated over to Ash and spoke a few more words before the light faded from its eyes. Ash then placed his forehead against the skulls before he turned it around and put it over his head and stood up and looked at his armor. Okay, what just happened? Rainbow asked. No idea, but this battle isn't over yet, Rage said. Suddenly, the armored figures from Ash's dream appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Ash, but they all had a familiar ghostly aura around them and they were all armed while Ash grabbed both his shield and sword before he readied himself. Ghosts and these guys don't look friendly, Comet said. Shish, Ash looks like he's about to say something, Twilight said. I wish you all stayed in the tomb I built you, Ash said before the ghosts let out a shriek in response. One of the ghosts attacked, but Ash used his shield to bash the weapon away before he slashed at the ghost, causing it to disappear but reappear off to the side. This continued for a few minutes with the other ghosts, and the ghosts were disappearing quickly and landed several hits on Ash before vanishing. One ghost managed to crawl up a wall and leap into the air, summoning a spear, but when Ash goes to block the attack, 3 other ghosts attempt to kill Ash. However, a wall of emerald green fire smashes into the ghosts, dispersing them. Ash then bashed the attack from the ghost above him and thrusted Whispering Wind into it, causing a bright light to erupt from its core and causing the ghost to shake uncontrollably before disappearing. Ash then looked at where the fire came from and saw it was Spike with an unhappy look on his face, which was aimed at the ghosts. Only warning, you're gonna have get lost, Spike growled. 3 of the ghosts just shrieked at Spike and disappeared before they reappeared around him in a triangle, but one of Spike's arms was coated in shadow before it turned into a blade and impaled the ghost, while Spike used his flame breath to burn the ghost in front of him. The last ghost was impaled by a burning blade in its back thanks to Rage, and the last ghost then looked at Ash while Ash just shrugged. The final ghost charged at Ash, but Ash stood still till he got close, and once he did, Ash spun out of the way and slashed at the ghost's back, making it collapse to its knees and break like a stone slab before it disappeared itself. What the hell are you two doing here? Ash demanded. Saving your life, nitwit, Soren said as he also appeared from behind cover. You two, geez, is there anyone else hiding behind that wall? Ash asked, causing the rest of the group to appear. Fan-fucking-tastic. Ash, what is going on here? Twilight asked. Guys, it's not safe here, you need to leave, Ash said. Whoa, hang on, we're not leaving without you, Ash, Rainbow said. Well, you need to go now, Ash demanded. Not until you tell us what's going on, Rage said. Suddenly, the air became cold and fog floated around the group. Alright, fine, I'll tell you all later about what's going on, but first you all need to get out of sight now and don't interfere this time, please, Ash said. The group then did as instructed while Ash turned around and sheathed both his shield and Whispering Wind. Suddenly, breaking noises came from within the fog and it looked like a figure was calling out of the ground. The figure then stood up and was bigger than Ash, but not by much, only by 4 feet. The figure wore robes and a cape that fluttered in the cold wind. The figure's face looked human-like with a crown of spikes on its head. But the thing also had a pair of eerie blue lights coming from where its eyes would be. The figure then stepped out of the fog to reveal an undead monster. It was dressed in tattered black robes and armor in a terrible state. Its body was skeletal and had rotting flesh still clinging to its bones. Its eyes were ice blue lights and it had metal spikes coming from the top of its head and it looked like a crown, and the mirror aura screamed bad news. But the worst factor about this thing was its cape. Instead of it being made of fabric, it was made of ponies' cutie marks that were stitched together. This caused Ash to clench his fists, and the creature then unleashed a screech that caused the ground to be laced with ice before it summoned a massive sword. My god, a lich, Rage whispered. Refresh my memory, but what is a lich? Rainbow whispered. It means corpse, but some think of them as undead necromancers, Rage said. Ash then grabbed both the axes on his belt and twirled them around in his hands before he ran at the lich, but the lich summoned a wall of ice and Ash stabbed his axe into the wall and used the force of the rising wall to leap over it. Once Ash was above the wall, he threw an axe at the lich, but the lich blocked it before Ash landed on the ground. Ash then rolled behind the lich and drove the second axe into the lich's leg, causing it to fall onto one knee. Ash then grabbed Whispering Wind and was about to drive into the lich's face, but a blast of magic sent Ash flying through the wall of ice and into another wall before he collapsed to the ground. Ash then got up on his hands and knees before an icicle embedded itself into the ground. Ash then looked at the lich and saw it create another icicle before it tossed it at Ash. Barely has time to move and was pierced through the left side of his waist. Ash clutched his side but stood up and charged at the lich again, and the lich raised its sword to cut Ash down the middle, but Ash teleported behind the lich and leapt into the air and repeatedly thrusted his sword at the lich's back with lightning speed. Once the attack finished, the lich turned to look at Ash and swung its sword at him, but the sword barely grazed Ash before the lich punched Ash in the face, causing Ash to fly backwards. Ash then backflipped onto his feet and skidded across the ground to a stop. The lich then charged at Ash and made a thrust, but Ash then held his sword backwards and pushed against the lich's sword, causing it to narrowly miss, hitting him before he slashed at the lich's side and leapt away from the lich. Let's end this, you ugly freak, Ash said. The two then clashed swords, and despite the blade's massive size, the lich was able to wield it with ease, and the two left great amounts of damage on the other from both swords and magic. The lich then summoned power from an amulet that went around its neck and charged it into its sword and made another thrust. But Ash grinded Whispering Wind against it again and screamed in pain as the magic from the lich's sword rushed around him. Ash then leapt away from the lich and saw smoke rising from underneath his dragon bone gauntlets. Ash then glared at the lich before he held Whispering Wind out in front of him in both hands before his arms became demonic and angelic. Ash then pulled his arms away from each other and Whispering Wind split in two. In Ash's left hand the sword was flaming and red and had lava-filled cracks in it, and the wings that were the crossguard were webbed. In Ash's left hand it was white and gold and had a holy glow to it, and the crossguard's wings were feathered. Ash can dual wield, Thunderlane asked in shock. The lich then charged his sword again and swung at Ash, but Ash stood there and used the red Whispering Wind to stop the lich's attack as if it were nothing, surprising the others. Ash then charged up the sword in his right hand and sent a wave of energy at the lich, which hit it in the chest, causing the lich to hiss in pain at the attack. The lich then shot an icicle at Ash and made an overhead strike at Ash, but Ash dodged the icicle and blocked the lich's sword with both his swords. Ash then sucked in some breath before he unleashed a fiery breath made of rainbow-colored flames, causing the lich to stumble back and try and put out the flames. Alright, shooting star strike, Ash said. Suddenly Ash's blades began to glow brighter as Ash charged at the lich and was cutting it in several places at once, getting faster and faster with each strike. But several times Ash took a hit from the Lich, but it didn't stop Ash. Ash then made a thrust at the Lich with his flaming sword, but the Lich dodged to the left and grabbed Ash's sword and was about to strike at Ash with its own. But Ash then flipped up onto the Lich's shoulder and placed a boot on the Lich's face and pulled the head backwards and rested his foot on the Lich's crown. Ash then let out a war cry before he thrusted the sword in his left hand into the Lich's face. The Lich then screamed in pain and Ash pulled his sword out of the Lich's glowing crack-filled face and grabbed its cape before he leapt away from the creature and landed on the ground. The Lich then stumbled back, gripping its face all the while it screamed in pain and exploded, shrouding Ash in smoke. The group then looked at the smoke and waited for anything to happen, and that's when the smoke cleared and Ash was standing in the same place as when the Lich exploded. Both his swords had become one again when suddenly Ash fell backwards and lay flat on the ground. Ash, Twilight yelled as she ran over to him and helped him stand. Thanks, Ash said in a raspy voice. You all right? Caramel asked. The Lich's icicle did more than you think. It's like someone poured liquid nitrogen on your crotch, Ash said, causing the guys to shudder while Ash used his magic to hand Caramel's axes over to Caramel. They worked perfectly. Thanks, Caramel said as he grabbed the axes. Ash, why on earth did you grab that? Rarity yelled as she pointed at the Lich's cape. Ash then got Twilight to set him down, where he folded the cape and placed it on the ground and did a small prayer before his right arm became angelic and tapped the cape. This caused the cape to burn away in a simple flame before he stood up. I wasn't about to let that thing keep it in the afterlife. Those ponies have been laid to rest, Ash said before he almost collapsed if Mac didn't catch him. Easy, Ash, let's get you out of here, Rage said as the group began to walk away. Hang on, we can't leave that here, Ash said. The Lich's amulet, why take that accursed thing? Spike asked. It's a worse idea to leave it here for anyone to come take it, Ash said. All right, I'll grab it, but if it does something, it's on your head, Rage said. It won't do anything unless you put it on, Ash said. Ash's POV. The group then helped me through a portal that led to Twilight's castle, where I saw the royal family waiting for us. Ash, Luna cried as she leapt at me, giving me a hug. Ow, 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 let go, I cried, causing Luna to let go while I clutched my side. Ash, what happened and what are you wearing? Celestia asked as she gestured to my dragon armor. Can the questions wait? Ash isn't in the best condition to talk, Rage said. Here, let me have a look, Faust said as she stepped over to me and moved some of my new armor out of the way, revealing a wound filled with ice. Ash, is there anywhere else? I then removed my gauntlets, revealing my hands, which were badly scorched. We'd better treat this immediately, and while we're doing that, the rest of you can explain what happened, Faust said. I was soon placed in a guest room where my armor was removed and placed on a mannequin, and I had to admit the damn thing looked totally badass on me. The hands had claws on hands and feet and a tail on the back, and between the two skeletal wings that provided a little protection. But my mind was then refocused on the pain in my side and hands as Faust drew a healing rune on my body, healing the injuries. While this happened, Rage explained the situation and Pinky showed them all a recording of everything, which Rainbow requested, causing her to blush. The royals were surprised by the damage I left behind and were shocked when they saw the undead Dragon King and silently watched as I battled it and obtained its bones, and again silently watched as I battled the ghosts, but were shocked when they saw the Lich. They all then became angered when they saw the Lich's cape, but they were surprised when they saw me dual wield and how strong I became from it. Well, that was certainly an intense fight, Chrysalis said. Well done in dispatching that Lich, Ash, but might I recommend you use more caution in the future, Faust said as she finished healing me. If I didn't, Faust, I would be in a much worse condition than when I arrived, I said as I stood up off the bed. Ash, what exactly happened with that dragon back there and why did you take its bones? Dreamcatcher asked. I didn't, he gave them to me, I said, earning confused looks from the lot. Here, I'll show you and make sure it's in English so you can understand. I then pulled a memory from my head and showed it to the others. The image was me looking at the undead dragon before I snapped my fingers, changing the language to English. Brave warrior, I thank you for freeing me from my imprisonment, the dragon said. It was no problem, great one, I said. By dragon lore, I am bound to serve you till the debt is either repaid or I perish. However, I am already dead and I feel my life slowly slipping. So as a thank you, I gift you my bones to become a new set of armor to protect you, the dragon said. Wait, you don't need to do that. Please understand that if any other dragon were to see me wearing your bones, they would get the wrong idea, I said. Fear not, for I shall place a charm on you so you will be protected if you are wearing my bones in the presence of another dragon. Show them my mark on the palm of your right hand, that way they will know you obtained my bones by a great deed. This is my repayment, please honor me this last request, the dragon said. I was silent before I bowed my head and kneeled to the dragon and removed my armor. Do as you will then, I said. The group then watched as my body was surrounded by a colorful wisp-like wind and the bones floated over to me and attached to my body and the head floated into my grasp. Farewell, great warrior, the dragon whispered before the life left it. I then tapped my forehead against the dragon's before I put the skull on and looked at my right palm, and as the dragon said, a red mark appeared on my palm. Kimmerth, eternal fire, Celestia said when she saw the mark and the memory ended. You knew him, Celestia? I asked. Yes, he was a good friend and a wise king and one of the greatest dragon kings to rule, Celestia said. I'm sorry about what happened, I said. It's all right, now explain to me who those ghosts were from your vision. Celestia asked. Well, guess that explains how you found me, but the names of those ghosts is one even I can't remember, but I tell you what they were like. But understand, guys, that this part of my history doesn't have a pleasant ending, I said, causing everyone to find or summon a place to get comfortable on. During one of the more forgotten times of Earth's history, I was left outside the door of a keep in the mountains, and in the keep lived 8 great men, all healers and very wise men who would help anyone who came to them. These men took me in and raised me as if I was their own. They taught me so many things, from potion making to rune magic and astronomy. I was really happy there. Now I wasn't the only one there. I had a bit of a rival. He was a lot like me except in appearance, but he resented me, always said he was the better student. But one day when I asked the 8 if he was better, the only answer I got was, you're better if you choose to be. At first the meaning was lost, but over time I figured it out and decided to attempt making him into a friend instead a rival. But all my attempts didn't go as planned. He still scorned me, but I ignored it. But I'm getting off topic here, I said as I cleared my voice. During my time of studying I never noticed a darkness fall over the keep till one night I couldn't sleep so I walked around the castle till I came to a room where I saw the 8 men performing a forbidden ritual I once saw during one of my studies. It was a necromancer ritual. When I looked at the men I looked up to I didn't see them, instead I saw dead men. I don't know how to describe it but I know it wasn't them. So doing what was necessary I went and grabbed a dagger before I faced the pale imitations and killed them, but all the while the ritual continued, I said before I took a breath. After I finished of the last one I looked at the ritual circle and saw a dark shape crawl out of the circle and send me flying into a wall, and I looked at the thing and saw a pair of eyes and a mouth in the shadow and the very aura of the thing was evil. The creature stared at me. I then blacked out and once I woke up I saw the shadow was gone and my rival found the scene and accused me of murdering the 8 before he fled the keep. After that I built a tomb for the 8 under the castle and placed a powerful rune spell on their tombs to prevent anyone from trying to resurrect them. Before I shut myself away in the keep and did what I always did to pass the time I studied, I said. So what happened? Twilight asked. Not long later an angry mob broke into the keep and confronted me but I didn't fight back. I said I killed the 8 in spite and that was it, I said, earning shocked looks from the group. Why did you say something so stupid? Rainbow shouted. I wasn't about to let the image of 8 great men be ruined because of what happened, and even if I did there was no actual proof that I was innocent. Also I made sure to destroy the evidence of the 8 committing necromancy, I said. So what happened? Discord asked. Well, I was tossed in a cell and my rival visited me once, asked me why I did it, so I said because you were always the better student. But like always he called me a liar and demanded I tell the truth, so I got up and walked over to the cell bars and glared at him before I then told him of what really happened, which made him recoil in shock and disbelief. I then told him that he had to keep it secret, which he hesitantly agreed before he apologized for everything he did to me. So in the end I made a friend of him after all, and after that I was let out of my cell and up to a tower where they built a ledge that hung over a cliff, and after that, I said before I raised my hand above my head and made it seem like I was gripping something and gave it a yank upwards and made a snapping noise with my mouth giving a clear indication of what happened, causing the others to gulp. I died that day never knowing why that happened or why that shadow spared me, and I was seen as a criminal and murderer in almost everyone's eyes, and they were right about the murder part. Ash, look at me, Faust said in a scorn-filled tone, and I obeyed. What you did was right, covering up what happened to keep the image of those men alive. You kept their hope alive even if it meant taking both the blame and the fall. I'm sure those men would have preferred death than what was happening. There aren't many who would do such a thing for another. I'm sure you would have made them and your parents very proud. Faust then embraced me in a hug and the rest followed while I just sat and enjoyed the warmth of the hug. Author's notes. This is an announcement to inform you all that the next chapter will be released sometime after the 26th of March because the next chapter will take place with the first episode of Season 6. Chapter 56, An Army of Nightmares and a Battleground for Gods and Monsters. I was sitting on a train heading towards the Crystal Empire for Flurry Heart's crystalling, which was a forgotten event till now, and Shining and Cadence wanted to hold one for Flurry Heart. This celebration is held to celebrate a new life in the Crystal Empire, and many things were required. The ponies that were with me were the main 6, Spike the Stallions, Midda, Ruby, Gilda, Starlight, Glimmer, and Dust, who was sitting next to me. Some of the group had brought gifts for Flurry Heart, and as everyone enjoyed the ride, Rainbow, Dash, and I were resting our eyes. Yanum, Applejack, what is that? Rainbow asked as she woke up before she gestured to a blanket that had something under it and was sitting beside Applejack. Oh, just a little something for the young un, Applejack said as she removed the blanket that revealed a wooden crib. Made from genuine sweet apple acers apple trees, we make them for all the apples, and any pony related to Twilight is practically family. Yeah, but it's okay, but it's no Cloudsdale mobile, bam. Rainbow cried as she pulled out a baby mobile that had clouds, rainbows, and lightning bolts on it. Oh pretty, Pinky said, touching a piece but causing said piece to fall off, gaining an annoyed look from Rainbow. Well, a mobile is real nice as long as you have something to lay in so you can look at it, Applejack said. And a fetching blanket to keep you warm, Rarity said as she placed a blanket in the crib. And a stuffed toy for some company, Fluttershy said as she placed a stuffed rabbit in the crib as well. I'm sure Shining Armor and Princess Cadence will love all our gifts, but I think they'll be happier we're attending Flurry Heart's crystalling, Twilight said. Hey Ash, what did you bring to the crystalling? Comet asked. Yan, sorry, what's going on? As I rubbed my teared eyes. Goodness Ash, did you not sleep well last night? Rarity asked. Very little sleep for the last 3 days actually. Yan, midnight has been pretty restless, I said. Oh you poor thing, you should be resting at home, Fluttershy said. Nah, it's important that I be here, besides I can go for a few more hours, I said as I stretched my limbs. So what was the question again? We were wondering what you were bringing to the crystalling, Pinky said. Oh yeah, well I was planning on going with something special this time, I said. And what's so special? Gilda asked. I haven't finished it yet, but you'll all find out soon, I said. And why haven't you finished it? Twilight asked. Hey, cut me some slack for getting this far anyway. I need Cadence's help for the last bit, I said angrily, causing the others to look at me in surprise. Sorry guys, lack of sleep affects my mood. Oh, think nothing of it, Ash, we understand, Caramel said. Doesn't mean it's okay for me to yell at you, I said. You just rest, Sugarcube, we'll let you know when we get to the Crystal Empire, Applejack said. I gave the group a smile and closed my eyes and drowned out the others' voices before I drifted off to sleep. I managed to get an hour's sleep before I was shaken awake. I looked and saw Spike gesturing to the others who were walking out the door, so I grabbed Dust and walked out and saw Shining was at the station, and my first glance showed the poor guy looked like shit. Whoa, who's the one that released the Hydra that ran you over? I asked with a smirk. Oh yeah, you look like you've been in Tartarus, Shining said with a smirk equal to mine. The pair of us laughed and shook the other's hand before we hugged each other. Luna has told me about Midnight causing sleep problems. Doing okay? Shining asked. Yeah, but what about you? I can only guess little Flurry is doing the same, I said. Yeah, both me and Cadence are out of it. I'm not sure what's going on, but she seems to have calmed down with Midnight being here, but we could still use a bit of a break, Shining said. Oh, of course I don't know what I was thinking. You two probably need all kinds of help. I'm sorry, Starlight, but I guess combining your first lesson with this visit wasn't such a good idea, Twilight said as she looked at Starlight. Oh, don't be ridiculous, you're an ant now. That's way more important than some friendship lesson, Starlight said. I just wish there was a way to do both, Twilight said. Maybe there is. You've already done the work for Starlight's lesson with this list. All we have to do is follow it, Spike said. Spike, you're a genius, Twilight said. Yeah, genius, Starlight said in an annoyed tone. Then it's settled. Shining Armor will head straight to the castle and you two can head straight to Sunbursts, Twilight said. Aye aye, Princess, Spike said with a salute before he and Starlight walked off. I'm still surprised you've taken her in as your pupil, I said. And I'm still surprised Spike is your student, Twilight said with a side-on smirk. All right, big brother, let's go see my niece, Twilight said as she looked at Shining but saw he was asleep. I've got it, I said as I wrapped Shining in my magic and lifted him up before we began the trek through the Empire while one led Shining around like a balloon. The walk to the castle was filled with ponies bowing to both Twilight and me, and some even let out cheers with my name. Looks like somebody is popular, Mida said. You kidding? Ash is a celebrity here along with Spike when they saved it from Sombra, Thunderlane said as gestured to a fountain with me and Spike. Spike was holding the crystal heart in his hands while I was dressed in my robes. I had a boot on Sombra's chest and had Whispering Wind ready to impale Sombra on it and my shield held out in front of me. I just remember it being a demon I had to kill to make sure it didn't any more trouble, and because of that the ponies of this place are worshipping me, I said. What do you mean worship? Soren asked. I simply gestured to the street lamps that were shaped like Whispering Wind and the toys of both Spike and me, kids running around pretending to be me or Sombra and where I slay him. There were also a couple of flags with my mark and a mark for Spike. Fair enough, but isn't a little worship okay? Soren asked. Sigh, let's just get inside the castle, I said before we walked inside. I woke Shining up and he led us to Flurry Heart's nursery where we saw the entire royal family along with Rage, Pip and Midnight. Midnight was in the same crib as Flurry Heart and the two were playing together while Pip watched and everyone was talking. Looks like everyone is here, Discord said when he noticed us. I trust the trip was comfortable, Celestia asked. As comfortable as it gets, but I'd take a proper bed than a train seat any day, I said with a small yawn. I can see Luna's words weren't exaggerating. You look like hell, Rage said as he stood on the side of the room with his arms folded over his chest. You should see the other guy, I said as I gestured to Shining who was leaning against the doorway while asleep and snoring. I then heard Flurry Heart let out some gibberish before she started sucking on her hand. Enjoy it while you can, cause as you get older I doubt you'll be able to stick your hand in your mouth anymore, I joked, causing a few to chuckle. Even when exhausted you have the energy to make jokes, Cadence said. You know, with those wings and horns she could be a really strong flyer and have crazy strong baby magic. Maybe Midnight could have it too, Pinky said. Well, I know all about super strong flying, Rainbow said. And I can help keep tabs on both their magic when it starts happening, Twilight said. Suddenly Flurry Heart looked like she was about to sneeze, and when she did a massive burst of energy was released from her horn that created a hole that went through 10 levels. Whoa, okay, that woke me up, I said as I shook my head and looked back at the two alicorn foals I saw. Midnight was clapping his hands while Flurry Heart rubbed her nose and yawned. It appears that the young princess is beginning to learn how to use her magic, Faust said. The crowds have already started to gather, Luna said as she looked out the window. I then saw Pinky then blow up a balloon before she tied it up and held onto it and began to float upwards. But I watched confused on how the balloon was able to pick her up despite being filled with air. This crystalling is going to be some party, Pinky said before the balloon popped and she fell back to the ground. Oh ho, tell me about it. With this one's magic this place will be bubbling with chaos, Discord said. Do you think we should call it off? Cadence asked while Flurry Heart sucked on one of her mother's fingers. Oh, we've all faced a lot worse than baby magic, Ash especially, Rainbow said. It's true, I said with a shrug. I can't imagine canceling such an important ceremony over something so potentially adorable, Rarity said, causing everyone voice in agreement. In light of the little one's abilities, this crystalling might more important than ever. Perhaps you should address your subjects and remind them of that, Celestia said. Cadence nodded before both Luna and Cadence kissed their children goodbye. Ash, do you think you'll be able to look after the foals for just a little bit longer? Luna asked. No problem, I said as I gave Luna a quick peck on the lips before she and the other royals left. Shining Armor, do you have everything you need for the ceremony? Twilight asked, stirring Shining from his slumber. Oh no, I still have to interview the honor guards, choose the purity crystal and pick a crystaller. Shining panicked before I slapped him across the face, much to both babies' amusement. Would you quit it already? Look, we're all here to help you, Shining. You're not a one-man army, okay? Twilight, Pinky, Mida, Ruby and I will watch the foals while the rest help you with the last few items you need, I said, causing everyone to agree before Shining collapsed into slumber. That is if he can stay awake long enough to tell us how, Rarity said. I was sitting in a meditation position where my fists were pressed together and were held at the same height as my stomach, and I was taking calming breaths as I tried to think on the situation around me. Pinkie Pie was holding on to Flurry Heart, who had started flying when she saw Midnight doing it, which was the cause of my lack of sleep, and Mida was running around trying to grab Pinkie. Flurry Heart was also setting off blasts of magic, and Twilight was trying to stop them from destroying the rest of the room, while Pip and Ruby were sitting in a chair watching the event unfold. And finally I was keeping Midnight in a shield bubble I made and was also in to protect us from the random blasts of magic from Flurry. Ash. Can you please help? Pinkie, hold Flurry Heart, Twilight pleaded as she stopped more magic bolts. Okay, hang on, I said as I got up and walked out of the bubble and looked at Midnight, who was looking at me. Stay there, Midnight, I just need to help your Aunt Pinkie and Mida, I said before I looked at Pinkie. All right, Pinks, let her go. Pinkie then did as instructed and the little foal flew around the room at great speed, but I kept my eyes on her, and when she came close I leapt at her and grabbed her. I then pulled her against me chest and landed on the ground. Nice job, Ash, Twilight said with a breath of relief. Suddenly I had gibberish next to me and I saw Midnight was out of the bubble, and before I could ask how, he teleported to the other side of the room. Oh great, this make this way easier, I said sarcastically before I teleported over to the other side of the room, but Midnight teleported again, and when Twilight, Pinkie or Mida tried to grab him he teleported again or dodged. The chase went on for a few minutes before I had enough. I watched as Midnight kept teleporting till he appeared in front of me, and I grabbed him and placed a single finger on the tip of his horn, stopping him from using magic. Finally. Suddenly Midnight and Flurry took off while I was still holding onto them, and they managed to fly me all about the room. Ash, can you do something? Twilight asked. I'm trying, I said, holding on to the two folds carefully but tight enough not to lose my grip. I then made a bubble appear around us and the two flew around the bubble with me still holding on. I can't move like this and we need to get these folds back to their mothers. I'm on it, Twilight said before she ignited her horn, changing it from gray to magenta. Twilight then led us out and I was struggling to get these two under control and Pinky was bouncing down the halls and Pip, Mida and Ruby were running next to her till we made it to the entrance. I looked around and saw pink curtains going around all the entrances preventing anyone from seeing us. We're here, Twilight shouted announcing our presence. She's a really strong flyer, Pinky said. They both are actually, I said as the two alicorn foals flew in separate directions making me feel like I was on the rack. Wait, is the mighty King Ash having trouble babysitting? Rage asked with a snicker before the babies flew in a loop but made a quick turn causing them to slip from my grasp and hit the bottom of the bubble. Alright Smarty, if it's so simple you try, I said as I stood up. Nah, I'm good, looks like you got it covered, Rage said. Anyhow, can someone help? These two are making me dizzy by watching them, I said as the babies flew around my head like moths attracted to light. Luna and Cadence then lit up their horns and the bubble changed color before it split into three. Flurry Heart was in Cadence's bubble, Midnight Star was in Luna's while I remained in Twilight's till she set me on the ground. I then gave a nod to Twilight before I looked at the two babies and saw they were reaching out to me like a toy that was taken off them and I saw tears begin to fill their eyes. Oh, I said. This ain't gonna be good, Rage said. Suddenly both Flurry Heart and Midnight screamed, breaking the bubbles around them and blowing both me and Rage off our feet before we managed to get some footing again. I held my hands against my ears and screamed in pain. I then saw my body was making phantom-like doubles of myself and Rage was in the same position as me. It was like his soul was trying to be torn from his body. But it also looked like something was stopping it, and when the scream stopped my body slowly became one again. Epsilon, what was that? I asked mentally. It appears both babies combined their magic into their scream which caused a small magic rupture in both yours and Rage's body which is similar to your scream when you were a child, Ash, Epsilon said. Anything bad we need to worry about? I thought. Negative, as far as I can see both your bodies will return to normal soon, but we don't know who else had heard that call, Epsilon said. Suddenly, I heard cracking beside me and I turned and saw the crystal heart shatter and a small piece flew into my cheek forcing me to my knees. I then held a hand over the wound and looked to see Rage was still turning into one body but he let out a twitch every once in a while. Suddenly, my eyes were filled with snow and in the distance I the Crystal Empire surrounded by dark snow clouds and suddenly I hear the sound of crunching ice and the back of a figure's head steps into view. The head then turns and I saw a face made of rotting flesh and bone with a crack in the skull going from the forehead down and over the eye. A blue glow coming from the eye sockets and mouth and it looked human. The face then let out a scream snapping me out of my thought and Mac, Shining and Pierce grabbed me. Easy Ash, Pierce said as he, Mac and Shining held me. Ash, are you alright? Applejack asked. I then looked over at Rage and saw some of the group was checking on him. More or less, I said before I reached for my cheek and pulled out the shard of the crystal heart before I looked at the shattered remains of the heart. I'm guessing that's gonna make it hard to do the crystalling, Applejack said. It's worse than that. Without the heart, the crystal heart is about to be buried under a mountain of ice and snow, Twilight said as she moved the curtains showing the dark storm clouds I saw in my vision. So not only can we not take part in a fabulous ancient ceremony but we're also about to be frozen solid. Rarity asked. Without the crystal heart's magical protection the entire city is about to become a winter wasteland, Twilight said. But what about when King Sombra ruled the Crystal Empire and the crystal heart was missing? The city wasn't covered in snow then, Applejack said. The heart wasn't missing, it was still in the castle. King Sombra had just hidden it, Twilight said. I'm afraid Twilight is correct and the storm clouds are already forming, Celestia said as she gestured to the clouds. I can totally fly up there and bust those puppies, no problem, Rainbow said, but the curtains closed. I wouldn't advise it, Rainbow dash, those storm clouds are not like the ones you know, Celestia said. This far north the weather has a will of its own, Luna said. It will be like going up against the clouds of the Everfree. You wouldn't be able to make so much as a dent, I said. Faust, can't you just fix the heart? Rage asked. No, the crystal heart was around long before even the demonic angel period. I have very little knowledge on it, Faust said. Well, the storm's getting worse and if we don't do something, Rage started. It will envelop the Crystal Empire, Cadence said. And it's along with it, Twilight said, causing everyone to have scared looks on their faces. Everyone, I hate to be the bearer of even more bad news but you need to know this, I said. Oh come on, what else is there that could make this worse, Gilda asked. There is something out there that arrived at the same moment the storm cloud did and it's something dark, I said. How do you know this, Ash? Faust asked, causing me to hold up the crystal fragment that cut me. This piece showed me a glimpse of what's out there, I said. What did you see, Ash? Chrysalis asked. I think our business with the undead isn't over yet, I said, causing everyone to look at each other in worry. Are you sure, Ash? Faust asked. I then made a screen and showed them the same image I saw. Could be a coincidence or something else but I recommend we use caution, I said. Ash, thank you for bringing this to our attention, Faust said. No problem, I said before I looked at the picture in concern. Ash, is something wrong? Fluttershy asked. Well, that corpse, it just looks familiar and yet I've never seen it before, I said as I dispelled the picture. You see a lot of stuff, Ash, maybe it just reminded you of something completely different, Rage said. Maybe, I said. So what do we do now? Dreamcatcher asked. All of us are going to try and hold back the storm for as long as we can. Meanwhile, the rest of you should look in the library for an answer to fix the heart, Faust said as she gestured to her children before pointing at us. Okay, but what about the possible threat of undead marching in on us? Comet asked. I've got an idea, I said as I walked over to the curtain. And what is it? Celestia asked. Can't say it cause you'll all say it's stupid and reckless. You'll say I can't go, I said. When you say it like that then yes, but I'd like to know what you're planning. Faust asked. I'm gonna fly into the storm and heat my blood up enough to keep me warm and see what's going on out there, I said as I summoned my armor. Ash, we don't know how vast these clouds span, Faust said. You let me worry about that. Besides, I've destroyed 10 Knuckleavi with a simple snap of my fingers and if things go south I've got my hellish booster as a backup, I said. You know, Ash makes a good point. If there's anyone who can do what he just suggested, it's him, Twilight said. I looked at the alicorns and saw them all give me a nod, so I gave them all a nod back before I turned around and extended my wings before I took off. I then flew at the storm and began heating up my blood. But when I entered the clouds, I felt like I was tossed into a freezer, so I heated up my blood drastically till I felt warm again, but I could see ice forming around the edge of my visor, and the only thing I could see was dark clouds. I felt the wind pushing against me, but I continued forward till I came out of the other side of the storm and hit the ground. For now, that's one way to wake you up, I said before I stood up. I then looked around and saw nothing but the icy wasteland the storm left behind. I then heard some giggling down on my left, and I was shocked to see Midnight. What the? Midnight, you can't be here, I said as I picked up the foal. I then saw the poor colt was shivering, so I quickly summoned some blankets and wrapped him up in them. Oh gods, Luna is not going to be going out of her mind right now because you're here, I said, earning a laugh from the foal. I wrapped my wings around me to protect my colt from the snow that continued to fall around us, and I looked around but continued to see nothing. I then felt my colt squirm a bit, and I looked down and saw him looking at my wing, or was trying to see through it, and I saw he was scared of something, so I turned back to the wastes and saw a figure standing alone out in the frozen plain. The figure was skinny, and from what I could see its clothes were in shambles which flapped in the snow-filled flurry winds. I then summoned my weapons and drew Whispering Wind before I walked up the figure. As I got closer, I saw the figure had a circular shield in its right arm and a broken sword dragging behind it in the snow. As I got closer, I saw the figure was frozen and nothing but bones wrapped in old chainmail and cloth that looked like someone had used a sword to cut at the shoulder and go down. I then noticed the figure's tunic had a faded image of a shield and a knight's helmet on it. This sparked a memory in my head. I suddenly remembered a battle where I was fighting against an army of men who wore the same mark as the one on the skeleton's body. Suddenly, Midnight cries out, bringing me back to my senses, and I managed to dodge an attack from the skeleton which had come to life. Oh, you wanna fight? You just had to ask, I said before I stepped to the skeleton's left and stood next to it to avoid its next attack before I drew Whispering Wind and slashed the skeleton in two and let it crumble to the ground. Now why and how did you get here? Suddenly I feel a great presence on my right, and I turn to see a thick wall of ice and snow. I gaze into the blizzard and I hear the sound of snow crunching beneath something. I stood silent and still and waited for what was making the noise till I see shadowy figures in the fog of snow, and when they step out of it I see all sorts of undead beings, each in different armor. Many of them were humans like the ones in the Samurai Oni armor, British redcoats from the American Revolution, and Persian soldiers from Thermopylae. I also saw some faces from Equestria like the ones from the Griffin Arena and Templars. I then got a creeping fear running up my spine, so I flew upwards and saw a vast army, many of them wielding different weapons and some carrying banners. I then realized staring at an undead army made up of people I have killed during my entire existence. Good lord, I muttered before I looked at Midnight and saw him looking back at me in fear before I looked back at the army. Suddenly, I hear a large heavy sound and I see a colossal shadow behind the army about the size of a mountain, but I recognized the shape of the shadow and it caused me to place a hand on my heart. Tyrk. Well, if it isn't the Knight of Equestria, I'm impressed you survived, Tyrk said as his form came into view, showing all his injuries have healed and all the limbs I severed off have returned. How did you escape Tartarus? I demanded as I pointed Whispering Wind at him. I believe Heartless is the one you should be thanking, along with all the magic he has so generously given me, Tyrk said with a grin. Suddenly Midnight made his presence known by letting out a large whimper. Is that an alicorn baby? Tyrk asked as he looked at my child with a hungry grin, but I moved Midnight to my right arm away from Tyrk. If you hand over that baby, maybe I'll cons. Tyrk didn't finish his sentence before I silenced him with a blast of demonic magic from my left arm which had become demonic. Silence your tongue, Tyrk. I'm going to give you one chance to go back to your cage. If not, I'll take your life right here and now, I said. Well, it appears that much has changed about you since I last visited, but no matter, once I'm done with you I will devour all the magic in Equestria, starting with that foal, Tyrk said. I will not let you harm my son. I roared before I flew at Tyrk and dodged an attack of his before I hit him in the face right between his eyes, knocking him onto his back. I then flew upward and drew Whispering Wind before I slammed into the ground right in the middle of the army, and my impact onto the ground tossed some of the undead warriors into the air. With lightning quick skills I slashed at the warriors several times, causing them to all to be cut up into several pieces before I cut into more of the army several times. I still had to be mindful of Midnight being with me, so I kept a wing shielded over him and made the feathers turn to metal as an extra defense. But I still had to make several dodges to make sure he wasn't hit, and as I fought the massive army, Tyrk began to get up. It appears you have some new tricks up your sleeve. How interesting, Tyrk said. Tyrk, you've been warned not to underestimate him, a deep but old voice said. I looked at where the voice was coming from and saw a ram with dark purple fur and even darker curved horns. His attire consisted of a few golds and reds but was mostly made up of bones, and he had a massive thin skull that went over his right shoulder and reached his elbow. He also wore a thick brown necklace with gold discs on it, and on the necklace was a small gold bell with words etched onto it in the necromancer tongue. The ram also carried a staff with a donkey skull mounted on the top, and finally the ram's mouth was filled with sharp teeth and he had glowing red eyes. I'm gonna take a wild guess here, but the description in the story seems to match your Grogar Heartless's little necromancer, I said. I am not just any necromancer, I am Grogar, the greatest necromancer to ever have existed. Grogar said, boomed. Figured I've seen some of your work reviving Nightmare and then sending a lich of all things, I said. And you're the one who destroyed my pupil Sombra, Grogar said. He only has himself to blame for underestimating me. Yes, I managed to rip his soul out with my hands, but I know he was much stronger than when we fought, but he decided to hold back, I said. I always knew that flaw would be Sombra's downfall someday, Grogar said. We are not here to have a pleasant chat with the enemy, we're here to destroy them. Tyrk roared. Patience, Tyrk, let me get reacquainted with this one, Grogar said. Reacquainted? I asked. You don't remember we met when those old fools brought me back from my banishment and you tried to intervene, Grogar said, causing flashes of the memory to appear in my head, and I saw the eyes of the darkness matched Grogar's. You did that to them, you were the one that made them perform that ritual, it was you who showed me that vision, and it was you who brought back all those poor souls and turned them into puppets, not the lich, I said. That is correct, and I must congratulate you on defeating it. That lich in particular was devastatingly hard to conjure, Grogar said. You sick creature, the dead are not meant to be servants of the living, I said. Like what you did, Grogar said, causing my eyes to widen. Yes, I know what you did. Now be honest with me, how did it feel? I let out a roar of anger before I charged at Grogar, determined to end the necromancer's life. Third person POV. This is getting ridiculous, Rage shouted as he chased Flurry Heart through the maze of shelves. Not so easy as it, Mida said as she tried to cut Flurry off, but the filly just teleported onto the ground floor, giggling all the way. Just help me catch this kid, Rage said before he leapt over the side of the balcony and after the flying filly. Isn't there some way to stop this filly? Soren asked as he dived bomb at the filly, but Flurry Heart let out a blast of magic, forcing Soren to evade. Well, when we think of something I'll let you know, Comet said as he made a grab at Flurry, but she teleported behind him and fired a beam of magic at Comet's tail, setting the end on fire, which caused him to run around trying to put it out. Rage then teleported right in front of Flurry and she flew into his chest and grabbed her gently. Got ya now, you little nuisance, now do your uncles a favor and stop acting so crazy, Rage said as he held the filly, who just laughed. Thank you, Burning Rage, Cadence said as took hold of her daughter again. It's alright, but honestly I don't envy you. I can't even begin to imagine how you and Ash have the energy to keep this up, Rage said. Well, I think Midnight is a bit more mature than his cousin, Comet said as he glared at Flurry Heart while he held his smoking tail. Speaking of, has anyone seen Midnight? Caramel asked. The group then looked around and listened for anything, but no noise came to them. Oh no, this is bad, this is really, really bad, Rage said. You're right, Midnight could be outside in that weather for all we know, Twilight said. It's worse if we don't hurry and find him. We'll have to tell both Luna and Ash that their son may be lost out at that blizzard, Rage said, causing everyone to gulp. All of you must go and find him while Twilight and I remain here, and remember the spell, we'll let you know if we find Midnight, Cadence said. Rage then gave a nod before he let everyone out of the castle, all the while all of them were calling out for Midnight. They then looked beyond the curtains that hid the empty altar where the Crystal Heart once stood and saw the civilians running to the train station. Damn it, have they forgotten what Ash said? We have to stop them before they get to the station, Rage said before he lead the group after the citizens. The group ran as fast as they could, trying to avoid slipping on the ice, and the one who had wings flew until the ice and snow grounded them. When Rage saw Shining Armor and the rest of the main six leading the civilians, he teleported in front of everyone and held his hands out, stopping them. Shining, what are you doing? Rage asked loud enough to be heard above the storm. We're trying to evacuate to the station, Shining yelled. No good, don't you remember the thing Ash saw in his vision? Rage asked. He said he wasn't sure, Shining said. If there was nothing out there, don't you think he would be back by now? Rage asked. Maybe he's lost in there, Shining suggested. Well, if that's the case, how do you expect to get everyone out? There's only one train and not enough cars for the entire empire, and I doubt it will get through the storm, Rage said. We need to do something, Rage, Shining shouted. I know, but we have another problem right now. Midnight is missing, Rage shouted. Oh no, the poor dear can't be out in this storm. Who knows what could happen, Fluttershy said. Fluttershy's right, and I don't really want to be the one to tell Luna and Ash that, Rage said. Tell me and Ash what? Everyone then looked up and saw the royal family was there, and they were all covered in snow and ice. Hey Luna, it's just well, Rage said nervously. Rage, where is Midnight? Luna asked, but Rage was rubbing the back of his head nervously. Rage, are trying to tell me you lost both Ash and my child? Luna asked with cold fury that would freeze the very air they stood in. I wouldn't say lost, it's just Midnight misplaced himself, Rage said. Luna glared at Rage and opened her mouth to speak, but a terrific boom echoed above the sound of the icy winds, and out of the storm clouds appeared a burning object that crashed through several houses on the side of the road they were on, causing everyone to go and investigate. Ash's POV. I opened my eyes to the sound of Midnight wailing. I looked at my child, who was still safe under my left wing and in my left arm. I then looked around and saw I was in a crystal house with a massive hole in the roof and walls, and the ground was made of wood. But my body's impact made a hole in that too and destroyed a lot of furniture, and it also made a shallow crater in the crystal ground. I got up and used Whispering Wind to aid me in supporting myself before the door opened, and I saw Rage and Celestia were there. Ash. Celestia cries out when she sees me. You all right? Rage asks as he stepped closer to try and help me. We both are, I said as I moved my wing to reveal Midnight. Phew, thank the gods he's safe, Rage said. Yeah, but what I want to know is how did Midnight get onto the other side of the storm? I asked. He and Flurry teleported away from us after you left, Rage said. I just let out a sigh before I walked outside and saw Luna. I showed her Midnight and she immediately came over and grabbed Midnight and held him close. Ash, are you all right? Faust asked. I then looked at my left shoulder and saw an arrow in between two plates of my shoulder armor, so I grabbed the arrow and gave it a yank, successfully pulling it out. I then saw the arrowhead was made to pierce through armor and the edges were serrated to cut deeper into the body and also make it hard to remove. A little worse for wear, but I'm still kicking, I said as I snapped the arrow in two. Hey, I've seen that arrow before, Rage said. You should, Rage. Last time I saw this arrow is when I killed the person who fired it, I said. Ash, what do you mean? Faust asked. That vision I had Fausted was a warning. I knew I saw that corpse before because I was the one who gave it that scar, and it isn't just one corpse, it's an entire army of them, and each member has a grudge against me, I said. What did you do to tick off so many? Dreamcatcher asked. I killed them, I said simply as I folded my arms over my chest, causing everyone to stare at me in shock. Well, that is something I didn't expect, Shining said. And they're not alone, we've got some old enemies from Equestria out there as well, I said. Like who? Templars? Rage asked. Yeah, and guess what? Tyrk's back, I said, causing everyone to gasp. How did he get out? Twilight shrieked. Heartless got him out, and he's got enough magic that makes him the same size after he stole all the Alicorn magic, I said. This doesn't make sense. Why would Tyrk work for Heartless, and how would he know how to do necromancy? Celestia asked herself. He's not. Tyrk is here to try and conquer Equestria by getting rid of us, and he's not the one who's manipulating the dead. That stunt goes to a necromancer that goes by the name of Grogar, I said. Grogar, are you sure, Ash? Faust asked. I saw him myself, and as it turns out, he was the darkness that manipulated the 8 men who mentored me. He turned them into his puppets so they could bring him back from his banishment. It was also him who showed me that vision with the old fortress and summoned that lich, I said as I clenched my fist. Ash, I'm sorry, Luna said, placing a hand on my shoulder. We have to go back. I looked at the voice and I saw Starlight Spike and an orange-coated male unicorn with white fur on his muzzle that could be mistaken for sunscreen. He had a darker shade of orange for his mane and tail and goatee, and he wore purple robes with silver stars on it and a pair of silver glasses on his face. I know how to stop this, the unicorn said. I was about to speak up when suddenly the sound of a motor faded and over the wind I looked around and I saw a familiar shape fly overhead. I focused on the object and saw it was a World War II German Ace Luftwaffe, and the makings on the plane told me who the pilot was. Peter Drac, I said before suddenly the plane came back around and began to fly at us. Off the street, I yelled. Suddenly Peter unleashed a hail of bullets on us. I tried to get as many ponies off the streets, but many of them were hit by the barrage. I then put up a shield to protect everyone else and watched as Peter ended his attack and flew past us. Those that aren't injured help the ones that are. Get off the street, leave Flyboy to me, I said as I took off. Peter's plane was fast, but I had greater speed, skill and maneuverability than he did. I caught up with him and landed on the nose of his plane in between the propeller and cockpit and glared at Peter through the glass. I saw his body was full of bullet holes and the part of his face that wasn't as damaged as the other glared at me. War's over, Peter, you lost, I said as I drew Whispering Wind. I slashed at the engine below me, cutting it in two and causing the plane to tumble out of the sky, but I leapt off the plane and landed on the ground and saw the plane belly land in the road. I walked over to the plane and sheathed Whispering Wind and saw Peter crawl out of it, part of his clothes burning. But he got up and drew a pistol and fired it at me, but the bullets bounced off my armor and this continued till I was in front of Peter. I then drew Salvation and aimed it at his head, but he just stood straight and stared at me. You don't belong here, Peter. You were brought here against your will, and for what revenge? I know you loved your country, I did too, but understand that Germany lost its time to let go of your grudge, I said as I removed my helmet to look at him. Auf Wiedersehen, Peter Drac, it was truly an honor to have you as my rival. I saw Peter nod at me before I pulled the trigger and released his soul. I then walked back over to the group, but I saw a different group of faces that blocked my path and made my blood boil. They were all ponies and all of them had dark coats and unforgettably terrifying red eyes that glowed in the blackest of nights, which screamed evil at anyone who saw them. Greyhoof and other members of Sunny Town, I see, I said. You, Greyhoof screamed. You seem surprised. How's hell? I asked. Where are we, Ash? Greyhoof asked. You're in the Crystal Empire and I must ask you not to use my name again cause we're not friends, I said. Greyhoof, there are other ponies here and they're all cursed, Gladstone said as he pointed at some ponies that were in the buildings watching us. You brought us to a place filled with cursed ponies, Greyhoof said as his eyes got brighter in anger. Why would I want to see your ugly mug again, and if you know what's good for you, Greyhoof, you'll leave those ponies alone, I said. You care about them, Greyhoof asked, causing me to raise an eyebrow at what he was getting at. Then maybe it will be difficult for you to kill them. Suddenly Romeo and Starlet ran over to a building, but before I could do anything, Mida appeared and kicked the two in the head. The force of the kick was enough to send the two flying back towards the group of cursed ponies. What the? Romeo said as he recovered from the blow. I most certainly wasn't expecting you lot here today, Mida said as she walked over to me. Mida, what are you doing here and why are you so? One of the blanks asked. Alive. It's because I was forgiven for what I had done, unlike the rest of you, Mida said. Mida, don't be so mean, aren't we your friends? Greyhoof asked. I'm not, that bitch shot me. Three-Leaf yelled. You all stopped being my friends the day you killed my beloved daughter, Mida seethed. Yeah, Ruby said as she walked out from behind me, causing the rest of the blanks to hiss at her. Oh, and another thing, Mida said as she showed them her shoulder, revealing a cutie mark that showed a pair of black padded fingerless gloves normally seen in MMA or kickboxing. Like it. Turns out my special talent is kickboxing. You're cursed too, Greyhoof growled. Wrong, I've been blessed. You all are just too ignorant to see that, and I hope every last one of you burn in suffering, Mida said. I hope you're ready to die, whore, Treeleaf sneered. Ash, leave them to me. I've been wanting to do this for a while now, Mida said. All right, but just in case, I said as I handed her damnation. I'll also get Rage just so they don't do anything funny. No need. I spun around and I saw Rage was behind me along with Gilda and Rainbow, both armed with shotguns. Came over to see what's going on and it looks like this party is getting crazy, Rage said. All right, you lot take care of everything here and fix the heart. I have a score to settle, I said, cracking my knuckles. Go nuts, Ash, I'm sure you'll know when the heart is fixed, Ray said. Thanks, I said. Hey Ash, be careful, we all know what happened to you last time Tyrek was here, Rainbow said. True, but you seem to forget I'm not a human anymore, I said with a smirk as I put on my helmet before I selected a song on my iPod. I then flew upward and looked for the seal in my body and found it before I unleashed my Eclipse Breaker. I then flew into the storm and decided to use the trick I saw in the Codex where Pegasi drew lightning into their wings. I then spun around and began charging my body, and at once lightning struck my wings, but it didn't hurt, but instead it felt like 1,000 doses of adrenaline being injected into my body. I burst out of the storm and flew into the army and held the point of Whispering Wind out in front of my while my electrified wings took care of the rest. I saw Tyrek let out a blast of magic, so I flew left to avoid the attack and saw Grogar shoot at me with black lightning forcing me to land. I charged my way through the undead till I stopped and used Whispering Wind to fight them all. Tyrek sent another blast at me, but I used Whispering Wind to send it back at him, hitting Tyrek in the face. I then saw the ground begin to turn into a gray void, so I jumped into the air because said void will suck the life from anyone who touches it. I then flew at Tyrek and charged both strength and magic into my demonic fist to the point it had a flaming aura around it and smashed it into Tyrek's gut, causing him to fly backwards a good distance. Tyrek then hit the ground and I just stared at him while he got up with a snarl. What dot are you? Tyrek asked. I am Ash Blade, King of the Demonic Angels, I said, causing Tyrek to stare at me in surprise. Suddenly, a large deep purple spectral hand grabs me and I turned to see it was Grogar, and in his hands was the Necroid Iron, which was open and was the source of the hand that had grabbed me. I then used holy magic to break the hand and shot a blast of it at Grogar, but a dome made of dark energy blocked my attack. I was then shot to the ground by Tyrek, who had gotten up, and I looked at my surroundings and saw I still had an army to deal with. I then looked at my hand and clenched it closed before I gritted my teeth and looked at the army opposing me. Ethan, mother, father, everyone forgive me for what I'm about to do, I said before I created a dome shield around myself and made my armor disappear. I then kneeled and began drawing a single word in the snow. Do you plan to surrender? Tyark asked. Not exactly my intention, I said as I felt a dark but familiar power consume my right eye. My clothing then turned into dark robes and a dark purple tattered cape full of holes and tears appeared on my back that just reached the back of my knees. There was also a mishmash of armor on my chest and a single pauldron on my right shoulder that had fur underneath. I also had furs on parts of my robes and there were chains then appeared around my body and a mask appeared around my neck. I then pulled it up and the mask covered my right eye and the right side of my face and both my mouth and nose. I then held out my left and a black staff and at the top were 3 prongs in a triangle formation and an orb that was both pulsing and glowing blue was in the middle. Tyark then launched an attack at me but I just twirled my staff around and didn't bother looking directly at the attack and saw the blast disperse Tyark's magic blast shocking him while Grogar watched with interest. How? Tyark asked. I've got a lot more tricks than that Tyark, I said as I stopped spinning the staff and slammed the end of the staff on the ground causing thousands of spikes of ice to grow out of the ground and destroy many of the undead soldiers around me. I then held the end of my staff out in front of me before I aimed it towards the sky and a rune appeared out of nowhere and a dark substance came out of the portal. With a single swipe of my staff the substance flew into the army of undead causing the entire army to shriek in pain and crumble into pieces. Impressive, truly impressive. The null element is difficult to control even for angels and demons, Grogar praised. I have plenty of tricks that would amaze you Grogar but it's time I ended this, I said as I summoned my sides to my hips. Suddenly I felt a large surge of magic coming from within the storm before an aura borealis burst through the clouds and sent out a shockwave sending me flying and causing me to black out. Third person POV. Whoa man that's sparkly, Rage said as he looked at himself and saw he looked like he was made of crystal as the group walked behind the curtains. What happened to my look and how do I get this crystal stuff off? It's too girly, Gilda said trying to wipe off the crystal. It'll fade on its own, won't take that long, Rainbow said. Oh but I still wish it was permanent, Rarity whined. It look as though the injured are recovering from that, Shining said. It was a World War II Luftwaffe, a plane that was used in Germany for air combat against the Allied forces, Twilight said causing everyone to stare at her while Celestia smiled. What I ask Ash about things from Earth. Yeah but didn't any of you notice the markings of the plane? That was Peter Drac, Gilda said causing everyone to stare at her. Hey I'm allowed to know some things and besides we all saw Ash fighting him. Oh yeah I remember Guy had some moves but it's not cool when he shot at us like that, he nearly killed us, Rainbow said. Guess that explains why Ash said he should have killed him sooner. Guy must have been shooting a lot of people that were on the ground, Thunderlane said. In any case I'm glad the threat was dealt with swiftly, Faust said. And I managed to do what I wanted to do the day my curse happened, Mida said as she handed Rage damnation. Glad you're feeling better about yourself, Rage said. Hey where's Ash? Knowing how he flies shouldn't he be here by now? Soren asked. You're right, we'd best go and check on him, Faust said before she teleported everyone to the grass-filled field. Nothing, absolutely nothing, there's not a trace of battle or Ash, Rage said. Do you think he's alright? Luna asked. If he is he's putting up one hell of a fight, Spike said as he pointed to the mountains in the distance that showed lights dancing across them. Good eye Spike, Twilight praised. Y'all think we should help? I know Ash is strong but I'd rather not have a repeat on when he fought Tyark, Applejack said. Agreed because Grogar is also there, Faust said. Faust then teleported everyone to the mountains and had a look around and saw the flashes were coming from a different part of the mountains before she teleported everyone onto a ledge that looked over onto a valley. Everyone looked and saw both Grogar and Tyark were behind a shield and Grogar was healing Tyark's injuries. The group then saw Ash was fighting a creature taller than him and almost covered in black tendrils that were pulsing with dark chaotic magic that made Discord cringe. Its left arm looked like it was made of hard crystal while the rest of it had pale gray skin and it carried a large axe in its right hand that was made of crystal incorruption. The group watched as Ash held both his sides in a reverse style but were a little confused about the attire Ash wore. Suddenly the two charged again and the creature sent out a wave of energy but Ash slid under the attack and attached the hilts of his sides together. Ash then flung the side at the creature and it acted like a saw blade against the creature before it flew back to Ash, who caught it and disconnected the sides and leapt into the air and was prepared to bring the blades down on the creature. But the creature blocked with one of its tendrils and used another to slam Ash into the ground. Ash looked at the creature but slammed its axe into the ground and a dark circle grew from the ground and more tendrils knocked Ash away. Ash was about to get up when a tendril wrapped around Ash's leg and yanked him towards the creature where it used the side of the axe to knock Ash away again but Ash got up and stared at the creature. It looks like that thing is toying with Ash, Chrysalis said. Well that's a mistake it shouldn't make, Rage said. Come now creature, I'm growing bored here, Ash yelled in a taunting way. The creature let out a roar and leapt into the air and was about to bring its axe down on Ash but Ash stepped to the side and let the axe wedge itself into the ground. Ash then connected the hilts on the sides together again before he brought the blade around to impale it into the creature's face but a tendril blocked the strike again. But Ash disconnected the weapon and slashed at the creature's face but the creature managed to free its axe and swung it horizontally at Ash but Ash jumped and barrel rolled over the weapon just missing it. But the creature followed up its attack with its claws but Ash rolled under the attack before he leapt at the creature and dug his blades in its chest and pulled himself up so he was above the creature. As Ash was airborne he connected his sides together again and brought the spear end down on an area between the crystals on the creature's left arm and neck before he leapt over the creature and landed behind it. Whoa, that attack would have made that arm useless now unless that thing has a healing ability, Thunderlane said. And Thunderlane's word was indeed true. The creature tried to move its arm but it hung to it limply and swayed with the creature's movement. The feral beast then let out a roar and charged at Ash. But Ash stayed still and as the beast brought its axe down Ash knocked it to the side with his scythe and then used the blade to sever its left arm off before he teleported behind it while the creature was gushing out black blood and corruption. The beast then threw its axe at Ash and charged at him but Ash cut the axe in two and tossed his scythe at the creature where the main blade impaled the creature in the chest where its right lung would be. But it did not halt its advance so Ash ran at the creature and as it used its other hand to grab him but Ash leapt over it and used it as a step to leap for his scythe. Once Ash grabbed the scythe he pulled on it causing the blade to rip right through the creature's body. However, the creature refused to go down, so Ash disconnected one of his scythes, walked over to the creature while it tried to get off its knees, and once it was up and turned around, Ash drove the scythe into the creature's neck and whatever was left of its chest. Once that happened, the two remained still before Ash ripped the scythe out with a roar and let the creature fall dead before Ash put his scythes away. Suddenly, the creature disappeared and a slow clapping sound filled the lonely air, and everyone looked and saw it was Grogar clapping, and beside him the Necroidian closed. Ash's POV. Well done, quite a show you put on, Grogar praised. Show's not over till I take your life, Grogar, I said as I summoned my staff. Isn't it quite a sight to see, watching as things die only to be resurrected? Grogar asked. You speak as if the dead are nothing more than playthings, I said. And yet you are gifted with the power to do just what you said, Grogar said, causing me to place a hand over the fabric that covers my right eye. I wasn't gifted with this, it was forced onto me, and what I did with it, what I am doing with it, is making sure others like you won't ever be able to control the damned, I said. That may be, but in case you can't see it yet, you cannot defeat me and save Equestria without forever damning your soul and yourself, Grogar said as he appeared in front of the shield. I stood in silence for a few minutes with my head lowered before I looked at Grogar. I then banged my staff on the ground and 3 coffins shot out of the ground and pulsed with dark magic. The coffins then exploded, leaving behind 3 spectral ghouls who let out horrifying shrieks, and an orb sparking with black magic formed in the palm of my left hand. Then so be it, I said. I threw the ball of magic at Grogar, and as it impacted the ground, black crystals the same as what Sombra used shot out of the ground, but Grogar teleported to another part of the valley of ice we were in. I then sent the ghouls to attack, but Grogar blasted one with the magic and his horns, destroying it before he then hit another with his staff, also destroying it, but the last tackled Grogar and started beating Grogar with its fists before I summoned another orb of dark magic. Grogar then blasted the ghoul off him and he got up, but I tossed the second orb at him, but he teleported in between the 2 stacks of dark crystals. Please Ash, you'll need to come up with something better than my students' little tricks, Grogar said. I have, Grogar, I said before my staff sparkled with electricity. I then slammed it on the ground. Suddenly the 2 stacks of crystals sparked with lightning when black-colored lightning shot out of the tips and struck Grogar, shattering his shield and bombarding him in pain. I then dashed forward and used the bottom of my staff to thrust it at Grogar, hitting him in the chest, sending flying backwards, and as he was recovering I sent a blast of magic to the summit of the mountain on my left while Grogar got up. Quite impressive, no one has ever caught me off guard like that before, Grogar said. You're gonna feel a lot worse after I'm done with you, I said. The ground started rumbling and Grogar looked and saw an avalanche coming down, so he set up a barrier to stop it, but I placed a spell on the avalanche that fired icicles down on Grogar. This forced Grogar to either stop the avalanche or save himself from the freezing spears raining down on him, and he chose the latter and was swallowed by the avalanche. I then looked at the mound of snow in silence when suddenly a beam through the snow and hit me in the face, knocking me off my feet and backwards before I tumbled to the ground and let out a groan as I got up. Don't forget, weakling, there are 2 of us here. I looked at the voice and saw Tyrk, and next to him was Grogar, but I just summoned a bow and I made an arrow made of ice and placed a curse on it that intensifies pain. When I made the arrowhead I decided to go with a design from The Hobbit. Oh, it appears we have company, Grogar said as he gestured to something on the right of our battlefield. I had a look and saw all my friends were here and staring at me in shock, but none more so than Luna and Faust. I then made a small mirror and looked into it and saw the mask I was wearing had been destroyed enough from Tyrk's blast to reveal my right eye, which wasn't the same as when I last saw it. Instead, the eye was amber-colored and the iris was a darker amber color and the pupil was slitted in black. Tell me, Ashblade, will you be able to live with yourself now that you revealed to them that you have the eye of a Netherlord? Tyrk asked. Tyrk, do us all a favor, and shut the hell up. I yelled as I grabbed the arrow and placed it in the bow and fired it at Tyrk. The arrow spun through the air like a drill, but Tyrk moved out of the way, but my arrow cut across Tyrk's shoulder, causing mass amounts of ice to grow all over his shoulder, causing Tyrk to roar in pain. But while I was distracted, a monster made of dark magic tackled me before I threw it off and stood up. I then held my left hand out in front of me and a cyclone of wind flew out of my palm and shredded the beast's midsection, leaving a gaping hole. But suddenly, a blast of magic hit me in my back, causing me to fall to my knees before something grabbed the back of my head and picked me up and threw me away and into the snow. No, let's get serious here, Grogar said. Dark magic then began pulsing out of Grogar, making him bigger and bigger and bigger till he was about the same size as Tyrk. I then saw the Necroidian had opened and dark tendrils emerged from its pages and wrapped around itself. More and more tendrils appeared and the thing began to grow and take shape, but it did not stop growing till it was the same size as the other 2 foes, and its shape was one of a giant wrapped in broken armor and wore a chainmail hood. But instead of a face there was only darkness, and where its heart would be was the Necroidian, and in the giant's right hand was a blade that had a large thick blade, and on the blunt side of the blade was a massive spine. So taking a breath I drew power into my demonic arm and dispelled the eye of the Netherlord before I began to change as well. You wanted serious, Grogar? Very well then, hellish booster juggernaut dragon, I yelled as my body changed into a colossal dragon. I then charged at Tyrk and knocked him off his feet, and before the Necroidian could make a swing with his blade I used my tail to wrap it around his wrist and threw the giant into the air and slammed it onto the ground. I saw Grogar was about to attack thanks to the glow of the bell around his neck, and I prepared to unleash a blast of flames from my mouth, but Tyrk hit me in the side of my head, knocking my attack off my target. So I balled my hand into a fist and smashed it into Tyrk's face, but before I could deliver another blow something grabbed my tail and threw me into the air before slamming me to the ground. I got up and saw the giant was the one who did that, and he made an attempt to sever my head from my body, but I raised an arm and the blade bounced off the armor my body wore before I released a blast of magic that sent the giant flying at Tyrk. I then saw Grogar glance at my friends and I saw him about to use his magic on them. I then charged at him like an angry bull and he charged magic into his horns and was about to fire at them. Suddenly, he turned to me and shot the magic at me, causing me to take the blast and trip, stopping my charge. I then looked at Grogar and saw he was about to use his enlarged staff on my friends. But I got up and grabbed the staff in by teeth and threw it and Grogar into a mountain. I then stood in front of my friends and took up a defensive stance before I extended my wings, making me look bigger, and I then let out a challenging roar that could be heard for miles. My 3 enemies then stood in front of me while I glared at all of them. Tyrk then attacked using a massive broadsword, but I caught his fist and his other when he tried to punch me. But suddenly, a blast of dark magic hit me in my side and I felt something cut into my shoulder, so I turned to see it was the giant and his blade had blood dripping from it. But what I failed to realize, my distraction of the giant allowed Tyrk to wrench his hand holding his sword from my grasp and impale it into my side. This caused me to let go entirely before I collapsed to my hands and knees clutching my side. I then looked at my friends and saw they were watching me in worry, but I just gave them a sad look before I turned to see both Tyrk and the giant were ready to finish me off, but I just lay there accepting their blows. The giant then smashed his blade along me back and Tyrk impaled me, causing me to roar in pain before my body shut down and shattered, leaving me lying in the snow while pools of red grew around me. I was about to push myself up but saw a shadow over me, causing me to look up and see Tyrk's hoof hovering above me before he brought it down on me. Third person POV. Everyone watched as Ash disappeared under Tyrk's, and when Tyrk removed his hoof everyone saw Ash was lying on the ground prone and unmoving while red snow slowly expanded around him. We have to help him, Rainbow shouted. Are you nuts? We don't stand a chance against them, Twilight said. Well, what do you want to do, Miss Magic? Sit here and let them kill Ash? Rainbow asked. No, Twilight said. So let's go do something, Rainbow said. Rainbow is right, we can't just let them do this, Rage said. Suddenly Tyrk began punching Ash further into the ground, causing everyone to grow more worried. Mother, please, you have to save him, Luna pleaded as she gripped Faust, but Faust could only just stare with shock plastered upon her face. Luna, you know what the Netherlords did to us all those years ago, Chrysalis said. Are you implying that Ash had something to do with that? Luna asked. No, it's just having that is well questionable, Chrysalis said. But you all know Ash would never do something like that, Luna said. But Luna, Ash used dark magic, Celestia said. So. Everyone looked and saw it was Spike who spoke. I mean, sure, what Ash did back there was bad, but still we can't just abandon him like that. Yes, he used dark magic, but he was using it for the right reasons, just like me with my shadow magic. Sombra also used shadow magic as well, so am I just as bad as him? It's just like Ash once told me, it doesn't matter what type of magic you use, it's how you use it that defines you, Spike said. The group then looked at each other but was interrupted when the ground shook beneath them and they all saw Ash was thrown into the mountain they were on. Suddenly Tyrk charged magic into his horns, prepared to finish Ash off. This caused Luna to let out a scream of worry and Tyrk unleashed a powerful beam of magic. But the blast was stopped by a crimson circle that had a white rune circle on it. The group then looked and saw Faust with her horn glowing and her hands outstretched and with the same aura as her horn. Mother, the Alicorn siblings in Discord cried. I'm not happy about another Lord Eye being here, however Spike is absolutely right, I can't judge Ash without knowing why, Faust said. Hello Faust, and I see you brought my queen along too, Tyrk said with a grin. Luna will never be yours, you creature, and if you what's good for you you'll stay away from Ash and surrender, Faust said. You'll do what? Tyrk asked. Faust just gave a snort before she fired a blast of magic at Tyrk's shoulder that was still coated in ice, which destroyed the limb and caused Tyrk to let out a roar of pain. He'll do that, Faust said. Hey Spike, I think it's time we tested our abilities, Rage said. You mean the one Ash has been helping me with? Spike asked, causing Rage to nod. I don't know, do you think I'm ready? What's the worst you could do out here? Rage asked. If you're planning on sending Spike against those three then I'm not going to allow it, Twilight said. Well, that choice is up to Spike to make, TWI, Rage said. Spike then went into thought before he looked at Twilight, then Rage, then Twilight before he looked back at Rage. Alright, let's do it, Spike said. Spike, don't even think about it, Twilight said. Trust me, TWI, Spike said before both he and Rage jumped off the cliff. Spike, get back here this minute, Twilight yelled as she ran over to the edge and looked at the foggy abyss alongside the others. Spike, Twilight yelled in hopes of him hearing her, but there was only silence. Suddenly, a massive roar filled the air which blew Twilight away from the edge and two large forms rose up, one was made of black and the other was metal with bright flames coming from gaps in it. Spike. The two forms then looked at each other, then at the group. One of them was Spike and his shadows coated parts of his body except in face, and the shadows on his face had a white glowing eye. And the other figure was wrapped in armor and with a massive scorching hot sword that looked like the blade was made of a heated rock. Rage, is that you, baby? Iris asked. The armored behemoth just gave a slow nod before the two of them faced the three giant foes while Grogar healed Tyrk's arm. Spike, want. Spike roared over the howling wind before both he and Rage both charged at the opposing monsters. Wait a sec, did Spike just say Spike want? Rainbow asked. He's using his dragon greed, but how? Twilight asked. Maybe you should ask him once this over, but what must we do now, mother? Celestia asked. Perhaps it's best if we aid Ash, I'm worried his body has taken too much damage in this fight, Faust said. Oh well, I'm afraid that Ash Blade isn't going to survive this time, Tyrk said, interrupting the conversation this time. You're wrong, Tyrk, Ash is a fighter and he's not someone to simply give up, Luna said in anger. After that many blows I laid on him, you think he has a chance of life? Evil laughter, allow me to show you that he's dead by showing you his beaten and broken body, Tyrk said as he reached for the hole Ash was beaten into, only for a chunk of ice to hit Tyrk in the eye. I'd back off from my sister's boyfriend, Tyrk, Discord said as he levitated another ball of ice in his hand that had spikes growing out of it. Discord, I can see you've warmed up to the night, Tyrk said. It's because he kept his promise and also I owe it to both his brother and my daughter for setting things right, Discord said. Then you can die with them, Tyrk said before he fired at the group with his magic. But Faust put up a shield to protect everyone, but the shield was beginning to crack and soon the other alicorns added their magic to the shield to protect everyone. Girls, use your harmonic, it will seal Tyrk again, Celestia yelled. No, I'll be damned if I go back, Tyrk roared as he used his sword. Princess, watch out, Twilight yelled. The warning arrived too late as Tyrk's blade smashed the ledge, causing the royals to lose their concentration and the shield to shatter. Faust then flew towards the beam and took the damage of the blast. Mother, the siblings screamed as they fell. Discord and Celestia grabbed Faust while the rest used their magic to help the others and set them on the ground. Is she all right? Dreamcatcher asked. She's breathing, Celestia said. Not for much longer, Tyrk said as he raised his sword above his head. This is the end for all of you. The group of friends huddled around each other in hopes of protecting one another and shut their eyes. Suddenly, they felt the ground move beneath them, but they didn't open their eyes till they heard a mighty sound of something impacting against something else. Rarity looked around and saw none of them had been harmed, and she looked at the supposed ground they were on and saw it was glowing. She then felt a presence behind her and looked and gasped at the sight. Darlings, you might want to look at this, Rarity said. Everyone looked and saw what Rarity was talking about and gasped, because there before them, wearing a glowing white glowing hood with a golden trim, was a massive horse face with small blue glowing eyes that brought viewers comfort. The face also had a horn coming from its forehead, and suddenly movement came from behind the massive figure, and everyone saw they were wings with runes on some of the feather tips that were glowing blue. In the figure's attire looked like something you'd see on a paladin. Robes covered the figure's legs, but thick plated armor covered its torso and arms, and the group noticed they were sitting on the figure's right palm. That is the largest alicorn I've ever seen, Rainbow said. Faust then regained conscious and was surprised by the figure before them. The figure then set the group down on a mountain top before the figure stood up from its sitting position and looked at Tyrk, who was getting up. The figure then looked at the other two enemies who had stopped fighting Rage and Spike so they could watch the spectacle, and the two allied giants had moved to the alicorn's side. Who is that guy, a god? Pierce asked. Close, but I believe that's Ash's heavenly booster, Faust said. Heavenly booster, but I thought you can only activate either hellish booster or heavenly booster, Pinky said. As did I, but I forgot that Ash isn't an ordinary demonic angel, he's the most powerful of them all, Faust said. Ash glared at the three enemies before him before he looked at Spike, who was wielding a kukri made of shadow, and nodded to him, and Spike nodded back before Ash did the same to Rage, who also nodded before Ash created a massive spear. All the giants that charged at each other. Spike was taking on Tyrk while Rage faced the Necroidian and Ash fought Grogar. The battle between the six mighty forces was worthy of a permanent place in history, and the group of bystanders could only stare as they watched the battle. The battle lasted a while till Grogar made a thrust at Ash with his staff, but a cross appeared on Ash's left arm and he used it as a shield to block the attack before Ash cut the staff in two with his spear. With the staff broken, Ash slammed the cross into Grogar, knocking the giant ram onto his back and left a burn from where the cross hit him. Ash then stood over Grogar and held his spear downwards and stared at him while Grogar stared back. No words were said between the two, they both just glared at each other before Ash pulled his spear upward before impaling it into Grogar right through the bell around his neck. Suddenly, thousands and thousands of souls to be released, and once they left, Grogar let out a smile before he began to rot and wither away until he was nothing but dust in the wind. With Grogar gone, all the damage that had been done to Tyrk returned, and which gave Spike an open shot to drive his blade through Tyrk's heart, and with its master gone, the Necroidian began to lose power, giving Rage an opening to strike at the book itself. But before Rage could land the ending blow, the Necroidian used as much power as it could to make the magic go critical, which turned into a massive bomb that blew away the remaining three giants. Ash's POV. I woke up with snow half covering me and I saw I was in a blizzard. I then remembered the events that led me here before I stood up and looked around only to see faded white surroundings, and thunder rumbled overhead along with lightning. I then decided to fly around a random direction in hopes of finding someone, so I took off and sent out a pulse of magic for any life signatures, but instead I got a massive dark magic source, so I flew towards it and found the Necroidian laying in the snow. I flew towards the book but remained in midair. The book then opened its eye and its pupil shrunk when it saw me. Well, it's been fun, you piece of undead shit, but I say it's time I got rid of you, I said. I then summoned Whispering Wind and drew it before I flew upward and raised Whispering Wind upwards, and lightning struck my blade before I twirled around and plummeted back towards the ground. The Necroidian then appeared in my sight and I could see it was trying to do something, but it wasn't working, and as I headed to the ground, I then made Black Lightning coat my blade along with the regular lightning before I drove the blade of Whispering Wind into the eye of the accursed book, which let out a shriek of pain. I then withdrew Whispering Wind and I saw blood leaking from the book, and it continued to scream and shake uncontrollably. Suddenly, the stitch that held the cover together burst into flames and I backed away until finally the book exploded, throwing me backwards, and I felt a searing pain in my gut. I landed in the snow next to a boulder of ice and I looked at where the book was and saw a massive purple tornado filled with wailing souls, several of which flew around me. But they did nothing to harm me, so I crawled my way over to the boulder and rested against it and watched the ghosts. I then looked down to inspect the pain in my gut and saw I received a wound from the Necroidian. It was a bone fragment that was once attached to the spine of the book, so I pulled it out and dropped the fragment before I held a hand over the wound. I then looked up and saw the sky was clearing up a bit and the ghosts had left, but I was slowly fading out of conscious. Suddenly, I hear voices calling over the wind and I looked to see a group of shadows through the settling snow before all went dark.